He spent a century in the cultivation world, becoming a true and notorious demon lord. Returning to Blue Star, he discovered the world had turned upside down, with anomalies everywhere. In just 3 days, he restored his physical body and reconsecrated the 10,000 souls banner. Just as he was hunting anomalies in his demonic cultivator identity, he was pinned to the ground by uniformed officers. The interrogation room door swung open, and the female captain who entered was strikingly heroic, her gaze complex. Are you really him? But I saw him buried with my own eyes. I'm Ma Xiaoshuai, a demonic cultivator who spent a century in the cultivation world to become a great demon lord before transmigrating back to Blue Star. 5 years ago, I transmigrated to a cultivation world, and 3 days ago, I returned to a Blue Star overrun by eerie phenomena and swirling demonic energy. I recovered my body in just 3 days and reforged the soul banner that cultivates both life and soul, % a rainy night, in a suburban cemetery. A bolt of lightning split the night sky, illuminating a withered corpse tearing through its gravesite, crawling out slowly. His body was wreathed in black mist, his flesh rapidly plumping up until his skin gleamed like polished jade, finally transforming into a young man with a sinister and unearthly countenance. The young man was none other than Ma Xiaoshuai. He lowered his head to look at his palm, and a sinister red gleam flashed through his eyes. In his palm appeared a flickering banner emitting a dreadful light. At midnight, in Yuanchang City's largest residential area, Hengtai Huafu. According to official regulations, as long as people fell asleep before 12 o'clock, the supernatural entities couldn't harm them. Xu Wanqing, who lived in room 704 of building number 1, had gone to bed early but was abruptly awakened by urgent knocking at the door. Sister, are you asleep? Open the door quickly, Xiaoyu misses you so much, I'm starving now, sis. Hearing the voice of my younger sister Zhu Xiaoyu, who had been missing for 5 years, Xu Wanqing's heart trembled, and she instinctively reached to open the door. The moment her hand touched the lock, she suddenly jolted awake. Wait. My sister has been missing for 5 years, how has her voice not changed at all? Xu Wanqing trembled as she lifted the cover from the peephole. Through the peephole, she saw a 4 or 5-year-old girl with twin buns in her hair, clutching a doll, the very image of her younger sister. But she didn't grow up. % sister, open the door quickly, the bad people are coming, have you abandoned me? The little girl's calls grew impatient, her voice shrill and unpleasant. Sister, why won't you open the door? Why won't you open the door? Why? Then, the sound of nails scratching at the door echoed. Xu Wanqing was terrified, squatting on the floor with her hands covering her mouth. The sound abruptly stopped, and she cautiously pressed her eye against the peephole. The corridor sensor light flickered on and off. Just as she let out a sigh of relief, a distorted face suddenly pressed against the peephole. Giggle, sis, I see you. A dull thud and the eerie scraping of nails against steel came from behind the security door. I'm going to eat you up, hee, the little girl screeched, pounding heavily on the door, making the walls tremble. Xu Wanqing nearly collapsed and, trembling, dialed 911 before crawling under the bed to cover her ears. Outside, the little girl stopped knocking, her head rotating exaggeratedly 180 degrees as she stared toward the staircase. In the darkness, a blurry figure emerges slowly. Devoid of any life force, yet distinct from souls or zombies, is this what you call an apparition? Ma Xiaoshuai was dressed in black, his handsome face wearing a careless smile, his lazy gaze tinged with a hint of mockery. Hee, uncle, have you seen my teddy bear? What? I'm so handsome and dashing, and you call me uncle? Ma Xiaoshuai's smile faded as he firmly pressed his hand onto the little girl's head, ruffling her hair, only to be immediately bounced away. I'll turn you into a toy teddy bear. The little girl shrieked sharply, her eyes glowing scarlet. The small body swelled, spewing forth grotesque, decaying flesh, transforming in the blink of an eye into a gigantic monstrosity composed of hideous tumors. A little girl's face was embedded in its left chest. Holy shit! Even Ma Xiaoshuai, as a demonic cultivator, felt his scalp tingle with disgust. Amid eerie and chilling laughter, the little girl had just cried out, I'll devour you bite by bite, when a swirl of black fog churned before her. A sharp pain erupted in his chest. A hand had pierced through his heart. You, how could you harm me? The little girl stared in disbelief. Ma Xiaoshuai burst into laughter. Demonic cultivators inherently drew power from evil spirits and demonic entities to cultivate. How naive of this aberration to ask such a question. Suddenly, he froze as a powerful suction erupted from the tumorous body of the little girl, pulling his arm deeper and deeper inside. He, merge with me. Your cultivation is still too weak. Ma Xiaoshuai's expression turned grim. He had thought his Qi refinement level 3 demonic cultivation would be enough to suppress the anomaly, never expecting it could counter-devour him instead. He sighed, since it can't be used by me, then I have no choice but to directly absorb and refine it. The next second, Ma Xiaoshuai's demonic energy erupted, and an even more terrifying suction force burst from his palm, violently pulling the sinister energy from the little girl's body into his own. Why is my body shrinking? What, exactly are you? The little girl struggled in terror. I've taken your advice, now obediently become demonic energy and serve me. Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes sparkled with excitement as a massive influx of yin energy flowed into his body, visibly boosting his cultivation level. The The 10,000 Calamities demonic art he practiced was a lost pinnacle demonic cultivation technique, capable of refining all forms of energy. Its only flaw was the instability-prone demonic core in those with weak wills. But on Blue Star, teeming with eerie beings, he had no worries about his demonic core becoming unbalanced. Within moments, the little girl's enormous tumor-ridden body had shrunk by more than half. Ma Xiaoshuai's demonic energy output slightly diminished, but the little girl suddenly opened her bloodthirsty maw, shooting a twisted black snake to bite at his face. Ma Xiaoshuai raised his hand to form a light barrier, while the little girl seized the chance to struggle free. Trying to escape? Ma Xiaoshuai coldly snorted, unleashing a streak of blood-red demonic energy that struck her shoulder. Bang! The little girl crashed through the wall, tumbling into room 704. Ah! Xu Wanqing screamed in terror again. The little girl, covered in blood with one shoulder shattered, retreated in fear, staring fixedly at the hole in the wall. Sister, the bad guys are coming in, save me. Xu Wanqing was absolutely certain it wasn't her sister and refused to come out. The little girl's face twisted grotesquely as she extended ghostly claws towards Xu Wanqing. At that moment, another streak of bloody light shot out from the hole, piercing the girl's hands and pinning her to the ground. What the hell are you? It howled miserably. Percent, can't you see? I'm your nemesis. Ma Xiaoshuai's cold, stern voice drifted into the room. Xu Wanqing widened her eyes as a young face clad in black appeared at the gap. Ma Xiaoshuai walked up to the little girl and said coldly, "Remember my name, Ma Xiaoshuai. Come find me for revenge in your next life." Xu Wanqing secretly thought, what a show-off. The next moment, Ma Xiaoshuai gathered demonic energy in his hands, enveloping the little girl's head. Threads of dark mist drifted from its crown and swiftly surged into Ma Xiaoshuai's mouth. Xu Wanqing's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Give it, eat it. After completely devouring the weird little girl, Ma Xiaoshuai shuddered, his face lighting up with joy. Qi refining stage 5. He sensed the demonic energy within his body, but there was no fluctuation of aura, indicating that the eerie force energy of Blue Star was remarkably pure. Even more bizarre was that after devouring it, he actually felt a slight increase in the power of his virtuous merit. Virtuous merit? A demonic cultivator possessing virtuous merit? How could that be reasonable? Is this a unique trait exclusive to the anomalies of Blue Star? His intuition told him that these merits were definitely not worthless. Ma Xiaoshuai shook his head and glanced at the trembling bedboard. Come out. Chapter 3, Farewell, Childhood Friend. After a moment's hesitation, Xu Wanqing cautiously crawled out from under the bed. However, when she got a clear look at Ma Xiaoshuai's face, her fear suddenly melted away. He's so handsome. Wait, why am I thinking this? He's the guy who eats bizarre monsters raw. But, he's still so handsome. With a face like that, he could get away with anything, right? Xu Wanqing thought instinctively. Ma Xiaoshuai stared straight ahead, watching the delicate girl emerge from under the bed. He forced himself to speak in a gentle tone. Look into my eyes. Ah, okay. Xu Wanqing flushed with embarrassment. Though confused, she sensed no malice and obediently fixed her gaze on his dark, piercing eyes. Ma Xiaoshuai closed his eyes and opened them again, revealing eyes now ringed with crimson light. As a demon cultivator, the most crucial skill was concealment and disguise, never to be easily exposed to human eyes. If anyone saw them, it was kill on sight. But on Blue Star, since they were all fellow humans, such cruelty wasn't necessary. Simply overwriting their memories with illusions would suffice. Hey, why aren't you fainting yet? Xu Wanqing froze. Ha? Should I be fainting? Of course. You're under my illusion, you should forget everything and fall asleep immediately. Alright, I'll lie down on the bed now. Xu Wanqing scrambled onto the bed and pulled the covers over herself. Ma Xiaoshuai's face darkened, his pupils narrowing slightly. Excuse me, are you putting on a show? Xu Wanqing looked utterly bewildered. Didn't you tell me to sleep? Ma Xiaoshuai suddenly remembered something. Damn it. I forgot. Illusion-type pupil techniques can only be used after reaching the foundation establishment stage. Xu Wanqing was speechless. She whispered, So, sir, you want me to keep your identity a secret, right? Correct. For certain reasons, I can't erase your memories of tonight just yet. If you value your life, you'd better not breathe a word to anyone. Otherwise, when I lose my temper, it's terrifying. Ma Xiaoshuai threatened. Don't worry, sir. You saved my life. I'll keep your secret. Xu Wanqing pounded his chest emphatically in assurance. Poof. I hope you keep your word. Ma Xiaoshuai said coldly, then turned and strode toward the door with a flourish. The moment his body stepped outside, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Then he saw 7 or 8 uniformed officers suddenly leaped out from nowhere, tackling him to the ground in a flurry of arms. Ma Xiaoshuai was stunned. Officer, don't misunderstand. I'm a good guy. Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you everything. Xu Wanqing. Name? Ma Xiaoshuai. Gender? Female. Not answering properly, are we? Officer, you're not asking properly either. Police station interrogation room. Ma Xiaoshuai sat on a metal bench wearing a pair of silver handcuffs, undergoing interrogation. The 2 officers taking notes both wore grim expressions. This bastard is way too cocky. Even after being arrested, he still has the nerve to grin like that. Today, no matter what, we're going to break the rules and teach him a lesson. Smack! The younger officer slammed his hand down on the table. Turn them off. Turn off all the body cameras. Today you'll learn what the iron fist of justice feels like. Ma Xiaoshuai rolled his eyes, utterly speechless. He considered whether to pull off a divine display and storm out of the station. After all, he was a demonic cultivator despised by heaven and earth, unafraid of blood on his hands. But just then, the interrogation room door swung open, and a stunning figure in uniform stepped inside. The moment he saw her, Ma Xiaoshuai felt a momentary daze. It wasn't her beauty that stunned him. It was because her appearance stirred memories long buried in the depths of time. After all, for him, the last time he had seen that bright and graceful young girl in his memories had been over 100 years ago. The poised and commanding female officer stared back at Ma Xiaoshuai with an equally complex expression. Ma Xiaoshuai? Ma Xiaoshuai froze for a moment, then smiled. It's me. Big Hammer, long time no see. Smack. The young staff member slammed his hand on the table again. How dare you? How dare you call our captain by a nickname? One staff member leapt to his feet in fury, swinging his fist to teach Ma Xiaoshuai a lesson. Stop. The female captain who had just entered stopped the staff member. Everyone out. I need to speak with him alone. Hearing this, both staff members froze in surprise. Captain, what's there to talk about? Just follow procedure and send him straight to the firing squad. Get out. I won't say it again. The female captain's tone was icy cold, clearly suppressing something. The two staff members dared not provoke her further. Exchanging a glance, they silently exited the interrogation room. Big Hammer, your temper's still as fiery as ever. Ma Xiaoshuai saw her as domineering as ever, and couldn't help but recall the days when he'd been at the mercy of her fists. Wang Qingxue, nicknamed Wang Big Hammer, was the envy of parents everywhere and his childhood sweetheart. They'd been neighbors since childhood, attending the same school, graduating together, and even buying apartments across the hall from each other in the city. But that was the kind of ironclad bond forged by their elders. Though they grew up together, Ma Xiaoshuai and Wang Qingxue never got along. Ever since childhood, Wang Qingxue had loved picking on him. Some classic examples included smearing glue on his desk when he wasn't wearing underwear, stuffing burrs into his hair right after he got a trendy middle part, and dragging him into a pissing contest where Wang Qingxue actually won. In short, Wang Qingxue's misdeeds were too numerous to count. So despite Wang Qingxue's beauty growing from childhood into adulthood, Ma Xiaoshuai saw her without any rose-colored glasses. He even made a solemn vow. I, Ma Xiaoshuai. Even if I saw sister use AI face swap, jumped off this building, and died outside, I'd never feel the slightest attraction to Wang Qingxue. And you still dare call me Big Hammer? Wang Qingxue bit her cherry lips slightly, curled her fingers, and smacked Ma Xiaoshuai hard on the head. Her expression fierce, she demanded. Spit it out. What's your real name? Where did you come from? Where are you headed? And why do you look exactly like my dead friend? That smack on the head really hurt. Ma Xiaoshuai clutched his forehead, glaring at her. Wang Qingxue, you. After all these years, you come at me with a whack to the head? I'm Ma Xiaoshuai, no name changing, no surname altering. Don't make me recite that love letter you wrote me in elementary school, you hear me? Hearing he knew even that, Wang Qingxue's mouth fell open in surprise. You really are Ma Xiaoshuai? What the hell are you talking about? If I'm not Ma Xiaoshuai, then who the hell am I? Wang Qingxue questioned again, but Ma Xiaoshuai is dead. I saw him buried with my own eyes. How could you possibly be him? Chapter 4, I possess the Mahayana Buddhist Tripitaka. Actually, I never died back then. I was selected to go to the M78 Nebula and participate in the Universal Martial Arts Tournament alongside Doraemon. Finally, I won the championship. So the Grand King Luffy rewarded me by activating the rebirth technique, bringing me back to life. See? Makes perfect sense, right? Ma Xiaoshuai delivered his nonsense with deadpan seriousness. He didn't expect Wang Qingxue to believe him. After all, time travel itself was fantastical enough. Telling the truth wouldn't convince anyone, let alone. He glanced at the glass wall in the interrogation room, a flicker of light dancing in his eyes. Several figures stood on the other side of the glass, some clearly high-ranking officials. If he confessed to being a demon cultivator, he might never leave this place alive. Smack! Wang Qingxue kicked Ma Xiaoshuai hard in the rear, snapping irritably, reasonable my ass. Did you get brainwashed chasing anime or something? Ma Xiaoshuai winced in pain, turned his head away, and muttered through gritted teeth, believe it or not, Wang Big Hammer, I'm not the weirdo you're talking about. I just happened to be passing by. Wang Qingxue looked at Ma Xiaoshuai, her brow furrowing. She knew he wasn't telling the truth, but his abstract personality hadn't changed from before. So she was certain in her heart that Ma Xiaoshuai, who had suddenly died and come back to life, had absolutely nothing to do with the supernatural. But then again, if he wasn't a supernatural being, how could he have come back from the dead? The art of reincarnation? Only a fool would believe that. Why not just say he traveled through time? At least that had some scientific basis. Just then, her phone buzzed. Wang Qingxue pulled out her phone. It was a message from the chief in the observation room. Qingxue, we've reconfirmed with the caller. He's definitely not supernatural and didn't harm anyone. However, a dead man coming back to life is still suspicious. We can't rule out whether he poses a threat to society. Considering your relationship, the Bureau has temporarily assigned you to monitor him. Reading the chief's message, Wang Qingxue felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had genuinely feared the Bureau would detain Ma Xiaoshuai for his bizarre resurrection, sending him to the secret department for research like the other captured anomalies. Thank goodness, thank goodness. The director had other plans for now. You can leave now. Come with me, I'll take you home. Wang Qingxue stepped forward and reached out to unlock the silver bracelet. That's wonderful. Before she could lift a finger, Ma Xiaoshuai stood up and the silver bracelet on his wrist miraculously fell off on its own. This scene made Wang Qingxue's eyes widen. You. How did you do that? You forgot? When we were kids, you always cosplayed as a cop and handcuffed me to the bed. Over time, unlocking them became a skill of mine. Ma Xiaoshuai chuckled. Those were toys. How could they compare to real handcuffs? Wang Qingxue's pretty face flushed slightly, but the astonishment in her eyes remained. The world had changed. The handcuffs issued by the Bureau were specially customized. Not only were their mechanical structures more complex, but they also contained spells to bind supernatural powers. He'd broken free in the blink of an eye, leaving them completely intact. Was this even humanly possible? Don't act like you've never seen anything before. There are too many people around here. Save the sweet talk for when we get home. Ma Xiaoshuai. Stop talking nonsense. I have nothing intimate to discuss with you. By the time they emerged from the station, it was nearly noon. The glaring sunlight pierced through the clouds, bathing the earth in warm rays. The city, which had been dead silent the night before, now pulsed with life. Hey, Big Hammer, where are my parents? Why aren't they home? After getting into Wang Qingxue's car, Ma Xiaoshuai finally couldn't hold back his confusion. Though he hadn't made it home last night, as a cultivator, he could easily sense the presence of anyone in the neighborhood and his parents weren't among them. Hearing this, Wang Qingxue's brows furrowed slightly. She shook her head. I don't know either. 5 years ago, after leaving the funeral home, they went missing. They only left a letter asking me to look after your family home. Nothing else. Disappeared? Ma Xiaoshuai glanced at Wang Qingxue. You're a government employee now. Even you can't find them? I'm sorry. The world after death is completely different from before. There are many things even I can't accomplish, no matter how much I want to. Wang Qingxue's eyes dimmed and she avoided meeting Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze as she spoke. Don't blame yourself. I understand everything. Ma Xiaoshuai forced a smile. Yet at the same time, the tension in his heart eased slightly. If it was just a case of being out of contact, then there was still hope of finding him. Wang Qingxue looked at Ma Xiaoshuai and asked earnestly, now it's my turn to ask you, you really weren't that strange creature knocking on the door last night? Absolutely not. Ma Xiaoshuai declared emphatically, I swear to you, I'm just a regular guy. I only went over because I heard someone calling for help. Really? I don't believe you. Wang Qingxue gave him a meaningful look. But since you don't want to talk about it, I won't press you. Just remember the rules now that you're back, don't go out at night, and definitely don't wander around. The eerie entities appear randomly. They knock on homeowners' doors at night. If no one answers, they'll naturally leave. But if the homeowner succumbs to the phantom's illusions and makes a sound or opens the door, it gains unrestricted access to devour the occupants inside. Ma Xiaoshuai asked, if they're so dangerous, why doesn't the government send someone to eliminate them? It's not that simple. Wang Qingxue rolled her eyes. The apparitions appear randomly. We can't monitor them. Plus, according to the rules, if one is killed, an even more terrifying apparition will take its place until every person in the entire building is killed. Ma Xiaoshuai perked up at this. Seriously? That's a good thing? Wang Qingxue? Ma Xiaoshuai, have you lost your mind? Do you even know how terrifying these anomalies are? Calling their respawn a blessing? Heh, Big Hammer, that's because I obtained the Tripitaka of Buddhist scriptures in the M78 Nebula. I can guide the dead to heaven and deliver the suffering from their torment. A mere anomaly? I can make them lay down their weapons in minutes. Upon hearing he'd become the infinite respawn point for all things eerie, Ma Xiaoshuai was so thrilled, he nearly drooled. Why would he be afraid? Ha! As Ma Xiaoshuai's remarks grew increasingly absurd, Wang Qingxue's lovely face darkened. She sternly warned, stop joking around. The horror of the uncanny is beyond your comprehension. As an official staff member, she'd encountered many abstract individuals, but this was the first time she'd met someone this abstract. Going on a quest in the M78 Nebula? Even fiction wouldn't dare write something like that. However, Wang Qingxue recalled the words the director had sent her. Ma Xiaoshuai didn't seem to take the eeriness seriously at all, clearly possessing sufficient confidence. Could he have truly attained Mahayana Buddhism in the M78 Nebula, capable of exorcising the uncanny? Wang Xiaoshuai began to doubt herself. Chapter 5, Death Notice? You have nothing at home. Come to mine first to get some bedding and essentials. Back at the residential complex, Wang Xiaoshuai unlocked the door as she spoke. Sounds good. Ma Xiaoshuai didn't beat around the bush. By the way, where are your parents? I'm an official staff member. The family members were naturally relocated to a safe place long ago. Otherwise, it would interfere with the work. Come on in. She pushed open the door, pulled a pair of unopened, brand new slippers from the shoe cabinet, and tossed them on the floor. From this small detail, Ma Xiaoshuai instantly saw through her. She was still single as a dog. Hey, Big Hammer, you're almost 30. How come you still don't have a girlfriend? Don't you ever feel lonely at night? Wang Xiaoshuai turned and looked back at him, her bright eyes fixed on Ma Xiaoshuai without blinking. My body is pledged to the nation. I can't pledge it to you. Any man who wants to marry me will have to wait in line for the next lifetime. Damn. You really know how to put on airs. Ma Xiaoshuai was speechless. After Wang Xiaoshuai entered the bedroom, Ma Xiaoshuai casually scanned the living room. A family photo of the two families still hung on the wall. Both of them were still very young in the picture, but the infuriating Wang Xiaoshuai had already straddled him back then. How infuriating. Just as he was seething with indignation, a dense network of bloodstains suddenly seeped from the pristine white wall. They gradually connected, forming a row of crooked, jumbled characters. What is this? Ma Xiaoshuai's pupils contracted sharply as he stared at the blood-red characters. Ma Xiaoshuai. You have violated the taboo. Death shall be your only atonement. Playing tricks. Ma Xiaoshuai sneered coldly, his palm surging with demonic energy. He slammed his hand against the wall, intent on pulling whatever malevolent entity was lurking within out into the open. Yet his hand grasped at nothing. He sensed no anomaly within the wall. The crimson characters before him seemed to have materialized out of thin air. Strange. Ma Xiaoshuai stared at the wall before him, his eyes darkening. As a demon cultivator, he could easily sense any fluctuations in sinister energies. Logically speaking, no matter how powerful the anomalies on Blue Star might be, they couldn't possibly stir up trouble right under his nose without leaving a trace. Yet now, he detected not a single clue. There was only one possibility. Whatever had left the blood-stained characters on the wall was an existence beyond his comprehension. Could it be the rules that bind the anomalies? If that's the case, these words are a death notice issued to me. Ha! Ma Xiaoshuai laughed. Threatening me? Bring it on, then. Let's see who dies first. When Wang Xiaoshuai emerged carrying the bedding, Ma Xiaoshuai had already wiped the blood-stained characters off the wall. There was no need for a young girl to know about such terrifying matters, especially since she was an official. If she discovered the bizarre death notice issued to him, she might just seal off the entire area. Then he wouldn't be able to progress anymore. Here, take this phone too. If you encounter danger, call me immediately. Don't try to provoke the supernatural. And don't lecture me again about Mahayana Buddhism or how the supernatural is supremely powerful and must never be defied. Take last night's knocking supernatural. It strictly followed the answer and die rule. Ordinary people can only survive by exploiting loopholes in the rules. Ma Xiaoshuai merely nodded impassively. Thanks for the warning. It's just a pity that rules meant for ordinary people don't seem to apply to me. Ma Xiaoshuai couldn't care less about what rules the newly born weirdness followed when killing. He didn't want to know. After all, the so-called rules had already delivered his death notice. It seemed he had no choice but to fight to the bitter end. Fine by him. Demon cultivator, after all. Life and death are trivial matters. If you don't like it, fight. What do you mean by that? Wang Xiaoshuai's eyes darkened as she pressed. Nothing. With that, before Wang Xiaoshuai could react, Ma Xiaoshuai turned and walked away. Wang Xiaoshuai stood rooted to the spot, staring at Ma Xiaoshuai's retreating figure, lost in thought. This guy. Could he really have a way to deal with the supernatural? At that moment, she immediately pulled out her phone. Technical team, this is Wang Xiaoshuai. Restore surveillance and communication for building 1 of Hangtai Huafu, especially the 7th floor cameras. Sync the footage to my phone immediately after restoration. Returning to his long-abandoned home, Ma Xiaoshuai felt a complex mix of emotions. The furnishings inside were almost identical to when he'd left, only now covered in a thick layer of dust. The air permeated with a faint musty smell. His parents' bedroom door was tightly shut. He pushed it open to find the room empty, containing only a dust-covered bed, as if it had never been occupied. Missing. Ma Xiaoshuai stood in the center of the living room, his gaze deep and pensive. For 5 whole years, they hadn't contacted anyone. Such a disappearance was truly puzzling. Yet even as a cultivator, tracking someone down on Blue Star proved troublesome. At least with his current level of spiritual perception, searching for a needle in a haystack remained far beyond his reach. Therefore, rapidly enhancing his strength was the only way forward. A red glint flashed in Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes as he suppressed the heavy emotions brought on by his parents' disappearance. Clearing his mind of distractions, he formed a hand seal. An invisible current swept through the room, instantly purifying the thick layer of dust. The room felt noticeably fresher. He then walked to the center of the living room and sat cross-legged. He focused his mind into his dantian and began circulating the 10,000 Calamities demon art. The strange entity he had devoured last night had propelled his strength to the 5th layer of chi cultivation. Under normal circumstances, he could ignore most strange entities and walked all across Blue Star. Yet, if the anomalous rules dared issue him a death notice, it was clear that the anomaly replacing it tonight would be no ordinary foe. He couldn't afford to waste a single moment strengthening himself, lest he suffer a humiliating defeat. As he circulated his demonic energy, Ma Xiaoshuai suddenly noticed a sliver of brilliant, sacred power within his dantian. Though faint, it occupied half his energy reservoir with overwhelming dominance, forming a peculiar equilibrium with the vast, cold demonic energy. Could this be the power of merit? Ma Xiaoshuai jolted in shock. He had sensed this power after devouring the little girl last night, but hadn't had time to ponder it. In his understanding, merit power was formless and intangible, belonging to the mysterious forces of fate. Yet the merit power coiled within his dantian could be sensed and wielded, and it felt even more overbearing than his demonic energy. It was utterly baffling. What an unexpected windfall! Devouring that bizarre entity actually granted me such terrifying power. After observing the golden thread of spiritual energy for a moment, Ma Xiaoshuai's lips curved into a smile. So be it. Bring on the anomalies. The more, the better. Time slipped away silently during his cultivation. Outside the window, the sky gradually dimmed. Residents turned off their lights one by one, plunging the world back into a deathly silence, as if it had become a vast tomb. Tap, tap. A faint, drum-like rhythm of footsteps echoed unexpectedly through the hallway. At that very moment, Ma Xiaoshuai, seated cross-legged in his living room, snapped his eyes open. A crimson light flashed deep within his pupils. It's here! Chapter 6. Hey, miss, wanna hang out? A thick, blood-soaked malice nearly seeped through the door. That malevolence carried an unmasked hunger and venom, its target clear him. Demon eyes, open. Ma Xiaoshuai growled, and within his eyes, a pale purple demonic energy swirled and flowed. In an instant, the world before his eyes transformed. The heavy security door became illusory in his vision. In the hallway, a crimson figure came into view. It was a woman, clad in a blood-soaked red dress. Her body was mangled, dragging a twisted leg. Step by step, she moved toward his door. Her lower half was drenched in blood, leaving a wet, dark trail behind her. The most unsettling feature was her face. No eyes, no nose, only a hideous gash splitting from her forehead to her chin. Inside, sharp fangs were densely packed. They opened and closed slightly with each breath. Ma Xiaoshuai raised an eyebrow. That figure, curves in all the right places, a perfect S-shape. What a shame. He shook his head, his gaze lingering for a moment on that eerie, featureless face. This face is way too abstract. Negative points. Get lost. He rose lazily, stretching his arms wide. His knuckles cracked loudly. Tired after a long day. Let's get this over with quickly, I need my sleep. He sauntered to the door, his hand closing around the cold doorknob. Outside, the eerie red-skirted figure had already raised her pale, swollen right hand. Ready to knock. Click. The door opened. The red-skirted apparition's raised hand froze mid-air. Her face, nothing but gashes and fangs, seemed to freeze for an instant. Clearly, this wasn't how the script was written. It had encountered screams, breakdowns. But it had never seen anyone actively open the door to welcome it. Inside, Ma Xiaoshuai leaned against the doorframe and whistled at it. Hey there, good evening. Beautiful lady, wanna hang out? Blatant provocation. The red dress was utterly enraged by his flippant attitude. The gash on its face stretched to its limit. A piercing shriek erupted in an instant. The invisible sound wave solidified into a tangible shockwave, crashing toward Ma Xiaoshuai. Tisk, noise pollution. Ma Xiaoshuai scratched his ear. Also, my place is pretty expensive. If you wreck it, you're paying for the damage. Ma Xiaoshuai swirled demonic energy in his palm. The piercing sound wave collided with it, vanishing without a trace. Alright, let's find another spot. If you wreck the place, I'll end up sleeping on a park bench. Ma Xiaoshuai vanished and reappeared at the waist of the red dress ghost, without any flashy moves. Boom! A straight right punch from his right hand. The red skirt phantom flew backward, shattering the stairwell window. She landed far away on the open ground of the park outside the residential complex. Ma Xiaoshuai struck a binoculars pose, staring intently at the red silhouette. He couldn't help but praise himself. Not bad aim. He leapt up abruptly. Through the shattered glass, he plunged toward his target. The howling wind whipped past his ears. He looked down at the somewhat desolate city below. After the weirdness hit, even the nightlife vanished? Back in the day, there was an all-night bar right next to the neighborhood. Ma Xiaoshuai used to be a regular there. Now it seemed they'd probably already packed up and left. His feet landed steadily opposite the red-skirted apparition. Ma Xiaoshuai flexed his wrists. Come on, let's see what tricks you've got up your sleeve. The red-skirted figure struggled eerily to rise from the pit. A palpable aura of resentment emanated from her body. Ma Xiaoshuai couldn't help but marvel. What a splendid gift to receive in the dead of night. I'm almost reluctant to devour you. SSSSH. Blood-red threads emerged from the red dress's eerie body. As if possessed of their own will, they coiled directly toward Ma Xiaoshuai. Is that all? Ma Xiaoshuai reached out, gripping the blood threads tightly. Sizzle! A searing sensation burned through his skin. Whoa! So you're fire attribute chakra after all. Ma Xiaoshuai continued to show off, this slight pain barely registering for him. 10,000 Calamities demon art devour. A low command echoed. Ma Xiaoshuai clenched his blood-streaked hands, and two tiny black whirlpools suddenly appeared in his palms. The whirlpool spun, emitting a terrifying suction force. The crimson threads, as if finding an outlet for their pent-up energy, surged madly toward the vortex. The scorching heat that had clung to the blood threads was instantly dissolved. This was clearly the overwhelming resentment of a woman, mixed with the yin energy of the earth's veins. A monstrous force born of this very union. For ordinary people, even the slightest touch would shatter their spirit and soul, causing unbearable agony. But for Ma Xiaoshuai, this was like having the finest energy snack delivered right to his mouth. SSSSHHH. The red dress ghost seemed to finally sense something amiss. Its faceless head whipped around violently, the gaping maw on its face emitting a piercing, shrill screech. It tried to withdraw its power. But it was too late. The 10,000 Calamities demon art, utterly tyrannical, devouring all things, refining the 10,000 Calamities. How could a minor player like it come and go as it pleased? Trying to run now? Ma Xiaoshuai grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. No way. His fingers clenched with sudden force. ZZZZZZZZZ. All the crimson threads coiled around his body instantly lost their luster. They rapidly withered, disintegrating into the purest red energy particles, transforming into streaks of crimson light visible to the naked eye, flooding madly into Ma Xiaoshuai's palm. The bonds dissolved in an instant. Those once mighty blood threads vanished into thin air, leaving not even ashes behind. Ma Xiaoshuai raised his hand, placed it near his mouth, and blew gently. Burp! He even let out a satisfied burp. A surge of pure energy coursed through his limbs and bones, leaving him feeling utterly content. Not bad for a pre-dinner treat. Red Dress was utterly bewildered. Since gaining consciousness, it had never encountered such a situation. Her power had actually been consumed by that man? It could clearly sense the connection between itself and those powers. Utterly severed by a more brutal force. Fear gripped every strand of resentment that made up its being. Run! It had to run. This human is no prey. It is a natural disaster. The crimson-skirted figure spun with eerie speed, stirring a chilling wind as it sought to vanish into the darkness. Yet, a lazy voice sounded behind her. Right behind her. Still gotta have a proper meal. The red-skirted apparition froze solid. It hadn't noticed how the other had moved at all. It whipped its head around. A face wearing a cynical grin was mere inches from its own gaping maw. Ma Xiaoshuai raised his right hand. Thick, ink-like demonic energy instantly dyed his entire fist pitch black. Within that blackness lay a void capable of swallowing light. The surrounding air warped around it. Goodbye, abstract art lady. He unleashed a brutal strike toward that hideous face. Before the fist arrived, its force already struck. That destructive demonic energy made the red dress feel the threat of death for the very first time. Chapter 7, The Crimson Thread Ghost Realm. Yaowaha. The red skirt specter let out a wretched scream. Hateful syllables seeped slowly from the gaping maw on its face. Red Thread Ghost Realm. Ma Xiaoshuai's fist, already on its way down, halted mid-air. He watched with keen interest as the red-skirted apparition began to undergo a violent transformation. TSK. I thought you only knew Makabaka. So you can talk after all. The moment the words left his mouth, Ma Xiaoshuai sensed something was terribly wrong. The air around him thickened, growing viscous. Each breath came with heavy resistance. The grass beneath his feet had vanished without warning. Darkness had taken its place. Everything was tinged with an ominous deep red. Countless blood-red threads, far more grotesque than before, sprouted wildly from the darkness. Is this the realm of ghosts? Interesting. Ma Xiaoshuai halted the devouring of the 10,000 Calamities demon art, allowing the pitch-black demonic energy to slowly retreat back into his body. This space had completely severed ties with the real world. It had become the domain of this bizarre entity. Here, it was God. I will devour you. A voice dripping with venom echoed from every inch of the air. The entire ghostly realm pronounced Ma Xiaoshuai's death sentence. The crimson skirt's eerie form shifted. Her entire body merged with the crimson threads of space, transforming into a faceless specter woven from countless strands. TSK, the lower half's passable, but the upper half? No thanks, my golden staff isn't that big. Ma Xiaoshuai remained his usual carefree self. His words were enough to drive the dead back to life. The demonic shadow formed by the red skirt's transformation was clearly enraged beyond measure. A roar unlike any creature's echoed through the entire ghostly realm. In an instant, countless blood-red threads erupted. They surged from all directions, madly converging on Ma Xiaoshuai's position. Each crimson thread carried a soul-corroding curse. They wove themselves into an inescapable net, sealing off any possibility of evasion. This assault was more than 10 times stronger than any before. Even Ma Xiaoshuai finally sensed a danger as sharp as needles piercing his skin. Getting serious now? He murmured to himself. If entangled by this thing, even with the 10,000 Calamities demon art, his fifth-layer chi cultivation physique would be torn to shreds in an instant. His gaze finally turned serious. 10,000 souls banner. Ma Xiaoshuai flipped his right wrist. A strand of demonic energy, darker than the surrounding gloom, seeped from his palm. The energy swirled and condensed, eventually forming a small, ancient-looking banner. Its pole was fashioned from some unknown, ghastly white beast bone, densely engraved with intricate, twisted runes. The banner itself was a palm-sized scrap of tattered black cloth. The edges still bore traces of long-dried, dark red bloodstains. The instant this thing appeared, the temperature throughout the ghostly realm seemed to plummet to freezing. The blood-red threads surging madly toward them all halted simultaneously. They sensed fear originating from the very essence of life. This was the terror born from his 10,000 years of traversing the cultivation world. He had slaughtered countless great masters of various sects, extracting the souls of billions to forge this life-bound artifact. Though severely damaged upon its return, its powerful soul essence had nearly dissipated entirely. Yet its vicious essence remained utterly undiminished. Ma Xiaoshuai gripped the banner pole, feeling that blood-bound connection. A satisfied smile spread across his face. He lifted his gaze toward the colossal demonic shadow formed from crimson threads. We're missing a master soul. You can come in and wait for now. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he gave the banner of 10,000 souls a gentle shake. Whoa! An invisible sonic wave rippled outward. The black cloth on the banner stirred without wind, flickering with a terrifying demonic energy that seemed to devour everything. It coalesced into a black whirlwind, actively charging toward the sea of crimson silk threads. And an unimaginable scene unfolded. The blood-red threads, potent enough to corrode souls, withered the instant they touched the black whirlwind. They withered instantly. The curses clinging to them were greedily devoured by the banner of 10,000 souls, transformed into nourishment for its own sustenance. The banner of 10,000 souls feeds on souls and draws power from resentment. To this bizarre specter, the entire scene was nothing but a vast buffet. The red-skirted ghost went utterly mad. It couldn't comprehend. Why was its own domain being utterly suppressed by a tiny, tattered flag? What was that thing? It felt its power being rapidly drained away. This couldn't go on. It would die. Truly die. Fear overwhelmed its rage, and it made a decision that even Ma Xiaoshuai found surprising. Within its own demonic realm, it began summoning outside reinforcements. Gate of the Netherworld. Amidst a piercing shriek, space began violently warping behind the enormous demonic shadow formed from blood threads. A colossal portal, constructed from stark white bones and dried flesh, slowly materialized. The gate hadn't fully opened, revealing only its outline. Yet even this silhouette alone unleashed a terrifying, crushing pressure that slammed down. Crack! The dark ground beneath Ma Xiaoshuai's feet cracked inch by inch under the crushing pressure. His body suddenly sank. The flow of demonic energy within him grew sluggish. The level of this force far surpassed that of the red-skirted stranger. Damn it, did some max-level boss come to the newbie village to grind points? Ma Xiaoshuai couldn't help but curse under his breath. He instantly understood. This red-skirted apparition was likely just a gatekeeper. Behind this door lay a connection to a truly terrifying existence. Want to call for backup? Did you ask me first? A fierce glint flashed in Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes. His left hand maintained control over the banner of 10,000 souls, the black tornado formed from the banner's fabric still holding firm against the onslaught of the bloodline. Simultaneously, he channeled every ounce of his demonic energy into his right fist. The 10,000 Calamities demon art surged to its fullest. A vortex of energy, black as ink, coalesced at the tip of his fist. He thrust his legs off the ground, propelling himself against the mountainous pressure, surging against the current. You bastard, with a head that big, if you can't get out, then don't come out. A roar erupted alongside his savagely thrust fist. This punch embodied the domineering essence of the 10,000 Calamities demon art, devouring all in its path. The fist, shrouded in black demonic energy, slammed viciously into the center of the skeletal gate. Boom! A deafening explosion. Under Ma Xiaoshuai's fist, countless cracks radiated outward from the impact, spreading rapidly in all directions. From within the gate, a terrifying roar, one not of this dimension, echoed faintly. But that was all. The next instant, the entire gate shattered explosively. It dissolved into countless specks of light, vanishing into the thick air. The connection was forcibly severed. Put. As the summoner, the crimson-skirted apparition suffered a brutal backlash. Her massive shadow, woven from threads of blood, trembled violently. Within the demonic realm, all the crimson threads lost their source of power and began to wither away. Chapter 8, Refining. Ma Xiaoshuai slowly descended, retracting his fist. He shook his slightly numb wrist. His gaze fell upon the immense demonic shadow, now stripped of its power to resist. Give up resistance. You are mine. The banner of 10,000 souls spun lightly through the air, returning to Ma Xiaoshuai's grasp. Clutching its icy pole, he aimed it at the trembling demonic shadow. All trace of mockery vanished from his eyes. Refine. The word came out cold and sharp. The tattered black cloth on the banner of 10,000 souls suddenly unfurled. Countless streams of black demonic energy erupted from the banner's surface, instantly engulfing the colossal demonic shadow. No! The crimson-skirted figure emitted its final, eerie scream in this world. Enveloped in the black mist, the colossal demonic shadow thrashed violently, yet to no avail. Its form shrank at a visible pace. Finally, all its condensed into a pure energy core. Then, it was swallowed whole by the banner of 10,000 souls. Woo! The banner of 10,000 souls emitted a satisfied hum. The black cloth on its surface seemed to deepen in hue. With the complete and eerie demise of the red skirt, the red thread ghost realm it had sustained shattered with a thunderous crash. At the same time, 300 meters away from the park, atop the roof of an unfinished building, a young man clad in black combat gear lay prone on the concrete floor. He held a pair of uniquely shaped binoculars in his hands. His name was Lin Feng. 7th Operations Unit, Probationary Investigator. The Special Operations Countermeasures Bureau, also known as the Paranormal Investigation Bureau, specialized in countering supernatural incidents. This was his first independent field observation assignment. Target codename, Lady in Red. Danger level, C+. According to intelligence, this anomaly typically appears in this residential complex at midnight. It creates illusions using intense resentment to lure isolated individuals, then binds them with crimson threads to drain their life force. Mission requirements: observe only, do not engage. Record its energy fluctuations and behavioral patterns. The stern instructions from the team leader before departure still echoed in his earpiece. Remember, Lin Feng. Your life matters more than the mission. If you notice anything unusual, retreat immediately. Our backup will be waiting for you 5 kilometers away. At the time, Lin Feng had thought the team leader was overreacting. It was just a C+ level anomaly. Though he was a rookie, he had simulated combat against B-level anomalies in boot camp. But now, Lin Feng watched helplessly as the young man was swallowed whole by a demonic realm woven from a sky filled with crimson threads. His heart skipped a beat. It's over. A living person, gone just like that. He instinctively gripped the custom pistol concealed at his side, muscles tensing. He was on the verge of leaping off the rooftop. But just as he was about to expose himself, a sudden change occurred. The terrifying ghostly mist that had dyed the entire park crimson shattered with a thunderous roar. All traces of crimson vanished in an instant. Moonlight spilled down once more, revealing the park still in its dilapidated state. Only the young man remained, standing silently in place. This can't be possible. Lin Feng's mouth hung open, his mind a blank. A C+ grade redline ghost realm just vanished? He abruptly pressed his eyes back to the binoculars, locking onto that figure with intense focus. Simultaneously, his peripheral vision caught the energy detector mounted on the side of the binoculars. The needle had already swung past the dial's limit. The red warning light flashed frantically, emitting a silent, piercing screech. That reading had long since shattered the agency's upper limit for defining an A-class awakened. Awakened. Ever since the global anomaly descent 3 years ago, the genetic shackles of some humans had been unlocked, awakening bizarre and extraordinary abilities. Officially, they were designated as Awakened Ones. To address the growing number of anomalous incidents, the Special Operations Countermeasures Bureau was established. It recruited large numbers of Awakened Ones, offering generous benefits and official status. Comprehensive benefits, official status, and honor bestowed. Of course, many powerful Awakened disdained such constraints. They chose private organizations instead, becoming bodyguards for ultra-wealthy individuals or joining mercenary groups operating in the gray zone. After all, the money was greater and the freedom more abundant. Yet whether serving the state or private interests, any rank or higher Awakened individual represented a strategic force at the absolute pinnacle of the pyramid. The entire 7th Action Group was led by a mere peak B rank. And now, what did he witness? A suspected wildcard A rank or higher casually crushing a C+ rank anomaly? This was no longer an observation mission. This was hitting the jackpot. Ma Xiaoshuai felt the exhilarating excitement radiating from the 10,000 souls banner. He swept his divine sense lightly over the banner's interior. Crimson Thread Ghost Realm? A complete energy model lay imprinted at the banner's core. With a single thought, he could expend the resentment stored within the banner to instantly replicate that eerie, crimson-skirted domain-level ultimate move. Ma Xiaoshuai raised an eyebrow. Devouring the bazaar and casually obtaining a skill book? Is this coincidence, or inevitability? If it was inevitable, then the value of this 10,000 souls banner would need to be reassessed entirely. This wasn't merely a magical artifact, it was a bug-level skill repository. He shook his head, suppressing the slight stirrings within his heart. For the demon sovereign of 10,000 calamities, who had once dominated the cultivation world and witnessed countless rare treasures, this minor spectacle was hardly enough to unsettle him. Never mind. I'll find a few more blindly curious weirdos to test it on later. Then everything will be clear. His divine soul power began to withdraw from the 10,000 souls banner. Suddenly, his movements halted. Deep within the residual energy core of the 10,000 souls banner after its refinement, he sensed an extremely faint spiritual imprint. It was a fragment of the red-skirted apparition's memories. Forcibly stripped away and preserved by the overbearing might of the 10,000 calamities demon art. Oh? So there's this little bonus? Ma Xiaoshuai's interest was piqued. He knew little about this strange, unfamiliar new world where the bazaar ran rampant. Any intelligence held value. Without hesitation, he sent a strand of his divine soul probing into the shards of that fragmented memory. Countless chaotic images flooded his mind in an instant. The first fragment. A luxurious penthouse apartment. Beyond the massive floor-to-ceiling windows lay the city's dazzling nightscape. A beautiful woman in a red dress nestled contentedly in the arms of a middle-aged man. The man wore a doting smile. Hung Tai Huafu. Ma Xiaoshuai read these four characters on a model of a real estate development in the scene. The scene shifted. The woman held a test result labeled positive pregnancy. Her expression hardened as she addressed the man. Husband, I'm pregnant. When are you going to divorce that hag? The man's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 9, Memory Fragments. The second fragment. The memory began to shake violently. Still the same apartment. But no longer warm. The man's face twisted into a hideous grimace, spewing venomous curses. You think this is enough to threaten me? You won't get a single penny of my fortune. A searing pain erupted in her abdomen. The woman looked down in disbelief as the man pulled a fruit knife from her lower belly. Blood stained her long dress crimson. Consciousness rapidly faded. She felt herself being dragged and shoved into a cold box. Her final sensation was the despair of sinking to the riverbed. Tisk mortal love and hatred are utterly tedious. Ma Xiaoshuai's soul drifted through these agonizing memories without a ripple. Tragedies of this magnitude? In his centuries of demonic cultivation, he'd witnessed at least 8,000, if not 10,000. He had personally orchestrated scenes 100 times more gruesome than this. Just as he prepared to probe the final memory fragment. The instant his soul touched the fragment, a completely different aura exploded violently. Ma Xiaoshuai's soul abruptly froze. The scene before him was no longer of the mortal world. It was an endless void. Before him stood only a colossal black throne, suspended silently at the void's center. The throne was fashioned from some unknown skeletal remains, engraved with unspeakable runes. Merely glancing at it sent a sharp pang of pain through Ma Xiaoshuai's soul. A towering figure sat motionless upon the throne. Completely shrouded in shadow, no distinct features or contours could be discerned. It seemed as though he himself was the embodiment of all that was unknown. Ma Xiaoshuai attempted to probe the essence of that figure with his divine sense. The moment he drew near, an invisible force utterly crushed him. At that very moment, a voice transcended dimensions, resounding deep within Ma Xiaoshuai's consciousness. The voice belonged to no known language, yet its meaning became instantly clear to him. Go destroy that vibrant world. Turn all life into my stepping stones. Go. Boom. Ma Xiaoshuai's soul was violently repelled by this colossal will. He abruptly withdrew his soul, standing in the park's clearing. For the first time, his gaze grew profoundly grave. So that's how it is. He exhaled slowly, suppressing the surging energy within his chest. These so-called strange phenomena aren't naturally occurring clusters of resentment at all. They are pawns. Pawns deployed into this world by that terrifying entity seated upon the black throne. That red-skirted apparition, at the peak of her resentment, was perceived by that being and bestowed with power, becoming a coordinate for invading reality. Yet, just as Ma Xiaoshuai thought it was over. After being drained of all negative energy by the demonic arts, a faint yet utterly pure golden light surged from that eerie core. This light radiated sacredness and tranquility, filled with an aura of righteous brilliance, a stark contrast to the domineering destruction of the 10,000 calamities demon art. The golden light drifted and faded, sinking into Ma Xiaoshuai's brow. Ah! This is merit. Ma Xiaoshuai narrowed his eyes, sensing the two entirely different energies within him, and fell deep in thought. Even in the cultivation world, he had never encountered someone who cultivated both divine and demonic paths. Yet here, merit and demonic energy coexisted without conflict. It meant he could gain two powers simultaneously. However, the merit he gained was too meager. He couldn't discern its true power yet. Ma Xiaoshuai resolved to acquire more merit in the future, determined to witness the true power of cultivating both divine and demonic paths. As Ma Xiaoshuai pondered this, he suddenly sensed a prying gaze. Oh? A little mouse spying on me? Ma Xiaoshuai raised an eyebrow. Just as he was about to move to find that peeping mouse for a proper chat, a sharp voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Ma Xiaoshuai? What are you doing here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? His movements froze as he slowly turned around. Under the moonlight, a lithe figure came into view. The figure wore a sleek, form-fitting black combat suit that accentuated their well-toned physique. The silver service pistol in her hand glowed with a visible palladium sheen. Faint, intricate runes shimmered on its surface, emitting a subtle aura of spiritual energy. It was Wang Xiaoshuai. Me? Ma Xiaoshuai instantly changed his expression. As if the demon lord radiating overwhelming might moments ago had been nothing but an illusion. I just haven't been back in a while. Couldn't sleep, so I came out for a stroll, he said. He casually glanced toward the direction of the unfinished building. That prying gaze vanished. Gone? Take a hike, you jerk. Wang Xiaoshuai rushed forward in a few strides, extending her pale fingers. She jabbed it firmly against Ma Xiaoshuai's forehead. Do you have any idea what just happened here? Residents called the police, saying something strange descended on the neighborhood. And you still dare to come here? Her tone brimmed with disappointment, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of worry she couldn't fully conceal. Weird? Ma Xiaoshuai rubbed his sore forehead, blinking in confusion. What weirdness? I didn't see anything. Did you misread it? That red-skirted apparition had already dissolved into a single drop of demonic essence within his dantian, leaving not a trace behind. Forget Wang Xiaoshuai, even if the King of Heaven himself came down. Couldn't detect even a trace of that eerie aura. You're sure? Wang Xiaoshuai narrowed her eyes suspiciously, scrutinizing him from head to toe. She knew Ma Xiaoshuai all too well. This guy had never been one to keep quiet since childhood. 9.5 out of every 10 things he said were lies. The more innocent he acted, the more he had something to hide. Of course not. Ma Xiaoshuai pounded his chest, swearing up and down. I just stepped out of my place and saw you coming this way. If anything's weird, it's your outfit playing the uniform fantasy, huh? He grinned as he leaned in, making a move to pinch the gun holstered at Wang Xiaoshuai's waist. Get lost. Wang Xiaoshuai's cheeks flushed slightly as she swatted his hand away, scolding him playfully. I'm serious. The caller was adamant they heard piercing screams and saw a red shadow in the park. The energy detector showed a sudden, intense spike. There's no way it's fake. A red shadow? Ma Xiaoshuai feigned deep thought, then slapped his thigh. Oh. I remember now. Earlier, I think I saw an auntie in a red skirt dancing to square dance music. Maybe her speakers malfunctioned and she screamed a couple times. Wang Xiaoshuai's forehead veins throbbed. Middle-aged women dancing in the park late at night? A broken speaker emitting shrill screeches? This nonsense wouldn't fool a 3-year-old, it'd insult their intelligence. Ma Xiaoshuai. She gritted her teeth. You think I'm that easy to fool? Not at all. Ma Xiaoshuai looked utterly sincere. In my eyes, Big Hammer is the sharpest tool in the shed, clever as a fox, perceptive as a hawk. He was racking his brain for idioms, but Wang Xiaoshuai had already grown tired of his nonsense. She pulled a palm-sized, compass-like device from her tactical waistpack. At its center, a faint blue needle swayed weakly and randomly. Strange. Wang Xiaoshuai frowned deeply. The Linksy disc isn't reacting at all. The spiritual energy fluctuations here are as clean as if they'd been thoroughly scrubbed away. Refusing to believe it, she circled Ma Xiaoshuai while holding the Linksy disc. The instant the compass neared Ma Xiaoshuai's body, the ghostly blue needle, which had been swaying chaotically moments before, suddenly jerked violently as if electrocuted. Immediately afterward, a faint snap sounded. The needle snapped. Chapter 10, Can't Sleep, Fancy a Drink. It snapped cleanly at the base and fell onto the compass face. The air fell instantly silent. Wang Xiaoshuai? Ma Xiaoshuai. His heart skipped a beat. Oh no, I've blown it. Earlier, he'd been so focused on suppressing his aura and blending in as an ordinary person. He'd forgotten he'd just devoured a strange entity. The demonic energy surged violently within him, still beyond his full control. This body was still too weak for the 10,000 Calamities demon art. It was like trying to hold molten iron in a paper cup. The fact that the cup didn't instantly burn through was already a testament to his astonishing self-control. Earlier, Wang Xiaoshuai's spirit disc had come too close. That essence of demonic energy, pure to the extreme. Even the slightest leak would be enough to instantly overload and destroy such a low-grade spirit-sensing artifact. You. Wang Xiaoshuai slowly raised her head. Her gaze locked onto Ma Xiaoshuai. An ordinary spirit detecting device had served her faithfully for 3 years. It had been deployed on hundreds of missions without a single glitch. Today, it merely came into close proximity with Ma Xiaoshuai. And it broke? How could this be possible? Ahem. Ma Xiaoshuai cleared his throat twice. This compass of yours is pretty shoddy. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps accompanied by several bright flashlights approached. They came from the park entrance. Team leader Wang. What's the situation? A steady baritone voice rang out. Wang Qingshua's backup had arrived. 5 figures appeared, all clad in identical black combat gear. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a square jaw and eyes as sharp as an eagle's. His name was Chen Gang, captain of the Public Security Bureau's 2nd Squad and Wang Qingshua's direct superior. Chen Gang's gaze immediately landed on the broken spirit disc in Wang Qingshua's hand, his brow instantly furrowing. Wang, what happened here? Wang Qingxua opened her mouth, instinctively glancing at Ma Xiaoshuai beside her, her expression complex. How could she explain? That her childhood friend, a jobless drifter who'd vanished for 3 years and just returned. That he'd used his innate aura to damage the Bureau's standard-issue magical artifact? If she said that, Captain Chen would surely think she was mentally unstable. Ma Xiaoshuai silently thought that was close. Thank goodness these people arrived in time. Otherwise, he'd have no idea how to cover up that lie. He immediately switched to his most harmless, ordinary citizen expression. Qingxue, are these your colleagues? Chen Gang's sharp gaze swept over Ma Xiaoshuai, lingering for a full 3 seconds. It was the gaze of one sizing up prey. Most people would have gone weak in the knees under such a stare. But who was Ma Xiaoshuai? A demonic powerhouse who had dominated the cultivation world for 300 years. At least 8, if not 10, righteous cultivators had fallen by his hand. The gaze of a mere mortal police officer? Was no more than a gentle breeze to him. Captain Chen, this is a friend of mine, Ma Xiaoshuai. He lives nearby. I just ran into him when I arrived. Wang Qingxue took a deep breath. Taking the initiative to explain, she discreetly stowed the Lingxi disc back into her bag. A friend? Chen Gang remained non-committal, his gaze shifting to the empty center of the park. What happened here just now? Reporting to team leader Chen. Wang Qingxue immediately switched into work mode. No lingering strange energies at the scene. The psychic field is stable, with readings below the city average. It's clean, to an unusual degree. Oh? Chen Gang raised an eyebrow, took a more sophisticated large-scale detector from a team member, and began scanning personally. Data streams raced across the instrument's screen. Ultimately, they converged into a straight line so flat it was downright alarming. There really is nothing. A young team member peered over and couldn't help but gasp. Too clean. Even the weakest F-class wandering spirit leaves behind residual energy lingering for at least 10 minutes after dissipating. And the caller described something likely a D-class or higher vengeful spirit. It's like, another team member added, as if this entire space had been formatted at its core by some colossal purification array. Chen Gang remained silent, his gaze fixed on the flat line on the instrument, his expression growing increasingly grave. As a seasoned veteran captain, he understood all too well. The absence of traces was itself the most telling sign. This meant either the alarm system had malfunctioned, or someone had intervened to erase that bizarre entity. Its power level far exceeded their comprehension. To purify a C+ level weirdness, along with the resentment it emitted. Such a feat was unheard of. His gaze fell once more upon the young man named Ma Xiaoshuai. From the moment they appeared, had been acting far too normal. An ordinary citizen, upon learning of strange occurrences nearby, and surrounded by a group of official personnel, yet remained so calmly spectating? This gentleman, Mr. Ma. Chen Gang spoke slowly. When did you arrive here? Ma Xiaoshuai sneered inwardly. Here it comes. He'd been waiting for this moment. Me? He scratched his head, feigning deep thought. Probably about 10 minutes ago. Couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd grab a couple drinks at that bar near the neighborhood entrance. Turned out it was closed, so I figured I'd take a shortcut through the park to get home. His story was seamless. Did you see anything unusual or hear any strange noises on your way over? Chen Gang pressed. Something unusual? Ma Xiaoshuai wore an expression that said, let me think hard about this for you. Does the red-clothed auntie count? Oh, right, there actually was. He clapped his hands sharply, as if recalling a crucial clue. All eyes instantly focused on him. I heard a burp. Ma Xiaoshuai frowned, sounding uncertain. It was pretty loud, too burp. Just like that. I thought someone had eaten too much at midnight snacks. He mimicked it perfectly. Chen Gang's eye twitched uncontrollably. The young teammates nearby struggled to stifle their laughter, their faces flushing crimson. Wang Qingxue pressed her hands to her temples, feeling her blood pressure skyrocket. That bastard. He absolutely did it on purpose. At that very moment, on a rooftop a kilometer away, Lin Feng clung to the concrete wall like a startled gecko. clinging desperately to the shadow of a concrete wall, barely breathing. Cold sweat drenched his back. Terrifying. That man. The instant he looked up, Lin Feng felt as though he'd been locked in the gaze of a monstrous beast. He had no doubt that if he lingered even a fraction of a second longer, the man would appear before him as if teleporting. He didn't care about the mission, nor did he bother to get a clear look at the man's face. He sprinted toward the distance in an instant. Awakened beings were notoriously short-tempered. If this one decided to kill him outright, there'd be nowhere to appeal. Chapter 11, Team Leader Yu Lu Yun. In the park, Chen Gang stared at Ma Xiaoshuai for a long while before finally looking away. Though his gut told him this young man was definitely up to something, there was no evidence to back it up. All the instruments showed normal readings. The only eyewitness was probably still trembling at home. Nothing of value could be extracted from him. And the only suspect at the scene happens to be Wang Qingshue's childhood friend. This complicates matters. Since we haven't found anything, let's call it a day for now. Chen Gang waved his hand, looking somewhat disinterested. Wang, take your friend home. It's not safe out here. Don't let him wander around. Yes, Captain Chen. Wang Qingxue felt as if she'd been granted a pardon and snapped to attention, saluting immediately. She grabbed Ma Xiaoshuai's arm. Let's go. Let's go home and sleep. She practically dragged Ma Xiaoshuai out the door. Ma Xiaoshuai let her lead him along. As they passed by Chen Gang, he flashed him a polite smile, revealing 8 pearly white teeth. Goodbye, Officer Chen. Chen Gang watched his innocent, harmless smile and felt his eyelid twitch again. He turned to his trusted lieutenant and whispered an order. Look into this Ma Xiaoshuai. I want every single detail from birth to present. I want it all. Yes, sir. Wang Qingxue dragged him all the way out of the park. Ma Xiaoshuai finally shook off her hand with a lazy shrug. Hey, Team Leader Wang, is this duty or kidnapping? Don't you know men and women shouldn't touch each other? Wang Qingxue halted and turned around. Moonlight bathed her strikingly masculine face, her expression unusually stern. Ma Xiaoshuai, tell me the truth. She fixed her gaze firmly on his eyes. What exactly happened just now? Ma Xiaoshuai snapped back to attention and looked at Wang Qingxue. Her almond-shaped eyes shone brightly, like stars tempered in fire. I was just passing by, what else could have happened? He shrugged, wearing an innocent expression that seemed to say, what else could I have done? She stared at Ma Xiaoshuai's carefree face. A wave of profound helplessness washed over her. The man before her looked exactly like the boy in her memories. But it was as if a thick fog had settled over him. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't see through it at all. Her instincts as a cop were screaming at her. Yet the bond of childhood friendship prevented her from truly viewing him as a complete suspect. This conflict was tearing her apart. You weren't like this before. She finally let out a sigh, her voice tinged with exhaustion and confusion. Ma Xiaoshuai, I don't care what the hell you're up to. She took a step forward. Just remember one thing. You must be asleep before midnight. No matter what happens, no matter what you hear, don't go outside, don't open your eyes. It's for your own good. Ma Xiaoshuai tilted his head, raising an eyebrow in playful amusement. Go to bed before midnight? No way. My midnight feast hasn't even arrived yet. He thought to himself, but nodded obediently. Oh, got it. Curfew, I understand. He glanced at Wang Qingshue's tense little face and suddenly grinned. Alright, Wang Big Hammer, you're more nagging than my mom. You. The nickname Wang Big Hammer instantly shattered all of Wang Qingshue's professional facade. She felt transported back to her school uniform days. She was so furious at this damnable guy she could have jumped up and down. Bastard. You don't know a good thing when you see it. She stamped her foot, turned on her heel, and stormed off, her ponytail whipping through the air in an arc of fury. Oomph. A heavy snort echoed from afar, but she never looked back. Watching her storm off, Ma Xiao's handsome face slowly lost its smile. At least he'd managed to fool her. Fresh from that blood-soaked, treacherous cultivation realm. Until he fully understood the rules here, it was best to keep a low profile. He glanced up toward the direction where the little mouse had been peering earlier, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. An official organization? So there were actually special talents capable of sensing his aura, or, perhaps, special magical artifacts? Interesting. This world seemed more entertaining than he'd imagined. Meanwhile, Wang Qingxue walked briskly while pressing a hidden button on her earpiece. Captain Chen, he's back home. Didn't get anything out of him? Still acting like a jerk. Her voice carried an unmistakable note of frustration. Chen Gang's steady voice came through the communicator. Exactly as expected. This Ma Xiaoshuai is no ordinary man. Effective immediately, elevate surveillance level to S. Cease all direct contact. Conduct only remote observation and intelligence analysis. Wang Qingshue's footsteps halted abruptly. S level? Team Leader Chen, this is the surveillance protocol for the highest danger level, anomalous. He's just an ordinary person. Ordinary person? A chill crept into Chen Gang's voice. Wang, set aside your personal feelings. Your childhood friend may no longer be the person you once knew. Wang Xiaoshuai fell silent. She couldn't argue. Every word from Chen Gang felt like a hammer striking her heart. Yes, I understand. She ended the call and looked up at the night sky. A full moon hung high, cold and frosty. Suddenly, she recalled a night many years ago, also bathed in such moonlight. Ma Xiaoshuai had climbed over the wall to buy her a string of candied hawthorn berries from a vendor who had long since packed up. On his way back, her father chased him down 3 blocks with a broom. Back then, he'd laughed like a fool. But now... Wang Xiaoshuai shook her head vigorously, trying to shake off these tangled thoughts. She was an official, Wang Xiaoshuai. Duty came before everything else. Supernatural Investigation Bureau, Yuan City Branch. Level 3 Underground, a realm of pure white symbolizing coldness and order. Spotlights illuminated the entire mission briefing room as bright as day, leaving no blind spots. Lin Feng was wrapped in a thick woolen blanket, his hands still trembling uncontrollably. He cradled a cup of hot cocoa in his arms, the warmth radiating from its walls was his only solace at that moment. Thanks, he said, his voice dry and raspy. The man across from him sat with one leg crossed over the other. His flashy burgundy suit stood out in this environment like a burning ember. He waves dismissively with a casual wave of his hand. This man was none other than Yu Luyun, the leader of the 7th Operations Team. No problem. Yu Luyun flicked his fingers at imaginary dust on his trouser crease. So, how did the mission go? Lin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted, as if some terrifying memory had been stirred. Instead of answering immediately, he downed a large gulp of hot cocoa. The sweet, warm liquid slid down his throat, yet it failed to dispel the seeping chill. He shook his head, his gaze lowered to the swirling brown liquid in his cup. I just arrived near Haitai Mansion when I saw the lady in red. Chapter 12, Falling at the Feet of Suitpants. His voice grew quieter. She had already unleashed the ghost realm. Ghost realm? Yu Luyun, who had been languid and casual a moment before, abruptly stood up. His movement was so swift it made the metal chair beneath him scrape against the floor. His expression instantly turned grave. His usually playful peach blossom eyes were now filled with solemnity. Ghost realm is a power only a class anomalies can master. Those incompetents at intelligence have misclassified it again. Looks like we need to reassess the danger levels. No need. Lin Feng's voice was soft, instantly halting all of Yu Luyun's agitation. He slowly raised his head, his eyes hollow. Lady in red is dead. What? Yu Luyun's eyes widened like copper bells. He rushed to Lin Feng's side in 2 strides. His hand slammed down hard on Lin Feng's shoulders, the force so intense it made Lin Feng wince in pain. She was an A grade. A genuine A grade anomaly. Little Lin, you're something else. When did you pull this off? Spill it, how did you do it? Yu Luyun's face was etched with wild elation. He could already envision the Yuan City precinct dominating the year-end awards ceremony, with himself ascending the stage on a rainbow cloud to receive the prize. Lin Feng lifted his eyelids, fixing his team leader who was clearly overexcited with a look reserved for fools. This team leader was top-notch in professional skills, had explosive combat prowess, and was great in every way except sometimes, his thought processes were a bit off and his nerves were thicker than telephone poles. Team leader, what are you daydreaming about? His tone carried a deep weariness. I didn't do it. Yu Luyun's smile froze on his face. It was a young man. Lin Feng's thoughts drifted back to that instant. From start to finish, it was probably just a few dozen seconds. The red skirt lady's pride and joy, the ghostly realm, shattered before him. Then, she too, shattered along with it. A few dozen seconds to shatter an A-grade ghostly trap and effortlessly obliterate its source. What did that even mean? Grade S? Or, even higher? The shock on Yu Luyun's face slowly faded, replaced by a near-greedy fervor. He released Lin Feng's shoulder and began pacing back and forth, the hem of his burgundy suit tracing excited arcs across the floor. Holy! Where did this genius come from? He slapped his thigh hard, his voice echoing through the empty room. Xiao Lin! Why didn't you invite him in for tea? Talk about ideals, discuss life. If he joins our bureau, forget about being a top-tier bureau after the new year, we'll even get a spot at headquarters. A smile tugged at Lin Feng's lips, more painful than a cry. Invite him back? It was my fault, team leader. He lowered his head, his voice tinged with unmistakable shame. I was scared. After he killed the lady in red, he glanced right at me. Merely recalling that gaze made Lin Feng's body stiffen once more. That one glance, team leader. I felt like an invisible hand had clamped down on my throat. My breath stopped and I couldn't move at all. Lin Feng's lips turned pale. If the Public Security Bureau hadn't arrived behind me, I might not have made it back alive. Yu Luyun clicked his tongue, the fervor on his face gradually subsiding. To terrify a Class B investigator like Lin Feng so thoroughly, to exert mental suppression with just a single glance. This treasure is definitely worth digging for. He walked over to Lin Feng, sat back down, and resumed his usual carefree demeanor. He reached up to smooth his perfectly crease-free tie. Alright, scared? So what? It's no shame. He patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. This kind of tough nut really isn't something you can crack. Looks like this job's for the big boss himself. Yu Luyun stood up, spun around with a flourish, and snapped his fingers. Then I'll show him the unparalleled charm of this great master. Guaranteed within 3 rounds, he'll be utterly smitten, begging and pleading to bow down at the hem of my suit pants. Ha 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 ha. The maniacal laughter echoed through the interrogation room for a long time. Lin Feng pressed his temples, feeling his migraine coming on again. All he wanted to do now was open the internal system and solemnly type out a transfer request. But was it too late? Ma Xiaoshuai hummed a tune he'd picked up from some obscure corner of the world. He swayed his way back to the stairwell of his apartment building. A faint, fishy stench lingered in the air. At the corner of the hallway, shattered glass littered the floor. This was the handiwork of that red-skirted weirdo from earlier. In the rush to finish the job quickly, there hadn't been time to open the window and toss it out. These glass shards were still an eyesore. Ma Xiaoshuai scanned the surroundings, confirming no one was present. He extended his right hand, pinching his index and middle fingers together. He gently tapped the shards of glass. No sound, no light. An invisible surge of magical energy instantly radiated out. The next second, hundreds upon hundreds of glass shards on the ground. As if someone had pressed rewind. Defying the laws of physics, they silently floated upward. Spinning rapidly in midair, they reassembled and fused together. The minute cracks sealed themselves as they joined together. With a soft clatter. A pane of glass, restored to perfection, even cleaner and brighter than before. It settled securely back into the window frame. It fit perfectly, as if it had never been broken. After completing all this, Ma Xiaoshuai brushed it off as casually as if he were simply dusting off a speck of dirt. He pulled out his keys and unlocked his front door. His gaze fell upon the white wall directly opposite. There, the dark red characters scrawled in an unknown substance remained vividly clear. You broke the rules. The characters were twisted, resembling the frantic scribbles of a dying man. Ma Xiaoshuai walked to the wall, extended a finger, and gently touched the writing. Cold, viscous. A faint, consuming sensation spread through his fingertip, as if it sought to burrow into his body. A fool playing at a master's craft. Ma Xiaoshuai snorted derisively. A wisp of black demonic energy, darker than the night itself, flickered across his fingertip. The icy force attempting to corrode him was instantly refined by his 10,000 calamities demon art. It became a mere speck of nourishment. Though faint, it was indeed a potent tonic. Far purer than the bizarre energy emanating from that fool in the park. Seems the water in this world runs deeper than I imagined. He licked his lips, his eyes showing no trace of apprehension. Instead, they brimmed with the exhilaration of a hunter discovering fresh prey. This journey back wouldn't be boring after all. He glanced at the time on his phone, 11:30 p.m. According to Wang Xiaoshuai, midnight was the dividing line. But he could sense that the energy field around this building had already stabilized. Chapter 13, Cola and fried chicken every meal. The strange entity he had devoured seemed to be the only active presence in this area. Tonight, it seemed no more delivery would be coming to the door. He stretched lazily, his bones cracking and popping with a crisp snap. Time to sleep. Tomorrow, there were more important things to do. The mere thought of tomorrow's tasks brought an unprecedented, almost sacred expression to Ma Xiaoshuai's face. He was going to treat himself to a proper meal. Those centuries in the cultivation world had nearly driven him mad. Fasting pills? Could those things even be called food? Chewing them felt like biting into rocks, and they tasted worse than rocks. Spiritual spring water sounds fancy, but tastes bland and watery, worse than tap water. The occasional spiritual grains and rice? Watery and bland, not a drop of oil to be found. They claim it washes away worldly dust, but what worldly dust does a demon cultivator like him need to wash away? He missed it. He craved it intensely. That bubbly, sweet, ice-cold, thrilling pleasure water. That golden, crispy fried chicken oozing grease with every bite. And that pizza loaded with cheese and meat stretching into long, gooey strands. And fries. Burgers. Barbecue. Hot pot. Slurp. Ma Xiaoshuai couldn't help but slurp his saliva. Once I regain my cultivation, I'll feast on cola and fried chicken every single meal and no one will stop me. He clenched his fists, setting himself a grand cultivation goal. Then he collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. After he fell asleep, the dark red characters on the wall seemed to come alive, their color deepening ever so slightly. Far away in a desolate ancient castle floating in the void, a figure cloaked in black robes sat upon a throne fashioned from piled-up white bones. Before him, suspended in the void, hung a black water mirror. The mirror revealed the very room of Ma Xiaoshuai. Found it. Finally found it. The hooded figure emitted a hoarse, unpleasant laugh. Demon fetus. Once I devour it, I shall shatter these cursed chains and achieve the true form of a mysterious immortal. Transmit my command, send the Tao Tai to Yuan City. Inform him that his kindred spirit has appeared. The voice beneath the black robes was thick with greed. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Ma Xiaoshuai, lost in a dream of fried chicken and cola, was abruptly jolted back to reality by the sound. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he impatiently ran his fingers through his messy hair. He shuffled toward the door in his slippers. Who is it? He mumbled indistinctly. Are weirdos even polite these days? They actually know to ring the doorbell? He thought to himself that if any unlucky ghost actually showed up at his door, it would make a perfect appetizer for the day. He yanked the door open. Standing outside wasn't a green-faced, fanged monster. Instead, there stood a young girl in a white dress, who appeared somewhat uneasy. Sunlight streamed in from behind her, bathing her in a soft golden glow that was almost blinding. Ha! Who are you? Ma Xiaoshuai felt a pang of disappointment upon realizing she wasn't the breakfast he'd been longing for. His tone grew noticeably colder. The girl at the door was none other than Zhu Wanqing. She saw Ma Xiaoshuai opening the door wearing only a pair of loose beach shorts. His upper body was bare, and though his muscle definition wasn't exaggerated, but well-proportioned and fluid, radiating explosive power. A blush instantly spread across her cheeks. Her gaze dropped involuntarily, fixating on the tips of her white canvas sneakers. You're the one who saved me yesterday. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I saw your home address when you registered at the Public Security Bureau. I wanted to thank you. Ma Xiaoshuai yawned widely. A few physiological tears squeezed from the corners of his eyes. He felt no real sense of accomplishment from saving a mortal. Oh, that thing. He waved his hand lazily. No need to thank me. Goodbye, I'm going back to sleep. With that, he moved to close the door. For an ancient demon who'd lived centuries, sleep and cultivation far outweighed the importance of exchanging pleasantries with a strange mortal girl. The door was only halfway closed when a slender hand pressed against it. Excuse me. Zhu Wanqing seemed to summon all her courage. She lifted her head, her cheeks flushed crimson. To show my gratitude, may I treat you to a meal? Really? The words slipped out. Ma Xiaoshuai's drowsiness vanished instantly. His eyes lit up once more. Can I pick any place I want? He pressed, his attitude undergoing a complete reversal. Zhu Wanqing watched his rapidly shifting expression, struggling to keep up. She could only nod mechanically, almost unconsciously. Why yes. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Ma Xiaoshuai slapped his thigh excitedly and turned to head out. That. Zhu Wanqing's voice trembled slightly with embarrassment. Would you like to put some clothes on before we go? Going out to eat with a naked man wearing only boxer shorts? Would tomorrow's headline in Donghai City's society section read, shocking? Young woman dines with exhibitionist in public, a twist of human nature or moral decay? Right. Ma Xiaoshuai slapped his forehead, finally snapping out of it. Almost forgot. He rushed back to his bedroom, quickly pulling on a t-shirt and jeans. Too lazy to even wash his face, he grabbed his keys and dashed out. Let's go. Kaifeng fast food restaurant. The rich aroma of fried chicken mingled with the sweet scent of bread. It filled the air unrestrainedly. The surrounding din of voices. This bustling, smoky clamor sounded like heavenly music to Ma Xiaoshuai. In his left hand, he clutched a golden, crispy original flavor chicken. In his right hand, a hefty beef burger. On the tray before him sat a large cup of cola, brimming with ice and bubbling vigorously. And a box of freshly fried fries. He reverently picked up the cola first. And took a big gulp. The icy liquid, tinged with sweet bubbles, slid down his throat. The exhilarating sensation made him close his eyes in pure bliss. Ah! Then he opened his mouth wide and took a hearty bite of the burger. Soft bun, juicy patty, crisp lettuce, and tangy sauce. It exploded in his mouth. As he chewed, he could even feel the juices dancing on his tongue. Finally, the original flavor chicken, radiating its irresistible aroma. He took a bite, and a crisp crunch echoed as scalding juices instantly filled his mouth. The crispy skin and tender chicken created a perfect contrast. Ah! Ma Xiaoshuai let out a heartfelt exclamation from the depths of his soul. This is what ing life is all about. Chapter 14, Even Steven. What elixirs, what rare treasures. In the face of this earthly delight, they're all bull. Zhu Wanqing, sitting across from him, held a French fry. She dipped it into ketchup bit by bit, watching him in utter amazement. She'd never seen anyone devour fast food with such profound, enlightened satisfaction. He seemed as if he hadn't eaten in centuries. He ate at breakneck speed, yet his movements remained refined. A hamburger, 2 pieces of original chicken, and a cup of cola went down. Ma Xiaoshuai licked the grease from his lips with lingering satisfaction and let out a contented burp. Only then did he notice Zhu Wanqing fidgeting restlessly across from him. Why aren't you eating? He asked. I'm full. The fries in front of Zhu Wanqing were barely touched. She watched Ma Xiaoshuai devour his food like a whirlwind. She had long forgotten what hunger felt like. Oh. Ma Xiaoshuai nodded, then unceremoniously dragged her portion of fries over to his side. Don't waste it. Zhu Wanqing. Watching Ma Xiaoshuai devour the fries with such focus, her mind filled with all sorts of questions. This guy was really strange. Yesterday at home, when faced with that terrifying monster, he'd been as cool as a machine devoid of emotion. Yet now, over a fast food meal, he was as delighted as a 3-year-old. What kind of person was he, really? Zhu Wanqing hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. Yesterday, thank you. I told you, no need to thank me. Ma Xiaoshuai didn't even look up, his mouth stuffed with fries as he mumbled. It was nothing. Not for me. Zhu Wanqing's gaze was earnest. If it weren't for you, I might have. She trailed off, but the lingering fear in her eyes was unmistakable. Ma Xiaoshuai finally lifted his head and glanced at her. Alright, consider this meal my thanks. We're even now. Having eaten his fill, his attitude softened slightly. Is this really enough? Zhu Wanqing stared at him with wide, watery eyes. In her eyes, what Ma Xiaoshuai had faced yesterday was a terrifying spectacle she'd never witnessed in her entire life. And the payment he demanded was merely a fast food meal? It felt unreal to her. Ma Xiaoshuai belched contentedly. He picked up a French fry from the box and popped it into his mouth. You wouldn't understand. He mumbled through chewing. Out there, I crave this stuff. Turns out, junk food is why I love this world. Out there? Zhu Wanqing froze for a moment. Business trip? Or somewhere else? She dared not dwell on it. Ma Xiaoshuai offered no further explanation, focusing intently on the food before him. He casually grabbed another handful of chicken nuggets and tossed them into his mouth like popcorn. The look of pure bliss on his face made it seem as though he wasn't eating mass-produced fried snacks, but some long-lost, peerless delicacy. Just then, a slightly tacky ringtone abruptly sounded. Daddy, pick up the phone. Daddy, pick up the phone. The sound came from Ma Xiaoshuai's pants pocket. His movements halted as he raised his greasy, shiny hands. He waved them at Zhu Wanqing, a hint of resignation on his face. My hands are greasy right now. Could you grab the phone for me? Ha? Zhu Wanqing's mind went blank with a buzzing sensation. Help him take his phone? From his pocket? Oh, okay. She agreed almost instinctively. A wave of heat surged from her neck straight to the top of her head. Her entire face instantly flushed crimson. Her gaze drifted uncontrollably to Ma Xiaoshuai's back pocket. The denim stretched taut from his seated position, outlining a distinct silhouette. Zhu Wanqing felt her breath catch in her throat. She stood up, her body stiff as she moved closer to Ma Xiaoshuai, her heart pounding wildly in her chest. Thump, thump so loud she feared Ma Xiaoshuai might hear it. The surrounding clamor seemed to fade away. The entire world seemed to shrink to just the two of them. A faint scent of laundry detergent mingled with the rich, overpowering aroma of fried chicken wafted into her nostrils. It was a peculiar scent, yet surprisingly not unpleasant. She reached out, her fingertips trembling slightly from nervous tension. When her fingers touched the fabric at the edge of his pants pocket, it felt like an electric current shot up from her fingertips, instantly spreading through every limb and bone. So hot. Even through the fabric, she could feel the heat radiating from his body. Her fingertips finally touched the cool, hard shell of the phone. Relieved, she swiftly pulled the phone from his pocket. It was the latest model of the fruit-themed phone. Wang Xingshui had slipped it to Ma Xiaoshuai yesterday, along with a wad of cash. She cradled the phone and held it out to Ma Xiaoshuai. Ma Xiaoshuai didn't even lift an eyelid, nearly leaning his head closer. He motioned for her to hold it to his ear. Zhu Wanqing blushed, adopting an awkward posture to position the phone's receiver against his ear. Her hand was only a few inches from his cheek. She could see the fine downy hair on his face. Hello? What's up, Big Hammer? Ma Xiaoshuai's voice boomed, full of vigor. Big Hammer? Zhu Wanqing froze. A cool, efficient female voice came from the other end of the line. Where are you? Why aren't you at home? Me? Ma Xiaoshuai grinned. Out on a date with a girl. What's up? Need something? A date? Zhu Wanqing felt her heart take a roller coaster ride. Suddenly flung to the highest peak. He was talking about me? Are we on a date right now? She instinctively glanced around. Was this what he meant by a date? It was nothing like she'd imagined. But hearing it from his mouth, why does it make my heart race so fast? Wang Xingshui on the other end of the line clearly choked on her words, her voice growing noticeably colder. A date? With whom? None of your business. Ma Xiaoshuai's tone was flippant. He had that I won't tell you, just to drive you crazy look about him. Zhu Wanqing's heart lurched upward again. On the other end, Wang Xingshui seemed to be suppressing her anger. After a few seconds of silence, she finally spoke. I need you to come back immediately. Alright, stop nagging me like you're chasing my soul. Ma Xiaoshuai waved his hand impatiently. I'll be back soon. Just wait. With that, he turned his head away, signaling Zhu Wanqing to hang up. Zhu Wanqing hurriedly pressed the end call button in a fluster. Ma Xiaoshuai had already plunged back into his battle with the hamburger and fried chicken. Zhu Wanqing stood rooted to the spot, still clutching his phone, its warmth lingering in her hand. Her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. She gently placed the phone on the table, sat back down at her seat, and nervously clutched the hem of her shirt. Ma Xiaoshuai devoured the last chicken wing in a flash. Chapter 15. Call me if you need anything. He pulled out a tissue and slowly wiped his mouth and hands. Ma Xiaoshuai stood up, seemingly ready to leave. Zhu Wanqing's heart skipped a beat and a thought blurted out. Could I get your number? The moment the words left her mouth, she regretted them. This was way too forward. What would he think of me? Would he think I'm an easy girl? The heat that had just subsided on her cheeks surged back up again. Ma Xiaoshuai's turning motion froze mid-motion. He turned back and gave her a once-over. Just as Zhu Wanqing thought she was about to be rejected, he suddenly broke into a grin. Stay. His tone was as casual as if he were saying, nice weather today. We're friends now, so if that thing bothers you again, give me a call. Zhu Wanqing froze for a moment, then felt his heart start racing. Friends? That thing? Was he saying he'd protect me? He wants me to call him if I'm in danger. Of course, Ma Xiaoshuai had no idea the girl across from him was already playing out an entire romantic drama in her mind. His own little schemes were clicking away in his mind. Hey, these weird, evil spirits? They're death sentences for others, but for me? They're top-notch tonics. The 10,000 Calamities demon art has been starved for so long these things are just filling the gaps. Let those idiots from the authorities handle the scene and write the reports. I only want the core energy. This deal is worth it. He looked at Zhu Wanqing, finding her more and more pleasing to the eye. Like gazing upon a rare treasure of the heavens, thriving and promising. Zhu Wanqing, however, was utterly captivated by the hidden meaning in his words. That. She stammered nervously, her cheeks flushing crimson all the way to her ears. He called me his friend. He even told me to come find him if I needed anything. He even told that big hammer guy he was on a date with me. Oh my gosh. Does he like me? He's just shy and not good at expressing himself? Yeah, that must be it. Zhu Wanqing's thoughts were completely jumbled. Pink bubbles bubbled and bubbled in her mind. Frantically, she pulled out her phone and exchanged numbers with Ma Xiaoshuai. As her fingertips tapped out Ma Xiaoshuai on the screen. Alright, thanks for having me. Ma Xiaoshuai saved the number and casually stuffed his phone back into his pocket. He waved at her. I'm off. Call me if you need anything. With that, he turned and walked away without a hint of lingering. Tall, straight, and dashing. Zhu Wanqing stared blankly at his retreating figure. Until he vanished into the crowded throng at the fast food restaurant entrance. She looked down at the number she'd just saved on her phone screen. A sweet smile spread across her lips without her realizing it. In her heart, she silently cheered herself on. Zhu Wanqing, you can do this. Ma Xiaoshuai let out a loud, satisfied burp. He sauntered contentedly to the foot of his dilapidated apartment building. His home was on the 5th floor, with no elevator. Perfect for a little digestion. But the moment he stepped into the dim hallway, he spotted a sight that spoiled the mood. Wang Xiaoshuai, or Big Hammer, as she was known, stood like a door guardian, arms crossed over her chest. She leaned against the stair railing, expressionless, staring at him with a haunting gaze. The motion-activated lights in the hallway flickered off as she stood perfectly still. Her entire figure was shrouded in shadow. What's up, Big Hammer? Ma Xiaoshuai's heart skipped a beat. Staying out this late instead of going home, ambushing me here? Could it be you still have feelings for me and want to rekindle the past? Wang Xiaoshuai ignored his wisecrack and simply stepped out of the shadows. The motion-activated light clicked on with a sharp click. The light fell on her expressionless face, making her look eerily unsettling. She scrutinized Ma Xiaoshuai from head to toe. Give me your phone. Her voice was quiet but carried an unquestionable command. What for? Ma Xiaoshuai snapped to attention, his hips jerking backward as he clamped both hands over his back pocket. Changing your mind? You said it was mine once you gave it to me. This is my phone now, and there's no way I'm giving it back. This was his first prize. And it held immense significance. It held immense significance. Wang Xiaoshuai's gaze turned cold. She slowly raised her right hand, cracking her knuckles. A series of sharp cracks echoed. She spoke each word deliberately, as if forcing them through gritted teeth. This is Shudao Mountain. Ma Xiaoshuai's body froze instantly, the smirk on his face solidifying. Damn it! Not that line again. You, don't do anything crazy. This is a society governed by law. He shouted, his voice trembling with fear beneath a thin veneer of bravado. Wang Xiaoshuai remained completely unmoved, raising 3 fingers expressionlessly. Then, she slowly lowered 1 finger. 3. The cold number rang like a death knell. This is blackmail. Extortion. Ma Xiaoshuai made one last desperate attempt to resist. She retracted another finger. 2. You're ruthless. Just as Wang Qingshue's final finger was about to bend, Ma Xiaoshuai chickened out. He swiftly pulled the brand new phone from his pocket. He held it out with both hands. Damn muscle memory. He lowered his head, cursing himself silently. He, the mighty demon sovereign of 10,000 calamities, who had once ruled the cultivation world with an iron fist. He slaughtered gods who stood in his way, and Buddhas who dared to oppose him. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Wang Qingxue took the phone and unlocked it with practiced ease. The screen lit up, no password required. Is this guy genuinely clueless, or does he just not know how to set things up? A flicker of doubt crossed Wang Qingshue's mind. But her attention was quickly drawn to a new name in the contacts list. Xu Wanqing. The name sounded familiar. She remembered it was the person who reported yesterday's bizarre incident. The young girl who had been scared out of her wits at home. Wang Qingshue's gaze shifted from the phone screen to Ma Xiaoshuai's face. The warmth in her eyes plummeted to freezing point. You're something else. She sneered coldly. It's only been one day, and you've already hooked up with her after one meeting? Flirt my ass. Ma Xiaoshuai retorted immediately, his voice rising an octave. She came to thank me, okay. She treated me to a meal, pure friendship. Thank you? Wang Qingxue raised an eyebrow slightly. Thank me for what? Damn it, I spoke too soon. Ma Xiaoshuai inwardly cursed his misfortune, wishing he could slap himself silly. He couldn't very well say. Thank me for swallowing that monster that wanted to eat her? Ma Xiaoshuai's mind raced, instantly conjuring a perfect excuse. Well, thank me for sticking by her without hesitation yesterday, even in such chaos. He declared with righteous indignation, then pretentiously stroked his chin. Strike a pose he thought was cool. Of course, that's probably what she'd say, but I think the real reason is because I'm just plain handsome. Chapter 16, Not Your Average Security Guard. Ma Xiaoshuai had always been 200% confident in his looks. Back in the cultivation world, even though I was a demonic powerhouse, every so-called righteous immortal maiden or holy maiden would secretly send me flirtatious glances and cry out begging to share a night with me. So why does my charm seem to vanish completely in front of this woman named Wang Qingxue? Is she blind? Or does she simply not like men? He glanced furtively at Wang Qingxue, utterly perplexed. Oomph. You? Wang Qingxue gave him a dismissive once-over. She tossed her phone back at him, seemingly losing interest in the topic. This left Ma Xiaoshuai feeling like he D-punched a pillow, utterly frustrated. Enough, stop clowning around. Wang Qingxue's tone suddenly turned serious. Open the door now. I have serious business to discuss. Ma Xiaoshuai took the phone and reluctantly fished out his keys. The door clicked open. A peculiar smell hit her immediately. Wang Qingxue didn't even flinch, walking straight inside. Clearly, she was accustomed to such surroundings. She plopped down onto the only relatively clean sofa. She slammed a manila envelope onto the grease-stained coffee table. Take a look at this. Ma Xiaoshuai closed the door and leaned over lazily. What's this nonsense? I've told you before, I'm just an ordinary citizen. Saving the world is your job, officer. You get paid for it, so you should do more of it. As he spoke, he pulled out the documents inside. Security guard recruitment? Ma Xiaoshuai stared at the papers before him. You want me to be a security guard? He snapped his head up, eyes wide as saucers, glaring at Wang Qingxue. This was utterly humiliating. He, the mighty demon sovereign of 10,000 calamities, once commanded legions of demons and struck terror into the cultivation world. Now, after returning to the city, he was supposed to guard a gate? If word got out, how could he ever show his face in the cultivation world again? Oh no, how could he possibly survive in this world? Ahem. Wang Qingxue seemed to find the suggestion rather demeaning as well. She cleared her throat twice, a flicker of unease crossing her pale cheeks. She cleared her throat, attempting to salvage the situation. This isn't just any security guard. Not just any security guard? Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes brimmed with skepticism. Wang Qingxue straightened her back and declared firmly. Yes, he's the security chief. I bought a watch last year. Ma Xiaoshuai nearly let loose a torrent of curses. The curse words nearly slipped out, but he forced them back down his throat. What's the fundamental difference between a security guard and a security chief? Aren't they both just gatekeepers? One guards one gate, the other guards a bunch of gates? Is there something seriously wrong with this woman's brain? Wang Qingxue ignored his mounting rage. Leaning forward slightly, her almond-shaped eyes locked onto him as she began to coax him gently. Aren't you unemployed right now? Yeah. Ma Xiaoshuai replied irritably. Then don't you need a job to support yourself? A faint smile touched the corners of Wang Qingxue's lips. Yeah, I do need one, but I'm not going to work as a security guard. Before Ma Xiaoshuai could finish, Wang Qingxue abruptly cut him off. Shoo. She raised her index finger and gently pressed it against her lips. Then she leaned in close, a faint, sweet fragrance instantly filling Ma Xiaoshuai's nostrils. The distance between them was so close he could see his own reflection in her eyes. Ma Xiaoshuai's heart skipped a beat. What is this woman up to? A beauty trap? Has she finally discovered my irresistible charm? I knew it, no woman can resist. What? His Adam's apple bobbed as his voice dropped involuntarily. Stop driving. Clang. A sharp crack echoed. Wang Xiaoshuai delivered a merciless slap to the back of his head. The blow wasn't hard, but it was deeply humiliating. It instantly shattered all his romantic fantasies. Ma Xiaoshuai clutched the back of his head, his face twisted in a grieved expression. I wasn't driving. I hope not. Wang Xiaoshuai sat up straight, her expression returning to its usual cold, businesslike demeanor. Her expression turned stern, her voice lowering considerably. At this company, employees frequently go missing during night shifts. No trace of the living, no sign of the dead. Disappear? Ma Xiaoshuai's ears perked up instantly. In this eerily revived world, usually meant one thing: something was having dinner. Go. Investigate this for me. Wang Xiaoshuai stared into his eyes, enunciating each word deliberately. Ma Xiaoshuai sneered inwardly. So you were waiting here for me all along? Want me to be the bait? Or the cleanup crew? He slumped back lazily into the sofa, crossing one leg over the other. What about your own people? Isn't this the kind of job you should be handling? He glanced at the file folder on the table. Why aren't you going? Wang Xiaoshuai's eyes flickered before she retorted defiantly. Ever seen a security guard as gorgeous as me? She puffed out her chest, flaunting her curvaceous figure that was anything but security guard material. Besides, I already went undercover as a security officer to investigate. I hit a dead end and found nothing. Going back now? They'd recognize me instantly and just alert the target. Before Ma Xiaoshuai could finish his sentence, Wang Xiaoshuai had already lost patience. Her body leaned forward again, hands braced on her knees. Like a cheetah poised to pounce, her aura radiated intensity. Cut the crap. Just answer me, are you going or not? Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes widened to their fullest. A flame burned within them, demanding no argument. Ma Xiaoshuai stiffened his neck. The demon lord's pride instantly claimed the high ground. I won't go. His words were as sharp as a sword, ringing out with unwavering resolve. Wang Xiaoshuai's eyes narrowed. A dangerous gleam flickered within them. Curl up into a single word. No. Ma Xiaoshuai refused to back down, even lifting his chin defiantly. Instead, a cold curve lifted at the corners of Wang Xiaoshuai's mouth. Fine, you've got guts. Make it a positive statement. Absolutely not going. Ma Xiaoshuai felt he'd won. He relished the thrill of this confrontation. Especially against this woman who always had the upper hand. Yet Wang Xiaoshuai's smile only grew brighter. All right. She nodded, then slowly withdrew her gaze. You forced my hand. Wang Xiaoshuai moved. Her movement was lightning fast. Before Ma Xiaoshuai could react, she seized his wrist. A chill touched his skin. Ma Xiaoshuai froze. This woman's grip was surprisingly strong. Then, under his stunned gaze, Wang Xiaoshuai pulled his hand and pressed it firmly against her thigh without hesitation. Chapter 17, Bait and Switch. Through the thin layer of her dress pants, the sensation was firm and elastic. Ma Xiaoshuai's brain instantly short-circuited. What the hell? This script is all wrong. Threats didn't work, so now it's the beauty trap? This tactic is way too bold. Though this demon sovereign has roamed the cultivation world for 10,000 years, a spectacle like this, I've truly never seen it before. What do you mean by this? His voice trembled slightly, his throat parched. His gaze involuntarily fixated on the hand being held down. The scene was undeniably suggestive, undeniably sinful. Wang Xiaoshuai didn't answer him. She simply freed that hand and slowly pulled her phone from her pocket. The screen lit up, unlocked, and she deftly dialed a string of numbers. Beep, beep. The ringing tone of a busy line echoed through the receiver. Ma Xiaoshuai's heart rose and fell with each beep. He had an extremely bad feeling. This woman definitely had no good intentions. The call connected. Wang Xiaoshuai's face instantly shifted into a panicked, vulnerable expression, her voice trembling with tears. Hello? Police? I need to report a crime. Her voice was soft but clear, every word filled with hurt and fear. This is XX Road, XX number. Someone's committing indecent assault. He's also attacking the police. Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes widened instantly. Holy! Is this woman an Oscar-winning actress? That performance, the Oscars owe her a little gold statue. Yes, the situation is extremely serious. The suspect is highly agitated and shows signs of violent tendencies. Wang Xiaoshuai spoke while glancing at Ma Xiaoshuai out of the corner of her eye, her gaze brimming with smug defiance. Please send reinforcements immediately. Ah! Don't touch me. She even let out a short, sharp scream, her body trembling slightly. As if she were genuinely being assaulted. Damn it! This is a damn entrapment. Ma Xiaoshuai finally snapped out of it, a surge of rage shooting from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. He yanked his hand back as if he touched a red-hot branding iron. What utter humiliation!
When had the mighty demon sovereign of 10,000 calamities ever endured such humiliation?
To be manipulated by a mere mortal woman using such underhanded tactics.
If word got out, how could he possibly keep his reputation intact? Are you coming or not? Wang Xiaoshuai instantly dropped all pretense, shifting the phone slightly away from her ear.
Her beautiful face now bore only a cold, menacing expression.
The operator's anxious voice could still be faintly heard through the phone. Ma'am? Ma'am, are you still there? Please stay calm, our team is on its way. Ma Xiaoshuai's chest heaved violently, his teeth grinding audibly. What could he do? Confront her?
Then wait for a squad of security officers to burst in.
Pinned to the ground, with irrefutable evidence of molesting a female security guard captured on video?
He might be a fighter, but in this world, some rules were tougher than fists.
You're ruthless. Ma Xiaoshuai ground out the words through clenched teeth. Wang Qingshue's eyebrows arched upward, silently urging him on. Go! What? Wang Qingshuai blinked innocently, feigning confusion. The wind's too loud. I can't hear you. I said I'm going. Ma Xiaoshuai finally couldn't hold back. Fine. Fine, I'll go. Is that okay? I give up. I'm completely defeated by you. He practically roared out that humiliating nickname. Damn Wang Dachui. Before he could finish speaking, he snatched the file folder from the desk. He shoved it roughly into his chest, his movements violent as if venting boundless fury. Seeing his surrender, Wang Qingshue's voice instantly softened. Ah. She let out a short, faint moan. It's okay, officer. I'm truly sorry. Maybe I was just too nervous earlier and misread the situation. She observed Ma Xiaoshuai's ashen face out of the corner of her eye, a surge of satisfaction washing over her. He's just a friend of mine. Yes, that's right. Just a friend who likes to play pranks. He was just playing a joke on me earlier. I overreacted. I'm truly sorry. I'm so sorry for causing you trouble. After receiving the reply, it's okay, as long as you're safe. She finally hung up the phone. The moment the call ended, all traces of vulnerability vanished from her face, replaced by a brilliant smile of triumph. Her almond-shaped eyes curved into beautiful crescent moons. Don't forget to go to the interview tomorrow. She tucked her phone back into her pocket, radiating pure ease and joy. Ma Xiaoshuai's anger meter shot up again. Damn it, security guards need interviews too? His eyes widened as his worldview was shattered once more. These days, even gatekeepers have to compete this fiercely? Of course. Wang Qingshuai declared with righteous conviction. This is Han Yuan Group, a multinational corporation. The security department is full of elite professionals with extremely high standards. So security guards at big companies aren't really security guards? They still just stand guard and patrol, right? Ma Xiaoshuai grumbled indignantly. He felt like he'd jumped out of one hole only to land in another. All right. A man of his word can't take back what he said. You promised me. Wang Qingshuai stood up, brushing imaginary dust off her pants. She casually retrieved Ma Xiaoshuai's phone from the sofa crevice and tossed it back to him. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, HR department on the 3rd floor of Han Yuan building. Don't be late. With that, she turned and walked away with a light step. She left Ma Xiaoshuai with a graceful retreat, even humming a tune that was anything but in tune. Ma Xiaoshuai sat alone on the sofa, clutching the brown paper file folder in his hand. He was so furious he couldn't speak for a moment. He looked down at the file folder. In bold black marker across the cover were the words, Han Yuan Group employee disappearance case highly dangerous. Highly dangerous. A cold smile twisted the corners of Ma Xiaoshuai's mouth. Perhaps it was for others. But to him, those 4 words smelled like the bell signaling the start of a buffet. Wang Qingshuai, you just wait for me. Tonight was surprisingly calm. Unusually quiet. Ma Xiaoshuai had actually hoped 1 or 2 clueless weirdos would come knocking to serve as his midnight snack. But it was past midnight. Outside the window remained as still as a mirror, not even a hint of a chilling breeze to be felt. This is damn strange. Ma Xiaoshuai sat cross-legged on his bed, circulating the 10,000 calamities demon art. Yet he could only sense the pitifully sparse spiritual energy in the air, its conversion efficiency shockingly low. Without the strange devouring energy, his cultivation felt like an army cut off from supplies. It was impossible to advance. This sense of helplessness irritated him even more than being outmaneuvered by Wang Qingshuai. Frustrated, he ended his practice and collapsed onto the bed. 7:30 a.m. A deafeningly loud ringtone shattered the dawn's tranquility. Daddy, pick up the phone. Daddy, pick up the phone. The haunting child's voice paired with the catchy melody. It looped endlessly in the small bedroom, its piercing volume penetrating everything. Ma Xiaoshuai shot upright from his bed, his face creased with exasperation. Who? His hair stood on end like a bird's nest as he fumbled wildly across the nightstand. After a long moment, he finally grabbed the phone that wouldn't stop vibrating. Hello? Who is this? I'm not in the mood to talk right now.
His voice brimmed with the irritation of someone violently yanked from deep sleep.
Chapter 18, Applying for a security guard position.
A soft chuckle came from the other end of the line.
Then came Wang Qingshue's gleeful voice. Who do you think you're calling old man? Get your ass out of bed. The sun's already high in the sky. Ma Xiaoshuai's temper flared up again. It was that woman again. She was like a ghost that wouldn't go away. 7:30. Do you have any idea what 7:30 means to a shut-in? It's still dark out. I don't care. Hurry up and get to your interview. You remember the address, right? Han Yuan Building, 8 o'clock sharp.
1 minute late and HR won't take you.
You know the consequences.
Ma Xiaoshuai tried to protest one last time.
Beep, beep, beep.
The call was ruthlessly hung up. He stared at the phone screen, which still displayed the call log from Wang Dachui. He took a deep breath, then another. He fought the urge to crush the phone in his hand.
Forget it.
A man of principle knows when to bend and when to stand firm.
It's just an interview, after all. He'd see what tricks a mere mortal company's security guard interview could pull.
He slowly climbed out of bed and walked into the bathroom. He grinned at his sleepy reflection in the mirror.
Han Yuan Group, huh? Better hope they've got some good stuff stashed away. Otherwise, it would be a waste of my time coming here in person. Han Yuan Tower stood in the heart of the city's bustling CBD.
This 50-story skyscraper is clad entirely in blue glass curtain walls.
It reflected a cold, icy glow in the morning light. Ma Xiaoshuai wore a casual outfit he'd dug out from the back of his closet.
A fried dough stick bought from a street vendor dangled from his mouth.
He looked up at the imposing building.
Tisk, building this high is bad feng shui, it'll attract trouble. He offered his expert assessment with the discerning eye of a demon lord, then strolled leisurely into the gilded lobby. The lobby bustled with people, each dressed in suits and ties, hurrying about. Their faces bore subtle traces of exhaustion. Ma Xiaoshuai, dressed in a t-shirt and jeans, munching on a fried dough stick, instantly became the center of attention the moment he entered. The receptionist's perfectly manicured smile froze for a moment, but she maintained her courtesy.
Good afternoon, sir. How may I assist you? Interview. Ma Xiaoshuai answered concisely, swallowing the last bite of his fried dough stick. Which department are you applying for? Security team leader.
The receptionist visibly froze, her eyes brimming with disbelief. The man before her was so handsome he looked like he'd stepped straight out of a comic book.
Security? You've got to be kidding me.
She blurted out instinctively.
This handsome? Here for a security guard interview?
Her voice was soft, yet tinged with a natural sense of regret.
Ma Xiaoshuai raised an eyebrow, amused. He leaned closer to the front desk, resting his elbows on the polished marble surface.
Leaning forward slightly, he closed the distance between them. A faint, sunlit scent wafted toward her.
The receptionist's heart skipped a beat. Good looks don't put food on the table. Ma Xiaoshuai grinned, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. What? You want to keep me as a kept man, beautiful?
His voice carried a hint of roguishness, yet his gaze remained pure. He just stared straight at you, making it impossible to stay angry.
Boom.
The young lady's cheeks flushed instantly, turning as red as a boiled shrimp. Even her ears turned pink. This was the first time in her life she'd been so blatantly flirted with by a handsome guy.
And in broad daylight.
The stares of several colleagues nearby swept over them like searchlights. Their faces were filled with suppressed laughter.
I
can't afford to support you. She stammered in protest, her voice lacking any conviction.
It's fine. Ma Xiaoshuai grinned, completely unfazed by her embarrassment. But since you're so adorable, I'll give you half price. Ha! A colleague nearby finally burst out laughing. The front desk girl's face flushed even redder.
She wished the ground would swallow her whole. She dared not say another word, terrified this man might blurt out something even more outrageous. She swiftly picked up the phone on the desk. After giving a few instructions to her colleague, she pulled an elevator card from the drawer. She practically fled from behind the front desk. The personnel department is on the 3rd floor. I'll swipe your card and take you there. She kept her head down, unable to meet Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze. Nor could she meet the teasing glances of her co-workers. She hurried toward the elevator bank. Ma Xiaoshuai kept his hands in his pockets, following her at a leisurely pace. The elevator doors chimed open. It was empty inside. The receptionist stepped in first, swiftly pressing the button for the 3rd floor. Then she retreated to a corner, pretending to examine her fingers. Ma Xiaoshuai followed her inside. The elevator doors slowly closed, leaving only the two of them in the confined space. The atmosphere instantly grew a bit awkward. The faint scent of perfume wafting from the young woman filled the air. Mixed with a hint of awkwardness that was there, yet not quite there. Ma Xiaoshuai closed his eyes. Not to savor the moment, but to feel it. In that split second as the elevator ascended. His keen spiritual senses, honed by his status as the demon sovereign, detected something amiss. This building was problematic. He sensed an intense aura of malevolence. The higher the elevator ascended, the more distinct that faint, chilling sensation became. You. The receptionist beside him finally gathered her courage and broke the silence. What did you do before? Were you a gigolo? She asked cautiously, stealing glances at him out of the corner of her eye. I doubt you'd think that. Ma Xiaoshuai opened his eyes and gave a casual reply. His attention was completely absorbed by the aura of danger. Something was definitely lurking in this building. The corners of his mouth curled upward involuntarily. The demon's art of 10,000 calamities within his dantian stirred restlessly, like a shark sensing blood in the water. So hungry. Ding. The elevator reached the 3rd floor and the doors slid open. This is the place. The receptionist pointed to the glass door at the end of the corridor bearing the sign Human Resources Department. The manager is in the innermost office. Thanks, sweetheart. Ma Xiaoshuai waved at her. You're welcome. Watching Ma Xiaoshuai's retreating figure head toward HR, the receptionist patted her flushed cheeks. The HR office area was spacious, cubicles filled with employees. The clatter of keyboards and ringing phones filled the air. Ma Xiaoshuai kept his eyes straight ahead, walking directly toward the innermost office labeled HR Manager. The office door was frosted glass. A figure bent over a desk could be faintly discerned inside. He raised his hand. Knock, knock. The knock was crisp and firm. A few seconds later, a slightly weary yet still crisp and efficient female voice came from inside. Come in. Ma Xiaoshuai pushed open the door and stepped inside. The office air conditioner was running, and a blend of high-end perfume and the bitter scent of coffee wafted toward him. Chapter 19, The Black-Stocking Supervisor, Sumei. Behind the desk, a woman lifted her head. She appeared to be around 30, with a neat, shoulder-length bob. Her makeup was flawless, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses sat perched on her nose. She wore a perfectly tailored black women's suit skirt. It accentuated her mature, voluptuous figure to perfection. Particularly beneath the desk, her long legs encased in black stockings were faintly visible in the shadows beneath the desk, sparking imagination. The moment she saw Ma Xiaoshuai, a hint of astonishment. A flicker of astonishment. She had seen countless people, interviewing at least 800 job seekers, if not 1,000. What kind of people hadn't she seen? But a man like the one before her dressed in cheap, street-stall clothes, yet exuding the aura of a runway model? This was a first. That face, that physique, that aura. Why come to Hangyuan for an interview instead of pursuing stardom? A flurry of thoughts raced through the woman's mind, yet her expression remained impassive. She merely adjusted her glasses. Her professional instincts instantly suppressed the thoughts swirling in her mind. The more handsome a man is, the more superficial he tends to be. That was the lesson she'd learned from years of experience. Ma Xiaoshuai couldn't care less about her thoughts. He strode in casually, closing the door behind him with a flick of his wrist. Then, hands stuffed in his pockets, he came to a halt before the desk. Hello, I'm here for the security captain interview. The black-stocking supervisor, Sumei. Her brow furrowed imperceptibly. She leaned back in her chair, arms crossed over her chest. This posture accentuated her already impressive curves. She scanned the resume Ma Xiaoshuai handed her with a scrutinizing gaze. It was the electronic copy Wang Xingshuai had sent her earlier that morning. It was minimal, listing only name, gender, and age. Ma Xiaoshuai? Her red lips parted slightly, her voice carrying the distinctive magnetic quality of a mature woman. The resume states you have no prior, relevant work experience. Experience is like pregnancy, you either have it or you don't. Ma Xiaoshuai pulled out the chair opposite her, sat down without waiting for her, and crossed his legs. He assumed the role of host. But sometimes, no experience doesn't mean no ability, right? Sumei's eyebrows arched slightly. This guy was interesting. She'd interviewed countless smooth talkers trying to bluff their way through. But none had been as brazenly unapologetic as him. Oh? So what exactly are you good at? Fighting? She leaned forward slightly, elbows braced on the tabletop. Her fingers interlaced, adopting a negotiating posture. Ma Xiaoshuai smiled. The corners of his lips lifted, revealing a row of white teeth in a dazzling smile. Whether I'm good or not is another story you'll see for yourself later. But I'm pretty decent at protecting people. The words carried an unshakable double meaning. Like a feather. Gently tickling Sumei's eardrums. An unnatural flush instantly spread across Sumei's cheeks, spreading from her ears all the way down to her neck. The office air conditioning seemed powerless to cool this rising heat. She wasn't unfamiliar with candidates who spoke flippantly during interviews. But in the end, this world is all about looks. When a hunk like Ma Xiaoshuai says things like that, that's flirting. If it were some ugly duckling, it would be sexual harassment. You could call security right then and there. Ahem. Sumei cleared her throat, forcing her wandering thoughts back on track. She adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses. Behind the lenses, her gaze sharpened into a professional focus. As you should already know, the probation period is 7 days. If you fail to meet expectations, the company will settle your wages according to regulations and notify you to leave. Her voice regained its crisp, businesslike tone. She attempted to regain control of the conversation.
Ma Xiaoshuai nodded and shrugged indifferently. No problem. Good. Su Mei nodded professionally. Now go to the second floor and report to Su Yin at security. He's the head of security. Starting today, you'll be under his supervision. As if reminding herself. No more daydreaming.
Ma Xiaoshuai stood up, his chair sliding backward behind him.
A faint scraping sound echoed. He said nothing.
He simply turned, pulled open the door, and walked straight out. The moment the door closed, Su Mei felt as if all her strength had drained away. She leaned back against the chair. She raised her hand to touch her still flushed cheek. Those words echoed uncontrollably in her mind. Demon spawn. She muttered under her breath, unsure who she was cursing. Then she picked up the coffee on the table and took a fierce gulp. The cold, bitter liquid slid down her throat, finally calming her turbulent emotions a little. Ma Xiaoshuai stepped out of the HR office. He strode toward the stairwell with long strides. Compared to the cramped metal box of an elevator, he preferred taking the stairs. Second floor. The security department's office stood in stark contrast to the refined efficiency of the HR department upstairs. A sign reading Security Department hung above the wide-open door. The interior was quite spacious, with a row of gray metal filing cabinets lining the wall. Several desks were pushed together. Computers, files, water cups, and ashtrays were piled haphazardly on top. The most striking feature was a row of LCD monitors hanging on the wall, divided into countless small squares. They displayed real-time surveillance footage from every corner of the building. A tall, lanky young man in a security uniform sat with his legs crossed, intently focused on his phone, engrossed in a game, muttering curses under his breath. Damn it, can't you play? Come jungle and gank me. In another corner, a security guard in his 50s. He leisurely blew on his large teacup, sipping hot tea while reading the newspaper, seemingly oblivious to the young man's commotion. Directly facing the entrance, in the main seat, a burly man whose muscles strained against his security uniform. He had his feet propped up on the table. He was in his 30s, sporting a buzz cut. A gold chain as thick as a finger hung around his neck. His face was thick with fleshy features, his eyes radiating brutality and arrogance. This was Su Yin, head of security for Hung Yuan Group. Ma Xiaoshuai's arrival instantly shattered the office's uneasy equilibrium. The lanky gamer lifted his eyelids, took in Ma Xiaoshuai's attire. He rolled his eyes in disdain and returned to his game. Su Yin lowered his feet from the desk with a thud. He scanned Ma Xiaoshuai from head to toe. His brow furrowed into a knot. Who the hell is this kid? He looks like some pretty boy. Did he come to the wrong place? Ma Xiaoshuai ignored their reactions and walked straight up to Su Yin. My name is Ma Xiaoshuai. Supervisor Su sent me to report for duty. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear. Supervisor Su? Su Yin snorted derisively through his nose. He couldn't stand those women upstairs in HR, especially that Su Mei. She acted like she owned the place. She bossed him around all day long, even though he was the head of security. Now she's shoving some pretty boy down his throat? What was that supposed to mean? Su Yin's eyes flashed with undisguised hostility. Oh? Report? Su Yin rose slowly from his seat. Chapter 20, Night Shift. Su Yin was a full size larger than Ma Xiaoshuai and nearly as tall. He intended to use his physical advantage to intimidate Ma Xiaoshuai. Did Supervisor Su tell you that I don't take losers here? He stepped right up to Ma Xiaoshuai. Their faces were almost touching, his voice dripping with provocation. The heavy stench of smoke and sweat assaulted Ma Xiaoshuai's face. Ma Xiaoshuai didn't even flinch. A demonic powerhouse who'd crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. What kind of scene hadn't he seen? To him, this level of provocation was no different than the barking of a chihuahua. She only told me to report in. Nothing else. Ma Xiaoshuai's tone was as flat as water. To Su Yin, his composure felt like outright disregard. This only fueled the fire in Su Yin's heart. Fine. Newcomers need to learn the ropes. Su Yin extended his broad, fan-like hand and slapped Ma Xiaoshuai on the shoulder. Though called a pat, it actually carried hidden force. An ordinary person would have felt their bones go numb from such a blow. Yet when his palm landed on Ma Xiaoshuai's shoulder, it felt like striking an indestructible block of ancient black iron. Ma Xiaoshuai didn't budge an inch. Instead, it was Su Yin's own palm that tingled with the recoil. Ha! Su Yin's heart skipped a beat. This kid is strange. Refusing to believe in superstition, he increased the pressure on his hand once more. His fingers clenched fiercely, aiming to crush Ma Xiaoshuai's shoulder blade. It was a tactic he'd often used back in his rough and tumble days to intimidate opponents. Grasping this spot would make his opponent go numb and weak, instantly forcing them to half-kneel. But the moment his fingers tightened, he felt an eerie force rebound from Ma Xiaoshuai's shoulder. Ah! Su Yin let out a sharp cry of pain and instinctively pulled his hand back. He looked down at his palm. A strange red mark had appeared, still throbbing faintly. What was going on?
The office fell instantly silent. The lanky young gamer nicknamed Skinny Monkey looked up in surprise.
He didn't even notice the death sound effect from his phone.
Su Ge got beaten? How could that be possible? Brother Su was renowned throughout the neighborhood as a formidable fighter. Old Wang, reading the newspaper. His hand holding the teacup froze mid-air.
A sharp gleam flashed across his cloudy eyes. He stared intently at the expressionless Ma Xiaoshuai.
Su Yin's face alternated between pale and flushed. In front of his two henchmen, he'd been humiliated by a new, pretty boy upstart. He felt utterly humiliated. Uing. Furious and humiliated, he swung his fist, as big as a clay pot, straight at Ma Xiaoshuai's face.
He put every ounce of strength into that punch. It whistled through the air. A direct hit would have left an ordinary person with at least a concussion. But Ma Xiaoshuai merely tilted his head slightly. Su Yin's fist whizzed past his ear.
Immediately afterward, Ma Xiaoshuai extended his hand. Seemingly casually, he seized Su Yin's swinging wrist.
Su Yin felt his wrist. As if it had been clamped by an iron vice.
Unable to move.
He struggled desperately to pull his hand back, but it felt as though the other hand had been welded to his wrist. No matter how hard he pulled, it wouldn't budge an inch. Even more terrifying was, a bone-chilling cold seeped from the other's palm, flowed unceasingly into his body. His teeth began to chatter, and all his strength seemed to drain away. You. Su Yin stared at Ma Xiaoshuai in terror. The young man before him wore a blank expression. Yet in his eyes, he resembled a chainsaw-wielding maniac. The terror rising from the depths of his soul nearly choked him.
Want to try again?
Ma Xiaoshuai spoke indifferently, his voice devoid of emotion.
No.
Su Yin's voice trembled. The fleshy folds on his face twitched with terror. Su. Brother Su. The skinny monkey beside him was dumbstruck.
He stammered out the name. Ma Xiaoshuai released his grip.
Su Yin collapsed like his bones had been pulled out, plopping down onto the ground. He gasped for breath in ragged heaves. The look in his eyes as he stared at Ma Xiaoshuai had turned into utter terror.
In this world, might ultimately prevails. Whether in the realm of immortal cultivation or the mundane city.
This truth remained eternally unchanging. I'm here to apply for the security captain position. Ma Xiaoshuai scanned the room, his gaze briefly flicking over Skinny Monkey and Old Wang.
What's the job? Skinny Monkey flinched under his stare, dropping his phone to the floor.
He instinctively looked toward Su Yin on the ground. Su Yin's face was deathly pale as he struggled to get up from the floor.
You'll be primarily responsible for night patrols.
Su Yin's voice trembled.
He braced himself against the desk, fighting to keep his legs from buckling. Ma Xiaoshuai nodded. Oh, the night shift. Doesn't that mean I can slack off during the day? This job's pretty sweet. So I can just come in at night?
Yes. Su Yin nodded like a bobblehead, afraid the other person would lose patience if he hesitated even a second. Just make sure you arrive before 8 p.m.
All right. Ma Xiaoshuai responded lazily before turning to leave.
He didn't even spare a glance for the manager sprawled on the floor.
He walked away decisively.
The office door clicked shut, sealing off the outside world.
Su Yin's taut nerves suddenly relaxed.
His entire body slumped like a pile of mud, completely collapsing into the chair. Cold sweat had soaked through his undershirt. It clung to his skin, cold and uncomfortable.
Skinny Monkey scrambled over, practically crawling. Boss, are you okay? What happened?
But the words died on his lips.
Su Yin lifted his eyelids.
The eyes that had been filled with terror moments ago now held nothing but venomous hatred.
He grabbed Skinny Monkey's arm with terrifying strength. What?
He growled in a low voice.
You think I'm really scared of him?
The Skinny Monkey winced in pain but dared not struggle, only shaking his head frantically. Some pretty boy who popped up out of nowhere, thinking he can act tough in front of me just because he's got a bit of brute strength. Su Yin's face twisted with rage. The muscles on his face twitched violently. Take care of him tonight.
Got it? Skinny Monkey's mind raced and he instantly grasped the implication.
His face drained of color.
Manager, you want him to. Our company at night, it's not safe right now. Shoo.
Su Yin pressed his index finger to his lips, flashing a smile uglier than a cry.
Some things are best kept to yourself. What? You want to go in his place?
He shot a cold, dark look at Skinny Monkey.
No. Skinny Monkey was scared out of his wits, waving his hands frantically as if trying to shake his head off. Then keep your mouth shut. Su Yin gritted his teeth, enunciating each word deliberately.
I've never taken such a bloody beating since I was born. I'll make sure he dies quietly and without a trace.
Chapter 21, Taoist Talismans.
Su Yin gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. Su Yin, had ruled this territory with an iron fist for years.
When had he ever been so humiliated? This humiliation he could not swallow. Absolutely not.
His dark gaze then shifted to Old Wang, who had remained silent in the corner.
Old Wang.
His voice carried a warning tone.
You wouldn't meddle in other people's business, would you?
Old Wang, who had been as invisible as a ghost, slowly placed his enamel teacup on the table with a soft clink.
The sound echoed distinctly in the deathly quiet office.
He lifted his eyes, his cloudy pupils revealing no emotion. I'm too old and set in my ways to get involved in your young people's affairs. With that, he picked up his cup again, blew away the tea leaves floating on the surface. He began drinking, absorbed in his own world. Suyin stared at him for a few seconds, but couldn't make anything of him.
An old man nearing retirement.
He couldn't stir up much trouble. He withdrew his gaze, only then feeling a piercing pain in his wrist and shoulder. He grimaced and shook his arm.
He barked at the skinny monkey still standing dumbstruck nearby.
What are you staring at?
Get me some red flower oil, damn it. Damn it, looks skinny but packs a punch like a bull. My bones feel like they're snapping. Ma Xiaoshuai pushed open the heavy glass door, the sunlight stinging his eyes. He squinted, adjusting to the brightness.
Then he saw Wang Qingxue standing on the steps below the building entrance. Today, she ditched her sharp uniform.
Instead, she wore a loose gray hoodie, her pants seemingly vanished beneath it.
Her two long, straight, snow-white legs were casually crossed as she stood. They gleamed dazzlingly white in the sunlight. A gentle breeze lifted the hem of her hoodie. The edge of her hot pants was faintly visible.
Ma Xiaoshuai's Adam's apple bobbed.
Wow, girls really do change a lot as they grow up. The little girl who used to trail behind him, pigtails in her hair, snot running down her nose. Now she'd blossomed into such a figure.
Wang Qingxue spotted him too and immediately came over. What do you think?
She eyed Ma Xiaoshuai up and down. Ma Xiaoshuai curled his lip, hands stuffed in his pockets, striking a cocky, I've got the world in my pocket pose.
Who do you think I am? Me, Ma Xiaoshuai? Getting hired as a lowly security guard? You've got to be kidding.
Wang Qingxue visibly relaxed, then grew puzzled.
Then why are you out now? Don't you need to start work immediately?
She asked as she pressed the car key fob. Not far away, a red beetle flashed its lights.
No big deal. They begged me to take the night shift.
Ma Xiaoshuai strode over to the passenger seat. He pulled open the door and slid inside. A faint, pleasant scent of perfume lingered inside. He leaned back comfortably in the seat and said to Wang Qingxue, who had followed him over.
Let's go eat. I'm starving. Without waiting for Wang Qingxue's reaction, he simply closed his eyes.
Wang Qingxue sat in the driver's seat, looking at him like this, feeling both amused and exasperated. This guy was still the same as ever, arrogant and self-assured.
But, night shift?
Her hand paused over the ignition.
Han Yuan Tower had recently been plagued by nighttime incidents.
The higher-ups suspected supernatural interference. She wasn't sure if she should let Ma Xiaoshuai continue the investigation.
Wang Qingxue pressed the accelerator and the red beetle merged into the traffic. Inside the restaurant,
Ma Xiaoshuai devoured his meal like a whirlwind, his plate piled high like a mountain. Stuffing another steak into his mouth, he mumbled a complaint. Hey Wang Dachui, are the perks at your public security bureau that good? Can you actually afford a beetle? Even after all this time back in this world, he still couldn't quite adjust to the cost of living here.
The car is mine.
Wang Qingxue nibbled elegantly at her salad, her graceful movements forming a stark contrast to his.
Also, could you stop calling me by my nickname? Just call me Qingxue. Fine, fine. Ma Xiaoshuai readily complied, taking another big gulp of Coke.
Wang Qingxue paused. Her fingers gripping the glass turned slightly white, as if she were making a difficult decision. Ma Xiaoshuai looked up, still chewing meat. His cheeks were bulging.
What's up? All hesitant like that, not like you, Wang Big Hammer. You should remember what I told you about the missing employees in that building.
Wang Qingxue ignored his teasing, her tone turning serious.
Ah. Ma Xiaoshuai nodded, swallowing the food in his mouth. So that's why you asked me to be a security guard? What, you think I can't handle it? He grinned, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. Seeing him like this, Wang Qingxue's worries deepened.
She carefully retrieved a small yellow talisman paper folded into a triangle from her small bag. Intricate patterns were drawn in vermilion on the talisman paper. It exuded an aura of solemnity. Our superiors suspect this matter involves supernatural forces. Take this talisman. She slid the talisman toward Ma Xiaoshuai. This Vajra talisman was obtained through connections from a Taoist elder. It can ward off supernatural corruption for about 15 minutes. If you truly find yourself in danger, it might buy you some time. You must call me immediately. Her words came fast and urgent, as if she feared Ma Xiaoshuai might dismiss her warning.
Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze fell on the talisman.
A flicker of contempt crossed his eyes. From his perspective as a former demonic arts master,
a faint trace of true energy did cling to the talisman.
But the craftsmanship was as crude as a child's scribbles. The true energy was impure and chaotic, its structure loose and disjointed.
Forget holding out for 15 minutes. If it could last 3 minutes, that would be considered decent quality. Still, he had no intention of revealing his cultivation identity just yet.
In this unfamiliar world eroded by the strange, hiding his strength and feigning weakness was the optimal strategy.
Fine.
He responded lazily, casually snatching the talisman paper which Wang Xiaoshuai considered priceless and shoving it into his pocket. He stuffed it carelessly into his pocket.
Wang Xiaoshuai's eyes twitched at the sight.
She wanted to say something, but seeing his infuriatingly cocky expression, she swallowed her words.
Forget it.
That's just the kind of jerk he is. After eating his fill, Ma Xiaoshuai let out a loud burp and wiped his mouth with a napkin.
Then, before Wang Xiaoshuai could react,
he shot out his long arm, lightning fast, snatched her beetle car keys off the table. He twirled it around his finger.
What are you doing?
Wang Xiaoshuai stared at the empty table, momentarily stunned before realizing what had happened.
Ma Xiaoshuai had already stood up.
Jingling the keys, he headed toward the restaurant exit.
Now that I'm officially on the job, you the one who dragged me into this mess better get me a ride. I'm borrowing the car for now. See ya.
His voice drifted from afar. He had already pushed open the restaurant door.
Chapter 22, The Courtship. Wang Xiaoshuai watched his retreating figure, torn between laughter and tears.
This guy truly took the phrase as if it were his birthright to the extreme. She looked down at her empty hands.
Hope everything goes smoothly.
Night slowly enveloped the entire city.
The Hangyuan building, bustling with traffic during the day, now felt eerily lonely.
Most floors had their lights extinguished, with only a few scattered windows still glowing faintly.
At the building entrance, 2 uniformed security guards stood bored on duty. Spotting Ma Xiaoshuai approaching in the same uniform,
they merely gave him a lazy glance and made no attempt to stop him.
Ma Xiaoshuai entered the building unimpeded.
The cold marble floor reflected a pallid light, making the empty lobby feel even more desolate. He took the elevator straight to the second floor, the security department. The duty room was brightly lit, but only the old man was there. Old Wang sat in his chair, cradling a large teacup.
He listened leisurely to the melodious opera playing on the radio.
The sound of the elevator doors opening reached his ears. Old Wan looked up, his cloudy eyes recognizing Ma Xiaoshuai. He rose slowly from his seat. He unhooked a heavy bunch of keys from his waist.
Here, these are the keys for every floor. Old Wang handed over the keys and instructed. The night shift isn't tiring.
Mainly, you just walk through every floor to check for anything unusual. Once all the overtime workers have left, just lock the fire doors on each floor. He paused, then added in a slightly hushed tone. Before locking up, remember to check thoroughly for any employees left behind.
Don't lock anyone inside. Ma Xiaoshuai took the keys, feeling their weight on his wrist. He nodded, acknowledging the instruction.
Old Wang seemed to have completed some important handover ritual. He patted his lower back with a sigh of relief.
All right, this old man's calling it a day. You're in charge here now, kid.
With that, he picked up his teacup and radio. Without looking back, he headed toward the elevator.
Ma Xiaoshuai watched his figure disappear behind the elevator doors.
A meaningful smile curved his lips.
This old guy, he's got some charm.
It seemed the strangeness in this building had already caught the attention of even ordinary people.
Well, that only made things more interesting.
Ma Xiaoshuai picked up a high-powered flashlight hanging on the wall.
He began his first patrol since taking the job. The second floor housed the security department and some logistics offices. Nothing much to see here. He opted for the stairs instead of the elevator. In the quiet surroundings, the echoing footsteps in the stairwell, allowing him to perceive his surroundings with heightened clarity. Clackety-clack. The footsteps sounded especially clear in the deserted hallway.
He reached the third floor.
This was where the HR department, administrative department, and other offices were located.
The place where he had come for his interview during the day. The corridor was pitch black.
Only the emergency exit sign at the far end glowed with a faint green light. Most offices on the entire floor had their lights turned off.
Only a bright beam of light seeped through the crack beneath the HR manager's office door. Unbidden, the image of that sultry, black-stockinged executive from earlier that day flashed through Ma Xiaoshuai's mind.
What was her name again? Su Mei?
Her name certainly suited her.
Working overtime this late? What a dedicated corporate drone.
Ma Xiaoshuai thought to himself, yet his feet carried him toward that office. As a security guard, reminding employees working overtime to be mindful of their departure time was well within his job description. He had just reached the door, not yet raising his hand to knock.
A strained conversation drifted out from inside.
Mr. Chen, I'm truly sorry, but personally, I don't approve of office romances.
It's getting late, please head back now.
It was Sumei's voice, tense and strained. It carried a distinct sense of detachment. She was struggling to maintain the last shred of dignity.
Immediately after, a greasy male voice chimed in. Mayor, you can't talk like that.
Look at yourself, you're almost 30 this year.
A woman needs someone to lean on. Look around the whole company. In terms of status and ability, who's more suitable for you than me?
Mayor, stop being so reserved.
Marry me.
The voice made Ma Xiaoshuai frown. It sounded like a greasy middle-aged man.
And Mayor? How disgusting. Mr. Chen. Please show some respect. Sumei's voice suddenly rose sharply. What are you doing?
A sharp cry echoed, seemingly accompanied by the sound of a chair being knocked over. Clearly, the man called Mr. Chen
had become enraged after being rejected and resorted to physical force. Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes turned cold. He wasn't one to meddle in others' affairs.
In the cultivation world, he'd seen this kind of survival of the fittest drama countless times.
He himself had even been at the top of the food chain.
But now, he was different. This was his hunting ground. Anything that displeased him under his watch, he had every right to intervene.
Ma Xiaoshuai didn't bother knocking to warn them.
His right leg shot up, propelled by every ounce of strength in his body. He delivered a vicious kick straight into the office door lock.
Bang! A deafening crash.
The high-quality solid wood door panel cracked instantly, the lock completely shattered by the force. The door panel slammed against the interior wall at a twisted angle.
A dull thud echoed through the room. The two people inside the office were utterly terrified by this sudden commotion.
They both turned toward the doorway in unison. Ma Xiaoshuai stood in the center of the shattered doorframe, his back to the darkness of the corridor. Only the light from the office outlined his tall, slender figure. Hands tucked into his pockets, chin slightly raised, his cold gaze swept across the room. The scene before him unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. A greasy man with a receding hairline and a protruding beer belly was kneeling on the floor in an utterly ridiculous posture. His face still bore traces of savage desire. His hand clutched Sumei's wrist with brutal force. Sumei sat slumped in an office chair, terror etched across her face. Her other hand desperately tried to pry open the man's grip. Beneath her meticulous makeup, her eyes were already red-rimmed. Both pairs of eyes were now fixed on Ma Xiaoshuai, the unwelcome intruder. The greasy Mr. Chen was the first to react. His face instantly turned the color of liver. His plans had been interrupted by a clueless little security guard. This made him feel his authority challenged like never before.
Who the hell are you?
Mr. Chen abruptly let go of Sumei and sprang to his feet. He pointed at Ma Xiaoshuai's nose and unleashed a torrent of curses.
You stinking doorman! Who gave you the guts to kick my door? Do you even know who I am? You think I can't fire you on the spot with a single word?
Sumei seized the chance to break free, stumbling backward several steps to hide behind Ma Xiaoshuai. One hand pressed against her chest, she gasped for breath. This new security guard, how dare he?
Chapter 23, Harassment.
Ma Xiaoshuai seemed oblivious to Mr. Chen's roar. He slowly moved the beam of his flashlight over. It flickered across that greasy, shiny face. The glare made Chen unable to open his eyes.
Oh? Mr. Chen?
Ma Xiaoshuai spoke lazily, his voice devoid of emotion.
Sorry about that.
I was patrolling downstairs earlier and heard a noise from the third floor. Well, it sounded like a pig squealing. I thought something serious had happened, like an intruder or something.
Panicked, I overreacted. He dragged out each syllable.
Every word dripped with sarcasm.
Pig? Pervert?
This was clearly a veiled insult.
Mr. Chen trembled with rage.
His finger trembled as he pointed at Ma Xiaoshuai.
You're full of. This is slander. You're fired. Now. Immediately. Get out of here this instant. Fire me?
Ma Xiaoshuai looked as if he'd heard the biggest joke in the world. He turned off the flashlight and walked slowly into the office. He casually closed the door behind him, though it was already rotten and could only be left ajar. He surveyed the room, his gaze finally settling on Mr. Chen. His gaze was as cold as if he were looking at a lifeless object.
Seems like you haven't got a clue what's going on, fat pig. Ma Xiaoshuai's voice turned cold. First, this is my working hours.
The security of the entire building falls under my jurisdiction.
I suspect criminal activity is occurring here. Taking emergency measures is entirely within my authority. Second, you're lingering in the office after hours, harassing female colleagues.
He paused, then turned his gaze back to the desk.
Sumei, her face ashen. Manager Su, did I get that wrong? Did this Mr. Chen make unwanted advances toward you against your will? Sumei's lips trembled, but no words came out. Mr. Chen grew impatient.
He barked, his voice harsh but trembling inside.
Don't talk nonsense. I was just bonding with Mayor. We're a couple. Couple? Ma Xiaoshuai chuckled. Is that so, Supervisor Su? You two are a couple?
In an instant, all three pairs of eyes focused on Sumei. Mr. Chen's eyes were filled with menace.
Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes held a hint of playful amusement, as if watching a show. Sumei's inner world was torn apart. Chen Gang was one of the company's vice presidents.
He oversaw the marketing department and wielded considerable authority. Offending him would surely make her life at the company miserable. But if she went along with his demands, tonight would truly be her doom. Moreover, looking at Chen Gang's disgusting face made her stomach churn. Then she glanced at the new security guard. Though he acted recklessly, even violently at times, somehow, just standing there, he gave off an inexplicable sense of security.
That fearless composure, it wasn't something you could fake. Sumei took a deep breath. Finally, she made her decision. She straightened her back. No. He's not my boyfriend. He's been harassing me. As the words fell, Chen Gang's face darkened completely. Did you hear that, Mr. Chen? Ma Xiaoshuai stepped forward and slapped Chen Gang's thick shoulder.
The force of the tap made Chen Gang stagger, nearly losing his balance.
Now, the situation is crystal clear. It's either you getting the hell out of this building immediately, or me calling the police right now and writing down every single detail of what just happened in my security duty log, which I'll hand over to your company's top brass first thing tomorrow morning?
Oh, and I could also anonymously post this log on the company's internal forum.
Tell me, wouldn't that be quite the spectacle?
With every word Ma Xiaoshuai spoke, Chen Gang's expression darkened further.
Report to the authorities? Included in the log? Posted on the forum? Any one of those actions would be enough to ruin his reputation within the company.
Though he was a vice president, he still had the chairman and several shareholders above him.
If this scandal ever came out, his career would be completely over.
Chen Gang glared at Ma Xiaoshuai, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. He wanted to hurl some threats, but when he met Ma Xiaoshuai's cold, indifferent gaze, a chill shot up his spine from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Weighing the pros and cons, Chen Gang yielded. He ground out a few words through clenched teeth.
Fine, you win. He shot Ma Xiaoshuai a vicious glare. Then he glanced at Sumei standing behind Ma Xiaoshuai. You two just wait.
Then, he smoothed out his rumpled suit.
He slunk out of the office. As Chen Gang's footsteps faded into the distance, the office fell silent once more. Sumei's tense body finally relaxed.
She leaned against the desk and slowly slid down into her chair. She felt drained of all her strength. She looked at Ma Xiaoshuai standing in the center of the office.
Thank you.
She murmured softly. Ma Xiaoshuai turned around, hands in his pockets, and gave her a thorough once-over. Under the office lights, her cheeks flushed crimson with anger, and her slightly tousled hair clung to her temples, which only added to her pitiable charm.
No big deal. He walked over to the door he'd kicked in, studying it.
But this door. You'll need to tell the administration tomorrow that the lock broke natural wear and tear. Sumei paused, then understood his meaning. He was covering for her. If the door had been kicked in by security, it would inevitably lead back to tonight's incident. That would inevitably lead to an investigation and a lot of back and forth. Claiming the lock failed on its own was the best course of action.
I understand.
Sumei nodded, her regard for him growing slightly. This man, though seemingly rough around the edges, was remarkably thoughtful.
All right, if there's nothing else, you can head home early.
Ma Xiaoshuai waved his hand and turned to leave.
This building isn't exactly peaceful at night.
His words carried hidden meaning.
It referred both to people like Chen Gang and to the unseen things.
However, Sumei took it as referring only to the former.
Wait a minute. Sumei suddenly called out to him.
Ma Xiaoshuai turned around, looking at the woman before him. Her face flushed, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her shirt.
What is it, Manager Su? Sumei bit her lower lip, seemingly unable to speak.
But the sharp, stabbing pain radiating from her ankle forced her to speak.
I think I twisted my left ankle.
I was so nervous earlier I didn't notice, but now it really hurts. She whispered softly, her gaze falling to her foot.
Could you please take me to the underground parking garage?
Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze followed her words, settling on the footclad in black stockings. Sure enough, her ankle was slightly swollen, causing the black stocking to form a faint curve. Under the light, it possessed a peculiar, broken beauty. He stepped forward, turned his back without hesitation, and crouched slightly.
Hop on.
Of course, he wasn't doing this to take advantage or to feel the touch of her legs in black stockings. Caring for colleagues and ensuring the safety of every employee in the building, that was the duty of an outstanding security guard.
Chapter 24, Forbearance. Is great.
Sumei froze for a moment, then her cheeks flushed even redder.
This was way too intimate.
But the pain in her foot left her no choice. After a moment's hesitation, she cautiously lowered herself onto his lap. Instead of the sweatiness she expected from a man, a fresh scent filled her senses. Like the scent of grass after rain mingled with sunlight, clean and pleasant. The instant Sumei lay down, Ma Xiaoshuai distinctly felt the astonishing softness and elasticity against his back. Two warm peaks pressed tightly against his back, rising and falling slightly with her breath. Poof. He gave a slight smirk.
Manager Su, do you also go by the nickname Su Yorong?
Ha? Sumei froze, blinking blankly, clearly not catching the reference to an old-school meme from this world.
Never mind.
Ma Xiaoshuai said no more, steadied himself, and reached out to turn off the office lights. He reached back, cupping Sumei's firm, rounded buttocks with precise control. Her warm, soft curves yielded to his touch, the sensation astonishing.
Sumei's body stiffened.
He, however, acted as if nothing had happened, striding confidently toward the elevator with his long legs. To prevent her from slipping, his hand supporting her peach-like hips instinctively pulled upward. A searing heat radiated through the thin fabric of her skirt from his palm. Sume felt that heat instantly spread throughout her body, her ears burning so fiercely they felt like they might bleed. She instinctively reached out, playfully slapping Ma Xiaoshuai's broad chest. "Stop touching me." Her voice was soft and sweet, sounding more like a playful complaint. "But I'm not, manager." Ma Xiaoshuai's tone was righteous. "If I didn't hold you up, you'd have fallen. If you feel cheated, how about I let you touch me back?" "You." Sume was both annoyed and amused by his twisted logic, momentarily at a loss for words. She gave a soft snort, burying her face in the crook of his neck and pretending to ignore him. But her lowered hand unconsciously rested on Ma Xiaoshuai's chest. Her fingertips brushed against a layer of hard contours. Even through the thin t-shirt, she could clearly feel the shape and power of that muscle. Pectorals so big. The elevator dinged as it reached the basement level. The moment the doors opened, a cold, damp wind rushed in. The underground parking garage was empty and desolate, with only a few fluorescent lights flickering feebly overhead. One bulb was clearly faulty, emitting a flickering, sickly white glow at an alarming frequency, like some urgent signal. The shifting light and shadow tore the shadows on the floor into fragmented pieces, adding an eerie atmosphere. Damn, they can't even fix a light bulb. What the hell is the maintenance department doing? Ma Xiaoshuai frowned, watching the wildly flickering bulb, yet a subtle gleam of interest flashed in the depths of his eyes. The maintenance crew has been here several times already. Sume whispered from her perch on his back. Every time they fixed it, it broke again the next day. Eventually, they just assumed someone was sabotaging it on purpose and stopped bothering. Just as he suspected. Ma Xiaoshuai understood. He nodded, saying nothing more, and strode toward a red BMW parked in the corner. Once he reached the car, Ma Xiaoshuai carefully set Sume down and helped her into the driver's seat. "With your foot like this, can you still drive?" Sume flexed her right foot and nodded. "My car's automatic. You just use your right foot for the gas and brake." "No problem." "That's good." Ma Xiaoshuai replied, then suddenly leaned forward, gently taking her injured left foot and placing it on his knee. "Ah!" Sume gasped, instinctively trying to pull her foot back, but he held it firmly in place. His fingers touched her swollen ankle through the thin stockings. "Don't move. Let me take a look." Sume inexplicably quieted down, letting him examine her. "Nothing serious. Just go home, rub some red flower oil on it, and you'll be fine after a good night's sleep." While Ma Xiaoshuai offered the most conventional remedy, his right hand, hidden from Sume's view, covertly formed an extremely subtle magical seal. A thread of pure demonic energy seeped from his fingertips, forcibly reversed by the 10,000 Calamities demon technique. It transformed into a gentle healing energy, silently seeping into Sume's ankle. The true power of the 10,000 Calamities demon art lay in its ability to refine all things and nourish the practitioner. Yet conversely, transforming his own power into healing energy, though immensely taxing, was no longer beyond his current capabilities. "It's so hot." Sume suddenly felt an odd warmth at her ankle, as if a warm current was washing over the swollen area. The stinging pain was visibly fading at a rapid pace. She looked down and was astonished to see the swelling at her ankle gradually fading. Within seconds, the warmth vanished. She tentatively tried to gently rotate her ankle. Apart from a slight stiffness, it didn't hurt at all. What just happened? Sume's eyes widened in disbelief. "That's incredible." Ma Xiaoshuai flashed a bright, harmless grin, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. "You probably won't believe me, but this is an ancient massage technique passed down in my family." "An ancestral technique?" Sume blinked, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes filled with confusion. She flexed her ankle. The sharp, stabbing pain from moments ago had faded to just a slight, lingering ache. This was 100 times more effective than the most expensive liniment or the most skilled orthopedic specialist. "Yep, it's an ancestral massage technique specializing in treating bruises and sprains." Ma Xiaoshuai spouted nonsense with deadpan seriousness, not even breaking a sweat. He withdrew his hand and casually closed the car door for Sume. The sharp thud echoed eerily in the empty, silent underground garage. "You?" Sume rolled down her window, about to ask more questions. But Ma Xiaoshuai had already turned away, waving at her. "Drive carefully, Manager Su." His voice echoed through the parking lot. But he had already strided off toward the elevator lobby. His retreating figure, just as when he arrived, was tall and straight, radiating a sense of effortless grace. Not a trace of lingering. Sume watched him disappear around the elevator corner, then looked down at her own ankle. Suddenly, she felt as though this man had been a bolt of lightning slicing through the night. He had left an indelible mark on her heart. She started the car, and the red BMW emitted a deep, rumbling engine roar. The headlights illuminated a small patch of darkness ahead. But when she glanced through the rearview mirror at the vast expanse of darkness behind her, a fragmented expanse sliced apart by flickering lights. An inexplicable chill crept up her spine. This parking lot, something really fell off. Ma Xiaoshuai pressed the button for the upward elevator. The elevator doors slowly closed, sealing out the eerie, flickering scene. Chapter 25, Knock some sense into your skull. The carefree expression on his face vanished instantly.
Interesting.
He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips.
A faint, chilling aura lingered in the air.
The 10,000 Calamities demon art began circulating within him of its own accord. An uncontrollable hunger surged up from the depths of his dantian. Earlier in the parking lot, he hadn't acted immediately only because Su Mei was present. Now, though, he glanced at his reflection in the elevator mirror, a wicked grin spreading across his lips. Late-night snack time had arrived. The elevator stopped on the 33rd floor.
Ma Xiaoshuai didn't head back to the security lounge.
Instead, he walked straight to the fire escape. He pushed open the heavy fire door and stepped inside. Instantly, his entire figure dissolved into the shadows of the stairwell, his presence vanishing without a trace. The next second, his figure drifted downward like a wisp of smoke, utterly silent. This was the stealth technique of the demonic cultivator. The fire escape corridor was deathly quiet. Only rows of green emergency exit lights glowed faintly. They bathed the entire space in a sickly, pallid green. The air hung thick and heavy, as if it had turned into a semi-solid gel. Ma Xiaoshuai came to a halt and looked up. A pale gray mist drifted down in wisps from the ventilation ducts in the ceiling. Instead of dissipating, it seemed to take on a life of its own. They tangled with each other mid-air. A vague human silhouette slowly took shape. No facial features, no skin, not even distinct limb boundaries. Merely a figure composed of dense mist. It hovered there at the staircase's corner, silently staring at Ma Xiaoshuai. Your aura doesn't feel like that of an awakened one. Cold, hollow. As if formed by countless overlapping voices, the sound echoed throughout the entire fire escape. Ma Xiaoshuai scratched his ear. He scrutinized the faceless creature from head to toe, whistling in astonishment. What the hell? You're so screwed up you don't even deserve a face? The eerie mist form didn't immediately flare up in anger. Its human-like outline rippled slightly. Go away. The hollow voice echoed once more. You're no match for me. I have a blood feud with this company's CEO. Today, I will destroy everything he holds dear. You are not my target. Leave now, and I can pretend nothing happened. The voice carried a condescending mercy. As if letting Ma Xiaoshuai off the hook was some immense favor. Ma Xiaoshuai chuckled. It sounded like the funniest joke he'd heard all year, and his shoulders began to shake. Well, this is something. First time I've met such a pretentious weirdo. As he spoke, he slowly rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular forearms. Cut the nonsense. You're wasting everyone's time. Ma Xiaoshuai lifted his chin and beckoned at the misty figure with a flick of his finger. Come on, get your so-called main body to step in front of me. Let's see if I can beat the crap out of you. If I don't knock your brains out, you're lucky. The air temperature plummeted abruptly. The eerie gray mist expanded violently, its human form instantly disintegrating into a churning mass of chaos. To be so humiliated by a mere mortal in its eyes. It was utterly enraged. You asked for this. The shrill howl was no longer a hollow chorus, but a roar filled with venom and madness. I'll tear you apart. Merge you into my body. Condemn you to eternal torment. Before the words faded, the chaotic gray mist exploded with a thunderous roar. With a wave of its hand, thick tendrils of fog surged toward Ma Xiaoshuai from all directions. They sealed off the stairwell's access points, obscuring the sickly green lights. The entire fire escape was instantly plunged into absolute darkness, so thick you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Wherever the mist passed, the hard cement walls began to peel away. A rustling sound filled the air. A layer of frost formed on the metal handrails at a visible pace. Soon they were corroded beyond recognition. This mist was resentment, a poisonous soil capable of eroding flesh and blood. That eerie voice cackled in the darkness. Feel despair. Within my realm of resentment, everything you possess shall be stripped away. Your senses, your strength, your very life. Soon, you will become a part of me. Yet in the darkness and cold, Ma Xiaoshuai remained standing in place, utterly motionless. He didn't even bother to assume a defensive stance. Demon realm? Is that all? His voice echoed clearly throughout the mist-shrouded space. I thought it would be some grand spectacle. Turns out it's just turning off the lights and turning on the AC? The eerie laughter abruptly ceased. It didn't understand. Why was this human so calm in such a situation? Wasn't he afraid? The next second, a scene beyond its comprehension unfolded. Ma Xiaoshuai opened his mouth. Then, he drew in a gentle breath. Whoosh! Like a whale drawing water, an invisible vortex suddenly formed, centered on his mouth. The once menacing mist of resentment instantly lost its control. Like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, it surged toward Ma Xiaoshuai's mouth. No! This can't be! The eerie entity let out a terrified shriek. It could feel the primal force that formed its very being rapidly draining away. This human was consuming it. He was devouring it bite by bite, as if it were mere sustenance. Ma Xiaoshuai smacked his lips, as if savoring some exquisite delicacy. The taste is just okay, a bit bitter. Too much resentment and impurities, not pure enough.
He continued to eat while offering his critique. Still, it's better than nothing. Suitable as an appetizer.
The 10,000 Calamities demon art raged through his body. The vengeful mist drawn into his body the moment it entered his meridians
was instantly refined by the overwhelmingly domineering demonic technique. Transformed into the purest energy, it flowed into his Dantian sea of qi.
The bottleneck of the fifth layer of qi refining showed the slightest, almost imperceptible crack.
Demon! What are you? The eerie entity was utterly terrified.
Its pride and joy, the spirit of resentment, had become nothing more than a buffet plate before this opponent.
It wanted to flee.
The churning mist began to contract, struggling to escape that terrifying pull. It sought to reform its shape and flee this place.
But to its horror, it found itself utterly immobilized.
The pull had locked onto its very core. No matter how it struggled, it only accelerated its own rate of consumption.
Trying to run?
Ma Xiaoshuai grinned, a smile that, in its eerie perception,
1,000,000 times more terrifying than any demon lurking in the abyss. Once you're on my table, you think you can leave? Come to me.
He increased the suction.
Boom! The entire fire escape shook violently. All the lingering ash mist was devoured clean in an instant by Ma Xiaoshuai. Chapter 26, Don't Kill Me.
The darkness receded, and the sickly green light once again illuminated the entire space. In the air, only a small fist-sized cloud of fog remained, emitting a thick black vapor.
It trembled in midair. That was the bizarre primordial core. Don't kill me.
A shrill, terror-filled thought burst forth from the black mist.
I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Please spare me. I'll tell you everything. That boss is Wang Dachui.
10 years ago, he swindled my parents out of every penny they saved, then framed my father with forged evidence to send him to prison.
My parents couldn't bear the blow and took their own lives.
After I killed myself, I inexplicably transformed into this monstrosity and returned to seek revenge on him. It spilled out its entire origin and motive like beans from a bamboo tube, hoping to buy a sliver of mercy.
Ma Xiaoshuai walked up to the core of the primordial energy, extending a finger to poke it. The substance felt like jelly, bouncy and springy. Finished? He asked. I'm done. Everything I said is true. Please. Oh. Ma Xiaoshuai nodded, his expression utterly unruffled. Your story is quite moving.
Too bad it's none of my damn business. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he opened his hand and snatched the core of primordial energy. Amidst eerie, despairing screams, he channeled his demonic energy. The black mist in his palm vanished instantly, absorbed cleanly.
Burp. Ma Xiaoshuai let out a satisfied burp, his face glowing with contentment.
Though the quantity was a bit meager, at least I had a proper meal. He could clearly sense that the demonic energy within his body had fully advanced to the 6th layer of qi cultivation.
Just then. Woo woo.
A shrill siren wailed from downstairs, growing louder as it raced closer.
Ma Xiaoshuai raised an eyebrow. Cops?
He walked to the window of the fire escape and looked down. 2 patrol cars, their red and blue lights flashing, screeched to a halt beneath Hengyuan Tower.
The doors swung open and several uniformed officers burst out, their eyes darting warily up at the building.
They sure got here fast.
Ma Xiaoshuai stroked his chin.
That strange final struggle earlier had indeed made quite a commotion. Someone must have called the police. But he didn't care. Even if these ordinary people came up, they wouldn't notice anything unusual. For him, the trouble wasn't these security guards. But Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze suddenly shifted to another direction. He sensed an aura rapidly approaching from the distance, one distinctly different from the eerie presence earlier, yet equally belonging to the supernatural realm. This presence felt far more condensed and masculine than the earlier misty strangeness. Oh? So this is one of the natives of this world? A hint of interest curved the corners of Ma Xiaoshuai's mouth. He chose not to leave. As a former titan of the demonic path, a death-defying spirit had long been ingrained in his soul. He wanted to see just what level of power the official forces of this world truly possessed. Meanwhile, below Hengyuan Tower, Chen Gang, captain of the Public Security Bureau's 2nd Squad, stared at the pitch-black building before him, his brow furrowed into a knot. What's going on? He asked a young officer beside him. Reporting to Captain Chen, we received an alert 3 minutes ago from the building's night security guard. He reported intense vibrations and strange noises emanating from the fire escape between the 33rd and 35th floors like some eerie apparition. The young officer reported quickly. The caller also mentioned, all the lights in the entire building were flickering wildly. Everyone was so terrified they ran straight out of the security office. Chen Gang looked up. The building had now returned to calm, with no further abnormalities. But the unease in his heart only grew stronger. Team 1, establish a perimeter and evacuate any remaining occupants inside the building. Team 2, follow me upstairs to investigate. Chen Gang issued the orders decisively. Captain Chen, should we report this to that department? A team member leaned in and whispered the question. Chen Gang's expression darkened. Let's confirm the situation upstairs first. Don't go bothering them over every little thing.
We're public security officers, protecting citizens is our duty. Even if we encounter that sort of thing, we must first get to the bottom of it.
His words were firm, but his hand instinctively reached for a special communicator at his waist.
It was a black device.
Only frontline squad leaders like them were authorized to carry it, an emergency communication tool linked to the Special Operations Countermeasures Bureau.
Let's go.
Chen Gang waved his hand, leading 3 team members as they sprinted into the lobby on the first floor of the building.
The elevator was still operating normally. Chen Gang and his team rode the elevator straight up to the 33rd floor.
As the elevator doors opened, a faint, chilling aura swept over them. Several young team members instinctively shivered.
Stay alert! Chen Gang barked, drawing the service pistol from his waist. Though engraved with demon-slaying inscriptions, it was utterly useless against more powerful supernatural threats. Still, clutching it offered at least a modicum of psychological comfort. The 33rd floor corridor lay deserted and silent, showing no signs of abnormality.
Captain, which way?
The fire escape. Chen Gang didn't hesitate, heading straight in that direction.
The caller had made it clear, the strange noise was coming from the fire escape. He pushed open the heavy fire door.
A blast of icy air rushed out.
The sight inside the passage made everyone's pupils contract sharply. The entire wall of the fire escape looked as if it had been violently corroded by some unknown substance, pitted and scarred, exposing the steel reinforcement within. The metal handrails were fractured and twisted, covered in unidentifiable stains.
A peculiar odor lingered in the air. This is...
A young team member stared at the horrifying scene, his voice trembling.
Chen Gang said nothing.
He merely crouched down and gently touched the ground with his gloved hand.
It was bone-chillingly cold.
The linksy disc at his waist spun wildly, as if some strange energy lingered within.
He stood up. Secure the scene immediately. Notify headquarters and request support from the Special Operations Countermeasures Bureau.
He finally picked up the black communicator. He knew the situation before him had far exceeded their capabilities.
Just as his finger was about to press the call button,
a voice tinged with mockery suddenly echoed from the top of the stairs.
Hey, officers, staying up all night instead of sleeping? Come here for team building?
Chen Gang and several team members' hearts skipped a beat. They all looked up simultaneously, instantly aiming their guns and flashlights toward the source of the voice. At the staircase corner, a young man in a security guard uniform.
He leaned against the wall, lazily observing them. Chapter 27, A Purely Ordinary Person.
He stood tall and straight, with a delicate, handsome face and a hint of a devil-may-care smile playing on his lips. It was Ma Xiaoshuai.
Who goes there? Chen Gang barked, gripping his gun tightly. Hands up. Walk down slowly. Ma Xiaoshuai raised his hands, feigning surrender.
But the smile on his face remained unchanged.
Relax, it's just us. Ma Xiaoshuai's footsteps echoed through the deathly quiet fire escape. Finally, Ma Xiaoshuai reached Chen Gang. In the bright light,
Chen Gang's pupils contracted slightly.
He recognized that face. It's you? Chen Gang's voice betrayed obvious surprise. Well, Captain Chen, personally leading a patrol this late at night? Truly a guardian of the people. Hard work. Ma Xiaoshuai grinned, revealing a row of white teeth.
His insolent tone caused the young officers behind Chen Gang, already on edge, to exchange nervous glances.
Who is this guy? Is he close with the captain? But the captain's gun was still pointed at him. What are you doing here? Chen Gang's brow furrowed as he lowered the muzzle slightly, though not completely. He had to get a clear answer to this question.
A bizarre incident had just occurred here, leaving behind energy fluctuations so intense they nearly blew up his spirit disk. And at this critical juncture, this kid had to show up.
Once could be coincidence, but twice. Me?
Ma Xiaoshuai dramatically pointed at his security guard uniform.
I'm security.
Captain Chen, your eyes. He dragged out the words. I was just patrolling the building when I heard this clang over here, like a demolition site.
So I ran up to check out the commotion.
I mean, the situation. He corrected himself swiftly, yet his expression betrayed no hint of guilt.
Chen Gang stared into his eyes.
His eyes were bright, meeting Chen's gaze with unflinching composure. They held none of the fear one might expect from an ordinary person witnessing such a bizarre scene.
Anything to report?
Chen Gang asked in a low voice, each word sounding like an interrogation. Ma Xiaoshuai shrugged, spreading his hands wide. His expression was innocent, as if to say, I'm just a bystander who happened to walk by.
Nothing. It was already like this when I came up.
He nodded toward the broken window below the staircase.
But hey, my eyesight's pretty sharp. I think I saw a dark shadow dart out the window like a flash. Fast as hell, like some giant firecracker. A dark shadow? Chen Gang's brow furrowed even deeper. He immediately walked to the window and looked down. This was the 33rd floor. Below lay hard concrete and a greenbelt. An ordinary person? Jumping down would turn them into a bloody pulp.
But if it were that thing, or rather, those people with extraordinary powers, escaping from here wasn't impossible.
This explanation made perfect sense. Yet the fog of doubt in Chen Gang's heart refused to lift. Everything was too coincidental. He turned and studied Ma Xiaoshuai again. I'm afraid I'll need to trouble you today. Come with me to the station to give a statement. Ma Xiaoshuai immediately scowled and spread his hands helplessly. No way, Chief Chen. Look at me, I'm on duty right now. He pointed to the ID badge on his chest, where the words Ma Xiaoshuai and a slightly awkward ID photo were clearly visible. Our company has strict rules. Unauthorized absence means pay deductions. My monthly salary can't handle this kind of hassle. Chen Gang stared at him silently. This kid was slippery as an eel. He knew that if Ma Xiaoshuai refused to cooperate, he couldn't forcibly take him away without solid evidence. Without a word, Chen Gang reached into a tactical pouch at his waist and pulled out the compass-shaped device. The Lingxi disc. Its black surface was engraved with intricate, ancient silver patterns. The central needle now trembled wildly at an irregular frequency, pointing in all directions, revealing just how chaotic the lingering strange energy in this place was. Upon seeing this object, Ma Xiaoshuai's eye twitched almost imperceptibly. A mortal's artifact? Interesting. Pity. To think you could probe this one's secrets with such a trifle is rather naive. The 10,000 Calamities demon art within him had already begun circulating on its own. The vast, ocean-like demonic energy did not radiate outward at all. Instead, like an utterly introverted black hole, it drew all traces of its presence inward, gathering within the chi-si of his dantian. At this moment, from an energy perspective, was no different from a roadside stone. Chen Gang clutched the spirit disc as he walked slowly toward Ma Xiaoshuai. The few team members behind him instinctively held their breath. They all recognized this device. It was the most direct and effective tool for distinguishing human from non-human. If this security guard was problematic, the Lingxi disc's needle would immediately go haywire, pointing directly at him, and the disc itself might even emit a scorching red glow. Chen Gang aimed the spirit disc at Ma Xiaoshuai's chest. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The pointer, which had been spinning wildly, gradually calmed down as it neared Ma Xiaoshuai. Chen Gang uttered a low, doubtful sound. He shook the Lingxi disc in his hand in disbelief, then aimed it at Ma Xiaoshuai once more. The result remained unchanged. Could it be that this young man named Ma Xiaoshuai was truly just an ordinary person? Looks like you really are just passing through. Chen Gang stowed away the spirit disc, the wariness in his tone fading considerably. Since the device showed no reaction, the prime suspect was ruled out. Alright, then continue with your work. He relented. However, you must come to the bureau tomorrow during the day. I'll have Qingshuai contact you. Got it. Ma Xiaoshuai immediately stood at attention and saluted with great solemnity. Yes, sir. Mission accomplished. Chen Gang shot him a disapproving look and ignored him. He turned to give orders to his team. Xiaoli, Xiaowang, cordon off this entire area with police tape. Seal off the fire escape from the 32nd to the 34th floor. Yes, sir. Xiao Zhang, secure the elevator lobby. No one is to approach. Roger that. Chen Gang methodically organized the scene, then picked up the black special communicator once more. This time, without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the call button. A low hum of static filled the air. This is Chen Gang, captain of the 2nd Security Squad, West City Precinct. Location, Hangyuan Tower, Tower A, 33rd floor. Remnants of a Level 3 anomalous incident detected. Requesting support from the Special Operations Countermeasures Bureau. Repeat, requesting support. His voice was urgent, a stark contrast to his earlier calm when speaking with Ma Xiaoshuai. Watching the security officers spring into action setting up crime scene tape, photographing evidence, shouting into their communicators. Ma Xiaoshuai curled his lip. A bunch of ordinary folks, running around like headless chickens. The main culprit's already been devoured by me, what's the point of investigating? He turned silently and slipped deeper into the darkness of the fire escape. In a few swift movements, he vanished. Chapter 28 I am not Nantung. Hangyuan Tower, rooftop. The night wind howled, whipping through clothing with a sharp, whistling sound. Beneath their feet, the city's neon lights converged into a dazzling sea of light, shimmering and iridescent, dreamlike and ethereal. Ma Xiaoshuai pushed open the iron gate to the rooftop and immediately spotted the man standing at the edge. Dressed in a flashy pure white suit, he stood out like a giant light bulb in the night. With his back to Ma Xiaoshuai, hands in his pockets, and chin slightly raised, he struck a pose he undoubtedly deemed dashing. Gazing up at the stars at a 45-degree angle, he seemed lost in contemplation of life. It was Yu Lu Yun. Ma Xiaoshuai crossed his arms, leaning lazily against the doorframe, and rudely shattered the pretentious silence. Those down there must be your colleagues, right? Why not go down and say hello? Build some rapport? His tone dripped with sarcasm. Yu Lu Yun slowly turned around. His gaze didn't linger on the floor below, instead settling directly on Ma Xiaoshuai, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The strange occurrences here have been thoroughly cleared up. They won't find anything unusual during their inspection, so there's no danger. He paused, took 2 steps forward, and fixed Ma Xiaoshuai with an intense stare.
But, compared to those tedious procedures, I find you rather intriguing. His voice carried a peculiar magnetism, his eyes brimming with scrutiny. Like a master appraiser who had discovered a piece of raw jade unlike any he had ever seen.
Ma Xiaoshuai looked him up and down.
From his immaculate white suit to his slick, perfectly coiffed hair. To that I'm irresistibly charming, smug expression. He suddenly furrowed his brow, his face revealing undisguised contempt. He took a step back, creating distance between himself and Yu Luyun, his expression wary.
Get lost.
Ma Xiaoshuai was succinct.
I'm not from Nantung. The enigmatic smile on Yu Luyun's face froze instantly.
It took a full 2 seconds for him to process. The vein on his temple twitched uncontrollably.
Damn it!
He couldn't maintain his composure any longer and cursed out loud. I'm not exactly a saint either.
What the hell is wrong with you?
He felt the atmosphere he'd painstakingly crafted get completely shattered by Ma Xiaoshuai's single remark, shattering into 1,000 pieces.
Then why are you looking at me like that?
Ma Xiaoshuai wore an expression that said, I get it, no need to explain, crossing his arms as he continued backing away. Listen, I'm not into guys.
Doesn't matter how good looking you are. And the way you're dressed? Way too flashy. You're clearly the bottom one. Yu Luyun lost it completely. He pointed at Ma Xiaoshuai, his fingers trembling with rage. This is my taste. My style. Got it? You country bumpkin. When I said interested, I meant I want to know who the hell you are. What kind of power are you using?
He finally steered the conversation back on track. Recalling the scene downstairs moments ago, Yu Luyun's mind was filled with confusion. He had arrived earlier than Chen Gang and the others. As a full-fledged member of the Special Operations Countermeasures Bureau's action team, he possessed more advanced equipment, enabling him to pinpoint the source of the bizarre energy outbreak earlier. Yu Luyun scrutinized the young security guard, whose appearance was roughly his own age. Of course, that was merely his own perception. That force was cold, domineering, and carried a savage, all-consuming brutality. It was unlike any awakened being he had ever encountered. It felt like the ultimate form of the void into which all things return. Facing Yu Luyun's probing gaze, the mockery on Ma Xiaoshuai's face slowly faded. In its place emerged an expression of indifference. A power you should never have known. The moment the words fell, an invisible pressure crashed down. The air around them seemed to solidify into lead. It was suffocating. The night wind ceased, and even the neon lights seemed to warp. The entire rooftop was forcibly torn from the bustling city, transforming into an isolated prison. And Ma Xiaoshuai was the sole master of this prison. In this moment, he was no longer the carefree young security guard. He was the demon sovereign. The man who once sent immortals and Buddhas of the three realms fleeing in terror, who ascended to the supreme demon throne by trampling upon mountains of white bones. Yu Luyun's pupils suddenly contracted. He felt a shudder emanating from the depths of his very soul. It wasn't the oppressive weight of raw power, but a crushing superiority of life itself. Like a rabbit suddenly confronted by a prehistoric beast. Even without a roar, even without bared fangs, the primal terror seeping from its very bloodline was enough to shatter the rabbit's spirit. The spiritual energy within him activated automatically, forming a faint white protective barrier around his body as it desperately resisted the overwhelming pressure. He had to narrow his eyes slightly just to maintain his stance. What the hell is this thing? Class A? No, that couldn't be right. He had once witnessed the S-rank masters stationed at headquarters unleash their power of force so overwhelming it could move mountains and fill seas. Yet even from them, the oppressive feeling leaned more toward sheer power. The man before him, however, radiated pure despair. Just as Yu Luyun was on the verge of collapse, that suffocating pressure quietly receded. It lasted only a few seconds, yet it felt like he'd walked through the gates of hell and back. His white suit jacket was soaked through with cold sweat, clinging tightly to his back in utter disarray. You don't need to be so wary. Yu Luyun forced down the storm raging within him, striving to make his voice sound steady. He adjusted his collar, attempting to regain his composure. But he knew deep down that his momentary lapse had already given him away. I'm here to invite you to join the Paranormal Investigation Bureau. He decided to get straight to the point. With a monster like this, beating around the bush would only seem ridiculous. My name is Yu Luyun, chief of the 7th Operations Team at the Yuan City branch. He stated his name and position. This was the standard procedure for the Countermeasures Bureau when recruiting powerful individuals displaying official credentials to command respect. In the past, whenever he revealed this identity, even the most defiant awakened beings would immediately rein in their attitude. For the Supernatural Investigation Bureau represented the nation's highest authority in handling supernatural incidents. Joining it meant status, resources, and a transformation from outsider to guardian. He looked at Ma Xiaoshuai with confidence, awaiting his response. However, I refuse. Ma Xiaoshuai's answer was crisp and decisive. The elaborate speech Yu Luyun had prepared covering the Bureau's benefits, responsibilities, and the noble ideal of protecting the world together suddenly stuck in his throat. The professional smile on his face froze for the third time. What? He even doubted his own ears.
Chapter 29, No one gets to tell me what to do. Why? Yu Luyun was utterly baffled. This defied all logic. Didn't this man know what the Paranormal Investigation Bureau represented? No reason. Ma Xiaoshuai scratched his ear, reverting to his usual lazy demeanor. No freedom.
He spat out the 3 words, his gaze drifting toward the dazzling city lights in the distance, a barely perceptible sneer playing at the corners of his mouth.
Freedom?
It was precisely because of this that Ma Xiaoshuai had made enemies with the entire cultivation world in his previous life. When he first entered the cultivation world, his extraordinary talent earned him the reputation as a prodigy the sect had seen only once in 1,000 years.
And then?
His sect made him work like a beast of burden, fighting for resources under the guise of training. The righteous path demanded he slay demons and uphold order, calling it the righteous path of heaven. Those so-called great immortals of the celestial realm sat high above. They imposed countless rules and regulations, demanding everyone follow their script.
Obey and thrive, defy and perish.
He'd had enough of being ordered around, enough of the sort of rules forever hanging over his head. Thus, he renounced his master and fell into the demonic path. He cultivated the 10,000 Calamities demon art, devouring everything, shattering everything. In the end, he personally slaughtered those great beings who had once lorded over him. He overturned their chessboard and became the first demon sovereign, feared by all in the cultivation world. Now, this guy dressed like a peacock spreading its feathers
dares to impose a similar set of rules upon him? Join some supernatural bureau? And then what? Follow orders? Obey commands? Risk life and limb for some so-called greater good? That. I finally got another shot at life. I just want to live freely. No one gets to boss me around anymore.
Watching Yu Luyun freeze in place, looking utterly dumbfounded as if his worldview had just shattered, Ma Xiaoshuai found it rather amusing. He waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to waste any more time on this guy.
Alright, that's all I'm saying today.
He turned to leave, but suddenly remembered something. His footsteps halted, and he glanced back at Yu Luyun. His gaze was calm, yet it made Yu Luyun's hair stand on end. If you dare breathe a word about my business. Ma Xiaoshuai flashed a wide grin, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. His smile was dazzling, yet his words carried a bone-chilling coldness. I'll slaughter you.
He didn't actually harbor any ill will toward this Yu Luyun fellow.
Narcissistic, a bit of a show-off, but he didn't seem to have any real malice. So he saw no need to silence him permanently.
A warning would suffice. Wait, hold on. We can negotiate terms. The compensation will be top tier.
Yu Luyun grew desperate, lunging forward in a last-ditch attempt to negotiate. A combat talent like this, if he couldn't bring him under his control, the consequences of letting him slip away were unimaginable. He had to. But before he could finish, Ma Xiaoshuai's figure shifted. He merely took a step back, retreating into the deeper shadow cast by the rooftop water tank. No wind stirred, no sound echoed, not even the slightest energy fluctuation rippled through the air. He simply blended into the darkness as naturally as if he were part of it all along.
His entire being vanished into thin air. Yu Luyun's outstretched hand froze mid-air.
He stared blankly at the empty shadow, his mouth slightly agape, unable to utter a single word.
A spatial ability? Or some sort of stealth technique?
He couldn't comprehend it at all. Whoosh! Only now did the stagnant night wind resume its howl, carrying the city's clamor back to his ears. The rooftop returned to normal.
As if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion.
Yu Luyun slowly lowered his hand, stroking his chin.
Interesting.
He murmured to himself. Refusing to join the Countermeasures Bureau. The reason being lack of freedom.
Possessing an unheard of power akin to annihilation. Eerie methods that allow him to come and go without a trace. He rapidly processed the information in his mind. For someone like me, an A-rank agent, to feel such immense pressure from mere presence alone. Only the absolute elite within the Bureau could possibly match that. No, even stronger. It was a difference in quality. Yu Luyun licked his dry lips. Tonight, he seemed to have uncovered a tremendous secret. A terrifying existence operating outside the official system, comparable to nuclear weapons. Report it up the chain? Of course he had to report it. But how to report it? That was the tricky part. Above all, he couldn't let other teams or even the Bureau itself snatch this raw gem from his grasp. As long as he could bring him into the 7th Division. Yu Luyun's breathing grew slightly ragged. He pulled out his specially designed communicator, hesitated for a moment, then dialed a number. Team leader, what's the situation at the scene? The voice of trainee investigator Lin Feng came through the communicator, tinged with tension. The anomaly has been neutralized. No residual traces remain. Yu Luyun's voice regained its usual calm and composure. Have the Public Security Bureau handle the cleanup. You guys pull back. Roger that. After hanging up, Yu Luyun turned his gaze back toward the direction where Ma Xiaoshuai had vanished, his eyes burning with intensity. Ma Xiaoshuai, huh? Through the building's security logs, he had already learned the man's name. You won't escape my grasp. Meanwhile, below Han Yuan Tower,
Outside the police cordon, Lin Feng ended his call with Yu Luyun, a trace of confusion lingering on his face.
What's wrong, Investigator Lin? Chen Gang approached, offering him a cigarette. Nothing, Team Leader Chen.
Lin Feng waved his hand, declining the cigarette. Our team leader says the weird stuff inside has been taken care of.
He wants your people to go in, inspect the scene, and just go through the motions. Resolved? That fast? Chen Gang's eyes widened. From receiving the report to their arrival setting up the perimeter.
Then the Paranormal Investigation Bureau team arriving, it had all happened within an hour.
And how long had that legendary team leader you been upstairs? 10 minutes? 15 minutes? A paranormal entity classified as extremely dangerous had been resolved just like that? That's team leader you for you. Chen Gang exclaimed sincerely.
Lin Feng nodded, his face reflecting a shared sense of pride.
Yet deep within him, a lingering doubt refused to fade. He knew his team leader all too well. Every time Yu Luyun successfully resolved an incident, he'd slip in a cheeky remark or two over the comlink to flaunt his prowess. But just now, the team leader's voice sounded off. Was it just his imagination?
Lin Feng frowned, gazing at the brightly lit entrance of the building as he fell deep in thought.
The night sky resembled a rag soaked in ink, wiping away every trace of starlight from Yuan City's heavens.
Inside the security room of Hangyuan Tower, the old air conditioner hummed with a dull drone. Its rhythm intertwined with the ticking of the wall clock, lulling one into drowsiness.
Chapter 30, kicked around like a ball. The next evening, Ma Xiaoshuai had just finished his final patrol when he pushed open the door.
A scent of expensive cologne assaulted his nostrils.
He frowned.
There, occupying the seat that should have belonged to old Wang, sat a man. He wore that same meticulously tailored, outrageously flashy suit, his silver gray tie perfectly knotted. His polished leather shoes were so shiny they reflected the dim yellow light from the ceiling.
Yu Luyun.
The guy sat with his legs crossed, holding a copy of the security guard's self-cultivation. He was engrossed in it, as if this were his own executive office. Ma Xiaoshuai slammed his patrol baton onto the desk with a loud thud, causing Yu Luyun to look up.
What the hell are you doing here?
Ma Xiaoshuai's voice carried undisguised disgust. Yu Luyun closed the book, wearing a smug grin that said, I'm here to annoy you, what are you gonna do about it?
To start my new job as a security guard,
of course. He answered with utter certainty, even patting his chest as if proud of his new role.
You're a government employee, and now you're here trying to steal our jobs? A vein throbbed at Ma Xiaoshuai's temple.
He wanted to smack that smug grin right into the wall.
Of course not.
Yu Luyun stood up, circled the desk, and leaned in close to Ma Xiaoshuai. His tone carried a hint of intimacy.
I'm only here for you. Ma Xiaoshuai fell silent for a second.
A cold smile suddenly spread across his expressionless face. If you spout any more of that non-tung nonsense, you better believe I'll rip off your balls and use them as a soccer ball.
Yu Luyun instinctively clamped his legs together, feeling a chill between his thighs.
He gave a nervous chuckle, took a step back, and created a safe distance.
Damn it, why did this guy still radiate such overwhelming pressure?
He looked like just another handsome young man, but when those dark, piercing eyes locked onto him, Yu Luyun felt like prey locked onto by a primordial beast, his very soul trembling. It inevitably brought back memories of late last night, when he'd been reporting to his superiors.
What did you say? Completely obliterated? All energy traces vanished?
On the other end of the communicator, the deputy director of the bureau, a man renowned for his iron resolve, unflappable even as a mountain, crumbled before him. His voice trembled violently for the first time. Yes, deputy director. I scanned the site 37 times with the class of source analyzer. There are no anomalous energy residues left, it's as clean as if no anomaly had ever occurred. Yu Luyun stood alone on the rooftop, the night wind whipping his coat flaps, yet his voice remained unwaveringly steady.
Lin Feng and the others confirmed it too.
The physical damage at the scene matches routine cleanup, but on the energy level, it's blank.
A prolonged silence fell on the other end of the communication line. Yu Luyun could imagine the storm raging within the powerful figure on the other end of the line. Since its founding, the Paranormal Investigation Bureau had handled thousands of strange incidents. The abilities of the awakened varied wildly, some controlled fire, others conjured frost, some unleashed psychic assaults, and others, like him, enhanced their physical bodies. They could defeat, seal, or expel the uncanny, but they could never kill it. The supernatural was indestructible. They were distortions of some fundamental rule, clusters of negative energy scattered throughout the cosmos. When scattered, they enter a dormant phase, slowly absorbing stray energy from the air. Whether it takes months or years, they inevitably resurrect in the same place. Endless and unending. This is the sword of Damocles hanging over all humanity.
Yet now, an entity capable of utterly annihilating these anomalies has emerged.
What does this signify? It means humanity, for the first time, possesses a weapon capable of truly striking back, even eradicating the anomalies entirely. This person is named Ma Xiaoshuai?
The deputy director's voice rang out again, carrying an authority that brooked no argument.
Yes.
He's the night shift security guard at Hangyuan Tower.
Have you checked his background?
Yes. His parents passed away the year the anomalies first appeared. His social connections are minimal and there's a 3-year gap in his records. Yu Luyun paused. It's as if he appeared out of thin air. The more unusual it is, the more it suggests his origins aren't straightforward. The deputy director made a decisive call. Yu Luyun, I'm issuing you a top priority directive. Yes, sir. Yu Luyun stood ramrod straight. Recruit Ma Xiaoshuai into the Paranormal Investigation Bureau at any cost. Remember, at any cost. I require authorization. I grant you temporary S-level authorization. You have full access to all resources of the Yuan City branch. Headquarters stands ready to provide support at any moment. I have only one demand, this man must become one of us. What if he refuses? Yu Luyun voiced the most critical question. Then make it impossible for him to refuse. The deputy director's voice was as cold as ice. Use every means necessary to stay by his side, observe him, understand him, and make him walk through our doors of his own accord. As an incentive, should you accomplish this mission, the source pool at the core of the bureau will be open to you for 1 year. That should be sufficient for you to break through to S-rank. S-rank. Yu Luyun's breathing instantly quickened. After ending the call, he was so excited he nearly started doing a set of military calisthenics on the rooftop. S-rank awakened once they stood at the pinnacle of humanity, possessing power capable of defending a nation. And now, this opportunity lay before him. The only obstacle was the stubborn Ma Xiaoshuai standing before him. His thoughts snapped back to reality. Yu Luyun adjusted his tie, his expression shifting back to one of genuine sincerity. Ma Xiaoshuai, I'm serious. Join us. Only within the Countermeasures Bureau can your abilities be fully utilized, allowing you to make a greater contribution to this world. He began painting a rosy picture, attempting to sway the other with the lofty ideals of the official cause. I said no. Ma Xiaoshuai's response was blunt and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. Contribution? He was the demon sovereign himself, cultivating the supreme demonic arts where those who obeyed him thrived and those who defied him perished. His creed was that all things in heaven and earth were but nourishment. Asking him to become some saintly guardian of the world? It was the most laughable joke in the world. He strode straight to the locker, stripped off his sweat-soaked security uniform, and tossed it aside. Under the lights, his bare torso was fully exposed. These weren't exaggerated muscle blocks sculpted in gyms, but rather a set of sleek, evenly proportioned, and tightly packed muscles. Every inch held explosive power. Several faint, mysterious scars crisscrossed his chest and abdomen. Far from detracting from his beauty, they added a touch of wild charm. Yu Luyun's gaze was drawn to them involuntarily. As an A-class physical enhancement awakener, his perception of strength far surpassed that of ordinary people. Chapter 31, A Sensual Scene. Yu Luyun could sense the terrifying energy lurking within Ma Xiaoshuai's seemingly frail frame. It wasn't spiritual energy, nor was it any strange power. Instead, it was a force he had never encountered before, more domineering and pure. Like a black hole compressed to its absolute limit, poised to erupt at any moment with power capable of devouring everything. Just as Yu Luyun was inwardly startled. Knock knock knock. A soft knock sounded at the security room door. Xiaoshuai, are you there? A crisp, pleasant female voice came from outside the door. It was Su Mei. Yu Luyun's mind instantly conjured the image of the HR manager dressed in a black skirt suit, striding in high heels with a swaying grace. He had personally gone to HR today to complete his onboarding paperwork, so he had naturally met this famously beautiful yet aloof woman whose reputation preceded her throughout the company. Yu Luyun's eyes lit up. He dashed to the door in a single stride, swift as the wind. His face instantly broke into what he considered his most charming, gentlemanly smile as he eagerly swung the door open. Manager Su, so late at night, what brings you? Before he could finish, he froze in place. Su Mei didn't even spare him a glance out of the corner of her eye, as if he were nothing but a cloud of air. She walked straight past Yu Luyun, her gaze landing on the shirtless man standing in the center of the room. The moment she saw Ma Xiaoshuai's well-defined pectorals and abs, Su Mei's usually icy cold, pretty face flushed instantly, as if bathed in the glow of evening clouds. She fidgeted awkwardly with an elegant insulated lunchbox in her hands, her gaze darting nervously, unable to meet his eyes. Ma Xiaoshuai, thank you for saving me yesterday. Her voice was barely audible, a stark contrast to the commanding, aloof supervisor who ruled the office during the day. This is dinner I made myself. I wanted to offer you a taste. Ma Xiaoshuai turned his head and gave her lunchbox a casual glance. It was nothing. No need to thank me. His tone was calm and unruffled. Put it on the table. His indifferent reaction only made Su Mei feel more nervous. She carefully placed the lunchbox on the table, her hands twisting together. As if summoning immense resolve, she gathered her courage and looked up. Tonight, my friend gave me 2 movie tickets for the latest blockbuster. Would you like to? Before she could finish her sentence, a figure slid in with an incredibly flamboyant move. Precision timed to wedge itself between her and Ma Xiaoshuai, blocking her view. It was Yu Luyun, who had been ignored for the past half hour. One hand in his pocket, the other elegantly sweeping through his meticulously styled hair. He flashed Sume a smile he believed could charm the world. "My lovely lady, what a pity Xiaoshuai's afraid he's unavailable tonight." He paused, gave Sume a wink, and deliberately lowered his voice to a magnetic tone. "However, I happen to be free tonight. Might I have the honor of inviting you to a romantic candlelit dinner?" The air froze. Ma Xiaoshuai stared expressionlessly at this ham actor, as if looking at a simpleton. The flush on Sume's face instantly faded, replaced by a layer of frost. Her gaze toward Yu Luyun was as cold as ice, as if she were looking at a fly that had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. "I'm speaking to Xiaoshuai." Her voice regained its distant, icy detachment. "Would you mind leaving?" Ma Xiaoshuai chuckled. He chuckled. He folded his arms, calmly observing the man who'd forced himself into the scene. His gaze seemed to be savoring a poorly executed farce. Yu Luyun's facial muscles twitched. He felt a double mental blow from both Ma Xiaoshuai and Sume. It was a potent mix of "are you an idiot" and "just disappear already." Even Yu Luyun, whose face was thicker than city walls, felt his cheeks burning fiercely. He felt his carefully crafted persona as an elegant gentleman shatter into pieces before his eyes. But he was, after all, an A-class awakened one and the leader of the 7th Action Team. His mental fortitude was extraordinary. Embarrassed? Not a chance. As long as I'm not embarrassed, the embarrassment falls on others. Ahem. Yu Luyun cleared his throat, executing an exceptionally fluid backward slide step as he gracefully retreated outside the door. Leaning against the doorframe, he kept one hand casually tucked in his pocket. He flashed what he considered a devastatingly handsome profile to the two figures inside the security booth. "Since the beauty has an appointment, I shan't disturb your private moment." His voice regained its usual carefree tone. "But, little handsome, my offer still stands. Our doors are always open for you." With that, he flashed Ma Xiaoshuai a flirtatious wink and whistled. "Well then, I'll be off. You two chat away." Before the words had fully left his lips, he turned and walked away. His posture was straight, his stride steady, as if the one who had just made a fool of himself wasn't him at all, but some random passerby with no connection to him. Watching him cling to his pride at all costs, Ma Xiaoshuai's smile grew even wider. "This guy, he's interesting." With Yu Luyun's departure, the suffocatingly awkward atmosphere finally dissipated. Sume's tense nerves relaxed, and two crimson clouds flushed her cheeks once more. She stole a glance, darting a quick look at Ma Xiaoshuai. He remained shirtless, his bronze skin glowing with health under the light. Beads of sweat slowly trickled down the contours of his muscles, disappearing into the waistband of his pants. Gulp! Sume felt her throat go dry, her heartbeat accelerating uncontrollably. His silhouette facing away from her, that broad, solid back, that steady, powerful heartbeat. All night long, these images lingered relentlessly in her mind. So much so that when she woke up this morning, a small patch beneath her on the sheets was damp and sticky. The shame nearly made her bury her face in the pillow. For the first time in her 28 years, she felt such an intense stirring for a man. So she summoned the greatest courage she'd ever mustered. She cooked dinner herself, made up an excuse, and came over to invite him. She had planned everything out. First dinner, then a movie. In the dim, intimate atmosphere of the theater, she would confess her feelings to him. He would surely say yes. Then it would all flow naturally. Sume's mind had already begun sketching a sensual scene. Him pinning her down on the plush bed, moonlight streaming through the window, outlining his chiseled muscles. "Manager Su?" Ma Xiaoshuai's voice snapped her out of her sensual reverie. "Ha?" Sume jolted awake, her cheeks flushing crimson. You called me?" She noticed Ma Xiaoshuai was staring at her with a peculiar look. "MHM." Ma Xiaoshuai nodded. He had indeed been studying Sume. Even earlier, when that show-off Yu Luyun was around, he had noticed it. A faint, almost imperceptible black mist swirled around Sume's body. Chapter 32, Is it okay to go to your place? Has she encountered something strange? Ma Xiaoshuai's brow furrowed slightly. He distinctly sensed an eerie aura emanating from Sume. It was faint, like a thin layer of dust clinging to her. An ordinary person might just think she'd been having a run of bad luck lately. But to Ma Xiaoshuai, who had swallowed 3 strange entities, this was unmistakably a sign that something strange had already latched onto her. Probably just some low-level weirdness. Ma Xiaoshuai made his judgment instantly. Such a faint aura meant it had either just attached itself or was pitifully weak itself. Still, for him now, even the weakest strange entity was a meal. The 10,000 Calamities demon art was ravenously hungry, desperately needing nourishment to replenish its reserves. Free cultivation power delivered to his doorstep, why pass it up? With that thought, Ma Xiaoshuai's resolve solidified instantly. The best way to completely purge this strange aura was to find its source and then devour it whole. And the source was most likely to be found where Sume frequently stayed. Like her home. Lifting his gaze to Sume, whose cheeks were flushed crimson and whose eyes brimmed with anticipation as she looked at him, he spoke directly. "Manager Su, would it be okay to visit your home?" "Ha?" Sumei's brain froze on the spot. Her beautiful eyes widened instantly, her rosy lips parted slightly, and she was completely dumbfounded.
Come to my place? So direct? Skipping even the whole movie date routine? Are men these days this efficient?
1,000 thoughts exploded in her mind, leaving her utterly flustered.
Isn't this moving too fast? Sumei's face flushed as she murmured almost instinctively.
Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz.
Too fast for what?
Ma Xiaoshuai stared at her in surprise.
Just going to her place to deal with a weird situation, how was that too fast? Was there something inconvenient about her place? No. That's not it, I didn't say anything.
Sumei jolted awake, realizing how embarrassing her words had been. Her pretty face flushed crimson, as if it could bleed. She shook her head frantically, waving her hands wildly in front of her as she tried to deny it.
I didn't mean it like that.
The more she tried to explain, the quieter her voice grew, and the lower her head drooped. She wished the ground would swallow her whole.
Oh God, would he think she was some kind of loose woman?
Ma Xiaoshuai watched her, looking as if she wished she could vanish on the spot, and his frown deepened.
He might not be particularly interested in romantic affairs, but he wasn't stupid. Judging by Sumei's reaction, she'd probably misunderstood something.
Still, he couldn't be bothered to explain. For him, the outcome was what mattered most.
Is it convenient or not? He asked again. If it's inconvenient, then forget it.
Saying this, he made a move to turn around and sit back down in his chair.
It's fine. It's fine. Of course it's fine.
Sumei grew anxious at his words, her shyness forgotten.
She nodded frantically like a chick pecking at grain.
She feared that if she hesitated even a moment, this once-in-a-lifetime chance would slip through her fingers. She lifted her head, her eyes brimming with moisture as she looked at Ma Xiaoshuai. I just feel like the place is a bit messy, and I haven't had time to tidy up yet.
It's fine.
Ma Xiaoshuai cut her off, his tone leaving no room for argument. He picked up the coat draped over the chair back and casually slipped it on.
Let's go.
Oh, okay.
Sumei responded dazedly, trailing behind him step by step.
Stepping out of the security room, they saw Yu Luyun standing at the doorway with a cigarette dangling from his lips. Leaning casually against the doorframe, he wore a perfectly tailored black suit, his swaggering posture starkly out of place in the cramped security booth. Through the swirling smoke, his gaze shifted between Ma Xiaoshuai and Sumei, whose face was flushed crimson.
Well, settled so quickly? Yu Luyun exhaled a smoke ring, speaking lazily with a teasing tone. Need me to tag along? More hands make light work, right?
He smiled warmly at Ma Xiaoshuai, yet his eyes seemed to be scanning something.
Ma Xiaoshuai's heart skipped a beat. This guy has a sharp nose. Had he sensed the strange aura emanating from Sumei? Or was he simply tagging along to figure out his true capabilities? Regardless, he absolutely couldn't let Yu Luyun tag along.
This was cultivation power delivered right to his doorstep.
It was sustenance for the 10,000 Calamities demon art.
The Paranormal Investigation Bureau was a massive organization, teeming with rank awakened ones. They wouldn't give a second glance at such a minor, low-level anomaly. But for Ma Xiaoshuai, even a mosquito's leg is still meat and desperately needed meat at that.
Absolutely not.
Ma Xiaoshuai refused without a second thought. He stepped forward, discreetly shielding Sumei behind him, blocking Yu Luyun's probing gaze.
Just stick to your job. Ha! Yu Luyun looked as if he'd heard the most ridiculous joke imaginable.
His cigarette-holding fingers froze mid-air, his eyes widening in disbelief.
Why don't you use it?
He pointed at Ma Xiaoshuai, then at himself, utterly baffled.
Weren't they all undercover security guards?
Why the hell did he get to skip work? Ma Xiaoshuai extended a finger and tapped the gleaming new badge pinned to his chest. The words security captain stood out sharply under the lights. He lifted his chin slightly and declared in a matter-of-fact tone. Because you're a security guard, and I'm the security captain.
Rank has its privileges, got it?
Yu Luyun opened his mouth, only to choke on a mouthful of smoke.
He coughed for a long while.
Staring at Ma Xiaoshuai's smug, petty victory expression, he found himself momentarily speechless.
That reasoning. Damn it, it actually made bloody sense.
Ma Xiaoshuai ignored Yu Luyun, who was reeling in the wind, and turned to gently tug at the wrist of Sumei, who was still dazed.
Let's go, Manager Su.
Sumei felt his warm hand grasp hers, and an electric current seemed to surge through her entire body from the point of contact, leaving her mind blank in an instant. Almost as if she were being led by her own limbs, she passively let Ma Xiaoshuai pull her toward the elevator lobby.
Behind them, Yu Luyun's furious shouts echoed. Ma Xiaoshuai!
You're going to fall for our bureau.
Ma Xiaoshuai didn't even turn his head. The elevator doors slowly closed, sealing Yu Luyun completely outside. In the smoothly descending elevator, the atmosphere grew slightly ambiguous.
Sumei stole glances at Ma Xiaoshuai, who walked half a step ahead. Tall and straight-backed, his broad shoulders radiated an indescribable sense of security even from behind. Especially yesterday, the way he shielded her behind him, he was absolutely, stunningly handsome. Sumei's heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. Thump, thump, it felt like it might leap right out of her throat. A sweet curve involuntarily lifted the corners of her mouth. She began mentally planning her routine for when she got home. Should she take a shower first and slip into that silk lace nightgown she'd bought just days ago? Black, supposedly the kind men adore. Chapter 33, Lace Nightgown. Or pour a glass of red wine first, play some soothing music, light the home fragrance candles, and set a romantic mood? He seemed so dominant, what positions would he prefer later? Should she take the initiative, or let him take the lead? What if he's too rough? Thinking about all these messy thoughts, Sume felt her cheeks start to flush again, burning hot. She couldn't help but sneakily touch her cheeks, they were practically hot enough to fry an egg. Ding! The elevator reached the underground parking garage. As the metal doors slid open, a wave of cool air washed over her, slightly clearing Sume's feverish mind. She pulled her car keys from her bag and pressed the button. Not far away, the headlights of a red Porsche 718 flashed twice. Sume quickened her pace, deftly pulled open the passenger door, and slid inside. She then handed the key out the window. Ma Xiaoshuai, who had been about to open the passenger door, froze in place. "I'm driving?" He pointed at his own nose. Seated inside, Sume nodded at him with a voice tinged with sweet innocence. "Of course. I'm wearing high heels, I can't drive." She deliberately extended her slender ankle, adorned with red-soled stilettos, and wiggled it in front of Ma Xiaoshuai. Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze lingered for a second on those shoes that could easily double as weapons. "Fine." He took the keys, walked around to the driver's seat, and climbed in. The low seats of the sports car made him, a tall guy, feel a bit uncomfortable, and the space felt a little cramped. He turned the key, and the engine roared to life with a pleasant rumble. As Ma Xiaoshuai backed out of the parking space, he casually asked, "Manager Su, have you been feeling unwell lately?" Those haunted by the supernatural often suffer from insomnia, vivid dreams, and mental exhaustion. Symptoms like inexplicable chills or unexplained bruises. Yet when these words reached Sume's ears, they took on a completely different meaning. Is he actually concerned about me? He remembered I hurt my foot yesterday. A wave of warmth washed over Sume, melting all her earlier tension and wild thoughts into a sweet, comforting current. She hastily waved her hands, a bashful smile playing on her lips. No, it doesn't hurt anymore. That little scrape on my foot yesterday is almost completely healed today." Ma Xiaoshuai's fingers tightened around the steering wheel. A foot injury? He raced through his memory before recalling that Sume seemed to have twisted her ankle yesterday. Was that what he'd been asking about? What on earth was going through this woman's mind? He frowned, feeling that communicating with her was more exhausting than battling those ancient monsters in the cultivation world. Still, he didn't press further. If he couldn't get an answer, he'd just go see for himself. Once he found the source, he'd swallow it whole. Explain? Too much trouble. He slammed the accelerator, and the red sports car roared to life. Like an arrow released from its bow, it shot out of the underground garage and merged into the city's traffic. Sume watched his profile as he drove with intense focus, his features sharp, his gaze piercing. She thought, a man who drives with such focus is truly captivating. She was completely unaware that she was bringing home a hungry wolf. Though this wolf's target wasn't her. Following the car's navigation system, Ma Xiaoshuai quickly drove to a luxurious residential complex. "My place is inside there." Sume pointed to one of the buildings. Ma Xiaoshuai nodded, parked the car in an underground garage spot, then followed her inside. The moment he stepped into the elevator lobby, his eyes narrowed slightly. This was the place. The faint, eerie aura in the air grew slightly clearer here. Though still faint, it was like an invisible thread leading straight to its source. So, that little creature was hiding in Sume's home. A cold smile curved the corners of Ma Xiaoshuai's mouth. Tonight's late-night snack was sorted. Sume's home was on the 17th floor, a tastefully decorated two-bedroom apartment. The moment he stepped inside, a faint, pleasant fragrance greeted him. The place was immaculately tidy. You can sit down for now. I'll go get you a glass of water." Sume's cheeks still held a faint blush as she nervously offered the invitation, like a young girl bringing her boyfriend home for the first time. Unable to meet Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze, she dropped her bag and practically fled into the kitchen. Ma Xiaoshuai didn't sit down. He stood in the center of the living room, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, scanning every corner of the room. The living room, the balcony, the bedroom. Finally, his gaze settled on the closed door of the master bedroom. That eerie aura, its source lay within. And it was several times more intense than it had been outside. So it was hidden here after all. Ma Xiaoshuai sneered inwardly. Just then, Sume emerged from the kitchen carrying a glass of water. Seeing Ma Xiaoshuai standing stiffly in the living room, she mistook his posture for nervousness and hurriedly said, "Don't just stand there, sit down." She placed the glass on the coffee table, then pointed slightly awkwardly toward the master bedroom. I'll go change clothes first. Wait for me a moment." Without waiting for Ma Xiaoshuai's response, she practically fled into the bedroom, slamming the door shut with a bang. Ma Xiaoshuai raised an eyebrow. He strolled over to the sofa and sat down. His entire focus was fixed on that door. His spiritual sense pierced through the door panel, taking in everything within the bedroom. Sume leaned against the door, her hand pressed against her burning cheek, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it would leap out of her throat.
The man outside was in the living room right now, separated from her by just a single door.
Calm down, Sume, calm down. She told herself, taking several deep breaths to try and steady her frantic heartbeat. But the harder she tried to calm down, the clearer the images became in her mind, and the hotter her body grew. She dashed to the wardrobe and yanked open the doors. Amidst the sea of professional and casual attire, a sleek black gift box lay quietly tucked away in the corner. This was her secret weapon. She cradled the box carefully, her fingertips trembling slightly. Lifting the lid, a neatly folded black silk lace nightgown came into view. The fabric shimmered with a soft, luminous sheen, like flowing night. The intricate lace trim carried a hint of dangerously alluring charm. She'd bought it on impulse while shopping last week. The saleswoman had raved about it, calling it a man-slaying weapon and the ultimate in pure desire. She impulsively swiped her card, only to feel ashamed afterward. It had been tucked away in her closet, untouched. Little did she know it would come in handy today. She picked up the nightgown, and the cool, silky touch against her fingertips sent a shiver down her spine. Strange. Today's nightgown felt even cooler than she remembered? Probably because the air conditioner was cranked up in the room. She didn't dwell on it, her mind already filled with thoughts of Ma Xiaoshuai's expression when he saw her wearing this outfit later. What would his reaction be? Chapter 34, The Wrathful Spirit Dress. Sume shook her head, refusing to dwell on it further. She slipped off her business skirt suit and replaced it with this black battle robe. In the mirror, a completely unfamiliar version of herself appeared. The black silk perfectly traced her graceful curves, making her skin appear as white as snow. The deep V neckline and just right lace strangely blended the contrasting qualities of sensuality and innocence. The woman in the mirror, her eyes sparkling with allure, possessed a natural charm. Even she was mesmerized by the sight. She instinctively raised her hand, wanting to touch her reflection. Just as her fingertips were about to touch the glass, the her in the mirror seemed to curve her lips upward. That wasn't her own expression. It was a smile brimming with malice, cold and sinister like a venomous snake crawling out of a freezer. Sume froze, her blood seemingly freezing in an instant. She blinked hard and looked again. The reflection in the mirror had returned to normal, still showing her own face, tinged with a hint of anticipation. Everything that had just happened seemed like nothing more than an illusion. Phew. Sume exhaled deeply, patting her chest. She must have been too nervous, her mind was playing tricks on her. Yes, that must be it. She took a deep breath, forced another encouraging smile at her reflection in the mirror, then turned and gripped the doorknob. In the living room, Ma Xiaoshuai hadn't sat down at all. He stood like a statue in the center of the room, eyes slightly closed. Mortal eyes were full of deception, but his spiritual awareness could see the true nature of this world. Through his powerful spiritual perception, the entire structure of the room was laid bare. It played out clearly in his mind. Of course, this included that strange aura that made his mouth water. That aura was faint, yet its essence was exceptionally pure. So enticing. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This scent was far richer and more potent than the strange aura he had encountered in the building yesterday. His spiritual sense effortlessly traced the source of the scent, piercing through the door of the master bedroom. Then, he saw Sume undressing before the mirror. And he saw the black nightgown draped around her body. So that's it. Ma Xiaoshuai instantly understood. The source wasn't a person, but an object. That nightgown was the very embodiment of the eerie phenomenon. A spirit-possessed robe imbued with resentment. He had seen such things in the cultivation world before, usually belonging to women who had died unjustly. Their resentment lingered, clinging to the garments they cherished most in life. They lure the living to wear them, then gradually drain the host's essence and vitality. Until the host is drained dry and dies completely. During this process, the garment also amplified the host's desires. The cursed garment itself grew ever more vivid and alluring, seeking out its next victim. Ma Xiaoshuai could clearly see strands of invisible black mist seeping from the lace trim of the nightgown, greedily sucking the life energy emanating from Sume's body. Sume herself remained utterly unaware. Her cheeks flushed crimson and her heart raced from the heat of the new garment. She mistook it for signs of arousal. Little did she know, it was a sign of her vitality rapidly draining away. What a foolish woman. Ma Xiaoshuai silently labeled her in his mind. He could sense that while the energy level of this wrathful spirit garment wasn't high, it was exceptionally pure. If he could devour and refine it, his cultivation would leap from the early stage of Qi refining level 6 to a solid mid-stage. It would save him days of grueling cultivation. Just then, a faint click sounded from the bedroom doorknob. Ma Xiaoshuai slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of anticipation dancing in his gaze. Not for a woman, but toward the sweet treat about to land in his mouth. The door opened. Sume, wearing that black nightgown, leaned against the doorframe and stepped out shyly. She dared not meet Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze, keeping her head slightly bowed as her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz.
I'm changed now. She lifted her head, fixing him with what she considered her most alluring gaze, hoping to see astonishment on his face. But she was disappointed. Ma Xiaoshuai's expression remained unchanged. Su Mei turned around in a circle. Doesn't it look good? Ma Xiaoshuai shook his head. That expressionless face, to Su Mei, was a blatant rejection. It's okay. That's it? Su Mei's confidence deflated instantly, leaving her feeling utterly deflated. She'd gone all out preparing for tonight. And all she got was a not bad? She instinctively looked down to examine herself. Her abdomen was flat, not an ounce of excess fat. Her legs were long and straight, dazzlingly white against the black lace. The curves of her chest, her proudest asset, were perfectly accentuated by her nightgown, full and perky. Nothing was wrong. Could it be that I've gained weight recently? She murmured to herself, a hint of resentment in her voice. Impossible. She weighed herself daily, maintaining her figure with near-perfect precision. Then, the problem wasn't with her. Su Mei's expression shifted instantly. She lifted her head, her gaze settling back on Ma Xiaoshuai with scrutiny. Her gaze slid slowly from his delicate features, over his Adam's apple, and finally settled between his legs. It was a human problem. Could it be that he's inadequate? The moment the thought surfaced, it took root and grew like wild grass, instantly explaining all the inconsistencies. He was avoiding it. This poor man. The faint trace of discouragement in Su Mei's heart vanished instantly. She even wanted to offer him a few words of comfort. Something like, "It's okay, modern medicine is quite advanced these days." Of course, Ma Xiaoshuai had no idea that this stupid woman across from him had already sentenced him to death in just a few seconds. Had he known, he would have made Su Mei experience firsthand what it meant to wield a demon-subduing mace, what it meant to hold up the pillars of heaven. His entire focus was now fixed on that black. Tricky. Truly a bit of a headache. The had fused tightly to Su Mei's body, its invisible strands of vengeful energy. Expanding and contracting, clinging tenaciously to her skin. Forcibly stripping it off wasn't impossible. But it would likely damage Su Mei's very foundation. She was merely mortal, her constitution fragile and unable to withstand any shock. If even a fragment of her soul were accidentally torn away, it would spell disaster. A solution must be found to have Su Mei remove it voluntarily. Moreover, I must be present. This vengeful spirit garment had already developed a faint glimmer of sentience. Though limited, it possessed the instinct to seek benefit and avoid harm. If it senses its host is abandoning it, who knows what it might do? A cornered dog will jump over a wall, how much more so a conglomeration of resentment like this? The moment Su Mei removed it would be its most vulnerable. Several plans flashed through Ma Xiaoshuai's mind, and he ultimately chose the simplest and most brutal one. Chapter 35, A Peculiar Fetish? Go take it off. I suddenly feel like going out to eat. Su Mei looked at Ma Xiaoshuai, her eyes brimming with even more pity. Look, here we go again, changing the subject. He must feel so inferior inside. Sigh, whatever. Might as well take pity on him and give him a way out. All right. Su Mei nodded, adjusted the front of her robe, and turned to head toward the bedroom. Since he was no good, this battle dress had lost its purpose. She took a long stride, her skirt swaying gracefully as her elegant silhouette receded. Yet, after taking just 2 steps, something felt off. Footsteps echoed behind her. Very close. As if, right behind her. Su Mei's hair stood on end as she whirled around. Ma Xiaoshuai's face was practically pressed against the back of her neck. He had actually followed her. The distance between them was less than half a meter. What was he trying to do? Su Mei's heart skipped a beat as she instinctively took a step back. Her back thudded against the bedroom doorframe. What do you want? Had she misjudged him? Was he not impotent, but did he have some peculiar fetish? Countless X-rated images flashed through Su Mei's mind, and her cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Ma Xiaoshuai watched her panicked expression. I was just admiring the supervisor's figure, he said, taking a step closer. His spiritual sense locked onto the nightgown. He could sense that as he drew nearer. The malevolent energy pulsing from the cursed garment grew more intense. This low-level supernatural entity possessed no intelligence, acting purely on instinct. And instinct, often, was the most dangerous. He must keep a close watch nearby. Rogue. Su Mei's face flushed crimson in an instant, this time from both shame and anger. This guy. Just moments ago he was pretending to be a proper gentleman, and now his true colors are showing? She crossed her arms over her chest, took a step back to create distance, her eyes brimming with wariness. Get out. I need to change. Ma Xiaoshuai didn't budge an inch, his smile only growing brighter. Oh, come on, boss, don't be so stingy. He raised both hands in a surrender gesture as he spoke. Don't worry, I'll cover my eyes. I won't look. He genuinely covered his face with both palms. But his fingers slyly left a gap just the right size. From Su Mei's perspective, he looked exactly like a stubborn child. Ma Xiaoshuai's spiritual awareness poured through that gap unimpeded, enveloping everything within the bedroom. The black nightgown's surface now swirled with faster, darker currents. A thread of resentful intent emanated from the nightgown. It didn't want to be taken off. Just as expected. Ma Xiaoshuai sneered inwardly. You scoundrel. Sume stomped her foot in fury, her chest heaving violently. In her 27 years, she'd never encountered such a shameless man. She couldn't beat him, and she couldn't drive him away with insults. She felt like she was about to explode with rage. I promise. I'll just listen with my ears, okay? Ma Xiaoshuai continued to play the fool, his voice brimming with sincerity. Sume glared at him fiercely, her mesmerizing almond-shaped eyes now blazing with fury. The two stood locked in a standoff at the bedroom door. One wanted in, the other refused. The tension was palpable, yet tinged with an inexplicable strangeness. Sume took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. You turn around. She finally relented. She simply couldn't afford to drag this out any longer. And for some reason, wearing this nightgown made her body feel increasingly hot. Her mind felt foggy, and all she wanted was to get it off. Got it. Seeing this, Ma Xiaoshuai readily agreed. He turned as instructed, facing away from Sume. Sume cast a suspicious glance at his back, confirming he wasn't peeking before hurrying to the wardrobe and pulling open the doors. With her back to Ma Xiaoshuai, her slender fingers gripped the shoulder strap of her nightgown. Just as she was about to slide the nightgown off her shoulders, a sudden change occurred. Rip. A faint tearing sound echoed. The black nightgown, as if possessed of a life of its own, suddenly tightened. The once loose and smooth fabric now clung tightly to Sume's skin, even leaving behind red marks. Sume let out a pained groan, feeling her breathing grow labored. She tugged at it with all her strength, but the nightgown seemed to be glued to her body, not budging an inch. A bone-chilling cold seeped through every inch of skin the fabric touched. It burrowed madly into her body. The earlier wave of heat vanished instantly. Her lips began to turn purple, and her body started trembling uncontrollably. Why can't I get it off? Her voice cracked with tears. She finally realized there was something wrong with this garment. This was no ordinary nightgown. Don't move. Almost the moment she spoke, Ma Xiaoshuai's voice rang out behind her. His tone was no longer as flippant as before. Before Sume could react, a wave of heat washed over her from behind. Ma Xiaoshuai had appeared behind her without her noticing. A palm pressed against her lower back through the strange black fabric. Its warmth instantly dispelled some of the chill clinging to her. Sume's body stiffened. This position was far too suggestive. From behind, it looked as though Ma Xiaoshuai was embracing her. But she had no mind for such thoughts now. She could feel waves of warmth steadily flowing from Ma Xiaoshuai's palm into her body, combating the chill emanating from the nightgown. Yet in Ma Xiaoshuai's spiritual perception, the situation was 1,000 times more perilous than Sume could ever imagine. The moment the wrathful spirit robe detected Ma Xiaoshuai's demonic energy, it went completely berserk. Countless invisible black threads surged madly from the nightgown's lace trims and seams. They tightly wrapped around Sume's body, greedily accelerating the absorption of her vital essence. A distorted, blurred female face even emerged on the nightgown's surface, silently shrieking. You're asking for death. Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes turned icy. A mere cursed garment, barely even a supernatural phenomenon. How dare it act so brazenly before him, the demon sovereign of 10,000 calamities? His palm pressed against Sume's back erupted with a sudden surge of demonic energy. A force of unparalleled ferocity, passing through Sume's body, struck the core of the wrathful spirit robe with pinpoint accuracy. This strike was executed with masterful precision. The force pierced through Sume's flesh and blood, yet caused her no harm whatsoever. Instead, it was channeled entirely into the nightgown. Squeak! The emitted a piercingly shrill scream. This sound wasn't a physical sound wave, it resonated directly at the soul level. Sume's body trembled violently, as if her skull had been pierced by needles. Her vision darkened, and she nearly fainted. Chapter 36, Not Bad Figure. The nightgown that had been choking her suddenly loosened. Now! Ma Xiaoshuai barked, his other hand lightning fast as it grabbed Sume's shoulder strap and yanked it down with a sharp tug. Rip! This time, it was the genuine sound of fabric tearing. The expensive silk nightgown was violently ripped from Sume's body, torn clean in two. The moment the nightgown left her body, Sume's limbs went limp. Her legs gave way, sending her tumbling backward. She landed directly in Ma Xiaoshuai's arms. She gasped for breath, her body drenched in sweat, her face as pale as paper. The terror of narrowly escaping danger had drained every ounce of strength from her body. But Ma Xiaoshuai had no time to notice the soft, fragrant warmth in his arms. His entire focus was fixed on the torn black fabric in his left hand. Deprived of its host's life force and severely damaged by his demonic energy, this wrathful spirit robe had begun to reveal its true form. No longer smooth silk, it had transformed into a writhing mass of rags. The distorted woman's face flickered in and out of view on the rags, filled with venomous hatred. What a treasure! A genuine smile finally curled the corners of Ma Xiaoshuai's mouth. Too pure. This energy, though weak, contained almost no impurities.
After refinement, it would undoubtedly propel his cultivation forward by leaps and bounds.
Without hesitation, he opened his mouth. He was about to stuff this treat inside. What is that thing?
A faint, weak voice came from within his embrace. She too saw the rag in Ma Xiaoshuai's hand. She saw the writhing black mist rising from it. Fear seized her heart once more.
Nothing. Just a cheap product. Static electricity, that's all. Ma Xiaoshuai bluffed without batting an eyelid.
As he spoke, he shielded Sumei's view with his body while his other hand swiftly formed a magical seal.
10,000 Calamities demon art. Refine.
The black rag in his palm seemed to be thrown into an invisible furnace. Black smoke churned violently, emitting a hissing sound. The distorted woman's face emitted a silent, agonized wail.
In a mere 3 seconds, the tattered cloth transformed into a strand of pure, jet-black energy.
Ma Xiaoshuai opened his mouth, drew it in, and swallowed it whole.
A wave of warmth instantly surged through his entire body.
The bottleneck of the early 6th layer of Qi cultivation shattered instantly. He firmly stepped into the mid-stage of the 6th layer of Qi cultivation. Bliss! Ma Xiaoshuai felt so good he nearly moaned aloud.
This was far more effective than days of grueling cultivation on his own. Only then did he belatedly realize he was still holding Sumei.
And she was topless.
He looked down. She looked up. Their eyes met.
The air froze once more. Sumei's face flushed visibly, turning from pale to pink, then spreading from her cheeks to her ears, neck.
Ah!
A shrill scream, sharp enough to pierce eardrums, erupted through the bedroom.
Ahem, Manager Su does have a rather nice figure.
Earlier, Ma Xiaoshuai had been entirely focused on that cursed robe, leaving him no time to take a proper look. Now, the soft, fragrant flesh in his arms felt smooth and supple to the touch.
Those breathtaking curves were enough to make any normal man's blood boil.
Especially since this body was in the prime of its youth, brimming with vitality.
Stop looking.
Sumei finally snapped out of her extreme terror, shrieking as she clamped her hands over Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes. Her palm was soft, clammy with sweat, and trembled ever so slightly.
What was going on? How could she have brought a male colleague she'd only known for a few days back to her place? And let him into her bedroom? And now he was holding her in his arms, barely clothed. Sumei's mind was a tangled mess. She felt utterly ridiculous today, so reckless it felt like a stranger to her own self. Was this really the same meticulous, aloof Ice Queen supervisor from the office? Here's the deal, Manager Su.
I'll close my eyes and promise not to watch you change.
Ma Xiaoshuai's muffled voice came from beneath her palm.
He felt that if he kept holding her like this, something might happen. He was the mighty demon lord of 10,000 calamities, accustomed to doing as he pleased. If a sudden impulse seized him, taking her right then and there wasn't beyond the realm of possibility. The word chaste simply didn't exist in a demon lord's vocabulary. But this wasn't the ruthless cultivation world after all. Besides, forced intimacy held no appeal.
No, I won't. Sumei refused without hesitation.
Her mind was blank now, consumed by a single thought: he mustn't see. Like a frightened octopus, she clung desperately to Ma Xiaoshuai. Covering his eyes, she refused to let go. But as their bodies pressed tightly together, she gradually sensed something hard pressing against her thigh through the thin fabric of his pants. Boom! Sumei's cheeks felt like they'd been lit on fire, burning all the way to her ears. Now, she dared not move a muscle.
A tense standoff. An awkward stalemate. Ma Xiaoshuai was at a loss. What was wrong with this woman? Was she impervious to both soft and hard approaches? When had the mighty demon lord ever endured such humiliation? His patience was wearing thin, bit by bit. His tone darkened, tinged with impatient ferocity. Keep dawdling, and see if I don't really pin you to the bed. Before the words had fully left his mouth, his arm surged with force. Sumei felt her body grow light as the world spun, and in the next instant, she was hurled forward. Ah! She let out a short, startled cry before sinking into the soft mattress. The familiar, comforting scent of her own quilt offered a small anchor of stability amidst her chaotic thoughts. She instinctively pulled the quilt over herself, wrapping it tightly around her body, leaving only a pair of eyes filled with both shame and anger staring at the man who had attacked her. But Ma Xiaoshuai didn't even glance at her, turning away abruptly and roughly. Perhaps the turn was too abrupt, or perhaps his eyes were still sensitive from being covered for so long. Thud! A dull thud echoed through the room. Ma Xiaoshuai's forehead slammed squarely into the bedroom doorframe.
His entire body froze, his movements halted in place.
The shame and anger in Sumei's eyes froze instantly.
She watched as Ma Xiaoshuai clutched his head, grimacing and rubbing it while hissing through clenched teeth. He staggered out, pulling the door shut behind him. Her disheveled, comical appearance stood in stark contrast to the fierce, thuggish image she'd projected moments before.
But Sumei couldn't hold back, laughing softly beneath her blanket. Her laughter was soft, tinged with the relief of having survived a close call. Curled up in her bed, her cheeks still burning hot, the scenes from moments ago replayed in her mind. That eerie nightgown, that writhing mass of black mist. And his silly expression as he finally crashed into the doorframe.
A whirlwind of emotions swirled within her.
This man named Ma Xiaoshuai, maybe he wasn't so unbearable? Chapter 37, So Hungry. Ma Xiaoshuai leaned against the wall outside the bedroom door, panting heavily. Ouch. It wasn't that the doorframe had hurt him badly with his current physical strength, the impact felt like a tickle. It was the searing pain in his heart. That soft, warm sensation in his arms just now, the faint fragrance lingering on his nose, and Sumei's panic-stricken yet all the more alluring charm. Damn it! This young, impetuous body was far too honest in its reactions. He, an ancient demon who had lived for 10,000 years, with a Dao heart as steadfast as an eternal rock. Yet he nearly lost control over a mere mortal woman? What a disgrace! Ma Xiaoshuai stormed into the bathroom, his face dark with fury. Splash! He twisted open the faucet, cupped his hands under the icy tap water, and slapped it against his face again and again. The piercing chill finally began to quell the burning rage within him. He lifted his head and stared at his reflection in the mirror. Young, handsome, yet his eyes held a world weariness and malevolence that belied his age. The demon's eternal torment. He murmured to himself. This technique refined the essence of all things in heaven and earth, devouring all negative energies to fuel itself. Resentment, death energy, malevolent aura, all served as potent nourishment. Yet the technique itself was equally tyrannical. Those who cultivate it have their emotions and desires amplified. The slightest wavering of the mind could plunge them into the demonic path, never to return. Having just devoured the pure resentment energy from that spirit-bound robe, his cultivation had surged from the early stage of chi refining level 6 to the mid-stage. Yet the intense possessive desire within that resentment had also silently taken root within him. Combined with Sumei's provocation, he nearly lost control. Seems I'll have to be more careful from now on. Ma Xiaoshuai exhaled a long, murky breath, the air carrying a faint, almost imperceptible bluish-black tint. Cultivating his mental state was equally essential. Otherwise, he would sooner or later become a true demon lord acting purely on instinct, rather than a master who commands power. At the same time, Yuan City, East District. This was an old industrial zone slated for demolition. Barely visited by humans during the day, it became a veritable ghost town at night. An abandoned railway bridge spanned a pitch-black river. The river water, polluted by upstream factories, had long since lost its natural color, turning into a viscous, dark green that emitted a nauseating, fishy stench. The turbulent current churned up filthy whirlpools. At the very center, within the largest whirlpool, space itself twisted silently. Light seemed to be swallowed in that area, forming a point of absolute darkness. Suddenly, that point opened like an invisible maw. An irregular black hole, its edges flickering with grayish-white lightning, materialized out of thin air. Splash! A pallid hand extended from the black hole, resting upon the water's surface. Not a single ripple disturbed the water's surface, as if the hand did not exist in this physical world. Then came a second hand, followed by a wet, dripping head. A monstrous creature was struggling to crawl out of the rift connecting to an unknown dimension. It possessed a human torso, yet its limbs were abnormally elongated. Its skin, swollen and pallid as if soaked in water for days on end, clung tautly to its bones. Most unsettling was its face. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a sheep's face, docile, harmless, even bearing a hint of sanctity. Where its eyes should be were two hollow, black cavities, no pupils, only bottomless darkness. So hungry. A dry, raspy voice squeezed from its throat. This sound did not travel through the air, but resonated directly within the minds of all living creatures nearby. The wild cat by the riverbank, the mouse in the grass, the fish and shrimp in the water. Every living thing, in that instant, was seized by utter terror, their bodies stiffening, unable to move. The monster finally crawled completely out of the black hole. It slowly opened its docile sheep-like mouth. The next second, its mouth split open at an impossible angle, revealing not sheep's teeth. Instead, 2 rows of fangs, sharp, jagged, and coated in black slime like those of a ferocious tiger. A docile sheep's face, ferocious tiger's teeth. The jarring incongruity was enough to instantly drive anyone who saw it insane. Hungry. It murmured again. It suddenly opened its tiger-like jaws, aiming them at the river below. Whoosh! An invisible, terrifying suction erupted with a thunderous roar, radiating outward from its maw. The entire river surface instantly caved inward, forming a colossal funnel. River water, silt, aquatic plants, and hundreds upon hundreds of terrified fish and shrimp coalesced into a dark green torrent, swallowed whole into its belly. Its seemingly frail body swelled like a balloon at the belly, then quickly returned to normal. The water level along the entire stretch dropped by half a meter at a visible pace. The water grew noticeably clearer, as most living creatures and impurities had been devoured. Yet the monster remained suspended mid-air. Twisting its stiff neck, its 2 hollow eye sockets, it gazed toward the dazzling lights of the distant city. There, countless living beings, radiating an enticing scent, food. Hungry. A hint of greed crept into its voice. The black hole behind it slowly closed, vanishing without a trace. And it transformed into a faint, ethereal shadow, drifting silently toward that world of light. The residents of Yuan City continued to enjoy their peaceful nightlife, utterly unaware.
A hungry predator from the unknown abyss had already arrived.
Public Security Bureau, Team 2 Office. Chen Gang was impatiently tugging at his already sparse hair. Another one?
He stared at the report in his hand, his temples throbbing. The complainant, Old Wang, claims his newly purchased smart toilet has gone haywire. It flushes automatically at exactly 3 a.m. every night, accompanied by a woman sobbing.
How many times has this happened this month?
Across from him, a young officer grimaced. Captain, counting this one, it's the 13th case.
13. All these trivial yet eerie incidents.
Chen Gang slammed his hand on the table. Either the TV turns itself on in the middle of the night, or there's the sound of marbles rolling in the wardrobe, or now this crying toilet. We send people to investigate, but they find nothing.
The instruments show everything's normal. Yet the complainants are convinced they're possessed, insisting there's a ghost. What do the higher-ups say? What about the Paranormal Investigation Bureau?
The young officer's expression darkened further.
Reporting to the captain, we've escalated it.
But the Paranormal Investigation Bureau responded that the energy fluctuations from these incidents are below the D-level alert threshold. They don't meet the criteria for deployment, so they told us to handle it ourselves and calm the public.
Calm the hell down.
Chen Gang nearly smashed his thermos in anger.
We're law enforcement, not priests. How are we supposed to calm them? Tell Old Wang his toilet just has hormonal imbalances? Chapter 38, call it off.
These old men, each one looking down their noses at us. Unless something major happened, they wouldn't budge. All the dirty work always ended up falling on the shoulders of us grassroots security officers.
Where's Xiaoshuai?
Chen Gang massaged his throbbing temples, his voice laced with exhaustion.
The young officer snapped to attention, standing ramrod straight. Reporting, Captain. Sister Xiaoshuai is currently monitoring Hengtai Huafu residential complex. Target is Ma Xiaoshuai. Ma Xiaoshuai. Chen Gang chewed on the name, a face of an ordinary young man surfacing in his mind. Wasn't that Hengtai Huafu case already closed? The Paranormal Investigation Bureau should have already examined it. He flipped through another file on the desk, a briefing transferred from the Paranormal Investigation Bureau.
It contained only a few lines, concluding that the anomaly has dissipated, energy fluctuations cleared to zero.
As for how the vengeful spirit had dissipated,
not a single word was mentioned in the report. Those guys were always like that, mysterious and secretive.
Yes, it's closed. The young officer hesitated. But earlier you said that Ma Xiaoshuai appearing at the crime scene was suspicious and that we should keep an eye on him for a few more days? Chen Gang waved his hand, making his decision.
Have her pull back. He leaned back in his chair, which creaked under the strain.
It's been nearly a week now.
That kid just goes to work, comes home, and plays video games.
He couldn't be more ordinary. We can't waste our manpower on such flimsy leads. Just an ordinary person who happened to be there. This assessment, based on all available intelligence, seemed perfectly reasonable. Yet this very conclusion represented a fatal blind spot born of information gaps. In the Public Security Bureau's database, Ma Xiaoshuai's record was as clean as a blank sheet of paper. Have her go to the Golden Waterfront Complex in South City. Chen Gang pulled the report about the smart toilet from a pile of case files and tossed it on the table.
This one, the crying toilet.
Send Xiaoshuai to check it out. After all, her intuition is sharper than us big guys. What he didn't voice aloud was that Wang Xiaoshuai seemed to possess an innate, faint sensitivity to such eerie phenomena. Though she herself hadn't awakened to it, she was already their second squad's most valuable detection device. Got it. I'll notify Sister Xiaoshuai immediately.
The young officer, relieved as if granted a pardon, immediately turned to make the call. Chen Gang let out a long sigh, grabbed the bitterly steeped goji berry tea from the table, and downed it in one gulp. The era of the uncanny had arrived, and everyone lived in fear. The Paranormal Investigation Bureau sat high above, handling only headline-grabbing major incidents. Meanwhile, the grassroots security officers were left to deal with the trivial yet genuinely troubling minor oddities that plagued the public. Yet these minor oddities genuinely troubled the public, making them the dumping ground for such nuisances. The few magical artifacts they carried, discarded by the Bureau, felt more like psychological comfort. A compass that detects faint energy fluctuations, a few yellow talismans supposedly capable of warding off evil spirits. If they ever encountered a real threat, they'd likely die without knowing how. He could only hope these crying toilets would forever remain mere false alarms.
Inside Su Mei's apartment, a faint, fishy odor lingered in the air, mingling with the fresh scent of Su Mei's post-shower fragrance to create an oddly peculiar aroma.
Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze instinctively averted from Su Mei, who had just changed into a set of loungewear. Her loose cartoon pajamas actually accentuated her slender curves more than her previous business attire. An untimely image flashed through his mind, the fleeting glimpse of snow-white skin and hazy steam when the bathroom door had opened earlier.
Damn it! As the esteemed demon lord, my resolve is as solid as rock. How could I be swayed by a mere physical form? It must be the hormones of this body playing tricks. Yes, that must be it.
The 10,000 Calamities demon art within him was slowly circulating,
stimulating his nerves. Well then, Supervisor Su, it's getting late. I shan't keep you any longer. Ma Xiaoshuai cleared his throat, striving to make his voice sound perfectly normal.
With the matter settled and the energy secured, there was no need for further entanglement. The sentimental feelings of a mortal woman were utterly useless to him, only hindering the speed at which he drew his sword. He turned and strode toward the door, his movements crisp and decisive.
Wait! Sumei's slightly urgent voice called out from behind him. Ma Xiaoshuai's footsteps faltered momentarily, but he did not turn around. He could feel that burning gaze fixed firmly on his back. Sumei's hands clenched tightly around the hem of her dress. Her heart still pounded wildly, half from the lingering terror of narrowly escaping danger, half from the enigmatic man before her. Thank you for saving me again.
Her voice trembled slightly, tinged with a hint of dependence she hadn't even noticed herself.
I'll treat you to a meal. Just to show my gratitude. It was an excuse, a way to keep him around a little longer, to learn more about him. Ma Xiaoshuai turned his head, glancing out the window with the corner of his eye. The night was as thick as ink, and the distant city lights in this dense darkness seemed like fireflies that could be swallowed up at any moment. No need.
His reply was as cold as ice.
It's already 10 o'clock at night. In this day and age, how many restaurants do you think are still open?
He was stating the truth.
After nightfall, save for a handful of specially designated areas under official protection,
most cities were under an eerie curfew. Darkness was the breeding ground for the uncanny. He waved his hand and continued toward the door.
I'm leaving.
After 2 steps, he abruptly halted as if suddenly remembering something and spun around. A glimmer of hope had just lit up in Sumei's eyes, as if he had changed his mind.
Oh, right, Manager Su. Ma Xiaoshuai wore a formulaic, even slightly impatient expression. There's something I forgot to mention. I'm resigning. I don't think the probation period is working out for me. I won't be coming into the office tomorrow. Boom!
Sumei felt as if her brain had been struck by an explosion, leaving her mind blank.
Resign? He's leaving? Ma Xiaoshuai certainly wouldn't explain.
He had come to Hung Yuan Group at the request of that woman, Wang Xingshuai, to investigate the employee disappearance case. Now, the culprit, that eerie gray mist, had been dealt with. With the mission accomplished, he naturally had no reason to stay. What a joke! He was the mighty demon sovereign of 10,000 calamities, a figure who had roamed the cultivation world for 1,000 years, striking fear into the hearts of immortals, Buddhas, and even gods and demons.
Now he was supposed to serve as security chief for a bunch of mortals? If word of this reached the cultivation world, wouldn't his righteous enemies laugh their teeth out? Click! The door closed softly behind him. Ma Xiaoshuai's figure vanished behind the door.
In the living room, Sumei stood alone, frozen in place.
Chapter 39, over so soon?
The air seemed to still carry traces of his reassuring scent. Yet that scent was fading rapidly. She stared blankly at the closed door, a sudden emptiness filling her heart.
Could this really be their final meeting?
The mysterious man who had appeared time and again in moments of crisis, rescuing her from peril.
Was he truly vanishing from her world, never to return? Ma Xiaoshuai stepped out of the apartment building.
The evening breeze brushed his face, carrying a hint of chill. He looked up at the moon in the sky, faint, almost swallowed by the city lights.
Women are nothing but trouble,
he muttered under his breath.
Sumei's disappointed gaze stirred an inexplicable irritation within him. He disliked this feeling. In the cultivation world, anyone or anything that could shake his composure had only one fate: complete eradication. But this was Earth, not that world where the weak fell prey to the strong. Besides, Sumei was just a defenseless mortal. Forget it. We won't cross paths again anyway. Ma Xiaoshuai shook his head, intending to find a secluded spot to properly digest tonight's harvest. Just as he turned into an empty alley, his footsteps abruptly halted. He looked up, gazing into the depths of the alley. There, leaning against the wall, stood a man. The man wore a well-tailored black suit, no tie, and the top 2 buttons of his shirt casually undone. His hair was combed immaculately. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, but the eyes behind them were sharp as an eagle's. The most flamboyant touch?
He wore a pair of white gloves.
On this sweltering summer night, they seemed utterly out of place.
Spotting Ma Xiaoshuai, the man pushed his glasses up and let the corners of his mouth curve into an exaggerated smile.
Finished so quickly, Mr. Ma?
Yu Liuyun's voice carried an operatic exaggeration as his gaze drifted slowly from Ma Xiaoshuai's head,
finally settling meaningfully below his waist. That gaze was brimming with blatant mockery. Get lost. Ma Xiaoshuai's face darkened. This bastard was definitely doing it on purpose. What did he mean by finished quickly? Finished with whom? He, the mighty demon lord, needed to have anything with a mere mortal woman?
Ridiculous. But there was no way to explain this. The more he tried, the more it sounded like an excuse.
Yu Luyun couldn't help but burst out laughing at his flustered expression.
His shoulders shook with suppressed laughter, like a fox that had stolen a chicken.
All right, I won't tease you anymore. He pushed his glasses up, and the gaze behind the lenses instantly sharpened. That strange one, did you take care of it? Ma Xiaoshuai's heart skipped a beat, his earlier irritation replaced by a flicker of surprise. He stared at Yu Luyun, his gaze scrutinizing. You sensed it too? His action had been swift and decisive, using his demonic energy to devour the garment completely, leaving not a trace behind. How did this guy know? Yu Luyun seemed to read his thoughts, sighing as he pressed a hand to his forehead, his expression saying, "You underestimate me. Come on, big bro. Do you think I bought my position as leader of the 7th Action Group with money?" He extended a finger clad in a white glove, tapping his temple. Sumei's family was already on our bureau's surveillance list. The energy fluctuations from that vengeful spirit garment had been within our monitoring range all along, though faint. Just over 10 minutes ago, that energy fluctuation snapped. Gone. He mimicked the motion of crushing out a cigarette butt. The whole thing took less than 3 minutes. The only one who could pull it off so cleanly is you, the one who just walked her home. Ma Xiaoshuai couldn't be bothered to waste any more words on this guy. Official agencies having special surveillance methods wasn't surprising. All he wanted now was to go home and solidify his cultivation. He turned sideways and started walking, intending to bypass Yu Luyun and leave. Mr. Ma! Yu Luyun's voice called out from behind him, this time with a much more serious tone. Ma Xiaoshuai didn't pause. Once again, I sincerely invite you to join our Paranormal Investigation Bureau. Ma Xiaoshuai was about to speak. Don't refuse just yet. Yu Luyun flashed forward, blocking Ma Xiaoshuai's path with outstretched arms. He feared Ma Xiaoshuai would shut the door completely again, leaving no room for negotiation like last time. Ma Xiaoshuai's eyebrows knitted together. Seeing the displeasure on his face, Yu Luyun immediately played his trump card. You should know, your parents are missing, right? The words exploded like a thunderclap in Ma Xiaoshuai's mind. The wind in the alley seemed to freeze. Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze froze instantly. His previously impatient eyes now turned as cold as ancient ice, piercingly icy. The air around them felt as though it had dropped several degrees. When he died unexpectedly years ago and his soul transmigrated into the cultivation world, his greatest regret was never fulfilling his filial duty to his parents. Now, 1,000 years later, everything had changed. The only reason he remained on this planet was to find them. Earlier, Wang Xingshui had told him that on the very day they had taken him to the funeral home, his parents had vanished without a trace, completely lost to the world. He had thought it was merely a coincidence. But now it seemed far more complicated. The Paranormal Investigation Bureau. How did they know about this? Yu Luyun felt a chill run down his spine under Ma Xiaoshuai's piercing gaze, but he knew he had made the right bet. This was a breakthrough. You have a way? Ma Xiaoshuai's voice sounded strained, as if he were struggling to suppress something. Each word seemed to be squeezed out through gritted teeth. Seeing him like this, Yu Luyun felt a quiet relief wash over him. Ahem. Well, we don't have any concrete information yet. He keenly caught the fleeting disappointment in Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes and immediately changed the subject. But if you join our Paranormal Investigation Bureau and become one of us, the situation will be completely different. Yu Luyun quickened his pace. Then, the entire national, even global intelligence network will be at your disposal. We have specialized archives, the most elite tracking experts, and special privileges beyond your imagination. Think about it, wouldn't this efficiency be 1,000 times greater than you searching blindly on your own like a headless fly? He stared intently into Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes, not missing a single flicker of expression. This was an open strategy. He laid out every single advantage and disadvantage on the table. He didn't believe Ma Xiaoshuai could refuse. Silence fell over the alley. Ma Xiaoshuai kept his head bowed, his expression hidden from view. He rubbed his chin, a habitual gesture when deep in thought. Yu Luyun's heart was in his throat. Success or failure hinged on this moment. After a long while, Ma Xiaoshuai slowly raised his head, the icy aura from his face now vanished. Actually, Ma Xiaoshuai began. I was actually about to agree just now. Chapter 40, S-Class Advisor. Yu Luyun? All the carefully prepared lines he'd rehearsed instantly got stuck in his throat, suspended midway. He blinked at Ma Xiaoshuai's teasing eyes, momentarily dazed. Seriously? Ma Xiaoshuai shrugged, wearing an innocent expression. You interrupted me yourself. Yu Luyun felt like he'd punched a pillow, utterly frustrated. After all that, all the threats and enticements, all the acting, had the other guy already made up his mind? Of course, Ma Xiaoshuai wouldn't tell him that his change of heart had actually happened before Yu Luyun even mentioned parents. Finding his parents was indeed a significant reason. But what mattered more was his own need. Cultivating the 10,000 Calamities demon art demanded devouring and refining vast amounts of energy. In this spiritually barren land, those strange phenomena that appeared out of nowhere were his best source of energy, his only path to becoming stronger. They were practically tailor-made mobile blood packs for him. Yet these anomalies lurked in every corner of the city, their movements unpredictable. Searching for them alone proved far too inefficient. The Paranormal Investigation Bureau, as an official organization, undoubtedly holds the most information on where these anomalies appear. It was practically a walking menu. Joining them was like obtaining a permanent, free, and automatically updated buffet pass. Not to mention, there's a salary involved. After all, he had no other means of support now. He couldn't keep freeloading forever. So, after weighing the pros and cons, he'd made up his mind long ago. Yu Liuyun's earlier performance only reinforced his conviction that he'd made the right choice. I have only one request, Ma Xiaoshuai said, holding up one finger as his expression turned serious again. Yu Liuyun perked up immediately. Go ahead. Don't even think about giving me orders. Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze swept over Yu Liuyun. I help you solve problems, you provide me with the intelligence and resources I need. We're partners, not superiors and subordinates. He could join, but he would never take orders from anyone. Rest assured. Rest assured. Yu Liuyun nodded vigorously, his face breaking into a broad smile. Absolutely no problem. Our bureau will grant you maximum autonomy. S-class advisor. Yes, S-class advisor. No punch cards, no meetings, complete freedom of action. He hurriedly made promises, afraid Ma Xiaoshuai might change his mind. Joking aside, higher-ups had already issued strict orders to court this big shot. Forget a ceremonial advisory role. If he demanded to be team leader, Yu Liuyun would have to step aside without complaint. As long as they could bring this god-tier talent into the fold, any terms were negotiable. The value of someone who could completely eradicate the bizarre entities was immeasurable. S-class advisor? Ma Xiaoshuai raised an eyebrow. That sounded pretty good. Exactly. The salary and benefits are top tier too. Yu Liuyun pulled a sleek, high-tech black phone from his suit jacket pocket and began tapping rapidly on its screen. All set, Mr. Ma. Your temporary credentials are now in the system. Effective immediately, you're an S-class special advisor for our Paranormal Investigation Bureau's 7th Operations Unit. Here's your communicator and ID. Official credentials and equipment will be delivered to your residence tomorrow. Yu Liuyun handed over the black phone. Ma Xiaoshuai took it and weighed it in his hand. It felt cool to the touch, with an extraordinary texture. All right. He nodded, satisfied with the outcome. His objective achieved, he turned and walked away without hesitation. Hey, Mr. Ma. Yu Liuyun called out from behind. Ma Xiaoshuai turned back impatiently. What now? Yu Liuyun grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Welcome aboard. Oh, and as a new colleague, I'd like to personally sponsor you to experience our bureau's perks. Relax a bit, consider it your welcome party. Ma Xiaoshuai eyed him suspiciously. What kind of scheme is this guy cooking up now? The night sky over Yuan City glowed orange-red, bathed in the city's lights. A phantom form, invisible to mortal eyes, drifted silently through the gaps between skyscrapers. It had no substance, resembling a twisted shadow or a strand of solidified black smoke. That docile sheep-like face now twitched slightly with greed. Two hollow, black eye sockets stared fixedly at the bustling streets below. So much food. Steaming hot, brimming with the essence of life. 10,000 times more delicious than the fish and shrimp in the river. It drifted to the top of a residential building and came to a halt. Below lay an open-air balcony. A group of young people were having a party, the sizzling meat skewers on the grill releasing a rich, smoky aroma. Chilled beers clinked crisply in glasses. The lively laughter and chatter of the young men and women filled the air. To it, all this was the ultimate temptation. Hungry. A hoarse whisper faded into the night breeze. It had set its sights on one man, drunk and leaning against the railing, catching the breeze. The man radiated the most vibrant life force. Like a prime cut of steak. The shadowy figure sank slowly, drawing near without a sound. The young revelers on the balcony continued their wild celebration, oblivious. Hovering above one of their companions' heads was a predator from the abyss. Nor did anyone see the monster's jaws. Slowly parting at an unnatural angle. Two rows of tiger-like fangs, illuminated by the city's neon lights, flashed with a heart-stopping cold light. Inside the surveillance vehicle outside Hengtai Huafu residential complex, Wang Qingshuai removed her earpiece and rubbed her slightly sore ears. She had been stationed here for 2 full days. The car was littered with empty energy drink cans and snack wrappers. Apart from his regular commute to and from work, followed by returning home, Ma Xiaoshuai showed no signs of unusual activity. Could it be true, as that guy claimed, that he hadn't died back then? Just then, her phone vibrated. It was a message from headquarters. Sister Qingshuai, the captain is withdrawing surveillance on Ma Xiaoshuai. Target assessed as ordinary citizen, no threat. Proceed immediately to Sunshine Waterfront Community. Take over the case at Building A, Unit 1402. Reporter, Wang Fu. Contact 139XXXXXXXX. Case details: the complainant claims their smart toilet is malfunctioning, automatically flushing at night and emitting sounds of a woman crying. Wang Qingshua's elegant brows furrowed slightly as she read the text on her phone screen. A toilet possessed by a spirit? Another one of these cases.
She set her phone aside and turned her gaze back to the apartment building in the distance. He still felt that Ma Xiaoshuai, his childhood friend, seemed a bit different lately. But the captain had already given the order. As a subordinate, she had no choice but to obey. Maybe I'm just overthinking it.
Wang Xiaoshuai shook her head and started the car. The black sedan slipped silently into the flow of traffic,
heading toward the Sunshine Riverside community.
Chapter 41, Yuan City Precinct. Yu Liuyun's flashy silver sports car executed a smooth drift.
It came to a halt in front of a detached villa that looked like it could be slated for demolition at any moment. Large chunks of plaster peeled from the villa's exterior walls, revealing the dark red bricks beneath. Several windows were shattered, hastily boarded up with weathered planks. Weeds in the yard grew taller than a person, with only a narrow path worn by footsteps, winding its way to a weathered wooden door with peeling paint. Ma Xiaoshuai sat in the passenger seat, removing his sunglasses. His eyes held 3 parts disdain and 7 parts bewilderment.
Don't tell me this is the Yuan City branch of your Paranormal Investigation Bureau.
He pointed at the dilapidated villa.
You guys work out of a pigsty? Yu Liyun didn't seem the least bit annoyed.
Instead, he flicked his fringe back with a carefree flick, revealing a mouthful of white teeth.
Seeing isn't always believing.
He winked mysteriously and pushed open the car door.
You gotta think big, bro.
Ma Xiaoshuai tugged at the corner of his mouth and followed him out. The air carried a musty, stale odor mixed with the earthy tang of damp soil. This place was hardly fit for an office, let alone a haunted house.
Of course not.
Yu Liyun strode ahead casually, kicking aside a clump of weeds blocking the path.
He bypassed the villa's main entrance, leading Ma Xiaoshuai toward an inconspicuous corner on the side.
There, a concrete staircase descended toward a closed iron door leading to a basement.
A rusty padlock hung on the door.
Look here. Yu Liyun gestured dramatically with his arm, like a magician unveiling a rare treasure.
Ma Xiaoshuai remained expressionless. But inside, he was wondering, what the hell is Yu Liyun up to? And a class-awakened one, whose power rivaled that of a Foundation establishment cultivator, would hole up in such a shabby place. Impossible. There must be something fishy going on. Without further explanation, Yu Liyun pulled Ma Xiaoshuai down the steps.
The basement entrance was dark and damp, with water droplets seeping from the walls, covered in moss.
He didn't touch the intimidating-looking padlock.
Instead, he reached into the inner pocket of his crisp suit jacket and pulled out a thin black magnetic card. He held the card lightly against an unremarkable section of the wall nearby.
Beep. A faint beep sounded. Without warning, a crack opened in the floor beside him. Clang. A heavy metallic grinding echoed.
A thick roll-up door slowly rose from the ground, revealing a deep entrance. Beyond the door lay not the cluttered basement one might expect. Instead, a modern elevator gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. The elevator cabin was clean and bright, starkly contrasting with the decaying surroundings outside.
Come on, let me show you the real deal at the Investigation Bureau.
Yu Liyun stepped aside, gesturing with a please and wearing a look of pure satisfaction. This contrast was his favorite thing to witness. Especially the expression on newcomers' faces shifting from contempt to shock never failed to amuse him. Ma Xiaoshuai sneered inwardly. Just a sleight of hand. Such tricks weren't even worth the effort of the most lowly array masters in the cultivation world. Still, achieving this level with mortal technology was rather amusing. He showed no sign of surprise.
He simply followed Yu Liyun into the elevator with calm composure. The elevator doors closed silently. The interior was compact, its walls smooth metal, spotless and pristine. Yu Liyun pressed the sole downward button. The elevator began its smooth descent. The numbers on the display began to flicker. B1. B2.
While Ma Xiaoshuai watched the numbers change on the surface, his consciousness had already spread out like mercury spilling across the floor.
The instant he stepped into the elevator, he sensed a peculiar force sealing off external scrutiny. Interesting. It felt like some kind of shielding force field.
It could block ordinary people's senses, but to him, it was as good as nothing.
His divine sense effortlessly pierced the force field and probed downward. Below lay a vast, unimaginably immense void. Countless chaotic energies intertwined within it. Some were strong, some weak.
There were vibrant, living human auras, and also, some familiar yet repulsive remnants of strange energy.
Like a gigantic beehive, hidden deep beneath the city's foundations. The elevator stopped at level B3. Ding! The elevator doors slid open slowly. The sight before him made Ma Xiaoshuai genuinely raise an eyebrow for the first time. It wasn't the cramped, oppressive space he had imagined.
What met his eyes was an underground space so vast it bordered on the absurd. The vaulted ceiling soared dozens of meters high, embedded with a lighting system simulating natural daylight. It emitted a soft white glow, as bright as daylight. As far as the eye could see stretched a vast open area, brimming with futuristic technological flair. Personnel in various uniforms hurried about, moving between different zones.
In the distance, transport robots hovered mid-air, quietly delivering various boxes.
The air carried faint hums of machinery and murmurs of voices, yet it never felt chaotic.
Impressed? This is the true heart of the Yuan City precinct.
Yu Luyun spread his arms wide, as if embracing his own kingdom, his voice brimming with pride.
The entire base lies 50 meters beneath Yuan City.
That dilapidated villa above is merely one of the deceptive entrances. Ma Xiaoshuai surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the bustling figures and intricate instruments. He saw someone rapidly operating a massive virtual screen.
Data streams cascaded like waterfalls. He also saw a team of fully armed personnel emerging from a passageway. Their gear glowed with an eerie blue light, clearly no ordinary equipment. Not bad. Ma Xiaoshuai offered a fair assessment. This reaction caught Yu Luyun off guard. This guy's mental fortitude was a bit too impressive, wasn't it?
But the more he saw this, the more he felt Ma Xiaoshuai was no ordinary man, and the stronger his desire grew to recruit him.
Come on, I'll show you around. Suppressing his astonishment, Yu Luyun led Ma Xiaoshuai forward.
They walked along a wide main thoroughfare. Clearly demarcated functional zones lined both sides. Most areas were separated by special glass, allowing a clear view inside. This is our research division, the Celestial Engineering Department. Yu Luyun pointed inside, his face beaming with pride. All the equipment our investigators use on the field, like the spirit sensing disc that detects spirit fluctuations, the binding spirit lock that temporarily restrains low-level anomalies, and even these combat suits that protect us from physical and energy impacts, all come from here.
You could say the Celestial Engineering Department is the strongest support for all our frontline personnel. Ma Xiaoshuai kept his hands in his pockets as he watched the bustling figures through the glass. Spirit disc? Spirit binding lock?
Instantly, images of the cultivation world's most basic techniques flashed through his mind, the gaze of auspices and the binding celestial rope.
These mortals, using piles of scrap metal, were mimicking the most basic applications of spiritual energy. Inefficient and utterly useless against anything slightly stronger or more bizarre. Chapter 42, Can you take my blade?
Merely refining artifacts, yet they've made it so complicated.
Ma Xiaoshuai chuckled inwardly.
Back in my day, I was a master artifact forger myself. With a single wave of my 10,000 souls banner, I could bind countless living spirits and devour the heavens and earth. Watching a researcher meticulously laser welding a component, he couldn't help but shake his head.
Too primitive.
True artifact forging uses divine consciousness as the hammer and true fire as the furnace. It channels the laws of heaven and earth to imprint them upon the forged. This is at best the work of a skilled blacksmith.
Well, pretty mind-blowing, huh?
Yu Luyun, seeing him mesmerized, assumed he was awed by the technological prowess before him.
It's okay. Ma Xiaoshuai pulled his gaze away. Yu Luyun froze. That reaction was off. Wouldn't anyone else be gobsmacked, utterly amazed?
This kid has some serious composure. He felt more and more convinced that Ma Xiaoshuai was a raw gem, and the little spark in his heart burned even brighter.
This way.
Yu Luyun suppressed his surprise and led him forward. They traversed a long corridor, arriving at another section.
A faint herbal scent permeated the air.
Behind the same glass walls lay individual patient rooms and medication preparation areas.
Staff in blue uniforms operated centrifuges and analyzers. Multicolored liquids swirled within various test tubes and flasks.
This is the medical division, the Shinnong department, Yu Luyun explained. Injuries are commonplace on our missions. The Shinnong department treats our wounds, whether physical trauma or corruption by strange energies, they handle it all. He pointed to a shelf lined with neatly arranged blue vials.
See those? Energy boosters. One bottle keeps you awake for 3 days straight. And the red ones?
Rage potions. They temporarily boost your physical capabilities, but the side effects are significant.
This is our alchemy lab and infirmary. Ma Xiaoshuai stared at the array of bottles and jars, a peculiar look in his eyes. Pills? These things made with chemical extraction methods, they dare call them elixirs?
True elixirs were forged by gathering celestial herbs, absorbing the essence of sun and moon, and refining them with alchemical fire. The Peiyuan Dan he'd casually fed to the gatekeeper demon back then was 100 times more potent than these. What a pity. If only he could have brought back a storage pouch from the cultivation world, he would likely have already reached the nascent soul stage by now.
As for being wounded by the uncanny,
his 10,000 calamities demon art could devour all things to repair his own body. As long as his soul and spirit weren't utterly destroyed, regrowing severed limbs was but a trivial matter. To him, these things were no different from sugar water. Looks like your bureau's got some pretty good grub. Ma Xiaoshuai remarked indifferently. Yu Luyun's mouth twitched again. What do you mean, pretty good food? This is what you call robust logistical support. He decided to cut to the chase and lead Ma Xiaoshuai straight to meet the core team. After passing through several functional zones, they finally arrived at an alloy door marked 7th Action Group. Yu Luyun swiped his card to open the door. Inside was a spacious open plan office. The layout resembled a tech company's lounge area, featuring individual workstations alongside comfortable sofas and a bar counter. 3 people were scattered about the space. A young man wearing black-rimmed glasses was furiously tapping away at his computer keyboard. A stunningly attractive woman was wiping down an oddly shaped dagger at the bar counter. And a burly man was sweating buckets in the corner, lifting a massive barbell. "This is the office of the 7th Action Team at our Yuan City branch," Yu Luyun announced. Ma Xiaoshuai glanced around and asked a question that piqued his interest. "The 7th unit? So there are units 1 through 6 before this one?" "That's correct." Yu Luyun nodded and began explaining the organization structure. "Our Paranormal Investigation Bureau has branch offices in every major city. Each branch office is divided into different operational teams based on the city's districts. The entire Yuan City is divided into 7 major districts. Our 7th team primarily covers the southern part of the city. Normally, each team handles its own jurisdiction without interfering with others. However, if a major incident rated Class A or above occurs, the branch office will coordinate all teams to work together." "I see." Ma Xiaoshuai understood. "In plain terms, it's like neighborhood police officers. A system of territorial responsibility, with accountability assigned to individuals." As he processed this information, the burly man lifting weights in the corner noticed them. The burly man set down the barbell with a dull thud. The entire floor seemed to tremble. He grabbed a towel nearby to wipe the sweat from his forehead, then spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "Boss, you're back? And this is?" His gaze fell on Ma Xiaoshuai, like 2 searchlights scanning him up and down. Yu Luyun walked over with a smile and patted the burly man on the shoulder. "Dashin, let me introduce you. This is Ma Xiaoshuai, the new recruit I'm bringing on board." Then he turned to Ma Xiaoshuai. "This is Dashin, our team's heavy weapons specialist, a grade B strength type awakened." "New recruit?" Dashin grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. His smile seemed somewhat simple-minded, but his eyes held a strong sense of scrutiny. He extended a hand as large as a palm fan. "Hello, I'm Dashin." Ma Xiaoshuai glanced at the palm, thicker than his own thigh. He offered a token handshake, barely touching fingertips. "Ma Xiaoshuai." Dashin seemed unfazed by his coolness, though his brow furrowed slightly as he withdrew his hand. Such a light touch. This kid, skinny as a bamboo pole, is he really the talent the boss has his eye on? Just then, the woman polishing a dagger at the bar counter approached. She wore a form-fitting black combat suit that accentuated her fiery figure to perfection. Her hair was cut short and sharp, and her eyes were as piercing as knives. "Boss, where'd you snag this miner from?" Her voice carried a husky, magnetic quality. Her gaze lingered unabashedly on Ma Xiaoshuai. "Get lost." "What do you mean snagged?" Yu Luyun shot her a glare. "Hongyue, don't scare the new guy off. This Ma Xiaoshuai is a hidden master." "Master?" The woman called Red Moon scoffed, her dagger spinning nimbly between her fingers, tracing a silver arc of light. "How skilled? Can he block my blade?" Before her words faded, a cold gleam flashed in her eyes. With a flick of her wrist, the dagger transformed into a silver thread. Silently, it sliced toward Ma Xiaoshuai's throat. The speed was astonishing. Only a sharp whistling sound remained in the air. Dashin's expression shifted slightly, but it was too late to intervene. Yu Luyun, however, stood rooted to the spot, watching with leisurely composure, a faint smile even playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 43, Spiritual Realm. However, Ma Xiaoshuai's reaction surpassed everyone's expectations. He didn't even lift an eyelid. Just as the coldly gleaming dagger was about to touch his skin, he merely extended 2 fingers. His index and middle fingers. Effortlessly, casually, as if plucking a falling leaf. Clang! A crisp metallic clang echoed. The dagger, spinning at high speed and seemingly unstoppable, was firmly caught between his 2 fingers. The blade was less than an inch from his throat. The sharp blade's aura even severed a few strands of his hair. Yet he himself remained utterly still. The entire office fell silent in an instant. The clatter of keyboards ceased. Dashin's eyes widened, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow an egg. For the first time, genuine astonishment flashed across Han Yu's face, which had previously held a hint of mockery. Her dagger, forged from celestial meteorite iron blended with a special alloy, was razor-sharp. Combined with her speed ability, a full-force strike could effortlessly slice through 10-centimeter thick steel plates. But now, it was caught between 2 fingers? How could this be possible? She tried to pull the dagger back, only to find the blade stuck as if welded in place. No matter how hard she pulled, it wouldn't budge an inch. Hong Yu was both shocked and furious. Ma Xiaoshuai finally lifted his eyelids, his gaze calm as he looked at her. "Don't just toss away a child's toy." He gave it a slight flick with his fingers. Snap! A crisp sound rang out. The dagger, forged from a special alloy and incredibly hard, actually snapped in 2. The broken tip fell to the ground with a sharp clang. The entire world seemed to fall silent. Ma Xiaoshuai released his grip, flicking the remaining half of the handle back into Hong Yu's arms as though discarding trash. "Next time, aim better," he remarked indifferently before slipping his hands back into his pockets. Hong Yu stared blankly at the broken dagger in her hand, her body trembling slightly. This was her most treasured weapon.
It was a crushing blow born of absolute power. They weren't even in the same league. The smile on Yu Liuyun's face froze completely. He had anticipated Ma Xiaoshuai dodging, but he never imagined it would be in such a terrifying manner. With his bare hands, he crushed Han Yu's specially crafted dagger? What kind of strength and physical toughness would that require? B rank? No, this was absolutely beyond what a B rank could achieve. Could it be an A rank? An I rank awakened one who looks under 20? Yu Luyun felt his heart pounding wildly. He'd struck gold. This time, he'd truly stumbled upon a national treasure. Ahem! He cleared his throat, breaking the eerie silence in the office, and stepped forward to smooth things over. Hongyu, I told you not to joke around like that. Look, what if you hurt someone's hand? Even he blushed at his own words. Hongyu and Sherdashin both twitched their lips, staring at Yu Luyun as if he were a deity. Boss, your thick skin must be a grade, right? Ma Xiaoshuai ignored him entirely, striding straight toward the bespectacled man who'd been buried in his keyboard. The bespectacled man lifted his head at that moment. He pushed his black-rimmed glasses back up his nose and stared blankly in their direction. You handle intelligence? Ma Xiaoshuai asked. The bespectacled man nodded blankly. Ah, yes. My name is Lin Feng. I handle technical support and intelligence analysis. Very well. Ma Xiaoshuai nodded. He turned to look at Yu Luyun, finally revealing his first genuinely friendly expression since entering this place. I'm starting to like this place. I'm in. He needed an identity, a platform that could grant him access to more paranormal information. This so-called Paranormal Investigation Bureau seemed like a decent choice. At the very least, the food here was far more concentrated than the scattered scraps found on the streets outside. Hearing Ma Xiaoshuai's crisp reply, Yu Luyun was overjoyed. It worked. He forced himself to suppress his excitement, striving to maintain his composure as team leader. Welcome to Team 7, Comrade Ma Xiaoshuai. He extended his hand, intending to offer Ma Xiaoshuai a solemn handshake. Ma Xiaoshuai merely glanced at him before walking over to an empty desk. He plopped down and immediately propped his feet up on the desk. This is my workstation. Also, he turned to Yu Luyun. About those benefits you mentioned earlier, when do I get them? As a new colleague, didn't you say you'd personally sponsor me to experience it? Yu Luyun scratched his slick, perfectly combed hair. His meticulously styled hair instantly became half disheveled, making him look a bit comical. An awkward smile forced itself onto his face. His gaze drifted, unable to meet Ma Xiaoshuai's piercing eyes that seemed to see right through him. Ahem, about that perk, well, it was originally included standard issue, part of the new hire welcome package. He paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts, his voice growing quieter. But now, I'm not so sure if that thing is still useful to you? It sounded like an excuse, yet Yu Luyun's expression betrayed genuine conflict. Ma Xiaoshuai's crossed leg dangled from the desk, swaying slightly, his eyes never lifting from the paper. What do you mean? His voice was flat, devoid of emotion. Yet that very flatness carried an invisible weight. The air in the office seemed to thicken slightly. Hongyu remained frozen in place, her hand clenched tightly around the broken knife handle. She glanced at Ma Xiaoshuai's lazy demeanor, then at her team leader's flustered, hair-pulling embarrassment, her heart filled with a complex mix of emotions. When had this world become so surreal? Sherdashin silently took another half-step back, trying to minimize his presence. He felt it best to become a lump of air during this conversation between the two big shots. Yu Luyun gave a nervous chuckle before finally gathering his resolve. Lowering his voice as if taking a leap of faith, he spoke in a hushed, mysterious tone. Our Yuan City branch has an entrance to the spirit realm. Spirit realm? Ma Xiaoshuai finally lowered his leg, sat up straight, and repeated the unfamiliar term. A genuine look of confusion flashed in his eyes. The energy systems and cultivation methods of this world were entirely different from those in his own immortal realm. Though both fundamentally involved plundering energy to strengthen oneself, their manifestations and specialized terminology differed vastly. He needed intelligence, massive amounts of intelligence, to construct his own cognitive model of this world. You don't even know what the spirit realm is? Hongyu, who had remained silent all along, finally couldn't hold back any longer. This was common knowledge among members of the Paranormal Investigation Bureau, a coveted sanctuary every awakened being yearned for. This man possessed such terrifying power, yet he didn't even know such basic information? Chapter 44, Team Competition. Ma Xiaoshuai glanced at her, his gaze lingering on the broken blade in her hand for a split second. Hongyu's heart clenched violently, and she instinctively hid the broken blade behind her back. I don't know. I'm not sure. Ma Xiaoshuai shook his head plainly, without the slightest pretense. In his view, ignorance was simply ignorance, nothing to be ashamed of. As a master of the demonic path, asking questions when ignorant and then seizing what was unknown to make it one's own was the true way. His matter-of-fact demeanor left Red Moon with a flood of words that died on her lips. Yu Luyun, observing this awkward scene, snapped his fingers to break the silence. Lin Feng. He called out to the bespectacled man in the corner, who was practically trying to shrink himself into the monitor. You come here and give our new colleague a proper explanation.
Lin Feng stiffened at the mention of his name, nearly sliding off his chair. He adjusted his black-rimmed glasses, which had slid down his nose, and stood up nervously. His eyes darted around, unable to meet Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze. Yes, team leader. Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze fixed on Lin Feng. Lin Feng cleared his throat, striding to make his voice sound professional as he began reciting the standard explanation template. The Spirit Realm, formerly known as the True Spirit Realm, is rumored to be a strategic-grade artifact personally crafted by Lord Chen Yaoyu, our nation's most powerful S-rank guardian deity. When the name Chen Yaoyu was mentioned, a flash of fervent admiration flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Even Yu Luyun and Hong Yu grew solemn. S-rank that was in existence capable of suppressing the fortune of an entire nation, humanity's ultimate trump card against the uncanny.
Ma Xiaoshuai raised an eyebrow. S-rank? Chen Yaoyu? A magical artifact? Interesting. The power hierarchy of this world seemed more refined than he had imagined. Lin Feng was unaware of Ma Xiaoshuai's thoughts. Seeing Ma Xiaoshuai didn't interrupt, he continued his explanation. The core function of this artifact is to actively absorb and draw upon the free-floating energy in the real world of what we call spirit energy, the very essence that forms the core of the uncanny. Using this energy as a foundation, it simulates and manifests various strange phenomena within the artifact itself. Lin Feng pushed his glasses up and carefully observed Ma Xiaoshuai's expression. We awakened ones from the Paranormal Investigation Bureau can enter the spirit realm through specific portals. Inside, we can battle the manufactured anomalies to hone our combat skills and abilities. Most crucially, it's an absolutely safe environment. Even if one dies there, it only causes mental trauma, and a few days' rest is enough to recover. He swallowed hard before addressing the most crucial point. And if we successfully eliminate those anomalies within the spirit realm, we can absorb the purest energy released when they disintegrate. This energy can be used to elevate our own ranks and strengthen our abilities. At this, Lin Feng's voice brimmed with longing. For them, awakened ones struggling on the brink of life and death, the spirit realm was sacred ground. The only place where one could safely and rapidly enhance their strength. However, when Ma Xiaoshuai heard Lin Feng's explanation, it was automatically translated into an entirely different narrative. A warehouse that automatically collects ingredients? A warehouse that automatically processes ingredients into dishes? Eating the dishes could even boost cultivation? And if you die, you can be revived and eat them infinitely? This. What else could it be but a buffet cafeteria? And a luxury seafood buffet at that. The kind with unlimited refills. Ma Xiaoshuai's breathing grew heavy in that instant. For the first time, two faint green flames flickered within his eyes, which had always been as still as a well. Swish! He whipped his head around, fixing a deathly stare on Yu Luyun. His gaze was brimming with aggression. Yu Luyun felt his scalp tingle under the stare, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. Where is this spirit realm you speak of? Now. Immediately. Right this instant. I'm going. Seeing Ma Xiaoshuai's expression, as if he wanted to devour the spirit realm on the spot. He slapped his thigh in realization. I knew I was right. This guy was born to counter the uncanny. Just look at how indignant he gets at the mere mention of the uncanny. He's absolutely a top-tier prodigy overflowing with righteousness. Our 7th squad know, our entire Yuan City precinct is finally going to take off this time. Yu Luyun's inner ecstasy nearly burst through the heavens, but outwardly he forced himself to maintain the composed demeanor of a team leader. He waved his hand, flashing a calm down expression. Hold your horses, hold your horses. Comrade Ma Xiaoshuai, I completely understand how you feel. But you see, the spirit realm, it's not something you can enter whenever you please. It operates according to its own rules. Yu Luyun cleared his throat and began explaining the rules, a hint of helpless resignation on his face. According to regulations, to ensure the stability and regeneration of the spirit realm's energy, it's typically only accessible to combat personnel from the branch bureau at the beginning of each month, specifically from the 1st to the 3rd. Ma Xiaoshuai's brow instantly furrowed into a knot. The beginning of the month? The aura around him grew suddenly icy. And Yu Luyun seemed oblivious to the shift in atmosphere. Because the spirit realm can only accommodate a limited number of people. Each time it opens, the entire Yuan City branch, combining all operational teams, only gets a mere 5 spots. 5? Ma Xiaoshuai's voice was as cold as ice shards. That's right, 5. Yu Luyun shrugged his shoulders. Therefore, these 5 precious spots must be earned through internal team competitions among the task forces. Whoever packs the hardest punch and makes the greatest contribution gets the ticket. After he finished speaking, the office fell into a deathly silence. All expression vanished from Ma Xiaoshuai's face. Staring at Yu Luyun, he ground out each word through clenched teeth. Are you kidding me? A bone-chilling aura of murderous intent radiated from him. The temperature in the entire office seemed to drop several degrees. Lin Feng's teeth began to chatter, producing a distinct clack-clack-clack sound. Hong Yu's face drained of color as she instinctively gripped her weapon, assuming a defensive stance. Sherdashin wished he could dig a hole and crawl into it right then and there. Oh no, this big shot is about to lose it. Yu Liuyun's heart pounded wildly, but he was, after all, an A-rank powerhouse. Having weathered countless battles, he could still maintain his composure in this situation. He quickly raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. Whoa. Brother! Calm down. I wouldn't dare mess with you. Just hear me out. He explained rapidly, the rules may be that way, but look at the date today. It's already the 29th. The end of the month. Chapter 45, work's coming. Until the 1st of next month, it's only 3 days at most. Just 3 days. 3 days. It'll fly by. In the blink of an eye. Seriously, it'll be over before you know it. All he wanted now was to calm down this prehistoric beast on the verge of going berserk. The killing intent radiating from Ma Xiaoshuai finally began to subside slightly. 3 days. For someone like him, accustomed to secluding himself for centuries at a time during his demonic cultivation journey, 3 days truly didn't even register as a blink of an eye. But he was different now. He was now at the 6th layer of Qi cultivation, in a state of hunger desperately needing energy replenishment. To have a vast treasure trove right before his eyes, yet be forced to wait 3 days. This feeling was more agonizing than death itself. He shot a piercing glance at Yu Luyun, whose face screamed, "I've done my best." In the end, he forced himself to suppress that surge of irritation. Fine, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. 3 days it was. It would be a good opportunity to see what this so-called group competition was all about. Fine. Ma Xiaoshuai snorted a single syllable through his nose. 3 days from now, if I can't enter that so-called spirit realm. He didn't finish his sentence, but his icy glare spoke volumes. Yu Luyun instantly grasped the unspoken threat, a fresh wave of cold sweat breaking out on his back. He immediately pounded his chest and declared loudly, "Rest assured. Absolutely. No problem whatsoever." He waved his hand confidently, his spirit soaring. "Back when we were Team 7, we were always dead last. Snatching spots? We couldn't even dream of it. But things are different now." His eyes burned with intensity as he stared at Ma Xiaoshuai, as if beholding a priceless treasure. "Now that we have you, Comrade Ma Xiaoshuai, our 7th squad has gone from a slingshot to a cannon. Forget one spot, we're taking all 5 in this competition." Yu Luyun grew more and more excited as he spoke, already envisioning himself leading Team 7 to sweep all comers and reach the pinnacle of glory. Hong Yu and Sherdashin both twitched their lips. "Team leader, your talent for painting pie in the sky pictures must be a grade, right? But..." They glanced at the young man who had sat back down, his feet propped up on the table once more. Deep down, they couldn't shake the feeling that the team leader's bold claims might just come true. Ring ring. The urgent ringing of the phone instantly shattered the easing tension in the office. Everyone's nerves instinctively tensed. Yu Luyun, who had been wearing a broad smile moments ago, underwent a sudden shift in demeanor the instant he glanced at the caller ID. The playful, streetwise demeanor vanished instantly, replaced by the solemn gravity of a seasoned veteran. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiped open the screen. "Hello?" Ma Xiaoshuai leaned back in his chair, narrowing his eyes slightly as he studied Yu Luyun with keen interest. Only now did he barely begin to embody the bearing of an A-class powerhouse. Whatever was being said on the other end of the line, the office could only hear Yu Luyun's brief responses. Address. Got it. His brow furrowed deeper and deeper, his expression visibly darkening. He shoved the phone into his pocket with a muffled thud. He lifted his head, his gaze sharp as lightning, sweeping over every person present. "Guys, we've got a job." Before he could finish, Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes lit up instantly. Unabashed greed flashed in his eyes. An unexpected treat. They'd expected to wait 3 grueling days, but now dessert was served right after dinner. Hong Yu and Sherdashin immediately stood at attention, while Lin Feng dropped his earlier expression. The group instantly shifted into combat readiness, awaiting the team leader's mission briefing. Sunshine Waterfront Community, Rooftop Terrace. A group of young partygoers have vanished. Yu Luyun's voice was rapid and clear. Witnesses nearby claim they saw a massive dark shadow descend from the sky before the disappearances, like a giant mouth swallowing those people whole. He deliberately glanced at Ma Xiaoshuai, who was already shifting restlessly in his seat. "Brother Ma, looks like we'll have to postpone your welcome party a bit." A menacing curve spread across Ma Xiaoshuai's lips. "Not necessary." His voice was low, yet carried an icy quality. "Slaughtering these beasts is the best welcome I need." At these words, Hong Yu and Sherdashin's eyes involuntarily twitched again. This guy was indeed a complete madman. Yet for some reason, his mad ravings brought them an inexplicable sense of reassurance. A gleam of determination flashed in Yu Luyun's eyes. Infected by Ma Xiaoshuai's overwhelming confidence, a surge of boldness welled up within him. "Fine. Let's get moving." He swept his arm in a grand gesture and strode out of the office first. The others followed closely behind, striding swiftly down the corridor to the exclusive underground garage of the Paranormal Investigation Bureau. A jet-black Jeep Wrangler, heavily modified for an aggressive stance, sat silently in its parking spot. like a steel beast poised to strike. This is our dedicated field vehicle. Yu Luyun patted the rugged hood, a hint of pride in his voice. Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze swept over the massive toy. Looks pretty good. Let's go. Yu Luyun swung open the driver's door. This flashy-looking team leader actually held a professional racing license. On every mission, he personally took the wheel to ensure they reached the scene as quickly as possible. Ma Xiaoshuai took the passenger seat without hesitation. Hongyu, Sherdashan, and Lin Feng quickly squeezed into the back seat. Roar! The engine roared with a deep growl as the Wrangler shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. In an instant, it burst out of the underground garage and merged into the city's traffic. Neon lights outside the windows blurred into streaks of light as they raced by. Yu Luyun kept his eyes on the road while rapidly relaying intelligence. This alert is a bit unusual. The security system's initial distress call wasn't about a missing person. He paused, as if gathering his thoughts. Instead, it came from a resident in Building A of Sunshine Waterfront who reported an anomaly with their smart toilet. In the dead of night, the toilet lid would open and close on its own, and it would keep flushing automatically, accompanied by a woman sobbing. The atmosphere inside the car instantly turned eerie. Lin Feng couldn't help but shiver, muttering under his breath. These days, even toilets are getting possessed? Sherdashan wore a pained expression, clearly contemplating the safety of using his own bathroom back home. Yu Luyun glanced at Ma Xiaoshuai through the rearview mirror and dropped a bombshell. You should still recognize the security guard who was the first to arrive at the scene and handle this toilet incident. Ma Xiaoshuai, who had been resting with his eyes closed, snapped them open at the words, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. He knew very few people in this world. Who? Yu Luyun's lips formed the name clearly. Wang Xiaoshuai. Chapter 46. Call me Lord Demon Sovereign. What? Ma Xiaoshuai's body jerked violently. He sat bolt upright instantly, whipping his head around to stare fixedly at Yu Luyun. The temperature inside the car dropped once more. The three in the back seat fell silent, holding their breath. They could distinctly sense the terrifying aura emanating from this youth named Ma Xiaoshuai, an aura that had only just subsided moments ago. Because of a single name, it threatened to spiral out of control once more. Yu Luyun's palms gripping the steering wheel broke out in a thin sheen of sweat, but he steeled himself to confirm. That's right. The call mentioned Wang Xiaoshuai from the 2nd Squad of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Then where is she now? Ma Xiaoshuai's voice betrayed his tension. Calm down, she's fine. Yu Luyun hurried to reassure him. She reported the toilet incident anomaly and is waiting for our backup at the community entrance. She probably discovered the rooftop disappearance case after that. Hearing Wang Xiaoshuai was safe, Ma Xiaoshuai's muscles slowly relaxed and he exhaled a long, heavy breath. Thank goodness. Thank goodness she was only at the gate. However, the next second, a more troublesome question surfaced in his mind. He was now meeting her openly under the guise of the Paranormal Investigation Bureau. How could he explain his abilities? No. He absolutely couldn't let her see him like this. In a split second, Ma Xiaoshuai made his decision. He abruptly extended his right hand, fingers splayed, shielding his face. A visible black current of energy surged from his palm into the air. The light inside the car seemed to be swallowed by this dark mist, growing dim. Lin Feng in the back seat even let out a quiet gasp. Within the black mist, he saw what appeared to be countless tormented souls struggling and wailing in agony. Yu Luyun caught this scene out of the corner of his eye, his heart pounding wildly. The black mist churned and rapidly solidified. In the blink of an eye, a grotesque mask carved with eerie demonic patterns appeared in Ma Xiaoshuai's hand. The mask was a dark gold color, with two bottomless black holes where the eyes should be. Its corners were twisted upward at an exaggerated angle, neither quite a smile nor quite a cry. It radiated an eerie beauty that was utterly unnerving. Ma Xiaoshuai slowly pulled the mask over his face. Click. A soft click sounded as the mask molded perfectly to his face. In that instant, his entire aura transformed completely. If the previous Ma Xiaoshuai had been a dangerously sharp, murderous youth brimming with lethal intent, then, with the demonic mask in place, he shed every trace of humanity. He transformed into a demon god crawling out of the depths of the netherworld. Cold, evil, and towering above all. Don't expose my identity. The voice emanating from beneath the mask sounded processed, tinged with a metallic quality. Yu Luyun froze at this sudden demand, then snapped to attention this was a practical matter. He yanked the steering wheel hard, executing a smooth drift with the Wrangler. As he turned onto the road leading to Sunshine Waterfront Community, he quickly asked. Got it. But, how am I supposed to address you? I can't keep calling you hey or you there, right? That's not conducive to teamwork. Ma Xiaoshuai slowly turned his head. Through the two pitch-black eye holes in the mask, Yu Luyun could almost see two swirling masses of dark, demonic energy rising within. His arrogance, ingrained to the bone, remained undiminished. Call me Lord Demon Sovereign. The screech of brakes pierced the night silence. The rugged front end of the Wrangler skidded to a halt, barely grazing the police tape.
The swirling dust caused several security officers maintaining order to instinctively take half a step back.
The door swung open, and Yu Luyun stepped out first.
He adjusted his flashy custom-tailored suit. At the community gate, red and blue police lights flickered silently, casting shifting shadows across every face. A sense of oppression hung in the air, as if the entire Sunshine Riverside community had been sealed beneath an invisible glass dome.
No air could circulate between inside and out.
A middle-aged man in uniform, with a square jaw and a weary expression, hurried over.
Team Leader Yu.
His voice was hoarse, clearly a sign he'd been waiting here for quite some time.
Old Chen, what's the situation?
Yu Luyun shook his hand, his expression turning serious. Just then, the rear door swung open.
Ma Xiaoshuai's figure came into view.
His sudden appearance seemed to dim even the flashing police lights for a moment. The dark gold ghost mask reflected an eerie sheen under the shifting light.
An intangible aura quietly dispersed with each step he took. Chen Gang's pupils suddenly contracted.
Instinctively, his hand moved toward the holster at his waist, every muscle in his body tensing.
Who is this?
He turned to Yu Luyun, his eyes brimming with questions. Where did you guys at the Paranormal Investigation Bureau find such a monster?
This gentleman is our S-class consultant.
Yu Luyun stepped forward half a pace, subtly positioning himself between Chen Gang and Ma Xiaoshuai to ease the tense atmosphere. He deliberately emphasized the words S-class in his pronunciation.
Consultant? S-class? Chen Gang froze.
He knew the Paranormal Investigation Bureau had internal rankings, and even a capable team leader like Yu Luyun was only a class.
What did S-class even mean? A national-level secret weapon? Just as he was reeling from the shock, Lin Feng and the other two emerged from the vehicle, shivering.
They dared not approach Ma Xiaoshuai, standing at a distance instead.
Yet their awestruck expressions served as the most compelling proof.
This time, Chen Gang believed its 7 or 8 parts. Only power beyond comprehension could make these arrogant investigators cower like this. He released his grip on his holster, his taut nerves finally relaxing slightly.
Things are looking bad. Chen Gang turned back, refocusing his attention on the case. This place seemed shrouded in some kind of bizarre law. He gestured toward the massive, black-mouthed entrance gate of the residential complex behind them. Our team tried it. No electronic device can penetrate that gate. Drones sent in lost contact immediately. Plus, this place has become a one-way passage now. You can only enter, never leave. Most residents were evacuated before the anomaly fully materialized. But some, elderly with limited mobility, remained trapped inside.
Chen Gang's voice was heavy with gravity, his fist clenching unconsciously. One of our team members, sensing something was wrong, volunteered to go in and rescue them.
No sooner had he spoken. Ma Xiaoshuai's masked head jerked abruptly.
His abyssal gaze swept slowly across the scene.
Nothing. Not that familiar figure.
His heart felt as though an invisible hand had clenched it tightly, causing it to convulse violently. A savage killing intent surged uncontrollably from within him, only to be ruthlessly suppressed by his formidable divine consciousness.
Chapter 47. You. Come with me. No, stay calm. What if it's not her?
Maybe she just went to the bathroom.
Right, that must be it.
Ma Xiaoshuai desperately searched for excuses in his mind, but he knew better than anyone else.
With Wang Qingshua's personality, that was highly unlikely. Damn it, it can't be that idiot Wang Dachui.
His mind raged wildly, unable to maintain the calm composure of the demon lord any longer. He took a step forward. Though no sound accompanied it, Chen Gang felt as if a mountain was bearing down on him, his breath catching in his throat.
That teammate. A metallic voice echoed from beneath the mask. What is your name? Chen Gang was intimidated by the sheer force of it. When his gaze met the 2 black holes on the mask, he felt he was not seeing eyes, but 2 slowly rotating black whirlpools. A primal fear gripped him, drying his throat. He swallowed hard and ultimately chose to yield. My name is Wang Qingshuai. In an instant, all hope vanished. Boundless fury swept through the surroundings. That damn woman. Always playing the hero. Ma Xiaoshuai's face beneath the mask had turned ashen. The suppressed black demonic energy surrounding him showed signs of spiraling out of control once more. Yu Luyun, standing closest to him, felt it most acutely. He felt the air around him freeze solid, an unmasked killing intent making every hair on his body stand on end. The only way to appease this godlike figure and resolve this situation was to find the person back as quickly as possible. Ma Xiaoshuai whipped his head around, the black hole in his mask fixed intently on Yu Luyun. You. Come inside with me. The others will stand by outside. His gaze swept indifferently over Lin Feng and the other 2. Yes. Yu Luyun snapped to attention and nodded without hesitation.
However, Lin Feng and his 2 companions didn't think so. Though they feared Ma Xiaoshuai as investigators of the Paranormal Investigation Bureau, their duty forbade them from standing idly by while their team leader and an unknown advisor ventured into danger. Team leader. We can help too. Right. More hands make light work. The 3 gathered their courage and stepped forward almost in unison. Before their words had fully faded, Ma Xiaoshuai tilted his head slightly, casting a cold stare from behind his mask.
You're too weak. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Lin Feng's face flushed crimson. He wanted to retort, but the words stuck in his throat, refusing to come out.
For he remembered all too clearly how the mere unconscious aura emanating from the other had nearly shattered all three of them.
Refute? With what? Chen Gang watched the solitary figure standing alone. The lingering worry about Wang Qingshua's safety vanished from his heart. Perhaps. Could this utterly reckless fool truly rescue someone? Yu Luyun couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh inside.
Those words were too hurtful. But what else could he say? The truth was undeniable. He sighed, casting a reassuring glance at his three devastated team members before silently mouthing two words.
Stand by.
It was an order. Lin Feng and the others stiffened, then reluctantly lowered their heads and silently stepped aside. From start to finish, Ma Xiaoshuai never once glanced back at them. He slowly turned, alone, facing the neighborhood shrouded in darkness. There, like a dormant ancient beast, lay an abyss gaping wide to devour all. At the entrance of the residential complex stood a massive electronic display screen. At that moment, the screen was pitch black, save for a few stubbornly flickering red pixels forming a line of eerie text.
Welcome home.
The font was crooked and twisted, as if written in blood, radiating an indescribable malevolence.
The ghostly realm has fully materialized.
Yu Luyun approached Ma Xiaoshuai and whispered. According to our database comparisons, this one-way passage characteristic belongs to an extremely rare prison cage-type ghost realm. Once inside, unless the core is destroyed, then. He didn't finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. The core? Beneath his mask, Ma Xiaoshuai emitted an indistinct, low hum. What laws? What core? All illusions. With sufficient power, brute force overrides all laws. Nothing could resist being devoured. He wasted no more words, lifting his foot and striding toward the darkness. Wait. Yu Luyun hurried to catch up. No, Demon Sovereign, we know nothing of the situation inside. Charging in like this is reckless. At the very least, let me probe it first. Ma Xiaoshuai's stride didn't falter. Useless to me. A cold voice echoed. As for probing. He extended his right hand, fingers splayed. A strand of black demonic energy, darker than the night itself, spilled from his fingertips. Like a living serpent, it slithered forward with agile grace. The instant that thread of demonic energy drifted into the residential complex's main gate, it was like a drop of ink falling into clear water.
The dead silence of the entire complex seemed to tremble ever so slightly.
The strand of demonic energy deftly avoided the ghastly white arms scattered across the ground. Within Ma Xiaoshuai's spiritual perception, the entire complex transformed into a three-dimensional map. Every building, every road, emitted an eerie aura of varying intensity. The wisp of demonic energy he released acted like the most precise compass needle. Without hesitation, it pointed directly toward the convergence of all malevolence, the very center of the residential complex. There, darkness was thick as ink, as if even light itself could not escape. The demonic energy sliced through row after row of silent apartment buildings, brushing past a rusty, creaking children's swing. On the swing, a blurred shadow of a girl swung vigorously. As if sensing something, she whipped her head around. It was a face devoid of features. But before it could react, the purest, most concentrated wisp of demonic energy flashed past. The girl's shadow trembled violently, as if scorched by invisible heat, fading noticeably in an instant. She cowered, unable to move. Such was the overwhelming might of the 10,000 Calamities demon art. Even a mere wisp of its essence contained the primal power to devour all things. Ordinary minor demons would die upon contact, wounded by the slightest touch. Within the divine sense's vision, the demonic energy surged forward unimpeded, finally reaching that core area. It was a desolate central garden. Without hesitation, the demonic energy plunged headlong into it. And in that very instant, a lazy female voice abruptly echoed within Ma Xiaoshuai's mind. The voice transcended spatial barriers. Directly through the connection of that wisp of demonic energy, it pinpointed him as its source. 2 more little bugs have entered. Can't they let me have some peace? Chapter 48, Great and Anomaly Spider Demon. Before the words had fully faded. Snap. A faint sound. The connection between Ma Xiaoshuai and that strand of demonic energy was instantly severed by a brutal force. Like a taut string snapped by a sudden tug. Beneath his mask, Ma Xiaoshuai's brows furrowed slightly. Interesting. This strange entity could not only detect his probing but also pinpoint his location in return. Its power far surpassed that of the insignificant red-skirted ghost he had encountered before. But that was all. Before this great demonic sovereign, it was ultimately nothing more than a slightly stronger insect. Found it. Ma Xiaoshuai withdrew his divine sense, his voice betraying not a hint of emotion. He turned his head, his mask facing Yu Luyun, who stood vigilant nearby. Let's go. A single word, leaving no room for argument. Before the words had fully left his mouth, his hand shot out, grabbing Yu Luyun by the collar of his suit jacket. Hey! Wait, what are you doing? Holy! Yu Luyun felt an irresistible force surge through him, lifting his entire body off the ground. Before he could even strike a cool pose, his feet had already left the ground. The scenery before his eyes instantly blurred into a swirling mass of light and shadow. The ghostly figures that had lunged out from the dark corners blurred into indistinct patches of color, rapidly retreating backward. A piercing screech tore through the air, filling his ears. Yu Luyun's mind went blank. As an A-class power awakener, speed was one of his strengths. Yet before his opponent, he felt like a toddler being dragged along by an adult. He could even sense an invisible barrier forming around the opponent's body as they moved. The chilling aura within the demonic realm, one powerful enough to overwhelm a B-rank awakened being. When approaching within 3 meters of them, it emitted a hissing sound before spontaneously dissolving and dissipating. The other party wasn't merely breaking through the ghost realm. He was crushing this ghost realm with his own domain. What kind of monster was this man? The shock within Yu Luyun's heart was beyond words. What had once seemed like a death trap, a prison cage of a ghost realm. At this moment, it seemed to transform into a straight runway leading straight to the finish line. Yu Luyun had lost all sense of time. When his feet finally touched solid ground again, he still felt unsteady on his feet, his stomach churning violently. He forced himself to ignore the discomfort and looked up at his surroundings. They had reached the heart of the residential complex. What should have been a picturesque central garden now lay in ruins and desolation. Children's toys lay scattered across the parched lawn, each covered in a thick layer of dust. Streetlights stood crookedly, their shades shattered. Instead of bulbs, they were filled with some kind of writhing black insects. At the very center of the garden stood a dried-up 3-tiered fountain. The fountain's sculpture depicted a goddess holding a water jar, but her head was nowhere to be found. In its place, countless translucent threads extended from the gaping wound in her neck. These threads intertwined upward, forming an invisible spider web above the fountain that enveloped the entire garden. Suspended from this vast web hung numerous white cocoons of varying sizes. Each cocoon bore a faintly discernible human form. Some stirred faintly, while others remained utterly still. Yu Luyun's pupils suddenly contracted. His gaze swept past the unsettling cocoons, locking firmly on the web's center. There, a terrifying figure lurked. Its lower half was a bloated, monstrous spider body covered in eerie patterns. 8 sharp, spear-like appendages, covered in black bristles, clung firmly to the web's nodes. Yet its upper body was that of a woman, pale-skinned and completely naked. Her cascading black hair fell like a waterfall, her features exquisitely seductive. Narrow eyes scanned the 2 uninvited guests with keen interest. Temptation and terror, 2 utterly contrasting qualities, were twisted together in a grotesque fusion. Grade A anomaly. Yu Luyun's voice was dry as he ground out the words through clenched teeth. Spider Demon. Yes, the database had records. Code name, Spider Demon. A class anomalous creature. Extremely dangerous. Its silk is incredibly resilient and carries a paralyzing toxin. It possesses immense physical strength, and its humanoid upper body can unleash mental enchantment. At least a dozen officially registered awakened have fallen to it. How did it end up here? And constructed such an immense prison like Ghost Realm? This far exceeds the scope of a standard grade A incident. Yet Ma Xiaoshuai paid no heed to the terrifying spider demon. His divine sense swept over the dense cluster of cocoons overhead like an invisible giant net. 1, 2, 3. His perception brushed against the feeble life signs within those cocoons, finally settling on one at the edge of the web, the freshest-looking cocoon. Found it. Within the cocoon, Wang Qingshua's consciousness was fading. She was tightly wrapped in layer upon layer of viscous silk threads, barely able to sustain her breathing. Her vitality was being steadily drained by those threads, flowing toward the center of the web. Go save her. Ma Xiaoshuai finally spoke. Leave that giant spider to me. What? Yu Luyun froze, then snapped to attention. Save people? Yet his hesitation lasted less than half a second. Ma Xiaoshuai had already moved. He lightly pushed off with his foot. Boom! The ground beneath his feet instantly cracked and caved in, forming a spiderweb-like crater. His entire body shot upward like a cannonball, propelled by a visible black shockwave. His target, the spider demon at the very center of the web. You have some nerve, little insect. A cruel smile spread across the demon spider's demonic, alluring face. Then, die. Her womanly upper body moved as her cherry lips parted. Below, the monstrous spider fangs snapped open. Put! A jet of snow-white spider silk shot forth, streaking toward Ma Xiaoshuai midair. The silk rapidly branched out in midair, transforming into a vast, sky-enveloping web, intent on completely capturing Ma Xiaoshuai, this little insect. Yu Luyun's heart clenched, nearly causing him to cry out. It's over. A direct hit from the spider demon's mother silk would instantly dissolve and bind even heavy armor. Yet Ma Xiaoshuai, suspended midair, showed no intention of dodging this deadly web. Beneath the mask, those deep, piercing eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty intent. Perfect. I'll use you to test my newly refined technique. Devour the bizarre, refine the laws, and make them my own. This is the supreme path of demonic cultivation for our kind. He murmured silently within his heart. His right hand slowly rose. 3,000 feet of mortal dust cannot withstand a single slash of thought.
Hum. A faint humming sound rippled through the air. Countless crimson threads, finer than strands of hair,
emerged from his fingertips, swirling outward.
Chapter 49, Transforming Mortal World into Blades, Severing Dust with a Single Thought. These crimson threads seemed alive.
They carried a scorching aura, not ordinary fire, but the most intense desire and killing intent born from the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the human heart. This was the power he had refined from the red thread ghost realm after devouring the red-skirted female ghost, a transformation achieved through the 10,000 Calamities demon art. It was now known as the threads of mortal world.
Now, countless threads of worldly dust intertwined and coalesced rapidly in his palm.
No longer mere soft threads, they were imbued with the concepts of severing and cutting edge. Amidst flickering light, a tang sword with a sleek, elongated blade abruptly took shape. The hilt was tightly coiled with countless crimson threads. The blade itself glowed with a translucent crimson hue. Upon the blade, crimson light swirled, revealing countless minute runes flickering into existence and vanishing. The air itself rippled faintly, warped by the searing killing intent radiating from the blade. Red dust becomes blade, a single thought cleaves the world.
Slash! Ma Xiaoshuai growled, flipping his wrist. The crimson tang blade traced a dazzling yet deadly scarlet arc through the air. SSS-rank.
A soft sound, like a hot knife slicing through butter.
The menacing spider web was cleaved cleanly in two.
Crimson flames ignited along the clean, smooth edges. The flames spread silently, in the blink of an eye, consuming the entire web of silk, leaving not a single speck of ash behind. The crimson tang sword traced a deadly scar across the air,
its momentum unabated.
After severing the web, that crimson streak of light instantly materialized before the spider demon. For the first time, a look of astonishment flashed across the demon spider's bewitching face. Too fast. So fast that her nerves couldn't keep up with the blade's speed. She didn't even have time to activate the 8 monstrous segmented legs on her lower body to dodge. She could only watch helplessly as that crimson glow, expanding infinitely within her constricting pupils.
Put.
The sound of blade meeting flesh was faint yet chillingly heart-wrenching. A woman's arm flew high through the air, trailing a spray of dark purple blood.
The severed stump was smooth as glass.
Crimson flames of lust and murderous intent clung to the wound, burning wildly to prevent regeneration. A shrill scream, inhuman in its intensity, erupted from the spider demon's mouth. The sound blended a woman's scream with a beast's roar.
Sharp sonic waves transformed into visible ripples, spreading wildly in all directions. The glass in surrounding buildings shattered under the sonic assault. Crash!
Yu Luyun grunted, his eardrums throbbing with pain. It felt as though a steel needle had been violently thrust into his brain. He quickly channeled his energy to shield his ears and brain. Only then did he feel slightly better. Turning to the ordinary people he had just rescued, he saw them all clutching their heads, writhing in agony on the ground. Blood seeped from their 7 orifices. A single roar had unleashed such terror. "I will kill you." The spider demon's once alluring face was now twisted beyond recognition by rage. The 8 enormous compound eyes on its lower body flashed with a blood-red, murderous glare.
They locked onto Ma Xiaoshuai, suspended midair.
Hiss! Hiss! Hiss!
Its spider-like lower body suddenly swelled at the abdomen. The next second. Put. 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 Countless strands of pitch-black silk erupted from the spinnerets on its abdomen. This time, it wasn't a single large web. Instead, thousands upon thousands of strands shot forth in a barrage. Each thread was coated with a layer of dark green venom. They stretched long threads through the air, emitting a hissing, corrosive sound. The very air itself seemed tinged with an ominous green hue from the potent venom. A sickly sweet, eerie stench assaults the senses. The entire sky seemed to be pouring down a deadly downpour. Each raindrop contained a lethal poison capable of instantly dissolving flesh and blood. Facing this overwhelming assault, Ma Xiaoshuai merely hovered mid-air, not even raising an eyebrow. Beneath his mask, the corners of his mouth even curled into a sneer. "Is that all?"
he sneered inwardly.
"Their methods are far too one-dimensional."
As a demonic cultivator who had roamed the cultivation world for centuries, emerging from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, he had witnessed countless bizarre supernatural abilities and vicious spells. Some demonic arts could curse and kill souls outright, some Taoist techniques could summon the 9 heavenly thunderbolts, and some demonic arts could even warp spacetime. By comparison, this so-called great anomaly before him was pitifully crude in its attack methods, save for its potent venom. It just kept spewing silk over and over. It was an outright insult to the class A rating. Very well. Let me show you what true Dao means. The myriad realms of mortal existence can serve as both weapons and shields. But do you know that the mortal world itself is also a hell? The crimson tang of his tang sword blazed with intense red light. The swirling runes upon its blade seemed to come alive. Vaguely, one could discern countless faces of tormented souls, their agonized cries echoing within. These were the souls trapped beneath his threads of mortal world, their passions and desires becoming nourishment for this demonic blade. Mortal world. Severed. Without any flashy maneuvers, he executed a simple horizontal slash. Hum. A crimson crescent blade aura, 100 meters long, erupted from the blade. This blade aura radiated utter dominance. Wherever it passed, space itself warped slightly under the scorching intent of destruction. The venomous spider silk, advancing with fierce momentum, vaporized instantly upon contact with the crimson blade energy. Even the dark green poisonous mist was completely purified. The formidable blade energy charged forward relentlessly. It severed and incinerated the entire rain of threads, along with the deadly venom they carried. In the 8 blood-red compound eyes of the spider demon, an emotion called despair finally flickered. It wanted to flee. But that crimson blade energy had already locked onto its aura, moving faster than it could comprehend. Thud. Another faint sound of flesh being pierced. This time, however, it was far more than merely severing a limb. The crimson crescent blade energy flashed precisely through the junction where the spider demon's human upper body met its spider lower body. The expression on the spider demon's face froze. The next second, her seductive upper body slowly slid down from the massive spider's torso. Thud. The upper body hit the ground, rolled twice, its face still frozen in disbelief. The headless, colossal spider body stood rigidly in place. From the severed neck, dark purple blood gushed forth like a fountain. Then, with a thunderous crash, it slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The battle was over. Ma Xiaoshuai descended slowly from the air, the tang sword radiating murderous intent transforming back into countless slender red threads. They swirled around his fingertips before finally vanishing. He furrowed his brow slightly. Chapter 50, The Sheep-Faced Stranger. Is that it? He surveyed his surroundings. The corpse of the spider demon had already begun to emit a black, eerie aura. This great anomaly is way too weak. He couldn't help but inwardly complain. It felt like a rookie village elite monster barely worthy of his full attention. What a waste of hope. He'd hoped devouring it might push his chi refining 6th layer cultivation a notch further. But now it seemed that merely replenishing his earlier energy expenditure would be a decent outcome. He shook his head, feeling somewhat disheartened. Then he turned to look at Yu Luyun nearby. At that moment, the rank expert and team leader of the 7th unit of the Paranormal Investigation Bureau stood with one hand on her hip, the other hand extended toward him, giving him a big thumbs up. Behind him, the rescued residents still looked shaken and frightened. Their eyes now brimmed with relief at having survived the ordeal when they looked at Ma Xiaoshuai. A slightly cocky grin played on Yu Luyun's face. He opened his mouth, seemingly preparing to deliver a passionate, over-the-top praise in his signature exaggerated tone. Li. The word barely left his lips. Yet, in the very next instant, the smile on Yu Luyun's face froze abruptly. In the blink of an eye, the fear in his almond-shaped eyes was replaced by terror. His pupils abruptly contracted into the most dangerous pinpricks. The color drained from his face at a visible pace, leaving him as pale as paper. His gaze shot past Ma Xiaoshuai's shoulder, fixing intently on the space behind him. Ma Xiaoshuai sensed something was terribly wrong almost the instant Yu Luyun's expression changed. A palpable wave of malevolence surged silently from behind him. Then, rip! A piercing sound that seemed to tear through space itself exploded behind him. There was no time to turn around. No time to dodge. That terrifying aura had already descended. No time to dodge. In the blink of an eye, Ma Xiaoshuai's combat instincts overrode his thoughts. His gaze instantly turned cold and intense. Without a moment's hesitation, he focused his mind. Hum. The myriad threads of red dust that had just vanished erupted once more from his body. This time, they did not form a tang sword. Instead, they intertwined frantically behind him at breakneck speed, coalescing into a thick, solid circular shield. Crimson runes swirled frantically across the shield's surface, revealing countless wailing human faces. Emitting a silent, piercing shriek. Red dust shield. This was nearly the strongest defense he could muster at present. The very instant the shield solidified. Boom! A thunderous, deafening roar erupted. Ma Xiaoshuai felt a tremendous force surge through the red dust shield on his back. Crack, crack, crack. His prized red dust shield shattered like glass under that force. It held out for less than 1,000th of a second. The shield's surface was instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Then, with a thunderous boom, it shattered explosively. It scattered into a sky filled with red sparks. That devastating force, having shattered the shield, carried on undiminished, striking his back with full impact. Put! Ma Xiaoshuai felt a sudden sweetness in his throat as a mouthful of blood surged uncontrollably, spurting from beneath his mask. His body lost all control. He flew backward like a black shadow. Boom! Boom boom boom! Like a cannonball, he smashed through the outer wall of the distant residential building, then through floor after floor. Amidst a deafening series of explosions, he finally vanished deep within the building. The entire world seemed to fall silent.
Yu Luyun stood frozen in place. Cold sweat soaked through his flashy suit. Slowly, he shifted his gaze back to the scene. Dead silence. There, where the spider demon had once lurked, stood the fountain. Now, the massive spider carcass remained. But, it had changed completely. The body, once pulsing with eerie energy, now lay shriveled like a specimen drained of all moisture. Its pitch-black carapace clung tightly to the skeletal frame within, stripped of all luster. A deathly aura, as if life had been utterly squeezed from it, emanated from the hollow shell. Yu Luoyun's heart sank to the depths. Who did this? The moment that thought arose, he saw the answer. In the center of the fountain, beside the desiccated corpse of the spider demon, a figure had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. A human-shaped figure. It stood there silently. Its limbs were abnormally long, almost unsuitable for walking. Pale skin, devoid of any color, clung sickly to the bones, outlining every contour beneath. Most unsettling of all was its face. A face resembling a sheep's, which should have been gentle, now radiated an indescribable, unearthly strangeness. Where its eyes should have been, there were no eyeballs at all. Only two bottomless pits, seemingly capable of swallowing all hope. So, hungry. A dry, raspy voice squeezed out from deep within that sheep-like throat. It pierced Yu Luoyun's eardrums like a dagger. Yet the sheep-faced creature remained eerily indifferent, not even glancing at the residents. Whether it was Yu Luoyun or the ordinary people, in its eyes, they seemed indistinguishable from the surrounding air. Slowly, it turned its eerie sheep's head. Those hollow eye sockets fixed their gaze on the distant apartment building, where a gaping, human-shaped hole had been torn through its structure. In its perception, the depths of that building held an exquisite delicacy. That aroma far surpassed the dry, meager snacks beneath its feet. Clatter. At that moment, the sound of falling debris echoed from the ruins deep within the building. A dark figure rose once more from the edge of the gaping hole that pierced through several floors. The grimacing mask still hung upon its face, though a faint crimson hue seemed to have crept into the corners of its mouth. Ma Xiaoshuai stood at the edge of the gaping hole, the cold wind tugging at the tattered hem of his clothes. He raised his hand, peeled back a corner of the mask, and spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva down at the rubble below. Pa! A searing pain shot through his back, as if his internal organs had shifted out of place. Damn it! This was the first time he'd taken such a beating since returning to this world. This was the first time he'd suffered such a crushing defeat since returning to this world. He, the mighty demon sovereign of 10,000 calamities, who had slaughtered countless souls and spilled rivers of blood in the cultivation world, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? To be sent flying by a single strike from some sheep-like creature? What a disgrace! Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes instantly turned savage. The red dust threads in his hands surged forward without pause, swirling madly. This time, they did not coalesce into a shield. In Ma Xiaoshuai's creed, there was never an option for passive defense. Offense was always the best defense. Only by utterly crushing the enemy could all threats be eradicated at their root. Chapter 51, Not getting in the way is the greatest help. Buzz. A crimson glow erupted. A tang sword, flickering with an eerie crimson glow, materialized instantly in his hand. Countless intricate runes swirled ceaselessly along its blade, as if billions of souls wailed and struggled within. The blade pointed directly at the center of the square below that eerie sheep-faced creature. Almost the instant the tang sword materialized, Ma Xiaoshuai's figure vanished from the gaping hole in the building. Vanished into thin air. The next moment, he materialized directly before the sheep-faced fiend. Man and blade seemed to fuse into one, transforming into a crimson lightning bolt that ripped through the night sky. The red dust tang sword, imbued with the essence of his demonic arts, carried a killing intent that would annihilate all. Slashed viciously toward that sheep-like face. Die for me. But, clang. The anticipated scene of a head exploding did not materialize. Instead, a deafening clang of metal colliding echoed through the air. Where the blade met the sheep's face, a blinding shower of sparks erupted. Ma Xiaoshuai felt as though he had struck a mountain forged from divine metal, a terrifying recoil surging through the blade. The shock made his palm go numb, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the hilt. What the hell is this? How can it be this hard? His pupils contracted. Before he could react, a pale afterimage streaked past his field of vision. It was that sheep-faced creature's eerie arm. That long, skinny arm, which had looked like skin stretched over bones, now felt like an indestructible steel whip. With a shrill screech that tore through the air, it lashed out with brutal force. Too fast. Ma Xiaoshuai could only manage to block it by thrusting his red dust tang sword forward. Crash! Another thunderous thud echoed. Ma Xiaoshuai's entire body felt as though it had been struck head-on by a high-speed train, his body once again losing all control. He flew backward like a cannonball, his feet plowing 2 deep furrows into the ground. He slid over 10 meters before finally managing to steady himself. Cough! A surge of blood and chi churned in his chest. He lifted his head, his gaze darkening as he fixed it on the eerie sheep-faced figure. The other remained standing in place, as if he had never moved. Only on that sheep-like face, where he had struck, a faint white mark now appeared. That was all.
Meanwhile, Yu Luyun stood frozen in place, mouth agape, his worldview utterly shattered. Ma Xiaoshuai watched this A-class expert from the Paranormal Investigation Bureau standing there like a wooden stake, and an inexplicable rage flared up inside him. Had the guy been scared out of his wits? Hey! Ma Xiaoshuai's voice dripped with impatience. If you're not going to help, at least get out of the way. Take them outside first. As he spoke, he kept a wary eye on the sheep-faced apparition, which had once again fixed its gaze on him. This creature was seriously off. Its strength, speed, and defense far surpassed those of the spider demon. Most crucially, he could feel the 10,000 Calamities demon art stirring within him. It craved the aura emanating from this goat-faced abomination. This was the reaction reserved for the finest ingredients. But equally, this creature had marked him as prey. With a bunch of dead weight hanging around, how could he possibly unleash his full power in battle? What if the aftershocks of a fight killed a few of them? He'd have to go through the trouble of refining them himself. What a hassle. Ha! Yu Luyun seemed to snap out of his daze at Ma Xiaoshuai's roar. He glanced at the unharmed, eerie sheep-faced creature. Then he glanced at Ma Xiaoshuai, whose aura was slightly disordered. His mind finally began to function again. Ghost realm. That's it. The ghost realm. He suddenly remembered something. That prison ghost realm just now belonged to that spider demon. Since the spider demon is dead, the ghost realm naturally can't be sustained anymore. They can get out. Ma Xiaoshuai added coldly. Otherwise, distracted as he was, he couldn't guarantee these fragile ordinary people wouldn't be torn to shreds by the battle's aftermath. Who could predict casualties then? I? A flicker of shame crossed Yu Luyun's face. He, a formidable A-rank expert and leader of the 7th Squad, had been rendered completely immobilized by some bizarre aura moments ago. This was nothing short of a stain on his career. He took a deep breath, his gaze hardening once more. Wait for me. I'll be back to help you after I finish escorting them. He couldn't let Ma Xiaoshuai fight alone. Poof. Ma Xiaoshuai let out an ambiguous chuckle, twirling his red dust-tang sword in a flourish. Once more, he met the charging Yangnian Giji head-on. The blade's glint clashed fiercely with the ghastly white arm midair, producing a rapid succession of clanging sounds. Your presence now is the greatest help. The cold, cutting words, carried by the violent shockwaves of battle, reached Yu Luyun's ears with crystal clarity. Yu Luyun's cheek twitched. Those words, harsh as they were, seemed undeniably true. He glanced at the devastating battlefield. Even the stray gusts of wind stung his cheeks. His pride in his strength, in a battle of this caliber. He wouldn't even last a single strike if he charged in. Rather than complicate matters, he'd focus on fulfilling his own duties first. All right. Hold on. Yu Luyun hesitated no longer, roaring in response. He spun on his heel and charged toward the residents, their legs already trembling with fear. The physique of an A-class force-type awakener was fully displayed in that moment. He didn't need to help them one by one. With a sweeping motion of his arms and a thrust from his waist, he effortlessly hoisted 7 or 8 unconscious or limp residents onto his shoulders, as if carrying firewood. Then, bending low, he slung 2 around his neck and draped several more over his shoulders. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen adults were piled atop one another like human pyramids, suspended from his body. Let's go! Yu Luyun roared, his leg muscles bulging as the ground beneath his feet instantly cracked. Carrying his human load, he shot forward like an arrow released from a bowstring, charging madly toward the exit of the residential compound. Amidst the violent jolting, Wang Qingxue, slung over Yu Luyun's shoulder, seemed to open her eyes in a daze. Her consciousness remained muddled, the world before her blurred and spinning. The howling wind roared in her ears, mingled with distant, thunderous crashes. Struggling to focus, she glimpsed through the swaying gaps toward the center of the compound. She saw the sheep-faced monster, the very embodiment of a nightmare. And she saw the black figure wearing a ghostly mask, locked in a life-or-death struggle with the monster. The blade flashed like blood, too swift to track. Each swing carried an unyielding resolve. That figure. That frenzied, death-defying intensity in battle. Why? Why did it feel so familiar? So familiar it made her heart clench violently, a name surfacing uncontrollably in her mind. Xiao. She tried to speak, but her throat was too dry to make a sound. Chapter 52, The Glutton. Just then, an even more violent shockwave erupted from the center of the battle. Boom! An invisible tidal wave swept through. Wang Qingxue could bear it no longer. Her head drooped, and consciousness plunged into utter darkness. Outside the residential complex, the police tape stretched far into the distance. Chen Gang paced anxiously back and forth, glancing constantly at his watch. His gaze kept drifting toward the entrance of the complex, shrouded in darkness. Captain, stop pacing, you're making me dizzy. A young security guard beside him couldn't help but say. What the hell do you know? Chen Gang snapped irritably. Team leader, you and the others have been inside for so long, and there's not a single sound. What the hell is going on in there? The moment his words fell. Boom! A massive figure burst out of the residential complex. The figure's shoulders, arms, and neck were covered in people, at least a dozen, by rough count. It was Yu Luyun.
Team leader Yu.
Chen Gang's eyes lit up as he immediately led his team to meet him.
What's the situation? The residence.
Before he could finish, Yu Liuyun's thunderous roar cut him off.
Yu Luyun showed no sign of stopping.
He carried a pile of people past them like a whirlwind. His flashy suit was now torn and tattered, and his face bore none of his usual dashing charm. Only the lingering terror of narrowly escaping death remained.
Don't come any closer.
Yu Luyun bellowed with every ounce of strength, his voice cracking from the strain.
Everyone. Get out of here. Evacuate immediately. At least 2 kilometers away from here. Hurry.
Chen Gang and the security officers froze in place, paralyzed by the fear radiating from Yu Luyun, a fear so palpable it seemed almost tangible.
This was no act.
An A-class force type awakened, a superhuman who could emerge unscathed from a close-range explosion. Yet now he looked like a rabbit being chased by a tiger. That sheer terror was 100 times more intense than that of the residents just rescued.
What the hell is in there? Something that could terrify Yu Luyun like this?
Chen Gang's mind went blank, but years of professional training kicked in, driving an instinctive response.
Follow his lead.
Chen Gang spun around abruptly, bellowing at his subordinates behind him.
Everyone, evacuate immediately with the residents. Now.
Retreat 2 kilometers at top speed.
Captain, what about those inside?
A young team member tried to ask.
Carry out the order. Chen Gang's voice was hoarse, leaving no room for argument.
Amid the chaos, Yu Luyun had already charged toward them like a whirlwind. Without slowing down, he violently unloaded the person hanging onto him. There was no gentleness in his movements. 7 or 8 people were simply thrown to the ground. Fortunately, the security guards scrambled to catch them.
Wang Xiaoshuai was handed over to Chen Gang with relative gentleness.
Take care of her. Yu Luyun's voice was dry, like sandpaper scraping.
His gaze didn't linger on Wang Xiaoshuai for even half a second.
Holding the unconscious Wang Xiaoshuai, Chen Gang watched Yu Luyun's dazed and disoriented state, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart.
Team leader Yu, what exactly happened inside? Don't ask.
Yu Luyun abruptly cut him off, his eyes unfocused, lips trembling as if in a delirious murmur.
Don't ask. Hurry up and leave. The farther the better. Only then did his mind finally emerge from that devastating void.
A term marked as top secret at the highest level began to form. It was a file he'd stumbled upon after being promoted to Class A and gaining access to classified records. The cover was pure black, bearing only a single crimson code name.
Tao Tai. S-Class Anomaly. The file's description was cold and brutal.
No flowery descriptions, only a series of shocking statistics.
Designated Tao Tai.
Observed characteristics, infinite appetite and absolute devouring. First appeared 3 years ago in Winter City, Northern Frontier. Within 3 hours of emergence, devoured 30% of the urban area within 6 hours, 70% after 24 hours, Winter City vanished from the map. The Paranormal Investigation Bureau headquarters dispatched 5 S-Class awakened to intervene.
Sword Saint, Thunder Emperor, Feudo Mayu, Holy Healing Angel, Voidwalker. The 5 joined forces, battling relentlessly for 7 days and nights. At the cost of Holy Healing Angel being mortally wounded and the other 4 completely exhausted, they finally destroyed it within a dimensional rift. At the end of the file, a handwritten annotation in red ink stood out, the scrawled characters pressed hard against the paper. It did not die. We cannot kill it.
It merely exhausted its energy and returned to its source.
It will come back. Next time, when it feels hungry again.
Yu Luyun's teeth chattered violently, producing a rattling sound.
Why would the S-Class anomaly Tao Tai, dormant for 3 years, silently appear in an ordinary residential complex in Yuan City? At that moment, Yu Luyun harbored no further doubts about Ma Xiaoshuai's identity. This was a real man who dared to confront the Taoye head-on. But, could he win? That was the Taoye.
A monster that 5 renowned S-Class awakened ones had barely managed to temporarily suppress by risking their lives. All he could do now was trust him and call for backup.
Chen Gang.
Yu Luyun seized Chen Gang's shoulders with such force it nearly crushed his bones.
Listen. I'm going to do something now. You guys, evacuate everyone immediately. Don't look back. No matter what sounds you hear, don't look back.
After speaking, he glanced at his SUV parked nearby. Inside was his satellite encrypted communicator. It was an emergency communication device reserved exclusively for a rank and above investigators, capable of direct connection to the highest command system at headquarters. It wasn't that Source City lacked S-Class awakened individuals. But that figure rarely intervened, as elusive as a dragon glimpsed only in passing. But now, there was no time for such considerations.
We must call for backup. We must prevent the Tao Tai from consuming enough energy.
Before it returns to that world-ending state from 3 years ago, we must summon a force powerful enough to suppress it. Hope Ma Xiaoshuai can hold on a little longer.
Hang on, brother. Yu Luyun let out a silent cry in his heart.
Meanwhile, at the center of the residential complex.
Huff. Ma Xiaoshuai exhaled a long, heavy breath.
White mist dispersed before him, tinged with strands of pitch-black demonic energy.
His divine sense instantly swept every corner of the entire residential complex. Empty. Good.
The last trace of a living person's aura had vanished beyond the community's boundaries.
He could sense that Lu Yun had led all the survivors out. At least she wasn't holding him back.
Now, this residential complex had become a perfect hunting ground.
Chapter 53, The New Master's Soul.
Ma Xiaoshuai slowly raised his head, his gaze settling once more upon the sheep-faced, human-bodied monster ahead.
At that moment, the Tao Tai seemed to sense something too. Woo!
A low, guttural sound rumbled from the monster's throat.
Its disproportionately slender limbs bent slightly, assuming a hunting stance.
The surrounding air seemed to freeze solid. An invisible pressure squeezed in from all directions, intense enough to instantly shatter the minds of any rank or lower awakened. But Ma Xiaoshuai merely cracked his neck, producing a crisp series of pops. The grotesque ghost mask on his face appeared even more sinister in the darkness. Beneath it, the corners of his mouth curled upward, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. That smile made him seem more like a devil incarnate than the monster facing him.
"All right, little bastard." His voice was soft, yet it penetrated clearly into the Taotia's consciousness. "All the nuisances are gone. Now, I'm going to fight you properly." The moment the words fell. Snap. A faint sound.
The demonic mask formed from dark energy that covered his face cracked open down the middle.
Immediately, the crack spread like a spider web.
Finally, with a whoosh, the entire mask dissolved into the purest darkness energy, vanishing into thin air.
Revealing Ma Xiaoshuai's slightly youthful face. The hollow, black eye sockets of the Tao Tai seemed to contract slightly. From this human before it, now stripped of its disguise, it sensed an even purer form of evil. Ha! The Tao Tai let out an uneasy roar, taking half a step back for the first time. It instinctively sensed that today, it might have chosen the wrong prey. But Ma Xiaoshuai had no intention of giving it any chance. "Come out," he murmured softly, slowly extending his left hand. His palm faced upward, fingers spread wide. The next moment, an incredible sight unfolded. Wisp after wisp of black mist rose from the shadows beneath his feet. It surged madly toward Ma Xiaoshuai's outstretched left hand. A rustic banner, entirely black, about 2 meters long, with a banner face that moved without wind, appeared in his hand. The pole was carved from the bones of an unknown beast. Engraved upon it were eerie, twisted demonic patterns. It emitted a faint, blood-red glow. The banner's surface was a profound, impenetrable darkness. With its appearance, the temperature throughout the entire neighborhood plummeted several degrees. A faint, wailing cry began to echo through the air, as if countless souls were eternally trapped within this great banner. 10,000 souls. Banner. Roar. The moment the 10,000 souls banner appeared, the Tao Tai across the way let out a furious roar. It sensed a deadly threat. The object in this human's hands could devour it. Not bad. Pretty sharp. Ma Xiaoshuai weighed the banner of 10,000 souls in his hand, feeling the craving emanating from the countless demonic souls within. A satisfied smile spread across his face. "It seems your so-called S-class anomaly is barely qualified to become the new master soul of my 10,000 souls banner." Before the words had even finished echoing, he moved. No flashy moves. He simply gripped the banner's shaft tightly, lowered his body slightly, and then charged headlong toward the Taotie. The ground cracked beneath his feet. Man and demon collided with brutal force. A terrifying shockwave erupted from their point of impact, exploding outward. The entire neighborhood's ground, as if struck by an invisible giant hammer, suddenly sank downward. Countless cracks spread like vicious serpents, frantically spreading in all directions. They swallowed streetlights and flower beds, even tearing apart the load-bearing walls of a distant building. Boom! Debris and dust were swept hundreds of meters into the air by the shockwave, forming a gray tsunami. Ma Xiaoshuai's figure was hurled backward like a cannonball by that terrifying force. His feet plowed 2 deep gullies into the ground. He finally came to a halt only when his back slammed into a broken wall. The wall instantly cracked like a spider web, collapsing halfway with a loud crash. Cough! A metallic taste filled his throat as a trickle of blood escaped his lips. The Tao Tai opposite him fared no better. Its massive, bloated body was also forced back repeatedly by the power of countless demonic souls contained within the banner of 10,000 souls. Each step left a massive indentation in the hard concrete ground. Its gaping, black eye sockets fixed intently on Ma Xiaoshuai. The malice churning within them seemed almost tangible. Ma Xiaoshuai wiped the blood from his lips, showing no fear. Instead, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Nice punch. He shook his slightly numb arm, his mind racing. This beast's brute strength far exceeded his expectations. With his current frail demonic body at the 6th layer of chi cultivation, going toe-to-toe with it was clearly a disadvantage. The immortal demon body remained uncultivated, leaving his physical form as his greatest weakness. But who said demonic cultivators relied solely on brute strength? A crimson gleam flashed in Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes. It was the excitement of a hunter spotting prey, or a chef encountering the finest ingredients. The demonic energy that had been as sharp as a blade suddenly surged, vast as an ocean.
A colossal aura surged skyward, tearing a gaping hole through the swirling dust. You beast dying within my domain is an honor bestowed upon you. His voice echoed through the night sky. I won't let you get too cocky. The moment the words fell, Ma Xiaoshuai clasped his hands together violently, forming a strange seal. Demon's Descent, Crimson Thread Ghost Realm. Hum. A peculiar humming sound, as if emanating from the depths of the underworld. Centered on Ma Xiaoshuai, countless blood-red threads as fine as hair materialized out of thin air, erupting from the shadows beneath his feet. These threads did not target the devouring beast, but instead shot out in all directions. Toward the sky, toward the earth, they extended madly. They intertwined with one another. Like a group of master weavers, they used the heavens and earth as their canvas, weaving a colossal net that would cover all. The surrounding world began to warp and fade. The glow of streetlights, the moonlight on the horizon, the neon lights of distant cities. All color rapidly vanished. Replaced instead by endless crimson. The sky turned leaden gray, the earth a deathly pallid white. The only thing retaining color were the countless crimson threads piercing through heaven and earth. They formed the horizon, the sky, and all things in this world. An absolutely isolated realm, belonging solely to Ma Xiaoshuai, descended. Roar! The Taotai let out a roar unlike any before. Its connection to the real world had been severed. It had only just awakened, its ghostly form not yet fully coalesced. Instinctively, it sensed that lingering any longer would mean death. The Taotia's slender arms swung violently, tearing through the air with a piercing screech as they slammed into the boundary of the ghostly realm. That wall woven from countless crimson threads. Boom! A dull, thunderous roar echoed through the gray-white void. Yet the seemingly fragile wall of red threads merely trembled slightly. Chapter 54, Severed Arm. Countless red threads, resilient as spider silk, layer by layer absorbed the furious force until it dissipated into nothingness. The colossal body of the Taotie was even flung back by the counterforce. Useless. Its physical attacks had negligible effect on this energy-formed domain. It paced impatiently in place, its gaping, black eye sockets turning toward the sole master of this domain, Ma Xiaoshuai. That human floated midair, calmly observing it. Roar! I'm going to devour you. Primordial killing intent erupted within the monster's consciousness. Kill this human, and this damned cage would vanish. Oh, roar! Ma Xiaoshuai scratched his ear, a lazy smile playing on his face. Loud voice, but it won't do you any good. He stretched, his knuckles cracking in a series of sharp pops. Then we'll see who devours whom. Within his own crimson realm of chaos, he was the absolute god. The power of the 10,000 Calamities demon art was amplified tenfold here. This S-rank anomaly, newly awakened and still slowly regaining its strength, was now nothing more than a piece of tender meat on his chopping block. A turtle trapped in a jar. With a flick of his thoughts, he stowed away the banner of 10,000 souls. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? This precious treasure must be saved for the final showdown, no, for the final soul harvest. Slowly, he raised both hands, palms facing upward. The billions of crimson threads weaving the entire ghostly realm seemed to heed their king's summons. 2 strands of the purest crimson thread spiraled upward from his palms. In his hands, they rapidly condensed, compressed, and took shape. A flash of light erupted. 2 tang swords appeared in his hand, sleek in design, with narrow blades and an eerie, blood crystal texture covering their entire surfaces. Evil energy swirled around the blades, as if countless vengeful spirits wailed within them. I won't believe I can't cut you down. Ma Xiaoshuai gripped the tang swords with both hands, leaning forward slightly. The next instant, his entire body transformed into a crimson afterimage, vanishing from his original position. The Taotai saw only a blur before its eyes, a deadly sense of danger erupting from its rear. It roared in fury, whipping its massive arm out in a sweeping strike. Clang! Sparks flew. Ma Xiaoshuai's figure appeared ghost-like above its arm. His twin blades struck downward, colliding with the Taotia's resilient hide with a metallic clang. Damn hard! Ma Xiaoshuai raised an eyebrow. Truly worthy of an S-rank. This hide rivals a magical artifact in toughness. But his blades were no ordinary weapons. The devouring power of the 10,000 Calamities demon art erupted violently from the blade's edge. With every clash, the blood crystal blade seared like a red-hot branding iron on butter. It forcibly shattered the Taotia's defenses, leaving scorched, charred scars across its surface. Even more terrifying, strands of eerie black mist, visible to the naked eye, were being forcibly drawn out of the wounds by the tang sword. It surged ceaselessly along the blade into Ma Xiaoshuai's body. Roar! The Taotai roared in pain and rage. It could distinctly feel its power draining away. This insignificant human before it was greedily draining its very life. Ma Xiaoshuai, meanwhile, was utterly immersed in the exhilarating sensation of his power surging rapidly. Awesome! So damn satisfying. This power was incredibly pure, 100 times stronger than the strange, insignificant creatures it had devoured before. The bottleneck of the 6th layer of chi cultivation seemed to be cracking open. Relying on the red thread ghost realm's speed boost, his form flickered unpredictably as he circled the Taotia relentlessly. The two red dust tang blades became whirlwinds of death, dancing in his hands to create a sky filled with slashing light. Swish! 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 Deep, bone-exposing gashes continuously appeared on the Taoye's body. The Taoye possessed brute strength but couldn't even touch the hem of Ma Xiaoshuai's robe. Its attacks were savage and frenzied, each swing of its arm causing the entire ghostly realm to tremble. Yet Ma Xiaoshuai always anticipated its moves, evading each strike by the narrowest margin. As the tide turned, the Taoye's aura visibly weakened with each passing moment. Its movements grew slower, its roars tinged with weakness. Roar! Cornered, the Taoye finally unleashed its final desperate move. It abruptly halted all movement, tilting its head back to open its disproportionately massive maw. The angle of its gaping maw stretched nearly 180 degrees. No tongue, no esophagus, only an abyss of bottomless darkness. At the center of that darkness, countless ghastly white fangs crisscrossed wildly. The next instant. Buzz! An indescribable, terrifying suction erupted from that monstrous maw. It was not wind, nor any form of energy. It was a more fundamental force, the very law of devouring. The entire Crimson Thread ghost realm began to violently tremble. Around Ma Xiaoshuai, the crimson threads forming his domain were torn apart by the suction force as if encountering a natural enemy, surging uncontrollably toward the devouring maw. Even the spatial walls of the ghost realm rippled with unstable disturbances. This beast actually dares to devour my ghost realm? Ma Xiaoshuai's pupils contracted slightly, his expression turning grave for the first time. He could feel the connection between himself and the Crimson Thread ghost realm. It was being forcibly weakened by a brutal force. This beast was undermining his very foundation. Dream on! Ma Xiaoshuai snorted coldly, a demonic grin spreading across his face. Thinking to use my own power against me in my own world? How naive! He gathered both blades into one hand, then suddenly clenched the other hand in midair. Command! His words became law. In an instant, the entire Crimson Thread realm seemed to come alive. The frantically tugged threads of mortal dust instantly lost all tension. Like overcooked noodles, they went limp and hung limply. The terrifying suction of the Taoye suddenly drew nothing. Immediately after, Ma Xiaoshuai's fingers shot open. Disperse! Billions of red threads, as if receiving a command of liberation, instantly dissolved into primordial energy, vanishing into the gray-white void. In that instant, the entire red thread ghost realm became utterly empty, leaving only the gray-white sky and earth. The Taoye's devouring power had utterly lost its target. For the first time, its hollow, black eye sockets revealed an emotion bordering on bewilderment. But Ma Xiaoshuai gave it no time to think. The very second the crimson thread dissipated, his figure closed in once more. Now, no one will disturb us. The twin blades in his hands had merged into a single, more solid saber. A torrent of demonic flames surged along its blade. Taste this! Ma Xiaoshuai's figure crossed paths with the colossal form of the Taoye. A blood-red blade flash, swift beyond measure, flickered and vanished. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. 1 second later. Splatter! The Taoye's right arm, thick as a battering ram, snapped clean off at the shoulder. Black blood spurted skyward like a fountain. Ah! A piercing howl tore through the gray-white demonic realm. Chapter 55, Territorial Conquest. The Taoye's massive body convulsed in agony, its remaining left arm pounding the ground in fury. Each strike made the very foundations of the space groan in agony. Black blood stained the earth, turning it into a filthy swamp. Yet Ma Xiaoshuai, the very architect of this carnage, remained utterly indifferent to its suffering. His gaze was utterly captivated by the severed arm lying on the ground. The bizarre power condensed to its utmost within it appeared to Ma Xiaoshuai like a huge piece of cake. This was far superior to the strange minions he had devoured before. Ma Xiaoshuai's figure flickered, instantly appearing beside the severed arm. Without hesitation, he reached out and seized the pitch-black limb, thicker than his entire body. Sizzle! The residual strange power clinging to the arm seemed to possess its own consciousness. It surged madly through Ma Xiaoshuai's palm, attempting to burrow into his body and devour this mortal who dared to desecrate it. Ha! Just what I wanted! A demonic grin spread across Ma Xiaoshuai's face, growing ever brighter. For an ordinary awakened being or cultivator, a single touch would be enough for their mind to shatter under the boundless malevolence contained within. But who was Ma Xiaoshuai? He was a demonic fiend. A master at devouring all things. The 10,000 Calamities demon art roared into motion. Ma Xiaoshuai's body transformed into an insatiable black hole. The moment that violent, unnatural force entered his meridians, it was instantly crushed by demonic energy. Not even a chance to struggle. Stream after stream of supremely pure energy was transformed into the purest demonic energy, flowing into the vortex within Ma Xiaoshuai's dantian. Ma Xiaoshuai could even distinctly feel the bottleneck of his 6th layer of qi cultivation violently shaking. 7th layer of qi cultivation. Just one final push. Just as he poured all his strength into refining this power, an unexpected change quietly unfolded within the sea of consciousness deep within his brow. There, a faint golden light hovered. It was the power of merit. It had formed after he devoured the strange entity. All this time, this golden orb of merit had remained no larger than a mung bean, quietly residing in a corner. It coexisted peacefully with the overwhelming demonic energy within him, neither interfering nor being interfered with, possessing no discernible presence. But now, as the strange power within the Taotia's arm was continuously refined, this golden light began to surge dramatically. Golden ripples radiated outward in concentric circles. The mung bean-sized orb instantly swelled to the size of a longan fruit. Brilliant, warm, sacred. The pure aura it contained made even Ma Xiaoshuai, a demonic fiend, feel utterly refreshed. While refining the demonic energy, Ma Xiaoshuai found himself distracted by this wondrous transformation, a sudden realization dawning within him. So that's how it was. The judgment of merit power didn't depend on the means he used, but on the outcome. This monstrous creature was inherently an embodiment of evil, a walking natural disaster. Refining it equated to eliminating a massive karmic burden from this realm. Therefore, the stronger and purer the malevolent power he refined, the greater the karmic burden he purified. The celestial merit he gains becomes ever more abundant. Using the most demonic methods to earn the purest light? Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes burned with intense fervor. He lifted his head, his gaze locking onto the massive form not far away. Just one arm yielded such rewards. What if he devoured the entire thing? Would my cultivation instantly surge to the foundation establishment stage? How terrifyingly powerful would my merit energy become? Ha. At the thought of that delightful prospect, Ma Xiaoshuai couldn't help but let out a villainous laugh. He tossed aside the drained severed arm in his hand and licked his lips. He prepared to step forward and finish off this already gravely wounded, experienced baby. But just as he lifted his foot, a sudden change occurred. The golden sun of merit that had just surged within his third eye suddenly erupted with an unprecedented, dazzling radiance. A colossal aura erupted with thunderous force. Immediately after, this immense force of merit actually broke free from the confines of his consciousness sea, surging majestically toward his dantian. Its target was the very source of the demonic energy within his body, that rapidly spinning vortex of demonic energy. Is it trying to seize territory? Damn it! Ma Xiaoshuai's smile froze instantly as he cursed under his breath. Though he had long anticipated that these two diametrically opposed forces would eventually clash. But he never imagined this day would come so soon. Just a split second before he was about to unleash a killing spree, the golden light of merit surged forward with overwhelming force, crashing headlong into his dantian. And the demonic energy within his dantian was an utterly lawless force. Having reigned supreme within Ma Xiaoshuai's body for so long, when had it ever endured such indignity? You, some lowly nobody who popped up out of nowhere, dare to run wild on my turf? No control from Ma Xiaoshuai was needed. The pitch-black vortex of demonic energy instantly erupted, churning boundless demonic flames as it surged against the current of the golden celestial river. Boom! An indescribable, thunderous roar exploded within Ma Xiaoshuai's body. The sensation felt like ice and fire, light and darkness. Two primal, diametrically opposed laws collided violently within his very organs. Put! Ma Xiaoshuai doubled over violently, spewing a mouthful of scalding old blood that splattered across the grayish-white ground, blooming into an eerie crimson lotus. His face instantly drained of color, every muscle in his body convulsing violently beyond his control. Unimaginable agony. As if countless tiny knives were wildly churning and slicing through his meridians and dantian. Guys, can we hold off on fighting for a bit? Ma Xiaoshuai ground out the words through clenched teeth, his consciousness beginning to blur. Damn it, the enemy is still right here. Yet the two forces within him utterly ignored his commands. The golden light of virtue charged forward like a holy knight, relentlessly battering the defenses of the demonic energy. The 10,000 Calamities demon Shi, like a defiant demon lord, lashed out in frenzied retaliation, seeking to utterly devour and assimilate this heretic that dared challenge it. Both forces ignored everything else, single-mindedly waging their own holy war within Ma Xiaoshuai's body. Ma Xiaoshuai's control over his own body was being rapidly stripped away. Crack, crack. The crimson ghostly threads sustaining this space, deprived of their master's power, began to emit wails of strain. Spiderweb-like cracks spread across the gray-white sky and ground. The ghostly realm was collapsing. Meanwhile, the ravenous beast, still immersed in the agony of its severed arm, noticed Ma Xiaoshuai's abnormal state. The man who moments ago had seemed like an unstoppable god demon now knelt on the ground, coughing up blood, trembling violently, his breath chaotic and erratic. His terrifying domain was crumbling apart. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Any other demonic entity would have pounced without hesitation, tearing this weakened enemy to shreds. Chapter 56, Escape. Yet, the Taotia did not. Instead of greed, its hollow, black eye sockets were filled with an even more extreme emotion. It was fear. Fear stemming from the deepest recesses of its soul. Within its primal senses, two overwhelmingly powerful auras erupted from the human before it. This chaos triggered the sharpest alarm in the Taotia's instincts. Danger! Flee! This creature had transcended anything it could comprehend.
He wasn't weakening, he was undergoing an even more terrifying metamorphosis. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to escape. The instinct for survival completely overpowered the desire for vengeance. The monster ignored the excruciating pain of its severed arm, violently propelling itself upward with its remaining left limb. Beneath it, the solid ground suddenly gave way to a pitch-black vortex. It was the innate divine power it used to traverse space. Without a moment's hesitation, the colossal creature threw its massive body backward, plunging headfirst into the black hole. The vortex rapidly contracted, swallowing the Taotia's body whole until it vanished without a trace. From its appearance to its disappearance, the entire process took less than 2 seconds. A swift and decisive escape. A being capable of clashing with 5S rankers had been utterly terrified by Ma Xiaoshuai. The instant the Taotai vanished, the deadly threat from outside abruptly withdrew. Ma Xiaoshuai finally managed to focus all his attention inward, confronting the internal conflict that nearly tore him apart. The Crimson Thread Ghost Realm was wailing its way toward its end. The gray-white sky peeled away in chunks like shattered eggshells, revealing the familiar dark night sky of the city beyond. The earth beneath his feet cracked inch by inch, the escaping demonic energy rendering the space extremely unstable. None of this mattered to Ma Xiaoshuai for now. His body was the true inferno. The golden light of merit raged like a runaway bull, crashing wildly through his fragile meridians. Purifying everything, yet destroying everything. The demonic energy of 10,000 calamities, sinister, tyrannical, was the very foundation of his tempered essence. Yet now, it was being relentlessly suppressed by that golden light, forced into retreat step by step. Damn it! Ma Xiaoshuai's consciousness grew heavy as a furious curse erupted within his mind. This golden light of merit came from an unknown source, its power system completely at odds with his own. More crucially, it refused to obey his commands. Like a self-righteous saint, it insisted on transforming his demonic lair into a sanctuary, completely disregarding whether the master consented. The 10,000 calamities demon chi, however, was the power he had cultivated through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, an extension of his very will. Who to use, who to suppress? Is there even a choice? Move already! Ma Xiaoshuai unified his mind and spirit, transforming his divine will into the command of an absolute sovereign, descending with ruthless force upon his Dantian Sea of Qi. 10,000 calamities demon art. Full activation. The black demonic energy, previously scattered by the golden light, seemed to be infused with a soul in an instant. No longer scattered stragglers, it coalesced into a disciplined demonic army. The black demonic energy no longer clashed head-on with the golden light. Instead, it split into countless fine black threads, weaving and maneuvering. One portion of the demonic energy solidified into a resilient cage, completely encircling the most violent clusters of golden light. No matter how violently they thrashed about, the cage remained unshakable, its sole purpose being to wear them down. Another portion of the demonic energy proved more agile. Clinging to the inner walls of Ma Xiaoshuai's meridians, it formed a thin protective membrane, guiding the relatively gentler golden light to flow along specific pathways, directing their vast power deep into the core of his spiritual awareness, that primordial sea. This was no longer a battle but an expulsion. A restoration of order within his own body, driven by the protagonist's will. After all, the golden light of merit was like water without a source, it had no means of replenishment. Under Ma Xiaoshuai's masterful orchestration, its immense power was continuously fragmented. The most violent fragments were enveloped layer by layer by the demonic energy army, gradually eroded. Ultimately, it crystallized into the purest energy, which in turn nourished Ma Xiaoshuai's damaged meridians. The bulk of the golden light, however, was half coaxed, half forced into the deepest recesses of his spiritual consciousness ocean. A resonant, bell-like sound echoed within Ma Xiaoshuai's mind. Deep within his spiritual awareness, the golden light slowly coalesced into a tiny yet brilliant point of light, suspended quietly, no longer raging. The war within his body finally subsided. The 10,000 calamities demon chi reclaimed control of his body. Flowing slowly through his meridians, it began to gradually mend the cracks torn open by the golden light. Huff! Ma Xiaoshuai exhaled a long, bloody breath, his entire body drenched in sweat as if he'd been pulled from water. His hands trembled as he braced against the ground, staggering to his feet. The excruciating pain remained, but it had transformed from the agony of slow torture into the dull ache of a knife cutting flesh, at least bearable now. Surveying his surroundings, he saw the crimson thread of the ghostly realm had vanished completely. He was back in the familiar neighborhood. Only now, a massive crater gouged into the ground. And a withered, severed arm. The air still carried the lingering, destructive aura left by the collision of those two forces. Just then, a powerful gust of wind roared in from behind. Ma Xiaoshuai raised an eyebrow, not turning around. This aura felt all too familiar. Thud! A figure crashed heavily to the ground nearby, kicking up a cloud of dust. It was none other than Yu Luyun. But at this moment, his appearance was anything but stylish. His expensive custom-tailored suit was completely ruined, reduced to rags hanging from his upper body. Beneath it, his torso revealed explosive muscle definition.
His face and arms were covered in minor cuts, and his breathing was slightly labored. Clearly, rescuing someone had taken a toll on him. Ha! Yu Luyun steadied himself, his piercing eyes darting across the entire scene. The terrifying monster that should have been here was nowhere to be seen. Where's the Tao Tai? The question slipped out, tinged with surprise. The Tao Tai? Ma Xiaoshuai raised an eyebrow, his mind racing. So that's what the creature was called. Tao Tai. No wonder. That guy's innate divine ability, like his own 10,000 Calamities demon art, carried the attribute of devouring. But his was a primitive devouring, while mine was the supreme truth of the demonic path, a sea embracing all rivers, refining all things. A world of difference. He replied lazily, his voice hoarse from internal injuries. Oh. He's escaped. Escaped? Yu Luyun's voice shot up an octave, his eyes widening like copper bells. He almost thought he'd misheard. Escaped? That was an S-class anomaly. A mobile catastrophe requiring 5 S-rank powerhouses to barely contain. Its pride forbids it from fleeing when facing a single enemy. Ma Xiaoshuai gave a slight nod, confirming Yu Luyun's suspicion. He offered no further explanation. He truly possessed the power to keep the Tao Tai. If he spared no expense, he could severely wound it, then use the 10,000 souls banner to completely suppress its divine soul and refine it into his primary soul. Chapter 57, Money, remember to transfer it to the card. For the 10,000 souls banner, that would be a tremendous tonic. But what about the cost? With his current battered body, forcing the 10,000 souls banner such a devastating weapon to clash head-on with an S-rank anomaly. Even if successful, I'd likely burn out completely on the spot. Even a lowly D-rank minor threat could easily dispose of me. Using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, not worth it. Besides, demons never fight battles they can't win. If that gluttonous beast escaped, so be it. This world was teeming with anomalies, one less wouldn't make a difference. Once he restored his vitality and advanced his cultivation, he could settle the score with it later. Yu Luyun stared at Ma Xiaoshuai's utterly nonchalant demeanor, his shock beyond words. What exactly had he done? He actually scared off an S-rank monster? He stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Ma Xiaoshuai. Are you okay? I'm fine. Ma Xiaoshuai shook his head, forcing himself to stand straight. Only he knew how dire his condition truly was. His meridians felt like a thatched hut ravaged by an 18-level hurricane, riddled with cracks and damage everywhere. The demonic energy within his Dantian Shihai had been depleted by 80 to 90%, leaving only a thin layer remaining. Forget fighting again, even a random C-rank awakened would make him think twice. He must find a place to recover immediately. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside the residential complex, rapidly drawing nearer. Ma Xiaoshuai's pupils suddenly contracted. It was an almost instinctive reaction. In the blink of an eye, he forcibly squeezed out the last shred of pure demonic energy from his Dantian. A massive pitch-black mist surged forth from nowhere, instantly enveloping his face. The black mist began to take shape. In less than half a second, the hideous, demonic mask reappeared, covering his face once more. After completing this, Ma Xiaoshuai's body swayed imperceptibly. The last shred of strength was nearly drained from him. Crash! The battered gate of the residential compound was kicked open. Chen Gang led the charge, pistol drawn, followed by 7 or 8 fully armed security guards. Among them was Wang Qingshui, her expression tense. Yu Luyun's brow immediately furrowed into a knot, his tone displeased. Weren't you supposed to stand by at a distance? His voice carried the imposing authority of an A-class powerhouse. The security officers who had stormed in halted in their tracks. Chen Gang, however, stiffened his neck and stood his ground against that pressure. He strode forward to stand before him. Team leader Yu. We're security officers. How could we stand by and watch you risk your lives while we hide in the back doing nothing? As he spoke, he scanned the surroundings warily. The anticipated giant monsters and world-ending battle scenes were nowhere to be seen. Only a devastated neighborhood, a ragged Yu Luyun, and the mysterious figure in the terrifying mask remained. That mask alone sent a chill down one's spine at a single glance. Chen Gang instinctively tightened his grip on his gun, but in the end, he didn't raise it. The atmosphere felt eerily off. After confirming there was no immediate danger, Chen Gang's taut nerves finally relaxed slightly, and he exhaled a long breath. Wang Qingshui followed behind Chen Gang, her gaze immediately drawn to the masked figure. Beneath the mask stood a tall, slender figure, standing still as if the center of the entire world. Was it him who had driven back that monster? For some reason, as Wang Qingshui watched that figure, an extremely strange sense of familiarity welled up in her heart. But the thought flickered and vanished almost as quickly as it had appeared. Impossible. That fool and this man before her, who seemed both godlike and demonic. One was a firefly, the other a bright moon utterly incomparable. She shook her head, banishing the unrealistic association from her mind, her grip on the gun tightening further. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoshuai, the center of everyone's attention. His heart remained utterly still, even tinged with amusement. Through his mask, he studied the security guards with keen interest.
His gaze lingered on Wang Qingshue's pretty face for half a second. Thankfully, she wasn't injured. He withdrew his thoughts and paid them no further mind. The immediate priority was to tend to his wounds. He tilted his head slightly and spoke to Yu Luyun beside him in a whisper only the two could hear. "This place is yours now." Before the words had fully left his lips, his figure abruptly blurred. "Wait." Yu Luyun snapped to attention. He still had 1,000 questions to ask. But it was too late. Ma Xiaoshuai's form silently dissolved into thin air. Vanished into thin air. Only a lingering echo remained, softly reverberating in Yu Luyun's ears. "Remember to transfer the money to the card." Yu Luyun, Chen Gang, Wang Qingshui, and the others were utterly dumbfounded. A living person standing before them 1 second, gone the next? What was that? Teleportation?
Chen Gang rubbed his eyes, making sure he wasn't seeing things. He turned to look at Yu Luyun, his face full of question marks. "Team leader Yu, is that person okay?" Yu Luyun raised his hand, instinctively reaching to adjust his tie, only to find nothing there. Only then did he recall that his tie had turned to ash during the earlier battle. He lowered his hand awkwardly, tugging at the corner of his mouth in a wry smile. "Don't worry, that person is far stronger than I am." There wasn't a shred of exaggeration in his words. The earth-shattering power he'd just witnessed was beyond his wildest imagination. Chen Gang's pupils contracted. Who was Yu Luyun? An A-class powerhouse. Leader of the 7th Action Team at the Paranormal Investigation Bureau. One of Yuan City's top combat forces. Who could be this person, capable of making him willingly admit, "He's far stronger than me"? Countless questions swirled in Chen Gang's mind, but he wisely refrained from asking further. What wasn't meant for him to know wouldn't be revealed by asking. Wang Qingshuai stood behind Chen Gang, observing every nuance of Yu Luyun's expression. Just who was that man? She looked once more toward where the masked man had vanished, the air still carrying a faint, lingering chill. That familiar feeling surfaced uncontrollably once more. She shook her head vigorously, trying to shake off this absurd notion. It must be an illusion. Captain Chen. Yu Luyun's voice cut through the silence. The abnormality has fled. It appears to have sustained severe injuries and shouldn't reappear anytime soon. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the tense security officers before settling on Chen Gang. The rest is up to you. Securing the scene, reassuring residents, conducting follow-up investigations, these are all within your professional expertise. Chen Gang immediately straightened his posture, gave a firm nod, his face solemn. It's the least we can do. Team leader you've worked hard. With an A-rank powerhouse having fought to this extent and the most dangerous enemy neutralized, it would be utterly unacceptable for these security officers to fail at even this basic cleanup work. This was their duty. Chapter 58, Shared World. Yu Luyun gave a slight nod. He and Chen Gang had worked together for years, and he trusted this uncompromising security captain implicitly. He pulled out an oddly shaped black phone, its screen already covered in cracks yet stubbornly glowing. He rapidly tapped a few keys, seemingly sending a message. Only after completing these actions did he finally relax, leaning against a crumbling wall, feeling as if every bone in his body was about to fall apart. Yet echoing in his mind were the words spoken by the masked man before vanishing. Remember to transfer the money to the card. Yu Luyun's expression instantly became quite something. This guy was actually a money-grubbing miser? And where was he supposed to send the money? He didn't even know the account number. What kind of situation is this? He felt a wave of headache wash over him. Even more headache-inducing was how he was supposed to report this to his superiors. In the heat of the moment, he'd only sent the most basic S-level alert, describing the general level of strangeness and the coordinates. Judging by the timing, the S-class expert dispatched by headquarters was likely already en route. An escaped S-level anomaly. This report was going to be a nightmare to write. Yu Luyun rubbed his temples. Meanwhile, Hengtai Huafu, a renowned upscale residential district in Yuan City. Ma Xiaoshuai's figure materialized in his living room after a faint spatial distortion. Thud. He could no longer hold himself up, collapsing like a pile of sludge onto the cold floor. The ghostly mask on his face dissolved, revealing a face as pale as paper. Sweat had long soaked through his clothes, clinging to his skin, damp and cold. Damn it! Ma Xiaoshuai muttered under his breath, too drained to lift a finger. 6th layer of Qi cultivation, still too weak. In the cultivation world, such a level of cultivation wouldn't even be worthy of tying the shoes of the lowly gatekeeper he once served. But now, a tiger fallen from its mountain, a dragon swimming in shallow waters, he had no choice but to fight tooth and nail for this meager bit of cultivation. Panting heavily, it took Ma Xiaoshuai several minutes to scrape together a shred of strength. He struggled to his feet, staggered into the bedroom, and collapsed onto the soft, plush bed. The moment his body sank into the mattress, he let out a satisfied groan. Home was still the best place. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking inward to assess his condition. The black vortex in his dantian now spun sluggishly and listlessly, shrunk significantly smaller than usual. A stinging pain radiated from various points along his meridians.
These were the aftereffects of overdrawing his demonic energy. He must recover quickly. Remaining in a weakened state was tantamount to placing his very life in someone else's hands. Such a thing was utterly unacceptable to him, the demon sovereign. He adjusted his posture, sitting cross-legged, and formed an ancient seal with his hands before him. The 10,000 Calamities demon art began to quietly circulate. Threads of stray energy in the air began to be drawn toward him, slowly gathering within his body. Though inefficient, it was better than nothing. Just as he focused his mind and prepared to enter a deep state of cultivation, a palpable aura of intense malevolence suddenly filled the room without warning. Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes snapped open. His gaze instantly locked onto the white wall directly opposite him. The once pristine surface was now stained with crimson liquid seeping from within the wall. The liquid carried a faint, metallic scent. Soon, it coalesced into a line of crooked, large characters. The characters seemed written in blood, still dripping downward, pooling into a small, dark red puddle in the corner. Interested in pledging allegiance to me? Let's share the world together. The pretentious aura hit him like a wave. Ma Xiaoshuai stared at the blood-stained words on the wall, momentarily stunned. Then, a faint smile appeared on his face, already worn thin by weakness. Ha! He chuckled softly, his chest vibrating slightly. Fast food again. Still loyal? What fool crawled out of some backwater corner? In the cultivation world, those who sought Ma Xiaoshuai's allegiance had long since turned to dust. If I swear allegiance to you, there's only one outcome: I'll slaughter you and take your place. You foolhardy creature. Ma Xiaoshuai's voice was soft, yet it carried a bone-chilling, demonic intent that seeped into the marrow. He didn't even bother to rise. He merely raised his right hand, extending his fingers toward the wall. An invisible suction force erupted suddenly from his palm. The 10,000 Calamities demon art activated. A miniature vortex, black as ink, materialized in midair within his palm. The blood-red characters on the wall, which had been flaunting their power, suddenly trembled. They began attempting to retreat back into the wall. But it was too late. An irresistible, terrifying suction force locked them in place. A piercing screech filled the air. The crimson characters were forcibly torn from the wall, transforming into streaks of blood-red light. They flew uncontrollably toward Ma Xiaoshuai's palm. As the blood-red characters were completely consumed, a surge of pure energy coursed up his arm and into his dantian. The once sluggish black vortex, replenished by this energy, suddenly surged with renewed vigor. Its rotational speed visibly accelerated. His parched dantian greedily absorbed this external force. The previous sense of weakness rapidly faded. The stinging pain within his meridians eased accordingly. Burp. Ma Xiaoshuai let out a satisfied burp. Though the amount of energy was modest, for someone as severely weakened as he was now, it was nothing short of a godsend. He withdrew the vortex from his palm and examined the wall, now restored to its pristine white, with keen interest. Not a single trace remained on the surface. I wonder where that delivery guy's real body is. Ma Xiaoshuai stroked his chin, a dangerous gleam in his eyes. That little bit of energy was merely an appetizer. Now, he was hungry for the main course. Ding! 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 The urgent knocking shattered the room's dead silence. The security door groaned under the relentless pounding. The sound carried an urgency that brooked no refusal. Ma Xiaoshuai's blood flow, which had just settled, faltered slightly at this sudden disturbance. He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, bringing the circulation of the 10,000 Calamities demon art to a complete halt. That demonic intent, capable of devouring heaven and earth, was perfectly restrained deep within his body. He now reverted to appearing as an ordinary, harmless young man. Ma Xiaoshuai. Ma Xiaoshuai. Are you home? Open up. Wang Qingshua's voice followed immediately from outside the door, tinged with an unmistakable edge of tension. This girl. Ma Xiaoshuai chuckled softly to himself. You had to hand it to her, sometimes a woman's so-called sixth sense was uncannily accurate. The thought flashed through Ma Xiaoshuai's mind. He stood up, flexing his limbs that had regained some strength. A series of fine, crisp cracks echoed from his joints. The previous wave of weakness had largely receded. Chapter 59, No Final Payment? Ma Xiaoshuai strolled leisurely to the door, bypassing the peephole and unlocking it directly. Coming. He answered lazily, pulling the door open with a flick of his wrist. Outside stood Wang Qingshuai, panting heavily. She wore a crisp security guard uniform, though it now looked slightly disheveled. Her bangs were damp with sweat. A few strands clung tightly to her smooth forehead. Her fair cheeks glowed with a healthy flush from the intense running. Her chest rose and fell sharply with each rapid breath. Her gaze was sharp and concerned, scanning Ma Xiaoshuai from head to toe like a spotlight. What's up, big hammer? Ma Xiaoshuai yawned long and hard, even squeezing out a few physiological tears from the corners of his eyes. He leaned crookedly against the doorframe, looking sleepy and lazy. Wang Qingshua's gaze remained fixed on Ma Xiaoshuai's face, as if trying to find some flaw beneath his lazy expression. You've been home the whole time? After leaving the neighborhood, she felt more and more certain that the masked man resembled Ma Xiaoshuai. Yeah. Ma Xiaoshuai nodded, looking perfectly nonchalant. After quitting that job at the tower, I came straight back. What, wanna treat me to dinner?
He shifted into a more comfortable position, leaning back as his gaze drifted toward the stairwell. Besides, I saw your Captain Chen show up looking so confident.
That means they've cracked the case, right?
With him on the scene, I'm not going to get involved and just get in the way. His words were flawless.
But Wang Qingshue's frown only deepened. You quit your job. What are your plans now?
Wang Qingxue changed the subject, her tone softening slightly.
No idea. Just chill out. At least I won't starve.
Ma Xiaoshuai shrugged, looking utterly resigned.
This was the Ma Xiaoshuai she knew.
The taut string in Wang Qingshue's heart relaxed slightly.
You? She wanted to say more, but in the end, she only sighed. All right. Stay safe. Call me if anything comes up. Got it, Officer Wang.
Ma Xiaoshuai waved his hand lazily. Wang Qingxue gave him a long, lingering look before turning and heading downstairs. As the sound of her footsteps faded away, the lazy smile on Ma Xiaoshuai's face slowly vanished.
Wang Qingxue?
Ma Xiaoshuai silently repeated the name in his mind. This silly girl was the only warmth he could sense that belonged to humanity after returning from that hellish realm of mountains of corpses and seas of blood in the cultivation world. She was his sole anchor in this strange yet familiar world. And precisely because of that, she was his only weakness. As he lay wounded today, the fusion of demonic energy and virtuous power allowed Ma Xiaoshuai to keenly sense a prying presence.
It did not come from a human gaze.
It emanated from the strange itself. It was as if he had taken a dish from someone else's plate at the banquet table, only to anger the true host of the feast. That host had now set its sights on him. In the unseen realm, that malevolence seemed to be testing his limits.
He couldn't let Wang Qingxue get dragged into this. Some things were better left unknown to her.
Ignorance, sometimes, was a blessing and a form of protection. He turned to close the door, but his phone in his pocket screeched at the worst possible moment.
Ring.
The shrill ring pierced the silence of the hallway.
Ma Xiaoshuai pulled out the phone, didn't even glance at the caller ID on the screen, and swiped to answer. Hello? Who is this?
There was a moment of silence on the other end before a familiar, slightly exaggerated voice came through.
Bro. My dear bro. Finally got through to you.
The voice belonged to none other than Yu Luyun, dressed in a sharp suit, looking so flashy he seemed ready to walk the red carpet at any moment.
Yu Luyun? Ma Xiaoshuai's eyebrows arched slightly. It's me. It's me.
Yu Luyun's voice sounded so excited he was barely making sense.
Listen, I saw things were going wrong earlier. I was afraid something might happen to you. I immediately requested backup from headquarters. I directly requested an S-rank agent to come and take charge. Right now, the S-rank agent has already arrived at our Yuan City branch. Yu Luyun spoke at breakneck speed, sounding like he was both seeking credit and offering an explanation.
Ma Xiaoshuai listened, his face expressionless. He walked to the window, gazing out at the gray, overcast sky. His voice was as flat as if he were asking about the weather. So? Yu Luyun on the other end of the line visibly stumbled. He quickly adjusted his tone, making his voice sound more solemn. So, that gentleman wishes to see you. Meet me? Ma Xiaoshuai finally showed some reaction. He turned around, leaning against the wall, a hint of strangeness in his voice. Why see me? I'm not some rare animal. Ahem. Yu Luyun cleared his throat twice, seemingly gathering his thoughts. Bro, you're putting it that way. After all, you single-handedly forced back that terrifying, bizarre entity codenamed Tao Tai. Even though it had just been reborn, it was still earth-shattering. The S-rank elders naturally want to meet someone capable of such a feat. Ma Xiaoshuai fell silent. His slender fingers tapped lightly and unconsciously against the cold wall, producing a soft knock sound. S-rank awakened. The pinnacle of combat power in this world? Since his return, the strongest he'd encountered was Yu Luyun, an A-rank. He knew nothing about the true pinnacle of power in this world. Know thy enemy and know thyself, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Seeing them for himself wouldn't hurt. The crucial thing was, Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze suddenly turned dangerous. He remembered. That bastard Yu Luyun hadn't paid a single penny of the agreed-upon reward. Work for pay, it's only fair. Now he's begging for help and bringing in an S-rank big shot, making such a huge fuss. Could he be trying to brush off the payment? Playing double-cross with me? And then try to skip out on the final payment? No way. At that thought, Ma Xiaoshuai's lingering impatience vanished, replaced by a fierce determination to demand his due. Looks like this trip is unavoidable. Not just to see the S-class, but to claim the fruits of his labor. He spoke into the phone with crisp precision. Fine. I'll be there. Without waiting for Yu Luyun to exchange any more pleasantries, he hung up the phone. He tossed the phone onto the sofa. The light in the room seemed to dim at that very moment. Standing in the center of the room, he drew a deep breath.
The next second, wisps of black demonic energy began seeping out from his pores. It gathered before his face. Within a few breaths, a hideous ghostly mask reappeared, covering his face once more. Chapter 60, The Enlightened Monk. Beneath the mask, his eyes were as deep and dark as a prison, devoid of any trace of human languor. Click. He closed the door softly. He didn't take the stairs or the elevator. His entire form dissolved into a blurred shadow, slipping silently through the window and merging into the dark clouds hovering over the city. He sped toward the Donghai City branch of the Paranormal Investigation Bureau. Supernatural Investigation Bureau, Gen City Branch Headquarters. Ding! The doors of a dedicated high-speed elevator slid open silently. Ma Xiaoshuai, wearing a ghostly mask, stepped out as casually as if taking a stroll. The moment he appeared, the air in the corridor seemed to freeze for an instant. Several passing investigators instinctively halted their steps upon seeing him. Their eyes brimmed with awe. They quickly lowered their heads, hastening their pace to leave, not daring to linger a moment longer. The codenamed Demon Lord had already caused a major stir within the precinct after the battle at Sunshine Waterfront. Directly opposite the elevator doors, Yu Luyun had been waiting there all along. He still wore that flashy white suit. But now, his expression was not as relaxed and carefree as usual. He stood slightly bowed beside another figure. Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze swept past Yu Luyun, landing on the figure beside him. It was a monk. A tall, venerable monk with a benevolent countenance and an aura of solemn dignity. He wore a faded gray monk's robe, a large string of jade-like prayer beads hanging around his neck. His bald head reflected the light from the alloy ceiling, radiating an aura of wisdom. Both his demeanor and appearance radiated the aura of an enlightened monk. If this venerable master weren't holding a photo album with a flashy cover featuring several women in skimpy swimsuits. And he wasn't engrossed in it with such relish. Ma Xiaoshuai felt his first impression of this S-class figure might have been more authoritative, more sacred. At this moment, the monk was examining a page of the photo album with the focused gaze of an art connoisseur. A faint smile, almost benevolent, lingered at the corners of his mouth. The scene radiated an intense sense of incongruity. It was utterly jarring. Ma Xiaoshuai could even see the corners of Yu Luyun's eyes twitching unnaturally. As if sensing the elevator's movement, Yu Luyun quickly composed himself and straightened his posture. He lowered his voice to alert the old monk beside him, who was engrossed in the scene. Master Dui, they're here. Hearing Yu Luyun's warning, the old monk known as Master Dui reluctantly tore his gaze away from the swimsuit photos. He slowly closed the book. Then, he lifted his head. His cloudy eyes pierced through the corridor space, landing precisely on Ma Xiaoshuai's hideous demon mask. Ma Xiaoshuai's heart skipped a beat. Something was off. This monk, something was very wrong. That gaze, seemingly cloudy, was in fact sharp as a blade. It seemed capable of peeling away the demonic aura from his face, gazing directly into his soul. The 10,000 Calamities demon art within Ma Xiaoshuai began to circulate on its own. A chill settled over him, making his entire being appear more reserved. As if the old monk were invisible, his gaze passed straight through him. It landed on Yu Luyun. Where's the payment? Yu Luyun stiffened. Ha? Clearly unable to keep up with Ma Xiaoshuai's leaping train of thought, he reflexively asked back. What payment? Boom! A terrifying aura, far more intense than before, erupted from Ma Xiaoshuai. The air in the entire corridor seemed to be sucked dry. The cold lights on the alloy walls flickered inexplicably, crackling with static. Yu Luyun felt as though an invisible mountain had crushed down upon his shoulders. Even breathing became difficult. He could even see beneath the eye holes of Ma Xiaoshuai's ghostly mask. 2 crimson points of light slowly burning. Don't tell me. Ma Xiaoshuai's voice came out in deliberate, gritted teeth syllables. I worked my ass off to drive back that damn thing called a Taotai, and in the end, I don't even get a single damn penny in bonus? Beneath the mask covering his forehead, veins seemed to throb violently. The savage, bloodthirsty aura radiating from him was almost tangible. Even Yu Luyun, and a rank force-type awakener, felt his legs go weak. This bastard, he really dared to make a move here. Standing beside him was an S-rank powerhouse. Yes. Yes, yes. His survival instinct kicked in instantly. Yu Luyun's mind raced, finally grasping the other's point. He frantically waved his hands, a fine sheen of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead as his voice cracked slightly. You've got the wrong idea. This Sunshine Waterfront mission is hugely significant. The rewards from headquarters will be absolutely generous. Where's the money? Ma Xiaoshuai's imposing presence showed no sign of weakening. Report. I'm reporting. Yu Luyun felt his suit was soaked through with cold sweat. The mission report is undergoing expedited review. As you know, procedures for incidents of this level are quite complex. Once approved by headquarters, the bonus and contribution points will be dispersed to your account immediately. He rattled off the explanation in one breath, his eyes fixed nervously on Ma Xiaoshuai. He was terrified the man might snap his neck at any moment. The crimson glow beneath Ma Xiaoshuai's mask flickered several times. The suffocating pressure receded like a retreating tide. as swift as its arrival. The air in the corridor began to circulate again. Yu Luyun gasped for breath. He felt as though he'd just been pulled from the water. That's more like it. Ma Xiaoshuai snorted coldly, accepting the explanation.
In his past life at the demon sect, killing for treasure was routine. But even then, they followed the rules of transaction. Since the Paranormal Investigation Bureau hired him as a mercenary, they had to act like it.
Talking about feelings costs money, talking about justice costs even more.
Just then, a gentle voice interjected slowly.
Ba. Master Dewey had somehow slipped the swimsuit photo book into the wide sleeve of his monk's robe.
Now, hands pressed together in prayer, he gazed at Ma Xiaoshuai with a face radiating compassion. Layman, all worldly possessions are but fleeting clouds.
Yellow and white trinkets are even more transient than smoke. Why cling to them so stubbornly?
His tone sounded like he was admonishing a wayward youth who had strayed from the right path.
But to Ma Xiaoshuai, it sounded unbearably jarring. You old pervert, you were just drooling over those swimsuit beauties a moment ago. Now you come here preaching emptiness to me? You got to be kidding me.
The old monk seemed oblivious to Ma Xiaoshuai's shifting mood as he continued. I presume you are Ma Xiaoshuai, the lay devotee who single-handedly drove back the gluttonous beast.
Layman Ma. The moment those 3 words left his lips, Yu Luyun's heart leapt into his throat. Oh no! He instinctively glanced at Ma Xiaoshuai. Chapter 61, Conversion to Buddhism. The alias Demon Sovereign was meant to conceal his true identity.
Master Dewey had exposed it so bluntly. Who knew how this unpredictable man would react? Yet the expected rage never materialized.
Ma Xiaoshuai simply stood there in silence.
The next moment, the black demonic energy shrouding his face began to writhe as if alive. Finally, it coiled back into his body as wisps of black smoke. A face, slightly youthful and defiant, emerged. Now that the other party knew his true identity, the mask used for playing tricks had lost its purpose. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a cold smile.
It's me.
His gaze, like 2 sharp blades, pierced straight through the old monk. Old monk, you went to such lengths to summon me here.
What do you want? Faced with Ma Xiaoshuai's blunt interrogation, the compassionate smile on Master Dewey's face only deepened. Ba.
Well said, well said. He nodded slightly, his cloudy eyes scanning Ma Xiaoshuai from head to toe as he continued his praise. In my youth, I once had the privilege of witnessing the true form of the Taotie from afar, accompanying my senior masters. Its world-shattering might remains vivid in my memory to this day. Little did I expect that, after so many years, I would encounter a benefactor who, through sheer personal strength alone, could repel such a monstrous force. Your prowess, benefactor, leaves me in awe. His words were spoken with genuine sincerity. Most young men would have been overjoyed and elated to receive such high praise from an S-rank master. Yet Ma Xiaoshuai's expression remained utterly unchanged. Having navigated the demonic path for centuries, what scenes had he not witnessed? He was thoroughly bored with this pattern of flattery followed by criticism, praise followed by insult. He merely watched coldly, waiting for the old monk to continue.
Sure enough.
Master Dewey shifted his tone, a look of profound compassion flickering across his face.
However,
he sighed deeply, his tone growing grave. This monk observes that though you possess extraordinary innate talent and exceptional potential, demonic energy swirls around your body, and vengeful spirits cling to you. This is the mark of the demonic path. While it may grant temporary power, it is like drinking poison to quench thirst. If this continues, your nature will inevitably be eroded by the demonic energy. Ultimately, you will lose yourself, plunge into an abyss of no return, and become a scourge upon the mortal world. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly brightened, as if he had discovered some rare treasure.
He leaned closer, scrutinizing the space between Ma Xiaoshuai's eyebrows.
This monk perceives a faint golden light of true yang energy guarding the space between your brows, a sign of great wisdom and fortitude. It shows your innate nature remains uncorrupted, and you share a profound karmic connection with our Buddhist path. The old monk's voice grew fervent.
Layman Ma.
The sea of suffering is boundless, but turning back leads to the shore.
This demonic aura within you is not beyond remedy.
If you are willing to become a disciple of our Golden Mountain Temple and take refuge in the Buddha, this humble monk vows to personally chant sutras for your blessings, perform rituals, and use the supreme dharma to purify you of this demonic aura. I will help you sever your inner demons and attain the Bodhi path.
Would that not be splendid?
The old monk grew more and more excited as he spoke, a rosy glow even appearing on his benevolent face.
It seemed as though Ma Xiaoshuai need only nod his head, and he could attain Buddhahood instantly. Behind Dewey, Yu Luyan had completely frozen in place. He had imagined 10,000 possibilities. But he never imagined that Master Dewey had summoned someone here for a pyramid scheme-style recruitment drive? Making a demonic energy-filled guy become a monk? That was more absurd than asking a glutton to go vegetarian. Master, did you damage your brain looking at swimsuit photos?
At that moment, the entire corridor fell deathly silent. Ma Xiaoshuai stood there silently watching the old monk spit and gesticulate wildly, his gaze oddly fixed.
In his past life in the cultivation world, Buddhists and demonic cultivators were mortal enemies. Meetings ended in either death or annihilation.
The bald-headed monks of the Buddhist sect took particular delight in capturing demonic cultivators like them, claiming it was for purification. In truth, they were forged into guardian deities or divine mounts, their souls condemned to eternal torment.
Now, an old monk in this world actually wanted to convert him, the former lord of 10,000 demons? Was he joking with me? Is he insulting my profession?
Finally, Master Dewey finished his impassioned advice. He gazed expectantly at Ma Xiaoshuai.
Ma Xiaoshuai remained silent for a full 3 seconds.
Then, he moved. He slowly raised his hand, extended his index finger, and pressed it firmly against his temple, twisting it in a circle several times.
The gesture was brimming with defiance. Old man.
He spoke, his voice soft yet carrying a bone-chilling coldness.
Is something wrong with you?
Master Dewey's smile froze on his face. Ma Xiaoshuai gave him no chance to react, stepping forward.
Convert me to Buddhism? Purge the demonic energy from my body?
With each word he spoke, the aura emanating from him grew colder. The demonic energy he had just suppressed began to rise once more from his body. The temperature in the corridor plummeted to freezing point. Your so-called Buddhist teachings aren't even worth the effort to chew.
Your karmic connection with Buddha?
My ass has a connection with your grandmother's leg. Ma Xiaoshuai's sharp tongue erupted in full force at that moment. He pointed at Master Dewey's shaved head, a vicious grin spreading across his lips, revealing a row of stark white teeth.
This is my final warning. Dare to babble in front of me again, and see if I don't send you straight to the Western paradise to meet your Buddha in person right now?
The violent demonic energy nearly solidified into substance, coating the corridor walls with a thin layer of frost. Yu Luyun felt his very soul tremble. He had no doubt that if he were this old monk, he'd likely have pissed himself in fear by now.
Yet Master Dewey didn't. He didn't even bat an eyelid.
Facing that terrifying demonic energy capable of devouring all minds, the old monk merely sighed softly.
Ah.
He placed one hand before his chest, while the other shot out like lightning.
He grabbed Yu Luyun, who was already trembling with fear behind him.
He pulled him effortlessly behind him.
The movement was fluid and swift, almost unbelievably fast.
Yu Luyun felt only a blur before his eyes, and suddenly he was in a different position. The piercing chill of demonic energy no longer lingered at his nostrils. Instead, a faint, soothing scent of sandalwood filled his senses.
Amitabha Buddha.
A Buddhist chant escaped Dewey's lips. The voice was not loud, yet it resonated like the tolling of a great bell.
It reverberated thunderously through the narrow corridor. Hum.
Blinding golden light erupted suddenly, radiating outward from Master Dewey. The icy chill brought by the demonic energy in the corridor instantly melted away under the golden radiance. Yu Luyun hid behind the old monk, daring only to peek out half his head. What he witnessed was a scene he would never forget. A 3-meter-tall, majestic golden Buddha apparition slowly rose from behind Master Dewey. Bowing its head and lowering its eyes, its hands forming sacred mudras, it seemed like a deity stepping forth from the timeless void. Chapter 62, The Sea of Suffering has no shore, turning back is the shore. The Buddha's apparition was composed entirely of pure light, its compassionate radiance bathing the entire corridor in a golden, sacred glow. The ferocious, roaring black demonic energy unleashed by Ma Xiaoshuai, upon contact with the Buddha's light domain, emitted a hissing, corrosive sound, billowing black smoke, yet it could not advance an inch. On one side stood the demon that devoured all things. On the other, the Buddha who saves all beings. Two diametrically opposed forces engaged in the most primal confrontation within this narrow corridor. Yu Luyun's suit jacket was now completely soaked through with cold sweat. He felt less like he was watching two men face off, and more like witnessing a mythic event unfold.
Is this still the world of humans? Ma Xiaoshuai's pupils had shrunk to pinpricks. He stared fixedly at the golden Buddha's phantom form.
A tremor emanated from the depths of his soul. The moment the Buddha's light flared, a searing heat erupted without warning at the center of his forehead. It was that so-called merit golden light. The very thing the old monk had spoken of his karmic connection to the Buddha. And now it was resonating with the Buddhist power of that old bald-ass monk across from him. What the hell? A tidal wave of shock surged through Ma Xiaoshuai's mind. He was the demon sovereign of 10,000 calamities. He cultivated the heaven-devouring, earth-swallowing 10,000 calamities demon art. Every cell in his body should be saturated with demonic essence. How could he possibly resonate with Buddhist power? This was nothing short of defiling the dignity of the demon sovereign. He tried to suppress the burning sensation with his will, only to find it utterly futile. That faint golden light, though feeble, clung stubbornly like chewing gum, carving out a tiny space within his spiritual awareness. In that very instant when his mind faltered, the Buddha's illusory form across from him stirred. The closed, compassionate Buddha eyes slowly opened a slit. No blinding flash of gold, no thunderous roar. What filled the air was a profound chant, as if echoing from beyond the heavens yet resonating within every soul. The sea of suffering has no shore, turn back and find the shore. The voice was not loud, yet it carried a strange, magical power that pierced through Ma Xiaoshuai's protective aura, directly resonating within his soul. Boom!
Ma Xiaoshuai felt as though a billion bronze bells were clanging simultaneously within his skull. The shock left him reeling, his vision darkening. The overwhelming demonic energy that had just stood toe-to-toe with the Buddha's light, under the force of that chant, instantly lost all its support. With a dull thud, the black mist exploded, scattering in disarray. The Buddha's light surged forward unimpeded, completely dispersing and purifying the demonic energy surrounding him, leaving not a trace behind. Put! An overwhelming force pressed down upon Ma Xiaoshuai with crushing intensity. It felt as though the grand will of the entire Buddhist cosmos descended upon him through that Buddha's phantom form. It demanded he kneel. To make him repent. It demanded his conversion. Ma Xiaoshuai grunted, his legs buckling dangerously close to collapsing to his knees. He forced himself to steady his stance using the core principles of the 10,000 Calamities demon art. Yet beneath his feet, the tiles, unable to withstand the pressure, cracked like a spider web, spreading out in a web of fissures radiating from his feet. His face instantly turned as pale as paper. His chest churned violently, a sweet taste rising in his throat as a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He raised his hand to wipe away the blood, a look of gravity settling on his face. He had lost. In this clash of wills, he had been utterly crushed. His opponent hadn't even truly struck. Merely a Buddhist chant, a phantom figure, and a Zen verse had left him utterly defenseless. In the corridor, the golden light slowly dissipated. The towering Buddha's apparition gradually faded, returning to Master Dui's body. The old monk remained as serene as ever, as if nothing had transpired. Only the cracked tiles at his feet and the lingering scent of sandalwood in the air bore witness to the breathtaking confrontation that had just unfolded. Gazing at Ma Xiaoshuai, pale-faced and bloodied at the corner of his mouth, the monk pressed his palms together and bowed slightly. Layman Ma, this monk has said it before, you and my Buddha share a karmic connection. That demonic energy within you may seem overbearing, but its foundation is unstable. It is like a rootless duckweed, a castle in the air. The true Yang Buddha nature within your brow, however, is your true source, the indestructible foundation of the Vajra. The sea of suffering has no shore, turning back is the shore. These words, this monk speaks to you with sincere heart. Now, are you willing to follow this humble monk back to Golden Mountain Temple, sever your inner demons, and attain enlightenment? Yu Luyun, standing nearby, was utterly dumbfounded. His mouth hung open, his mind a blank. Was this the true power of the Jinshan Temple's abbot? He had heard of Master Dui's profound Buddhist teachings before, hailed as the ace for handling classes supernatural incidents and above. But he never imagined it could reach such heights. In the blink of an eye, the Buddha descended. His words became law, subduing all demons. This wasn't an awakened being, this was a living Buddha incarnate. Turning his gaze back to Ma Xiaoshuai, Yu Luyun felt nothing but pity. Of all the people he could have provoked, he had to pick this colossus. Well, how's that feel? Getting your ass stomped into the ground? See how you dare act so cocky now. Ma Xiaoshuai spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, the crimson liquid starkly vivid against the ground. He lifted his head, his eyes showing no trace of surrender. Instead, they burned with an even more raging fire. It was the fury of a cornered beast, ready to fight to the death. Old bald ass, you think that's possible? Each word was like iron, carrying a resolve to shatter like jade rather than be crushed like tiles. Before the words faded, the demonic energy that had just been dispersed by the Buddha's light surged wildly from his body once more. This time, the demonic energy was no longer a chaotic black mist. It had grown denser. Strands of black mist coiled around his limbs and bones, forming a hideous demonic armor flowing with ominous runes. Let's do this again. Ma Xiaoshuai let out a low growl, his right hand snapping out to grab at the air. Buzz. Space seemed to tear open an invisible rift. A black banner, fluttering in the wind, materialized in his hand. It was his signature artifact, the banner of 10,000 souls. The moment the banner appeared, the temperature in the entire corridor plummeted, as if plunging into the biting cold of winter. A thin layer of frost began to crystallize in the air. Even more terrifying, countless faces contorted in agony flickered on the banner's surface, emitting piercing, wailing cries. Aya! Save me! Such agony! Such hatred! Thousands of voices mingled together. They coalesced into a sonic wave capable of directly assaulting the soul, reverberating within every person's mind. This was no ordinary sound, it was a mental assault imbued with boundless resentment and curses. Yu Luyun, standing nearby, bore the brunt of it first. It felt as though countless steel needles were violently piercing his skull. The agony made him groan, his face turning pale as he staggered back 2 steps. He stared in horror at the banner in Ma Xiaoshuai's hand. What the hell is this thing? Chapter 63, The Heart-Guarding Universal Salvation Decision. Merely hearing the sound felt like his soul was being torn apart. Yu Luyun glanced at Master Dui, only to find the old monk's expression unchanged. He breathed a slight sigh of relief, yet the shock within him was beyond measure. I swear by my life, I'll beat your dog brain out of you today. Ma Xiaoshuai, raging like a madman, held his banner aloft with one hand, pointing it menacingly at Master Dui. He knew deep down that this old monk was without a doubt the strongest enemy he had encountered since his return through time no contest. The awe-inspiring power he wielded with every gesture, channeling the very essence of Buddha, surpassed Ma Xiaoshuai's current understanding.
Unless he played all his trump cards, he might truly fall here today.
And the banner of 10,000 souls was his ultimate trump card.
Master Dewey gazed at Ma Xiaoshuai before him, radiating murderous intent and nearly consumed by the backlash of his demonic arts. A flicker of pity finally flickered in those ancient, still eyes.
He made no unnecessary movements, not even lowering his hands pressed together in prayer.
He merely opened his mouth softly.
Seal. One word. Devoid of any earthly trace.
Yet the moment it left his lips, the entire world seemed to fall silent.
The soul-shredding wails of 10,000 ghosts abruptly ceased. As if an invisible giant hand had seized the throats of all the vengeful spirits, silencing them utterly.
The black light swirling on the banner of 10,000 souls instantly froze. The demonic energy coiled around Ma Xiaoshuai ceased all agitation in an instant, then receded like a tide, forced back into his body.
The entire process took less than a second. One moment, demonic flames raged and 10,000 ghosts wailed. The next, calm and still, utterly silent. Ma Xiaoshuai's arm, raised high with the banner of 10,000 souls, froze mid-air.
The madness in his eyes rapidly faded, replaced by a glimmer of clarity.
He had just... so close.
Just a hair's breadth away, his mind was about to be utterly consumed by the murderous craving of the 10,000 Calamities demon art, transforming him into a monster driven solely by slaughter.
Was it this old monk who pulled him back from the brink of madness with a single word?
Ma Xiaoshuai gasped for breath, a fine sheen of cold sweat beating on his forehead. Staring at the serene old monk across from him, his heart churned with turbulent waves. Layman, your killing intent has already seeped into your soul.
Master Dewey's voice drifted over, tinged with caution.
This monk can see that your demonic arts are peerlessly formidable, yet your cultivation is still insufficient to fully master them. If this continues, the killing intent will corrode your soul. You will cease to be yourself, and one day you will become utterly enslaved by these demonic arts, endangering your very being. Then, you shall be lost forever. Ma Xiaoshuai silently glanced at the banner of 10,000 souls in his hand, then looked at Master Dewey across from him. He was well aware of the drawbacks of the 10,000 Calamities demon art. Yet this technique was the very foundation of his dominance over the demonic path in the cultivation world.
He possessed absolute confidence in his ability to control it.
Back in the cultivation world, wielding this technique at the nascent soul stage, he had slain transcendent spirit powerhouses several levels above him. How formidable he had been. How could he now, back in this world, be merely at the 6th layer of chi refining, unable to even guard his own mind? Could it be that the laws of this world were different? These thoughts flashed through his mind. But the pride of a demonic path titan made it impossible for him to admit his shortcomings before some bald monk.
None of your business.
Ma Xiaoshuai snorted coldly, stowing away the 10,000 souls banner, his tone still stubbornly defiant.
Ah! Master Dewey sighed deeply once more, shaking his head.
That sigh carried the helpless resignation of this child is beyond teaching. Yu Luyan watched from the sidelines, inwardly muttering, this kid is like a stone in a latrine, stubborn and stubborn. The living Buddha himself is guiding you out of the darkness, yet you keep digging in your heels. You clearly don't know the meaning of the word death.
Yet the events unfolding in the next instant nearly made Yu Luyan bite his tongue off.
After his sigh, Master Dewey suddenly spoke.
Very well. Our meeting is fate. Since you remain stubbornly obstinate, this monk cannot stand by and watch you perish.
At our Golden Mountain Temple, we have a practice called the Heart-Guarding Universal Salvation Sutra. Its chapter on stilling the mind might help you temporarily stabilize your spirit and resist the erosion of demonic thoughts. As he spoke, the old monk's hand is gnarled and weathered as ancient tree bark slowly rose.
Ma Xiaoshuai's pupils contracted, and he instinctively prepared to summon his energy to resist.
But to his horror, he discovered the demonic energy within him was being suppressed by an invisible force utterly beyond his control. He could only watch helplessly as that withered finger lightly touched his forehead.
A warm current, smooth as jade, seeped slowly from his brow.
Immediately after, a vast and pure stream of memory surged into the depths of his soul like divine enlightenment. The Heart-Guarding Universal Salvation Decision. Complex, mystical golden runes automatically arranged themselves within his consciousness, coalescing into chapters. Grand incantations, seemingly from ancient times, murmured softly in his ears, cleansing the savagery and killing intent from his spirit. His mind, once agitated from forcibly channeling demonic arts, miraculously began to settle, preserving that sliver of clarity within his mind. Ma Xiaoshuai could distinctly sense that his grasp over the 10,000 Calamities demon art seemed to have improved slightly.
Though minuscule, this change was undeniably real.
This. He slowly raised his head, his gaze complex as he looked at the old monk before him.
Shock, confusion, bewilderment.
A whirlwind of emotions swirled within him.
He couldn't comprehend it.
This old monk clearly possessed overwhelming power. A single finger could crush him. Why didn't he strike? He could have crippled his demonic arts. He could have converted him or simply sealed him back in Jinshan Temple.
Why instead teach me methods to stabilize my mind? Isn't this akin to aiding my own enemy? Why help me? Ma Xiaoshuai's voice was dry. This question truly baffled him. Hearing the question, a faint smile suddenly spread across the otherwise stern and rigid face of Master Dui. Suddenly softened into a faint smile. That smile was like a 1,000-year-old Buddha statue suddenly gaining a touch of earthly warmth. It was gentle, yet carried an inexplicable, elusive meaning. Amitabha. The old monk first chanted the Buddha's name, then spoke slowly. The Buddhist path is vast, saving all sentient beings. Seeing that you have a karmic connection with our Buddha, this humble monk shall lend a helping hand. Ma Xiaoshuai furrowed his brow. Why did those words sound so familiar? Before he could ponder further, the old monk shifted his tone, his smile growing ever more compassionate. Of course, the Buddha saves those with karmic affinity. The price is 1 million. The air froze instantly. Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape, frozen solid in place. 1 million? What 1 million? Chapter 64, No More Debts. His mind raced as a thought struck him like lightning. Back at Xingfu Li community, he had resolved the strange, supernatural phenomenon involving the glutton demon. The Spirit Investigation Bureau had promised a reward. It seemed. Neither more nor less. Exactly 1 million. Holy. A herd of wild horses seemed to gallop through Ma Xiaoshuai's mind. Staring at the monk before him, grinning like an old fox, a wave of frustration even more intense than his defeat surged through him. You old bald-ass donkey. You've got your eyes on my bonus, don't you? He finally understood. What karmic connection with Buddha? What about severing the demons of the heart? What turning back to the shore? It was all setup. This old bastard had been after his money from the very start. First, he used thunderous force to subdue me, flexing his muscles to show I couldn't resist. Then he pointed out the flaws in my cultivation technique, creating a need. Finally, he generously presented the solution, the heart-guarding universal salvation technique. A seamless, flawless combination of moves. And I actually went and asked, why are you helping me? Wasn't that practically handing him the perfect opening? Ma Xiaoshuai's chest heaved with rage, his finger trembling slightly as he pointed at Dui. I've seen people rob, but never like this. This wasn't some enlightened monk, he was clearly a top-tier business genius in monk's robes. Yu Luyun, who had just recovered from the scene that felt like gods battling, was now completely dumbfounded by this sudden, unexpected twist. His mouth hung open as he glanced between the furious Ma Xiaoshuai and the smiling Master Dui, his brain completely short-circuited. Just now, what did the master say? 1 million? A bargain? Had he misheard? The abbot of Jinshan Temple, a figure revered as a living Buddha in this world, would strike a deal with a junior over a mere 1 million? This was all wrong. This was a world apart from the image of a venerable monk he had imagined. Facing Ma Xiaoshuai's furious rebuke, Master Dui showed no sign of anger. Instead, the smile on his face grew even more serene. He merely pressed his palms together, bowed slightly, and chanted the Buddha's name once more. Amitabha Buddha. His serene demeanor seemed to say, even if this monk has set his sights on you, what can you do about it? He smiled without a word. Everything was understood without words. The rage boiling in Ma Xiaoshuai's chest felt like it had been forced into a pressure cooker, its lid welded shut. It was waiting for just one moment to explode into 1,000 pieces. But he was no longer that greenhorn novice. He had crawled through mountains of corpses and seas of blood in the cultivation world, transforming from a helpless mortal into the dreaded demon lord of 10,000 calamities. His greatest skill was forging his overwhelming fury into the sharpest blade. He kept it hidden deep within, waiting for the moment to strike a fatal blow. Now, clearly, was not that moment. When one's strength falls short, words are meaningless. The crimson glare in his eyes slowly faded. What remained was an emotionless indifference, forged in seas of corpses and blood. Poof. A cold snort. 1 million. Ma Xiaoshuai's voice had grown calm, utterly unruffled. Between you and me, there shall be no debts owed. From this day forward, whether you are a venerable monk of Jinshan Temple or a merchant in monk's robes, you and I, Ma Xiaoshuai, shall have no further dealings. You imparted your techniques to me, I paid you my money. Karma settled, the great way lies open before us, each of us walks our own path. Having spoken, he couldn't be bothered to spare the old monk another glance, as if another second of looking at him would be an insult to himself. He whipped his head around, his gaze like lightning, piercing straight through to Yu Luyun, who stood frozen beside him. Yu Luyun jolted awake at that piercing stare, instinctively straightening his back. His immaculate suit seemed to tighten around him. The million. Ma Xiaoshuai's words came in rapid succession, like a barrage of bullets, leaving no room for anyone to react. Transfer it to him. The word him was spat out with deliberate emphasis, dripping with disgust. He was truly afraid. He feared that if he lingered another second, the demonic urge he'd barely suppressed would erupt completely. He feared he'd lose control, lunging forward regardless of the cost, even if it meant mutual destruction just to tear a chunk of flesh from that old monk's face. The destructive urge born from the 10,000 calamities demon art raged through his very bones, screaming to tear everything before him to shreds. He could distinctly feel his molars grinding together. He had to leave. Now. Immediately.
Just as he turned to leave, a thought sliced through his mind.
Right.
His exclamation made Yu Luyun, who had just pulled out his phone to execute the command, flinch. His hand trembled, nearly dropping the phone. Ma Xiaoshuai turned halfway around, glancing at Yu Luyun out of the corner of his eye.
When does the selection for the spirit realm spots begin? Ha? Yu Luyun's mind couldn't keep up. That was a pretty abrupt change of subject, wasn't it? When the selection starts, remember to notify me.
Also, if your paranormal investigation bureau ever encounters a tough nut to crack those particularly tricky anomalies, let me know. As he finished speaking, a cruel curve formed at the corner of his mouth.
I'll handle them for you. Ma Xiaoshuai's mind, however, remained crystal clear.
The bottleneck of the 10,000 Calamities demon art was becoming increasingly apparent. The gap between the 6th and 7th layers of chi cultivation felt as thin as a sheet of paper. Yet he sensed that ordinary anomalies now tasted like cold leftovers to him, utterly insipid. No matter how much he devoured, it was merely quantitative accumulation, incapable of triggering a qualitative transformation.
He needed stronger nourishment.
Only the purest essence of the uncanny could help him break through this barrier.
Oh. Right.
After a mental storm lasting over 10 seconds, Yu Luyun finally found his voice again. He nodded repeatedly, almost instinctively.
Upon careful consideration, Ma Xiaoshuai's proposal for the Paranormal Investigation Bureau seemed not entirely disadvantageous. Unsolvable anomalies were hot potatoes anyway. Having an elite combatant share the burden? They couldn't ask for more. As for the spirit realm spot, that required rigorous selection and extremely strict assessments. If he wanted to participate, let him participate.
Whether he made the cut or not was entirely up to his own abilities.
Mr. Ma, I will report your request truthfully to the higher-ups.
Yu Luyun's address had shifted unconsciously from young man to Mr. Ma. Ma Xiaoshuai's expression remained utterly unchanged. Finally, he shot Yu Luyun a cold glance before glancing sideways at the old monk, who remained as serene as ever. Then, without a backward glance, he turned and strode purposefully toward the exit of the police station.
Throughout the entire exchange, Master Dewey remained utterly silent, not even lifting an eyelid.
He stood silently, one hand pressed to his chest, the other twirling prayer beads.
Not until Ma Xiaoshuai's figure vanished completely at the elevator entrance.
Chapter 65. The Buddha says, it cannot be spoken.
A faint, inscrutable smile finally reappeared on Master Dewey's impassive face.
He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze not resting on Yu Luyun, but fixed instead on the empty doorway.
Amitba.
He murmured the Buddhist invocation softly. Yu Luyun shuddered, then looked at Master Dewey with reverence, cautiously asking, Master, this. He felt his entire worldview had been shattered repeatedly within the span of mere minutes. It had been hastily glued back together with superglue, now reduced to a complete mess beyond repair. Summoning every ounce of courage, he dared to seek guidance from the profoundly enlightened Master Dewey before him. He craved an explanation, even if it was some profoundly esoteric Zen riddle. At the very least, it might spare him from staring blankly at a blank document when writing his report. Yet Master Dewey merely shook his head slowly. His weathered, lined face bore a trace of compassionate sanctity. His lips parted slightly, uttering 5 words. The Buddha said, it cannot be spoken. The voice was not loud, yet it seemed to carry a strange, magical power. Yu Luyun instantly swallowed the 10,000 questions that had been on the tip of his tongue. Unspeakable. Well, enlightened masters are all like this, aren't they? Yu Luyun silently grumbled to himself, yet forced a smile that looked worse than a cry. He prepared to utter a few more polite platitudes before making a hasty exit. He feared his brain would overheat and start smoking if he lingered any longer. But what followed caused his brain to freeze completely. After Master Dewey solemnly finished chanting unspeakable, with practiced ease, he drew from beneath his wide monk's robe a brightly colored booklet. On the cover, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman, wearing a bikini that was practically non-existent, striking an incredibly provocative pose. The glaring title, Beach Babes, Summer Photo Collection, nearly blinded Yu Luyun's titanium alloy eyes. Master Dewey, however, paid no heed to his reaction. He cradled the photo book with utmost care, as if cradling a long-lost, peerless Buddhist scripture. His fingers trembled as he turned a page, his gaze reverent and his expression focused, as if studying the mysteries of the universe or the true meaning of life. Amitabha Buddha. The master continued to murmur these words. What is sin, what is sin? Such demonic obstacles dare to shake this humble monk's supreme Zen mind? Unforgivable. Ugh, this back, these legs. Sinful. Utterly sinful. Yu Luyun's mouth twitched violently. He watched as Master Dewey delivered his heartfelt condemnation while simultaneously gazing intently at the pages, occasionally letting out a tisk of admiration. His fingers traced patterns across the pages, as if conducting some profound scholarly research. Were it not for that Buddha's phantom form moments ago, Yu Luyun might have suspected this monk was an impostor. The night was as dark as ink, and a cold wind howled through the gaps between the skyscrapers, sounding like the wails of ghosts.
Ma Xiaoshuai stood at the edge of a skyscraper's rooftop, gazing down at the neon-dotted steel forest below. The city's clamor was muffled far below, leaving only the wind's whispers as his companion. The pressure that old monk had exerted on him at the branch office of the Paranormal Investigation Bureau far exceeded that of the S-class anomaly, the Taotia. Not to mention that old monk seemed to have a natural advantage over him, just as he had over the Taotia. Seems this world isn't as simple as I imagined. Ma Xiaoshuai murmured to himself. Interesting. This is getting more and more interesting.
In the cultivation realm, he had ascended to the pinnacle of demonic arts, overlooking all beings.
How lonely it was to be invincible.
Now, back in the city, in this new world eroded by the bazaar, he had actually encountered an existence that made him feel apprehensive. Far from instilling fear, this stirred a long-dormant thrill and excitement deep within him.
Stay low-key, stay low-key. He slapped his own face, reminding himself. In the cultivation realm, survival to the end never relied on brute strength alone. True mastery lay in the cunning to crawl low, play small, and strike from behind. The tallest tree in the forest is the first to be struck by the wind. Until he fully understood the limits of power in this world, it was safer to keep playing the role of a somewhat capable newcomer. All for the ultimate glory. As his thoughts churned, a malevolent aura silently locked onto him. Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes narrowed slightly. The aura was complex, a mix of human scent and an eerie, chilling coldness. Yet its intensity was laughably weak. Like a fly buzzing incessantly by your ear, too dirty to swat, yet unbearably irritating to ignore. Seriously, why does every Tom, Dick, and Harry think they can challenge me now? An inexplicable rage surged within him. He'd barely escaped the clutches of an old fox, and now some reckless bug was crawling into his path. Did they really think he was a sickly cat just because he hadn't roared? Ma Xiaoshuai didn't turn back, but a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. His toes lightly tapped the edge of the building, and his entire body silently leapt into the pitch-black night beyond the city walls. The dark shadow behind him followed without hesitation, matching his speed with surprising agility. TSK. Since you're so eager to meet your end, don't blame me. Ma Xiaoshuai accelerated again, becoming a blurred afterimage. After a few leaps atop the buildings, he vanished completely at the city's edge. On the outskirts lay an abandoned industrial park. The moonlight cast a sickly pallor over rust-stained factory buildings and knee-high weeds, adding an eerie chill to the scene. Ma Xiaoshuai materialized like a ghostly apparition on an open concrete patch. He turned leisurely, hands tucked into his pockets, waiting silently. Seconds later, a dark figure darted from the shadows in the distance, landing 20 meters ahead of him. Ma Xiaoshuai lifted his eyes to appraise the newcomer. An ordinary face, the kind you'd never pick out in a crowd. He wore an oversized black hoodie, the hood pulled low over his head, obscuring most of his face. His entire demeanor radiated an air of "I'm so mysterious" that screamed teenage angst. Ma Xiaoshuai's mind raced through everyone he knew, confirming he had no recollection of this person. "Sir, you're up in the middle of the night, chasing me all the way out to this godforsaken place. What? Want my autograph?" His tone was teasing, yet his voice held not a trace of humor. The dark figure fell silent for a moment before slowly raising a hand to pull back the hood. Revealed was an ordinary, even somewhat dull-looking face. "Mr. Ma, is that correct?" His voice was hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken in ages. Ma Xiaoshuai raised an eyebrow, nodding noncommittally in tacit acknowledgement. "Hello. Allow me to introduce myself." The man forced a stiff smile, a grimace uglier than crying. "My name is Zhu Wushang. Interested in joining us? In joining the world that truly belongs to the bazaar? Chapter 66, Are you a masochist? Zhu Wushang?" Ma Xiaoshuai chewed on the name, finding it unfamiliar. But his gaze sharpened, fixating on the zipper of the man's hoodie. There, as the man had raised his arm, a corner of the collar had inadvertently peeked out. That was the standard issue inner lining of the Paranormal Investigation Bureau, with a tiny embroidered 5 on the collar, the emblem of the 5th Action Team. "Oh, wow. A mole." Ma Xiaoshuai's heart was bursting with glee. This was exactly the kind of drama he loved to watch. Tisk. He shook his head, letting out a series of regretful smacking sounds. "Seems like no place is safe from having trash mixed in." His words were blunt, practically a direct insult. Yet Zhu Wushang's reaction took him completely by surprise. Far from getting angry, the man merely pulled that stiff smile back onto his face. He even gave Ma Xiaoshuai a slight bow. "Thank you," he said in his hoarse voice, with utmost sincerity. "I only did what I should have done." Ma Xiaoshuai was utterly speechless. He stared blankly at the man before him, his brain momentarily crashing. "Seriously, I wasn't complimenting you, okay? Are you a masochist? Can't you understand plain speech? Is there something wrong with this guy's brain?" Zhu Wushang seemed completely oblivious to the sarcasm in Ma Xiaoshuai's words. He maintained that same fervent expression. "The weak get devoured, the strong survive, that's how the world should be. Humans are too fragile. Only by embracing the bazaar and merging with a greater existence can we achieve immortality and true evolution."
He spread his arms wide, as if embracing the entire night sky, his expression maniacal.
Mr. Ma, you're powerful. I can sense that familiar aura within you, that overwhelming force capable of obliterating everything. You don't belong among these fragile humans. You should stand with us. Ma Xiaoshuai stared at him as if observing a hopeless fool. Silently, slowly, he pulled his phone from his breast pocket. On the screen, the red record button flashed intermittently.
In front of Zhu Wuxian, he deliberately tapped to stop recording, then found a contact he'd added not long ago, dandy suit guy Yu Luyun. He sent the entire video, several minutes long, containing Zhu Wuxian's self-introduction, declaration of defection, and attempts to recruit and turn others with a single tap. Only after completing these actions did he lift his head, turn the phone screen toward Zhu Wuxian, and gave him a nod.
The fervor on Zhu Wuxian's face froze instantly.
Ma Xiaoshuai smiled like an innocent child, utterly harmless.
He even pressed the voice button and spoke into the phone with an utterly innocent tone. Hey, team leader, are you asleep yet? Sent you something good. That trash from your bureau, take a look yourself.
Oh, and this guy's Zhu Wuxian from the 5th Action Team.
Just wondering, how should we handle traitors of this caliber? Should we execute them on the spot, or capture them alive for dissection and research?
The color drained from Zhu Wuxian's face at a visible pace, leaving him as pale as the moon in the sky. His eyes locked onto the phone in Ma Xiaoshuai's hand, pupils violently contracting. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back.
When did he start recording? How had he failed to notice at all? This guy, it wasn't arrogance. He did this on purpose. From the very beginning, he never intended to fight me. Zhu Wuxian's mind was gripped by an unprecedented terror. The grotesque beings could resurrect because they were energy entities, immortal existences. But he, Zhu Wuxian, was still human. He was merely a human traitor who had embraced the power of the Gi. A bullet would kill him. A knife through the heart would kill him. Once news of his betrayal reached the Paranormal Investigation Bureau, endless pursuit awaited him. No refuge remains, not even at the ends of the earth. Forget being torn limb from limb, not a single intact bone would remain. When he dies for good. Fear is the best fuel. When Zhu Wuxian realized his life had been utterly incinerated by that small glowing screen in Ma Xiaoshuai's hands, that soul-freezing terror ignited within him in an instant. It transformed into a world-shattering inferno of rage. He was finished. Whether he lived or died tonight, he was finished. Traitors to the Paranormal Investigation Bureau never met a good end. His file would be marked as maximum danger, his photo appearing on every field agent's terminal. He would be hunted, surrounded, and used as a stepping stone for promotions and a living textbook. No peace would ever come his way. Since the path ahead is hell anyway, he might as well drag along the bastard who ruined everything. Let's go down together. You are asking for death. The words were practically squeezed out through Zhu Wuxian's clenched teeth, each syllable dripping with venomous hatred. His face, already deathly pale from blood loss, twisted in fury. Veins bulged like snarling earthworms across his forehead and neck. Boom! The blazing flames were no longer tentative sparks, but erupted like a volcano. They erupted from every pore of his body. The fiery orange flames instantly engulfed his entire body, a violent heat wave sweeping outward from him. The damp moss on the ground dried instantly, and even the air crackled under the unbearable pressure. He had once been the ace of the Paranormal Investigation Bureau's 5th Operations Team, and a class-awakened being of the flowing fire type. Fire was supposed to be his glory, the symbol of his power. But now, something else mingled within those flames. Strands of ink-black, eerie energy rose from the shadows beneath his feet. Like living venomous serpents, they greedily coiled around the raging flames. Sizzle! A shrill sound erupted, like boiling oil splashed into ice water. The orange-red flames struggled violently, twisting and contorting as they were corroded by the black mist, until they were completely consumed and assimilated. In the next instant, the flames on Zhu Wuxian's body transformed into an unprecedented, deathly black. The black flames burned silently, emitting not a trace of heat, instead resembling an invisible black hole, madly devouring the light and heat around it. The abandoned warehouse, once illuminated by flames, instantly dimmed, filled with a bone-chilling cold. More unsettling than the earlier scorching heat, it spread silently. This is interesting. Ma Xiaoshuai calmly slipped his phone back into his pocket, paying no heed to any possible response from Yu Luyun on the other end. His gaze, tinged with almost childlike curiosity, fixed on the eerie black flames enveloping Zhu Wuxian. This feeling felt familiar. Chaotic, filthy, brimming with negative energy. Yet at its core, it bore a faint, strange kinship to the 10,000 Calamities demon art he cultivated. Chapter 67, July's Burning Heat. Except that he refined pure celestial chi and the life force of all things. This fellow, however, seemed to have sacrificed himself to some unspeakable abnormality. In exchange for this monstrous, unnatural power. It was like the difference between orthodox immortal arts and the most base demonic techniques. That old monk named Dui encountered earlier, though his Buddhist power was irritating, had solid foundations and was a legitimate cultivator. But this one before him, Zhu Wuxian, was an awakened one tainted by that very same uncanny power.
This was his first genuine confrontation with the extraordinary forces of this world. He was eager to see what this so-called a rank was truly made of.
Zhu Wushang clearly didn't give Ma Xiaoshuai much time to think.
All his reason had been reduced to ashes by rage, leaving only one thought: kill Ma Xiaoshuai.
Feel fear. Feel this power beyond mortal comprehension.
He let out a roar unlike any human voice, thrusting both hands forward with brutal force.
July's burning fire. In an instant, the black flames burning upon his body seemed to be imbued with life. They instantly fragmented into dozens of fist-sized black fireballs. Unlike ordinary flames, these orbs did not rise upward.
Instead, they carried a heavy, weighty presence. Like black meteors hurled from a catapult, they trailed long, dark streaks.
With a piercing whistle, they rained down like a torrential storm, overwhelming Ma Xiaoshuai. This was not hot flame, but cold. An extreme, soul-freezing cold. Wherever the black fireballs passed, moisture in the air instantly crystallized into fine ice flakes, falling with a soft rustle. They did not ignite upon hitting the ground, but instead slammed into the concrete with a loud thud. At each point of impact, eerie black frost crystallized, swiftly spreading outward. The temperature of the entire space plummeted below freezing. Facing this attack that felt like a natural disaster, Ma Xiaoshuai's expression didn't waver. He didn't even shift his stance an inch. He simply raised his right hand. A black mist purer than the black flames on Zhu Wushang's body. It spread from his palm, slowly coiling around his right arm. It was not an outward projection of power, but an inward absorption. As if his arm itself were a black hole capable of devouring all things. A black fireball, carrying a chill that could freeze everything to death. It arrived in an instant, hurtling straight toward his face. Ma Xiaoshuai didn't even glance at it. His right hand, shrouded in demonic energy, casually swept forward. As if swatting away an annoying fly. No earth-shattering roar, no dazzling flash of clashing energies. His fist struck the black fireball with pinpoint accuracy. Pop. A soft pop, like crushing a ripe berry. The black fireball, containing the full power and bizarre energy of an A-rank awakened being. Without even a hint of resistance, it simply shattered. It was immediately enveloped by the demonic energy swirling around Ma Xiaoshuai's arm, consumed completely without a trace of cold air escaping. The entire process unfolded with fluid grace and effortless ease.
This can't be possible? Zhu Wushang's eyes nearly popped out of his head. The madness and ferocity on his face were replaced by an even more extreme sense of shock and incomprehension. That was the July blazing fire. His most powerful attack. After receiving the power of the great existence, he could clearly feel his strength had undergone a qualitative transformation. The destructive force of each black flame far surpassed anything before. He was even confident that with this single move, he could not only stand against, but utterly crush any A-rank awakened of equal level. He had transcended A-rank. Yet now, this ultimate strike capable of freezing all things, had been swatted away like a mosquito with a single punch? It couldn't even force him back half a step? This defied logic. It defied science. It's even, downright bizarre. What a nerve. Ma Xiaoshuai shook his hand as if it had touched something filthy. He watched the man in the distance, whose expression was already beginning to crack, and offered his heartfelt assessment. Beyond a class? That's it? He clicked his tongue, his expression betraying unmistakable disappointment. This force, this energy intensity, it wasn't even worth comparing to that old baldass who'd given him a run for his money. It was like comparing a minor sorcerer to a grand wizard. When the old bald monk struck, golden light blazed, sacred chants echoed, and the earth shook within 100 meters. That was what fighting was all about. This guy, was he playing house? That faint, eerie chill of power? To someone cultivating the 10,000 Calamities demon art. Not only was it no threat, it felt like a low-grade supplement delivered right to his doorstep. He didn't even need to consciously refine it. The demonic energy swallowed itself whole. Zhu Wushang's mind went blank. He couldn't comprehend a single thing happening before his eyes. Staring at Ma Xiaoshuai's bored expression, a chill shot up his spine from the base of his skull to the crown of his head. What kind of monster was this guy? He wasn't being arrogant. He was genuinely fearless. The instant Zhu Wushang's mind froze from the staggering power disparity, Ma Xiaoshuai moved. No running start. No warning. His form merely flickered in place, like snowflakes on a poor TV signal, vanishing abruptly. Zhu Wushang's pupils contracted to pinpricks. Where was he? His eyes darted frantically, trying to track the opponent's trail, but his dynamic vision couldn't keep up. The next instant, a gust of wind slammed into his face. Ma Xiaoshuai materialized before him, standing less than half a meter away. Too fast. So fast that Zhu Wushang's nervous system couldn't even register the threat in time to react. He could only watch helplessly as Ma Xiaoshuai's face, tinged with mockery, rapidly enlarged in his field of vision. Then, he saw the other's right leg lift upward at an impossibly sharp angle with blinding speed. The knee. That was the last thought that flashed through Zhu Wushang's mind. Thud. A dull, teeth-grindingly loud thud. Ma Xiaoshuai's knee slammed solidly and mercilessly into Zhu Wushang's lower abdomen. In that instant, Zhu Wushang felt as though his body had been struck head-on by a speeding truck.
An indescribable, terrifying force pierced through his thin combat suit, instantly tearing through his muscles, organs, and his entire body. His abdominal muscles caved inward with an exaggerated curve, his spine cracking audibly. Ugh! Gah! A torrent of yellow-green bile, mixed with stomach acid and undigested food, erupted uncontrollably from his mouth. Chapter 68, You're a Devil. He felt his internal organs violently churned into a pulp, while forced up his throat by the blow, leaving his mouth filled with an indelible bitterness. Agonizing pain. Heart-wrenching agony. Zhu Wushang's eyes bulged instantly, bloodshot and wild, as the world spun violently before him. His body flew backward like a discarded sack, feet leaving the ground as he was sent tumbling. His body arched into an exaggerated C-shaped midair, tracing a pitiful parabolic arc. He slammed heavily onto the concrete ground over 10 meters away, tumbling several times before finally coming to a halt. The arrogant black flames engulfing his body, under the extreme impact. Like a candle flame buffeted by a fierce wind, extinguished in an instant. The shadow of death surged in from all directions, instantly drowning Zhu Wushang's rationality. Lying on the cold, rough concrete, every inch of his body screamed in agony. The sunken pit in his abdomen seemed to become a black hole, frantically devouring his life force. It was not merely physical agony. It was a terror that originated deep within his very soul. He finally understood, he had been wrong from the very beginning. Wrong beyond measure. This wasn't a contest between equals. It wasn't even a game of cat and mouse. It was a crushing defeat. A crushing defeat, utterly predictable and utterly senseless. The bored expression on the other's face wasn't a pretense. It was the genuine indifference of one standing above the clouds, looking down upon ants. The bizarre power he prided himself on seemed like a plastic toy sword waved by a 3-year-old in front of him, laughable and pitiful. Run. Must run. This thought exploded in his mind like a single spark in utter despair. The discipline of the Paranormal Investigation Bureau? The consequences of betraying the organization? In this moment, they all seemed utterly meaningless. If he didn't run, he would die now. This man's eyes held no law, no procedure, only the most primal intent to kill. He could feel it clearly. The other man genuinely intended to slaughter him, like crushing an annoying insect underfoot. Escape, and he might live a few more days. If captured by the Bureau, he'd at least face a trial. But staying here. Zhu Wushang dared not think further. Summoning every ounce of strength left in his body, he dragged himself forward on elbows and heels, scraping desperately across the ground. Trying to get farther away from that figure approaching at a leisurely pace, just a little farther. Each movement tore at the wound in his abdomen. The agony nearly sent him into unconsciousness. A hoarse, bellows-like sound escaped his throat. He watched Ma Xiaoshuai's face draw nearer and nearer. Fear finally breached the dam of reason. Devil, devil. His voice was hoarse and dry, filled with uncontrollable tremors. You're a devil. Ma Xiaoshuai halted, tilting his head with an expression of disappointment growing deeper on his face. He couldn't be bothered to respond to the curses. Tsk tisk. He made a dismissive sound and shook his head. I thought you might at least give me a chance to stretch my legs, warm up a bit. Turns out, you can't even land a single blow. Truly, utterly disappointing. That flat tone cut deeper than any vicious taunt, stabbing ruthlessly into Zhu Wushang's already shattered heart. Was he actually disappointed? Because I was too weak? Ma Xiaoshuai was indeed disappointed. Unbidden, the scene from earlier at the precinct flashed through his mind, how that old monk had dominated him. The old monk radiated solemn dignity, bathed in golden light, his chanting of Buddhist sutras echoing across heaven and earth. Though he'd been battered, at least the fight had been back and forth, a thrilling exchange. At least, that's how Ma Xiaoshuai saw it. Now look at this guy in front of him. This was the so-called a class? Compared to that suspected S-rank old bald monk, it was like a trickle meeting a mighty river not even in the same league. Was the gap in combat strength really this vast in this world? Ma Xiaoshuai couldn't be bothered to delve deeper. It was pointless to dwell on it. Anyway, the growth potential of the 10,000 Calamities demon art was undeniable. As long as he kept devouring these so-called strange phenomena, his cultivation realm would skyrocket like a rocket. At the 6th layer of Qi cultivation, he could easily handle an A-rank opponent. What about when he reached Foundation Establishment or Golden Core? Then, I'll drag that old bald monk over, strip him naked, hang him from the city gate tower, and make him sing his heart out about what true conquest means. The thought of that scene lifted Ma Xiaoshuai's spirits slightly. He lifted his eyelids, his gaze settling once more on Zhu Wushang. This subpar tonic might as well eat it. Better than nothing, I suppose. His right hand lifted slightly, and a strand of pure black demonic energy began to swirl in his palm. The air temperature plummeted several degrees in an instant. Zhu Wushang's pupils contracted into the most dangerous pinpricks. He could sense the terrifying energy within that small cloud of black mist enough to erase him completely. Death's scythe hung poised at his throat. No. No. He wailed in utter despair. Just as Ma Xiaoshuai prepared to send this insignificant insect on his final journey. Hold your hand. A powerful shout pierced the silent night sky, echoing from the far end of the alley. The voice carried a hint of urgency and an undeniable authority.
Ma Xiaoshuai's hand froze mid-motion, the gathered demonic energy slowly dissipating. He shot a displeased glance toward the source of the voice.
Who the hell is that? What terrible timing.
Moments later, a white figure burst into the alleyway, accompanied by a rush of wind. The newcomer was panting heavily, his chest heaving violently, clearly having sprinted a considerable distance at full speed. Yet the white suit he wore remained immaculate, not a single wrinkle in sight, starkly out of place amidst the filthy, chaotic surroundings.
Besides the dandy Yu Luyun, who else could it be?
Ma Xiaoshuai was tempted to pry open his wardrobe just to see if it was filled with nothing but white suits, ranging from size S to XXXXL, to accommodate his ever-changing physique after every battle. Yu Luyun came to a halt and swiftly scanned the scene. When his gaze fell upon Zhu Wushang's utterly pitiful state, the corner of his eye twitched involuntarily. Zhu Wushang was, after all, a formally designated Grade A external investigator for the Bureau. Though his conduct was questionable and he was under internal investigation, his combat prowess was undeniable.
And now, he'd been reduced to a half-dead, mangled mess with a single strike?
Yu Luyun suppressed the shock surging within him, forcing what he considered his most charming smile onto his face.
Brother Ma, long time no see.
He initiated the conversation, attempting to ease the tense atmosphere.
Ma Xiaoshuai raised an eyebrow, saying nothing.
Yu Luyun, unfazed, pressed on.
Brother Ma, what do you think? Could this matter be handled internally by the Investigation Bureau? Chapter 69, 500,000. He
gestured toward Zhu Wushang, who lay on the ground, nearly unconscious. This guy's involved in a major case, and there might be a sizable organization behind it.
We need to get something out of him. Keeping him alive is crucial for us. Fine, take him away.
He's of no use to me either.
Yu Luyun froze. So, he agreed? So straightforward?
All the arguments he prepared got stuck in his throat, not a single word coming out.
It felt like punching cotton, utterly frustrating. Still, the outcome was favorable.
He exhaled in relief, about to wave to the men following behind him, signaling them to carry Zhu Wushang away. But Ma Xiaoshuai seemed to suddenly recall something, speaking slowly. His jet-black eyes fixed intently on Yu Luyun.
Oh, right. Yu Luyun's heart skipped a beat. He knew it couldn't be that simple. Was he about to negotiate terms?
Yu Luyun's mind raced.
50,000? Question mark. Yu Luyun's expression froze.
He wondered if his ears were playing tricks on him. Ma Xiaoshuai held out a hand, fingers splayed, waving it in front of Yu Luyun with an utterly serious expression.
You can take the person. But you have to pay. 50,000 cash. A deathly silence fell over the area. Only Zhu Wushang's faint moans could be heard.
Yu Luyun and the law enforcement division members who had just arrived behind him stood dumbfounded, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. They had imagined countless possibilities. The other party might demand an exorbitant sum. But never in their wildest dreams.
The other party's demand was actually for money?
And it was a figure of 500,000, a sum that wasn't exactly huge, but certainly not small either.
This was not how it was supposed to go. When masters clash, shouldn't they be discussing principles, methods, and the grand trends of the world? How did this suddenly turn into haggling at the market?
What did you say? Yu Luyun felt his tongue had gone numb.
He needed to confirm this again.
Ma Xiaoshuai was growing impatient.
I said, 50,000. For his life. He pointed at Zhu Wushang lying on the ground. What? The Paranormal Investigation Bureau is such a big organization, and you can't even come up with 500,000? You're broke, aren't you? He wasn't joking.
He was genuinely short on cash. The million-yuan bounty for stopping that S-class anomaly, the Tao Tai, had been completely swindled away by the damn bald-headed old goat. Not only did he get nothing, but he'd also poured in a ton of effort. Now, all he had left was the few hundred yuan Wang Xiaoshuai had stuffed into his hands as living expenses. Even scrimping and saving, it wouldn't last him more than a few days. If he didn't find a way to make some money soon, he, the mighty demon lord of 10,000 calamities, would end up begging under the overpass. He couldn't possibly go back and apply for that security guard job paying $35 a month with one meal included. That would be utterly beneath him. What about the demon lord's dignity? Therefore, this sucker who'd walked right into his trap had to be fleeced thoroughly. Watching Yu Luyun's expression, Ma Xiaoshuai had already made up his mind. Not a single cent less than 500,000 today. Yu Luyun's mind went blank. Transfer the money. He fumbled for his phone, his movements stiff. Ma Xiaoshuai, however, moved swiftly. He deftly opened his payment QR code and handed it over. Yu Luyun's fingertip hovered over the screen for a second. He felt an utterly absurd sensation, as if he weren't conducting a critical handover concerning the city's safety, but rather scanning a QR code at a street stall to buy cold noodles. A soft beep sounded. 500,000 yuan has been received. The cold electronic voice announced. Ma Xiaoshuai's phone screen lit up. He glanced down at the number, a long string of zeros. The tight corners of his mouth relaxed slightly. Good. At least he wouldn't have to survive on plain boiled cabbage every meal anymore. Time to treat himself to a proper meal. A whole beef hot pot was definitely on the menu. Satisfied, he tucked his phone away and casually waved at Yu Luyun, as if dismissing an insignificant minor character. Alright, take him with you. I'm outta here. He turned to leave, unwilling to linger a second longer. Brother Ma. Yu Luyun hurriedly called after him. He watched Ma Xiaoshuai's retreating figure, his expression complex. Finally, he spoke with solemnity. The Investigation Bureau will give you a proper explanation regarding this incident. Thank you for your assistance. Ma Xiaoshuai didn't pause his steps, only a faint MHM drifted back from behind. Watching the two Enforcement Division members scrambling to carry Zhu Wuxian off the ground, Yu Luyun's gaze sharpened once more. He stared at the deeply unconscious Zhu Wuxian, his thoughts churning. Long ago, a fierce debate had erupted within the Bureau. Radicals proposed a bold concept countering the bizarre with the bizarre. Utilize certain relatively controllable, or potentially communicable, supernatural entities to counter those terrifying entities whose sole purpose was destruction. But this proposal was ultimately rejected by the highest authorities with thunderous force. The justification was succinct: those not of our kind harbor different intentions. To entrust humanity's safety to the mercy of the uncanny is itself the greatest folly and betrayal. Yet now, humans who have actually sided with the anomalies have emerged. Zhu Wuxian, an auxiliary enforcement officer of the Investigation Bureau, had become a lackey of the strange entities. This is no mere corruption or moral decay, it is a blatant betrayal of all humanity. He must be exposed. The people behind him, that organization, they must be uprooted completely. Yu Luyun's gaze turned icy. Even if he refuses to talk, it doesn't matter. The Bureau never lacks awakened ones skilled in manipulating minds and souls. Hypnosis, dream intrusion, memory extraction. There's always a method suited for him. No one keeps secrets in the Paranormal Investigation Bureau's interrogation room. Yet, just as he was brimming with confidence, ready to wrap things up, roar! A deep, inhuman roar erupted from the ground. Zhu Wuxian, lying motionless on the floor, began convulsing violently without warning. The wounds on his body, those easily inflicted by Ma Xiaoshuai. Instead of bleeding, they now gushed forth thick streams of viscous energy, black as ink. That energy twisted into countless writhing tentacles, voraciously devouring his own flesh and blood. Sizzle! The sound of flesh being corroded and dissolved sent shivers down the spine. Ma Xiaoshuai, who had just turned and taken a few steps away, halted abruptly. He slowly turned his head, raising an eyebrow slightly. Oh? An unexpected surprise? This force? Bad. Scatter. Yu Luyun's pupils suddenly contracted. A deadly sense of danger made every hair on his body stand on end. He practically roared the warning. But it was too late. The Enforcement Division members who had just lifted Zhu Wuxian onto the stretcher were closest. They didn't even have time to react to what was happening. Chapter 70, Flame King. Ink-black energy tentacles shot out at a speed barely perceptible to the naked eye, instantly coiling around the bodies of two of them. Ah! Save me! Save me, team leader! Piercing screams rent the night sky. They weren't awakened ones, merely ordinary staff members from the Investigation Bureau responsible for internal disciplinary oversight. In terms of combat prowess, they were scarcely stronger than ordinary patrol officers. Faced with such a level of supernatural power, they were as fragile as paper. The moment the black energy tentacles wrapped around their bodies, thick smoke billowed from their combat suits. Their skin rapidly charred and rotted, their entire bodies seemingly tossed into sulfuric acid, being digested at a visible pace. You bastards! Yu Luyun's eyes bulged with fury as he roared. At this life-or-death moment, he cared not a whit for his flashy custom-tailored suit. Boom! A deep, muffled explosion echoed as the muscles in his arms and back instantly bulged, knotting like rock. The expensive, perfectly tailored suit exploded like an inflated balloon from his back, sending shreds of fabric flying everywhere. The ground beneath his feet cracked as he transformed into an arrow released from its string, charging forward with savage fury. His speed reached its absolute limit. He grabbed the nearest member and yanked him backward with all his might. Rip! The black tentacles coiled around the member's legs were torn clean off by sheer brute force. The rescued member collapsed to the ground, his pant leg gone, his calf a bloody mess, but at least his life was spared. But on the other side, it was already too late. The agonized screams of the other member abruptly ceased as his entire body was enveloped by black energy. Dragged along, he merged into Zhu Wuxian's rapidly mutating body. The entire process took no more than 2 or 3 seconds. A vibrant life was extinguished just like that. Ma Xiaoshuai's figure had already drifted backwards several dozen meters without anyone noticing. He landed steadily atop a shipping container. Arms crossed, he surveyed the chaotic, blood-soaked scene below with a condescending gaze. His face bore not a trace of emotion. As if admiring a fireworks display that had nothing to do with him. He waited. Waiting for this force to fully take shape. This force, rather interesting. It could serve as a decent appetizer. On the ground, the writhing mass of black flesh finally ceased its expansion.
Zhu Wushang, or rather, what had once been Zhu Wushang, slowly rose from the ground.
The wounds on his body had vanished without a trace.
The abdomen, previously caved in by Ma Xiaoshuai's kick,
now bulged high, as if incubating some monstrous creature. His height had increased by nearly half a meter, and his limbs had become wildly disproportionate, stretching and contracting erratically. Black patterns crawled across his ashen skin, gradually spreading to cover his entire body. His eyes had transformed into terrifying, pure white orbs, no pupils, no focus, only a void of dead silence.
Viscous, foul-smelling saliva
dripped incessantly from the corners of his mouth, stretched wide to his ears.
Ha, ha!
A meaningless growl erupted from his throat as he twisted his neck.
Those white eyes scanned every person present.
It was the gaze one reserves for food.
The atmosphere froze solid.
The few surviving members of the enforcement division were already pale with fear. Their legs trembled, lacking even the courage to raise their guns.
Yu Luyun shielded his wounded subordinate, his gaze locked on the monster.
Every muscle taut, like a tiger poised to strike. Just as the tension reached its peak, a chilling voice echoed from atop the container.
Flame King? Ma Xiaoshuai glanced sideways at Yu Luyun below.
Yen Wan, he repeated instinctively, his pronunciation slightly off.
It's the yen from Flame.
Yu Luyun shook his head, his voice carrying a hint of terror he hadn't even noticed himself. He stared intently at the creature that had completely lost its human form, speaking each word deliberately. I never imagined that his people had infiltrated our investigation bureau. As the words fell, the air itself seemed to grow heavier.
Flame King.
This codename belonged to the most dangerous page in the Paranormal Investigation Bureau's top secret files. A being whose true form had never been witnessed, yet assessed as S-class, perhaps even surpassing S-class in terror. All intelligence about him came from regions polluted by his power and the delirious ramblings of survivors.
Destruction, devouring, expansion.
His followers sacrificed themselves,
transforming into monsters that spread flames and plague.
And now, one of his pawns has infiltrated the core agency tasked with combating the uncanny, the Paranormal Investigation Bureau, without a whisper. This is no mere infiltration.
This is a declaration of war.
The tang of gunpowder mingled with the damp, salty air of the docks. In the deathly quiet harbor, those pure white eyes slowly shifted, glancing past the trembling enforcement division members before locking onto the figure standing with arms crossed atop a shipping container.
Their gazes met.
The creature's mouth twisted into a grin, its corners stretching wider. Viscous saliva dripped to the ground, emitting a sizzling, corrosive sound. Then, a raspy voice squeezed from its inhuman throat.
Not bad.
The voice was not loud, yet it pierced the ears of everyone present with crystal clarity.
Someone actually managed to defeat one of my fragments.
The moment the words fell, Yu Luyun's pupils abruptly contracted.
A fragment? Merely a fragment of a clone?
He whipped his head around, staring at the twisted humanoid monster.
A single fragment sacrificed two of his most capable lieutenants and corrupted an A-class investigator into this monstrous form? How terrifying must the true form of that Flame King be?
This thought crashed violently into Yu Luyun's mind, stirring up a raging tempest. He felt his breathing grow labored. This had already surpassed the scope of an A-level incident.
He must report this immediately.
He must request the highest level of support. Yet the man atop the container
seemed oblivious to this declaration that could overturn the entire Paranormal Investigation Bureau's understanding.
Ma Xiaoshuai scratched his ear, his face wearing undisguised disgust.
Ha, you really pulled it off.
He curled his lip. This deeply personal taunt caused the tense atmosphere below to freeze in an eerie pause.
Even the monsters seemed to freeze for a moment. Pretend?
A hint of human-like confusion flickered in those pure white eyes. It repeated the word, its raspy voice echoing eerily across the empty dock. Is it the pretend to be something? It seemed to be struggling to grasp the meaning of the word. It tilted its head, now barely recognizable as human. It even glanced down at its own swollen belly. Your human language and culture are truly fascinating. The next second, its tone took a complete 180-degree turn. That trace of confusion was instantly replaced by boundless malice. Its face twisted into a hideous grimace. So fascinating, it makes me want to devour every last one of you, one by one. Chapter 71, Boneblade vs. Tang Sword. Roar! A bestial roar erupted from the depths of its belly. Visible black sound waves spread outward like ripples. Accompanying this wave, its already colossal form swelled further. The black patterns across its skin emitted an ominous glow. A crushing pressure, several times more intense than before, swept across the entire scene like a mountain collapsing or a tsunami crashing. The few surviving Enforcement Division members could no longer hold themselves up, collapsing with a series of thuds. A wet patch quickly spread across their trousers, and a pungent, foul odor filled the air. Yu Luyun's face turned ashen. He couldn't wait any longer. The monster's aura continued to surge, growing more threatening with every passing second. He shoved his injured subordinate behind him, his legs sinking slightly as the concrete beneath cracked with a crackling sound. Beneath his bronze-colored skin, muscles bulged and strained. His entire body tense like a fully drawn bow, poised to unleash a thunderous arrow at any moment. Now! A sharp gleam flashed in Yu Liuyun's eyes as he leaned forward. Power surged through his core, poised to erupt. Hey, hey, hey! A hand landed unexpectedly on his shoulder. Yu Liuyun stiffened. With every fiber of his being primed for action and his senses heightened to the extreme. Yet he hadn't sensed anyone approaching at all. He whipped his head around to find Ma Xiaoshuai's infuriatingly smug face staring back at him. When had he come down? What are you doing? Yu Liuyun hissed, his voice barely contained, anger threatening to erupt. This guy is mine. Ma Xiaoshuai's hand seemed to rest lightly on him, yet it carried an irresistible force. It pressed Yu Liuyun's gathered strength firmly back down. After all, I got paid. I've got to provide some after-sales service, right? Ma Xiaoshuai winked at him, his smile dazzling. After-sales service? Yu Liuyun nearly choked on his breath. What the hell? Joking around at a time like this? Could this even be resolved with after-sales service? This is an S-class no, possibly even beyond S-class terrifying entities fragment. He was about to reprimand him when he saw Ma Xiaoshuai had already turned away. He strolled over to that monster at a leisurely pace. Hey, big belly. Ma Xiaoshuai extended his right hand as he walked, fingers splayed. A thread of crimson light, as vivid as blood, materialized from his palm. Like living serpents, they darted swiftly around his wrist. Yu Liuyun saw clearly that within each crimson thread, molten lava seemed to flow, carrying a terrifyingly destructive aura that made his heart tremble. Red dust threads. Ma Xiaoshuai murmured softly. In an instant, countless crimson threads converged, coalesced, and took shape. An ancient-looking tang sword materialized in his hand. The blade glowed an eerie dark red, as if forged from congealed blood. More terrifying still, a layer of flame-like, dancing crimson light now enveloped the entire blade. The surrounding air crackled and twisted as it was scorched. The tang blade of the red dust. The flames of worldly karma. Ma Xiaoshuai casually flicked his blade, the edge slicing through the air and leaving behind a lingering crimson trail. He angled the blade's tip toward the beast that had ceased its roar. And was now staring intently at him with its white eyes. Since you're so fond of pretending things? Ma Xiaoshuai grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, his smile brimming with unmasked madness. Come on then, let this young master see how much you can pack inside your neck cavity, once I chop off your dog head. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he stomped down hard. Boom! The hard container lid bore a clear imprint of his footprint. His entire body transformed into a crimson arrow released from its string. Wrapped in a torrent of murderous intent, he shot straight toward the monster. His speed was so immense it even tore through the air with a piercing sonic boom. Roar! The creature calling itself the Flame King's avatar had clearly been enraged by Ma Xiaoshuai's utterly audacious provocation. It abandoned its attempts to intimidate the others. Its massive body surged forward, colliding head-on with the crimson streak of light. Its right arm underwent a drastic transformation during the charge. Muscle, bone, and skin melted away in an instant, transforming into a monstrous, black bone blade over 2 meters long. Black flames flickered across the blade's surface like infernal fire from the depths of hell, radiating a terrifying aura that seemed to devour all life. No technique. No strategy. Only the purest destruction and violence. The next instant, a crimson figure and a black one, two embodiments of ultimate annihilation, crashed together with a thunderous impact in the center of the vast clearing. Clang! A deafening clang of clashing metal erupted instantly. The sound was so piercing it could shatter eardrums. Where the crimson dust tang blade and the black bone blade met, an overwhelmingly brilliant light erupted. Red and black, two utterly contrasting energies, frenetically compressed and annihilated each other. Then, boom! A visible ring-shaped shockwave erupted from the two combatants, sweeping violently outward in all directions. A fierce gale, like a typhoon sweeping through. The ground was literally scraped away layer by layer, countless fragments of rock and debris whipped into the sky only to be instantly shredded into dust by the raging energy. Surrounding shipping containers, fragile as paper toys against this force, were blown to shreds. They emitted shrill, wailing screeches, some even being hurled directly into the air. Duck! Duck now! Yu Liuyun's eyes widened in fury. He roared, unleashing all his strength. Spreading his arms wide, he stood like a mountain before his few remaining subordinates. The gale lashed his face, stinging his cheeks. Even with his formidable A-rank awakened physique, he felt like a fragile boat tossed in a storm against this shockwave. His feet dug into the ground, refusing to budge an inch. His gaze locked onto the eye of the storm. Dust swirled, energy raged. There, two figures, one red, one black. Still locked in a clash of blades. The monster calling itself the Flame King's avatar had its entire arm enveloped in flickering black flames. It rendered the bone blade like a demonic weapon from the abyss, exuding a putrid stench. Ma Xiaoshuai stood straight, blade in hand. His red dust tang sword churned with eerie crimson flames, the fire madly licking at and consuming the opponent's black energy. And yet, evenly matched.
Yu Liuyun's heart gave a violent jolt. Only now did he truly grasp just how utterly wrong he had been. This man was no ordinary awakened one. The power he wielded transcended the existing power systems entirely. Could he be a monster from some hidden sect? Since the emergence of the anomalies, numerous sects had appeared in the mortal world. The Buddhist Jinshan Temple, the Taoist Dragon Tiger Mountain. Chapter 72, The Inferno of Mortal World. Countless thoughts flashed through Yu Liuyun's mind, momentarily making him forget the peril he faced. At the eye of the storm, Ma Xiaoshuai's expression remained as carefree as ever. Yet his gaze was more focused than ever before. Oh? He felt the power surging through the blade, a faint smile curling his lips. This is interesting. This force was of exceptionally high quality. Far purer than the strange energies he'd absorbed from those minor foes before. It was like, after eating coarse grains and wild vegetables for so long, suddenly getting a bite of premium snowflake beef. A true tonic. The 10,000 Calamities demon art circulated autonomously within him. Streams of suction emanated from the red dust tang blade, silently refining the encroaching black energy. Threads of supremely refined demonic energy flowed through his arm's meridians into his dantian sea of qi. The bottleneck of the sixth layer of qi refining seemed to loosen just a fraction. Bliss. Across from him, the monster's pure white eyes revealed shock for the very first time. This was its very source power. Nothing could withstand its flames. Burning was its very instinct. Yet now, the instant its power touched the crimson blade, it seemed to flow like rivers into the sea only to be endlessly devoured? How could this be possible? What on earth is this human? You? A parched syllable rasped from the monster's throat. It tried to retreat, only to find its bone blades clinging like magnets, utterly unable to break free. That crimson blade was frantically draining its power. Trying to run now? Ma Xiaoshuai saw through its intent, his smile growing brighter and more dangerous. Too late. You'll be the test subject for my new technique. His left hand formed an ancient, intricate seal as he murmured. 10,000 Calamities demon art, mortal world inferno. The moment the words fell, the hand seal in Ma Xiaoshuai's left hand tightened abruptly. The crimson flames along the blade of the tang sword, locked in a fierce standoff with the monster's bone blade, surged violently. Transforming into countless slender fire serpents, they instantly coiled upward, enveloping the monster's entire arm and half its body. A prison cage of pure crimson flame materialized out of thin air. Roar! A piercing scream, inhuman in its ferocity, erupted from within the flames. The once mighty Flame King's avatar thrashed wildly within the crimson inferno, its black flowing flames melting like ice doused in boiling oil. With audible sizzles, they melted and peeled away at a visible pace. It was no longer a cohesive entity, forcibly disintegrated into black energy particles. These particles emitted a desperate hum, yet they could not escape the confines of the purgatory by even an inch. Ma Xiaoshuai watched the scene with an expression of detached indifference, as if observing a highly efficient meat grinder at work. At the hilt of the red dust tang blade, a tiny crimson vortex spun at high speed, sucking in all the refined black energy. Torrential waves of demonic energy, now several times purer than before, surged through his meridians like a mighty flood, ultimately converging into his dantian sea of qi. The barrier of the peak sixth layer of qi cultivation shattered with a thunderous crash under this immense energy surge. Seventh layer of qi cultivation. Ma Xiaoshuai closed his eyes in blissful satisfaction as the 10,000 Calamities demon art within him roared with contentment. Now that was nourishment. In mere seconds, the monstrous creature vanished completely from the air. Not a single trace of its existence remained, as if it had never been there at all. The red dust inferno slowly dissipated, and the red dust tang blade dissolved into specks of crimson light, vanishing into Ma Xiaoshuai's palm. All returned to stillness. Only the deep, gouged trench in the ground and the lingering scorching heat in the air bore witness to the fact that what had just transpired was no illusion. Yu Liuyun's Adam's apple bobbed violently up and down. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Dead? That simple? Even with only a tenth of the Flame King's power, he had been destroyed so easily? At that moment, Ma Xiaoshuai was completely immersed in the exhilaration of his rapidly surging cultivation. He had no time to glance at Yu Liuyun's jaw, which had dropped so wide it could almost fit an egg. To him, Yu Liuyun and the investigators trembling with fear were nothing more than background scenery against the silent night. At that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. In the air, faint golden threads of light, barely perceptible to the naked eye, materialized out of thin air. As if drawn by some mysterious force, they drifted straight toward Ma Xiaoshuai's brow like weary birds returning to their nests, finally vanishing into it. Ma Xiaoshuai's brow furrowed slightly. He turned his divine sense inward, sinking into his sea of consciousness. Within that spiritual realm, composed of pure divine consciousness. Originally, only a small cluster of golden merit light lingered there. But now, as the golden light from outside continuously poured in, that cluster of light was visibly expanding at a noticeable pace. The luminous sphere radiated a serene aura, distinctly separate from the overbearing demonic divine consciousness within Ma Xiaoshuai's sea of consciousness. They coexisted in the same space without encroaching upon each other. Tisk. Ma Xiaoshuai helplessly watched the increasingly dazzling golden light of merit.
It felt like being forcibly shoved into a Buddhist temple within his own meticulously crafted demonic palace. It felt like being forcibly shoved into a Buddhist temple, utterly incongruous no matter how he looked at it.
Where the hell did this thing come from? Did he slay a monster and uphold heaven's justice? Was this realm's sense of right and wrong a bit off? A demonic overlord who'd slaughtered countless souls and spilled rivers of blood and yet managed to accumulate merit? It was utterly preposterous. But Ma Xiaoshuai's thoughts shifted, drifting toward that old monk.
That true yang golden light he mentioned seemed to be this very merit power, what he called the Buddhist affinity. For a demonic cultivator like himself, this power clashed with his fundamental cultivation methods.
Yet, if he could find a way to harness it, perhaps it could become an unexpected trump card? A faint smile tugged at Ma Xiaoshuai's lips. Exactly. Resources. Pure and simple resources.
Whether demonic energy or merit, anything he could harness was valuable. It seemed necessary to find time to pay a visit to that old monk's temple. His mind made up, Ma Xiaoshuai slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, the demonic energy accumulated deep within his eyes, yet to be fully restrained.
It intertwined with the newly amplified, yet still uncontrolled, golden light of merit.
A deep crimson and a sacred gold suddenly exploded within his pupils. The crimson gold light flickered and vanished. Yet, in that fleeting instant, the surrounding air seemed to freeze solid. An indescribable, terrifying pressure radiated outward from Ma Xiaoshuai, engulfing the entire scene. The trembling investigators of the Paranormal Bureau felt as though an invisible giant hand had clamped down on their hearts.
Breath caught in their throats, minds went blank. They couldn't even think, their bodies' instincts overwhelmed everything. Their legs trembled uncontrollably, nearly forcing them to their knees.
And Yu Luyun, bearing the brunt of it, felt an impact tenfold, 100-fold greater than theirs.
Chapter 73, One thought leads to enlightenment, another to demonic path.
In his eyes, Ma Xiaoshuai was no longer the young man in casual clothes who seemed somewhat lazy. Instead, he beheld a god demon emerging from ancient mythology. This deity demon wore a robe woven from crimson flames, with a hellish abyss of corpses and blood stretching behind him. Yet simultaneously, golden Buddha light flickered between his brows, his expression solemn and majestic.
Buddha? Demon? A Vajra? A wisdom king? No, none of the above.
This was a contradictory existence, a fusion of ultimate sanctity and ultimate wickedness. One thought could make it a Buddha, another could make it a demon. Those crimson gold eyes, gazing down upon all beings with detached indifference and the majestic authority to judge everything, stared straight at him. Under that gaze, Yu Luyun felt his very soul tremble. His pride, his A-class strength, the energy coursing through his veins, froze completely in that instant, unable to muster even a flicker of resistance. He felt as insignificant as an ant, gazing up at a colossal foot poised to crush him. Cold sweat instantly soaked through his flashy, handmade suit. Just as Yu Luyun's mental defenses were on the verge of collapse, that earth-shattering pressure receded like a retreating tide, fading away silently.
The crimson gold glow in Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes vanished completely.
His eyes returned to their ordinary, clear black and white. He blinked, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion.
Huff ha!
Yu Luyun gasped for air as if pulled from deep water, his chest heaving violently. His expensive suit clung to him with cold sweat, leaving him looking utterly disheveled. He braced himself against his knees, taking a long moment to regain his composure.
It's scattered. You can't take it back. Ma Xiaoshuai's voice broke the dead silence.
He had reverted to his previous lazy demeanor. He shrugged at Yu Luyun, who was still gasping for breath.
You can sweep it up if you want.
He curled his lip and gestured at the empty ground.
Maybe you could take some ashes back with you. That flippant tone, that infuriating expression. As if the murderous gaze of the golden demon god moments ago had never come from him. Yu Luyun's mouth twitched violently. Ashes? This place was cleaner than before, down to every speck of dust. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found his throat parched. Finally, he could only force a few words through gritted teeth. No need. Ma Xiaoshuai shrugged indifferently, seemingly unsurprised by his reaction. Yet, the instant his hands fell open, his body froze rigid. An indescribable, eerie force descended without warning. This force did not originate from any corner of the real world. It seemed to tear through the fabric of space itself, descending directly from an endless void to envelop Ma Xiaoshuai. It ignored Ma Xiaoshuai's seventh-layer chi-refining physique, disregarded the surging demonic energy within him, and even bypassed the barrier of divine consciousness in his sea of consciousness. This force had only one target: his most primordial soul. Ha! Ma Xiaoshuai's expression abruptly changed. The demonic divine consciousness within his sea of consciousness roared wildly, desperately attempting to resist the erosion of this foreign force. Even the newly strengthened golden light of merit instinctively radiated a soft yet resilient glow, attempting to shield his soul. Yet, it was all in vain. That void power was of an overwhelmingly high tier, carrying a primal force of law. It was like a red-hot branding iron, searing itself into Ma Xiaoshuai's soul. Ugh!
A stifled groan forced its way from Ma Xiaoshuai's throat.
His face instantly drained of color, veins bulging on his forehead.
It was an excruciating pain originating from the deepest recesses of his soul, far more intense than any physical torment.
Within his soul's perception, a mark filled with venomous hatred and destructive energy
had been seared onto the very core of his soul, flickering with an ominous dark red glow. It was a curse.
A tracking mark. A declaration of relentless vengeance.
Immediately after, a thought devoid of any emotion, like an oracle from the heavens, exploded within his soul. When I shatter the barrier, it shall be the day of your annihilation. The voice was neither male nor female, neither young nor old. It was not a threat, but a statement of fact. As the voice faded, the eerie void energy receded as if it had never been there. Yu Luyun and the investigators had no idea what had transpired in that single second. All they saw was Ma Xiaoshuai, who moments before had been relaxed and joking, suddenly turned deathly pale, as if enduring immense agony. Ma!
Brother Ma? What's wrong? Yu Luyun sensed something was wrong and asked anxiously. Ma Xiaoshuai didn't respond.
He slowly straightened his body, the pain fading from his pallid face. His dark eyes now held nothing but boundless murderous intent. He slowly raised his head. A cold smile began to spread across his face.
Finally, it blossomed into a smile brimming with madness and excitement.
That grin sent a chill down Yu Luyun's spine from a short distance away, feeling even more terrifying than the Golden Demon King had been moments before.
Interesting.
Ma Xiaoshuai murmured softly, his voice faint yet clear enough for everyone to hear.
Finally, a worthy opponent. Fear? Non-existent.
For one who had once stood at the pinnacle of demonic cultivation, the threat of death had long been a commonplace occurrence. This world was far too comfortable. So comfortable it had nearly made him forget that dancing on the edge of a blade, pushing through the boundary between life and death, it was his instinct as a demon cultivator. An indescribable thrill shot up his spine, from the base of his tailbone to the crown of his head. It wasn't fear, it was long-forgotten excitement. That unknown entity, that colossal being barred by the barrier, had successfully ignited his long-dormant fighting spirit. Ma Xiaoshuai stuck out his tongue, licking his parched lips, the battle intent in his eyes nearly solidifying.
Bring it on.
Let's see who shatters the barrier first, or who gains the power to crush you and the barrier together. Yu Luyun stared at the youth not far away.
The maniacal grin on Ma Xiaoshuai's face sent a chill down his spine, even more so than the Flame King's avatar moments before. It was a soul-deep hunger for battle, a pure madness that viewed death as a stepping stone. The investigators behind him instinctively took half a step back. Their hands gripped their weapons tightly, yet the barrel seemed unsure where to point. In that instant, they felt they were facing not a man, but an ancient beast that had broken free from its chains. Huff. Yu Luyun forced himself to calm down. As the leader of Team 7, he was the highest-ranking commander here. He couldn't lose his composure. Chapter 74, The Cultivator.
He straightened his tie, disheveled by the fierce wind. Taking a step forward, his leather shoes clicked softly against the shattered concrete fragments, the sound jarringly loud in the deathly quiet ruins. This was a crucial asset the Bureau absolutely had to secure. Even if his mental state seemed a bit unstable, they had to keep him steady. Approaching Ma Xiaoshuai, Yu Luyun forced a smile he hoped appeared trustworthy, though he could feel his facial muscles twitching slightly. You, okay? His voice was dry.
The fierce fighting spirit in Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes quickly faded. His dark eyes regained their usual calm. He glanced at Yu Luyun. I'm fine. Ma Xiaoshuai replied casually.
Of course he had something on his mind. And it was a huge problem. That damned curse mark on his soul's origin was like a ticking time bomb, constantly reminding him. A terrifying creditor lurked beyond the barrier, watching him with hungry eyes.
But could he speak of this? No. Tell this bunch of guys who struggled to handle even grade A anomalies that he'd crossed a superpowered entity capable of shattering the world's barrier? That wasn't seeking help, it was sowing panic.
Besides, in Ma Xiaoshuai's dictionary, the word help simply didn't exist.
That unknown entity was his prey.
It was the perfect stepping stone to hone his demonic arts and ascend to greater heights.
Such a heaven-sent opportunity, how could he possibly share it with others? Yu Luyun watched as Ma Xiaoshuai returned to normal, finally letting the knot in his stomach unwind. He raised his hand to wipe sweat from his brow, sweat that wasn't even there, and felt a wave of relief wash over him. What if he caused psychological issues for the new treasure on his very first day? How would he explain that in the records? Consultant Ma Xiaoshuai exhibited suspected mental instability due to excessive excitement during his first combat engagement? He'd probably get hung by his superiors. As long as he's okay, as long as he's okay. Yu Luyun murmured to himself, as if speaking to his own reflection. Just then, Ma Xiaoshuai seemed to suddenly recall something, his eyebrows arching slightly. Oh, right. Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze swept over Yu Luyun's flashy suit. Is the classification system for awakened ones like you this arbitrary? He lazily pointed a finger at Yu Luyun. An A rank is this weak?
Then, his finger jabbed toward the sky.
An S rank, how much stronger could they possibly be?
The question was brutally blunt, like ripping Yu Liuyun's face off and trampling it underfoot.
Yu Liuyun's expression froze instantly.
A surge of anger shot up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head.
Weak? I'm an A-class strength awakener. The leader of the 7th Action Team of the Paranormal Investigation Bureau. A figure that commands respect wherever I go. It's just that today I ran into something as abnormal as the Flame King. Under different circumstances, I could punch through an entire building. He desperately wanted to roar it out loud, but the words froze on his lips before he forced them back down. Because he sadly realized that compared to Dewey and Ma Xiaoshuai, he was indeed pretty weak. His face flushed crimson. His lips trembled, finally releasing only a resigned sigh. There was simply no reasoning with such a monstrous genius. He had to explain clearly, not just to resolve Ma Xiaoshuai's doubts, but to salvage what little dignity remained for himself and the Paranormal Investigation Bureau. Ahem. Yu Liuyun cleared his throat, trying to sound more professional. Brother Ma, you don't understand. There's a lot more to this than meets the eye.
He adopted an air of superiority, as if to say, "You're young, there's much you don't understand." In truth, ever since the strange phenomena descended and the world changed dramatically, a portion of humanity's latent potential has been awakened, transforming them into what we call awakened ones. All sorts of bizarre abilities and superpowers have emerged one after another. Our Paranormal Investigation Bureau primarily recruits from this group. But Yu Liuyun shifted his tone, his voice growing heavy. The emergence of awakened ones is still relatively recent, their foundations still shallow. Compared to those truly ancient, long-established entities, they still fall far short. Ma Xiaoshuai listened with keen interest, not interrupting. Seeing he had captured his attention, Yu Liuyun continued, "The S-class agent at the Bureau, Master Dewey, is not an awakened one. He's a cultivator." "A cultivator?" Ma Xiaoshuai repeated the term, a flicker of recognition passing through his eyes. That term was all too familiar to him. "Yes, a cultivator." Yu Liuyun nodded, a hint of reverence in his eyes. Just like in martial arts novels, hidden sects and lineages have always existed in this world. Jinshan Temple is one of them. These cultivators possessed extraordinary powers long before the anomaly descended. They follow their own distinct cultivation systems with clearly defined levels of attainment. Master Dewey is one of the most distinguished high monks of Jinshan Temple in this era. Yu Liuyun paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts to explain it better for Ma Xiaoshuai, the newcomer. Our bureau's ranking system primarily targets awakened individuals, ranging from F rank to the highest S rank. However, to unite all available forces, we've also invited many cultivators like Master Dewey to join us as honorary advisors or consultants. We couldn't very well ask these venerable masters to start at F rank, could we? So the bureau symbolically granted them all the highest rank, S rank. Yu Liuyun spread his hands, a wry smile touching his lips. This has led to a mixed bag within the S rank circle. Some are like Master Dewey, truly formidable beings whose depths are unfathomable, capable of crushing us with a single finger. Others are awakened individuals who barely broke through their bottlenecks through various means, just scraping the threshold of S rank. An awakened individual who reached S rank through normal cultivation would likely not last 3 moves against another practitioner of the same rank. At this point, Yu Liuyun seemed to recall something and added, "Of course, awakened ones possess their own advantages." A strange gleam flashed in his eyes, a mix of envy and something else. The path of cultivation emphasizes gradual progress, advancing step by step at an extremely slow pace. Making no progress for 10 or 8 years is commonplace. But awakened ones are different. We can rapidly enhance our power by absorbing a special crystal known as spirit stones. With sufficient resources, it's entirely possible for a D rank awakened one to ascend to B rank, or even a rank, within mere months. Chapter 75, The Flame Monster. Compared to the ascetic training of cultivators, our path can be described as making leaps and bounds. After speaking so much in one breath, Yu Liuyun felt parched. He surreptitiously observed Ma Xiaoshuai's reaction, hoping to catch a glimpse of surprise or understanding on his face. Yet Ma Xiaoshuai listened in silence, his expression utterly blank. Cultivators. Secluded sects. Awakened ones. Spirit stones. The information revealed by Yu Liuyun fell into place like puzzle pieces, swiftly assembling a grand panorama of this world's extraordinary powers within Ma Xiaoshuai's mind. So that's how it was. The waters of this world ran deeper than he had imagined. The so-called cultivators corresponded to the cultivators of the immortal realm. They possessed complete lineages and cultivation techniques, yet seemed constrained by the scarcity of spiritual energy, making progress arduous. The awakened ones, however, seemed more like mutations. They were products born from the altered world order, unstable at their core, yet capable of taking shortcuts by forcibly accelerating their growth with external resources like spirit stones. So what was he? Ma Xiaoshuai turned his gaze inward. Within his Dantian Sea of Qi, a pitch-black mass of demonic energy swirled slowly. 7th layer of Qi cultivation. How long had it been since he traveled back? At this pace, not only would those slow-progressing cultivators be left in the dust, but even those awakened ones who rushed through levels by popping pills would likely be unable to keep up. The 10,000 calamities demon art he cultivated was, after all, the supreme scripture of the demonic path, devouring all things and refining every form of energy for its own use. To him, the strangeness of this world was nothing less than the purest, most delicious energy feast imaginable. Its quality was likely countless levels higher than the spirit stones Yu Luyun spoke of. So then, he was a glitch? Possessing the cultivation foundations of a practitioner yet enjoying a leveling speed 100 times more terrifying than that of an awakened one? A faint, uncontrollable smile tugged at Ma Xiaoshuai's lips. Interesting. This world was becoming more and more intriguing. He thought again of that bald monk. That old bald-headed monk was indeed quite skilled. The guardian heart universal salvation decision he had casually imprinted into his own body back then to suppress the rampant demonic energy within. Now it lay like a golden membrane, enveloping the core of his demonic energy. Buddhist heart sutras were noble and upright, balanced and harmonious. While it couldn't weaken his demonic energy, it effectively combed through and suppressed the chaotic, brutal, and bloodthirsty negative wills embedded within it. This allowed Ma Xiaoshuai to maintain clear-headedness while his cultivation soared, preventing him from becoming a mindless killing machine intoxicated by raw power. Through this dynamic balance, the purity of his demonic arts surpassed even that of his previous life at the same cultivation level. These so-called secluded sects. It seemed they truly harbored many valuable treasures. Ma Xiaoshuai silently nodded in agreement with Yu Liuyun's assessment. Once his strength grew stronger, perhaps he could pay each of them a visit. Borrow their sect's treasured cultivation techniques, exchange insights on cultivation practices. If they refuse, then he'd just have to lend them a hand, physically persuade them. Yu Luyun watched the silent Ma Xiaoshuai before him, a chill creeping over his heart. This kid hadn't uttered a word since earlier, his face devoid of expression. Who knew what was churning in his mind? Could he have been scared silly by the information I just revealed? I'm leaving first. Ma Xiaoshuai stretched lazily, his joints popping with a crisp series of cracks. The surging demonic energy within him urgently needed to be sorted out and fully transformed into his own power. Before his words had fully faded, his form abruptly became ethereal, vanishing completely from the spot without leaving a trace. Only a faint, chilling aura lingered in the air, quickly dispersed by the night breeze. Only then did Yu Liuyun's taut nerves finally relax. He instinctively raised his hand to wipe his forehead, only to find his palm drenched in cold sweat. This guy came without a trace, departed without a shadow. Team leader? Beside him, a young investigator cautiously approached, his face still bearing traces of lingering terror. Yu Luyun snapped back to reality, instantly composing himself. Clearing his throat, he barked orders at the day's team members still standing around. What are you all standing around for? Got nothing better to do? You take a team and sample every trace of that strange energy lingering in this area. Archive it all. The data must be precise, not a single detail can be missed. The rest of you, secure the scene and erase all traces. Yu Luyun stood with his hands on his hips, commanding with unwavering authority. Remember, all compiled data goes to me. I'll be writing the mission report tonight and also an evaluation report on our new advisor. At the mere mention of reports, the investigators present all wore expressions of constipated agony. Even joining the enigmatic, all-powerful Paranormal Investigation Bureau couldn't free them from the dread of daily reports, weekly briefings, mission summaries, and year-end evaluations. Supernatural beings, at their core, were still just overworked employees. Yu Luyun watched his team sigh and get to work, while he lifted his gaze toward the direction Ma Xiaoshuai had vanished, his eyes deep and unfathomable. His only hope now was that this advisor whom they'd summoned with ease but would be hard to send away wouldn't dismantle his 7th Division, or even the entire Paranormal Investigation Bureau. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, in a desolate place unknown to anyone, an eternally erupting volcano tirelessly spewed thick smoke and fiery light into the sky. Scarlet magma flowed like viscous blood within the crater, each churning surge unleashing towering waves of heat. The sky was dyed an apocalyptic orange-red. The Earth's crust groaned deep within. And directly beneath that sea of molten rock, deep within the Earth's core thousands of meters below, a massive seal glowed faintly. Composed of countless intricate, mystical golden runes, it formed a vast web of light, sealing the dark void below with ironclad certainty. Above the web, golden light swirled, sacred and solemn. Yet now, this seemingly indestructible seal trembled violently. Roar! Hi-ya! A series of savage roars, unlike anything a human could produce, pierced through the darkness beneath the seal, carrying a heat and venom potent enough to incinerate all things. Through the layered golden light net, a blurred vision of the scene within could be glimpsed. Tens of thousands of headless figures were violently ramming against the seal. They possessed only thick limbs and torsos engulfed in raging flames, their entire bodies of fiery crimson, as if forged from molten magma. Deep, intricate patterns of flame were etched into their bodies. These headless fire monsters, fearless of death. Time and again, they hurled their bodies against the golden light net. Chapter 76, Death is Your Glory. Each collision caused the net to flicker violently, its radiance dimming slightly. Their bodies shattered upon impact, scattering sparks across the sky. Yet swiftly, they reformed from the surging darkness below, launching their next assault.
Endlessly repeating, ceaselessly. Suddenly, all the flame beings froze for an instant.
As if receiving some command, they simultaneously raised their headless chests and emitted a unified syllable from deep within their cavities.
Flame. King. Flame. King.
The voices coalesced into a terrifying torrent of sound, crashing against the seal and causing the entire subterranean space to tremble. They were calling out to their master, their king. Deep within this void, in the endless darkness beneath the flame being's feet, a spatial cavern connected to some unknown dimension lay hidden. Within the cavern, a deathly silence reigned, yet it seemed to harbor the most profound terror imaginable. Moments later, a cold, resolute will slowly emanated from the cavern, resonating deep within the consciousness of every flame being.
Death is your glory.
The voice carried the weight of an unquestionable decree.
As you command, our king.
The fire people gave their final fervent response.
The next second. Boom, 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 boom.
Without hesitation, the row of flame people closest to the seal suddenly swelled, their fiery patterns blazing to their brightest.
They chose to self-detonate. One after another, row after row. Thousands of flame beings detonated every ounce of power within their bodies simultaneously.
That devastating energy did not radiate outward, but was instead restrained by an invisible force.
It coalesced into searing torrents, striking with pinpoint precision at the exact same note of the golden light net.
This was the most brutal, yet most efficient form of attack. Sacrificing their bodies as offerings, using their very lives as fuel, they channeled the purest force of annihilation to erode the sacred power of the seal.
Hum.
Under such a terrifying assault, the immense golden light net emitted a mournful wail. The targeted node instantly dimmed to utter darkness. Countless golden runes exploded and shattered, revealing a gap visible to the naked eye. Though the sacred power swirled rapidly, attempting to mend the breach, its repair efforts clearly lagged behind the pace of destruction.
The seal was being irreversibly weakened.
Deep within the cavern, that cold will seemed deeply satisfied by this development. In the darkness, it felt as though an invisible pair of eyes pierced through layer upon layer of obstruction, gazing upon the faltering seal.
Soon. Soon.
When the seal shatters completely, it will be the day the Flame King descends upon the mortal realm.
This feeble world, dormant for far too long, shall learn anew, in the king's wrath, reverence.
For the next few days, Ma Xiaoshuai scarcely left his quarters. The curtains in his room remained tightly drawn, blocking out the glaring daylight and the neon glow of the city at night. He sat cross-legged on his bedroom floor, eyes tightly shut, his breath so slow and deep it was almost imperceptible.
Strands of black demonic energy flowed slowly beneath his skin.
It repaired the hidden injuries from the recent battles while repeatedly tempering his meridians and bones.
7th layer of Qi cultivation.
At this realm, he was but an ant just beginning its cultivation journey in the cultivation world.
Yet Ma Xiaoshuai felt not a shred of complacency.
His consciousness sank deep within his body, clearly seeing. Near his heart, an eerie flame-like mark flickered in and out of view. Like a dormant parasite, it lay quiet yet radiated a heart-stopping aura of power.
The Flame King's mark.
This thing was like a ticking time bomb, ready to detonate at any moment. Ma Xiaoshuai attempted to envelop the mark with the demonic energy from the 10,000 Calamities demon art. But the moment the energy neared, it was completely consumed by the scorching heat radiating from the mark.
Trouble. He cursed inwardly. But so what?
As a demonic powerhouse who had once fought his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, threats and opportunities often coexisted. This mark was a death warrant, yet equally a catalyst for his own growth. He sensed that if he grew powerful enough to suppress or even refine this mark, the benefits would be beyond imagination. After all, it contained the very source of a king's power.
Spirit realm. Ma Xiaoshuai exhaled a cloud of murky breath.
The black mist swirled in the air for a moment before silently dissipating. He opened his eyes, a flicker of longing dancing in his gaze. Only by entering that legendary place and obtaining purer energy could he gain the means to protect himself or even strike back before the Flame King's seal was completely broken. The doorbell interrupted his cultivation. Ma Xiaoshuai frowned impatiently, his divine sense sweeping over to find a familiar figure standing outside.
Wang Xiaoshuai. She was here again.
This was already the third time this week. Ma Xiaoshuai dispersed the demonic energy surrounding him, transforming himself into the appearance of a sleepy, useless young man. He shuffled to the door in his slippers and opened it. "Hey, Officer Wang, what brings you here today?" He leaned against the doorframe, his tone lazy. Wang Xiaoshuai was dressed in plain clothes today, a simple white t-shirt and jeans, carrying a thermos lunchbox in her hand.
She scanned Ma Xiaoshuai from head to toe.
Seeing his listless state, her beautiful brows instinctively furrowed.
"Just passing by to see if you're dead yet."
Her words were just as sharp, but she still handed him the lunchbox.
"Aunt Chen asked me to bring you some bone broth."
Ma Xiaoshuai took it, feeling its warmth in his hands. Instead of thanking her, he shot her a sideways glance.
"Is the Public Security Bureau that idle? Or, do you suspect I'm some kind of fugitive, coming here daily to scout the place?" Wang Xiaoshuai's heart skipped a beat.
Her gaze wavered briefly before she forced herself to meet Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes with feigned composure.
Your paranoia is getting worse. I'm just checking in on an old friend. Is that not okay? Concerned?
Ma Xiaoshuai sneered inwardly.
This woman's intuition was frighteningly accurate.
It seemed she hadn't truly dismissed her suspicions about him since the day he returned. Especially with the masked man's appearance, it only cemented the seeds of suspicion she'd planted in her mind.
Unfortunately, suspicion remained just that, suspicion. Fine. Ma Xiaoshuai yawned and stepped aside. Care to come in? But my place is a mess, don't mind the clutter, Officer Wang. No, thanks. I've got work to do at the station.
Wang Qingshuai declined verbally, yet her feet remained rooted to the spot. Her gaze swept casually across the living room, searching for any telltale clues amidst the clutter. The floor was clean to an almost excessive degree, not a speck of dust in sight. The water glass on the table seemed positioned at the same angle for days. Her gaze finally settled back on Ma Xiaoshuai, specifically on his oversized loungewear.
Chapter 77, Spirit Realm Selection.
How are your injuries? She asked casually.
They're fine now. Just minor scrapes.
Ma Xiaoshuai waved dismissively.
I'm in good shape. Healed fast. Is that so? A barely perceptible note of inquiry tinged Wang Qingshui's tone.
I heard from Captain Chen that on the night at the building, there was a very strong energy fluctuation in your area.
The Paranormal Investigation Bureau even dispatched personnel. You didn't hear anything unusual? Here it comes. The fox's tail was finally showing. Ma Xiaoshuai understood perfectly, yet his face remained blank. Energy fluctuations? What the hell's that?
I was wasted that night, passed out like a dead pig in the security guard station.
I wouldn't have known if the sky fell.
Wang Qingshuai stared intently into his eyes, searching for even the slightest hint of deception.
But Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze remained unflinching.
In the end, Wang Qingshuai could only sigh inwardly.
Was she overthinking this? Alright, then get some rest.
She withdrew her gaze.
Drink the soup while it's hot. I'll be going now. Take care, Officer Wang. No need to see me off. Ma Xiaoshuai waved lazily and closed the door. The moment the door closed, the laziness vanished from his face, replaced by a look of indifference. He walked to the table, opened the thermos lunchbox, and the rich aroma of bone broth wafted up. He picked up the spoon and silently took a sip. Not bad. No wonder she was Wang Dachui's housekeeper. Time flew by in the quiet practice. The day of the spirit realm selection finally arrived. At dawn, while the sky was still dim, Ma Xiaoshuai's phone buzzed. It was a message from Yu Luyun, containing just one word. Go. Ma Xiaoshuai awoke from his meditation, his eyes clear and alert, not a trace of sleepiness left. He stood up, stretched his limbs, and his entire body crackled with crisp sounds. His cultivation at the 7th layer of qi refining had solidified completely, even showing faint signs of approaching a breakthrough to the peak. He walked to the desk, picked up paper and brush, pondered for a moment, and wrote a single line. Big hammer, I'm heading out for a few days. No set return date. Don't worry. Ma Xiaoshuai. The handwriting was bold and sweeping, radiating an unapologetic flair. He tucked the note beneath the empty insulated lunchbox, the most conspicuous spot in the entire room. With that done, he descended the stairs without a single glance back. A flashy red sports car sat parked below, its engine rumbling low, a jarring discord in the quiet of the early morning. Yu Luyun leaned against the door, still dressed in his immaculate custom-tailored suit. He held a small mirror, adjusting his bow tie. Spotting Ma Xiaoshuai descend, he tucked away the mirror, swung open the passenger door, and gestured invitingly. Advisor, you finally made it. My heart was practically leaping out of my throat with anticipation. Ma Xiaoshuai ignored his banter and slid straight into the seat. Let's go. Got it. Yu Luyun slid into the driver's seat, slammed his foot on the accelerator, and the red sports car shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. In an instant, it vanished into the sparse morning traffic. Instead of heading toward the city center, the sports car drove steadily toward the outskirts. Buildings along the road grew increasingly sparse, skyscrapers giving way to low-rise houses. Finally, even the houses vanished, replaced by vast stretches of barren fields and bare forests. A faint, desolate chill began to permeate the air. Where are we going? Ma Xiaoshuai finally spoke, gazing out the window at the rapidly receding desolate landscape. Yu Luyun kept his eyes fixed on the road ahead, yet the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn upward. The spirit realm selection? Of course it's outside the city. Outside the city? Ma Xiaoshuai was taken aback. He had assumed the assessment would take place at some secret base or involve high-tech virtual equipment. Yes, outside the city. Yu Luyun nodded, his expression growing slightly more serious. To be precise, it's a place called Shaolu Village. He paused, as if gathering his thoughts. About half a month ago, Shaolu Village, something happened. The entire village, 327 people, vanished overnight. No cries for help, no signs of struggle. It was as if they'd evaporated into thin air. After our bureau intervened, we discovered the village was enveloped by an immense and chaotic aura of strangeness.
Based on residual energy analysis, the number of strange entities lurking within could be in the thousands.
Thousands of entities? A village massacre? Ma Xiaoshuai's eyebrows arched slightly. This was getting interesting.
For others, this was a perilous place where survival was a 1 in 1,000 chance. But for him, having cultivated the 10,000 Calamities demon art, it was nothing short of a feast fit for a glutton.
Yu Luyun didn't notice the fleeting excitement in Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes as he continued. The Bureau has organized several purges, each resulting in heavy losses.
Those anomalies are relentlessly fearless, diverse in type, and possess varied abilities making them extremely troublesome.
Finally, higher-ups decided to designate this purge mission as the Spirit Realm Selection Tournament for the Yuan City branch.
7 task forces from across the city will enter Shaolu village in small teams. Within a 2-hour time limit, they must hunt down the weird creatures and obtain their weird cores. Ultimately, the team with the highest total points from the weird cores will secure the Soul Spirit Realm spot. Yu Luyun finished speaking, then turned his head, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Ma Xiaoshuai. Advisor, before you arrived, our 7th squad was the black sheep of the Bureau, neglected and unwanted.
We were the weakest, most understaffed squad in the entire precinct, and we even had a non-combatant dragging us down.
So, opportunities like this?
They never came our way. We couldn't even dream of it.
He slammed his fist on the steering wheel, his voice brimming with fervor.
But now it's different.
With you, our godlike leader, at the helm, teams 1 and 2 better make way for us. I can already see myself bathed in the radiance of the spirit realm, finally reaching the pinnacle of life.
Ha 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 ha.
Ma Xiaoshuai watched his frenzied expression and rolled his eyes in disgust.
You're drooling on the window.
Yu Luyun's laughter abruptly halted. He cleared his throat awkwardly and quickly wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Ma Xiaoshuai ignored him, his gaze returning to the window. On the distant horizon, a gray haze appeared, like a giant dome settling over a lifeless expanse of land. Even from this distance, Ma Xiaoshuai could sense the resentment and madness emanating from within that haze. In a corner Yu Luyun couldn't see, the corners of his mouth lifted silently. The spirit realm spot, he was determined to claim it. Those strange occurrences? He would gladly accept them too. The red sports car came to a halt roughly a kilometer away from the gray mist. A long perimeter cordon had been established here. Several black SUVs bearing the Paranormal Investigation Bureau insignia and a mobile command vehicle were parked by the roadside, the atmosphere tense and grim. Chapter 78, Yang Tianjie. Numerous awakened individuals clad in assorted combat suits had already gathered here. They gathered in small groups, whispering among themselves, their eyes occasionally darting toward the ominous gray mist in the distance. The moment Yu Luyun and Ma Xiaoshuai stepped out of the car, they instantly drew everyone's attention. No wonder Yu Luyun's red sports car and his flashy suit were simply too eye-catching in this setting. Well, if it isn't Team Leader Yu from Unit 7. What brings you here today? Not afraid the wind will twist your tongue? A voice dripping with sarcasm rang out. Ma Xiaoshuai followed the voice and saw a burly, bald-headed man in a black vest, his muscular arms tattooed with fierce tigers. He was leading several equally muscular teammates toward them. The bald man's face bore undisguised contempt. Yu Luyun's expression darkened slightly upon seeing the visitor, but he quickly resumed his cocky grin. So it's Captain Yang Tianjie from Team 2. What brings you here? Don't you know what we're here for? To take first place and enter the spirit realm, of course. First place? The bald, burly man called Yang Tianjie burst into laughter as if he'd heard the biggest joke in the world, joined by the members behind him. Ha 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 ha. Yu Luyun, have you woken up yet? With that bunch of misfits in your 7th squad? I heard your squad's Linfeng got lost chasing a vengeful spirit the other day. Ended up needing members from other squads to bring him back. Is that true? Ha 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 ha. Another wave of roaring laughter erupted around them. Team 7's embarrassing incidents were no secret throughout the entire Yuan City precinct. Yu Luyun's face turned beet red, his fists clenching so tightly they cracked. Yang Tianjie, don't push it too far. Too far? Yang Tianjie dropped his smile, stepping forward. His towering frame, a full head taller than Yu Luyun, radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. Isn't what I said the truth? A loser should know his place, stay put in the safe zone and coast through life. Don't come to places like this and embarrass yourself. His gaze then shifted to Ma Xiaoshuai standing behind Yu Luyun, his eyes brimming with contempt. So this is your new consultant? Looks like a delicate little flower, a pretty boy. Yu Luyun, is your 7th squad really that short on talent? Hiring this kind of trash to fill the ranks? Ma Xiaoshuai remained expressionless throughout, as if the discussion had nothing to do with him. He simply stared silently at Yang Tianjie. Under that gaze, Yang Tianjie felt an inexplicable pang of unease. He instinctively took half a step back, then flushed with anger and shame. How could he, a peak rank enhancement type awakener, be intimidated by the gaze of some pretty boy? What are you staring at, kid? Yang Tianjie roared, unleashing a powerful aura in an attempt to intimidate Ma Xiaoshuai into humiliation. Yet when that aura reached Ma Xiaoshuai, it stirred not a single ripple. Ma Xiaoshuai didn't even bat an eyelid. He merely spoke calmly, his voice quiet yet clear enough for every ear to catch.
Noisy. 2 words. Casual and detached, yet carrying an undeniable arrogance.
Yang Tianjia's face instantly flushed crimson, about to explode in anger, when the door of the mobile command vehicle opened. A middle-aged man with a scholarly demeanor and gold-rimmed glasses stepped out.
Quiet, everyone. The man's voice cut through the chaos, instantly silencing the crowd. He was Zhou Yi, deputy chief of the Yuan City Police Bureau. Zhou Yi's gaze swept across the crowd, lingering briefly on Yu Luyun and Yang Tianjia before his brow furrowed slightly. The selection process is about to begin. If you still have the energy to squabble here, it seems you're quite confident about this mission? Yang Tianjia shot Ma Xiaoshuai a vicious glare before reluctantly closing his mouth. Zhou Yi stepped before the group, cleared his throat, and began announcing the rules. Everyone, the target is Shaolu Village. The time limit is 2 hours. The mission is to eliminate all visible anomalies and secure their cores. Core grades range from F to A, with points increasing accordingly. After 2 hours, everyone must evacuate beyond the perimeter line. The final winner will be determined based on the total points from the weird cores you submit. He pushed his glasses up, their lenses reflecting a cold glint. One final reminder. This anomaly surge is extraordinary. Within it, entities surpassing grade A may exist. If you encounter an enemy you cannot defeat, survival is your top priority. Understood? Understood. The group responded in unison. Good. Zhou Yi nodded and glanced at his watch. It is now exactly 7 a.m. 7 squads, prepare to enter. The selection begins. At the command, the squads already fully prepared immediately transformed into streaks of light, charging toward the village shrouded in grey mist. Yang Tianjia's second squad was the fastest. He glanced back at Yu Luyun and Ma Xiaoshuai, flashing a throat-slitting gesture. His eyes flashed with ferocity before he plunged into the grey mist with his team. Yu Luyun took a deep breath and turned to Ma Xiaoshuai. Advisor, we go. Ma Xiaoshuai uttered only one word before setting off, walking at a steady pace toward Shaolu village. His pace was steady. Yet Yu Luyun found that no matter how fast he ran, he could only trail behind, unable to gain even an inch. The two, one ahead and one behind, soon vanished into the eerie grey mist. The moment they stepped into the mist's reach, a stench of blood and decay assaulted their senses. Visibility instantly dropped below 5 meters. A deathly silence enveloped them, even the sound of the wind vanished. Yu Luyun instantly grew alert, every muscle taut. His aura as an A-class force type awakened surged, ready to respond to any sudden threat. Ma Xiaoshuai, however, seemed as though he had returned to his own backyard. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Ah, what wonderfully pure air. The thick, heavy resentment, the chaotic soul energies, the frenzied will to kill. What was deadly poison to others became the ultimate elixir for him. His divine sense spread like an invisible net, instantly enveloping the entire village. The next second, he opened his eyes, a cruel and excited gleam flashing within them. Found it. He licked his lips, his gaze settling on an abandoned ancestral hall to his left. A grand party. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Ma Xiaoshuai's figure shot forward like an arrow released from its string, transforming into a blurred black line as he charged out with unstoppable force. The unmasked killing intent and hunger coursing through him made Yu Luyun's heart skip a beat as he followed behind. What had he discovered? Without pausing to ponder, Yu Luyun immediately summoned every ounce of strength and followed close behind. As an A-rank force-type awakener, his burst speed was sufficient to break the sound barrier in an instant. Yet now, he could only barely make out Ma Xiaoshuai's silhouette flickering in and out of view through the grey mist ahead. Chapter 79, The Land's Strangeness. The distance between them was slowly widening. This guy, is he some kind of monster? The shrine wasn't far, barely 100 meters away. When Yu Luyun finally reached the entrance, gasping for breath, the scene inside made his pupils suddenly contract. A fierce battle was erupting inside the shrine. The clanging of metal against metal echoed incessantly, accompanied by violent energy blasts and furious roars. The already decaying tables, chairs, and spirit tablets within were shattered into splinters, sending wood chips and dust swirling through the air. At the center of the fray stood Yang Tianjia, captain of the second squad. His expression was grim, veins bulging on his forehead, all traces of his earlier arrogance vanished. The pair of pitch-black blades in his hands danced in a blindingly fast, impenetrable dance. The blades formed a continuous, menacing black curtain, shielding him and the 3 squad members behind him. The formidable power of an A-class physical awakener was on full display. Each swing of his blades carried a heavy wind pressure that tore through the air. Strength, speed, and defense achieved a startling equilibrium within him. An ordinary C-rank anomaly likely couldn't withstand even a single strike from him. But his opponent clearly did not fall into that category. It was an utterly grotesque and comical creature. Small as a 7 or 8-year-old child, its skin was shriveled like dried orange peel. It clung tightly to its bones. It wore a tattered temple priest's robe. A perpetually eerie grin stretched across its face, mouth yawning to its ears, revealing a mouth full of sharp, pointed fangs. The earth spirit was bizarre.
Its speed was beyond comprehension. It avoided direct confrontation with Yang Tianjie entirely, instead darting through the shrine's confined space like a grey bolt of lightning. Its form flickered across walls one moment, dangled upside down from rafters the next. It could even vanish without warning into the solid blue stone floor, only to burst out from an unexpected angle and launch a deadly ambush. "Captain! Watch your right!" a team member shouted in terror. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the earth spirit had already burst through the tiles beneath Yang Tianjie's right side. A gaunt, chicken claw-like hand, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, lunged straight for Yang Tianjie's ribs. Yang Tianjie reacted with lightning speed, roaring as his left hand swung his blade back in defense. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The black blade collided with the seemingly fragile claw, producing a thunderous clang as if metal struck stone. The immense force sent a wave of numbness through Yang Tianjie's arm, causing him to stagger. The earth spirit, however, used the momentum to flip backward. It vanished once more, merging seamlessly back into the earth. The entire sequence flowed like water, swift beyond measure. Damn it! That damn thing! Yang Tianjie spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, his eyes darting around the area with fierce intensity. One of his team members lay on the ground, clutching his shoulder. His face was deathly pale, black mist swirling around the wound, clearly he'd been hit. The other two were also wounded, struggling to keep up. This damn thing's level was definitely not just a grade. It might even be A+. Damn it! Why did we run into such a tough nut right after entering? He was fully focused on guarding against the next attack emerging from the ground. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind struck him from the side. Not the eerie, chilling aura, but a pure, violent gust of air. Someone's ambushing me? The thought flashed through his mind as he whipped his head around. What met his eyes was a face tinged with impatience, and a soul rapidly expanding in his pupils. It was that advisor. Had he lost his mind? Yang Tianjie's mind went blank, utterly unable to comprehend what was happening before his eyes. He tried to raise his blade to block, but the other man's speed was too fast. Too fast to even register within his reaction threshold. Crash! A bone-jarring thud echoed. Ma Xiaoshuai's seemingly casual kick landed squarely on Yang Tianjie's chest. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Yang Tianjie felt as though he'd been struck head-on by a speeding heavy truck. His protective energy shield shattered instantly, and his tough combat suit ripped apart inch by inch. He could clearly hear the cracking sound of his ribs snapping. An overwhelming, terrifying force surged through his body, sending him flying backward like a broken sack, his feet leaving the ground entirely. He knocked over two teammates who hadn't even reacted yet. Finally, with a thunderous crash, he slammed into the rear wall of the shrine. Bricks cracked, dust billowed. Yang Tianjie slid to the ground, a metallic taste filling his throat as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. After a few desperate twitches, he lost consciousness. One kick. Just one kick. An A-class physical awakener, the rising star of the Yuan City Precinct's younger generation. Yang Tianjie, captain of the second squad, had been knocked unconscious. The entire ancestral hall instantly fell into a deathly silence. Whether it was Yang Tianjie's two remaining squad members or Yu Luyun standing at the entrance, everyone froze in place. Eyes bulged wide, mouths gaped open wide enough to swallow an egg. Their minds had completely frozen, unable to process this utterly mind-boggling scene. Captain? One team member cried out in a trembling voice, utterly incredulous. Yu Luyun felt the world spinning around him. Holy! He kicked Yang Tianjie? And knocked him unconscious? What the hell is going on here? We came here for the selection, not to start a flame war with other teams. We're screwed. We've really made enemies now. The Yang family wields considerable influence in Yuan City. We've completely alienated them now. Amidst the stunned stares of everyone present, Ma Xiaoshuai simply withdrew his foot, landing lightly where Yang Tianjie had stood moments before. He even brushed his pant leg dismissively, as if shaking off imaginary dust. He turned to face the land spirit suspended eerily midair. A bright smile spread across his face. Substitute player, I'm here to play with you. His voice wasn't loud, yet it reached every ear with crystal clarity. It carried an undeniable air of dominance and arrogance. In that moment, to Yu Luyun and the two members of the second squad, Ma Xiaoshuai's figure seemed to tower infinitely higher, radiating the same terrifying aura as the eerie presence across from him. They were cut from the same cloth. The land-bound entity tilted its head oddly. Its pitch-black eyes, devoid of whites, fixed intently on Ma Xiaoshuai. Its smile, unchanged for 10,000 years, seemed to shift ever so slightly. As if a chess player had encountered an intriguing opponent. It extended its crimson tongue, licking its sharp teeth with a hissing sound. It sensed that this human before it was entirely different from the toy it had encountered earlier. Within his body lay an energy it craved intensely. It was the scent of its own kind. Devour him. A clear thought surfaced within the land fiend's chaotic, primal consciousness. Swallow him, and it could complete its final transformation. The atmosphere within the shrine grew eerily tense in that instant. Advisor, be careful. Chapter 80, not fit for the stage.
Yu Luyun finally snapped out of the immense shock. Without pausing to consider the impending trouble, he instinctively shouted the warning. He could sense the Earth's eerie aura, which had locked onto Ma Xiaoshuai, steadily intensifying, becoming far more dangerous than when it had targeted Yang Tianjie earlier. Shut up. Ma Xiaoshuai uttered the two words without turning his head. Watch closely. Learn. Watch what constitutes true hunting. The moment the words fell, he moved. Simultaneously, the eerie earth opposite him transformed into a streak of gray light, shooting out with blinding speed. Boom! Black demonic energy collided violently with the ashen, eerie force. Like a red-hot branding iron plunged into ice water, thick white smoke instantly billowed, filling the entire shrine and obscuring everyone's vision. The clash of the two forces strained the shrine walls to their limits, causing them to groan and crack with spiderweb like fissures. Yu Liuyun's team and the two surviving members of the second squad felt like a tiny boat tossed in a storm, forced back repeatedly by the terrifying shockwaves of the energy. Their blood surged violently, nearly forcing them to kneel on the spot. Where is he? Yu Luyun fought back the suffocating pressure in his chest, his gaze fixed intently on the center of the white smoke, his heart pounding in his throat. Within the smoke, two figures clashed and separated in an instant. The diminutive figure of the earth spirit drew a blurred gray line across the ground, instantly creating distance. Ma Xiaoshuai, however, remained rooted to the spot, not even shifting his feet an inch. The outcome was clear. The land fiend's withered, ancient face finally froze in its eternal, unchanging grin. Its crimson tongue ceased licking its teeth. The speed and strength it prided itself on had been effortlessly neutralized by its opponent in that collision. The force of its charge had been completely absorbed by a thin layer of black mist surrounding the opponent's body, leaving not even a ripple in its wake. This human, what on earth is he? Is that all you've got? Ma Xiaoshuai's voice cut through the white mist, tinged with undisguised disappointment. I thought an A+ level anomaly would give me a bigger surprise. He shook his head. Too slow, too weak. Is that all you've got? Just some cheap tricks that won't cut it? Looks like the warm-up's over. Before his words faded, the earthbound anomaly let out a piercing shriek, seemingly enraged by such utter contempt. It stomped its foot violently, and with a puff, its entire body instantly vanished beneath the hard blue stone tiles, disappearing without a trace. Earth dive. This was its most vital ability. During its battle with Yang Tianjie earlier, it had relied on this very trick to appear and vanish like a ghost, completely outmaneuvering that rank powerhouse. Yu Liuyun's pupils suddenly contracted. He had witnessed the sheer terror of this technique firsthand. Yang Tianjie's dynamic vision far surpassed that of ordinary men, yet he still couldn't track the attack's trajectory after that bizarre subterranean movement. Time and again, those sharp claws emerged from unexpected blind spots. They left deep gashes that cut to the bone on his expensive combat suit. Were it not for Yang Tianjie's formidable physique and astonishing regenerative abilities, he would have been torn to shreds long ago. Advisor Ma. Watch your step. Yu Luyun practically shouted the warning. Yet Ma Xiaoshuai's reaction once again defied everyone's expectations. He showed not a hint of tension. He simply lifted his right foot and then slammed it down. Thud. A deep, thunderous roar echoed like the beating of war drums. Centered on his landing point, a visible black ripple, intertwined with strands of demonic energy, violently spread outward. That black energy instantly saturated the entire floor of the shrine. Black patterns swiftly spread across the blue stone tiles, transforming the entire ground into his domain. Ah! A shrill scream, so piercing it seemed inhuman, erupted from the depths of the earth. The next second. Boom! The floor in the center of the shrine exploded, sending shards of stone flying everywhere. A shadowy figure scrambled out of the earth, disheveled and battered, none other than the earth spirit itself. Wispy strands of black mist swirled around its form. The black mist was frantically burrowing into its body, corroding its very source of energy. Its diminutive form convulsed violently mid-air. Yet it could not shake off the clinging, bone-eating demonic energy. At that very moment, deep within the ancestral hall, the unremarkable stone statue of the earth deity trembled without warning. An aura far more potent than before began to emanate from within the statue. It flickered with a crimson glow as deep and dark as a prison. The light seemed alive, transforming into countless fine, crimson threads. Instantly, they coiled around the land spirit's grotesque form as it screamed in midair. Is this the power of will? Hongyu, standing beside Yu Luyun, spoke with a trembling voice. She could sense the true nature of that power. But it was certainly not the devout prayers of believers. It was resentment. It was hatred. A twisted, grotesque will formed from countless negative emotions distorted over an immense span of time. Crimson threads burrowed into the land spirit's bizarre body, emitting a hissing sound. Ma Xiaoshuai's overbearing demonic energy was forcibly expelled by this resentment, dissipating into wisps of black smoke in the air. The wounds on the earth fiend's body healed at a visible pace. Its body swelled, as if countless maggots were writhing beneath its shriveled skin. Its once stunted frame shot upward, growing taller by the moment. Its power surged at a terrifying rate. Damn! Sherdashin gripped his heavy sword tightly, his palms drenched in cold sweat. This thing can actually level up? This was completely beyond their comprehension. Amidst this suffocating atmosphere, a figure staggered to its feet in the corner of the shrine, leaning heavily against the wall. Ugh! My head hurts so much. Yang Tianjie shook his dazed head, his vision gradually clearing from blurry to sharp. His last memory was struggling desperately against the land spirit's bizarre attacks, then everything went black. That fleeting sensation, like a foot? Knocked unconscious by a kick? What a joke! He was an A-rank powerhouse who could possibly... His thoughts abruptly halted. For he saw the scene unfolding before him. That strange earth spirit now radiated an aura several times more powerful than before, its form twisted into something far more monstrous and terrifying. And standing opposite it was a figure, straight and tall. Was it that new advisor from Team 7? Was he alone in confronting this anomaly? Admiration surged instantly within Yang Tianjie's heart. Good lad, he's got guts. To step forward against such a terrifying monster, that's the mark of a true hero. But why did he keep feeling like this was the very guy who had kicked him unconscious? He strained to recall that silhouette, that stance, that unflappable composure even as a mountain crumbled before him. It seemed, it felt, it was probably him. Chapter 81, Night of 100 Monsters. Yang Tianjie's expression twisted into something utterly peculiar. Just as Yang Tianjie was drowning in self-doubt, the situation on the field shifted dramatically once more. Devour you, devour you. The land spirit, now utterly saturated with vengeful energy, emitted intermittent, guttural growls. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Ma Xiaoshuai. In its eyes, Ma Xiaoshuai had transformed into a sumptuous delicacy, a human-shaped elixir capable of elevating it to divine heights in a single leap. The next instant, it reared its head back, opening its gaping maw wide to its ears. Arg! A piercing shriek erupted from its throat, sharp enough to shatter eardrums and tear at the soul. This was not an attack. Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes narrowed slightly. The sound carried a peculiar frequency, like a summoning command. Was it calling for its comrades? Rumble! As if to confirm his suspicion, the ground beneath the entire village began to shake violently. Dust fell in a steady stream from the roof of the ancestral hall. Fine cracks spread across the walls. A chaotic surge of energy surged in from all directions like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing the small ancestral hall. Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze swept past the temple's shattered doorframe, fixing on the outside. The once quiet village had now transformed into a pandemonium of demons. In the darkness, pairs of blood-red eyes glowed, densely packed like the most ominous stars in the night sky. Countless grotesque shadows poured forth from every corner of the village. They had only one target, this small land god shrine. Yu Liuyun's face drained of color. He braced himself against the wall, barely managing to stay upright. As an A-rank powerhouse, he had faced countless life and death crises, yet the scene before him still stirred a despair that shook him to his very soul. It's over. Hongyu murmured, her knuckles turning white from the death grip she had clenched around her dagger. Sherdashan swallowed hard several times, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Their 7th squad, along with the 2 surviving members and the newly awakened Yang Tianjie, numbered 7 in total. 7 people, facing hundreds, even thousands of monstrosities? This wasn't a battle, it was a one-sided slaughter. All eyes involuntarily focused on the one man who remained calm. Ma Xiaoshuai. He stood there, facing the surging power of the earth anomaly within the shrine, sensing the overwhelming horde of anomalies outside that could crush any warrior's spirit. Yet his face showed not a trace of fear. A faint, almost imperceptible curve lifted the corners of his mouth. It was a look of delight? As if he'd just laid eyes on a lavish banquet spread? Yu Luyun rubbed his eyes hard, convinced he was seeing things. Ma advisor. Yu Luyun managed to speak. We're surrounded. I see. He turned his head and glanced at the pale-faced crowd. Not bad. We've got the numbers, but I wonder about the quality. What did that mean? Yu Luyun and the others were left speechless. At a time like this, he was still fixated on some bizarre notion of quality? This is no time for jokes. Yang Tianjie finally couldn't hold back and roared. This place is a nest of anomalies. We must break out immediately. Otherwise, we'll all die here. Break out? Ma Xiaoshuai looked as if he'd heard the most ridiculous joke imaginable. Why break out? A banquet of delicacies delivered right to our doorstep, wouldn't it be a waste not to partake? Yet Ma Xiaoshuai paid no heed to the horrified expressions on the faces behind him. He stepped forward. His entire aura erupted with a thunderous shift. Soaring demonic energy erupted from his body. Black demonic energy gathered behind him, vaguely forming the shadowy silhouette of a colossal demon god. The specter stood tall between heaven and earth, gazing down upon the countless demons and spirits within and without the ancestral hall. 10,000 Calamities demon art. Ma Xiaoshuai murmured softly, his voice tinged with a long-forgotten sense of exhilaration. Refine all things, devour the heavens. Today, you worthless scum shall be my first offering as I return to this realm. With that, he raised his hand and made a gesture of grasping toward the endless, eerie horde outside the ancestral hall. Come. Boom.
The void seemed torn apart by an invisible giant hand, a pitch-black vortex violently coalescing above Ma Xiaoshuai's palm. At its edges, demonic energy churned like a sea of wailing souls. Inside and outside the shrine, a violent storm erupted, whipping up sand and stones. The monstrous horde that had been charging toward the shrine with demonic ferocity halted in unison at that very moment. Their movements froze stiffly, and for the first time, their blood-red eyes revealed an emotion called fear. Weaker entities could not even control their own bodies, pulled by the terrifying suction force. Their feet left the ground, and they slowly slid toward the vortex. Their bodies began to contort mid-air. Piercing screams tore from their throats before they were swallowed by the darkness. Holy! Sherdashin plopped down onto the ground, feeling as though his very soul was being sucked out. Yu Luyun and Hong Yu clung desperately to the wall. Their pride, their A-rank and B-rank powers felt as insignificant as dust before this world-shattering demonic technique. Yang Tianjie's eyes bulged wide, his mouth gaping open wide enough to swallow an egg. Just moments ago, he'd been bragging about breaking through the encirclement. Now, he felt like a complete laughingstock. Break through? Against Ma Xiaoshuai? Who had the right to let him break through? He alone was an entire army. No, he was more terrifying than an entire army. Yet, just as Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes flashed with excitement, poised to devour this feast whole, a sudden change occurred. The black ocean of countless monstrosities outside the ancestral hall suddenly parted like the Red Sea, retreating to both sides and revealing a passageway. At the passage's end, several entities of particularly twisted forms and far more potent auras than the surrounding minions slowly emerged. In their hands, they dragged several people who had long since lost consciousness. Dressed in various combat uniforms, their bodies covered in bloodstains and wounds, they were dragged along the ground like torn sacks, leaving trails of dark red blood in their wake. They were humans. Investigators participating in this spirit realm assessment. Ma Xiaoshuai's right hand, poised to clench, froze abruptly. Damn it! A low curse squeezed through his clenched teeth. As his intent surged, the black vortex capable of devouring heaven and earth shuddered violently. Finally, all the demonic energy reversed its course, instantly vanishing into Ma Xiaoshuai's palm. The suction around them vanished abruptly. Yu Luyun and the others felt the pressure lift instantly, gasping for breath as cold sweat drenched their bodies. Before the relief of surviving the ordeal could fully take hold, their hearts were gripped anew by fresh turmoil unfolding outside the ancestral hall. Chapter 82, Hostage. That's... Yu Luyun's pupils contracted sharply. Leaning against the doorframe, he strained to see the figures being dragged out. Though covered in blood and their faces obscured, he instantly recognized several familiar figures among them. That one in heavy armor, with the character Zhao on his gauntlets, its fourth team leader, Iron Fist Zhao Wuji. And that woman with the killer figure, still clutching 2 daggers even as she lay unconscious. Team 5 leader, codenamed Ghost Shadow Waning. And that fat guy beside her. Oh my god, that's Sun Dishing from Team 6. He's supposed to be in logistics and reconnaissance, how did he get captured too? Yu Luyun's voice brimmed with shock and disbelief. The leaders of the 4th, 5th, and 6th task forces, all of them, wiped out? They were all B-rank or higher powerhouses, with Zhao Wuji being a PK rank. Yet they hadn't even managed to make a ripple before becoming prisoners of this bizarre situation? Hong Yu and Sherdashin's expressions darkened considerably. When the rabbit dies, the fox mourns, kindred creatures grieve for one another. Witnessing their comrades from other teams meet such a tragic end filled them with both rage and helplessness. Not only did these creatures possess overwhelming numbers, but now it seemed they also possessed considerable intelligence. They understood how to use hostages as leverage. Advisor Ma. Yu Luyun turned his head with great effort, his voice dry as he looked at Ma Xiaoshuai. They're using hostages to force us. The words died on his lips. An eerie, deathly silence descended upon the ancestral hall. Hong Yu and Sherdashin also unconsciously turned their gaze toward Ma Xiaoshuai. Unbeknownst to them, this youth who had just joined the investigation bureau, whose every word and action radiated peculiarity, had become the sole anchor in this desperate situation. The air outside the ancestral hall seemed to solidify into a gelatinous mass, viscous and icy cold, suffocatingly oppressive. That black ocean formed by countless anomalies. Finally, one emerged from among the few entities whose presence was particularly potent. Its form was the closest to human, yet twisted in every detail. Its body seemed composed of flowing shadows, lacking any fixed form. Where its features should have been, only 3 bottomless cavities remained. Shadow Nightmare. This was a phenomenon documented in the Paranormal Investigation Bureau's archives. It halted at the entrance of the shrine, barely 10 meters from Ma Xiaoshuai. It halted at the entrance of the ancestral hall, no more than 10 meters from Ma Xiaoshuai. Those 3 cavities stared fixedly at Ma Xiaoshuai. More accurately, they were fixed on the earth spirit behind him. A hoarse voice echoed directly within everyone's minds. Give him back to us. The shadow fiend raised an arm formed of shadows, pointing behind Ma Xiaoshuai. We might consider sparing these people's lives. The shadow fiend's voice was broken and halting. Yu Luyun's heart skipped a beat. Negotiate? If we can negotiate, there's still a chance. Just as he opened his mouth to persuade, Ma Xiaoshuai's next words cut him off completely.
Do you really think that's possible?
Ma Xiaoshuai's tone was light and airy, dripping with undisguised mockery. He couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyes to look at the shadow fiend.
Yu Luyun nearly choked on his breath. Bro! Is this the time to be showing off?
They've got our 3 teen leaders in their grasp. Yet within Ma Xiaoshuai, clarity reigns supreme. From the moment this shadow demon spoke, he had confirmed his suspicions. The little thing behind him was indeed the source of this eerie village. That so-called earth spirit. And the thousands of anomalies outside hadn't materialized out of thin air. They were, in essence, villagers corrupted by this very source.
Kill the source, and these thousands of monstrosities would likely vanish into dust in an instant. Exchange this feast for the lives of a few unrelated people? What a joke. When had Ma Xiaoshuai ever made such a losing deal?
The reason he paused wasn't out of mercy. He simply, suddenly found this far more entertaining.
A cat chasing a mouse, how boring would it be if the mouse just scattered and fled?
Now, not only does the mouse refuse to run, it's even baring its teeth, trying to negotiate with the cat.
Now that's more interesting. Shadow Knight seemed unprepared for Ma Xiaoshuai's reaction. Its shadow-formed body rippled violently, betraying its inner turmoil. It fell silent.
But this silence sent a chill down the spine more than any roar ever could.
The next second. Snap.
A sharp crack of breaking bone erupted from outside the shrine. Beside the shadow fiend, a monstrous creature as massive as an ox raised its massive, bone-spiked foot and slammed it down on Zhao Wuji's right leg. Ugh! Ah! Zhao Wuji, unconscious, let out a muffled groan of excruciating pain. His body convulsed violently as his entire right leg twisted outward at an unnatural angle.
The stark white bone fragments even pierced through his thick combat pants.
Exposed to the air, it became coated in filthy black mud. Blood instantly soaked through his pant leg. This sight made Yu Luyun and the others in the ancestral hall nearly burst their eyes from the shock.
Captain Zhao!
Sherdashan roared in grief and fury. His burly frame lunged forward, only to be held back by Yu Luyun's firm grip.
Don't act rashly.
Yu Luyun's eyes burned crimson.
Going out there is suicide.
Hong Yu's face instantly drained of color, her hand gripping the dagger trembling slightly from the excessive force.
This is too cruel.
These monsters showed not a shred of willingness to negotiate. They were applying pressure through the most brutal means. If you refuse, the inhuman voice of the shadow fiend echoed once more within their minds. Then, you'll watch them die, one by one, right before your eyes. Its 3 pitch-black eye sockets remained fixed on Ma Xiaoshuai the entire time.
Ma Xiaoshuai's eyelids finally fluttered open.
He looked at Zhao Wuji outside, trembling violently from excruciating pain, his face still expressionless. Oh, his leg was broken. So what? For an A-class awakener with such powerful self-healing abilities, as long as he wasn't dead, he'd recover with some rest. In fact, he almost felt like laughing. Using this level of threat to negotiate terms with a demonic powerhouse who treats soul extraction as routine? How naive. As if sensing Ma Xiaoshuai's bone-deep indifference, Shadow Nightmare's patience was rapidly wearing thin. Its shadow-formed arm lashed out violently. A nearby shadow creature instantly understood, snatching up the only woman among the unconscious victims. Team leader Wen Ying of the 5th Squad, off the ground. Wen Ying's figure was already strikingly voluptuous and eye-catching. Now, with her combat suit torn and blood-stained, covered in blood, she exuded a tragic beauty. Perhaps the movement aggravated her wounds, for Wen Ying let out a pained groan. Her eyelashes fluttered a few times before she slowly regained consciousness. Her eyes fluttered open in confusion, only to be met by a face composed entirely of maggots and eyeballs.
Ah! Chapter 83, No one can threaten me. A blood-curdling scream pierced the dead silence of the night sky. Wei Niying's mind went blank, and her survival instinct drove her to struggle violently. But the eerie arm gripping her held her fast, leaving her unable to move. Her eyes darted frantically in terror, until finally, through the shadowy figures, she saw the familiar forms at the entrance of the ancestral hall. She saw Yu Luyun, she saw Hong Yu, she saw Sherdashan. In the depths of despair, her emotions erupted. Save me! Team leader Yu! Save me! Save me! Please, save me! Their hearts bled. That was their colleague. Held captive by those bastards, and they couldn't do a thing. Advisor Ma. Yu Luyun could no longer contain himself. He whipped his head around, eyes bloodshot as he glared at Ma Xiaoshuai, his voice hoarse with fury. Give them the goods. Save the people first. Yes, Advisor Ma. Hong Yu chimed in urgently. Human lives are at stake. Those 3 are all A-class operatives from our investigation bureau. We can't just let them. Yet Ma Xiaoshuai didn't hear a single word they said. He simply stared silently at the woman outside the shrine, her wails tearing at his heart. Shadow Knight was thoroughly satisfied with this effect. It could clearly sense that, aside from the crucial youth, the mental defenses of the other humans were on the verge of collapse. Excellent. Its shadow-formed arm slowly raised, executing a downward slashing motion.
The eerie claw gripping Wen Ying immediately understood, while the other claw rose high. The claw's tip glinted with a cold, eerie light under the moonlight, aimed squarely at Wen Ying's pale neck. At the Shadow Nightmare's command, this speed-type powerhouse would meet her end.
I'll count to 3. Shadow Nightmare's voice grew icy and resolute. 3, 2.
Red Moon instinctively closed her eyes, unable to bear witness any longer. The air froze solid in that instant. The word one caught in her throat as the 3 pitch-black cavities of the Shadow Nightmare suddenly contracted.
Time seemed to be squeezed by an invisible hand. In this deathly silence, an utterly abrupt movement shattered everyone's nerves. Ma Xiaoshuai extended his pinky finger, leisurely scratched his ear, then blew a soft breath onto his fingertip. It's really noisy in here,
he muttered with obvious annoyance.
Shadow's patience snapped.
Its form, composed entirely of pure shadow, began to tremble violently.
Have you made your decision, human?
Its voice grew low, heavy with the tension before a storm.
Ma Xiaoshuai finally looked it straight in the eye. Make a decision?
He snorted, his voice dripping with undisguised contempt.
No one in this world has ever threatened me.
Before the words faded, a thread-thin, black-red beam shot from his fingertip. Swifter than lightning and carrying an eerie aura, it traced a sinister arc through the air. Its target was none other than Wen Ying, who had been seized by the eerie presence and was now weeping bitterly. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the sharp object pierced flesh. The crimson thread pierced Wen Ying's left shoulder blade without resistance, spurting a fountain of scalding blood. Ugh! Her scream was choked back by the searing pain as she looked down in disbelief. Staring at the gaping hole in her shoulder, blood gushing relentlessly. A mouthful of blood, no longer contained, gushed forth violently. The entire world fell silent. Yu Liuyun's pupils contracted to pinpricks.
Hong Yu and Shi Dashan were struck as if by lightning, their bodies turning ice cold. What has he done? To eliminate the threat, so he killed the hostage with his own hands?
This thought raced through their minds like wildfire. A fear deeper than facing the supernatural gripped their hearts. Ma Xiaoshuai completely ignored the near collapse in his teammates' eyes behind him. He didn't even glance at Wen Ying, as if he'd merely swatted a mosquito. He grinned, flashing a wicked smile at the shadow outside the ancestral hall.
Well, was that fun?
His voice dripped with mockery.
Want me to help you out a bit more? Stab the other 2 once each?
Ha! He tilted his head slightly, the madness in his eyes sending a chill through the shadow demon.
Threatening me with my own men?
You're too green for that.
Roar! Shadow Knight was utterly enraged.
It had never encountered such a deranged human before.
This wasn't negotiation, it was outright humiliation.
It let out a roar that didn't sound like anything a living creature could produce, filled with the murderous rage of one toyed with.
Kill! Kill them all! Leave not a single one alive!
The moment the command was issued, the swarm of eerie, crimson eyes outside the shrine merged into a single mass in the darkness, charging madly toward the entrance.
Deafening screams instantly transformed the area into a living hell. Now we're talking. As the overwhelming tide of monstrous hordes surged forward, Ma Xiaoshuai's wicked grin only grew brighter, his eyes blazing with bloodthirsty excitement. This drawn-out game of threats? It's beneath you, scum.
Only when blades draw blood and fists meet flesh does it get truly thrilling. With a flick of his wrists, the crimson-black threads at his fingertips exploded outward,
transforming into boundless vengeful energy. In his hands, they coalesced into 2 ancient-looking tang swords, their blades crimson as blood.
Red dust blades. A sinuous crimson glow danced upon the blades.
A demonic intent far more terrifying than all the eeriness combined erupted from his body.
He whipped his head around, barking orders at Yu Luyun and the others, who stood frozen in place behind him.
You lot! Keep your eyes on that cocoon. Yu Luyun and the others instinctively followed his gaze.
Only then did they notice that the earth spirit in the center of the shrine had, at some unknown moment, been enveloped by an impenetrable, deep crimson, transforming it into a massive, heart-shaped blood cocoon.
Ha!
Oh, got it. Yu Luyun nodded blankly, his mind still a muddled mess. Seeing their dazed expressions, Ma Xiaoshuai chuckled softly. He gestured with his chin toward the space behind them. Yu Luyun and the others stiffly turned around.
Then, their eyes instantly widened like copper bells.
There, in the corner behind them, lay Zhao Wuji, Wen Ying, and Sun Dishing, all 3 lying perfectly still. Though the wound on Wen Ying's shoulder still bled, it had been sealed by some unknown force and hadn't reached a vital spot. Zhao Wuji's fractured leg bone had also been stabilized by a gentle force. All 3 were still alive.
When had they been brought back? Was it that thread just now? The moment that thread pierced Wen Ying, it actually functioned as a rope, dragging the 3 hostages back from the eerie crowd in a flash? Don't worry. Ma Xiaoshuai's voice drifted over, tinged with nonchalance. They're not quite dead yet.
Chapter 84, Stop him. With that, he didn't glance back at the crowd behind him. His body sank slightly as he crossed his twin blades before his chest.
The next second. Boom!
The ground beneath his feet erupted violently. His entire body transformed into a crimson afterimage, charging against the surging crowd with a resolute and frenzied ferocity.
He plunged headfirst into that endless, bizarre torrent. The ways of the demonic path are nothing like you worthless scum, you little brats. Amidst maniacal laughter, blades flashed, and flesh flew. Outside the shrine, the scene had already transformed into a battlefield of demons. Splatter! A flash of blades severed a monstrous centipede-like creature clean in half. Black bodily fluids mixed with shattered entrails splattered across the ground. In the next instant, Ma Xiaoshuai's figure appeared several meters away. His twin blades crossed, slicing two more ferocious specters charging at him into 4 pieces. Every spin, every swing was precise and deadly. The crimson-red dust blade traced deadly arcs in his hands. Countless severed limbs and arms swirled through the air like trash swept up by a gale, rapidly piling into small mountains on the open ground outside the shrine. The thick stench of blood mingled with the peculiar putrid odor of the undead, thickening the air until it seemed almost tangible. Stop him! Stop him! Mid-air, the shadow fiend's form, composed of black mist, twisted violently, emitting a shrill, piercing roar. It could scarcely believe its own eyes. This was the army of anomalies it had amassed over countless years, numbering well beyond hundreds or thousands. Not just a single human, even a well-equipped squad of awakened would have been torn to shreds by this endless torrent of anomalies. Yet this man before it. Not only had he not been swallowed, but he had plunged like a red-hot branding iron into ice. With his own strength alone, he had truly erected an impenetrable death barrier at the shrine's entrance, one no abnormality could cross. Countless monstrosities charged with reckless abandon, only to be reduced to bloody pulp beneath his blade. The shadow fiend's rage gradually gave way to a cold, bone-chilling dread. It had discovered a detail that sent shivers down its spine. Each time Ma Xiaoshuai's blade sliced through a monstrosity, a faint, blackish-red aura would escape from its exploding remains. The moment that aura appeared, it was greedily devoured by the 2 crimson tang blades. As more and more anomalies fell to his blade, the oppressive aura emanating from Ma Xiaoshuai not only failed to diminish with exertion but grew ever more colossal and terrifying. The demonic intent swirling around him nearly solidified into tangible crimson-black flames, billowing ceaselessly. He was devouring my soldiers. He was using my power to strengthen himself. This realization struck like a thunderclap, exploding within Shadow Nightmare's consciousness. This man is no ordinary awakened. He is a predator. And from the very beginning, both Shadow Nightmare and his entire army had been nothing more than food in his eyes. A primal fear, born of life itself, gripped the core of Shadow Nightmare. Its crimson eyes fixed on the figure laughing maniacally amidst the blood rain, its body of black mist trembling uncontrollably for the first time. A demon. He is the true demon. The voice held none of its former fury or arrogance, only a bone-deep tremor. Inside the ancestral hall. Dead silence. You could hear a pin drop. Yang Tianjie and his team members stood frozen in place as if petrified, staring blankly through the open doors at the one-sided slaughter unfolding outside. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, screams pierced the air. And the man wielding twin blades was the very heart of that meat grinder. He alone was an army. Yang Tianjie's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. As the leader of Team 2 at the Paranormal Investigation Bureau, he prided himself on having weathered countless storms, having handled at least 8, if not 10, Class A incidents. Yet the scene before him utterly defied his comprehension. Was this power truly within human capability? What kind of international joke is this? He whipped his head around, his gaze locking onto Yu Luyan beside him, who was laughing so hard his jaw was practically dislocated. Where did you get this treasure? His voice was slurred with astonishment, and the initial disdain he'd held for Team 7 had vanished without a trace. Ha 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 ha! Yu Luyan roared with laughter, tears welling in his eyes. He flicked his non-existent fringe with a flamboyant flick, chest puffed out, basking in triumph. Treasure? Team leader Yang, that word is far too understated. This is nuclear grade. A national treasure. He slapped his thigh hard, his face beaming with pride at his own discerning eye. It was worth every bit of begging and pleading, every ounce of my old face I had to put on, just to get little handsome into our team. Watching Yu Luoyun's smug expression, Yang Tianjie felt a wave of sourness wash over him. He curled his lips and ground out a few words through clenched teeth. Pfft, just dumb luck. Though his words were dismissive, his eyes betrayed him. His eyes betrayed an undeniable mix of envy and admiration. With such a powerhouse on their side, Team 7 was bound to dominate from now on. Yang Tianjie took a deep breath, forcing himself to tear his gaze away from the human meat grinder outside. No matter how formidable he was still part of Team 7. He needed to focus on his own responsibilities first. He turned around and barked at his dazed team members. What are you all standing around for? Rescue the victims. At the command, the second team members snapped out of their daze and sprang into action. Yes, team leader. From the crowd, a girl with short, ear-length hair and a calm, delicate face stepped forward briskly. Her name was Chuxia, a healing type awakened in Yang Tianjie's team and the medical support for this operation. She hurried to the corner, crouched down, and began assessing the injuries of Wening and Zhao Wuji. Captain Wening has a pierced scapula with significant blood loss. Captain Zhao has a comminuted fracture in his left leg with severe internal bleeding.
Sun Dishing only has superficial wounds, nothing serious.
Xuxia reported calmly, her hands moving without pause.
She extended both hands, hovering them above Wen Ying's wound.
Hum.
A vibrant emerald green light, pulsing with life force, ignited from her palms like a miniature sun. The green light poured down, enveloping Wen Ying's mangled shoulder. A miraculous scene unfolded. Under the green light's illumination, the gruesome wound began healing at a visible pace. Frayed flesh realigned, severed blood vessels reconnected, and even her pallid complexion gradually regained a hint of color. Han Yu and Shi Dashan, under Yu Liuyun's command, gathered around, watching the scene with bated breath. Only when Wen Ying's condition stabilized did they breathe a long sigh of relief.
Thank you. Han Yu offered a sincere thank you to Xuxia. Chapter 85, aren't you going to help him?
Xuxia merely nodded slightly before moving her hand toward Zhao Wuji. The green light flared once more. Within the ancestral hall, it was the light of life healing wounds and bringing hope. Outside the shrine, it was the blade of death, severing all and devouring despair. Separated by a single door, it felt like two worlds. Ugh! A pained groan shattered the temporary stillness within the ancestral hall. It was Sun Dishing. His eyelids fluttered as he forced his eyes open. His vision sharpened from blurry to clear, revealing the ancient beams of the ancestral hall and several familiar, anxious faces.
What's going on?
He struggled to sit up, his entire body aching as if his bones had been shattered. Fragments of memory flooded his mind: the terrifying shadow demon, the suffocating sensation of being enveloped in darkness.
Yang Tianjie quickly stepped forward, steadying him by the shoulders. Old son, are you okay?
Sun Dishing shook his head, his voice hoarse and dry.
I'm fine. I remember being dragged away? What happened? Before he could finish, an outrageously flamboyant figure had already squeezed his way over. Yu Luyun stood with one hand in his pocket, the other dramatically tossing back his suit jacket, his chin lifted so high it nearly touched the ceiling. Old son, you'd better thank me for this. He cleared his throat, adopting an operatic tone. Without me, where would you be now? This is all thanks to the efforts of our 7th group's advisors. You? Sun Dishing frowned. His 6th group and Yu Liuyun's 7th group shared a border, so they frequently interacted. He knew Yu Liuyun's capabilities inside out. Him? Rescuing people from that monster? Give me a break. Watching Yu Liuyun's smug expression, as if he wanted to take all the credit for himself, Yang Tianjie beside him couldn't bear to look. He curled his lip and bluntly cut him down. See that guy out there? He's the one who saved you. Don't let this fool fool you. Hey! Yang Tianjie, who the hell are you calling an idiot? Yu Luyun instantly bristled, his suit nearly trembling. Yang Tianjie folded his arms, lifted his chin, and shot him a sideways glance. Whoever answers gets called an idiot. You're the idiot. That's you, you idiot. UING. You're the one. 2 team leaders, nearly 80 years old combined, bickered like kindergartners fighting over candy. Right there in the ancestral hall, where they just escaped danger, they were now spitting venom at each other. Sun Dishing's head ached from their bickering. Ignoring the 2 clowns, he strained to focus his gaze toward the entrance of the ancestral hall. One glance was enough to freeze him in place. Outside the hall, a haze of blood hung thick in the air. A dark figure, like a demon risen from the depths of hell, stood bathed in the viscous rain of blood. The jet-black blade in its hand, each swing unleashing a crimson blade aura that seemed to tear through space itself. The bizarre entities that had left the entire 6th squad helpless, nearly annihilating them. Before that figure, they were as fragile as paper lanterns. One strike, severed in 2. One sweep, and they fell in droves. No superfluous movements, not a hint of hesitation. Arrogant, domineering, utterly contemptuous of all. That figure strolled through the encircling ring of dozens of grotesque creatures, cutting through them 7 times in and out. Wherever the blade flashed, severed limbs and arms flew skyward amid piercing screams, only to be sliced into nothingness by more slashes. Sun Dishing's pupils contracted to pinpricks. He too was an A-class awakened one, confident in his formidable strength. Yet the power displayed by the man before him utterly transcended his understanding of what powerful meant. Is this even human? So, we're not going to help him? Sun Dishing swallowed hard, his parched throat forcing out the words that cut off the 2 team leaders still bickering. Ahem! Yu Luyun and Yang Tianjie both stopped instantly, their aged faces flushing with embarrassment. Arguing over credit in front of a subordinate who'd just been rescued was hardly befitting of team leaders. Yu Luyun smoothed the collar of his flashy suit jacket, his face reverting to that inscrutable, infuriatingly smug expression. Help! He snorted derisively, as if he'd heard the most ridiculous joke imaginable. Old son, I advise you against entertaining such dangerous notions. Quite the opposite. If you dare step forward to help him now, he might see you as a nuisance and casually slice you down as part of the weirdness. As Yu Luyun spoke, he shuddered involuntarily. He knew Ma Xiaoshuai's quirks all too well. That guy's battles were his own hunting grounds, his one-man show. Any uninvited intruder daring to trespass onto his stage, be it human or ghost, faced only one fate: being mercilessly kicked, flying, or cleaved in 2 by his blade. Yang Tianjie's expression also turned slightly peculiar. He recalled his own experience not long ago when Ma Xiaoshuai had kicked him unconscious. He had clearly engaged that earth spirit first, yet that kid had descended from the sky without warning and delivered a brutal kick to his back. In that instant, he had glimpsed something in Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes, contempt. As if the leader of an action squad were nothing more than a trash can accidentally blocking his path. His voice dropped as he spoke, tinged with a hint of apprehension he hadn't even noticed himself. Yu Luyun wasn't lying this time. That guy doesn't like others interfering in his fights. Sun Dishing fell completely silent. Watching the increasingly frenzied figure outside the ancestral hall, his mind was in turmoil. Where the hell did 7th Squad find this piece of work? That bastard Yu Luyun, what kind of dog luck did he get? Inside the ancestral hall, all eyes converged on the doorway. Early summer had completed her treatment on Zhao Wuji. Though his broken leg wasn't yet ready for leaping about, the bones had been set. The internal bleeding had ceased, saving his life. She stood up, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat, her face slightly pale. Clearly, treating 2 critically injured patients back-to-back had taken a tremendous toll on her. Team leader Yang, their conditions are stable now. You've worked hard. Yang Tianjie nodded, his gaze fixed outside the door. Outside, the battle was drawing to a close. The last bizarre creature was cleaved in 2 from head to toe by Ma Xiaoshuai's blade, spilling black blood and entrails across the ground. Ma Xiaoshuai stood in the center of the sea of corpses and blood, slowly sheathing his blade. His black combat suit was now stained a deep crimson, viscous blood dripping from the hem and pooling into small puddles on the ground. He tilted his head back slightly, closing his eyes as if savoring the fleeting tranquility after the slaughter. A thin, invisible black mist rose from the corpses of the slain anomalies, converging like 1,000 rivers flowing into the sea, all surging into Ma Xiaoshuai's body. His aura seemed to grow stronger once more. All done. Time to wrap it up. Ma Xiaoshuai opened his eyes, his tone as relaxed as if he'd just finished afternoon tea. He turned, gripping the blood-dripping blade, and strode step by step toward the ancestral hall. Chapter 86, Get the hell out of here. As he drew nearer, a thick aura of killing intent washed over them. Everyone inside the ancestral hall found it difficult to breathe. Even rank-awakened ones like Yang Tianjie and Sun Dishing felt their bodies tense involuntarily. This kid, his killing intent is way too heavy. Only Yu Luyun scampered forward eagerly, his face beaming like a chrysanthemum. Xiaoshuai. My esteemed advisor. You've worked so hard. He pulled out a handkerchief, ready to wipe the blood from Ma Xiaoshuai's face. Get lost. Ma Xiaoshuai didn't even bother lifting an eyelid. Yu Luyun's hand froze mid-air, yet he felt not a shred of awkwardness. He chuckled and withdrew it. Got it. You rest up. Ma Xiaoshuai brushed past him and strode straight into the ancestral hall, his gaze sweeping around the interior. When his gaze landed on Sun Dishing, Wen Ying, and Zhao Wuji, his eyebrows arched slightly. Oh? Saved? He turned to look at the pale-faced Chu Xia standing nearby. You did it? Impressive efficiency. Chu Xia, caught in the icy stare of his eyes, nodded instinctively. Yang Tianjie couldn't stand by and watch. Why was he being allowed to critique his own team members like this? He stepped forward, placing himself in front of Chu Xia. His voice was deep and firm. Ma Xiaoshuai, I appreciate your help this time. But my people? They're not for you to judge. Ma Xiaoshuai finally met his gaze. Oh? Is that so? I slaughtered everything outside. I saved you. I saved all of them. Now, this entire ancestral hall along with your lives is my spoils of war. Is there a problem with me evaluating my spoils? Yang Tianjie's rage nearly erupted from his chest as he glared intently at Ma Xiaoshuai. The aura of an A-class awakened being surged forth without restraint, attempting to crush the blood-soaked youth across from him. Yet that aura proved as insignificant as smoke before Ma Xiaoshuai's murderous aura, thick as a sea of corpses and blood. Calm down, both of you. Calm down. Yu Luyun jolted awake, rushing to wedge himself between the two. This place is downright creepy. Let's get out of here fast and report to the chief. Ma Xiaoshuai paid no attention whatsoever to Yu Luyun's performance. His gaze pierced through the crowd, fixated on the very center of the ancestral hall. The biggest one still hasn't been dealt with. He murmured under his breath, his voice tinged with excitement. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the strange power lingering within the corpses scattered across the ground outside the ancestral hall. As if summoned by some invisible force, strands of deep crimson energy rushed toward the shrine center. The enormous blood cocoon pulsed with each influx of energy. Thud. Thud. The muffled heartbeat reverberated deep within everyone's soul. A terrifying pressure radiated outward from the cocoon, engulfing the surroundings. The tables, chairs, and altar within the shrine groaned under the unbearable strain, cracking like spiderwebs. Sun Dishing and Zhao Wuji, both gravely wounded, turned deathly pale. They groaned softly, fresh blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Even Yang Tianjie felt his breath catch under this crushing pressure. Only Ma Xiaoshuai stood at the very forefront of the pressure. Far from feeling discomfort, his body trembled with intense excitement.
Every cell in his body screamed with desire. The 10,000 Calamities demon art raged within him, an all-consuming urge threatening to shatter his sanity. Foundation establishment. By devouring this thing, he could shatter the shackles of the chi cultivation stage and step into foundation establishment. Then, he would finally possess the true power to protect himself in this bizarre world. Get the hell out of here with them. Ma Xiaoshuai whipped his head around, bellowing at the still-dazed Yu Luyun with eyes as fierce as a demon. This is beyond your capabilities. Yu Luyun snapped back to his senses at the roar. As an A-rank awakened himself, he could sense the terrifying power contained within that blood cocoon. It was simply not on the same level. Ma Xiaoshuai's warning wasn't arrogance, it was the cold, hard truth. Run. Run now. Beneath Yu Luyun's flashy suit, cold sweat instantly soaked his back. All pretense of composure vanished as he bellowed at the top of his lungs. He grabbed Sherdashan, the closest person to him, and signaled urgently to Hong Yu and Chu Xia. Quick! Grab the wounded and get everyone out of here. The group snapped out of their daze. The instinct for survival overwhelmed everything else, and they scrambled to help the wounded to their feet. They surged toward the shattered entrance of the ancestral hall. At that very moment, the enormous crimson heart suddenly contracted. Boom! A deafening roar, not an explosion, but the sound of something being torn apart. The entire roof of the ancestral hall seemed to be violently pushed outward by an invisible giant hand, shattering with a deafening crash. Countless bricks, tiles, and wood shards shot skyward, obscuring the moonlight. Freed from the shrine's confinement, the eerie force spiraled completely out of control. The raging energy coalesced into a deep crimson shockwave visible to the naked eye, sweeping across the surroundings. Immediately afterward, the ground outside the shrine began to violently tremble. The soil, saturated with the strange blood, began to coalesce with the shards of stone and fragments of flesh. Roar! Amidst the silent roar, hideous earth dragons formed from the soil burst forth from the ground. Though eyeless, they locked onto the fleeing crowd with precision, charging forward with overwhelming force. You worthless scum, daring to act so brazenly before me! Ma Xiaoshuai charged forward instead of retreating. His red dust-tang sword emitted a cheerful hum as crimson light swirled along its blade. His form moved like lightning, instantly meeting the foremost earth dragon head-on. A flash of blade. The earth dragon, powerful enough to collapse a building, was cleanly cleaved in two from head to tail. The disintegrating mud and rocks were shredded into dust by an invisible force field half a meter from his body. With one strike successful, he paused not a moment. He spun, swung, thrust. Each strike was precise and ruthless, shredding the earth dragons as they lunged forward, forcibly carving a safe passage for the deadweight trailing behind him. Yang Tianjie, stumbling outward while supporting Zhao Wuji's arm, froze in place upon witnessing this scene. He couldn't accept fleeing like a stray dog. Even more unbearable was the sight of that arrogant brat he despised most, now single-handedly covering their retreat. Though Ma Xiaoshuai's words and actions filled him with loathing, that figure fighting through blood and fire pierced his convictions to the core. They were kindred spirits, fellow humans. How could anyone abandon their comrades and flee alone when facing such terrifying monsters? No! We have to help him. Yang Tianjie roared, shoving Zhao Wuji toward a nearby teammate before turning to charge back. You're crazy! A massive hand clamped down on his arm with such force it nearly crushed his bones. Yu Luyun's eyes burned crimson, all traces of his usual playful demeanor vanished. He hurled curses directly at Yang Tianjie's face. You stubborn fool! What business does a class A piece of trash like you have here? You want to go get yourself killed? Chapter 87, Trying to Steal My Prey? Not a chance. Yang Tianjie stiffened his neck, bloodshot veins crawling across his eyeballs. Even if it means dying, I won't let him face this alone. This was his conviction, the unyielding line he drew as a human, as a comrade, as a guardian. Before he could finish speaking. Boom! A thunderous roar, so deep it felt like the sky itself had been torn open. In a flash, a blood-red shadow streaked past their eyes. A monstrous earth dragon's tail, thicker than a water barrel, whipped through the air with a piercing shriek, slamming into Ma Xiaoshuai's body. That formidable, unstoppable figure flew backward like a baseball launched at breakneck speed, transforming into a black streak as it hurtled through the air. Thud! Ma Xiaoshuai's body slammed into the open ground before Yu Luyun and Yang Tianjie, kicking up a cloud of dust. The ground instantly caved in, revealing a terrifying pit several meters wide and bottomless, its cracking patterns spreading like a spiderweb in all directions. The mingled stench of dust and blood choked the air, making breathing impossible. Ma Xiaoshuai! Yang Tianjie's heart abruptly stopped beating. His entire body froze, his mind going blank. Yu Luyun's pupils also contracted sharply. Instinctively, he pulled Yang Tianjie back a step, every muscle in his body taut as he assumed a defensive stance. Is it over? A deathly silence hung over the smoke-filled pit. Only in the distance, more earth dragons were gathering. Their twisted bodies scraped against the ground, emitting a rustling sound. Despair instantly engulfed everyone's hearts. At that very moment. Cough, cough, cough. A few faint coughs echoed from the depths of the pit, shattering the stillness. A hand caked in mud and blood suddenly thrust itself over the edge of the pit.
5 fingers clenched tightly, digging into the ground. Immediately after, a figure staggered and climbed out.
Ma Xiaoshuai, leaning on his blood-streaked red dust-tang sword, stepped out of the pit 1 foot at a time. His clothes were torn to shreds, revealing bronze-toned skin beneath. A trace of blood hung from the corner of his mouth, his face pale, yet his eyes burned with an unnerving intensity. It was a light mingled with excitement and savagery, like a slumbering beast finally roused to full fury. He lifted his head, his gaze settling on the 2 figures locked in a standoff nearby. His eyebrow arched. "What are you 2 doing?" His voice wasn't loud, yet it reached every ear with crystal clarity. "Still here? Watching the show? Need some popcorn and sunflower seeds to go with the show?" The utterly flippant tone shattered the tense atmosphere in an instant. Yu Luyun froze for a moment before snapping out of it. The tension in his face suddenly relaxed, and he deflated like a punctured balloon. This guy must be some kind of freak. After sustaining such severe injuries, he's still bouncing around cracking jokes? He grabbed Yang Tianjie, who was still reeling from the shock. "Now! We're leaving immediately." "No!" Yang Tianjie violently wrenched free from Yu Luyun's grip, his eyes fixed intently on Ma Xiaoshuai's figure.
How could he run away like a coward while this young man fought with his blood? "I'm staying. How could I abandon my comrades and escape alone?"
Yang Tianjie roared hysterically. Energy surged within him, preparing to charge forward.
"Ha!" Ma Xiaoshuai's expression froze. "Help me? Bull. Stealing my kill, huh?" Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes instantly turned cold. The next second, his figure vanished from where he stood. Yang Tianjie felt a flash before his eyes. He didn't even have time to react. Crack! The knife handle struck the back of Yang Tianjie's neck with pinpoint accuracy.
The force was just enough to knock him unconscious instantly. Yang Tianjie's eyes rolled back as his entire body went limp and slumped forward. Ma Xiaoshuai reappeared, standing where Yang Tianjie had been moments before. He gave the red dust-tang sword in his hand a sharp flick. Bloodstains and dust clinging to the blade instantly scattered under an invisible force, leaving it gleaming as if brand new. Without so much as a glance back at Yang Tianjie, he merely shot a sidelong glance at Yu Luyun. "Get him out of here. Trying to steal my prey? Not a chance." Indeed, his group lingering here was nothing but a hindrance to his monster farming. "Got it." Without another word, he swiftly hoisted the 6-foot-tall Yang Tianjie onto his shoulder like a sack of potatoes and took off running. "Retreat! Full speed retreat! Don't slow him down!" Yu Luyun's roar echoed throughout the entire group. This time, no one dared to object. The group rushed toward the village exit, shielding the wounded and never looking back. Just as Yu Luyun had carried Yang Tianjie several dozen meters, he suddenly stopped as if remembering something. He spun around and, summoning every ounce of strength, bellowed at the solitary figure surrounded by dozens of earth dragons until his voice cracked. "Hey! Don't you dare die, you bastard! I wore out my lips begging you to join our team as an advisor. If you die, who the hell am I supposed to go to?" The wind carried the furious roars of the earth dragons and the sharp whistles of blades slicing through the air. The figure did not turn back. Amidst the swirling blood and dust, it merely waved a dismissive hand behind it. The gesture seemed to say, "Got it. Now get lost." Yu Luyun lingered no longer. Shouldering the log on his back, he vanished into the night without a backward glance. Dozens of earth dragons, having lost their initial target, turned their crimson compound eyes in unison toward the sole living being remaining in the arena. They ceased their scattered attacks and slowly contracted their encircling formation. A foul, stinking wind swept toward him. Roar! On both flanks, the 2 most robust earth dragons launched a coordinated pincer attack as if reading each other's minds. They opened their massive jaws, bristling with razor-sharp teeth, one on the left and one on the right, sealing off all escape routes. They aimed to crush the annoying human in the middle into mincemeat. Ma Xiaoshuai didn't even lift an eyelid. He merely held the red dust-tang sword lazily across his chest. The blade spun lightly, tracing a perfect crimson arc. Splash! The 2 ferocious earth dragons halted abruptly. The next instant, their massive bodies snapped cleanly in 2. Their upper halves, propelled by momentum, lunged forward several meters. Their lower halves collapsed lifelessly to the ground, spewing foul blood and torn flesh. 2 faint yet pure strands of strange energy flowed silently along the blade, merging into Ma Xiaoshuai's limbs and bones. The 10,000 Calamities demon art activated of its own accord, instantly refining this energy into a wisp of demonic chi within the sea of chi in his dantian. Better than nothing, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. He gave the blade a sharp flick, his gaze sweeping past the clumsy monsters before him and fixing on the crumbling ancestral hall deep within the village. "Come out!" Ma Xiaoshuai sneered. "You don't seriously think these worthless scum could harm me, do you?" The night wind wailed, whipping up dust and the scent of blood from the ground. A hoarse, aged voice seemed to echo from the depths beneath the earth. "Of course not. But even a lion cannot withstand the attack of a pack of wolves." Chapter 88, A God? You? The moment the words fell, the massive blood-red flesh cocoon before the shrine convulsed violently. Countless cracks split its surface, viscous blood oozing out in streams. The blood cocoon slowly peeled away, revealing a hunched figure. It was a diminutive old man clad in coarse, age-worn cloth garments, his face a map of wrinkles. Only his eyes shone with a sharpness utterly mismatched to his aged appearance.
I don't like that metaphor. Ma Xiaoshuai pursed his lips. Just a bunch of trash, nothing but a hassle. Before he could finish, his wrist jerked violently. A colossal crimson crescent blade erupted, sweeping out with an unstoppable aura of destruction. Where the blade passed, the very air wailed in agony. Those earth dragons too slow to react vanished without a trace the moment they touched the blade's edge, leaving not a shred behind. The crimson crescent blade showed no sign of stopping. It tore through the long night, plunging straight toward the little old man's head. Facing this terrifying strike capable of obliterating all previous anomalies in an instant, the little old man showed not a trace of fear on his face. He merely raised his withered right hand at a leisurely pace and pressed it down onto the ground. Hum! The earth rumbled. A massive earthen wall surged from the ground, its surface swirling with eerie crimson patterns, precisely intercepting the blade's path. Crash! The blade's light collided violently with the earthen wall, erupting in a deafening roar. A violent shockwave of energy swept away the surrounding rubble, sending dust skyward. As the dust settled, the earthen wall was covered in spiderweb-like cracks, yet it had ultimately held firm. Ma Xiaoshuai clicked his tongue. You've improved considerably since earlier. You couldn't even dodge a single blow from me just now. Well, I suppose I owe you one. The little old man grinned, revealing an extremely unsettling smile. Thanks for helping me take out that pack of ungrateful, backstabbing wolves. Ma Xiaoshuai raised an eyebrow, staring at him in confusion. What was this old codger up to? Looks like we've got plenty of time. How about I tell you a story? The old man strolled leisurely with his hands behind his back, as if entertaining a long-lost guest. Long ago, I was a spirit born from the incense offerings of this place. In your human terms, you might call me the Earth Spirit. His voice grew distant and weathered. Each year, the villagers here would bring their most devout hearts, offering incense and prayers for favorable weather and bountiful harvests. And I, within the bounds of what was permitted, was quite happy to grant them some wishes within my power. Those were good times. At this point, his tone abruptly shifted, filled with searing resentment. But then, people's hearts changed. Their wishes grew increasingly outrageous. They sought wealth, power, even immortality. These desires long exceeded the rules, and I could not possibly grant them. When their wishes went unfulfilled, their devotion turned to resentment. They began cursing me, calling me a useless, worthless god. They forgot that I was born from their very wishes. Their resentment was like poison, slowly corrupting my divine essence. Then, as you know, that overwhelming, strange power swept in. The resentment accumulated within me resonated perfectly with that strange force, twisting me completely. And those villagers whose resentment ran deepest, they too became those half-human, half-ghost creatures we saw earlier. The old man's voice trembled with emotion. But what set them apart was that they could see me. They finally beheld the god they had cursed day and night. They wanted to devour me. To use this useless god as sustenance for their own evolution. How dare they? I am a deity. Mortals I protected, yet they sought to devour their own god. His agitation grew with each word, his gaunt frame heaving violently as bloodshot fury blazed in his eyes. Fortunately, this shrine still holds my last shred of divinity, enough to hold them back. I hide here, watching them outside like a pack of ravenous mad dogs that can never be sated. Suddenly, his tone shifted. His wrinkled old face twisted into a grotesque, chilling grin. And then you arrived. I truly must thank you, young man. You actually helped me kill them all. The bizarre power accumulated within them, the strength born from their resentment, it all belongs to me now. Ha. They never imagined in death that everything they possessed would ultimately benefit me, the god they abandoned. He spread his arms wide, as if embracing the entire world. So, as a token of my gratitude. The old man's head whipped around 180 degrees, locking onto Ma Xiaoshuai with deadly focus. I will devour you, every last bit of you, thoroughly and completely. Boom! A thick, deep crimson, eerie force surged wildly from the old man's body, transforming into a towering blood wave that crashed toward Ma Xiaoshuai. Facing this world-shattering spectacle, Ma Xiaoshuai's expression remained largely unchanged. He let out a dismissive snort. A god? You? The old face twisted completely, shedding all traces of its former benevolent appearance. You dare mock the divine? He had once been exalted above all, and had once been lowly as dust. Yet regardless of circumstance, he remained a god, an entity mortals must look up to. And now this young man before him dared to look at him with the contempt one might reserve for a stray dog. Boom! The space within the shrine was crushed by an invisible giant hand. The eerie power surging from the old man's body coalesced behind him into a monstrous, three-headed, six-armed divine form. The form bore an uncanny resemblance to the old man. Each of its 6 arms wielded a weapon, a dagger, a sword, or a sealing hand seal, all shrouded in thick, indelible crimson mist. Divine might like a prison. This was his true form after devouring all the villagers' resentment and bizarre power. This was the very posture of a deity. Mortals, kneel. Repent your ignorance. This deity may grant you a swift death. A petty earth spirit born of incense offerings and devout prayers, not even a legitimate deity corrupted and twisted by mortal resentment, dared to call itself a god? What a colossal joke. In the cultivation world, he had slain no fewer than 800 so-called gods. Each of those beings ruled over a realm governed by cosmic laws, their words carrying the weight of divine decree. This thing before him was, at best, a powerful vengeful spirit with concentrated energy. Shut up. Ma Xiaoshuai spat out the 2 words impatiently. His hands formed a hollow grasp, and 2 tang swords materialized in his palms. Red dust tang swords. Where the blades point, all things are cleaved. Chapter 89. Let's see how many swords you can take. Ma Xiaoshuai flicked his blade in a single-handed flourish. The edge sliced through the air, emitting a light, resonant hum. He finally turned his gaze toward the so-called divine being, a cold curve forming at the corners of his mouth. I am the demon sovereign of 10,000 calamities. I bow not to heaven, kneel not to earth, worship no gods, pay homage to no Buddhas. As he spoke, the demonic energy surging around him grew denser, gradually forming a vast, shadowy figure behind him that seemed to pierce the heavens and stand tall against the earth. The aura was vast and boundless, domineering, and destructive. It stood in stark contrast to the malevolent manifestation behind the old man. One was a congealed mass of resentment formed in this world, while the other was the true sovereign, undying through 10,000 calamities. The old man staggered backward under the force of this overwhelming presence, his 3-headed, 6-armed manifestation behind him beginning to shake violently. Playing tricks. The old man shrieked, his voice harsh yet trembling with fear, forcing himself to steady his mind. I don't care what kind of deity or demon you are. Today, you must die. Ma Xiaoshuai ignored his roar entirely, stating it with the gaze reserved for the dead. You claim to be a god? He crossed his twin blades before his chest, lowering his body slightly into an offensive stance. Then let's see how many blows this so-called god. How many blows you can take. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he was already moving. Ma Xiaoshuai's form blurred into a dark streak, leaving deadly afterimages across the cramped shrine. He didn't even employ any special footwork, merely the explosive speed of his physical form alone had already surpassed the dynamic visual limits of that so-called god. First strike. The icy declaration echoed like the whisper of death itself. A blade of light, black as ink, sliced across the sky. This blade's glow seemed alien to this world, sudden in its appearance yet carrying an undeniable, domineering authority. Before it, all things seemed destined for nothing but severance. Rip. A bone-chilling tearing sound echoed. The right arm of the 3-headed, 6-armed crimson deity, clutching its long sword, snapped clean off. No blood spurted from the stump, only thick, laden mist billowed like black smoke, emitting a piercing, wailing shriek. For the first time, genuine terror flashed across the old man's face. How could this be? This divine form was forged from the resentment he had devoured from the entire village and that bizarre artifact, an indestructible, invulnerable divine body. How could this mere mortal? You dare attempt to slay a god? You deserve death. You deserve death. The old man roared madly, his remaining 5 arms flailing wildly. Swords, spears, and halberds whipped through the air, unleashing a storm of blood and carnage that descended upon Ma Xiaoshuai like a torrential downpour. Yet Ma Xiaoshuai's figure weaved through the impenetrable barrage. He moved with the ease of a stroll through a garden, untouched by a single leaf. His eyes fixed solely on the blood-red core pulsing violently within the divine form's chest, a heart-like nucleus beating ever more fiercely. Second strike. Another calm declaration. The second blade flashed, more condensed and swift than the first. Like a black lightning bolt, it pierced the Dharma image's chest with unerring precision. No! The old man sensed an unprecedented threat of death. A shudder rising from the depths of his soul forced a desperate scream from his throat. He made a desperate decision. Boom! The colossal crimson Dharma form collapsed in an instant, dissolving into a torrent of pure blood-red energy. It surged back into the withered, diminutive form at the shrine's center. The majesty of the gods shall not tolerate your blasphemy. Flesh tore apart, bones cracked and shattered. The old man's once stunted frame began to grow and swell like an inflated balloon. His skin stretched to a translucent sheen, revealing twisted, knotted crimson muscles beneath and bulging veins. His height shot from under 5 feet to 10 feet, then 30 feet, then 100 feet. The temple roof was effortlessly torn off, reduced to dust. Finally, a hideous, naked giant covered in crimson patterns stood where the old man had been, towering over the earth. Had the entire village of Shaolu not been enveloped by a barrier preemptively deployed by the Paranormal Investigation Bureau, this colossus radiating an S-level eeriness would have already sent panic rippling through all of Yuan City. Ma Xiaoshuai halted, his twin blades held horizontally across his chest, studying the colossal figure before him with keen interest. Oh? Compressing all your power back into your core form, planning a last-ditch effort? He sneered. God? In my past life, I cut down countless beings who called themselves gods. Do you even deserve that title? Meanwhile, outside the ancestral hall, at the entrance of Shaolu village,
The earth shook violently as a massive black shadow slowly rose within the silver barrier erected by the Paranormal Investigation Bureau, obscuring most of the moonlight.
Holy, attacking dwarf?
Yu Luyun braced himself against a stone pillar, barely steadying his swaying form. Staring at the giant silhouette that had shattered the ancestral hall and continued to grow, he couldn't help but let out a curse. Behind him, Hongyu, Sherdashan, Lin Feng, and the others all wore expressions of tension and shock.
Boss, this aura? It's definitely S-class. Hongyu's voice was tight with tension.
Just then, several off-road vehicles bearing distinctive markings raced toward them at breakneck speed, screeching to a halt before the group. The doors swung open, and a middle-aged man with a stern face, clad in a black tactical suit, stepped out briskly. The insignia on his shoulder revealed his identity: Deputy Chief of the Yuan City Precinct, Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi's gaze was immediately drawn to the massive shadow within the barrier, his expression turning grave.
What's going on?
Yu Luyun immediately stepped forward, saluted, and reported at breakneck speed.
Reporting to Deputy Director Zhou. The Shaolu village incident has spiraled out of control. The village is gone. The resentment of all the villagers has fused with an unknown anomalous entity, giving birth to an S-class anomaly.
Zhou Yi's pupils contracted sharply.
S-class.
Not a single awakened within the entire Yuan City precinct possessed the capability to independently handle an S-class incident.
He demanded immediately, his voice carrying an unquestionable authority. Who's still inside?
Yu Luyun's expression grew peculiar. He glanced at the still roaring colossus and replied, "Our team's advisor, Ma Xiaoshuai."
What? Zhou Yi yanked Yu Luyun aside, lowering his voice urgently. You mean, the one they've been trying to recruit all along? Yu Luyun nodded solemnly. A bead of cold sweat formed on Zhou Yi's temple.
The value of that individual the higher-ups had repeatedly emphasized it was far more important than an S-class anomalous event itself.
If anything happened to him,
he dared not think it through.
Zhou Yi scanned the sparse group trailing behind Yu Luyun, his brow furrowing deeply.
Where are the others?
Didn't the first and third squads come to provide backup? At this question, Yu Luyun's pretentious facade finally crumbled completely.
His eyes dimmed, his voice thick with suppressed pain and desolation.
Commissioner Zhou, these are all we have left.
Chapter 90, Total Annihilation. He gestured toward his own team members behind him and the captains of the 4 squads. Yu Luyun's voice was painfully strained.
Wei Ning just woke up. She told us. First squad and third squad, shortly after entering the village, suffered total annihilation. Squadrons 4, 5, and 6, only their captains remain. Zhou Yi froze in place as if struck by lightning. 7 Elite A-class squads, half of them vanished without a trace in such a short time?
Zhou Yi felt as though an invisible giant hand had clenched his heart, nearly stopping its beat.
Half of the elite squads just vanished? Silently, without even a distress signal.
His mind roared, darkness swirled before his eyes, and he could barely stand.
These were the backbone of the Yuan City precinct, the very pillars defending this city.
Every single one was a comrade in arms he had fought alongside.
Zhou Yi's gaze swept over the surviving squad leaders behind Yu Luyun.
Their faces were deathly pale. A cold wave of despair rose from his feet, instantly spreading throughout his entire body. He forced himself to suppress the churning emotions.
Master Dui, is he still in the bureau?
This was the only variable he could think of now, aside from the one within the barrier.
Master? Yu Luyun shook his head. After meeting with our advisor, the master departed.
Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed sharply as he spun around, bellowing at all personnel behind him who could still move.
Everyone! Fall back immediately.
Use me as your reference point. Withdraw 50 meters from the silver barrier. His commanding tone jolted the team members still immersed in grief back to reality. Like waking from a dream, they scrambled backward, creating distance from the barrier that radiated an ominous aura. Zhou Yi stood at the very front of the new defensive line, his fists clenched tightly. His gaze fixed intently on the barrier's interior, where a tiny human figure stood confronting the colossal giant. Now, all hope rested on the shoulders of that mysterious advisor, Ma Xiaoshuai. Life or death, the fall of Yuan City or a miracle, it all hinged on this one man. Within the barrier, the aura of savagery had reached its peak. The S-class giant, forged from boundless resentment, had completed its charge. It no longer roared meaninglessly, the deathly silence instead brought an even more oppressive sense of dread. The colossus's arms, as massive as mountains, suddenly trembled. Muscles bulged along its arms, black coiling around them. In an instant, they metallized, transforming into 200-meter-long, pitch-black blades that flickered with an eerie glow. Crash! The blades came crashing down from above, no flashy maneuvers, only raw power and utter destruction. The earth shattered like a fragile cookie, torn apart with ease. A bottomless chasm instantly formed, gaping monstrously across the landscape. Its pitch-black maw seemed to lead straight to the depths of hell, ceaselessly spewing out bone-chilling, malevolent energy. Dust and smoke billowed skyward, obscuring the moonlight. A split second before the devastating blow landed, Ma Xiaoshuai's figure had already vanished from his original position. Like a feather, he rose with the wind and landed silently at the edge of the chasm. The violent currents tugged at his robes, yet he stood utterly still, rooted to the spot. He glanced down into the abyss, then raised his gaze to the giant, whose movements seemed momentarily sluggish after missing its strike.
Is that all you've got?
He scratched his ear, his tone flippant as if commenting on a dull play.
Is this what they call a god?
Quite the spectacle, but alas, barely stronger than an ant.
Blatant provocation. The giant's movements froze.
Its face, composed of countless twisted human faces. Every pupil instantly contracted to the size of a pinprick, all locking onto Ma Xiaoshuai. Endless resentment crystallized into palpable murderous intent, thickening the air until it seemed to freeze. You are provoking the gods. That eerie utterance, neither male nor female, a blend of 1,000 voices.
Each syllable seemed ground out between clenched teeth, brimming with searing hatred and fury.
And the price for defying the gods can only be death.
Boom!
Before the words had even faded, the giant's massive right fist swung out once more. This time, his arm did not transform into a blade, but instead channeled an even more terrifying force. Where the fist's edge passed, space itself groaned under the strain, rippling with distorted waves. This fist locked onto Ma Xiaoshuai's aura, striking with lightning speed and the force of a collapsing mountain. To Zhou Yi and the others watching from the outside, it was nothing short of a death sentence. The fist was larger than a building, while Ma Xiaoshuai's figure appeared as insignificant as dust before it.
How could he dodge? There was nowhere to hide. Yet Ma Xiaoshuai never even considered dodging.
Facing this world-shattering blow, he didn't even bat an eyelid.
Hit him?
For this brute with nothing but raw strength, it was like climbing to the heavens. Just as the fist's momentum was about to touch his body, Ma Xiaoshuai finally moved. He slowly raised his right hand. Too weak. He murmured softly, as if declaring it to the world. In that instant, an invisible suction force erupted violently, radiating outward from Ma Xiaoshuai.
10,000 Calamities demon art. Awaken! The thick, indissoluble eerie energy surrounding them, the millennia-old resentment accumulated in Shaolu village, and even the S-rank aura emanating from the giant all seemed drawn by some force. They transformed into billions of visible black threads, surging madly toward Ma Xiaoshuai's body. Ma Xiaoshuai became the center of a vortex devouring everything. Within him, the demonic energy of the seventh layer of qi refining erupted violently. It surged upward at an unimaginable speed, shattering boundaries in an instant and reaching an entirely new height. Its might was like mountains collapsing, like a tsunami, like the heavens crashing down and the earth splitting apart. Boom! An even more terrifying aura surged skyward from Ma Xiaoshuai's seemingly frail body.
Before this aura, the S-class giant's brutal pressure was crushed like a candle flame before the moonlight instantly suppressed and shattered. Beyond the barrier, Zhou Yi, Yuluyun, and the others paled in shock. They felt a terrifying pressure that made their very souls tremble, pierce through the barrier, crushing down upon their hearts. This is... Zhou Yi's voice trembled. As their horrified gazes fixed on him, space began to warp and fold behind Ma Xiaoshuai. A dark, eerie wheel of demonic patterns slowly materialized. The wheel seemed forged from the purest darkness and chaos, rotating slowly.
With each turn, it seemed as though countless demonic deities chanted within.
The laws of heaven and earth wailed in lamentation.
The ebony demon wheel.
Immortal through countless calamities, devouring all heavens. In that moment, Ma Xiaoshuai's black hair whipped wildly, his eyes flashing with a cold indifference that scorned all living beings.
He was no longer an advisor to the Paranormal Investigation Bureau.
He was the peerless demon who once slaughtered his way through the immortal realm, striking terror into 10,000 immortals and silencing all Buddhas.
Chapter 91, The Crimson Beam. Crush you.
Ma Xiaoshuai spat out the 3 icy words. Behind him, the pitch-black demonic wheel emitted a deafening hum that shook the heavens. No longer a mere phantom, it solidified into tangible form, carrying the overwhelming might capable of shattering all heavens throughout eternity. It charged headlong toward that fist. The fist, as massive as a skyscraper, collided with the pitch-black demonic wheel. SHHHHH. A sharp, piercing sound rang out. The giant's fist, along with the S-grade uncanny power condensed upon it, was effortlessly shredded by the wheel's edge.
It dissolved into the purest black mist. Crush. Impossible.
The giant's roar, a cacophony of 1,000 voices, echoed for the first time with utter disbelief and terror. Born from the millennia-old resentment of Shimo Yanagi village, it was the most terrifying entity to ever coalesce upon this land of God in every sense of the word.
Yet this insignificant human before it.
Before it could comprehend, Ma Xiaoshuai moved. He raised the hand that had devoured endless resentment and grasped at the giant's remaining right arm mid-air.
Come here. An irresistible suction erupted.
The massive arm, along with its muscles and bones, was torn clean off the giant's shoulder. The giant let out a piercing, agonized roar that split the heavens. The sound was filled with venomous hatred.
Yet for Ma Xiaoshuai, this was merely an appetizer. He opened his mouth, now transformed into a connected abyss. Whoosh! The entire massive arm was swallowed whole, transforming into a black torrent that vanished into nothingness. Burp!
Ma Xiaoshuai belched contentedly, the surging demonic energy within him growing even stronger. He smacked his lips, a look of disgust spreading across his face.
Tastes awful. Too many impurities.
These words, this scene, utterly shattered the worldview of everyone watching from beyond the barrier.
He ate the arm of an S-rank anomaly? Sherdashan's massive frame shook like a sieve. Madman, this guy is absolutely insane.
All color drained from Hong Yu's fiery face, leaving only pallor. She had seen all manner of vicious anomalies, but never anything so utterly beyond description.
Eating an anomaly?
This was beyond their comprehension. Team leader. Lin Feng's voice was hoarse as he looked toward Yu Luyun.
What exactly did we recruit? Yu Luyun didn't answer.
He stared intently at Ma Xiaoshuai's retreating figure, which grew larger and larger in his eyes, merging with the spinning, pitch-black demonic wheel. In that moment, only one thought occupied his mind. Bringing him in might be the most correct decision he'd ever made in his life.
Roar! The giant, now missing an arm, went completely berserk. Agony drove it into a frenzy.
At the center of its massive frame, the flesh of its chest suddenly split open, revealing a huge, crimson vertical pupil. Within that vertical pupil, there was no white of the eye, only a chaotic, deep crimson void. Sizzle, sizzle. Blood-red arcs of electricity danced around the vertical pupil, scorching the very fabric of space until it warped and distorted. Die! A terrifying crimson beam erupted from the vertical pupil. This beam contained the most primordial curse and corrosive power, melting everything in its path and shattering the laws of existence. Its target was singular Ma Xiaoshuai. Bring it on! Ma Xiaoshuai felt not fear but delight. He could sense that the power contained within this attack was far purer than that of the arm earlier. A true tonic. Instead of dodging, he thrust the pitch-black demonic wheel behind him forward. It transformed into a flawless circular shield, blocking the attack before him. Boom! The crimson beam slammed into the demonic wheel. An indescribable force surged through him, like a star colliding head-on. The ground beneath Ma Xiaoshuai shattered instantly, sending him flying backward. Boom! 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 His body smashed through several dilapidated brick houses behind him, plowing a trench hundreds of meters long before finally coming to a halt. The crimson beam, having exhausted all its power, finally dissipated into the air.
But amidst the dust, Ma Xiaoshuai knelt on one knee.
A metallic taste rose in his throat, but he forced it back down. Withstanding that blow head-on was still pushing the limits of his current cultivation. Yet the excitement in his eyes burned ever brighter. His gaze pierced the swirling dust, locking precisely onto the giant's torn open chest cavity. There, at the center of the mangled, gaping cavity, a heart the size of a human head beat with powerful, relentless force. Thump, thump, thump. Each beat resonated with the pulse of this realm, radiating boundless, eerie power. That must be the weird core. Ma Xiaoshuai licked his lips. This object was the true objective of this mission, the very source of power for this S-rank anomaly. Swallow it, and his 10,000 Calamities demon art would undoubtedly ascend to a new level. As if sensing Ma Xiaoshuai's unabashedly greedy gaze, the black heart began to beat even more violently. Arg! Save me! Such bitter hatred. The next instant, thousands of piercing screams erupted violently from within the heart. Twisted, translucent soul forms coalesced into a black storm, engulfing the sky as it swept toward Ma Xiaoshuai. These were the vengeful spirits of villagers tortured and slaughtered in Shaolu village over 1,000 years. Sealed within the sinister core, they were condemned to eternal torment, never to find peace. Their suffering had transformed them into the most vicious and malevolent spirits. Outside the barrier, Joey and the others merely heard the sound. Felt as if their skulls would shatter, their very souls being torn apart. Yet, this storm of vengeful spirits enough to make any awakened shudder only made Ma Xiaoshuai smile. His smile, radiant yet tinged with a hint of wickedness. Perfect timing. He'd been worried his precious treasure had been starving for so long, with nothing to feed it. He flipped his right hand, revealing a small, pitch-black banner in his palm. The banner of 10,000 souls. As demonic energy surged into it, the banner grew with the wind, instantly stretching over 3 meters tall. Upon its surface, the wails of countless vengeful spirits intertwined with the shrill screams from the demonic core, weaving a symphony of death. My little treasure, dinner's served. At Ma Xiaoshuai's command, the banner of 10,000 souls moved without wind, its surface suddenly curling forward. Whoosh! Black light surged, like a colossal maw devouring heaven and earth. The overwhelming storm of vengeful spirits was swallowed whole by this black curtain, unable to raise even a ripple. The shrieking screams abruptly ceased. The next second. Creak, creak. The sound of chewing emanated from the pitch-black banner. Distorted, agonized faces flickered in and out of view upon the banners. They swallowed the nourishment they had just absorbed, erupting in satisfied, maniacal laughter. Beyond the barrier, Yu Luyun and the others felt the soul-shredding pressure vanish abruptly. What happened? The sound stopped. Sherdashan clutched his head, his face still pale with terror. Hong Yu stared fixedly at the center of the barrier. In her perception, that immense energy of resentment had vanished into thin air. Chapter 92, The Old Man You Can't Mess With. He ate it? Yu Luyun's pupils contracted slightly. He couldn't see the details inside, but he could sense that Ma Xiaoshuai's aura hadn't weakened, it had surged dramatically.
The moment the giant faltered as the vengeful spirit was swallowed, Ma Xiaoshuai struck. He seized that fleeting opening. Now! A sharp gleam flashed in Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes as the pitch-black demonic wheel beneath his feet emitted a humming sound. His figure vanished from the spot without warning. When he reappeared, he had traversed hundreds of meters, standing before the giant's mangled, hollowed-out chest cavity. Within inches was the human head-sized black heart still beating violently the weird core. An overwhelming, indescribably dense aura of eerie power washed over him. Ma Xiaoshuai's face lit up with rapturous delight. Without a moment's hesitation, he clenched his fingers into a claw shrouded in pitch-black demonic energy. He lunged forward, clawing fiercely at the pulsating weird core. If this claw connected, it would be enough to crush the core of this S-rank anomaly and absorb all its primordial power. However, the core was the very source of an S-rank anomaly's power. It wouldn't go down without a fight. Just as Ma Xiaoshuai's claw was about to touch it. Boom! The core abruptly contracted inward, halving its volume in an instant. Immediately, countless crimson bloodlines, finer than human hair, erupted from its surface. These blood threads did not attack Ma Xiaoshuai's body but instead rapidly coalesced in midair before him. In the blink of an eye, they formed a massive, distorted, and agonized human face. This face seemed to embody the venomous hatred and utter despair of every deceased soul in Xiaolu village. Though it possessed no mouth, it emitted a silent roar. Buzz. A mental shriek transcending the limits of sound transformed into an invisible blade, piercing through space and striking directly at Ma Xiaoshuai's mind. This was the purest form of soul assault, a fatal strike potent enough to shatter the consciousness of any living being. It sought to utterly annihilate this audacious insect that dared coveted eradicating it from the very depths of its soul. Poof. Facing this psychic assault powerful enough to instantly kill an A-rank powerhouse, Ma Xiaoshuai not only didn't retreat but advanced instead, a cold, mocking smile curling his lips. You want to play mind attack games with me? Fool. His voice was quiet, yet brimming with utter contempt. My sea of consciousness houses a master you'd be wise not to provoke. Before the words had fully faded, a terrifying mental screech had already slammed into Ma Xiaoshuai's sea of consciousness. Ma Xiaoshuai's sea of consciousness differed from that of ordinary cultivators. Only an endless, deathly silence and darkness remained. At the very depths of this darkness, a light that never faded hung suspended. It was a golden light of merit. Its source was immensely powerful, yet it had always been suppressed in the deepest recesses of his sea of consciousness. Now, the malevolent face formed from the power of the sinister core burst into this darkness, radiating overwhelming ferocity. It saw the golden light. Though its aura was pure, it was far too faint. Without hesitation, the vengeful face emitted a silent snarl and lunged fiercely toward the golden light of merit. In the instant it lunged toward the golden light, time seemed to slow to a crawl. It could clearly see the internal structure of that seemingly faint golden light of virtue. It was expanding at an incomprehensible rate. The next instant. Boom! That faint golden light abruptly transformed into a blinding radiance. A colossal golden Buddha, towering to the heavens, manifested its true form amidst the boundless darkness. The Buddha's countenance was majestic and solemn. Though his eyes remained closed, they radiated an awe-inspiring authority that seemed to survey the myriad worlds and suppress the 9 hells and 10 prisons. Its mere presence froze the entire sea of consciousness. That arrogant, venomous face, before this Buddha, shrank to the size of a speck of dust. All its venom, ferocity, and despair instantly melted away like ice before the Buddha's majestic aura. Fear. An unprecedented terror, stemming from the very core of its being, seized its consciousness. It wanted to flee. But the Buddha's tightly closed eyes slowly opened a slit. Within that slit lay no compassion, no mercy, only a golden void that judged all existence. A golden Buddha palm, vast enough to obscure the sky, descended slowly, carrying the mighty power to purify all evil. There was no struggle, no resistance. Beneath the Buddha's palm, the face twisted with hatred shattered like snowflakes under sunlight, torn apart inch by inch into the purest essence of vengeful energy. The palm seized it whole, absorbing every last bit, devouring it clean. The sea of consciousness returned to deathly, pitch-black darkness. Only the Buddha, before slowly fading away. It cast what seemed like an emotionless glance at the master of this darkness. Done. Outside, Ma Xiaoshuai's lips curled into a cruel smile. The clash at the soul level had lasted but a fleeting instant. The spirit backlash of the sinister core was shattered instantly, and it itself suffered unimaginable damage. That pulsing heart visibly faltered. Now! A demonic light blazed in Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes as the 10,000 Calamities demon art surged to its peak within him. The resentment energy torn apart by the Buddha moments ago hadn't completely dissipated. Its remnants were escaping, about to return to the Gue core. Think you can go back? Stay right here. Ma Xiaoshuai spread his fingers wide. At the center of his palm, a pitch-black demonic will spun wildly, generating a terrifying suction force. The scattered resentment energy seemed to find an outlet. They coalesced into streams of black mist, surging madly into his palm. Refine. A low command echoed. Under the ruthless refinement of the 10,000 Calamities demon art. Instantly transformed into clusters of pitch-black demonic flames radiating an aura of destruction.
The flames clung to his claws, making his hands appear like the demonic claws of a god from the nine hells. The sheer force caused the very fabric of space to groan under the strain. Explode! Ma Xiaoshuai's arms bulged with taut muscles as his claws, swirling with pitch-black flames, surged forward with renewed, explosive speed. This time, the Gue core had no chance to resist. Thud! The claws pierced the human head-sized black heart with pinpoint accuracy. The ultimate destructive demonic flames erupted instantly within the core. Boom! A deep, muffled explosion. The core, containing the S-rank source of the anomaly, was crushed in his fist. The dense, nearly liquid essence power, mixed with shattered flesh and blood, scattered wildly. Ma Xiaoshuai suddenly opened his mouth wide, swallowing this colossal surge of primordial energy in one gulp. The frenzied power instantly exploded within his body. Ma Xiaoshuai let out a suppressed roar as every vein in his body bulged violently. Beneath his skin, it felt as though countless black venomous snakes were writhing. Outside, the flesh giant, now deprived of its core, trembled violently. The very foundation sustaining its form had been ripped away. Chapter 93, 9th Layer Grand Perfection. Clatter, clatter, clatter. First the chest cavity, then the limbs, the head. The mountain-like giant shattered into pieces amidst a deafening roar. It became a shower of flesh and blood that blanketed the ruins of Lower Willow Village. The gloomy mist shrouding the village vanished as if wiped away by an invisible hand, dissipating swiftly. Above, the eerie crimson blood moon visibly faded, its color draining at a pace visible to the naked eye until it finally returned to its normal, cold, clear moonlight. Huff! Ma Xiaoshuai crashed heavily into the center of the ruins, kneeling on one knee as he gasped for breath. He slowly raised his head. One eye held a deep, demonic glow, while the other flashed with a fleeting, golden Buddhist light. He could feel the power within him undergoing an earth-shattering transformation. Chi cultivation stage 7, stage 8, stage 9. The bottlenecks shattered like paper, breached with ease. Finally, his aura stabilized at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Chi cultivation. He was but a single step away from foundation establishment. He turned his gaze inward. Within his Dantian Sea of Qi, the pitch-black demonic wheel representing the 10,000 Calamities demon art slowly rotated. And upon the wheel's pitch-black outer rim, intricate golden patterns now manifested. Those were merit golden patterns. The demonic wheel formed its body, while the golden patterns adorned it. The most wicked and evil demonic art and the most righteous and pure power of merit had, in a bizarre manner, fused perfectly. 9th layer of Qi cultivation, grand perfection. Ma Xiaoshuai felt the surging power within him as he slowly rose to his feet. Clenching his fists, his knuckles cracked in succession. This strength should be enough to wrench that old bald-ass monk's head off and kick it like a ball. He hadn't forgotten that old bald bastard swindled him out of $1 million. Just as his breathing steadied, the energy barrier enveloping the battlefield emitted a faint sound and quietly dissipated. Several figures sprinted toward the scene from the distance. Leading them was a stern-faced middle-aged man with a square jaw. Zhou, deputy director of the Paranormal Investigation Bureau. Behind him followed a group of captains radiating formidable energy. Yu Luyun, Hongyu, and Sherdashan quickly followed suit. When they saw the scene before them, everyone's footsteps halted abruptly. Chaos reigned everywhere. Amidst the crumbling walls and collapsed structures lay a thick layer of writhing flesh fragments and viscous blood. The entire village had been transformed into a hellish battlefield, reeking of an overpowering stench of blood. Amidst the mountains of flesh, a figure stood motionless. Drenched in blood, black demonic energy still swirled around him, not yet fully dissipated. It made him look like a peerless demon god crawling out of hell. Moonlight spilled down, illuminating his face, tinged with a hint of wickedness. Sensing the other's approach, he slowly turned his head, his lips curling into a grin that revealed a row of gleaming white teeth. That smile, in the eyes of Zhou and the other team captains, sent a chill down their spines even more than the S-rank anomaly had moments before. Yu Luyun stared at Ma Xiaoshuai, his Adam's apple bobbing. For once, he was at a loss for words. Hongyu instinctively gripped the dagger at her waist, her palms drenched in cold sweat. Hey! Ignoring the horrified stares directed at him, Ma Xiaoshuai gave them a carefree nod with a heartless grin. Done deal. The spirit realm spot is mine now, right? Zhou forced down the storm raging within him. His throat went dry as he stared at Ma Xiaoshuai. Finally, he nodded with great difficulty. Yes, Mr. Ma. This spirit realm selection spot, you truly deserve it. Receiving the affirmative answer, Ma Xiaoshuai's taut nerves suddenly relaxed. A wave of overwhelming exhaustion instantly swept through every cell in his body. His head swayed, darkness swirled before his eyes, and his body lurched forward uncontrollably. That earth-shattering battle, though seemingly effortless, had drained every ounce of his vitality. Even his newly transformed demonic body struggled to withstand such extreme exhaustion. Watch out! A figure darted forward like lightning, catching the staggering Ma Xiaoshuai just in time. It was Yu Luyun. His face was as pale as paper, his suit splattered with speckles of blood, yet he paid it no mind. Holding Ma Xiaoshuai's arm, he could clearly feel the weakness radiating from the other's body.
Damn it, I'm starving.
Ma Xiaoshuai leaned against Yu Luyun, exhaling a hot breath tinged with the taste of blood as he weakly complained.
Got anything to eat? Anything at all? I'm starving to death. This utterly inappropriate remark stunned everyone present.
Hong Yu's grip on her dagger loosened, her expression turning peculiar.
Sherdashin opened his mouth but no sound came out for a long moment. The captains behind Zhou exchanged bewildered glances, wondering if they'd heard wrong. In this sea of corpses and blood, food? Yes, yes. Yu Luyun was the first to snap out of it, nodding frantically.
His stomach churned violently, a wave of acid surging up his throat, which he forced back down. Forget eating, just smelling that scent made him feel like he was about to vomit. He felt like he might never be able to eat again for the rest of his life.
Let's go.
Ma Xiaoshuai waved his hand, signaling Yu Luyun to help him walk out of the village. With every step, a squelching sound echoed beneath their feet as they tread upon the still twitching flesh, its sticky, nauseating texture clinging to their soles. Yu Luyun practically kept his eyes shut as he half-dragged, half-supported Ma Xiaoshuai away from this hellish scene. After a few steps, Ma Xiaoshuai suddenly stopped and turned to look back at Zhou and the others, who were still frozen in place. His eyes had regained some clarity, shedding the earlier lethargy.
Oh, right.
The moment he turned, Zhou and the others instantly tensed, their muscles tightening as they reflexively went on high alert.
This village, he declared, is under complete lockdown, effective immediately. Ma Xiaoshuai's tone was flat, yet carried an unquestionable command.
In 3 days, I will return to handle the residual strange energy here.
Until then, do not let anyone enter. Is that clear? Eerie energy? Zhou froze for a moment before comprehending.
Though that S-rank anomaly had been obliterated, the energy and resentment it had scattered were sufficient to contaminate this land, turning it into a place of utter peril.
Ordinary methods couldn't purify it, only permanent sealing would suffice. But from Ma Xiaoshuai's tone, it sounded like he actually had a way to handle it?
Ha!
Oh. Got it.
Understood. Zhou snapped to attention like a student called on by their teacher, responding eagerly. He dared not ask how Ma Xiaoshuai planned to handle it, nor did he dare question him.
Everything this man had demonstrated had completely overturned Zhou understanding. Satisfied with the assurance, Ma Xiaoshuai turned away and continued walking toward the SUV parked at the village entrance.
Upon reaching the SUV, he looked down at himself. His entire body was sticky and filthy, his clothes long since soaked through with blood and flesh, clinging tightly to his skin and emitting a nauseating, foul stench.
Chapter 94, What's for dinner? You choose. He frowned, his face twisted with disgust. Getting in like this would inevitably soil Yu Luyun's car. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Ma Xiaoshuai released Yu Luyun and stood up straight. He raised his right hand, pressing his index and middle fingers together to trace a simple rune in the air before him. He murmured softly. Purify. Hum. A barely perceptible golden ripple spread out from him, instantly sweeping over his entire body. The next second, a miracle occurred. The blood-soaked flesh and filth on his body, enough to send someone with trypophobia into cardiac arrest along with his tattered clothes, seemed to be instantly dissolved by an invisible force. In their place appeared a crisp, clean black casual outfit, even his hair now neat and tidy. He appeared completely renewed. Aside from a slight pallor, there was no trace left of the bloody battle he had just endured. This seemingly magical ability to create something out of nothing left Zhou and the others wide-eyed in astonishment once more. What kind of ability was this? Did awakened ones possess such skills? Now that's more like it. Ma Xiaoshuai stretched contentedly, opened the passenger door, and plopped himself into the front seat. Yu Luyun was already seated in the driver's seat, his hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly that the veins on his knuckles stood out, struggling to suppress the urge to vomit. Let's go. Let's go eat. I'm starving. Ma Xiaoshuai urged impatiently the moment he got in. With that, he flopped backward, collapsing heavily into the spacious seat. Closing his eyes, he seemed unwilling to move even a finger. A surging power raced through his body, yet mental exhaustion washed over him like a tidal wave, completely submerging him. The SUV raced through the night, the atmosphere inside thick and oppressive, like congealed blood. Yu Luyun gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. He glanced back at the rearview mirror from time to time. Hong Yu and Sherdashin sat in the back seat, their faces deathly pale. Their eyes were vacant as they stared out the window at the rapidly receding cityscape, like two statues stripped of their souls. Even the usually lively Lin Feng now huddled in the corner, arms wrapped around his knees, utterly silent. Everything that had transpired in that village felt like a nightmare from which they could never awaken. It had crushed the pride they held as elite investigators into dust. Yu Luyun's gaze finally settled on the passenger seat. Ma Xiaoshuai leaned back in his seat, breathing steadily, seemingly fast asleep. His slightly pale face flickered in the shifting light of the street lamps, appearing utterly harmless. Yet this seemingly harmless fellow had just devoured an S-class anomaly with a demeanor bordering on demonic. Yu Luyun's heart began to pound uncontrollably. The SUV drove toward the heart of Yuan City, finally coming to a halt in front of a villa. This was the base of the 7th Action Team of the Paranormal Investigation Bureau. We're here. Yu Luyun unbuckled his seatbelt, his voice slightly hoarse. He turned his head, about to wake Ma Xiaoshuai, only to find the other man had already opened his eyes. His eyes were unnaturally clear, showing no trace of sleepiness. It seemed as though he hadn't slept at all, merely resting his eyes. Ma Xiaoshuai yawned, stretched, and cracked his knuckles with a series of sharp pops. He surveyed the high-tech metallic walls and the solemn-faced staff moving about. He asked, lazily, "Does your base have a cafeteria?" Devouring and refining that S-class anomaly had been an enormous drain on him. The 10,000 Calamities demon art acted like a greedy black hole, demanding vast amounts of energy to neutralize and transform the chaotic energies. At this moment, he felt as if his very organs were being drained dry by the hunger pangs generated by the technique's operation. "Yes, it's open 24 hours. Yu Luyun nodded and opened the car door. "But before that, we need to make a stop at the medical department for a full physical examination." "Checkup?" Ma Xiaoshuai snorted as if he'd heard the biggest joke in the world. He jumped out of the car, gave himself a once-over, then spread his hands. "Check my ass. I'm not even hurt. What kind of joke is this? Expecting these mortals to inspect his demonic body with their scrap metal? What could they possibly find? Don't let their instruments blow up on me." Yu Luyun was momentarily speechless at his rude reply, his expression darkening. "Advisor, we're only concerned for your well-being. After all, you've just endured an intense battle." "I said I'm hungry." Ma Xiaoshuai cut him off, his tone tinged with impatience. "Food. Now. Immediately. Or shall I help myself?" The last sentence was delivered with a lightness that sent a chill down Yu Luyun's spine. He had no doubt that if he persisted any longer, this man would genuinely treat this place like a buffet, casually eating whatever filled his stomach. Cold sweat beaded on Yu Luyun's forehead as he forced a stiff smile. "Fine. I'll take you to the cafeteria." He finally relented. In the face of absolute power, any rules or procedures seemed utterly powerless. The exclusive cafeteria for Team 7 resembled a high-end restaurant, elegant and spotless. Ma Xiaoshuai plopped down with a thud, grabbed the electronic menu on the table, and began swiping through it at lightning speed. His ordering style was brutally efficient, fingers swiping across the screen, eyes fixed solely on the images. A vibrant green vegetable salad? Swiped away. Exquisite mushroom soup? Swiped away. A plain-looking vegetarian dish? Swiped away. This one, and this one, no thanks. Ma Xiaoshuai eliminated every single dish on the menu with even a hint of green leaves. "Bring me one of everything else." He ordered nothing but meat. Premium marbled beef tenderloin, rosemary roasted leg of lamb, beef Wellington, crispy roast suckling pig, braised pork knuckle. He didn't skip a single hearty, meaty dish on the menu. Standing nearby, Yu Luyun watched the order list pop up on the service terminal, his eye twitching violently. This amount? Are you planning to feed a dinosaur? This much, can you even finish it all by yourself? He swallowed hard, feeling his sense of reality being repeatedly trampled. Ma Xiaoshuai looked up and only then noticed Yu Luyun and the others still standing there dumbstruck, as if he'd forgotten they hadn't eaten yet either. "All right, I was so caught up in my own order." He snapped out of it, casually handing them the menu. "See what you want? Order for yourselves." No need. We're not hungry." "Team leader, I just remembered I still have a report to finish." Before Yu Luyun could respond, Hongyu, Sherdashan, and Lin Feng behind him scattered like cats with their tails stepped on. They waved their hands frantically, backing away several steps in alarm. "Are you kidding? Eating?" The mere mention of eating instantly conjured horrific images in their minds: the village where flesh and blood mingled with mud. Chapter 95, Incident Number G774. Their stomachs churned violently, a sour taste rising in their throats. Forget eating meat now, even drinking water made them fear they might vomit on the spot. Not vomiting was already proof of their battle-hardened resilience and ironclad mental fortitude. Ma Xiaoshuai shot them a puzzled glance, shrugged, and didn't press further. The dishes arrived swiftly, delivery robots rolling in one after another, filling the entire table with enormous platters. The rich aroma of meat instantly filled the air. Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes lit up. He didn't bother with knives or forks. He grabbed a warhammer steak larger than his face and took a bite. His eating manner wasn't so much about nourishment as it was about refueling. There was no trace of savoring the flavors, only a savage and efficient swallowing. He devoured the massive chunks of meat in just a few bites, casually tossing the bones aside before reaching for the next platter. Yu Luyun and the others silently took the farthest table from him, ordering only glasses of water. They watched the mountain of meat vanish at a visible pace. The scene before them sent shivers down their spines more than any horror movie ever could. What kind of creature was this man? Was his stomach connected to some alternate dimension? Watching Ma Xiaoshuai devour everything like a whirlwind, Yu Luyun knew this was the perfect moment to discuss serious business. He walked over with his water cup and sat down across from Ma Xiaoshuai. "Advisor." Ma Xiaoshuai's mouth was stuffed with meat, and he responded with a muffled grunt without even lifting his head. "There's something I need to inform you about in advance." Yu Luyun chose his words carefully. The spirit realm won't officially open for about 2 weeks. That long? Ma Xiaoshuai paused mid-chew, finally lifting his eyes to meet Yu Luyun's gaze. Yu Luyun nodded. That's right. At that time, top investigators from all major districts across the nation will enter it. He paused, then dropped the real bombshell. But most of those selected to participate aren't awakened like us. They are cultivators. Ma Xiaoshuai's chewing motion came to a complete halt. This trial was shaping up to be quite interesting. Yu Luyun continued his explanation. While there's no true death within the spirit realm, and your body remains intact upon exiting, suffering even one death inside inflicts unimaginable damage to your spirit and soul. At best, it leads to mental instability. At worst, it leaves you in a vegetative state. Therefore, even with your strength, you must exercise extreme caution inside. His intention was to caution Ma Xiaoshuai against overconfidence. Ma Xiaoshuai casually wiped the grease from his mouth with a napkin, then tossed the cleanly gnawed bone back onto the plate with a clatter. The sharp clang echoed jarringly in the otherwise silent dining hall. He leaned back lazily into his chair. 2 weeks? That's boring. His eyes, now crystal clear, swept sharply over Yu Luyun and the others. Hong Yu instinctively tensed her body. Sher Dashan clenched his fists. Even Lin Feng, whose mind usually worked in peculiar ways, felt an inexplicable pressure. It felt more like a well-fed beast sizing up a few rabbits, contemplating whether to make them dessert. Ma Xiaoshuai's lips curled into a mischievous grin. Over the next few days, find me something strange. His tone was as casual as if he were saying, find me some fun. Yu Luyun froze. Find something weird? Was that something you could just casually find? What others would consider a life-threatening horror becomes a pastime for him. But that thought flashed by in an instant, replaced by a surge of wild excitement. He'd been fretting over how to broach a newly assigned case. The sheer strangeness of that case meant sending his B-level investigators would be like sending them to their deaths. Going himself felt like overkill, and besides, the Bureau had other matters demanding his attention. Ma Xiaoshuai volunteering was like a dream come true. Yes. Yes. Of course. Yu Luyun practically snatched the answer, terrified Ma Xiaoshuai might change his mind the next second. He swiftly pulled a slim tactical tablet from his briefcase, strode over to Ma Xiaoshuai's desk, and presented it with both hands in a respectful gesture. His posture resembled that of a subordinate reporting to his boss. Advisor, there is indeed a mission tomorrow. The situation is rather unique. Please take a look. Ma Xiaoshuai lazily took the tablet, his fingertip lightly swiping across the screen. The mission brief popped up. Incident number G774. Danger level, provisional grade A may escalate. Location, Yuan City University. Yuan City University? Ma Xiaoshuai's eyebrows arched slightly. That name, it had been a long time. The institution where he had graduated, the place that held his final memories before his journey through time. He continued reading. Briefing, reported by Chen Gang, captain of Squad 2, Yuan City Public Security Bureau. A university instructor, Liang, has dialed the emergency hotline 3 consecutive nights, claiming to have witnessed a female student from his class being struck and killed by an out-of-control truck at the crossroads near the school gate while walking home. The scene was gruesome, with brain matter splattered. Yet the next morning, the student appeared unharmed in class, teaching normally with no recollection of the previous night's death. Preliminary investigation by the Public Security Bureau, surveillance footage shows no accidents occurred at that intersection during the same time period each night. The female student is in good health and mentally stable. Teacher Liang, who made the reports, is under immense psychological pressure and nearing a breakdown. Interesting. A cycle of death erased reality. The aura of this force was faint yet pure, a potent tonic. Ma Xiaoshuai's finger slid to the bottom of the screen, revealing the Paranormal Investigation Bureau's proposed action plan. Recommended action: dispatch an undercover investigator to infiltrate the school, closely observe the target student and the reporting teacher, and identify the source of the anomaly. Recommended cover: school security personnel. Yu Luyun cautiously added from the side. Advisor, this mission requires you to infiltrate the school disguised as security personnel for investigation. Security staff enjoy unrestricted movement, facilitating surveillance across the entire campus, the most efficient approach. No sooner had he finished speaking. Security guard again? Ma Xiaoshuai's voice instantly turned cold. He slammed his tablet onto the table with a sharp thud and sprang to his feet. His movement was so swift it created a gust of air powerful enough to make the empty plates on the table wobble. The man who had been as lazy as a cat just a moment ago now radiated an intensely dangerous aura. Yu Luyun and the few people behind him felt their hearts clench violently. That feeling was back again. I'm done being a security guard. Ma Xiaoshuai practically shouted it out. What a joke. He, the mighty demon sovereign of 10,000 calamities, once ruled the cultivation world with an iron fist. Billions bowed beneath his feet, their lives and deaths at his command. After being transported back, he temporarily fallen on hard times. Being forced by Wang Xiaoshuai to work as a security guard to experience life was one thing. But now, he was being asked to do it again? Where would that leave his reputation as demon sovereign? Chapter 96, a teacher? Accept security. He spat out each word, every syllable ground out between clenched teeth, radiating an aura of unquestionable authority. This. Yu Liuyun's facial muscles twitched violently, cold sweat instantly beating on his temples. He wanted to explain, to say that being a teacher was too conspicuous, the paperwork too cumbersome, and not conducive to covert operations. But when he met Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze, all words choked in his throat. That commanding will emanating from above seemed to say, do as I say, or die. Yu Liyun had no doubt that if he dared utter a single no, the next second, his head would be crushed like those steaks, crushed bare-handed by the man before him. As an A-rank force-type awakener, he now felt utterly incapable of even a flicker of resistance. Behind him, Hong Yu and Sherdashin dared not even breathe, their bodies stiff and frozen in place. This was the crushing pressure born of an absolute disparity in power. Gulp! Yu Liyun swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. His custom-tailored suit was now soaked through with cold sweat, clinging tightly to his back. He forced a smile that looked worse than crying, tentatively asking in a tone bordering on pleading. Then, how about being a teacher? The fierce glint in Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes slowly faded, and the suffocating pressure dissipated. He sat back down, as if the furious demon from moments ago had been nothing but a collective hallucination. Nodding, he remarked in a tone that suggested he considered the boy teachable, not bad. That'll do. Phew. Yu Liyun exhaled a long breath, feeling utterly drained as if he'd just been pulled from the water. He immediately began bowing and scraping. Yes. Yes. No problem. I'll handle the paperwork immediately. The Supernatural Investigation Bureau wielded immense authority. Planting a teacher in a university was no difficult task. It was simply a matter of fabricating a flawless set of credentials from academic background to work history. Then leverage some high-level connections to give the school a heads up. It was just, the paperwork was indeed a bit of a hassle. But the thought of Ma Xiaoshuai's murderous glare earlier. Yu Liyun realized that no matter how troublesome it was still better than losing his life here. He finally understood the deeper meaning behind the bureau giving Ma Xiaoshuai the title of advisor. This guy wasn't hired to be a subordinate, he was invited to be treated like royalty. Once the deal was sealed, Ma Xiaoshuai lost all patience. He yawned, stood up, and stretched lazily, his joints popping with a crisp crackle. His demeanor shifted instantly. The demon king who'd been ready to kill at the slightest provocation moments ago dissolved into the same listless youth who couldn't muster interest in anything. I'm outta here. He grabbed the coat draped over the chair back, slung it over his shoulder, and walked out without looking back. Call me when you're done. His tone was as casual as if he were instructing his own servant to go buy groceries. Yes. Yes. Take your time, Advisor Ma. Yu Liyun felt as if he'd been granted a pardon. He sprang to his feet with a start, bowing 90 degrees to see the master off. He dared not even glance at Ma Xiaoshuai's retreating figure, terrified the master might suddenly change his mind and deem the profession of teaching beneath him. Hong Yu and Sherdashin also scrambled to their feet, their demeanor reaching the pinnacle of reverence. But just as they thought Ma Xiaoshuai would step into the elevator, an unbelievable scene unfolded. 3 steps from the doorway, Ma Xiaoshuai vanished into thin air without warning, as if erased from a pencil sketch. No spatial ripples, no residual energy, not even the slightest disturbance in the air. He was simply gone, as if he had never been there at all. This. Yu Liyun's eyes nearly popped out of his head, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow an egg. He whipped his head around to look at Hong Yu and Sherdashin behind him. Both wore expressions as if they'd seen a ghost, their bodies stiff as stone. Teleportation, teleportation? Hong Yu's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. Even S-rank spatial awakened individuals produce noticeable energy spills and spatial distortions when performing spatial teleportation. But what had just happened? It felt more like being erased from this world. Cold sweat soaked Yu Liyun's back once more. The vague assessment given in the match that he possessed extremely formidable strength, unfathomable depth now took on a new, far more terrifying meaning. This guy was simply beyond their comprehension. The next instant, Ma Xiaoshuai's figure had already materialized beneath his own building. For him, covering such a distance was merely a matter of a single thought. He strolled leisurely up the stairs, reached his door, pulled out his keys, and was about to unlock it. Suddenly, his movements froze. As the demon sovereign of 10,000 calamities, his divine sense was exceptionally keen. Even now, at the 9th level of chi cultivation, not a single flicker within 100 meters could escape his perception. Just now, he had clearly seen an additional life force within his otherwise empty home. Someone? Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes instantly turned cold. How dare they? A probe from the Paranormal Investigation Bureau? Or some reckless thief? Or perhaps, some sort of strange entity that had taken human form? Interesting. He withdrew the key, a cruel curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Whoever dared intrude upon his domain as demon sovereign must be prepared to have their soul and spirit utterly annihilated. His finger lightly tapped the door lock, and a faint wisp of demonic energy seeped in. A subtle click echoed from within the lock mechanism, and the door swung open.
Not a single sound was made throughout the entire process. He pushed open a crack in the door and slipped inside silently, his movements as light as a cat's. The living room was empty. Yet a faint, delicate fragrance lingered in the air. Ma Xiaoshuai raised an eyebrow. This scent. Then, faint singing drifted from the direction of his bedroom. It was a woman's voice, humming an unknown pop song, so off-key it could have taken a detour from the southern heavenly gate to the Dragon Palace in the East Sea.
But this tone-deaf singing, why did it sound so familiar?
Ma Xiaoshuai frowned, silently following the sound until he reached his bedroom door. The sound was coming from the bathroom inside the bedroom. The sound of running water mingled with that disastrous singing, clear as day. Little bunny, open the door. Ma Xiaoshuai's face darkened. That voice, that singing so off-key it sounded like it was coming from his grandmother's house. How could he not recognize it?
Wang Xiaoshuai. What was this woman doing here? And bathing in his house?
Where did she get the key?
A barrage of questions exploded in his mind. But what followed was the raging fury of a domain being brazenly invaded. His private chambers, those of the mighty demon sovereign, were they to be entered and used at will by others? It was an utter disgrace. How dare you? Chapter 97, Exposed.
Ma Xiaoshuai could no longer contain himself. The pent-up fury erupted in that instant. He raised his foot, channeling immense force, and kicked the flimsy wooden bathroom door with all his might.
Bang! A deafening crash.
The door flew inward like it had been hit by a cannonball. The lock shattered instantly, and the entire door panel crashed to the floor, splashing water everywhere. Inside the bathroom, steam swirled thickly. Wang Xiaoshuai stood with her back to the doorway, eyes closed, her head covered in lather. She scrubbed her hair while humming a tune, lost in her own world. The sudden crash made her body tremble, and her singing abruptly stopped. Her eyes snapped open as she spun around in terror. Then, she saw the figure standing in the doorway. Their eyes locked. The air seemed to freeze in that instant. Wang Xiaoshuai's pupils dilated instantly. Her mind went blank, all thought ceased. She froze. She couldn't fathom why Ma Xiaoshuai would suddenly return at this hour. And Ma Xiaoshuai, the instant he took in the scene before him, froze too. He had imagined 100 possible scenarios, but never one as vividly sensual as this.
Amidst the misty steam, warm water trickled down Wang Xiaoshuai's smooth skin, tracing breathtaking curves.
Under the light, that snow-white expanse was so dazzling it hurt the eyes.
Especially those two astonishingly large headlights, full and perky, smooth as jade, radiating a deadly allure. So white. So round. Ma Xiaoshuai blurted out his thoughts almost instinctively. Those two words, like two fuses, instantly ignited Wang Xiaoshuai's nerves, which were already on the verge of snapping. Ah!
A shrill scream, sharp enough to pierce eardrums, exploded through the tiny bathroom. Wang Xiaoshuai's cheeks instantly flushed scarlet, whether from shame or fury. The crimson spread from her cheeks to her neck and down to her chest. Her expression shifted from blank stupor to blushing fury, then from fury to a raging inferno of anger.
Ma Xiaoshuai! Get the hell out of here!
She screamed hysterically, grabbing a bottle of shower gel nearby and hurling it with all her might. She hurled it straight at Ma Xiaoshuai's face. Facing the shower gel bottle hurtling through the air, Ma Xiaoshuai didn't even lift an eyelid. He merely tilted his head slightly. The pink plastic bottle, carrying Wang Xiaoshuai's fury, narrowly grazed his earlobe as it flew past. It smashed against the wall behind him with a loud crack, sending liquid splattering everywhere. Trivial trick. In that split second, Wang Xiaoshuai had already moved. She snatched the bath towel hanging nearby at lightning speed and hastily wrapped it around herself. Her long, wet hair still dripped water, droplets rolling down her cheeks, flushed crimson with shame and fury. She charged out. With a fierce, murderous aura, like an enraged mother leopard. Ma Xiaoshuai. A furious roar erupted as her clenched fist whistled through the air. It slammed straight toward Ma Xiaoshuai's face. This punch, a straight jab honed through relentless training at the police academy, was swift and powerful. Yet, this punch, capable of shattering the nose of an ordinary burly man, came to an abrupt halt just an inch from its target. A hand iron clamp like casually seized her wrist. Not an inch moved. Wang Xiaoshuai struggled fiercely, but that hand felt like a shackle welded to her wrist. No matter how hard she strained, she couldn't budge it an inch. The sheer overwhelming power instantly extinguished half the rage burning in her mind. When did he become this strong? What are you doing in my house? Ma Xiaoshuai finally spoke. He merely stared at her calmly. That look felt more humiliating to Wang Xiaoshuai than any verbal rebuke. She was the one exposed, she was the one taken advantage of, yet now he was the one acting like he had the moral high ground? Wang Xiaoshuai was momentarily speechless, her cheeks flushing crimson with shame and fury. She clenched her teeth and shouted through gritted teeth. It's all because you weren't home. My place lost water. I called you, but you didn't answer. I texted you, but you didn't reply. What else could I do? Ma Xiaoshuai gripped her wrist, but his gaze slid downward uncontrollably.
The towel was wrapped hastily, its edges not quite secure. Droplets of water trickled down her delicate collarbone, disappearing into the deep, snow-white valley below. The damp towel clung to her skin, tracing the astonishing contours with even greater clarity. His gaze roamed her body with unabashed boldness. Wang Qingxue instantly felt like a rabbit stripped bare, every inch of her body uncomfortable. That gaze made her feel even more humiliated and furious than his earlier direct peeping. "Stop looking!" she shrieked, her hands pinned down, unable to move. In desperation, her slippered foot shot up, stomping hard on Ma Xiaoshuai's instep. Ouch! Ma Xiaoshuai let out an exaggerated gasp, his entire face contorting in pain. He released his grip on Wang Qingxue, hopping on one foot while clutching his instep. Wang Qingxue paused in surprise. She knew how much force she'd used just now enough to hurt a man. It should hurt, but not this badly, right? Watching his over-the-top performance, the anger in Wang Qingxue's heart inexplicably dissipated by more than half, leaving only a feeling of helpless amusement. This guy was still the same as ever, such a drama queen. Still, seeing him eat humble pie did bring her a little satisfaction. Seizing the moment, she immediately took 2 steps back, creating a safe distance. Her hands clenched the edges of the towel tightly as she watched him warily. Once her breathing steadied, another long-suppressed question immediately surfaced. "Speak! Where the hell did you go? Vanishing without a word for so long. Not answering calls, not replying to messages. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Her tone regained its usual sharp edge. Ma Xiaoshuai clutched his foot and shot her a sidelong glance. Where had he been? Of course he couldn't say. He just lazily straightened up, brushed off imaginary dust, and answered with a carefree tone. "Went out to clear my head. What else could I do?" "Clear my head?" Wang Qingxue raised her voice. "Does clearing your head require you to vanish? Do you have any idea?" She wanted to say how worried I was about you, but the words caught in her throat. Instead, she forced out a stiff reply. "Do you know how many times Captain Chen has asked me about you?" "Oh." Ma Xiaoshuai's response was just one word. That attitude made Wang Qingxue's barely contained anger flare up again. She took a deep breath, deciding not to stoop to this jerk's level. "Oomph. Get out. I need to finish my shower." She pointed toward the bedroom door, issuing her eviction order. Ma Xiaoshuai took her in from head to toe. A smug, almost taunting curve lifted the corners of his lips as he took a slow, deliberate step toward her. Well, what a coincidence. I just finished my business and came back, and I'm filthy too." His voice dropped slightly, tinged with a hint of seduction. "How about we do it together?" Chapter 98, The Child's Sinister Smile. Wang Qingxue's pupils suddenly contracted. She stared at Ma Xiaoshuai's face inches from hers, his dark eyes reflecting her own panic. "Get lost." Wang Qingxue's cheeks flared crimson, even redder than before. Unable to contain herself any longer, she lunged forward in a single stride, thrusting both hands forward with all her might against Ma Xiaoshuai's chest. Thud. Ma Xiaoshuai leaned back smoothly, going along with her force. She shoved him all the way out of the bedroom. The door slammed shut in front of him, followed by the sound of it locking. "So petty." Ma Xiaoshuai rubbed his nose and muttered under his breath. He turned and walked into the living room. He plopped down onto the plush sofa, his entire body feeling as if it had lost all bone structure. Waves of exhaustion kept washing over his nerves. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier. He could no longer hold himself up. His body tilted sideways and he collapsed onto the sofa, too exhausted even to take off his shoes. The sound of water in the bathroom ceased. Amidst the swirling steam, Wang Qingxue emerged with her long hair dripping wet. She was wrapped in Ma Xiaoshuai's t-shirt, which was clearly too big for her, the hem barely covering her thighs, loose and baggy. She pushed open the bathroom door. The living room was silent. Where was that bastard? Gone? A lingering anger simmered inside her as she tiptoed forward, peering cautiously. A figure was curled up on the living room sofa. Ma Xiaoshuai lay there, breathing steadily, seemingly fast asleep. The light fell across his face, casting a serene glow. Wang Qingxue froze. The guy who had been so arrogant and infuriating just moments ago was now sleeping like a pig. The fire in her heart instantly extinguished, leaving only wisps of white smoke. Couldn't even bother to go to his room to sleep. Serves him right if he catches a chill. She muttered under her breath, yet her feet carried her unconsciously toward the bedroom. Moments later, she emerged carrying a thin quilt. Her movements were light, as if afraid of disturbing something. She bent down and carefully tucked the quilt around Ma Xiaoshuai. A fresh scent tickled her nostrils. How strange. As she tucked the corners in place, her fingertips accidentally brushed against his cheek. The sensation made her pause slightly. So smooth. Wang Qingxue couldn't help but lean closer, studying him under the lamplight. Had this guy been getting skin treatments during the years he disappeared? His skin was actually better than hers, even though she used skincare products every single day. It was downright unfair. She stared at the small shadow cast beneath his long lashes, her thoughts drifting. The memory of that boy who always followed behind her, grinning mischievously, seemed to slowly overlap with the man before her. What on earth had he been through?
Wang Qingxue shook her head, trying to shake off these jumbled thoughts.
Why even think about it? This guy is just a jerk. She straightened up and pulled out her phone to check the time. 11:57 p.m.
The screen's glare stung her eyes.
Go home now?
Her gaze drifted instinctively to the window. The night was as thick as indelible ink.
The few dim streetlights in the neighborhood now seemed like isolated islands.
As a security guard who had handled numerous paranormal incidents, she understood better than anyone what midnight signified. It was the peak hour for them. Walking alone through the silent, deserted hallway at this hour was like offering herself up as a steaming hot midnight snack, willingly placing herself at the mouths of those drifting, eerie presences.
Forget it. She'd make do here for the night. At least, there was someone here.
Even if it was a dead sleeper jerk, it was better than facing the unknown fear alone. She comforted herself with this thought, completely ignoring the faint sense of reassurance deep within her heart, a feeling she herself refused to acknowledge. Tick. The second hand of the wall clock ticked away at a heart-stopping rhythm, punctuating the silence with each slow, deliberate beat.
Wang Qingxue walked to the window and glanced once more at Ma Xiaoshuai on the sofa.
He slept so soundly he even rolled over, pulling the blanket tighter around himself. Like a defenseless child.
A faint smile touched Wang Qingxue's lips, but it quickly vanished.
She walked to the door, confirmed the deadbolt was secure, then leaned against the wall and slowly sank to the floor. She tugged the hem of her t-shirt lower, wrapped her arms around her knees, and curled into a tight ball. Time ticked by second. The minute hand and hour hand finally aligned briefly over the number 12.
Midnight descended. In that very instant,
the pitch-black night sky outside the window was suddenly and inexplicably drenched in an eerie crimson glow. A massive, eerie blood moon hung high in the sky, radiating an ominous crimson glow. That light pierced through the glass, bathing the entire living room in a nauseating crimson glow. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A bone-chilling sound echoed from upstairs. The sound was shrill and piercing, as if someone were frantically clawing at the concrete walls with their fingernails. Each scrape felt like a direct assault on the eardrums. Then came the sound. Ha, ha, ha. A faint, eerie childish chuckle drifted faintly from outside the door. The laughter, innocent yet vicious, pierced through the heavy security door and echoed in the silent room.
It's coming. Wang Qingxue's body instantly tensed, every nerve stretched taut like a bowstring.
This wasn't her first encounter with such a situation. Yet each time, the shudder rising from the depths of her soul remained utterly uncontrollable. The entire apartment building seemed shrouded beneath a vast crimson canopy, utterly cut off from the outside world. Thick crimson mist seeped in through the cracks of doors and windows, thread by thread. She did not panic. Years of training had honed her ability to maintain maximum composure in such moments. She sprang to her feet, her right hand lightning fast as it drew her service pistol from the holster at her waist. Click. The crisp click of the safety release was the only comfort in this moment. Holding the gun with both hands in a standard tactical stance, she fixed the black muzzle firmly on the door from which the eerie laughter kept emanating. Her breath was light, almost held. Her eyes remained fixed, unblinking, pupils reflecting a vigilant gleam in the crimson moonlight. Should whatever lurked beyond the door dare to breach it, she would unleash every bullet in her magazine without hesitation. Yet Wang Qingxue did not know. While she was completely focused on guarding against the unknown terror outside the door. Behind her, the man snoring soundly was undergoing a transformation she could not comprehend. Ma Xiaoshuai remained sprawled on the sofa, his posture unchanged, breathing evenly. Completely oblivious to the turmoil unfolding outside. Yet beneath the thin blanket, something airy was unfolding at the tip of his right finger, which dangled over the edge. A wisp of black mist slowly seeped from his fingertip. The gas had no form, no temperature. It drifted silently through the air, disturbing no one. Chapter 99, The Sinister Infant. They coalesced into an extremely fine black thread, silently slipping past the vigilant Wang Qingxue and darting precisely toward the door. The black thread effortlessly pierced through the thick security door. Outside the door. That bone-chilling, eerie childish cackle abruptly ceased. Outside the door. The corridor fell deathly silent, filled with thick, crimson mist. A pale little hand slowly emerged from the blood mist. Its knuckles were stiff, skin like swollen white paper, poised to gently knock on the security door. Just as its fingertips were about to touch the door panel, it paused. Its motion froze mid-air. Within the blood mist, the disproportionately large head of a child tilted to one side. Within the empty eye sockets, two crimson points of light flickered with confusion. A genderless syllable emerged from its throat. Within its line of sight, a wisp of black mist was seeping through the door crack. That black mist carried a terrifying aura. Born under the blood moon, it was a newly emerged D-grade anomaly in this region, driven by instinct to hunt. Within its perception, the room held only one prey brimming with vitality and another. What was the other? It couldn't sense it. It was as if a black hole existed there, swallowing all its probing. The black mist showed no interest in the strange infant's confusion, not even pausing for a moment. With unmatched ferocity, it charged straight toward the eerie infant's forehead.
The eerie infant instinctively wanted to scream, to flee. But the overwhelming pressure emanating from that wisp of black mist rendered its body utterly immobile. Like a mouse encountering its natural predator, this suppression originating from the very level of existence left it utterly incapable of even the most basic resistance. Put! A sound so faint it was nearly inaudible. The black mist instantly vanished into the eerie infant's forehead. Yah! A piercing scream suddenly tore through the silence. Hearing the scream, Wang Qingshue's eyebrow twitched violently in the living room. Her body tensed further, the gun barrel still locked firmly on the door. Another trap? Using screams to lure her into opening the door? Or to lower her guard? These damnable anomalies were growing increasingly cunning in their methods. Not a flicker of wavering crossed Wang Qingshue's eyes. Her mind raced, analyzing every possibility, but no matter which scenario played out, it led to one conclusion: stay put. Do not open the door. Little did she know, a one-sided slaughter was unfolding outside the door. The black mist seeped into the eerie infant's body and began devouring it with frenzied intensity. The infant's body, composed of blood, mist and resentment, visibly thinned at a rapid pace. It writhed in agony along the corridor. Its tiny form emitted a sizzling sound. Its wails grew fainter and fainter. As the eerie infant was gradually consumed, the blood-red giant moon shrouding the entire apartment building began to dim. The crimson hue in the sky swiftly dissipated. In the span of mere breaths, the eerie infant's piercing screams vanished completely. In the hallway, the pitiful D-grade anomaly, along with every illusion it had conjured, vanished without a trace. It was fortunate. As a newly born anomaly, it had precisely located the most succulent sustenance within this building on its very first mission. But it was also the most terrifying presence. All sounds outside the door ceased. Everything fell into silence. In the living room, the crimson glow faded completely. Was it all over? Wang Qingshuai remained in a defensive stance with her gun raised, waiting another full 5 minutes. Only after confirming there were no further disturbances did she slowly relax, though the gun barrel remained raised. She raised her wrist and glanced at the luminous hands on her watch. 12:10 a.m. Only 10 minutes have passed? Wang Qingshui's frown deepened. Something was wrong. According to Public Security Bureau records and her past experience, Class D anomalous events typically lasted between 30 and 45 minutes. They relentlessly generated terror until the blood moon faded. What was going on today? Was it impatient, lacking endurance? Or had it eaten its fill and decided to call it a night early? A ridiculous thought flashed through Wang Qingshue's mind. She shook her head, dismissing these impractical speculations. Never mind. His disappearance was a blessing in disguise. As her taut nerves relaxed, a tidal wave of exhaustion instantly washed over her. She yawned deeply, physiological tears welling up at the corners of her eyes. Finally, she could get some proper sleep. She re-engaged the pistol's safety, casually holstered it behind her waist, and dragged her weary feet toward her bedroom. Passing the sofa, she glanced over instinctively. Ma Xiaoshuai still slept like a log, wrapped tightly in his blanket, his breathing steady and deep, seemingly oblivious to everything that had just happened. Wang Qingshuai pursed her lips in resignation. This guy really had nerves of steel. Just as Wang Qingshui's figure disappeared behind the bedroom door, that strand of black mist, having feasted in the hallway, slipped silently back through the door crack. It deftly navigated around the living room furniture, making not a sound. It found the right hand hanging outside the quilt. Then, it flowed back along Ma Xiaoshuai's fingertips, re-entering his body. The entire process unfolded with perfect naturalness. On the sofa, Ma Xiaoshuai's Adam's apple rolled slightly in his sleep. He smacked his lips. As if he had just finished an incomparably sumptuous feast in his dream, he was now savoring the exquisite aftertaste with lingering delight. Within his body, the 10,000 Calamities demon art circulated autonomously, swiftly refining the newly devoured energy. The bottleneck of the 9th layer of qi refining seemed to have shifted slightly. Morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, transforming into a sliver of golden light that landed precisely on Wang Qingshue's eyelids. Her long lashes fluttered as consciousness slowly surfaced from deep slumber. Her body felt heavy. No, not heavy, it felt weighed down. Moreover, something hard and uncomfortable was digging into her lower back. Dazed, Wang Qingshuai rolled over, trying to escape the discomfort. But the moment she moved, a heavy arm tightened around her, pulling her even closer into its embrace. Ha! An arm? Wang Qingshui's mind felt as though an ice cube had been dropped into it, instantly jolting her awake. Her eyes snapped open. The familiar ceiling of her bedroom came into view. The air was filled with the lavender-scented calming fragrance she always used, and a faint, unfamiliar, crisp masculine scent. Her body froze completely. The pillow beneath her neck felt wrong too. Not a soft down pillow, but warm, firm, muscle? Her gaze moved downward, inch by inch, with the laboriousness of a rusted gear. A magnified, handsome face, sleeping soundly, suddenly filled her vision without warning. Chapter 100, How did he get here? Ma Xiaoshuai. How on earth did he get here? How did he end up in my bed?
Fragments of last night's memory flooded back: the eerie infant's shrieks, the crimson moonlight, the locked bedroom door, and him passed out like a dead pig on the sofa.
What happened in between? Blackout? Rage and shock instantly overwhelmed reason. Ma Xiaoshuai.
A roar of shame and fury, like a lioness's cry, abruptly shattered the morning's tranquility. Ma Xiaoshuai, cradling his warm, soft companion, was immersed in the blissful sensation of refined energy coursing through his body after assimilating the energy of the sinister infant. The sudden shout made him frown. He instinctively tightened his arms around her, as if holding a large pillow. He nestled his head into Wang Qingshue's soft embrace and mumbled indistinctly, "What's all the noise? Let me sleep a little longer." His voice was thick with nasal tones, lazy yet self-righteous. This attitude only made Wang Qingxue even more furious. This guy had absolutely no sense of trespassing into someone's bed? Get the hell up. You're gonna be late for work. She struggled, trying to push him away with her elbows. But Ma Xiaoshuai's arms were like iron clamps, not budging an inch. Wang Qingxue perfectly ignored the awkward question of why she was sharing a bed with this jerk. This was the only lifeline she could grasp right now. Yet, the moment she lifted herself halfway up, a powerful force gripped her waist. Her entire body fell backward uncontrollably, crashing back into that solid embrace. "It's Saturday. You're off today." Ma Xiaoshuai's voice sounded in her ear, much clearer this time, tinged with the hoarseness of someone just waking up. One sentence shattered all of Wang Qingshue's resolve. Saturday. She froze. Right. Today was Saturday. The fiery resolve she'd been using to feign toughness instantly fizzled out. With no reason left to resist, she gave up the struggle. Might as well sleep a little longer. Wang Qingxue gave up entirely, burying her face in his chest and curling up, pretending she was just an innocent ostrich. His scent filled her nostrils, and the steady, powerful beat of his heart echoed in her ears. Thump, thump, thump. For some reason, the sound brought her an inexplicable sense of comfort. "How did you end up in my bed?" she mumbled, her voice muffled against his chest, sounding slightly distorted. "No idea." Ma Xiaoshuai answered absent-mindedly, his eyes still closed. "You don't know? You're sleeping in my bed and you don't know?" She dug her nails into his side with all her strength. As revenge. Ouch. A sharp pain shot through him. Ma Xiaoshuai doubled over in agony, the lazy smile on his face instantly freezing and twisting into a grimace. That tiger woman. She really went all out. He felt his dignity as a great demon lord challenged like never before. "Wang Dachui. I'm warning you, if you break it, you're paying for it." He gritted his teeth, his voice cracking. The name Wang Dachui acted like a fuse, instantly igniting the powder keg in Wang Qingshue's mind. Put. Scoundrel. Serves you right. This bastard, getting away with everything. Wang Qingxue scrambled off the bed on all fours, her movements frantic like a startled rabbit. Without even bothering to slip on her slippers, she fled barefoot toward the bathroom. Bang! The bathroom door slammed shut with a loud bang, echoing the turmoil raging inside her. Soon, the sound of rushing water filled the air. As if she hoped the cold water could extinguish the heat rising from her core. The bedroom fell instantly silent. The faint, sweet scent lingering in the air was all that remained of her presence. Ma Xiaoshuai grimaced and took a long moment to recover, the piercing pain gradually fading. He stared at the closed bathroom door, yet couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn upward. That ruffled look was actually kind of cute. He stretched lazily, his joints cracking loudly as a powerful aura, far beyond that of an ordinary person, flickered briefly. Last night, he had dealt with that knocking ghost and consumed it in the process. This solidified his cultivation at the 9th layer of chi refining, leaving him just a step away from foundation establishment. Just then. Buzz. The phone on the nightstand vibrated, its screen lighting up. Ma Xiaoshuai casually picked it up. The screen displayed a text message from Yu Luyun. All set. Report at 10 a.m. today. A hint of amusement flashed across Ma Xiaoshuai's face. Not that efficiency securing a teaching position so quickly. He sat up on the bed, his bare upper body sculpted with smooth, solid lines radiating explosive power. A faint glow shimmered beneath his skin, the outward manifestation of the 10,000 Calamities demon art refining his physique. He glanced at the wall clock. 8:30. Still early. He slowly pulled back the covers and stood up. Looks like today will be busy. In the bathroom. Wang Qingxue braced herself against the sink, cold tap water splashing relentlessly against her face. But no matter how she rinsed, she couldn't extinguish the burning heat on her cheeks. Chapter 101, Big Brother's off to save the world. Her reflection in the mirror showed cheeks flushed crimson, the corners of her eyes and brows tinged with an inexplicable hint of springtime allure, and lips that appeared unusually rosy from her earlier shame and anger. She closed her eyes in frustration. Yet that bastard's voice echoed in her mind like an inescapable curse. Bastard. Rogue. Scoundrel. Wang Qingxue cursed him 1,000 times over in her mind. Yet, as she cursed, her heartbeat grew faster and faster, completely beyond her control. Thump, thump, thump. Even more chaotic than last night's pounding. Frustrated, she tugged at her hair and decided to stop thinking about it altogether. She grabbed her toothbrush, squeezed out a generous amount of toothpaste, and began brushing. By the time she finally tidied herself up and shuffled out of the bathroom, the living room was empty. Only on the dining table sat a cup of warm milk and 2 slices of toasted bread. Beside them lay a note, its wild, sweeping handwriting brimming with arrogance. Big Hammer, remember to eat breakfast. I'm off to save the world. Wang Xiaoshuai picked up the note and her lips twitched at the words saving the world. What kind of adolescent fantasy was this guy indulging in first thing in the morning? She snorted, crumpling the note into a ball and preparing to toss it into the trash. But somehow, her hand paused mid-air. After a moment's hesitation, she quietly slipped the crumpled note into the pocket of her pajamas. The morning rush hour subway swayed like a sardine can packed to the brim. Ma Xiaoshuai found a corner seat and sat down, yawning lazily. He could have been more comfortable. Wang Qingshua's compact Golf, though hardly a luxury car, at least shielded them from the crushing crowd. Too bad that woman had snatched the keys from his hands in a fit of rage. Tisk. He pursed his lips. If it weren't for the fact that shadow teleportation required pre-marking coordinates with magical energy, and Yuan City University was a place he'd never set foot in since returning from the cultivation realm, he wouldn't have bothered squeezing onto this crappy subway. 20 minutes later, the subway pulled into the station. Ma Xiaoshuai followed the crowd out of the station. The morning sun bathed his face, making him squint comfortably. The entrance to Yuan City University buzzed with youthful energy. Groups of boys and girls in colorful t-shirts and skirts chatted in 2s and 3s, their laughter crisp and clear. His gaze swept across the scene, instantly locking onto the most eye-catching target. Beside the gate, a brand new black Land Rover stood parked. Yu Luyun leaned against the door, looking like a total show-off. Dressed in a perfectly tailored silver gray suit, he flashed what he considered a devastatingly charming smile at 2 female students passing by. Sure enough, the 2 girls were drawn to him, blushing as they whispered to each other, stealing glances at him from time to time. This guy, he really radiates his excess hormones at every single moment. Ma Xiaoshuai thought to himself. Hey! He called out loudly, his voice cutting through the morning bustle. Yu Luyun's smile froze. Hearing that familiar voice, he immediately turned his head. Seeing it was Ma Xiaoshuai, the flirtatious look vanished instantly from his face, replaced by a strictly professional expression. He gave the 2 girls a polite nod before striding over. His transformation was as swift as a Sichuan opera mask change. You're here? Yu Luyun walked up to him and deftly handed over a manila envelope. Here, your documents. Ma Xiaoshuai took it, lazily tore open the seal, and pulled out several sheets of paper. The name field still read Ma Xiaoshuai. The photo was an old one, but it looked okay. But the position field made his eyebrow twitch. Yuan City University Physical Education Department Adjunct Instructor Basketball Specialization. Physical education teacher? And not just any physical education teacher, but one for an elective course that practically no one in the university took seriously? He, the mighty demon sovereign of 10,000 calamities, was actually reduced to teaching a bunch of kids how to dribble a ball? Yu Luyun seemed to read his thoughts, leaning closer and lowering his voice. Relax, I checked. The girl we're looking for, Lin Cece, just signed up for basketball class this semester. Your class. He gave a knowing wink, his expression radiating smug satisfaction. Ma Xiaoshuai gave a non-committal nod. It was a neat arrangement, saving him the trouble of tracking her down himself. He tucked the file folder under his arm and cut straight to the point. Where's the teacher? I want to see her. His tone was flat, betraying no emotion. But inside, his interest in the case had already been piqued. An ordinary female teacher, witnessing her student get hit by a car and killed at the exact same time and place for 3 consecutive days. The first day, she thought it was an accident and immediately called 911. The second day, she thought it was a hallucination and sought help from a psychiatrist. By the third day, she was on the brink of madness. Ordinary officers at the Public Security Bureau couldn't handle it. It was Chen Gang, that old hand, who finally escalated the case, which eventually landed in Yu Luyun's 7th unit. At the teacher's dormitory. Yu Luyun answered immediately, pulling open the car door and gesturing for her to enter. Get in. I'll take you there. Ma Xiaoshuai didn't hesitate, sliding straight into the passenger seat. The Land Rover glided smoothly onto campus grounds as tree-lined avenues and academic buildings whizzed past outside the windows. Yu Luyun drove while explaining the situation. The teacher is Liang Hui, an English instructor, 32 years old, single. According to our preliminary investigation, she's in a terrible mental state. When the Public Security Bureau questioned her a couple days ago, she could barely form coherent sentences, just kept repeating things like Cece is dead and she died again. But her student, that Lin Cece, she's alive and well? Ma Xiaoshuai asked. She's alive and kicking. Yu Luyun nodded. Our people confirmed that Lin Cece was still teaching yesterday. She's very much alive. So the question now is, what exactly did Zhou Wei see? Ma Xiaoshuai leaned back in his seat, his fingers tapping the car window absent-mindedly. A phantom? He muttered casually. It was the simplest explanation. Some strange force had conjured a vivid illusion, specifically designed to torment Zhou Hui. The purpose might be to feed on her fear, or perhaps it was simply a cruel joke.
Yu Liuyun's expression turns serious. That's what I think too.
That's why we need you, the professional, to take a look. To determine the entity's level, and whether it's targeting only Liang Hui. That was his greatest concern.
If that weirdness had multiple targets, things would get complicated. Ma Xiaoshuai remained silent. Yet in his mind, a completely different theory had already taken shape. An illusion? Too crude.
An illusion capable of driving a sane adult to the brink of mental collapse was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person.
Especially not one that could replay the death scene with pinpoint accuracy for 3 consecutive days.
What lay beneath this might be an even more bizarre rule.
A temporal afterimage? Or a prelude to some curse?
Or perhaps, the female teacher herself was the root of the problem?
Chapter 102, Liang Hui.
Perhaps what she saw wasn't falsehood, but a certain level of reality. A reality forcibly distorted and endlessly replayed.
The car pulled up in a quiet residential area of the faculty housing complex of Yuan City University. Yu Luyun turned off the engine. It's the building ahead, room 302. I've already made arrangements.
Her colleague is with her. Ma Xiaoshuai unbuckled his seatbelt and pushed open the door to get out. He glanced up at the slightly aged apartment building, sensing a faint, chilling aura. It was seeping out in thin wisps from a window on the 3rd floor.
The aura was faint.
But to Ma Xiaoshuai's senses, it was distinct.
Interesting. A cold, sharp curve formed at the corner of Ma Xiaoshuai's mouth. Seems this trip wasn't in vain. The two ascended the dim staircase, one ahead, the other behind. The cement steps were heavily worn, each step echoing with a dull thud.
The closer they got to the 3rd floor, the more intense the cold, damp aura became. Yu Luyun instinctively pulled his suit collar tighter. As a power-type awakened individual, he wasn't particularly sensitive to temperature changes. Yet this bone-chilling cold seeping into his very soul left him inexplicably irritable. Ma Xiaoshuai, however, seemed to have returned to his own backyard garden. His steps were light and brisk, and he even whistled cheerfully with apparent interest. The door to room 302 was tightly shut. Yu Luyun stepped forward and knocked on the door, thump, thump, thump.
No response came from within.
He knocked harder, his voice deepening.
Hello, we're from the Public Security Bureau. We'd like to speak with Teacher Liang Hui about some matters. Seconds later, the lock clicked, and the door opened a crack.
A haggard face peered through the crack, a woman in her 30s with heavy bags under her eyes.
Yu Luyun wasted no words. He pulled the black badge from his pocket and flashed it before her eyes.
The silver emblem on the cover reflected a sharp gleam in the dim hallway light.
Supernatural Investigation Bureau.
The woman's pupils contracted, and her tense shoulders instantly slumped, as if she'd found a pillar of support. She stepped aside, opening the door fully.
Come in. She's in a bad way. A suffocating odor hit her immediately.
The curtains were drawn tight across the windows, leaving only a dim floor lamp casting a yellow glow. The light barely outlined the furniture's shapes. A figure curled up in the deepest corner of the sofa, nearly blending into the shadows. She wore a pink cartoon pajama set, her long hair tangled and falling across most of her face. Even so, her slender figure was clearly visible, revealing her beauty. But the eyes that peered out were hollow and lifeless.
Cece is dead again. Cece is dead.
Hugging her knees, her body swayed back and forth unconsciously with her murmurs, showing no reaction to the two strangers entering the doorway. The colleague who opened the door had reddened eyes, her voice trembling with tears. She's been like this since the day before yesterday, refusing food and drink.
No one can get through to her. She just keeps repeating that.
Yu Luyun frowned deeply, walked to the sofa, crouched down, and attempted to communicate with her.
Ms. Liang? Hello, I'm Yu Luyun. We're here to help you. Can you tell me what you saw? Liang Hui's swaying paused for a second.
Her gaze seemed to focus momentarily on Yu Luyun's face, only to scatter again as if he were nothing but air. Cece, my student, she was hit by a car, right at the school gate, blood, so much blood. Her voice was dry and raspy, as if sandpaper had scraped it raw. We've confirmed that Lin Cece is safe and unharmed, Yu Luyun patiently explained.
No!
Liang Hui suddenly screamed, her voice shrill and piercing.
She's dead. I saw it. 3 days in a row. Why won't you believe me? Why?
Her emotions shattered instantly. She grabbed at her hair, her body shaking violently.
Yu Luyun was momentarily speechless. He was utterly helpless in the face of an ordinary person on the brink of a mental breakdown. Just then, Ma Xiaoshuai, who had remained silent, moved. He bypassed Yu Luyun and walked straight toward the sofa. That black mist was cunning, intertwined with Liang Hui's own emotions. Ordinary people couldn't possibly distinguish it. But to Ma Xiaoshuai, an ancient master of demonic arts, it was crystal clear.
It was the mark of a curse.
Let's go. The real target isn't here.
Ma Xiaoshuai's voice was quiet, yet it froze everyone in the room.
Ha?
Yu Luyun turned back in utter bewilderment, completely baffled by Ma Xiaoshuai's logic.
She's the one involved. Who else should we ask? Ask her? Ma Xiaoshuai twisted his mouth.
She's nothing but a signal receiver right now.
Asking her is like asking a radio that only repeats commercials. What the hell are you gonna get out of that? He couldn't be bothered to explain further. She's just an unlucky bystander caught in the crossfire.
Before he could finish, Ma Xiaoshuai extended his right hand, his index finger pointing straight toward Liang Hui's forehead.
What are you doing? Liang Hui's colleague gasped, trying to step forward to stop him. But Ma Xiaoshuai's movement was too swift.
His fingertip appeared to move with casual ease, yet it contained a thread of pure, potent demonic energy.
The instant it touched Liang Hui's skin, that thread of demonic energy sliced like an invisible scalpel.
It severed the dark curse energy clinging to her body with pinpoint precision. Liang Hui, who had been muttering incantations moments before, suddenly jerked violently. Her eyelids fluttered, her head tilted to the side, and she fell into a deep, unconscious sleep. Her heaving chest gradually steadied, her breaths becoming long and even. The oppressive atmosphere in the room dissipated by more than half in an instant. Yu Luyun and the female colleague both stared in stunned silence.
What kind of technique was that? Hypnosis? Let her sleep it off.
Once she wakes up, she'll forget all that nonsense and be fine.
Ma Xiaoshuai withdrew his hand and brushed imaginary dust off his trouser leg.
Yu Luyun stared at the unconscious Liang Hui for several seconds, confirming her condition was indeed stable before slowly nodding.
His perception of Ma Xiaoshuai had been updated once again.
This guy's methods were always so straightforward and blunt.
Let's go see my lovely students.
Ma Xiaoshuai turned and headed out, his voice tinged with an inexplicable excitement. Yu Luyun followed behind him, unable to resist a sarcastic remark.
You don't have any classes today, do you?
Ma Xiaoshuai stumbled, nearly tripping over his own feet. He whipped around, utterly speechless.
Damn it! This guy sure loves to sabotage me. His face darkened as he snapped, where's that Lin Cece now?
I'll go check it out myself.
Seems she's teaching in open class in the lecture hall.
Yu Luyun pulled out his phone and glanced at the real-time updates from the group.
Building A, Lecture Hall 301. It's packed. You could sneak in and check things out.
Ma Xiaoshuai scratched his head, then suddenly leaned close to Yu Luyun and nudged him with his elbow.
Then you come with me. Chapter 103, so handsome. No way.
Yu Luyun immediately took a step back, refusing with a serious expression.
I have urgent matters to attend to. There's a pile of reports waiting for my signature at the bureau. The scene is yours, Consultant Ma. I trust your professional judgment.
With that, he waved his hand casually and strode downstairs without looking back, leaving behind a resolute silhouette.
Are you kidding me? Go with him? Yu Luyun had no intention of becoming this demon's babysitter. Out of sight, out of mind. Watching Yu Luyun's retreating figure, which seemed desperate to slip away, Ma Xiaoshuai shook his head helplessly. This guy sure had a knack for passing the buck. Damn it! He muttered under his breath, shoving his hands into his pockets. Fine, he'd go himself. A dilapidated teaching building, how hard could it be to find?
Reality, however, soon delivered a resounding slap in the face. 10 minutes later, Ma Xiaoshuai stood at a three-way intersection, his expression shifting from disdain to irritation. The left path led to the lab building, the right to the library, and the one straight ahead, was that another lab building? Damn it! Ma Xiaoshuai kicked a pebble lying at his feet. What the hell is wrong with this crappy school? Haven't been here in years, and now it's been turned into some kind of maze. The Yuan City University, he remembered, hadn't been this convoluted. Back then, the academic buildings stood in a straight line, simple and straightforward. Now, however, greenbelts, artificial lakes, and new buildings of wildly different styles were crammed together haphazardly. The arrows on the road signs pointed vaguely, as if afraid students might actually find their classrooms. No choice but to keep searching with patience. He paced irritably along the tree-lined path, radiating an aura that screamed keep out. Yet to certain eyes, this very aura became a kind of fatal attraction. Several girls passing by unconsciously slowed their pace, their eyes glued to him. Wow, look at that guy, he's so handsome. Is he from our school? How come I've never seen him before? One girl pulled out her phone, pretending to take a selfie, but secretly aimed the camera at Ma Xiaoshuai. No way. If he were from our school, the campus heartthrob forums would have exploded. That level of good looks is like a whole different dimension. He looks so annoyed. Is he lost? Oh my gosh, even when he's annoyed, he's still so stylish. Should we go ask him? Get his contact info? Would you dare? I wouldn't dare. Their whispered conversation reached Ma Xiaoshuai's ears without missing a word. He scratched his hair in frustration, the unexplained anger in his heart burning fiercer by the second. Just then, a girl in a pleated skirt with straight bangs gathered her courage and approached him. Her head bowed low, her voice barely above a whisper. That is, classmate hello? Ma Xiaoshuai halted, towering over the girl whose cheeks were flushed crimson. Her eyes were timid, and the fingers gripping her phone had turned white from the pressure. A faint, almost imperceptible curve suddenly tugged at the corners of Ma Xiaoshuai's mouth. It carried an indescribable hint of mischief. The girl's heart skipped a beat. His slightly hoarse, magnetic voice echoed overhead. "Take me to Building A, and I'll consider giving you my contact info." "Ha?" The girl jerked her head up, colliding with his bottomless eyes and feeling as if she might drown. "Oh, okay. I'll take you there right away." As if injected with adrenaline, she instantly straightened her posture, turned around to lead the way, and even her walking gait became exceptionally ladylike. Ma Xiaoshuai followed behind her, watching her bouncing figure with a hint of boredom flickering in his eyes. A few minutes later, an imposing academic building came into view. The words "Building A" stood out prominently on the facade. The girl stopped, turned around with eager anticipation, her cheeks flushed even brighter. "Classmate, this is Building A. So, your contact information." Ma Xiaoshuai remained impassive, casually reciting a string of numbers. 139XXXXXXXX. The girl clutched the number like a treasure, fumbling to enter it into her phone so eagerly that she didn't even notice Ma Xiaoshuai had finished speaking. He had already turned and slipped through the building's entrance. "Thanks." The light-hearted words drifted out from inside the door. By the time the girl finished saving the number and looked up again, Ma Xiaoshuai was nowhere to be seen. She stared blankly at the unfamiliar number. What should she label it as? Super handsome classmate? Or Building A's heartthrob? She had no idea that the owner of this number was currently sitting in the Paranormal Investigation Bureau office, dozens of kilometers away. He sneezed loudly while reviewing a report. Yu Luyun rubbed his nose, feeling as though someone was plotting against him behind his back. Building A, Lecture Hall 301. The vast lecture hall was packed to capacity, with people even filling the aisles. A gray-haired professor stood at the lectern, passionately delivering an open lecture on social psychology. Ma Xiaoshuai slipped in through the back door and settled silently into a corner seat in the last row. Around him, some students listened attentively, others stared at their phones, and a few had already drifted off to dreamland. No one noticed this sudden addition to the class. Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze pierced through the sea of heads, locking precisely onto a figure in the center of the front row. Lin Cece. She wore a crisp white shirt, sat with perfect posture, and her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, the very picture of an exemplary student. But under Ma Xiaoshuai's demonic gaze, she appeared utterly eerie. Her gaze was vacant. Like an exquisitely crafted doll, she was merely placed in that position. And coiled around her body was a cursed black aura 10 times denser than that of the previous teacher, Liang Hui. One end was deeply rooted in her spiritual core, while the other stretched out into the void. Ma Xiaoshuai's expression darkened. Charge in and break the curse? No. There were too many people here. Too much commotion would cause unnecessary panic. Moreover, judging by the spell's potency, abruptly severing it could instantly tear Lin Cece's soul apart, killing her instantly. He had to first determine the source and effects of this curse. He leaned back slightly, resting against the chair's back, his right hand casually resting beneath the desk. A strand of demonic energy, finer than a strand of hair, silently emerged from his fingertips. It transformed into an invisible black thread, traversing the air without a sound. It flew toward Lin Cece in the front row. Like a dexterous miniature scalpel, the thread of demonic energy, upon nearing Lin Cece, it precisely sliced off a tiny strand from the dense black mist. The entire process took less than a second. The professor on the podium continued lecturing passionately, spittle flying from his mouth. The surrounding students remained immersed in their own worlds. Lin Cece herself remained completely unaware. The intercepted strand of cursed black mist, enveloped by the demonic energy, instantly returned to Ma Xiaoshuai's hand. It condensed in his palm into a black speck smaller than a sesame seed before vanishing without a trace. Chapter 104, Soul-Snatching Reincarnation. Ma Xiaoshuai's face still bore that bored expression. But his divine sense had already sunk into his palm. As his divine sense descended, the tiny black speck, smaller than a sesame seed, instantly magnified within Ma Xiaoshuai's sea of consciousness. The 10,000 Calamities demon art activated on its own, its colossal demonic energy beginning to crush the strand of cursed black mist. The black mist struggled violently, emitting a sharp, silent screech. Yet before the demonic energy, its resistance seemed laughable. Soon, layer after layer of the black mist's disguise was stripped away, revealing its true internal structure. Two things. A thread as fine as a spider's silk, nearly transparent, emanating an aura identical to Lin Cece's soul. At the other end of the thread lay a bizarre seal, woven from countless strands of resentment and intricate runes. Soul-binding thread and life substitution talisman. These two terms instantly flashed through Ma Xiaoshuai's mind. This was an extremely vicious forbidden technique of the demonic path. It feeds the vengeful spirits with the vital essence of the living, then uses the spirit's resentment as a conduit, weaving soul-binding threads to lock onto a substitute. Finally, through the life swap talisman, the caster's soul, or a designated soul, forcibly infusing it into the substitute's body, thus completing the act of usurping a host and reincarnating through possession. No wonder Lin Cece's eyes were so vacant.
Her 3 souls and 7 spirits were being gradually extracted by the soul binding thread,
clearing the room for another soul to inhabit. A cold gleam flashed in Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes. Who would have thought this world harbored demonic arts and such grand ones at that, setting up a reincarnation array? And the target was an ordinary female college student. He slowly opened his eyes. The professor on the podium was still sweating profusely, and the students were nodding off.
Everything appeared normal. Ma Xiaoshuai rose and slipped out the back door.
Not a single person noticed his departure. The corridor was deserted, sunlight streaming through the windows, quiet and serene.
But through Ma Xiaoshuai's demonic eyes, the world appeared entirely different.
An invisible black thread extended from the top of Lin Cici's head in room 301, piercing through the ceiling, piercing through the floorboards beneath her feet and plunging straight downward. That was the projection of the soul-binding thread in the real world. It was drawing power from a void anchor point. Ma Xiaoshuai followed the black thread's guidance, descending the stairs at a leisurely pace. Basement level 1. Basement level 2. The air grew increasingly humid, carrying a musty, stale odor.
Finally, the black line pointed to a locked iron door.
A rusty sign hung on the door, abandoned parking lot.
No entry. The lock was meaningless to him. He gave it a gentle push, and the steel U-lock crumbled silently into a handful of iron dust. Creak. The heavy iron gate creaked open a crack. A thick, oppressive stench of resentment, mingled with the tang of blood, assaulted his senses. The parking garage was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Ma Xiaoshuai stepped inside, the iron door closing automatically behind him. To the demonic eyes, darkness held no meaning. Several wrecked cars sat parked here, their bodies covered in thick layers of dust. The end of the soul-binding thread lay precisely at the parking lot's center. Leaning against a support pillar stood an ancient full-length mirror. The frame was made of dark red wood, carved with eerily twisted patterns. The mirror's surface was utterly clouded. Most unsettling of all, the mirror's edges were covered in blood-red talismans drawn with cinnabar. The runes formed an eerily intricate pattern, sealing the entire mirror shut. All the black threads originated here and converged here. This was the very heart of the array. Ma Xiaoshuai approached slowly. As he drew nearer, the murky surface of the mirror suddenly rippled. Layer upon layer of grime seemed to come alive, retreating outward, revealing a small patch in the center. The mirror did not reflect Ma Xiaoshuai's face. Instead, it showed the face of a young girl. Her face was horribly distorted, her eyes hollow, her mouth wide open as if screaming silently. Her expression was filled with agony. A vengeful spirit imprisoned within the mirror. Ma Xiaoshuai remained expressionless. This was the source of the life substitution talisman's power. He raised his hand, a strand of pure demonic energy coiling around his fingertip, and gently tapped the mirror's surface. He intended to test its quality. Just as his fingertip was about to touch the mirror's surface. Buzz! The blood-red talisman on the mirror suddenly erupted with a blinding crimson light. The distorted face of the girl within instantly contorted into a hideous grimace. A tsunami of vengeful energy erupted from her gaping mouth, crashing violently toward Ma Xiaoshuai. This force was powerful enough to severely injure a B-rank awakener on the spot. But Ma Xiaoshuai merely waved his hand casually. The storm of resentment collided with an invisible wall, dissipating into thin air. Still, he withdrew his hand. Though the backlash couldn't harm him, he felt it clearly. The moment he tested it, the soul-binding threads on Lin Cici upstairs suddenly tightened. This formation had become one unified whole. The mirror, the vengeful spirit, and Lin Cici. All three were bound together by the life-swap talisman into a fragile equilibrium, forcibly shattering the mirror or annihilating the vengeful spirit. The soul-binding thread would snap instantly. Lin Cici's soul would be torn to shreds by immense force, beyond even divine salvation. This is interesting. Ma Xiaoshuai murmured before turning and exiting the parking lot. Leaning against the cold corridor wall, he pulled out his phone. He dialed Yu Liuyun's number. The call was answered almost instantly. Hello? Already got a lead this fast? Yu Liuyun's flamboyant voice came through. Shut up and get to work. Ma Xiaoshuai was concise. Check all missing female student files from Yuan City University over the past decade, especially those unsolved cases still pending. Send them to me immediately. Yu Liuyun paused on the other end of the line. Missing persons cases? Why are you suddenly interested in this? Could it be Building A? Don't ask so many questions. Ma Xiaoshuai cut him off. Also, send people immediately to deploy the highest level shielding barrier around Building A. Not even a fly should be able to escape. Remember, don't let anyone notice. Yu Liuyun's voice grew stern. Is it that serious? Someone is performing a reincarnation ritual using living people. Ma Xiaoshuai said calmly. The sacrifices are attending classes in the lecture halls upstairs. Holy! Yu Liuyun blurted out a curse. I'll be right there. The call ended. Less than a minute later, Ma Xiaoshuai's phone vibrated once as an encrypted file was transmitted. The Paranormal Investigation Bureau's efficiency was terrifyingly swift. He opened the file and scanned it quickly. Over the past decade, 7 women had been reported missing in Dalian and its surrounding areas. He scanned through them at a glance, but his eyes halted when he reached one particular file. Su Chanqian, female, 21 years old at the time of disappearance. A third-year student in the School of Bioengineering at C University, an academic star who had received a national scholarship. Disappeared on the evening of October 27, 1 year prior. Last captured on surveillance footage. She was seen entering Building A alone. Since then, she vanished without a trace. Chapter 105, Reunion with Xu Wanqing. Despite extensive police resources deployed for the search, no leads were found. The case was ultimately closed as an unsolved disappearance. The photo attached to her file showed a girl with glasses, her smile gentle and refined. Her facial features were identical to the twisted, vengeful face reflected in the mirror moments ago. It was her. Ma Xiaoshuai turned off his phone and glanced at the time. 3 in the afternoon. The curse power on the soul binding thread was growing at a slow but steady pace, peaking at midnight. That meant between 11 p.m. tonight and 1 a.m. tomorrow. By then, Lin Cici's soul would be completely drained, triggering the life swap talisman. A new soul would take residence. The entire ritual would be complete. Who killed Su Chanqian, turned her into a vengeful spirit, and set up this grand array? Is it some dark cultivator lurking within the school? A cold curve tugged at Ma Xiaoshuai's lips. Whoever you are, daring to play such tricks before this master. Your time is up. Ma Xiaoshuai tucked his phone away, its cold metal casing still retaining the warmth of his fingertips. He leaned against a cold support pillar in the parking lot, his entire figure blending into the dim shadows. Within minutes, hurried footsteps echoed from the stairwell entrance. They approached swiftly. Ma Xiaoshuai didn't even need to probe with his divine sense. The one leading the way was flashy and loud. He stepped out of the shadows and headed up the stairwell. Sure enough, Yu Luyun appeared first. He still wore that bespoke suit, jarringly out of place in the atmosphere of this dilapidated school building. 2 figures followed behind him. One was a woman with striking red hair, her black, form-fitting combat suit accentuating her voluptuous figure. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade. The other was a towering, muscular man. He carried a massive, thickly wrapped bundle strapped to his back. With each step, the ground seemed to tremble slightly. The elites of the 7th Action Group, Red Moon and Stone Mountain. Yu Luyun spotted Ma Xiaoshuai and whistled. Well, such a grand reincarnation ceremony, and you only invited the 3 of us? Who are you looking down on? Though he spoke lightly, the frivolity vanished from his face. Cut the chatter. Ma Xiaoshuai couldn't be bothered with his banter. We'll split up. Set up barriers at the 4 corners of the teaching building. I want this place sealed tight like a tin can, not a single ghost should be able to float out. He pointed with his finger. Hongyu, east. Sherdashan, west. Yu Luyun, you take the south. I'll cover the north. Roger that. Without a moment's hesitation, the 3 responded immediately. 4 figures blurred into afterimages, vanishing instantly in different directions. Ma Xiaoshuai's action was the simplest. He walked to the corner of Building A's north wall and snapped his fingers. A strand of demonic energy, darker than the night itself, sank silently into the ground. Meanwhile, Yu Luyun drew several silver metal stakes from his robe. Driving them into the earth at precise, mystical angles, the stakes emitted a faint hum before vanishing from sight. Hongyu and Sherdashan each produced a talisman, affixing them to the building's load-bearing walls. The talismans flashed with golden light before turning to ash. The entire process took less than a minute. An invisible energy shield, like an inverted giant bull, instantly enveloping the entire Building A. The air itself seemed to thicken, completely sealing off the building from the outside world. The 4 regrouped at the main entrance of the building. Ma Xiaoshuai looked at Hongyu and Sherdashan. You 2, hold this position. After 10 p.m., no one is allowed in or out. Understood. Sherdashan answered in his deep, resonant voice, slamming the massive sword case on his back down onto the ground. A dull thud echoed. Hongyu flexed her wrists, joints cracking sharply. Don't worry. Not even a mouse will slip past. Ma Xiaoshuai nodded and gave Yu Luyun a nod of his head. Let's go up and watch the show. The 2 of them ascended the stairs one after the other, heading straight for the 5th floor. The sound of teachers lecturing still echoed throughout the entire building. The students remained utterly unaware of the impending danger. The 5th floor corridor was quiet, with only a few study rooms illuminated. Ma Xiaoshuai paused at the door of one study room, peering inside through the small window. Lin Cici sat at the window seat, headphones on, seemingly engrossed in solving problems. Her complexion looked even paler than when he had seen her downstairs earlier. Every so often, she would rub the back of her neck with irritation, as if something there was causing her discomfort. Unbeknownst to her, a black thread as thin as a hair extended from her back, connecting to the void. It pulsed in rhythm with her heartbeat, steadily draining her vitality. Yu Luyun leaned closer, his voice hushed. Is that her? The sacrifice? Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze remained fixed on Lin Cixi. All we can do now is wait.
The mastermind behind this probably won't make their move until midnight.
Yu Luyun glanced at the time on his wristwatch. Midnight.
By then, this building should be nearly empty.
It'll be convenient for them to strike. He frowned. Are we just going to stand by and watch? Shouldn't we get her out first?
If we get her out, she'll vanish into thin air.
Ma Xiaoshuai's tone was flat.
This formation has bound her to that vengeful spirit. To save her, we must wait for the one who set the formation to step forward and dismantle it themselves.
Fishing requires the patience of a fisherman.
As the two stood silently observing, a voice filled with surprise suddenly echoed from the far end of the corridor.
Hey! Ma Xiaoshuai? Ma Xiaoshuai turned his head and saw the person approaching. His expression froze for a moment. Xu Wanqing? What was she doing here?
Xu Wanqing, dressed in a well-tailored business suit and clutching a stack of documents, was already striding toward him with undisguised delight on her face.
What are you doing here?
Ma Xiaoshuai was equally curious about her presence. She ran up to him, curiously studying Ma Xiaoshuai. Then she glanced at Yu Luyun beside him, dressed in a sharp suit.
I'm the counselor here. Building A is under my jurisdiction.
She explained with a smile, revealing two small dimples.
Counselor? Ma Xiaoshuai gave her a once-over. Well, that's quite a coincidence.
The instant Xu Wanqing drew near, he suddenly caught a faint, almost imperceptible aura emanating from her. It was that predatory, curse-like energy. The same force that currently bound Lin Cixi. Only, the aura on her was about to dissipate.
Ma Xiaoshuai instantly understood.
So Lin Cixi wasn't the first target. Before her, the mastermind had chosen Xu Wanqing as the sacrifice. Because of the previous bizarre incident, she had become tainted with a trace of his aura. Was it because the dark cultivator found her troublesome? Or was it because she didn't meet the reincarnation criteria? Thus, the entity abandoned her and sought out Lin Cixi, a weaker, more easily manipulated vessel. This lurking figure was terrifyingly meticulous. He had access to the school's student records and could even pinpoint who would be the most suitable vessel.
Teachers? School staff? Or counselors like Xu Wanqing? Chapter 106, Sleight of Hand.
Ma Xiaoshuai's expression remained unchanged.
It is quite a coincidence. This is my colleague, here to handle some business. Ma Xiaoshuai smiled smoothly and said to Xu Wanqing. Teacher Xu, since we've run into each other like this, could you show us into the study hall? We'd like to observe the students' evening study habits, sort of, a surprise inspection? He delivered the words surprise inspection with a hint of jest. Sure. Of course. Xu Wanqing didn't think twice, enthusiastically pushing open the study room door. Everyone, relax. These two are new teachers at the school who came to see how you're doing. Her voice rang out clearly, and the few students buried in their books scattered around the room looked up. They glanced curiously before quickly returning to their books. No one noticed that the moment Xu Wanqing pushed open the door. A chill more intense than the corridors swept over them. Yu Luyun instinctively frowned. Ma Xiaoshuai, however, seemed unfazed. He followed Xu Wanqing in, strolling around the study room with a showy air. Students in our department are all very diligent, especially Lin Cixi, the one sitting by the window. She stays until closing time almost every day. Xu Wanqing whispered the introduction. Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze settled on Lin Cixi. Her brows were furrowed as her pen darted swiftly across the scratch paper. But she seemed stuck on a problem, hesitating to put pen to paper. The black thread connecting her nape to the void appeared more solid than when he'd observed her outside earlier. Ma Xiaoshuai placed his hand unobtrusively on an empty desk, his fingertips tapping lightly against the surface. His thoughts stirred. The 10,000 Calamities demon art began to quietly activate. The lingering, invisible cursed energy in the air surged madly toward his fingertips. Ma Xiaoshuai's demonic arts acted like a bottomless black hole. In an instant, it devoured every stray trace of cursed energy lingering within the study room. As he refined this power, he distinctly sensed the direction of its source. Not the study room itself, but rather, at the end of the corridor, in that room bearing the no trespassing sign. The 5th floor electrical room. Ma Xiaoshuai withdrew his hand, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. The most dangerous place is the safest place? This heretic cultivator sure knows how to pick a spot. Time ticked away, second by second. Yu Luyun glanced at his watch again. The hands had silently crept toward 11:50. Midnight was approaching. Ma Xiaoshuai suddenly turned around, his face once again adorned with that harmless smile. Teacher Xu, I'm truly sorry for all the trouble today. Oh, and there's one more thing I'd like to ask your help with. Go ahead. Xu Wanqing responded immediately. My colleague and I are here for the first time and aren't familiar with the layout. Could you please make a trip downstairs to the security office in the lobby and get us a detailed fire escape diagram for this teaching building? We'd like to keep a copy on file. The reason seemed perfectly reasonable, and Xu Wanqing didn't suspect a thing. No problem. Hold on, I'll go get it right away. She rushed out of the study room, clutching the documents.
The click-clack of her high heels echoed down the empty corridor, growing fainter and fainter, until the sound vanished completely.
The smile vanished instantly from Ma Xiaoshuai's face,
replaced by a near-cruel calm.
He looked at Yu Luyun and uttered only 2 words. Form the array. Yu Luyun understood immediately. He immediately pulled several yellow talisman papers from his suit's inner pocket. Spirit sealing formation? Yes. Ma Xiaoshuai nodded. Seal off this entire floor.
Don't give that bastard a chance to escape, and keep ordinary people from stumbling in by accident.
Understood. Yu Luyun said no more.
His form shot forward like lightning as his hands swiftly formed seals. Several talisman papers glowed faintly, silently merging into the walls lining both sides of the corridor. The air along the entire corridor seemed to freeze for an instant before returning to normal.
But Ma Xiaoshuai could sense it.
An invisible barrier had completely sealed off the 5th floor from the outside world. He strode forward, heading straight for the electrical room at the end of the corridor. The closer he got, the heavier the scent of blood mixed with cursed energy became. The metal door to the electrical room was tightly shut, but beneath the crack, an unnatural crimson glow seeped through. Without hesitation, Ma Xiaoshuai reached out and pushed the door. Squeak! The door hinges screeched with a shrill friction. The scene beyond the door was enough to drive any ordinary person mad on the spot. In the center of the room, a massive and eerie array diagram was starkly drawn on the floor. It wasn't painted with pigment, but with blood that hadn't yet dried completely. The crimson patterns pulsed with an eerie rhythm, flowing as if alive. At the very center of the array lay a student ID card, placed neatly and precisely. Lin Cici's photo on it beamed a radiant smile. Reincarnation Possession Array. The one downstairs was a diversion. This is the true formation. Once midnight struck and the array activated, Lin Cici's soul would be forcibly extracted. Her physical body would become the fresh vessel for the vengeful spirit waiting at the array's other end. A look of utter contempt flashed in Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes. Such trashy nonsense, and they dare show off their skills in front of him? He raised his hand, black mist gathering in his palm, ready to smash this irritating formation to pieces. Poof! At that moment, a suppressed chuckle echoed from the deepest shadows of the room. Ma Xiaoshuai paused, slowly turning his head. A slender boy emerged from the shadows behind a row of electrical cabinets. He wore a simple t-shirt and jeans, his face partially obscured by a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. It obscured most of his face. The only features visible were his eyes, which glowed eerily bright in the darkness. And several strands of black thread coiled around his fingertips, writhing like living creatures. Exactly the same as those on Lin Cici's body. The real deal had finally shown up. I thought it was some old monster hiding in the shadows. Ma Xiaoshuai lowered his hand, a cocky smirk curling his lips upward. He studied the other with keen interest. So after all this fuss, it's just you, some low-life punk? The boy seemed provoked by his words, his aura instantly turning icy cold. You still dare to talk back when death is upon you? His voice was hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken in ages. I should thank you for removing the obstacle from that woman. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to make the switch. He was referring to Zhu Wanqing. Ma Xiaoshuai understood. The demonic energy within him was both a deadly poison and a shield against these malevolent spirits. Zhu Wanqing, having absorbed his aura, had instead escaped unscathed. Oh? Then perhaps I should thank you too? Ma Xiaoshuai snorted derisively as churning black mist surged from his body. It carried a domineering aura that threatened to devour everything. But what I'm more curious about is who gave you the nerve to play these underhanded tricks in front of me? Dong. The tolling of bells echoed from the horizon. Midnight had arrived. The moment the first toll struck, every light in the entire academic building. With a crack, they all went dark in an instant. Chapter 107, Choice? The world plunged into a deathly silent darkness. The sole source of light came from the reincarnation array on the ground, suddenly blazing with a brilliant crimson glow. At the same moment, in the adjacent study room, Lin Cici let out a pained groan. Her entire body collapsed onto the desk. The black thread piercing her back suddenly tightened, visibly constricting at a visible speed, frantically draining her vitality. Her body convulsed at an unnatural frequency as vitality rapidly drained away. The male cultivator of dark arts let out a triumphant, maniacal laugh. The black thread at his fingertips danced wildly. It's over. Her body is mine. Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes turned suddenly icy. Killing intent boiled within him like never before. 10 breaths. He had to make a choice within 10 breaths. Should he first slaughter this reckless bastard before him, or rescue the sacrificial offering being drained dry? Ha 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 ha. A maniacal roar erupted through the silent floor. The laughter was filled with unmasked madness, as if witnessing the most absurd joke imaginable. The smug expression on the male cultivator's face froze instantly. Staring at his opponent, who should have been trapped in an impossible dilemma, he felt a bewildering confusion for the first time. Make me choose? Ma Xiaoshuai cracked a cruel grin, his eyes rolling with bloodthirsty excitement. No, no, no. He raised a finger and shook it gently.
It should be you making the choice. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the demonic energy swirling around him abruptly contracted. A flash of crimson light erupted. The strands of crimson thread he had held moments before solidified into tangible form. A tang sword with sleek lines materialized out of thin air, its blade flowing with a heart-stopping dark red glow. As if forged from solidified blood. The next second, Ma Xiaoshuai vanished from where he stood. Your turn to choose. The icy voice sounded almost right next to the demonic cultivator's ear. Will you protect your precious sacrifice and let me cleave you in two? Or, shield yourself from the blade? The blade tore through the air with a piercing whistle, plunging without hesitation straight toward the top of the heretic cultivator's skull. This strike was faster than the limits of human vision. It carried a domineering force that seemed to sever everything in its path. The demonic cultivator's pupils suddenly contracted to pinpricks. He never imagined the other would make such a choice. Wasn't he an official agent? Shouldn't he prioritize saving lives? Why would he attempt to kill him outright? No time to think. The icy killing intent wrapped around the blade's edge already stung his skin. He had no doubt that if he stubbornly maintained the formation, the next second would see him cleaved in two by this eerie blood-red tang sword. In that critical moment, terror flashed in his eyes. He bit down hard on his tongue, severing the black thread at his fingertip. Put! Forcibly interrupting the spell caused backlash, forcing a mouthful of blood to spurt from his mouth. But he had no time to tend to his wounds. His body recoiled backward in an extreme posture, narrowly evading the fatal strike. The blade sliced past his nose, carving a deep gash into the concrete beneath his feet. Bastard! The male demonic cultivator steadied himself, snarling in shock and fury. Aren't you one of the authorities? How dare you disregard human life? In the adjacent study room, as the black thread snapped, Lin Cece's body jerked violently, followed by a long, drawn-out moan. Though still weak, her life force had stopped draining away. However, Ma Xiaoshuai couldn't be bothered to acknowledge him. His first strike missed, but his wrist twisted smoothly. The crimson tang sword traced a sharp arc, slashing horizontally straight for the male cultivator's midsection. The assault was even more ferocious than before. Human life? Ma Xiaoshuai's voice brimmed with contempt and irritation. That's something for those righteous folks to worry about. Me? The glint of his blade reflected his cold, merciless eyes. All I need to do is cut you down. Damn it! The heretic cultivator cursed furiously, scrambling to dodge once more. He finally understood this guy before him wasn't some by-the-book official at all. He was a complete madman. A monster who defied all rules. As the tang sword followed him like a shadow, leaving him no breathing room whatsoever. Fear finally flickered in the heretic cultivator's eyes. He lunged backward, his hands rapidly forming seals as he chanted incantations. With my demon blood, I summon the divine presence. Command! With his thunderous shout, the array pattern on the ground originally used for reincarnation and soul stealing suddenly erupted with a blinding crimson glow. The original runes twisted and warped. A foul, putrid stench assaulted the senses, and the temperature in the entire room plummeted several degrees. The formation had changed. No longer a reincarnation array, but a demonic summoning formation. Ma Xiaoshuai's attack halted. He watched the formation on the ground with keen interest as crimson bubbles continuously rose from it, the smile on his lips deepening. Oh? He raised an eyebrow with a hint of mockery. I thought this world was only filled with weirdness and those bald monks. Never expected there'd be demonic arts inheritance too. How delightful. He withdrew his tang sword, letting it dissolve into demonic energy at his fingertips as he settled in to watch the show. Rest assured, you won't die until I get the answers I seek. As if this trump card summoned at the cost of his life were nothing more than an amusing toy. The demonic cultivator had no time for his taunts, pouring all his focus into the formation. Come out! Come out! Kill him for me! He roared like a madman. Bloodlight coalesced at the array's center. Finally, a monstrous creature sheep-faced, tiger-toothed, colossal in form, and radiating greed slowly crawled out of the glow. The moment it appeared, it let out a deafening roar, its greedy gaze sweeping over everything around it, as if intent on devouring all living things. A triumphant, savage grin finally returned to the male cultivator's face. Die! Before the Tao Tai, you shall all become its sustenance. This was his ultimate trump card, an ancient beast he had discovered by chance and controlled through secret arts, the Tao Tai. Yet, the look of terror he expected on Ma Xiaoshuai's face never materialized. Instead, the boy merely tilted his head, appraised the beast with a few glances, then wore an utterly peculiar expression as if greeting an old acquaintance. Yo! Ma Xiaoshuai even raised his hand, lazily waving a greeting. Old friend, we meet again. This strange Tao Tai wasn't it the very one he'd driven away just days ago? The smug look on the male cultivator's face froze instantly. They knew each other? How could that be possible? The summoned monstrosity froze in place, its greedy eyes locked onto Ma Xiaoshuai. Its massive form instinctively shrank back. The aura emanating from this human before it would never forget it for the rest of its life. It was a purity of devouring even greater than its own. Chapter 108, Escape. You. Seeing its greatest asset display fear toward the enemy. Go! Kill him! The demonic cultivator bellowed the order at the top of his lungs. Yet, what met his command was only panic. The monstrous Taotai twisted its immense body abruptly, without hesitation.
It turned and charged straight toward the shattered window.
It only wanted to flee.
The shadow this human had cast over it ran deeper than death itself.
Useless! The evil cultivator's eyes bulged with fury. He could never have imagined that his trump card, forged with countless efforts and sacrifices, would desert him in the heat of battle. This was utterly preposterous. Trying to run? Ma Xiaoshuai's voice echoed faintly, tinged with a hint of laziness. He didn't even move a muscle.
He merely casually raised his right hand, fingers splayed, and grasped at the fleeing Taotai in the void.
Hum!
A muffled rumble filled the air. Endless black demonic energy erupted from his palm.
In midair, it instantly coalesced into a colossal handprint that obscured the sky. The palm print was composed entirely of the purest demonic energy. It was covered in sinister, demonic runes. Space itself froze in that instant.
The Taotai, which had been about to escape, froze stiffly midair. No matter how it struggled, it could not break free from its bonds.
Trying to run a second time? Ma Xiaoshuai's lips curled into a cold smile. Dream on.
He flipped his wrist lightly. The massive black handprint suddenly tightened, gripping it like a chicken. The monstrous Taotai, as massive as a truck, was now held firmly in his palm.
The monster let out a piercing wail as its body shrank under the crushing pressure of demonic energy.
The malevolent aura radiating from its entire body was voraciously devoured by that black hand. The male cultivator stared blankly at the scene, his body trembling like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind.
One move. A single move had subdued the ancient beast, the Taotai. What kind of monster was this? What kind of being had he provoked? Ma Xiaoshuai didn't even glance at the Taotai, which had completely lost all will to resist. With a flick of his left hand, a banner appeared in his grasp. It was his life-bound artifact, the banner of 10,000 souls. Get inside. With a flick of his right hand, the crumpled Taotai transformed into a streak of light and was sucked into the banner of 10,000 souls. The instant the Taotai entered the banner as its primary soul, the entire 10,000 souls banner began to violently tremble, its blackness churning violently across the banner's surface. Vaguely, countless souls roared within, their power now tenfold stronger than before. Ma Xiaoshuai weighed the 10,000 souls banner in his hand with satisfaction. This was the master soul he had carefully selected long ago, pure in power and fierce enough to suppress the myriad ghosts within the banner. It couldn't be more perfect. Today's trip hadn't been in vain after all. He stowed the banner away, then turned his gaze back to the sole living person still standing in the room. The male heretic cultivator. His face was now deathly pale, his legs trembling violently, nearly collapsing to the floor.
Ma Xiaoshuai walked toward him step by step.
All right, the toys are all put away now. He savored the vivid expression unfolding across the man's face. Now it's your turn. What else can you do to please me? Please? At those two words, the demonic cultivator's last psychological barrier crumbled completely. In the other's eyes, his desperate struggle was nothing but a performance. He had to escape. At any cost. A resolute crimson glint flashed in his eyes as his hands snapped together before his chest, swiftly forming an eerily intricate seal. Blood. Soul. Escape. He practically ground these three words out between clenched teeth. Before the words had fully left his mouth, his entire body resembled a punctured blood bag. A thick mist of blood erupted from every pore. His skin withered visibly before the eyes, his jet black hair turning ashen white in an instant. Every ounce of life force was drained from his being in an instant. The spurting blood mist coalesced around him into a blindingly bright crimson orb, enveloping him completely. A colossal aura erupted with thunderous force. This was his ultimate life-saving technique, a desperate sacrifice of 99% of his vital essence to instantly teleport thousands of miles away. Once activated, even if one managed to escape by sheer luck, he would be left utterly crippled, his cultivation destroyed. But it was better than dying here. Oh, this is interesting. Ma Xiaoshuai halted his steps, watching the bloodlight grow ever brighter. He made no move to stop it. The energy fluctuations from a life-burning escape technique were peculiar. He could even detect a trace of energy within it that didn't belong to the heretic cultivator himself. This lead must not be lost. He turned to Yu Luyun, who had remained silent in the corner, and whispered, "The girl is fine now. I'll pursue him to see if there are any other rats lurking behind him." Yu Luyun remained leaning against the wall, hands tucked into the pockets of his Western-style trousers. Hearing Ma Xiaoshuai's words, he snapped back to attention and nodded firmly. He understood that a battle of this caliber was beyond his reach. But the instant he nodded, boom! The blood-red light erupted violently, transforming into a blinding crimson meteor that pierced through the ceiling. It vanished into the night at an incomprehensible speed. Inside the room, only a withered, hollow shell remained the sacrificed physical body. At the same moment, Ma Xiaoshuai's figure vanished from Yu Luyun's sight as if he had never been there. 1,000 meters above the city.
Ma Xiaoshuai's figure silently materialized, suspended in the frigid night wind. His robes billowed like those of a celestial being or a demon. Beneath him lay a glittering steel forest of lights. He closed his eyes. An immense divine consciousness instantly spread out, enveloping the sky within a 100-mile radius. A faint energy trail lingered in the air. It was the trace left behind by the blood soul escape. It pointed straight in a certain direction. Ma Xiaoshuai's divine sense locked onto this aura with unwavering precision. The scent of a burning soul, how nostalgic. He murmured to himself. But playing these games in front of me? You're still too green. The next instant, his eyes snapped open. His gaze pierced through the layers of night, fixing on the western horizon. Gotcha. The words barely left his lips when his form dissolved into a shimmering haze, coalescing into a black bolt of lightning that tore through the sky in pursuit. The night wind howled, whipping up sand and stones that pelted the barren rock walls, producing a wailing sound. This was a barren, rocky desert thousands of miles away, rarely visited by humans, an ideal hiding place. In theory, that is. Ma Xiaoshuai's form solidified mid-air, his black trenchcoat flapping wildly in the gale. He landed without a sound, as light as a feather. The pursuit lasted less than 2 minutes. The burning soul fleeing aura abruptly ceased right here. 1,000 miles away? This measly distance, and you dare call it teleportation? Ma Xiaoshuai surveyed his surroundings, his words dripping with contempt. Deep within his pitch-black eyes, 2 points of sinister, demonic light suddenly flared. Chapter 109, The Cult Leader. The demon eyes activated. The entire world transformed before his eyes in an instant. The primordial energy of all things lay utterly exposed. In the air, that faint crimson trail ultimately pointed toward a massive black rock several meters tall ahead. Behind that black rock, a flickering crimson halo curled up in the shadows, trembling violently. It desperately suppressed its own aura, attempting to blend into the surrounding darkness. You're hiding pretty deep. Ma Xiaoshuai snorted lightly. Too bad you ran into me. He didn't even bother to walk over. Casually raising his right hand, he spread his fingers wide, then gently clenched them toward the black rock. Come here. An invisible, terrifying suction erupted instantly. The crimson halo concealed behind the rock trembled violently. Then, it was violently yanked out of the shadows, utterly beyond its control. Whoosh! It transformed into a crimson streak of light, flying madly toward Ma Xiaoshuai's palm. As the light faded, a phantom-like human soul materialized in Ma Xiaoshuai's palm. It was the demonic cultivator. His soul form now wore an expression of utter terror and despair. It collided frantically against the space an inch above Ma Xiaoshuai's palm, as if striking an invisible wall. With each impact, its already ethereal form grew a fraction more transparent. All in vain. Let me go. Let me go. The soul's shrieks were sharp and piercing, yet they were firmly imprisoned by a thin layer of demonic energy, unable to escape. You dare kill me. Perhaps realizing that pleading was futile, the soul's expression twisted into a savage grimace. If you dare kill me, the blood soul cult will never let you off. The voice brimmed with a hollow, desperate madness. Oh? Ma Xiaoshuai's previously bored expression suddenly shifted. He raised an eyebrow, his eyes instantly brightening. Well, there really is a rat behind you. He brought his palm close to his eyes, scrutinizing the soul within his palm. Blood Soul Cult. What a cliché name. He gently tapped the invisible barrier of demonic energy with his fingertip, causing the soul inside to tremble violently. I'm curious to see what method you'll use to make sure I don't get away. As he spoke, a strand of ink-black demonic energy began to coalesce on the index finger of his other hand. It was his pure divine consciousness, enveloped within the demonic energy of the 10,000 Calamities demon art. Preparing to invade this soul directly, to read everything he desired. Soul search. This was the most direct method of the demonic path. Just as the demonic energy at Ma Xiaoshuai's fingertip was about to touch the soul entity, a sudden change occurred. An aura entirely foreign to this heretic cultivator erupted from within the soul. Like a ferocious beast, it awoke abruptly. Boom! A deep, muffled explosion reverberated through the air. Even Ma Xiaoshuai was forced to withdraw the fingers poised to search the soul, his palm's demonic energy thickening several-fold in an instant, forming a solid black barrier. It held back the sudden, terrifying aura with unwavering resolve. Even so, the force sent a faint tingling numbness through his arm. Ha! Instead of panic, Ma Xiaoshuai grinned widely, his smile brimming with unabashed excitement. Looks like your backer has arrived. He remained utterly unconcerned, even shaking his palm with evident amusement. The soul of the heretic cultivator within his palm, sensing that familiar yet formidable aura, saw all its previous fear and despair swept away. In their place surged a manic, delirious joy akin to surviving a catastrophe. Ha 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 ha! It roared with laughter within the demonic energy cage, its voice twisted and shrill. Our master has arrived. Our master has come in person. You're finished. It glared at Ma Xiaoshuai with venom, already envisioning his fate torn to pieces. Kneel and beg for mercy now, and perhaps I'll let you die quickly. Put. Ma Xiaoshuai sneered in contempt. Leader? I'll be damned if I don't see what this so-called leader of your pathetic cult is really made of. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a thick, crimson aura was forcibly torn from the demonic cultivator's soul within his palm. The aura drifted into the air, growing larger as it caught the wind. In the blink of an eye, it materialized before Ma Xiaoshuai as a colossal figure standing 3 meters tall. The figure wore an oversized black robe, devoid of any patterns, yet it seemed to devour all surrounding light. Silver-white hair cascaded down like a waterfall, starkly contrasting with the pitch-black robes. Eerily, its face was concealed by a swirling mass of dense black mist, obscuring any discernible features. One could only sense a pair of cold eyes behind the mist, staring intently. An immense pressure descended. "You're that so-called cult leader?" Ma Xiaoshuai lifted his head, sizing up the suddenly appearing towering figure with a hint of defiance. The cloaked figure ignored his mockery. A booming voice resounded directly within Ma Xiaoshuai's mind. The voice carried no emotion, each word like a chunk of ice frozen for 10,000 years. "Release my followers, and you may live." The voice was not loud, yet it carried the weight of a divine decree. Ma Xiaoshuai froze upon hearing these words. Then, as if he'd heard the most absurd joke imaginable, he burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha 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 ha. His laughter echoed across the vast Gobi Desert, filled with arrogance and contempt. "Spare my life?" He doubled over, laughing so hard tears streamed from his eyes as he pointed at the shadowy figure in black robes. "What a bold claim. Aren't you afraid the wind might twist your back?" The black mist swirling around the cloaked figure's face churned violently, as if Ma Xiaoshuai's reckless provocation had finally pushed him over the edge. It spoke no more. When dealing with mere ants, action speaks louder than words. Slowly, it raised an arm shrouded in black robes. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to freeze solid. Then, tendrils of crimson mist, as red as blood, seeped out from the void. This blood mist gathered before the palm of the black-robed cult leader. Finally, with a sharp clang, it solidified into a colossal scythe over 3 meters long. The scythe's handle was as black as ink. The crescent-shaped blade glowed with an eerie, blood-red radiance, its surface shimmering with shifting light. Along its edge, countless wailing souls of agony seemed to writhe. Hum. The crimson scythe trembled lightly, and the temperature across the entire Gobi Desert seemed to plummet several degrees. Its icy edge locked onto Ma Xiaoshuai's forehead from afar. The shadow of death loomed overhead like a dark cloud. "Is that all you've got?" Ma Xiaoshuai raised an eyebrow and stepped forward. The sand beneath his feet crunched with a sharp squeak. As he stepped forward, a pure demonic energy surged from within him. His right hand clenched into a fist. Clang! A tang sword materialized in his palm. Only after completing these actions did Ma Xiaoshuai seem to recall something. He glanced down at the cluster of heretical cultivators' souls in his left palm. The soul had ceased its raucous cries the instant the blood-red scythe materialized. Chapter 110, Who Dares Defy Divine Might? For it realized that even if the cult leader himself arrived, this demonic star before them showed not a shred of fear. "Shut up!" Ma Xiaoshuai muttered with distaste. With a casual flick of his left hand, demonic energy surged from his palm, and the shadowy outline of a small black banner flickered into existence. The demonic cultivator's soul didn't even have time to utter a scream before being instantly sucked into the banner of 10,000 souls. Roar! A roar unlike any human voice finally erupted from the black mist obscuring his face. "You are asking for death." Each syllable carried a chill of murderous intent. The black mist swirled violently across the black-robed cult leader's face, the roar so powerful it sent sand and gravel hurtling through the air across the Gobi Desert. There was no longer any pretense of testing the waters. To kill its follower in its very presence was the most vile blasphemy against a deity. Whoosh! The scythe blade sliced through the sky, trailing a crimson arc. The surrounding space visibly warped, revealing the void's pitch-black emptiness beyond. Before the scythe blade even reached him, the murderous intent, sharp to the extreme, already pierced Ma Xiaoshuai's skin, stinging painfully. The air parted with a shrill hiss. This strike alone could level a small mountain. Facing this world-shattering blow, the smile on Ma Xiaoshuai's face faded slightly. The demonic energy within him surged unrestrainedly, pouring into the tang sword in his grasp. "Bring it on!" Instead of retreating, he charged forward, his feet stomping the ground as he met the crimson scythe like light head-on. The tang sword was held horizontally before him, the pitch-black demonic energy coalescing into a thick barrier along its blade. The next instant, blade and scythe collided with a thunderous crash. Boom! A deafening roar echoed, as if the very heavens and earth had been shattered by the blow. At the epicenter of the collision, a visible shockwave erupted violently. Black demonic energy and crimson blood flames violently intertwined, collided, and annihilated each other. A torrent of frenzied energy swept outward in all directions. Wherever it passed, the Gobi's surface was torn apart as if by an invisible giant's claw. Sand and stone vaporized instantly, leaving behind a massive, semicircular trench several meters deep, its edges smooth as glass. Before this overwhelming, unstoppable force, Ma Xiaoshuai's figure seemed utterly insignificant. The tang sword in his hand emitted a wail of strain, its demonic energy barrier shattering with a thunderous crash after barely half a second.
The immense force slammed into him without resistance. Put. Ma Xiaoshuai felt a stifling pressure in his chest as a metallic taste rose in his throat. His entire body was violently slammed into the far end of the deep ravine, kicking up a cloud of dust. The Gobi Desert howled with the wind. The black-robed cult leader hovered mid-air, his massive form radiating a heart-stopping aura of authority. The black mist swirling around its face slowly settled, its cold eyes gazing down at the ravine below. In its perception, the human's life force had grown faint to the extreme. "You insignificant insect, how dare you challenge the divine might?" The booming voice carried a hint of contempt. This strike had drawn upon 1/5 of the power of this soul avatar. Though far inferior to its true form, it was still beyond the capacity of any awakened being on this planet to withstand. Even the so-called S-rank powerhouses of the Paranormal Investigation Bureau would meet nothing but soul-shattering oblivion if they took this blow head-on. Yet, just as it prepared to turn and leave, those eyes concealed within the black mist suddenly sharpened. It looked toward the deep ravine with a hint of surprise and doubt. That faint trace of life force far from fading was actually growing stronger? A figure slowly emerged from the dust cloud in the ravine. His white hoodie had been completely shredded to shreds, revealing a well-defined upper body. Several gruesome blood streaks crisscrossed his chest and a glint of blood still clung to the corner of his mouth. Yet his gaze burned brighter than ever. The black-robed cult leader was genuinely stunned. He wasn't dead? He took his annihilation scythe head-on and survived? Just a few scrapes? How could that be possible? Its database contained records of every known powerful being in this world. From the official Paranormal Investigation Bureau of Humanity to the major factions in the civilian world, even some ancient monsters who never showed their faces. But among them, there was absolutely no trace of this young, unfamiliar face before him. There is no such person among humanity. For the first time, its voice carried gravity and confusion. Who, exactly are you? Tay. Ma Xiaoshuai hovered midair, casually spitting out a mouthful of salty sweet blood foam. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from his lips, then grinned, revealing 2 rows of stark white teeth. Who am I? He stared at the black-robed cult leader across from him with a look reserved for fools. I'm your grandfather. Before the words had fully left his mouth, his form shifted, and he charged forward once more. This time, the aura radiating from him was even more frenzied, more pure than before. The 10,000 Calamities demon art raged within him, completely refining the crimson energy that had invaded his body moments before. It transformed into the purest demonic energy, replenishing his own depleted reserves. This was the true nature of the great demon lord. The more wounded he became, the stronger he grew. You're asking for death. The black-robed cult leader was utterly enraged by his reckless defiance, raising his giant scythe once more. But at that very moment, its motion abruptly halted. Charging forward, Ma Xiaoshuai held his tang sword high in his right hand as surging demonic energy gathered before him. A massive black gear over a meter in diameter materialized out of thin air, spinning at breakneck speed. The demonic wheel radiated a savage aura. This was the manifestation of his demonic power. The black-robed cult leader was not surprised by this. It had witnessed countless forces far more wicked than this. What shocked it, however, that the edges of the ink-black demonic wheel were actually entwined and engraved with layer upon layer of golden patterns. Those patterns radiated such sanctity and serenity. They radiated a grand aura of universal salvation. That was the power of merit? How is this possible? A cry of disbelief escaped the black-robed cult leader's lips for the very first time. Its gaze was fixed intently on the spinning demonic wheel, its massive form trembling ever so slightly. The power of merit. That was a power only a sage who had saved countless lives could condense. It was the power they loathed most. One was the filthiest abomination in the world. One was the purest sanctity in the world. These two diametrically opposed forces were now perfectly fused within a single being. This utterly shattered the black-robed cult leader's understanding. Yet it had never witnessed a being whose very essence could simultaneously embody both deity and demon. What kind of monstrosity is this? A monster? Ma Xiaoshuai could not hear the black-robed cult leader's inner roar. Even if he had, he wouldn't have cared. All he knew was that this massive creature before him was nothing but a walking potion of vitality in his eyes. Boom! The air beneath Ma Xiaoshuai's feet exploded as his form shot forward like an arrow released from its string, abandoning all caution. Chapter 111, Is that all you've got? The pitch-black demonic wheel, shrouded in sacred golden light, descended toward the black-robed cult leader with an overwhelming force that threatened to crush everything in its path. The wheel spun, emitting a piercing shriek, as if countless vengeful spirits were howling. Golden light swirled, yet solemn Buddhist chants echoed, like countless devotees offering prayers. Two extreme energies twisted into one. Space itself groaned in agony. The black-robed cult leader finally snapped out of his mind-shattering shock. That terrifying demonic wheel was now mere inches from his eyes. Roar! With a furious roar, the black-robed cult leader channeled every ounce of his power into the colossal scythe. A crimson glow surged, coalescing into a thick, blood-red scythe-like shadow that loomed before him. This was the purest expression of his power. And its strongest defense. The next instant. Boom! The demonic wheel and the scythe shadow collided violently. A moment of deathly silence. Even sound seemed swallowed by the epicenter of the collision. Then, a sphere of light, a twisted blend of black, gold and crimson, exploded violently. A devastating shockwave of energy swept outward like a tsunami. The Gobi Desert's surface resembled a landscape repeatedly plowed by countless heavy bombs. Countless bottomless ravines crisscrossed the landscape. Massive craters, dozens of meters in diameter, appeared out of nowhere. Dust and showers of energy light obscured the entire sky. After a long while, the light faded. Ma Xiaoshuai's figure steadied itself midair once more. His chest rose and fell, his breathing slightly labored, yet the fighting spirit in his eyes burned brighter than ever. That single strike had nearly depleted all the demonic energy he had recently refined within his body. So what? He could sense that the guy across from him was suffering even more than he was. Sure enough, the figure of the black-robed cult leader in the distance had grown noticeably more ethereal. The black mist enveloping him had thinned considerably. The crimson scythe in its grasp had lost its brilliant glow. Clearly, directly absorbing that wheel of merit had taken a tremendous toll on it. Is that all you've got? Ma Xiaoshuai sneered, his tone dripping with provocation. He flexed his wrist, feeling the cultivation technique circulating within him. The 10,000 Calamities demon art possessed corresponding divine abilities for each layer during the chi cultivation stage. The previous demonic wheel was a product of the mid-chi cultivation stage. And now, he had reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of chi cultivation. Just one step away from foundation establishment. At the 9th layer of chi cultivation, I should be able to use that thing now. Ma Xiaoshuai mused inwardly, a hint of maniacal laughter curling his lips. He slowly raised his right hand, and the ordinary Tang sword hummed once more. This time, it wasn't pitch-black demonic energy. Instead, crackle! Black gold arcs of lightning, like frenzied dancing vipers, suddenly erupted across the blade. This was no ordinary lightning. It was tribulation lightning. The annihilating divine thunder sent down by the will of heaven and earth when cultivators faced tribulation. It was also one of the primal forces of the 10,000 tribulations demon art. Using demonic energy as a catalyst, it harnessed the might of heaven and earth. Old man, taste something new. Ma Xiaoshuai let out a loud laugh as his figure vanished from the spot once more. That bizarre power again. The black-robed cult leader's pupils contracted sharply. From within that black gold thunder, it sensed a tremor originating from the depths of its soul. That power felt like a natural nemesis for spiritual entities like itself. Daring not to confront it head-on, the colossal scythe whipped up a torrential sea of blood, attempting to block Ma Xiaoshuai's approach. Yet Ma Xiaoshuai's form moved like a ghostly apparition, weaving effortlessly through the swirling scythe shadows. The Tang sword in his hand never even clashed with the giant scythe. Too late. A cold shout rang out in the black-robed cult leader's ears. Unbeknownst to the black-robed cult leader, Ma Xiaoshuai had already breached its defenses and closed in upon it. His Tang sword swung down, aiming straight for the black-robed cult leader's soul form. The black-robed cult leader instinctively swung his scythe to block. But a bizarre scene unfolded. The Tang sword, wrapped in thunderbolts, pierced straight through the physical form of the blood-red scythe. As if the scythe were nothing but a phantom. What? The black-robed cult leader was utterly horrified. Before it could react, the black gold thunder struck its soul form with devastating force. Crackle, crackle, crackle. A deafening crackle of electricity erupted. Black gold lightning snakes instantly crawled all over the black-robed cult leader's body. A piercing scream, so shrill it seemed inhuman, rent the skies. The black-robed cult leader's soul form, scorched by the calamity lightning, melted away like ice under the scorching sun. Its body grew increasingly transparent, as if it might vanish completely at any moment. Damn it! Damn humans! Its voice brimmed with endless venom and resentment. Were it not for the constraints still binding me, were it not for the suppression of this world's rules, this sect was destined to manifest its true form, crushing you ants into dust. True form? Hearing this, Ma Xiaoshuai showed not a trace of fear. Instead, his smile grew even brighter. Cut the crap. Even if your true form comes, I'll still chop you into 8 pieces. He couldn't care less about any true form. Fight if you can win, run if you can't. That was his survival rule as a great demon lord who'd been navigating the cultivation world for years. Besides, right now, he clearly had the upper hand. Roar! The black-robed cult leader was utterly enraged by his arrogant attitude. It let out a deafening roar, its remaining power erupting violently. For the sake of escape. Instead of swinging its massive scythe at Ma Xiaoshuai, it lashed out at the very space before itself. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the space, like a mirror, was violently cleaved open, revealing a pitch-black fissure. Beyond the fissure lay profound nothingness, emanating a heart-stopping aura. The black-robed cult leader's soul form, now half-transparent, darted into the fissure without hesitation. Next time we meet, this master will make you pay 10,000 times over for what you've done today. The venomous voice echoed from the fissure, growing fainter and fainter. Trying to escape? Ma Xiaoshuai narrowed his eyes. If you don't uproot the weeds, they'll sprout again with the spring breeze. He understood this truth better than anyone. To release a tiger back to the mountain invites endless trouble. He planted his foot, ready to charge into the spatial fissure and finish off the black-robed cult leader once and for all. But at that very moment, the blood-red scythe, which had been about to be dragged into the fissure, suddenly whirled back. With its last ounce of strength, it swung viciously toward him. Clang! A deafening clang of metal colliding echoed through the air. Ma Xiaoshuai was sent flying backward dozens of meters by the immense force. In that fleeting moment of delay, the spatial fissure closed completely, swallowing the black-robed cult leader and vanishing without a trace. The Gobi Desert was left in utter disarray, with only Ma Xiaoshuai's slightly displeased expression remaining. He sure got away fast. The desolate Gobi Desert echoed with howling winds and swirling sand, creating a desolate atmosphere. The spatial ripples left behind by the black-robed cult leader's escape had long since subsided. Ma Xiaoshuai scanned his surroundings. Beyond the endless yellow sand, not a single soul remained. He pursed his lips, and the trace of displeasure vanished from his face. Chapter 112, The Main Soul. This place is perfect, not a soul in sight. Just right for some private business. He chuckled softly, casually beckoning with his right hand. The Tang sword, which had been wrapped in black gold thunderbolts moments before, quickly shed its lightning aura. The solid blade transformed once more into countless slender crimson threads, burrowing back into his body along his arm until they vanished. Immediately after, beneath the fabric of his chest, a deep, intense black glow emerged. A palm-sized ancient banner slowly seeped through his skin, rising to hover before him. It was the banner of 10,000 souls. With its emergence, the surrounding air seemed to grow noticeably colder, a chilling aura spreading outward. Ma Xiaoshuai's mind stirred, and his consciousness instantly plunged into the banner. The Gobi landscape vanished in an instant, replaced by a chaotic void. Countless twisted souls drifted within the void, emitting silent wails that coalesced into a river of resentment. At the very center of the banner's space, the soul of a monstrous beast, fearsome and hideous. It was bound tightly by hundreds of thick black chains. It was none other than the ancient fiend, the Tao Tai. Roar! The soul of the Tao Tai struggled frantically, each convulsive twist sending violent tremors through the entire banner space. The chains stretched taut, creaking with each strain. Its colossal, monstrous form radiated pure savagery. Ma Xiaoshuai's consciousness manifested as a blurred shadow, drifting leisurely nearby as it watched the futile struggle. TSK, quite the loudmouth. He remarked with a flippant smirk. Stop shouting. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will come to save you. As the words fell, he raised his hand and made a hollow fist. Buzz. The entire space within the banner trembled violently. Countless eerie runes instantly ignited along the black chains binding the Tao Tai. A colossal surge of demonic energy poured in from all directions, coalescing into immense pressure that crushed down upon the soul of the Tao Tai. The Tao Tai let out agonized roars, struggling even more violently. But it was all in vain. Under Ma Xiaoshuai's control, the chains dragged it down, inch by inch, toward the pitch-black vortex at the very core of the banner's inner space. That was the power hub of the banner of 10,000 souls. Once completely sealed within, it would lose all consciousness, becoming the banner's master soul, its purest source of power and most loyal servant. No! No! Fear seeped into the Tao Tai's consciousness. But Ma Xiaoshuai remained utterly unmoved, instead increasing the output of demonic energy. Strip! Refine! An invisible giant hand tore violently at the Tao Tai's consciousness. Then it was gradually swallowed by the vortex at the core. At the very moment the Tao Tai's consciousness was about to be completely erased, an intensely powerful fragment of memory crashed violently into Ma Xiaoshuai's mind. In an instant, the perspective shifted. Ma Xiaoshuai felt himself become a colossal beast crawling on the ground, gazing upward with utter reverence. Before it stood a magnificent hall. Deep within the hall, a vague, towering figure sat enthroned. Merely sensing that presence caused the soul of the Tao Tai to tremble instinctively. It was absolute suppression emanating from the very level of existence. Go! A commanding, icy voice resounded directly within the depths of its soul. The Lord commands you, go to Yuan City and bring back the demonic embryo. Roar! The Tao Tai emitted a deep growl, filled with absolute obedience. The scene abruptly ended. Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes snapped open as consciousness returned to his body. A biting cold wind swept across his cheeks as he remained standing on the desolate Gobi Desert. Demon fetus? Yuan City? He murmured to himself, his brow furrowing slightly. Beyond this brief command, the rest of the Tao Tai's memories had completely dissolved into nourishment for the banner of 10,000 souls, leaving no further useful information to be gleaned. Interesting. He looked down. The Tao Tai entity, which had radiated terrifying ferocity moments before, now knelt obediently at his feet. Its massive head pressed tightly against the ground, its eyes devoid of any trace of ferocity, leaving only hollow, lifeless emptiness. It resembled a perfect puppet awaiting its master's command. Ma Xiaoshuai nodded with satisfaction.
He could clearly sense that after the 10,000 souls banner had devoured and refined the Taotia's powerful main soul,
the entire banner had undergone a qualitative leap in quality.
A faint, swirling radiance now rippled across its surface, while the cold, violent aura had retreated considerably, becoming deeper and more perilous,
finally showing some potential as a divine weapon.
His spirit soared, and just as he prepared to withdraw the 10,000 souls banner back into his body, his movements abruptly halted.
Oh, right. I almost forgot.
He remembered there was still a little gift trapped inside the banner. The soul of that blood soul cult heretic he'd casually absorbed from the altar.
Originally just an afterthought, but now it seemed.
Perhaps he could pry some intelligence about the blood soul cult from him. After all, he hadn't forgotten the dark-robed cult leader's parting threat. Let me see what this mysterious blood soul cult is really made of. A cold smile spread across Ma Xiaoshuai's lips. His mind plunged back into the banner.
In a corner of that chaotic void, a trembling soul huddled in fear. It was the very same male cultivator of dark arts. Ma Xiaoshuai's dark consciousness descended like a god demon descending upon this realm.
He merely raised his hand. The heretic cultivator's soul let out a piercing shriek. Uncontrollably, it was seized by a colossal force and suspended before him. Tell me about the blood soul cult.
The cultivator trembled, unable to utter a sound. Don't want to talk?
Ma Xiaoshuai let out a light chuckle, sending ripples through the chaotic void. His soul flame flickered erratically, nearly disintegrating on the spot.
No problem.
I'll take it myself. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the massive black hand formed entirely of pure consciousness.
Its fingers snapped open, clawing like an eagle's talons onto his soul form.
A wail of agony erupted from the deepest recesses of his soul. Soul search.
For Ma Xiaoshuai, this was as simple as eating and drinking. Frenzied demonic thoughts violently pierced the core of the evil cultivator's soul.
Fragments of memory, torrents of emotion all violently churned and exposed in an instant. Countless chaotic images flashed before Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes. Childhood laughter and roughhousing, dozing off in class, the fervor and obsession upon first encountering the blood soul cult scriptures.
All useless information.
Ma Xiaoshuai impatiently brushed away these useless fragments as the demonic thought charged forward, targeting the deepest, most persistent imprint within the opponent's soul.
Found it.
The image suddenly sharpened. A bright classroom, sunlight streaming through the windows onto the desks. A girl with delicate features and a ponytail rested her chin on her hand.
Chapter 113, Stronghold.
Her gaze fixed on the lectern, yet a sly smile played at the corners of her mouth. She secretly passed a note under the desk to the boy beside her. The scene shifts abruptly.
In a dimly lit room, even Ma Xiaoshuai could sense the strange aura permeating the air. On the floor, unidentified blood traced an eerie formation.
At the center of the array, a gaunt young man knelt, his eyes burning with fervor.
His name was Zhouan.
Before him lay a photograph. In the picture, a girl with a radiant smile nestled beside him, her eyes brimming with happiness.
Her name was Su Qianqian. Qianqian, soon, very soon.
Zhouan murmured to himself, his voice tinged with a sickening obsession. Once the reincarnation array is complete, I'll bring you back. This time, I'll never let you leave me again.
Ma Xiaoshuai's consciousness watched coldly. Life-swapping reincarnation? Exchanging the blood of thousands of students and a single sacrifice to bring back a soul long since departed? Interesting. Time, 1 year prior. Location, Building A of Yuan City University. Young Zhouan was furtively setting something up in an empty classroom. On the floor lay the rudimentary outlines of a ritual, far less intricate than what would later unfold.
He seemed to be performing some kind of sacrifice in exchange for greater power. Just then, a crisp female voice drifted in from the doorway, tinged with puzzlement.
An, what are you doing here all alone? Acting so mysterious. It was Su Qianqian.
She held a thermos lunchbox, a sweet smile on her face.
Zhouan's body stiffened abruptly, the color draining from his face.
He spun around in panic, trying to shield whatever lay on the floor with his body.
Qianqian? What brings you here? I came to bring you soup.
You've been looking so tired lately.
Su Qianqian stepped inside, peering curiously. Ha? What are you drawing on the floor?
It looks so strange. Her gaze fell upon the half-finished, eerie magic array, and the smile on her face gradually froze.
A girl's intuition sent a wave of inexplicable dread through her. An. What? What is this? Don't look. Zhouan's voice suddenly turned sharp. He lunged forward, grabbing Su Qianqian's arm and trying to pull her away. Nothing. Just some graffiti. Let's go. His overreaction only made Su Qianqian more frightened and suspicious. She struggled hard. You're hurting me. And what the hell are you doing? These things? I feel like I've seen them somewhere before. Is this black magic? I said it's not. Zhouan was completely flustered. This was his deepest secret, one absolutely no one could ever know. Especially not Qianqian, the one he loved most. He couldn't bear the thought of Qianqian looking at him with that horrified expression. Fear and panic consumed his rationality.
He instinctively reached out with his other hand and covered Su Chanshan's mouth.
MMMPH. MMMPH.
Su Chanshan's eyes widened in terror as she struggled violently.
Chanshan. Let me explain. I'm doing this for us. Listen to me.
In his extreme panic, Zhouan tightened his grip on her mouth.
He only wanted her to be quiet and listen to him. But he forgot.
Having cultivated the blood-soul sex techniques, his strength far surpassed that of ordinary people.
Su Chanshan's struggles gradually weakened.
Her eyes shifted from terror to pleading, and finally, slowly lost all focus, devoid of any spark. Her arms fell limply to her sides. The world fell silent. Zhouan stared blankly at the motionless girl in his arms, then looked down at his own hands.
Xian. Xian?
He called out tentatively, but there was no response. He loosened his grip, and her body slid limply from his arms, collapsing onto the cold floor. A bone-chilling coldness shot instantly from the soles of his feet to the top of his head.
No! No! A heart-wrenching scream of despair echoed through the empty classroom building. The memory ended there.
Ma Xiaoshuai's consciousness withdrew from that scene of sorrow, his eyes showing not the slightest flicker of emotion.
I see.
He looked at the soul before him, now utterly shattered and barely holding its form together, feeling only a wave of boredom. A fool who accidentally killed his girlfriend out of fear, then spent the rest of his life regretting it, only to try to make amends in an even more foolish way.
A textbook melodramatic plot.
He felt not a shred of sympathy, only growing interest in the crucial information within.
Blood Soul Cult. In Yuan City. There are other bases. Ma Xiaoshuai's consciousness strained once more, wringing out the last drops of information like a towel. Squeezing every last drop of valuable intelligence from Zhouan's soul. Sure enough, this Zhouan was merely a peripheral figure. He had never seen the Blood Soul Cult leader's true face. All orders and cultivation techniques were received through a fixed dead drop. But he knew the Blood Soul Cult had deep roots in Yuan City. Besides the school used for sacrifices, at least 3 additional secret bases served as communication hubs and supply depots. Disguised respectively as a board game shop, an abandoned underground parking garage, and a psychological clinic. Very good. Having obtained everything he needed, Ma Xiaoshuai couldn't be bothered to glance at the remnant soul again. With a flick of his thoughts, the boundless vengeful spirits within the banner of 10,000 souls surged forward like sharks smelling blood. Ah!
Zhouan's soul emitted a final, short, agonized scream before being utterly torn apart and devoured. It dissolved into the most insignificant speck of energy within the banner of 10,000 souls. His consciousness returned to his physical body. Ma Xiaoshuai stood in the desert's cold wind, slowly opening his eyes. He glanced down at the docile, dog-like Taotai puppet, then lifted his gaze toward the direction of Yuan City. The dark-robed cult leader's parting threat still rang in his ears. Within the Taotia's memories, the imposing figure seated high in the hall, commanding it to come to Yuan City and seize the demon fetus, had also captured its attention. Now, there was another group to contend with, the Blood Soul Cult. These creatures, each lurking in the shadows, were nothing but a nuisance.
They wanted him to go find them? Why should he? When did others get to dictate the rules for his actions?
Since you lot prefer to hide like turtles and refuse to show yourselves?
Ma Xiaoshuai's lips curled into a cocky grin.
Then I'll smash every last one of your shells to pieces.
This is interesting.
When I get back, I'll start with those strongholds and take them down one by one. I'll see just how long you can endure this.
He couldn't be bothered to linger another second in this godforsaken place.
The demonic energy within him stirred faintly, sending ripples of spatial fluctuations radiating outward from his body. Back to Huayuan City first, find a comfortable place to sleep.
Then, the game of pulling out the nails would begin.
Just as he prepared to teleport away, a lazy, complaining voice sounded from behind him.
Chapter 114, The Mysterious Old Taoist.
Yikes.
I'm dead tired.
In all my years of running around, I've never had it this rough.
The demonic energy surging within Ma Xiaoshuai abruptly halted.
The teleportation he was about to activate halted instantly, freezing him solid in place. His eyes narrowed slowly, flashing with an intensely dangerous light.
Someone had appeared behind him without a sound. How was that possible?
Under his powerful divine sense perception, not even a living soul, let alone a sand scorpion or an ant, could possibly escape his detection. Just moments ago, he had been absolutely certain that within a 1,000-mile radius, there was no trace of any living creature besides himself. This voice seemed to materialize out of thin air.
Ma Xiaoshuai didn't turn around immediately.
Instead, he tensed every muscle in his body.
The 10,000 Calamities demon art surged through his body at an unprecedented speed. He stood ready to counter any possible ambush. He turned around.
Not far away, a figure staggered toward him. The figure brushed dust off its clothes as it walked. Dressed in a faded gray Taoist robe, his cloth shoes worn thin at the edges. His hair was disheveled, and a few dry blades of grass clung to his graying beard. He looked utterly bedraggled. The man noticed Ma Xiaoshuai too, his eyes lighting up as if he'd spotted a savior. He quickened his pace and ran over.
Hey there, young man. Finally, a living soul. He stopped a few meters away from Ma Xiaoshuai. He clutched his knees, gasping for breath. Young man, what are you doing here all alone? Do you have any water? Could you spare me a sip?
I'm dying of thirst. His voice was hoarse, his lips cracked and peeling, he looked utterly parched. Were it not for the utterly bizarre manner of his appearance, anyone seeing him would have pitied the old Taoist. Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze was icy as he silently appraised the man. This old Taoist radiated peculiarity from head to toe. On the surface, his breath was ragged, his steps unsteady, and he appeared severely dehydrated. Yet when Ma Xiaoshuai swept his divine sense over him, it vanished like a stone sinking into the sea. Nothing could be detected. He was like a phantom that didn't exist, or perhaps a bottomless black hole. Interesting. Ma Xiaoshuai sneered inwardly, yet his expression remained impassive. He was eager to see what tricks this fellow was up to. With a flicker of intent, the 10,000 Calamities demon art had advanced to the 8th layer of chi refining. The miniature storage space he had carved out within his dantian responded. The space wasn't large, roughly the size of a room. Back then, Ma Xiaoshuai had stashed quite a few daily necessities inside. After all, he hadn't yet reached the realm where he could completely abstain from food and water. Occasional intake of external energy and moisture was still necessary. He raised his hand, a barely perceptible flicker of demonic energy flickering across his palm. The next second, 2 full bottles of mineral water materialized in his hands. Here. Ma Xiaoshuai tossed the bottles over casually. The old Taoist's eyes lit up greedily at the sight of the water, fumbling to catch them. Before he could even utter a word of thanks, he twisted open one cap and tilted his head back. Gulp! 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 The water level in the bottle dropped at a visible pace. In one gulp, he downed the entire bottle. Ha! The old Taoist exhaled a long breath, let out a loud burp, and wore an expression of utter bliss. Ah, that's the ticket. Finally feeling alive again. He wiped his mouth, glancing at the half-full bottle remaining in his hand. He screwed the cap back on as if it were a precious treasure, carefully tucking it into the pocket of his tattered Taoist robe. He even patted it, afraid it might fall out. Only after completing these actions did he lift his head. He flashed Ma Xiaoshuai a grateful smile and clasped his fists in a bow. Thank you for saving my life, young friend. My name is Huang Shui Fu. Shui is in dashing, Fu is in master. Might I ask your name? Ma Xiaoshuai showed no interest in his formalities. He merely nodded expressionlessly in response. Since the man showed no immediate hostility, he saw no point in wasting time here. Those sneaky bastards in Yuan City were still waiting for his visit. With that thought, Ma Xiaoshuai ignored the peculiar old Taoist priest and turned to leave. The demonic energy within him surged once more. The surrounding air began to warp, a pitch-black spatial rift on the verge of forming. But at that very moment, a bony hand gently pressed against his shoulder. Oh my, young man, don't be in such a hurry to leave. The old Taoist's laugh, tinged with a touch of mischief, sounded almost right beside his ear. You're leaving me all alone in this godforsaken Gobi desert? Oh dear, young man, how heartless. Ma Xiaoshuai's pupils suddenly contracted into the most dangerous pinpricks. He sensed that colossal demonic energy, the very force he had summoned moments before, powerful enough to tear space itself apart. The instant the other's hand touched him, it felt like an invisible mountain crushing him down. All his power was forcibly crushed back into his meridians. Not a single ounce could be summoned. The winds ceased. The warp space returned to its original state. Everything settled into stillness. Ma Xiaoshuai turned his head inch by inch, his gaze settling on the grinning face beside him. The old Taoist still wore his harmless expression, but within those eyes that had once seemed slightly cloudy, now flashed with a hint of cunning. Ma Xiaoshuai's guard instantly shot to its highest alert. This guy is a supreme master. His power was likely far more terrifying than that of the black-robed sect leader from earlier. Ma Xiaoshuai retracted all outwardly projected energy, his voice deepening. A man who can roam this Gobi desert with impunity, who can even appear silently behind me. You probably don't need my help, do you? His gaze was like a knife, piercing straight into Huang Shuifu's eyes. Speak. Who exactly are you? What do you want from me? The old Taoist's smile creased every wrinkle on his face. Me? I'm Huang Shuifu. The real deal. His hand, resting on Ma Xiaoshuai's shoulder, remained perfectly still. The murderous intent in Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes nearly solidified, but he forced himself to suppress it. Picking a fight with such an unfathomable old monster would be pure suicide. He asked coldly, "What do you want?" "Oh dear, young man, your words are truly hurtful." Huang Shuifu wore a look of grievance, as if Ma Xiaoshuai were some faithless husband who'd abandoned his wife and child. This old Taoist has been trapped in this godforsaken place. Finally seeing a living soul, naturally. "I'd like to ask you, young man, to show some kindness and take me back with you." As he spoke, his hand landed with a heavy thud on Ma Xiaoshuai's shoulder. Each thud sent waves of chaotic demonic energy surging through Ma Xiaoshuai's body. Chapter 115, Dream On. Ma Xiaoshuai's face darkened like a sooty pot bottom. Take him with me?
Bring a terrifying being capable of single-handedly suppressing his teleportation back to Yuan City? Was he tired of living, or did he think the people of Yuan City weren't dying fast enough? This old man is definitely trouble.
But right now, circumstances were beyond his control.
Ma Xiaoshuai's thoughts raced. He flashed a hollow smile. Fine, I suppose I could take you with me.
He shot a sidelong glance at the claw still draped over his shoulder.
But you'll have to let go first, won't you? I can't cast spells like this.
Huang Shuaifu's eyes lit up at the words, as if he truly believed it.
Oh. Makes sense. Makes sense. He promptly withdrew his hand and took half a step back, adopting a go-ahead posture as he grinned at Ma Xiaoshuai. Then I'll leave it to you, young man.
The weight of that invisible mountain pressing down on him vanished abruptly.
The immense demonic energy, tightly suppressed within his meridians, roared forth in an instant. Now! Ma Xiaoshuai roared inwardly.
Without a moment's hesitation, he stomped his foot down.
Boom!
The pitch-black demonic energy shot skyward.
His figure left a trail of afterimages as he instantly leapt back 3 paces. Safe.
Having created distance between himself and the old Taoist, the murderous intent in his heart no longer needed to be concealed. Ma Xiaoshuai stared at Huang Shuaifu's slightly stunned face, a malicious grin spreading across his lips.
Think you can walk away with me? Dream on.
He raised a middle finger without hesitation. Old geezer, enjoy your sunbathing in the Gobi Desert right here. Before the words faded, the demonic energy surging around him reached its peak, coalescing into a swirling, pitch-black vortex. Space tore apart, emitting a bone-chilling wail. Huang Shuaifu's smile froze on his face. He stared blankly at the figure vanishing into the darkness, seemingly unable to comprehend what had happened. Ma Xiaoshuai's form was completely swallowed by the demonic energy, and the spatial fissure abruptly closed. Sand and wind swirled once more. Across the vast, endless Gobi Desert, only Huang Shuaifu remained, standing alone in the same spot. He blinked, then blinked again.
After a long while. Put!
He suddenly burst into laughter, shaking his head as the sound grew louder and louder, until it became a hearty roar.
Ha 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 ha. How amusing. Truly amusing. This little rascal, he's got the bones of a thief.
He wiped away the tears of laughter, his face shedding all traces of mischief. With a casual flick of his tattered robe sleeve, the air before him rippled with a gentle wave. Immediately, a portal radiating a soft, milky white glow materialized silently out of thin air. Beyond the light gate, the bustling cityscape of cars and crowds could be faintly discerned.
Huang Shuaifu smoothed his messy hair and brushed the dust off his robe.
He took a leisurely stride and stepped through the portal. Little devil, we'll meet again soon. The portal closed silently, leaving no trace. The Gobi Desert fell silent once more. A wave of dizziness washed over him. Ma Xiaoshuai opened his eyes once more, finding himself back on the sports field of Yuan City University. A faint scent of blood lingered on his nostrils, mingled with the acrid stench left behind after the strained energy dissipated. The field lay in utter disarray, the ground pitted and scarred, clearly the aftermath of a fierce battle. Not far away, Yu Luyun stood with one hand in his suit pocket, the other holding a white handkerchief as he leisurely wiped his fingers. Xu Wanqing stood anxiously nearby. The moment she saw that familiar black vortex appear. As Ma Xiaoshuai's figure tumbled out, she rushed forward almost instinctively. Are you okay? A barely perceptible tremor colored her voice as her bright eyes fixed intently on Ma Xiaoshuai, scanning him from head to toe.
Fearing he might be missing an arm or a leg.
A warm wave surged from the depths of his heart, but Ma Xiaoshuai's mouth always beat his brain to the punch. He waved dismissively, his face wearing that signature cocky smirk.
Like anything could happen to me? A worthless amalgam without a brain to speak of, and you think you can trouble me? Give me a break.
Though his words were dismissive, the turbulent chi and blood within his body warned him otherwise.
Withstanding the black-robed cult leader's final strike and forcibly activating 2 teleports had taken a heavy toll.
Especially that mysterious old Taoist priest, the sheer pressure of his aura alone had inflicted minor internal injuries.
Xu Wanqing could see right through his tough act. His slightly pale complexion gave him away.
But she knew Ma Xiaoshuai's temperament well enough not to press him further, merely watching him with concern.
Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze swept past her, landing on Lin Sisi, who was shielded behind Yu Luyun. His brow furrowed. How is Lin Sisi? Yu Luyun elegantly folded the handkerchief and tucked it back into his pocket.
He shrugged, his expression tinged with resignation.
Not good.
He gestured toward Lin Sisi lying on the makeshift stretcher. Ever since you left, she's been unconscious. I've checked her vital signs are stable, heartbeat and breathing are normal, but she just won't wake up. Yu Luyun paused, then used a vivid metaphor. It's like she's lost her soul.
Ma Xiaoshuai stepped forward.
Lin Sisi on the stretcher was as pale as paper, her eyes tightly shut, lips devoid of color, her chest rising and falling only faintly. She resembled a delicate porcelain doll, beautiful, yet utterly lifeless.
Lost her soul?
A thought flashed through Ma Xiaoshuai's mind. Ignoring Yu Luyun's slightly probing gaze, he reached out and gently placed his palm on Lin Sisi's icy forehead.
Hum.
A pure stream of demonic energy slowly flowed from his palm. The energy transformed into countless black tentacles, as thin as spider silk, silently spreading out in all directions from the center of Lin Cici's forehead.
This was a rarely used secret technique from the 10,000 Calamities demon art soul searching.
For demon cultivators, it was a brutal technique used to interrogate enemies and forcibly extract memories from their souls. Yet now, Ma Xiaoshuai employed it to seek out Lin Cici's lost soul. Yu Luyun and Zhu Wanqing watched him nervously, holding their breath. They could only see Ma Xiaoshuai close his eyes, his expression growing increasingly grave.
Time ticked by second. Half an incense stick's worth of time stretched out like an eternity.
Finally, Ma Xiaoshuai's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. He exhaled a long, heavy breath and withdrew his hand.
How is it? Zhu Wanqing asked urgently. Ma Xiaoshuai's expression was grim as he glanced at Yu Luyun.
Her 3 souls and 7 spirits have been scattered. His voice was heavy. The moment that heretic cultivator escaped, he unleashed a mental shockwave that violently expelled her soul from her body. It now drifts and disperses throughout the entire campus of Yuan City University. Hearing this, Yu Luyun's expression also turned grave. Chapter 116, Gathering the 3 Souls and 7 Spirits. He understood what this meant. Once souls drifted outside the body, prolonged exposure would cause them to be assimilated by the chaotic energies of the world, fading into nothingness. By then, even if the body remained alive, it would be nothing more than an empty shell devoid of consciousness. Thankfully, you're still somewhat useful. Ma Xiaoshuai glanced at the energy barrier enveloping the entire university. If you'd taken down this damn barrier and let her soul drift outside, that would have been a real mess. Then even a great immortal couldn't save her. She'd become a complete vegetable. Yu Luyun's face darkened completely. His crisp suit stood out starkly against the chaotic playground. He fixed Ma Xiaoshuai with an intense stare, his voice low and strained. Can you bring her back? The question hung heavy in the air, devoid of any confidence. A soul scattered and adrift outside the body in the Paranormal Investigation Bureau's records, this was practically a death sentence. Even with their specialized soul summoning experts, the success rate was pitifully low. And this was in a complex environment polluted by dark magic. Ma Xiaoshuai scratched his head impatiently at the words, letting out a soft snort through his nose. Ugh, such a hassle. This complaint, however, caused both Yu Luyun and Zhu Wanqing beside him to relax inwardly. Troublesome meant there was a solution. It's not your arrogance we fear, it's your declaration of no solution. Zhu Wanqing's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled a little. She stepped forward, about to say something. But Ma Xiaoshuai glared him back. You two back off. Don't get in the way here. He waved his hand dismissively. Without waiting for Yu Luyun or Zhu Wanqing's reaction, he walked straight to the makeshift stretcher where Lin Cici lay, casually sitting cross-legged beside her. He closed his eyes slightly, embracing the primordial energy and guarding the one. Yu Luyun and Zhu Wanqing exchanged glances, each seeing the gravity and anticipation in the other's eyes. They obediently stepped back several meters. From a safe distance, they watched his every move with bated breath. They knew that what was about to unfold would likely shatter their existing perceptions of this man once more. The wind on the playground seemed to freeze in that moment. Ma Xiaoshuai, seated cross-legged, slowly extended his right hand, palm facing upward. A deep, almost light-devouring black glow emerged from his palm. Then, a sight that made Yu Luyun's pupils contract violently unfolded. A palm-sized, jet-black, ancient banner embroidered with sinister magical patterns. As if possessed of life itself, it slowly seeped out from beneath the skin of his palm. It hovered above his palm. Its appearance was so eerie, as if Ma Xiaoshuai's body was its natural nest. It was the banner of 10,000 souls. Ma Xiaoshuai flicked his finger, and the banner emitted a faint chirp as it billowed in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it grew taller than a man. Its surface, black as ink, hung motionless in midair. Without a breeze, the banner fluttered and rustled. A visible surge of black demonic energy surged forth from within, coalescing into a thick fog that spread outward. The surrounding temperature plummeted abruptly, and the air filled with the agonized wails of countless souls. The sound pierced the soul, sending a chill down the spine. Yu Luyun and Zhu Wanqing both held their breath simultaneously, their eyes filled with shock. They could distinctly sense the power emanating from that black banner. How utterly evil, cold, and brutal it was. Far surpassing any grade A anomaly they had ever encountered. Ma Xiaoshuai paid no heed to their shock, his mind already plunged into the chaotic void within the banner. As his intent stirred, within the churning demonic energy, countless blurred shadows emerged. These were the hundreds upon hundreds of malevolent spirits enslaved by the banner of 10,000 souls. They jostled and snarled, awaiting their master's command. Go! Ma Xiaoshuai's voice resounded directly within the depths of their souls. Turn every corner of this campus upside down and find her. Roar! Hundreds of ghostly figures, handpicked by him, let out a deafening roar. They rushed headlong from the banners, transforming into streams of black smoke invisible to the naked eye. They shot off in all directions across the campus. Simultaneously, Ma Xiaoshuai's divine sense followed the ghost's movements.
instantly enveloping the entire Yuan City University campus. Classrooms, libraries, gymnasiums, dormitories, the artificial lake. Every inch of the campus lay beneath his perception, vividly unfolding within his mind. Those little ghosts were his eyes for exploration. Soon, within his mental perception, 10 faint points of light appeared in various corners of the campus. They emitted a faint white glow characteristic of living souls, so feeble it seemed they might extinguish at any moment. 3 souls and 7 spirits, not one was missing. Ma Xiaoshuai breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they were all still there. If even 1 or 2 were missing, swallowed by wandering spirits outside, that would have been a real problem. He immediately focused his mind and began to channel the power of the 10,000 souls banner. The high-hanging black banner trembled slightly, and countless strands of black demonic energy, finer than hair. These threads appeared sinister, yet their movements were incredibly gentle and precise as they extended toward the 10 points of light. This was delicate work. Lin Cici's soul was too fragile, the slightest misstep. The demonic energy could inflict permanent damage. The threads of demonic energy carefully wrapped around the points of light, forming a protective shell. The soul on the rooftop of the library's top floor was retrieved. The soul by the artificial lake retracted. Most soul fragments returned smoothly, encountering almost no resistance. Gently guided by the demonic threads, they were drawn into the banner of 10,000 souls. Ma Xiaoshuai had specially carved out a separate space within the banner to temporarily store them, preventing contamination by other malevolent spirits within the banner. However, just as Ma Xiaoshuai prepared to guide the final speck of light, an unexpected incident occurred. The soul fragment located in the direction of the school infirmary trembled violently the instant it touched the demonic energy thread. A faint yet intensely frigid energy suddenly emanated from the fragment. It clung stubbornly to the spot, resisting Ma Xiaoshuai's tugging. Ma Xiaoshuai's brow furrowed sharply. This energy carried a faint stench of decay. It definitely wasn't Lin Cici's. It felt more like some strange presence that had lingered here for ages, leaving its mark. His mind raced as he amplified the output of his demonic energy. The black thread suddenly tightened, its force surging. Come to me. The trapped soul fragment trembled violently, but how could it possibly withstand the might of the 10,000 souls banner? After less than half a second of struggle, Ma Xiaoshuai forcibly yanked the soul fragment from the icy energy's grasp. It transformed into a streak of light and shot back into the 10,000 souls banner. Chapter 117, Contamination. After completing this, Ma Xiaoshuai slowly opened his eyes, but his brows furrowed deeply. That chilling aura, though faint, possessed an utterly bizarre essence. It carried a stubborn resilience, as if death had not truly claimed it. The banner of 10,000 souls transformed into a black beam of light, sinking back into Ma Xiaoshuai's palm. The chilling, demonic aura on the playground vanished without a trace. The surrounding air seemed to regain its vitality. Witnessing this scene, Yu Luyun and Zhu Wanqing, who had been watching intently, unconsciously relaxed their expressions. In their eyes, Ma Xiaoshuai had retrieved his magical artifact. Meant the matter was resolved. Is it over? Zhu Wanqing exhaled a long breath of relief, the knot in her throat finally loosening. She hurried forward, about to ask about Lin Cici's condition. However, she had barely uttered 2 words when Ma Xiaoshuai abruptly lifted his head. He cut her off immediately. Shut up. His command instantly silenced Zhu Wanqing, leaving her words stuck in her throat. She looked at Ma Xiaoshuai with a hint of hurt. Yu Luyun, however, keenly sensed something was amiss. Ma Xiaoshuai's expression showed no trace of the relief that should have followed resolving an issue. Instead, it grew even darker than before. Before they could process it, Ma Xiaoshuai had already crossed his legs and sat down again. Closing his eyes, he gave them no chance to ask questions. His consciousness plunged once more into the chaotic realm within the 10,000 souls banner, a space uniquely his own. He must immediately reassemble the scattered fragments of Lin Cici's soul and spirit. There was no time to waste. The longer the soul remained separated from the body, the stronger the rejection reaction would become. Even if forcibly returned, severe aftereffects like mental dullness or madness could persist due to the soul's incompatibility with the body. He certainly didn't want to save someone only to end up with a drooling idiot. Ma Xiaoshuai entered that isolated, special space. This area was completely isolated from the outside world. At the very center of the space, 10 faintly glowing orbs, each emitting a weak white light, floated silently. They represented the scattered fragments of Lin Cici's soul and spirit. Ma Xiaoshuai's consciousness transformed into a blurred shadow, hovering within. He extended his hands, formed from demonic thoughts, carefully manipulating the pure demonic energy. He began piecing together these fragile soul fragments. This task demanded even greater mental focus than manipulating calamity lightning against enemies. The 3 souls governed the spirit, the 7 spirits governed the form, the sequence of their arrangement, and the orientation of their assembly were governed by strict rules. The slightest error could cause the soul to shatter. Ma Xiaoshuai held his breath, his extreme focus allowing him to ignore everything outside. The first fragment fell into place. The second piece assembled. The 9th piece merged.
Under his control, the 9 luminous spheres coalesced flawlessly, forming a complete embryonic soul body with faintly discernible human contours. Only the final, crucial piece remained to complete the task. However, just as he attempted to attach the 10th fragment, the soul fragment recovered from the school infirmary into place. An accident occurred. The moment the fragment neared the main soul, a powerful force of resistance erupted violently. Ma Xiaoshuai stared intently and realized that the tiny fragment had somehow become coated with a layer of grayish-black mist, barely visible to the naked eye. The mist was faint, yet it exuded a deathly stillness. It clung tenaciously to the soul fragment, not only fiercely resisting fusion with the other soul fragments. It was also continuously emitting a corrupting influence, eroding the already assembled sections. The 9 souls that had already coalesced the moment they touched this gray-black mist. Their radiance dimmed noticeably. Damn it! Ma Xiaoshuai's consciousness let out a silent roar of fury, causing the entire purified space to tremble. He immediately split off a strand of his purest demonic energy, transforming it into a razor-sharp scalpel. He attempted to precisely peel away the layer of gray mist from the soul fragments. But the moment the demonic energy touched it, Ma Xiaoshuai's heart sank. The damn thing's tenacity was terrifyingly resilient. It clung to the soul like a malignant tumor. Its roots had become inextricably entangled with the soul itself. To forcibly peel it away would inevitably tear away fragments of the soul itself, inflicting irreversible, permanent damage. This was trouble. Ma Xiaoshuai's consciousness abruptly withdrew from the banner of 10,000 souls. In the real world, his eyes snapped open, blazing with fury that threatened to erupt. His already expressionless face darkened like the bottom of a pot. "Hey, you Luyun, come here." He practically roared the words, his voice thick with suppressed fury. Not far away, Yu Liuyun's heart skipped a beat. He immediately quickened his pace and approached. The moment he saw Ma Xiaoshuai's utterly dreadful expression, a sense of foreboding rose within him. "What's wrong? Didn't go smoothly?" he asked in a low voice. "It's more than just not going well." Ma Xiaoshuai irritably tugged at his hair, an unconscious gesture he made only when deeply annoyed. He stood up and explained in a rough manner. "Her soul's been corrupted. It's like someone hammered a rusty nail right through her spirit. Unless we pull that nail out, there's no way to piece this soul back together." Yu Luyun listened, his brow furrowing deeply. A nail? This was no ordinary curse. He immediately recalled several exceptionally vicious dark arts documented in the Paranormal Investigation Bureau's archives. He instantly grasped the crux of the matter. Where's the source of contamination? Ma Xiaoshuai glanced at him, his eyes carrying a hint of "you're not too dumb after all." It was his way of acknowledging the man's sharpness. The school infirmary. He spat out the location coldly. The last fragment was retrieved from there, and it had some disgusting stuff on it. After speaking, he brushed imaginary dust off his clothes. His entire being radiated a savage aura that screamed, "I'm going to tear the place apart. You stay here and guard this body. Don't let anyone near it, and don't touch my flag. I'll be back soon." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he prepared to move. But Yu Luyun stepped in front of him, his expression unusually stern. "I'm coming with you." Ma Xiaoshuai raised an eyebrow, about to refuse, when Yu Luyun continued. "You're unfamiliar with this place. The eeriness at Yuan City University extends far beyond the blood soul cult. According to our intelligence, the campus infirmary is deeply troubled. The situation there may be far more complex than you imagine." Hearing this, Ma Xiaoshuai swallowed the words "get lost, don't get in my way" that had formed on his lips. He reconsidered. While he possessed formidable strength, his knowledge of the world's strange phenomena and their nature was indeed limited. Bringing this guy along as a walking guide and scout or perhaps cannon fodder seemed like a decent idea. Chapter 118, The Wooden Doll. Ma Xiaoshuai pursed his lips, his face reverting to its usual impatient expression. "Fine. Just stay close and don't slow me down." He then turned to Red Moon and Stone Mountain, who had remained silent nearby. "You two stay behind. Keep an eye on her and keep an eye on Zhu Wanxing." His gaze finally settled on the banner of 10,000 souls, which had just been withdrawn. His eyes grew dangerously sharp as he fixed them on the visibly tense Hongyu. He threatened, enunciating each word deliberately. "Most importantly, keep an eye on my banner. If even a single hair is missing when I return, I'll pluck every last strand of your red hair. Got it?" "Aye." Hongyu's face flushed crimson at his blunt, brutal threat. Her chest heaved with anger, yet she dared not argue back. She could only force out a single word through gritted teeth. "Yes." The two of them walked one behind the other, their long shadows stretching across the campus as they hurried toward the school infirmary. Ma Xiaoshuai led the way, his stride carrying an impatient edge. He was extremely annoyed right now, very annoyed indeed. A simple rescue mission had somehow tangled him up in so much trouble. He felt like he was stuck in a sticky spider web. And he hated this feeling of being passive more than anything. Yu Luyun followed closely behind him, his once sharp suit now creased and dusty. The smile on his face had long since vanished. He strode forward briskly, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Years of experience had taught him that the calmer a place appeared,
the deeper the danger lurking beneath.
Soon, a small building bearing a sign reading School Medical Office came into view. The door stood ajar, its hinges creaking softly. A faint scent of disinfectant mingled with the musty odors of dust and moldy paper wafted through the crack. The two exchanged a glance. Ma Xiaoshuai kicked the door open and stepped inside first. Inside was a scene of utter chaos. Medicines, medical records, and documents were scattered everywhere. The glass doors of several medicine cabinets lay shattered, their shards mingling with white pills and glinting faintly. Clearly, this room had also been caught in the earlier chaos. But strangely, there was no blood, nor any signs of a struggle. It looked more like a scene swept through by a panicked crowd. The moment Yu Luyun entered, he retrieved a precision instrument crafted entirely of silver metal from his suit's inner pocket. He pressed a button, and the device emitted a faint beep. A faint blue beam shot from the top of the device, slowly scanning the entire room. The needle on the device merely flickered back and forth slightly, without triggering any alarm.
The residual energy is extremely weak. It's already dissipated almost entirely.
Yu Luyun observed the readings on the device and reached his conclusion.
Seems the source of contamination isn't here.
It's just that the soul fragment picked up traces of it while it was here. Ma Xiaoshuai, however, sneered at the high-tech toy in his hands.
Tisk. He let out a dismissive snort, not even bothering to glance at the flimsy device. How could mortal technology compare to divine perception? He needed no external aid whatsoever. Within his demonic eyes, the faint, elusive aura in the air transformed into countless threads finer than spider silk, though most had already dissipated. Yet every single source pointed with crystal clarity in the same direction. His gaze locked directly onto a hospital bed against the wall. Ma Xiaoshuai said nothing, walking straight to the bedside. The bed was unusually tidy, the white sheets and blankets neatly folded, starkly contrasting with the surrounding chaos. It appeared perfectly normal. Yu Luyun followed, watching his movements with curiosity, unable to understand why he was so interested in this empty bed. Ma Xiaoshuai reached out and flipped the pillow off the bed. Beneath it lay nothing but a thin layer of dust. His brow furrowed slightly, though he didn't seem surprised. Then, bending down without a second thought for the cleanliness of the sheets, he plunged his hand beneath the thick mattress, feeling around carefully. His fingertips brushed against the rough springs and cotton batting. Yu Luyun's gaze sharpened as he realized Ma Xiaoshuai must have discovered something his instruments couldn't detect. Just then, Ma Xiaoshuai's fingers suddenly froze.
He had touched something cold, hard, and bearing the grain of wood.
Found it.
A cold smile tugged at his lips as he pulled the object forcefully from beneath the mattress. It was a small figure carved from an unknown wood. Approximately 3 inches tall, it possessed an archaic design with crude carving. Its features were extremely blurred, with only the positions of eyes, nose, and mouth barely discernible. The surface of the figurine was covered in fine cracks left by the ravages of time.
Its entire body had taken on an ominous dark brown hue.
Around its disproportionately thin waist, a strand of hair long since dried and blackened was tightly wound.
What the hell is this thing? Ma Xiaoshuai muttered, pinching the wooden figure's head between 2 fingers with obvious distaste.
He raised it to his eyes and examined it without restraint. However, the instant Yu Luyun's gaze fell upon the wooden figure,
the composure on his face vanished in an instant. All composure vanished from his face in that instant. Don't touch it. Throw it away.
He lowered his voice, even instinctively wanting to rush forward and knock the object from Ma Xiaoshuai's hand. But his warning came too late. Or rather, the moment Ma Xiaoshuai pulled it from beneath the mattress, everything had already been sealed. The instant Yu Luyun's words fell, the wooden figurine clutched between Ma Xiaoshuai's fingers
emitted a sudden, crisp snap. Like a piece of dried, rotten wood, it snapped in two, turning into a handful of black powder. Sliding from Ma Xiaoshuai's fingers. A sudden turn of events. Almost simultaneously, the temperature in the entire infirmary plummeted, plunging to freezing point. From the corners, the ceiling, beneath the hospital beds, every shadow untouched by light came to life. They began converging madly toward the center of the room. A malevolent aura instantly filled the entire space. Bang! The infirmary door slammed shut with an invisible force. Immediately after, the door lock emitted a series of clack-clack sounds. As if countless chains had been forcibly locked from the outside. Warning! Warning! Detecting high concentration of vengeful spirit energy. Level. Unable to determine. Unable to determine.
The energy detector in Yu Luyun's hand emitted a shrill, ear-piercing screech at that moment. The needle on the device spun wildly, as if possessed. Finally, with a sharp crack, the screen shattered, exploding outward as a puff of green smoke billowed out. Yu Luyun's expression darkened to the extreme. But at that very moment, a voice resounded directly within the depths of both their minds. Without distinction of gender or age. Gotcha! Chapter 119, The Substitute Curse Puppet. That voice instantly pierced both their minds. Yu Luyun's face turned as pale as paper in that instant. He stared fixedly at the handful of black powder slipping from Ma Xiaoshuai's fingers, his body trembling slightly beyond his control.
A substitute cursed puppet. It's a substitute cursed puppet. He cried out. We've fallen into a trap. We've become its new target.
Hearing this, Ma Xiaoshuai frowned and shot an impatient glance at Yu Luyun, who was now completely flustered.
What the hell is that? Explain yourself clearly. It's an extremely vicious and sinister trick.
Yu Luyun spoke rapidly, forcing himself to calm down as he explained.
It has no fixed form itself.
Instead, it lodges its core resentment within a vessel, that wooden doll we saw earlier. It sets traps, using various methods to lure and provoke its target into destroying the vessel with their own hands.
Once the vessel is destroyed, an invisible substitution contract is immediately formed.
He abruptly raised his wrist. There, a bizarre rune resembling a puppet, composed of countless fine black threads.
Slowly emerging beneath his skin, it radiated an ominous chill. Ma Xiaoshuai instinctively glanced at his own wrist. The same rune was faintly visible beneath his skin. That gotcha wasn't announcing a physical capture at all.
Yu Luyun's voice grew increasingly strained. It was the declaration of a contract being formed.
It's targeted us.
It intends to use our bodies to complete the replacement and take everything from us.
Yet, faced with this seemingly inescapable predicament,
Ma Xiaoshuai's face showed no trace of panic, only a rage born of being toyed with.
Superstitious nonsense.
He sneered at it, dismissing it as nothing more than cheap tricks unworthy of serious consideration.
Playing games with the rules before me? Ridiculous.
Before his words had even faded, demonic energy erupted from his entire body. Thick, tangible black mist instantly filled the entire room. Driven by a frenzied will to crush everything in its path, it slammed violently against the sealed iron door.
Boom! A deep, thunderous roar echoed.
Yet, the anticipated scene of the door panel shattering did not materialize. The demonic energy of Ma Xiaoshuai, powerful enough to flatten a small mountain, upon contact with the door and walls. It felt like striking a mass of formless, weightless cotton, or like a stone sinking into the sea. Over 80% of its force was instantly absorbed by some strange, rule-like power, vanishing without a trace.
Ma Xiaoshuai's pupils suddenly contracted.
This was the first time since arriving in this world that his power had been so effortlessly neutralized.
At that very moment, the vengeful spirit seemed enraged by Ma Xiaoshuai's provocation.
Rather than launching a direct physical assault, it transformed that icy aura into an invisible blade, initiating its first step psychic erosion.
Yu Luyun bore the brunt of it first.
His vision blurred, and the chaotic infirmary vanished in an instant. In its place was a muddy alleyway in the dead of night, drenched by a torrential downpour.
The flickering blue lights of police sirens were shattered into fragments by the curtain of rain. Captain! Get out of here! That thing, we can't hold it off. Cover the captain's retreat. No!
One by one, the young, resolute faces flashed before his eyes, only to be swallowed by an indescribable black shadow. Blood mingled with rainwater, staining his vision crimson. It was the deepest scar in his heart, a bitter failure during a mission. Several young teammates who trusted him had fallen forever on that rainy night, shielding him.
Give up. The androgynous voice whispered in his mind. It's all your fault. You're the one who killed them. Your resistance is pointless, it will only lead to more sacrifices. No, it's not. Yu Luyun's resolve shattered instantly.
Clutching his head, he collapsed to his knees. His once handsome features contorted in agony, erupting into a bestial growl. Endless regret completely drowned his will. Yet, just as that cold, malevolent psychic force prepared triumphantly to crush Yu Luyun once and for all before devouring its next prey, it surged toward Ma Xiaoshuai's consciousness. The next instant, it felt like crashing headfirst into an erupting volcano. Here, there were no memories, no emotions, no weaknesses to exploit. What greeted it was a boundless sea of corpses and blood, a scorched earth flowing with molten lava, a hellish scene where countless fiends howled in agony and ecstasy. And atop the highest peak of that sea of corpses and blood, upon a colossal throne built from piled-up white bones, a vague yet overwhelmingly demonic aura emanated from a figure seated there with utter indifference. That was none other than Ma Xiaoshuai's demonic sovereign form. The wretched spirit's meager mental power, its sole source of pride. It failed to create even the slightest ripple before being instantly torn apart. Ah! A soul-shredding scream erupted from the depths of its being, reverberating through the infirmary. For the first time in its most formidable domain, the realm of the mind, the vengeful spirit suffered a devastating defeat. Outside, Ma Xiaoshuai snapped back to reality. Opening his eyes, he immediately saw Yu Luyun clutching his head and writhing on the ground in an utterly pathetic display. His already irritable mood was now further inflamed. Useless! He spat the curse without mercy, then delivered a vicious roundhouse kick.
The kick landed heavily in Yu Luyun's midsection. Snap out of it!
Thud! Yu Luyun flew backward like a. He slammed hard into the metal filing cabinet by the wall, producing a deafening crash. The searing pain instantly overrode the mental hallucinations. He spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as though his internal organs had shifted out of place. At that very moment, a clatter echoed as a dust-covered, ancient file box atop the cabinet. It crashed to the floor with a thud. Snap!
The box burst open, scattering years of stored documents like snowflakes across the floor. Among them, a yellowed medical record paper fluttered lightly, spinning in the air before landing precisely at Ma Xiaoshuai's feet. He glanced at it casually, his gaze locking onto the page. Written in faded blue ink was a graceful name. Bai Jing. Below the name, in the diagnosis section, several lines of blurred yet still legible writing read. The patient exhibits severe delusional symptoms, coupled with extreme aggression and a histrionic personality. She firmly believes that through a certain replacement ritual, she can supplant others and thereby attain immortality. Cough, cough, cough. Yu Luyun forced himself to lift his head, struggling against the excruciating pain throughout his body and the lingering stabbing sensations in his brain. His gaze fell directly upon the medical record. Chapter 120, Transforming into the Uncanny. The instant he recognized the name, his eyes snapped into focus. A long-buried memory, like an old lock unlocked by a key, suddenly opened. Bai Jing. I remember now. He gasped for breath, his eyes filled with shock. She was a nurse who vanished from this university infirmary 2 years ago. The Paranormal Investigation Bureau's files showed that the ward she supervised had abnormally high patient mortality rates, but no evidence was ever found. Then she disappeared under mysterious circumstances. He stared incredulously at the writhing shadows surrounding him, his voice raspy as he uttered the final conclusion. I never imagined she didn't die, but transformed into something monstrous. Yu Luyun's despairing conclusion failed to register even the slightest flicker of emotion on Ma Xiaoshuai's face. Transformed into a supernatural entity. Ma Xiaoshuai murmured the words under his breath. Then, a faint smile slowly spread across his dark, sullen face. He understood. Everything clicked into place. The nurse who had firmly believed in achieving immortality through replacement during her lifetime. After death, she became a bizarre entity governed by the rule of replacement. That puppet was the anchor point and key she had set. And Lin Cici's tainted soul was the tentacle she extended into the outside world. Her corruption of Lin Cici's soul wasn't about causing harm. Rather, it was to leave a coordinate, a beacon to lure them, the superior prey, to take the bait. From the moment Ma Xiaoshuai found that fragment of the tainted soul, he had already stepped into Bai Jing's hunting ground. So that's how it is. Not a trace of tension could be detected in Ma Xiaoshuai's voice. A trickster who manipulates the rules? Interesting. Yu Luyun struggled to his feet, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. Seeing Ma Xiaoshuai not only unhurried but wearing an expression of interest, his heart sank. What are you laughing at? This thing doesn't rely on brute force, its rules are already in effect. We've been marked. Marked? Ma Xiaoshuai shot him a glance. Who told you rules can't be overridden by stronger rules? He paid no further attention to Yu Luyun. To Yu Luyun's stunned gaze, Ma Xiaoshuai actually sat cross-legged down right amidst the scattered pile of medical records. Hey! What are you doing? Yu Luyun exclaimed urgently. Shut up and watch. Ma Xiaoshuai closed his eyes slightly. The next moment, a profound demonic energy erupted from his body. But this time, the force began to ruthlessly reverse corrode the entire medical room. Sizzle, sizzle. An eerie sound filled the air, as if some energy was being overpowered and assimilated. On the originally pale walls, wisps of black smoke materialized out of thin air. Swiftly climbing and spreading, they traced out hideous and sinister demonic patterns. On the ceiling, the surgical lights began to flicker, their glow turning a deep crimson, bathing the entire room in a hellish light. The scent of disinfectant in the air was completely replaced by a putrid stench. Ma Xiaoshuai was forcibly twisting Bai Jing's substitute ghost realm into his own demon domain. He intended to strip away this eerie home field advantage at its very roots. You, what are you doing? Yu Luyun stared in stunned disbelief. He could feel it clearly. The rules governing this space were undergoing violent conflict and transformation. The cold, sinister rules belonging to the substitute curse puppet were retreating step by step. The eerie Bai Jing finally sensed an unprecedented threat. This was no longer prey struggling within its trap. It was a terrifying prehistoric beast. It had charged straight into its lair, intent on devouring both its nest and itself. Ah! A piercing shriek no longer emanated from the spiritual realm. It reverberated tangibly through physical space. All shadows instantly converged toward the center of the infirmary, coalescing into a distinct human form. It was a woman clad in a worn, yellowed nurse's uniform. Her face was identical to the Bai Jing in the medical record photo. But the delicate beauty of the photograph was long gone, replaced only by bone-deep venom and madness. Her body was semi-transparent, limbs twisted at unnatural angles. Her deathly pale face bore a pair of eyes that held nothing. Only two pitch-black voids stared fixedly at Ma Xiaoshuai, who sat cross-legged. Finally driven out of the shadows, her physical form materialized. Roar! The vengeful spirit Bai Jing let out a beastly roar. Her fingernails instantly grew to half a foot in length, jet black as ink, radiating a thick aura of death. She transformed into a blur, lunging straight for Ma Xiaoshuai's crown. You're asking for death. Yu Luyun, who had been on high alert, roared in warning. The full might of an A-rank force-type awakener erupted.
The ground beneath his feet suddenly caved in as his figure shot sideways like a cannonball, blocking Ma Xiaoshuai's path.
I am your opponent.
His fist erupted with a thunderous roar, carrying the force of 1,000 pounds, crashing violently toward Bai Jing's claws.
Clang! The collision of fist and claw produced a metallic clang. Yu Luyun felt a bone-chilling cold force surge through his fist and into his body. It left half his body numb.
Bai Jing was sent flying backward by the sheer force of his punch, crashing into the wall.
Yet she seemed to feel no pain. The moment she landed, she transformed back into a dark shadow.
Circling around Yu Luyun at an even more devious and bizarre angle, she continued her assault on Ma Xiaoshuai. Her target, from the very beginning, had been only that man who was tampering with her rules.
But at that very moment, Ma Xiaoshuai's tightly closed eyes snapped open.
A demonic light erupted from his pitch-black pupils.
Get out of here!
A command that carried the force of law itself. Bai Jing, who had been charging forward at high speed, froze abruptly, as if seized by an invisible giant hand. Her forward momentum halted abruptly. With a sharp hiss, she was frozen mid-air.
At that very moment, the demonic domain within the entire infirmary solidified completely. Dare to act so brazenly within this sovereign's domain?
Ma Xiaoshuai rose slowly to his feet, extending his right hand to grasp at the void.
Hum. The soul banner, taller than a man, materialized once more, hovering beside him. Its pitch-black surface fluttered without wind, rustling ominously. The deafening howls of countless malevolent spirits filled the air. Now! Yu Luyun instantly grasped Ma Xiaoshuai's intent. He forced back the icy chill within his body and charged forward once more. Muscles bulging in his arms, he locked his grip around Bai Jing from behind, pinning her motionless in midair. Take her down! Yu Luyun roared. Ma Xiaoshuai curled his lips and flicked his finger.
The banner of 10,000 souls emitted a cheerful hum as its mouth opened wide. It transformed into a bottomless black vortex, unleashing an unstoppable, terrifying suction force. Directly targeting the vengeful spirit Bai Jing. Bai Jing's spirit body began to twist violently, torn by the suction force. Inch by inch, she was being dragged into the banner of 10,000 souls.
Chapter 121, Possession. However, just as Ma Xiaoshuai prepared to fully devour and refine her,
Bai Jing, who had been firmly restrained by Yu Luyun, suddenly ceased struggling. A deeply unsettling smile spread across her face, twisted with venom and madness. That smile held a sense of satisfaction at a job well done. She abandoned all resistance, allowing the demonic energy piercing her soul to tear her apart. Lifting her head, the two pitch-black eye sockets fixedly stared at Ma Xiaoshuai. Too late, far too late. The nail has already been driven in. She is mine now. The moment the words left her lips, her body could no longer maintain its form. With a soft boom, it exploded completely, turning into a sky-filling cloud of dust that dissipated into the air.
Ma Xiaoshuai and Yu Luyun both froze in shock. 1. What did Bai Jing mean by her final words?
On the playground, the night wind swept through, stirring a few withered leaves that rustled softly. In the dead silence of the campus, the sound seemed especially clear. The captain and Ma Xiaoshuai had been in the infirmary for nearly 20 minutes. Every minute and every second felt stretched out endlessly. Hong Yu's alluring almond-shaped eyes were fixed intently on the direction of the infirmary. Her delicate brows were slightly furrowed. Her figure was stunning, the tight-fitting black combat suit outlining breathtaking curves. But at this moment, her entire being radiated an aura of caution, warning others to keep their distance. Sherdashin stood beside her like an iron tower, arms crossed over his chest. His muscles bulged beneath his sleeves. Though he said nothing, his large, bell-like eyes were equally filled with concern. Not far away, Zhu Wanqing was pacing restlessly. She was just an ordinary office worker, her face pale, her hands clenched tightly together, pinning all her hopes on Ma Xiaoshuai. He should be back soon, right? Zhu Wanqing's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. Hong Yu didn't turn around, merely responding with a soft MHM. Her senses were far keener than most, and she could faintly sense the energy fluctuations from the infirmary had subsided. This should have been a good sign. Perhaps the matter had been resolved. The very instant this thought crossed Hong Yu's mind, her peripheral vision suddenly caught a flicker of movement. It was Lin Cece on the stretcher. Her slender, pale right pinky finger suddenly, unnaturally, twitched. The movement was so slight and swift it could have been a mere illusion. Hong Yu's heart skipped a beat as she instantly focused all her attention there. Then, under the cool moonlight, she clearly saw Lin Cece's long eyelashes flutter slightly. She's waking up. Red Moon's heart leapt with joy, and she instinctively moved forward to check. The captain and the others had succeeded. This guy named Ma Xiaoshuai might have a nasty temper, but his skills were clearly no joke. As she took a step forward, Sherdashin beside her and Zhu Wanqing in the distance also noticed the commotion. Surprise and delight flashed across their faces simultaneously. Miss Lin. Sherdashin's earnest voice brimmed with concern. However, after taking just 2 steps, Hong Yu abruptly halted, the joy on her face freezing instantly. Lin Cece's eyelids, closed for so long, suddenly sprang open. No focus, no spark. A bone-chilling coldness made every hair on her body stand on end. Those eyes, which should have been clear as autumn water, now held nothing but an abyss of pitch-black darkness.
Those weren't Lin Cece's eyes at all. You. Hong Yu instinctively took half a step back.
Her hand gripping the specially crafted dagger trembled.
Her full chest heaved violently with rapid breaths.
Sure, Dashan sensed something was off, but his mind hadn't caught up yet. He still asked in his deep, booming voice.
Miss Lin, you're awake? How do you feel?
The Lin Cece on the stretcher made no sound.
She only slowly sat up.
Her movements were stiff, each joint turning with a noticeable sluggishness. Click, click. The sound of her neck turning was distinctly audible, her beautiful head tilted at an eerie angle.
Scanning every person present.
Red Moon felt a chill run down her spine under that gaze. She gripped the dagger at her waist forged from a special alloy tightly. The sharp blade seemed to give her a sliver of courage.
You're not Lin Cece.
Hong Yu's voice trembled. As a B-rank speed-type awakener, her perception of auras far surpassed that of ordinary people. The putrid, icy aura emanating from the body of this Lin Cece before her made her feel waves of nausea. Hearing Hong Yu's accusation, the innocent and beautiful face of Lin Cece.
A smile actually curved upward at the corners of her lips.
It was a smile that did not belong to the real Lin Cece at all. It carried a hint of sickly satisfaction.
Ha! An eerie voice, indistinguishable as male or female, emanated from Lin Cece's body.
It was the very same voice that had echoed in Yu Luyun and Ma Xiaoshuai's minds back in the infirmary.
She is mine now.
Lin Cece slowly raised her right hand, her fingertip tracing a gentle arc toward the depths of the night sky.
As if to declare that a successful replacement had been completed. The next moment, disaster struck.
Lin Cece shot up from the stretcher. Transforming into a black afterimage too swift for the naked eye to follow, she charged straight toward the school gates.
She was fleeing this area sealed off by the Paranormal Investigation Bureau. No! Stop her! Hong Yu barked the order, her years of combat instincts kicking in instantly.
Her striking red hair whipped through the night wind as she moved like a crimson bolt of lightning. The dagger in her hand traced a sharp, icy arc, plunging straight toward the back of Lin Cece's neck. The strike was swift, precise, and deadly, capable of slicing through 3-centimeter thick steel plate.
Yet, a horrifying sight unfolded.
Without even turning her head, Lin Cece merely swayed slightly. Hong Yu's dagger pierced through her body as if stabbing at a phantom, passing through without resistance. Not even a thread of her clothing was touched.
What?
Hong Yu's pupils contracted sharply, her heart pounding with shock. At the same moment, Dashan snapped out of it. His usually honest face flushed crimson with rage.
Stop right there!
He roared deafeningly, his massive fist carrying the crushing force of a mountain-splitting, rock-shattering blow. Like a battering ram, it slammed viciously toward the direction Lin Cece had fled.
Boom! A dull explosion echoed through the air as the fist's force sent dust and pebbles flying.
But it struck nothing but empty air.
Lin Cece moved with a speed beyond comprehension.
Her form was as agile as a shapeless black lightning bolt. With a few eerie twists and turns under the night sky, she moved with inhuman agility. Instantly reached the tall perimeter wall at the edge of the playground.
Chapter 122, by Jing. You're asking for it.
Don't let her escape.
Hong Yu was utterly frantic. Her slender wrists flicked rapidly as she flung one custom-made dagger after another into the air.
Each blade carried the full force of her B-rank awakened power, tearing through the night sky with piercing whistles. Whoosh! 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 Yet, it was useless. These daggers, powerful enough to pierce tanks, each time passed through the eerie black shadow of Lin Cece without a trace of resistance. As if it weren't a physical form at all, but a mist that would scatter at the slightest breeze.
Damn it! What the hell is this thing?
Red Moon gritted her teeth, cold sweat beating on her temples. She watched as Lin Cece placed one hand on the top of the wall, half her body already leaning out.
In the next second, she would completely escape the cordoned-off zone.
If she reached the complex urban streets beyond, the consequences would be unimaginable.
At that critical moment, boom! A deafening explosion echoed, as if a cannonball had detonated out of nowhere.
A figure, enveloped in an indescribably terrifying demonic aura, plunged like a black meteor falling from the heavens. It slammed squarely into the very section of wall Lin Cece was about to scale. Crash! The sturdy reinforced concrete wall, struck head-on by that figure's impact, shattered as if hit by a massive siege hammer. Countless cracks radiated outward like a spiderweb from the point of impact. Crushed stone flew everywhere, dust billowing into the air. A massive chunk of the high wall was smashed clean off. Lin Cece's attempt to scale the wall was abruptly halted by this devastating, unexpected impact. Her body, already twisted from the force, staggered violently from the raging shockwave, nearly tumbling over the wall. Amid the dust, a tall figure slowly straightened. None other than Ma Xiaoshuai, who had arrived just in time. His gaze was as cold as ice, like ancient glaciers, fixed intently on the strange entity occupying Lin Cece's body atop the wall. By Jing, you're asking for death. Ma Xiaoshuai's voice carried a chill straight from the depths of hell. Each word seemed carved from ice, striking the heart of everyone present.
Accompanied by his furious roar, a surge of demonic energy erupted from his body. Buzz! The temperature across the entire playground seemed to plummet to freezing point in that instant. The air thickened and grew oppressive, as if transformed into the depths of the ocean. Centered on Ma Xiaoshuai, the black demonic energy, carrying an aura of endless destruction, transformed into visible waves. It instantly engulfed an area dozens of meters wide. The green grass on the field withered, blackened, and turned to ash at an astonishing speed. Far away, Hong Yu and Sherdashin felt a terrifying pressure descend upon them, making their very souls tremble. Ugh! Hong Yu let out a muffled groan, her breath catching as if an invisible giant hand had clamped down on her heart. The awakened energy within her body, faced with this black aura, seemed like a rabbit encountering its natural predator. It trembled violently, its very circulation becoming painfully laborious. What kind of power was this? She stared in horror at Ma Xiaoshuai's retreating figure. That wasn't awakened energy. Absolutely not. It was something far more ancient, pure evil. Beside her, Sherdashin collapsed with a thud, kneeling on one knee. His massive frame shook violently, his grip on the heavy sword nearly slipping. He felt as though an invisible mountain had crushed him, lifting his head becoming an impossible luxury. As an A-rank force type awakened, Team Leader Yu's aura was terrifying in its own right. But Team Leader Yu's presence felt like a majestic mountain, commanding awe. The aura radiating from Ma Xiaoshuai at this moment, however, felt like a bottomless black hole, threatening to devour, tear apart, and crush everything around it into nothingness. And for Lin Cece, caught in the eye of the storm, the pressure she endured was beyond imagination. Her body stiffened abruptly. The bizarre, elongating stride that had been warping her form halted instantly. The mocking glint that had always lingered in her eyes, now consumed by pure darkness, vanished without a trace. She sensed it. A force that struck fear deep into her very soul. That force, carrying an unmasked intent to kill, pinned her down to this very body she now occupied. This man. How could he? Bai Jing's mind froze for a moment. She could sense that his power wasn't aimed at this fragile human vessel, but directly at the very essence of her existence. It was a crushing force from a higher dimension. It was like humans wouldn't notice an ant underfoot until that ant suddenly pulled out an antimatter gun and aimed it at you. The sheer absurdity and terror would leave any being utterly stunned. Let me down. Ma Xiaoshuai spat out each syllable, every word ground out between clenched teeth. He was utterly enraged. Daring to toy with soul possession in front of this sovereign? You're asking for death. Asking for death. Asking for death. With a furious roar, he slammed his right foot down on the ground. Boom! The ground shattered once more as his entire body transformed into a black arrow released from a bowstring. Ignoring physical distance, he instantly materialized beneath the surrounding walls. His right hand shot upward, fingers splayed like a demonic claw capable of tearing the heavens apart. Black mist swirled around his fingertips, carrying world-shattering power, showing no mercy whatsoever. He lunged straight for the arm of Lin Cece, which had already begun to mutate. What was he doing? Hong Yu and Sherdashin watched with their eyes wide open. He was going to rip that thing off the wall, by force. Having vowed to save her, he would never let this bizarre entity named Bai Jing escape his grasp with Lin Cece's body. Upon the wall, the figure pinned down by overwhelming demonic might belonged to Lin Cece. But her soul had long since been lost. Under Ma Xiaoshuai's terrifying pressure, powerful enough to shatter the souls of low-tier entities, Bai Jing experienced something called fear for the very first time. It was the trembling dread of her very existence being erased at its root. Her prideful replacement rule, in the face of this demonic energy, began to tremble violently, showing signs of collapse. She could feel the link between herself and this perfect vessel growing unstable. No, impossible. For the first time, horror washed over the face that belonged to Lin Cece. She couldn't fathom how such a terrifying man could exist in this world. At that moment, Ma Xiaoshuai's hand, shrouded in thick black demonic energy, slashed through the air like a blade. The very fabric of space seemed to wail. Before his 5 fingers even made contact, the fierce gust of wind already made the clothes on Lin Cece's body flutter and rustle. A stinging pain like needles pierced her skin. Her primal combat instincts urged her to dodge, to flee. She wanted to dissolve into nothingness, to vanish like a wisp of resentment. Chapter 123, Soul-Body Deep Fusion. Yet her body, along with the soul dwelling within it, were pinned to the spot by that terrifying, overbearing pressure that seemed to rule the world. Not an inch could she move. She felt like an insect trapped in amber. She could only watch helplessly as that claw capable of crushing her very soul, rapidly looming larger in her vision. The shadow of death loomed with unprecedented clarity. Yet, just as Ma Xiaoshuai's fingertips were about to touch Lin Cece's slender arm, every movement froze abruptly. That claw, powerful enough to tear mountains apart, halted abruptly in midair, less than half an inch from her skin. The demonic energy swirling around his fingertips surged violently from this abrupt halt, emitting a hissing sound. A flash of extreme irritation flickered in Ma Xiaoshuai's pitch-black pupils. He sensed it. Even the unconscious ripples of his unrivaled, raging demonic energy.
had already begun inflicting irreversible damage upon this fragile mortal vessel. Under the moonlight, on the jade-like skin of Lin Cici's arm,
had silently begun to form. Like the finest spider silk, they radiated an ominous deathly aura, signaling collapse from within.
This body could not withstand his power. Even mere proximity would contaminate and corrode it, leading to eventual disintegration. Tisk.
Ma Xiaoshuai clicked his tongue in extreme displeasure, a suppressed growl rising from his throat.
He was forced to violently withdraw the overwhelming majority of the power that had been on the verge of erupting. The surging waves of demonic energy around him faltered. That split-second pause and withdrawal of power, allowed by Jing, shrouded in death's shadow atop the wall, to seize a fleeting chance of survival. She felt the crushing pressure that could have pulverized her into dust recede. After a fleeting, utter terror, her pure black eyes. First came a flicker of bewilderment at surviving the ordeal. Then, a sudden realization washed over her. He dared not harm this body. Ha! A soft chuckle escaped Lin Cici's throat, sounding utterly bizarre. Then, the laughter grew louder and louder, finally erupting into a sickening, maniacal cackle. Ha! Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! The Lin Cici on the wall shook with laughter. You won't dare! You won't dare kill me! Her gaze locked onto Ma Xiaoshuai. Kill me, and she dies too. We've long since become one. This body you seek to protect, is now my shield. My strongest armor. Bai Jing's thoughts became clearer than ever before. She finally understood her greatest reliance wasn't some rule nor some grudge, but the human caring of this absurdly powerful man before her. He wanted to save her. That was his most fatal weakness. Come on. Make your move. Under Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze, thick with murderous intent that seemed almost tangible, Bai Jing actually took control of Lin Cici's body and leaned forward. That arm, already cracked with black fissures, reached out to grasp Ma Xiaoshuai's hand hovering midair. It was a posture of trading life for life. She was certain Ma Xiaoshuai would never dare let his demonic energy make any substantial contact with this body. Damn it! Ma Xiaoshuai's rage ignited completely in that instant. Yet he was forced to abruptly step back half a pace, evading the outstretched hand. His face darkened to the color of a 1,000-year-old pot bottom. This feeling was more humiliating and infuriating than battling 10 demon lords of equal rank for 300 rounds. He, the mighty 10,000 Calamities demon lord, had been driven back by a bizarre entity not even worthy of being called an ant. Using the body of a mere mortal woman. This was nothing short of utter disgrace. Just as the tension reached its peak, the atmosphere thick with palpable dread. A straight figure dashed toward them from the direction of the infirmary. Halt! Yu Liuyun's voice boomed before he even arrived. When he saw the faint black cracks appearing on Lin Cici's body, his expression instantly turned grave. Ma Xiaoshuai. Don't act rashly. Yu Liyun instantly thrust himself between the two, positioning himself between Ma Xiaoshuai and the Lin Cici perched on the wall, forming a triangular standoff. His muscles tensed, unleashing the full aura of an A-class awakened being. He watched the eerie presence on the wall with intense vigilance while speaking rapidly to Ma Xiaoshuai behind him. This is soul-body deep fusion. The most troublesome and vicious form of possession. Its core isn't devouring, but assimilation. The core resentment of the anomaly has become inextricably intertwined with the host soul essence you within me within you, forming an indivisible symbiotic entity. Yu Liuyun's expression was more grave than ever. He could tell Ma Xiaoshuai was genuinely considering killing her. The physical mutations you're witnessing now are because your power, while attacking her, also harmed Lin Cici's soul, causing a backlash to manifest in her body. Any attempt to forcibly separate it with brute force will tear apart the entity while simultaneously causing the host soul to scatter into oblivion. He took a deep breath, trying to calm Ma Xiaoshuai down. Our bureau has a specialized purification ritual for this situation. Using specific magical arrays and mediums, it gradually cleanses the resentment from her soul over several dozen days. Though the success rate is low and it takes a long time, it's currently the only known method that might save her life. What you're doing now will only kill her and let that anomaly succeed. Shut up. The icy words came from behind Yu Liyun. Ma Xiaoshuai cut him off without a second thought, not even turning his head. His gaze was fixed intently on the ancestral point between the eyebrows of the Lin Cici image on the wall. Mortal methods are slow, foolish, and bound to fail. Within his pitch-black demonic eyes, countless mysterious black runes swirled at breakneck speed, forming an array of profound complexity. In that instant, all things in the world stripped away their superficial forms before his eyes. Flesh, bone, meridians, all physical barriers became transparent. His gaze pierced through everything, reaching the most fundamental level, the soul. A magnificent spectacle woven from light and darkness unfolded clearly within his vision. What kind of scene was it? Lin Cici's soul, which should have been a pure and flawless orb of light, now flickered weakly. At the very core of the orb, a black spike, about an inch long, pierced through it menacingly. That spike was the soul spike. It was pitch black throughout, its surface covered with countless tiny faces contorted in agonized wails.
Chapter 124, In the Name of the Demon Lord, I Open.
It radiated boundless malevolence, ceaselessly injecting black energy into Lin Cece's soul essence. At the very tip of that soul spike, a strand of resentment clung tenaciously to it. That was the core essence of Bai Jing. She had pierced precisely into the target's vital point, fusing herself completely with this blade. She relentlessly drew upon Lin Cece's pure soul power to strengthen herself. Simultaneously, the corruption emanating from the soul spike was gradually transforming Lin Cece's entire soul body into an existence mirroring her own. A vicious cycle had formed between them. The soul spike served as the bridge connecting them, yet it was also the source of the corruption. Bai Jing's core of resentment was the engine driving the soul nail, and Lin Cece's soul was the fuel sustaining it all. Yu Luyun was right. Forcibly removing this soul nail would be tantamount to tearing apart the very core of Lin Cece's soul. The result would inevitably be the complete annihilation of her soul, leaving no chance for reincarnation. So that's how it is. Ma Xiaoshuai's consciousness murmured coldly. He finally grasped the full, vicious nature of this curse. This Bai Jing, this strange entity, did possess a certain cunning. She had forged this vicious soul spike using nearly her entire being. To forge this vicious soul spike, setting this mutually destructive trap. If no one discovered her, she would slowly devour Lin Cece's soul entirely. A perfect case of the cuckoo taking over the nest. Or, as was happening now, this soul spike became her most perfect hostage, forcing the other party into a dilemma where they dared not act, caught between a rock and a hard place. What a cunning scheme! Ma Xiaoshuai's overwhelming fury slowly subsided. Against such a soul-embedded tumor, ordinary physical attacks and energy shocks would only hasten the host's demise. To extract this nail without harming the host's soul, one must wield an even sharper scalpel. Ma Xiaoshuai slowly raised his eyes, his pupils swirling with countless demonic patterns. Once again locked with Bai Jing atop the wall. Do you think this means I can't touch you? What do you want? Bai Jing's voice unconsciously grew wary. Manipulating Lin Cece's body. Instinctively retreating backward. Ma Xiaoshuai paid no heed to her questioning. Merely glancing at Yu Luyun, who was still chattering beside him. Who said, I'm going to strip her outside? The words exploded in Yu Luyun's ears. Yu Luyun froze completely, his mind momentarily unable to process the information contained within those words. What do you mean? If not outside, then where else could it be? Ma Xiaoshuai didn't bother answering his foolish question. His cold, demonic eyes had already passed over Yu Luyun. They fixed on the crimson moon and Shurdashan in the distance. You too. His command rang clearly in their ears. Keep an eye on that idiot team leader who's still spacing out. And most importantly, guard this body and my body. Until I return, no one is to approach, not even a single fly. Return? Hong Yu and Shurdashan were both utterly baffled. Where did he go? And where was he coming back from? But before they could figure it out, Ma Xiaoshuai made a move that sent a chill down everyone's spine. He completely ignored Bai Jing, who was still shouting from atop the wall. He simply sat cross-legged right where he stood. Like a musical rest, the tense standoff on the battlefield instantly fell into an eerie, deathly silence. He lifted his head, gazing at the face of Lin Cece on the wall, the smile on his lips growing even broader. Playing with souls right under my nose. Let me show you what a true master looks like. As soon as the words left his mouth, he slowly extended his right hand, pressing it lightly against the ancestral cavity between his eyebrows. Hum. The banner of 10,000 souls answered the call. It coalesced into a dense black beam of light, hovering above Ma Xiaoshuai's head as it slowly rotated. The chilling aura emanating from it was more terrifying than ever before. What are you doing? Yu Luyun finally realized the source of that profound sense of unease. Watching Ma Xiaoshuai's actions, a forbidden term sealed away in the Bureau's highest-level classified files surged into his mind. He gasped in horror, You're insane. You want to astral project? Without any protective arrays or guardians, your soul will be instantly corrupted by the chaotic energies of the outside world. You'll become a complete idiot. The Paranormal Investigation Bureau never ceased its research into souls. Astral projection naturally fell within its scope. Yet every single file was stained with bloody failures, proving this was an absolute forbidden zone for mortals. Once detached from the body's protection, the soul would be exposed to the chaotic energies of the real world. It's like dropping a single inkblot into a churning sea of muddy sludge. It would be washed away in an instant, leaving no trace. Or it becomes corrupted into a monstrous entity incapable of recognizing its own self. Noisy. Ma Xiaoshuai spat out the two words coldly, his final warning. His eyes snapped open. In that instant, Yu Luyun felt his heart skip a beat. In Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes, there was no trace of white left. Only two slowly rotating black abysses remained. As if connected to some unspeakable realm of terror. The next second, he struck with brutal force. His free left hand shot out like lightning, grabbing the ankle of Lin Cece, who was frozen in shock on the wall. His arm muscles tensed violently. Ah! With a short, sharp scream, Lin Cece was violently yanked down from the nearly 3-meter-high wall. From the top of the nearly 3-meter-high wall. Thud! She crashed heavily onto the ground before him. Without waiting for anyone to react, Ma Xiaoshuai pressed his left palm firmly against Lin Cece's smooth forehead. The icy skin and scorching demonic energy formed the starkest contrast. After completing this, his abyssal demonic eyes cast one final glance upon this world. With a tone as domineering as a proclamation to heaven and earth, he uttered each syllable of the incantation that sent Bai Jing's soul scattering in terror. In the name of the demon lord, I open the battlefield of souls. Enter the soul. Boom! The banner of 10,000 souls suspended above Ma Xiaoshuai's head trembled violently. The wails of countless malevolent spirits etched upon its surface instantly rose 8 octaves. A strand of black demonic energy, finer than a strand of hair yet condensed to its absolute limit, shot out from within the banner, piercing with pinpoint accuracy between the palms pressed together by Ma Xiaoshuai and Lin Cece. That was his primordial demonic essence. Ugh! Ma Xiaoshuai's body jerked violently. All the light vanished from his abyssal eyes. Vanished in that instant, leaving them hollow and lifeless. His head slumped limply downward. Chapter 125, Get Out of My Body. He sat cross-legged, life still flickering within him, yet resembling nothing more than a soulless statue. Almost simultaneously, the beautiful body of Lin Cece lying before him began convulsing violently. Her eyes, consumed by pure darkness, revealed intense terror. A shriek erupted from the depths of her throat. It was Bai Jing's voice. No! What have you done? What is this thing? Get out! Get out of my body! This was Lin Cece's spiritual sea. It should have been a library. Neat white oak bookshelves soared skyward, countless volumes displayed in silent order upon them. Yet now, this sanctuary had descended into a realm of darkness. Viscous black liquid seeped from the shelves, dripping onto the floor, emitting a sizzling, corrosive sound. It burned black holes into the pristine marble floor, each one billowing dark smoke. At the very center of this crumbling library, a soul orb glowed with a soft white light, flickering faintly. It was the very source of Lin Cece's soul. At this moment, the orb was pierced by a black soul spike. The nail was covered in countless tortured faces, screaming silently. Lin Cece's soul light was visibly fading at a rapid pace. At the tip of that vicious soul spike, a distorted, blurred female figure crouched. She was Bai Jing. It's useless. Give up. Soon, everything you are, your body, your memories, your soul will belong to me. Bai Jing's malevolence relentlessly assaulted Lin Cece's soul. Just as she thought victory was assured. Rip! A deafening roar erupted from the heavens above. Bai Jing's laughter abruptly halted as she snapped her head upward. Where the sky should have been a hazy gray, a stream of black light, condensed to its absolute limit. A massive gash had been torn open. It was the abyss made manifest. The next instant, the black stream of light plummeted from the heavens. Like a falling demon star, it slammed heavily onto the ground not far from Bai Jing, kicking up a vast cloud of black dust. As the dust settled, a figure clad entirely in pitch black slowly straightened to its full height. His features bore a striking resemblance to Ma Xiaoshuai 7 or 8 parts alike. But those eyes spinning with black flames. The moment he appeared, the entire consciousness space froze. The venomous aura in the air, belonging to Bai Jing, instinctively began to retreat. Far from being intimidated, she let out a piercing shriek. You're asking for death. Daring to intrude upon my hunting grounds. I'll make you my nourishment too. She violently spurred the soul spikes beneath her feet, causing them to tremble violently. Memory fragments laden with extreme negative emotions. Under Bai Jing's command, they transformed into thousands of blades flashing with a cold, gray light. Die! Be swallowed by this despair and become a part of me. Whoosh! 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 Countless blades of memory descended like a storm. Forming a storm of despair potent enough to shatter any normal soul in an instant. It shot toward the silent black figure. Meanwhile, outside. On the school playground, the atmosphere was eerily dead silent. Yu Luyun, Hongyu, and Sherdashan had instinctively formed a defensive triangle formation. They fiercely guarded Ma Xiaoshuai and Lin Cece, who sat cross-legged in the center. Their expressions were grave to the extreme. Especially Yu Luyun. He paced back and forth, frantic. Madman. This guy is a complete lunatic, he muttered incessantly. He could clearly see black energy seeping out from the 7 orifices of Ma Xiaoshuai and Lin Cece. Each wisp carried terrifying fluctuations. This was a clash at the soul level. Its peril far surpassed any physical combat. The slightest misstep could mean both of them would be obliterated. His heart burned with urgency, yet he dared not make a single rash move. In this battle between immortals, he couldn't even think of intervening. Merely getting close enough. The soul shockwaves leaking out could turn him into a complete idiot. What should I do? What on earth should I do? How will I explain this to headquarters? Just as Yu Luyun debated whether to call for the highest level backup, a lazy voice sounded from behind him. Hey, little you. Haven't seen you in years.
How'd you end up looking so bedraggled? Staying up all night playing some Romeo and Juliet suicide drama here? Every hair on Yu Liuyun's body stood on end in that instant. A chill shot up his spine from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. With his A-class awakened perception, he hadn't detected anyone approaching from behind. Enemy attack. He roared almost instinctively, his waist exploding with force. He twisted his body and unleashed a powerful, sweeping punch. The overwhelming aura of an A-rank powerhouse erupted without restraint in that instant, the fist's momentum tearing through the air. A piercing sonic boom echoed. Yet, mere inches from the tip of his opponent's nose, the punch halted abruptly. The instant he recognized the figure approaching, the murderous intent on Yu Liuyun's face froze solid. Behind him, unnoticed until that moment, a disheveled old man stood behind him. The old man wore a faded gray hemp jacket, his hair a tangled mess like a bird's nest. In his hand hung a filthy gourd flask. He squinted at Yu Liuyun with his cloudy old eyes. Yu Liuyun's facial muscles twitched, forcing him to rein in the imposing aura he'd just unleashed. Old Huang? What are you doing here? The scruffy old man ignored his question entirely, simply twisting open the gourd's lid. He gulped down a large mouthful of liquor, letting out a satisfied belch. He smacked his lips, murmuring in admiration. This kid, he's interesting, really interesting. To dare practice divine soul penetration completely unprotected, without any protective formations or barriers, does he truly despise his own life, or does he genuinely possess the power to shatter the heavens and destroy the earth? The man who had arrived was none other than Huang Shuaifu, who had been tracking Ma Xiaoshuai all the way from the Gobi Desert. Yu Liuyun stared at the old man before him, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace than anything else. He quickly recounted the entire sequence of events. He had expected that someone of Huang Lao's stature would fly into a rage. Yet, upon hearing the tale, a sharp gleam flashed in Huang Shuaifu's cloudy old eyes. He stared intently at the corpse in the center of the room with keen interest. He chuckled softly. A mortal's method? Do you truly believe this lad is merely a brute-strength mortal? Huang Shuaifu gulped down another large mouthful of liquor, letting out a loud burp. A strong stench of alcohol mingled with his enigmatic words. It drifted into Yu Liuyun's ears. You think he went in to play some tender purification or negotiation game with that strange force inside the little girl? Wrong. Dead wrong. Chapter 126, The Great Tonic. Old Huang held up a finger and waved it before Yu Liuyun. He went in to eat. Eat? The expressions on all three faces froze instantly. Eat? What exactly? How? Huang Shuaifu watched their stunned expressions with obvious satisfaction. That strange resentment within the little girl's body is a deadly poison to you, so-called awakened ones. Touch it and you'll lose half your life. But for this boy, it's a once-in-a-lifetime tonic. He sees that strange entity as a main course delivered right to his doorstep. Now, he's preparing to tuck in. At these words, Hong Yu and Sherdashin felt a chill run up their spines to the crown of their heads. They finally understood the nature of that aura emanating from Ma Xiaoshuai, the one that made their very souls tremble. It was the aura of the apex predator. At that moment, within Lin Cici's soul sea, facing the overwhelming storm of despair, the pitch-black figure formed from pure demonic thoughts did not even lift an eyelid. No flinching, no evasion. Just as thousands upon thousands of gray blades sharp enough to shatter souls were about to pierce its body, it finally emitted a cold snort. Poof. You dare present such a motley collection of scraps and leftovers before me? Before the words had fully left his mouth, he opened wide. He sucked in the storm of despair with a mighty gulp. Whoosh. An unimaginable spectacle unfolded. The storm, potent enough to shatter any soul in an instant, coalesced into a gray torrent. He sucked it all into his mouth. Ma Xiaoshuai's demonic body showed no change whatsoever. He casually chewed a few times before swallowing it down. The moment that negative energy entered his demonic body, it was instantly refined by the 10,000 Calamities demon art. Not only was his demonic form untainted, but visibly solidified several degrees. Not bad flavor, but too jumbled like a hodgepodge. Ma Xiaoshuai's demonic consciousness offered this soul-level critique, its voice tinged with lingering satisfaction. Upon the soul spike, Bai Jing's twisted form froze completely. She was stunned. Her most prized possession, her core, most powerful psychic attack, had actually become the opponent's dessert? And been criticized for being too messy? This was beyond her comprehension. A wave of terror surged wildly from the very core of her being. In that very instant, she realized with horror that the pitch-black demonic shadow had never targeted her at all. Ma Xiaoshuai's demonic eyes, burning with black flames, were fixed with keen interest on the soul spike at her feet. Like a gourmet spotting the finest ingredient. Damn it! His target is the soul nail. Bai Jing instantly grasped his intent. But it was already too late. Ma Xiaoshuai's demonic form slowly raised his right hand. That hand swelled in the wind, instantly transforming into a demonic claw large enough to obscure the entire sky of this sea of consciousness. It seized the exposed portion of the soul spike. The 10,000 Calamities demon art roared into motion.
Bai Jing let out a piercing scream unlike any human cry. The soul spike was the very foundation she had forged with nearly her entire being. It was the bridge linking her soul to Lin Cici's and the very wellspring of her power. And now, Ma Xiaoshuai was plunging his hand directly into the power source, frantically draining its energy. That pure, concentrated force, forged from countless malevolent intentions, was being absorbed ceaselessly by Ma Xiaoshuai's demonic body through his claws. Bai Jing felt her very existence being erased bit by bit. She knew she had no chance of victory. Rather than being devoured piece by piece like this, she thought, better to go down together. If you crave me so much, then devour this soul along with me and choke on it. Bai Jing let out a shriek filled with the utmost venom. Her twisted form burst into flames in an instant. She had deliberately detonated the very core of the soul spike's essence. She intended to unleash all the power accumulated within the soul spike along with Lin Cici's soul. Along with Ma Xiaoshuai's demonic thought, all three fused into the most chaotic soul tempest. She would turn this sea of consciousness into a grave for everyone. Just as Bai Jing detonated the soul spike. Outside, on the playground. Lin Cici, who had been merely twitching slightly, suddenly stiffened and arched upward in a terrifying curve. A dark current, 100 times denser than before. Carrying the scent of destruction, it surged madly from her 7 orifices. At the same moment, Ma Xiaoshuai's physical body shook violently, a horrifying trickle of black blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. This sudden, dramatic shift sent Yu Luyun and the others' hearts leaping into their throats. Even Huang Shuifu, who had always appeared carefree and unconcerned, saw the smile vanish completely from his face for the first time. With a sharp twitch, he fastened his wine gourd back to his waist. His cloudy old eyes instantly sharpened like an eagle's. Damn it! I've gone too far. He cursed under his breath, his words rapid as machine gun fire. That crazy girl is going to self-detonate her soul source. And that kid actually wants to take the blast head on. He plans to contain the explosion's power with his own demonic thoughts, but he'll end up tearing her consciousness sea apart. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Wang Shuifu's figure vanished from where he stood. His steps seemed slow, yet instantly spanned the distance of space. He materialized beside Ma Xiaoshuai and Lin Cici. His hands were no longer flesh and blood, but glowed with a warm, white light. Kid, you've overplayed your hand. Looks like old man here has to clean up your mess. He was ready to intervene. Huang Shuifu's hands, enveloped in that warm white light, one on each side, hovered over Ma Xiaoshuai and Lin Cici's foreheads. From his seemingly shabby form erupted a force diametrically opposed to Ma Xiaoshuai's demonic energy. It was an ancient, pure, righteous energy as if it had existed since the dawn of creation. Listen up, boy. Huang Shuifu's voice pierced through physical barriers. It echoed directly within Ma Xiaoshuai's demonic thoughts. Throughout my life, I've despised the strong bullying the weak, yet I've always admired reckless fools like you who know no bounds. Today, I'll make an exception and serve as your guardian. Remember this favor well. Before his words faded, he let out a low shout. Seal. Hum. Centered on his hands, the gentle white light surged violently. It solidified into a hemispherical shield, enveloping Ma Xiaoshuai and Lin Cici within its protective embrace. The destructive energy storm, powerful enough to obliterate everything within 100 meters, collided with the light barrier. Was forcibly suppressed and repelled. Boom! The violent collision of energies triggered a deafening, silent shockwave. Yu Luyun, Hongyu, and Sherdashan, caught in the direct line of fire, felt an overwhelming force slam into them head-on. Without even a chance to resist, they were sent reeling backward 7 or 8 steps before barely regaining their footing. When they looked up in horror at the unfathomable scene before them, their minds completely froze. Chapter 127, Foundation Establishment. Within the white light barrier, countless streams of pitch-black demonic energy and resentment collided and roared wildly, yet they could not breach the light wall by even an inch. What kind of power is this? Hongyu murmured in a choked whisper. Yu Luyun's pupils contracted to pinpricks. He stared intently at Huang Shuifu's retreating figure. This aura. He had once sensed a faint imprint of it within the oldest texts of the Paranormal Investigation Bureau. It belonged to the true energy of the orthodox path cultivated by spiritual practitioners. At the same moment, within Lin Cici's consciousness Ma Xiaoshuai's demonic form braced itself to withstand the apocalyptic soul spike's self-detonation. He admitted he had underestimated this ant's madness, but his dignity as the demon lord of 10,000 calamities would not permit him to retreat within the mental sea of a mere mortal woman. At worst, this strand of demonic essence would be damaged, he could always rebuild it later. Yet, just as the explosive light threatened to devour everything, a gentle external force descended upon this mind-space teetering on collapse. The sky about to shatter was forcibly reinforced by this force. Ma Xiaoshuai's demonic consciousness body halted abruptly. A flicker of astonishment passed through his demonic eyes, burning with black flames. He had no idea where this force came from, whether it was friend or foe. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that this external force had created a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him.
Come on. His demonic thoughts roared silently within his mind. He proactively met it head-on. 10,000 Calamities demon art activate. With a flicker of his intent, his pitch-black demonic form abruptly disintegrated at the very center of Lin Cici's consciousness. It transformed into a rapidly spinning black vortex. At the vortex's core lay absolute nothingness. The 10,000 Calamities crucible. This was an extremely tyrannical divine technique within the 10,000 Calamities demon art. Using one's own demonic thoughts as its core, it forcibly constructed a terrifying furnace capable of devouring all things in the world. Under normal circumstances, he would never dare to use it within such a fragile sea of consciousness. For it was akin to detonating a miniature black hole within another's mind. But now, fortified by that mysterious external force, he had no lingering worries. Devour for this sovereign. Ma Xiaoshuai's will thundered like a bolt of lightning, exploding within his consciousness. The furnace of 10,000 Calamities, forged from his demonic thoughts, spun wildly, unleashing boundless suction. The torrent of energy unleashed by Jing's soul spike explosion was violently pulled by this suction force, forming a colossal energy tornado. It poured ceaselessly into the deep, black vortex. He intended to draw all this explosive energy into the furnace, refining it into nourishment to aid his breakthrough to Foundation establishment. Outside, on the sports field, Yu Luyun and the others watched in horror as Ma Xiaoshuai and Lin Cici, enveloped within Elder Huang's light barrier. Their bodies convulsed violently, with black mist occasionally swirling beneath their skin, punctuated by flashes of white light. Two utterly opposing forces raged within them. Yu Luyun's heart leapt to his throat. Unable to bear it any longer, he shouted anxiously at Huang Shuifu's back. Master Huang, what on earth is happening? Are they going to die? Huang Shuifu maintained the energy output of the light shield, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Clearly, simultaneously suppressing two soul bombs on the verge of detonation was no easy feat for him. Amidst the chaos, he glanced back at Yu Luyun. A cold smile spread across his lips as he chuckled darkly. Death? Little Yu, your perspective is still far too narrow. He took a breath. You think this old man is helping him defuse the bomb? Wrong. That kid is extracting the core nuclear fuel from the bomb to upgrade his crappy cultivation technique. He's harnessing that bizarre self-destructive force to forcibly break through his bottleneck. Old Huang continued in a tone that was both exasperated and amused. What I'm doing now is just stabilizing this furnace for him, lest he overdoes it. If the heat gets too intense, it might end up refining that young lady's brain, along with her fragile soul. Within Lin Cici's sea of consciousness, the 10,000 Calamities crucible spun wildly. It had become the absolute center of this spiritual realm. By Jing's vengeful curse of mutual destruction, that soul-corrupting tempest capable of tainting everything. The moment they were sucked into the furnace, they didn't even have time to utter a wail. Instantly crushed into primordial energy particles by that supremely tyrannical demonic power. Ma Xiaoshuai's demonic thoughts endured an unimaginable shock. Yet he roared with maniacal laughter. This energy, forcibly refined through the 10,000 Calamities demon art, had reached the pinnacle of purity. All impure resentment had been purged. It transformed into a torrent of pitch-black energy, surging and rolling. It washed over every corner of his demonic thoughts, repairing the cracks caused by his forced resistance to the impact, and with a mightier form than before, forging it into something even more resilient. Simultaneously, this force transformed into the most ferocious battering ram. Strike after strike, it hammered relentlessly against the barrier within his cultivation, the bottleneck of the great perfection stage of Qi cultivation. This bottleneck, honed for untold ages, stood as solid as a natural chasm. Yet now, faced with the immense energy unleashed by a bizarre self-detonation, that seemingly indestructible barrier began to crackle and creak. Cracks spread across its surface. Break, now! With a roar that erupted from the deepest recesses of his soul, he channeled all his refined energy into a single point, transforming it into a primordial black divine light that split the heavens and cleaved the earth. It slammed brutally into the crack-riddled bottleneck. Boom! The neck shattered instantly. A presence tenfold more powerful than before erupted from Ma Xiaoshuai's demonic core, sweeping through the entire sea of consciousness. He had successfully advanced to the Foundation establishment stage. In the instant of his advancement, Ma Xiaoshuai's thoughts flickered. His demonic eyes, burning with black flames, he carefully separated a sliver of the most gentle primordial energy from the vast, pure torrent of energy. From the vast torrent of pure energy, he carefully separated a strand of the gentlest primordial force. This strand no longer bore the destructive darkness. Instead, it radiated a warm, luminous glow reminiscent of primordial chaos unfolding. He guided this energy with utmost care, enveloping it around Lin Cici's soul orb. Like spring rain nourishing the earth, it silently mended her wounds. It mended her fractures and smoothed the wrinkles etched by fear and agony. The once dull orb began to glow with a soft, radiant light once more. Outside, on the playground, the storm of destructive energy that had been violently erupting from the 7 orifices of both individuals abruptly ceased. as if an invisible giant hand had instantly severed its source. The warm white light in Huang Shuaifu's hand gradually faded. He exhaled a long breath, raising his hand to wipe the fine beads of sweat from his brow. A hint of exhaustion appeared on his face. Clearly, forcibly suppressing two souls on the verge of explosion was no easy feat for him. Chapter 128, The Minor Oblivion Spell. Huang Shuaifu clipped the grimy wine gourd back to his waist, then felt it wasn't quite right. He pulled it out again and gulped down a large mouthful. Only then did he let out a satisfied yawn. The oppressive atmosphere in the room vanished without a trace. Lin Cici's long lashes fluttered as she slowly came to. She sat up dazedly, unable to tell what day it was. It felt like she had just woken from an incredibly long and terrifying nightmare. She instinctively glanced at her arms and body, only to find that all the discomfort she had felt had vanished completely. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoshuai, seated cross-legged, suddenly jolted. His eyes snapped open. As deep as the ancient cosmos, two black nebulae capable of devouring all things slowly swirled within them. They radiated an awe-inspiring majesty that was almost unbearable to look upon. A vast aura flickered from his body, fleeting as if merely an illusion. Yet all three knew that the Ma Xiaoshuai before them was now a completely different person. He had become far more terrifying. Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze immediately locked onto the old man holding a gourd of liquor, his demeanor carefree and unkempt. Huang Shuaifu seemed to sense his gaze, deftly spinning the gourd between his rough fingers. He grinned at Ma Xiaoshuai. Well, awake now? Congratulations! In the time it takes to eat a meal, you've successfully entered the foundation establishment stage. How about it? Old man here did a decent job as your temporary protector, didn't I? Ma Xiaoshuai slowly rose from the ground. The world appeared utterly transformed through his eyes. After advancing to the foundation establishment stage, the entire world transformed before his eyes into countless ceaselessly flowing streams of energy. When his gaze fell upon the scruffy old man, his demonic eyes resembling swirling nebulae contracted slightly for the first time. Within Ma Xiaoshuai's spiritual perception, Huang Shuaifu's body held a silent abyss. This was an existence on the same level as him or even far above him. Old man. Ma Xiaoshuai's voice regained its calm. Who exactly are you? Why have you been following me all the way from the Gobi Desert? The overwhelming pressure brought by his foundation establishment breakthrough descended upon Huang Shuaifu. The air itself thickened, causing Yu Luyun and the others in the distance to feel their breath catch. Yet Huang Shuaifu, standing directly in the center of this pressure, didn't even flinch. He gave the grimy wine gourd in his hand a shake, his cloudy old eyes narrowing to slits as he chuckled. Ah, young people are so hot-headed these days, always ready to fight and kill. I just went to great lengths to protect you, saving both your life and that little girl beside you. Instead of saying thank you, you question your savior? That's not a good habit to have. Ma Xiaoshuai frowned. This old man was as slippery as an eel, and his strength was unfathomable. Confronting him head-on clearly wasn't the best strategy. With a flick of his thoughts, the overwhelming pressure that could crush mountains vanished instantly. This effortless control over his power made Yu Luyun's eyelids twitch violently. Speak. What do you want? Ma Xiaoshuai's voice was cold and direct. Simple. Huang Shuaifu unscrewed the gourd lid and gulped down a large mouthful. He let out a satisfied sigh, the scent of liquor wafting around him. I'll do you a favor, and you do me one in return. That's called reciprocity, a fair deal. Just as the tension between the two men reached a breaking point, a timid voice interrupted them. Have I seen you somewhere before? Lin Cici, who had just regained consciousness, looked past Yu Luyun and the others blocking her view, her gaze settling on Ma Xiaoshuai. Her eyes were clear yet filled with confusion. In a dream, it seems like you saved me. Her words sent a collective shock through everyone present. A hint of resignation flashed in Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes. He hated trouble more than anything. He couldn't be bothered to explain. Ma Xiaoshuai, what do you think you're doing? Yu Luyun, seeing him actually step toward Lin Cici, immediately tensed and spread his arms wide, blocking the way in front of her. He feared this unpredictable guy might lash out at the slightest provocation. Yet Ma Xiaoshuai didn't even glance at him. He merely let out a soft snort. His figure flickered. Yu Luyun felt a blur before his eyes. An irresistible, gentle force swept past him from the side. His pride in his strength felt like a joke in that moment. By the time he regained his senses, Ma Xiaoshuai had already appeared before Lin Cici. He extended his slender index finger, touching it lightly to Lin Cici's smooth forehead. A slender strand of black magical energy swirled around his fingertip. Sleep now. When you wake, you'll remember nothing. This was merely a nightmare. He murmured, his voice carrying a peculiar magic. The soul-binding spell, the Forgetful Dust Incantation, a technique only mastered by Foundation Establishment cultivators, was cast silently. This exquisitely refined soul-binding spell could erase a specific segment of memory with pinpoint precision, yet cause no harm whatsoever. The confusion in Lin Cici's eyes vanished instantly. Her body went limp and she collapsed backward, utterly drained of strength. A hand reached out just in time, steadying her. It was Red Moon, the quickest to react.
At that moment, Lin Cece had fallen into a deep, unbroken sleep, her face even bearing a trace of serene peace. Yu Luyun was both shocked and furious. Tampering with another's memories, regardless of the motive. This was the highest level taboo within the Paranormal Investigation Bureau. An absolute red line that must never be crossed. Yet he hadn't even had time to react just now, hadn't even seen how Ma Xiaoshuai had done it. That feeling of helplessness nearly drove him mad. Wang Shuifu, watching nearby, found it utterly fascinating. He smacked his lips in admiration. Well. A foundation establishment level little forgetful dust spell executed with surprising skill. Seems your demonic arts aren't all about crude violence and devouring others after all. After dealing with this minor nuisance, Ma Xiaoshuai turned back to face Wang Shuifu. This old man could even name a cultivation technique like the little forgetful dust spell offhand. His background was definitely no simple matter. Now you can speak. What favor? Wang Shuifu didn't answer Ma Xiaoshuai's question immediately. He shot a meaningful glance to the side, then chuckled carelessly. Too many years here. Not the place to talk. He gave Yu Luyun a nod with his chin. You handle the loose ends here. When you report back to headquarters, don't mention me, I don't want the hassle. With that, he turned to Ma Xiaoshuai and gave him a knowing wink. You and I need to talk somewhere else. I know a good spot, the drinks are decent. Yu Luyun felt a chill run through him. What could he say? What could he dare say? He took a deep breath and bowed respectfully. Yes, Elder Huang. From this moment onward, the conversation between these two men was no longer something he and a grade team leader could participate in or even eavesdrop on. Chapter 129, The Rift. Ma Xiaoshuai gave Wang Shuifu a long, searching look before accepting without refusal. He too wanted to figure out what this old man was really up to. Following them all the way from the Gobi Desert, then stepping in to help at the most critical moment. If he claimed to have no ulterior motive, Ma wouldn't believe a single word. All right. He nodded succinctly. Wang Shuifu smiled with satisfaction, having anticipated his agreement all along. He turned, hands behind his back, and walked toward the school gates. Ma Xiaoshuai lifted his step to follow. The two walked one behind the other, forming a peculiar balance. As they passed Yu Luyun, Ma Xiaoshuai's footsteps abruptly halted. Yu Luyun's muscles instantly tensed, instinctively assuming a defensive stance. However, Ma Xiaoshuai merely snapped his fingers. Whoosh! A slender black beam shot toward Yu Luyun. Yu Luyun's A-class awakened instincts kicked in, causing him to instinctively reach out and catch it. An icy chill pierced his fingers. He opened his palm to reveal a black crystal no larger than a fingernail. Completely pitch black, smooth as a mirror. Within, countless tiny stars seemed to be fading into oblivion. It radiated a pure, icy cold energy. This is a little something extra for this operation. Ma Xiaoshuai didn't even turn his head. Also, find a good psychologist. She's been through quite a scare. As the words fell, his figure had already followed Wang Shuifu. Together, they vanished into the night at the school gate. Yu Luyun stared blankly at the black crystal in his palm, his mind momentarily frozen. He held the crystal close to his eyes, carefully sensing the energy it contained. This was the very soul spike used by that S-rank anomaly, by Jing, to perform deep soul-body fusion, wasn't it? Yu Luyun's heart lurched violently. This viciously malevolent soul spike, after being devoured and refined by Ma Xiaoshuai's 10,000 Calamities demon art. After squeezing out every last bit of usable energy, the tiniest remnant of core energy left behind was useless to Ma Xiaoshuai, who had already advanced to the foundation establishment stage. But to the Paranormal Investigation Bureau, this tiny crystal was an invaluable treasure for researching the core rules of the S-class anomaly soul-body deep fusion. Its value far exceeded the gains from eliminating 10, even 100 grade anomalies tonight. Yu Luyun clenched the black crystal. The icy chill radiating from his palm gradually cleared his chaotic thoughts. Gazing toward the direction where the two had vanished, a complex mix of emotions stirred within him. This man acted erratically, straddling the line between good and evil, yet somehow always managed to deliver this unexpected benefit without effort. Bringing such unexpected benefits in the most unexpected ways. It was utterly infuriating. Team leader, what do we do now? Shurdashan approached with a deep, resonant voice, breaking the silence. Yu Luyun let out a long, drawn-out sigh. It felt as though tonight's events had drained him of his entire lifetime's energy. Enough to fill a thick, S-level classified report hundreds of pages long. What else can we do? He shook his head with a bitter smile, glancing at Lin Cece, who was being supported by Hongyu. Clear all traces from the scene. Pack it up. Withdraw. As night deepened, at a bustling street food stall in Yuan City, Wang Shuifu led Ma Xiaoshuai to a greasy plastic table in the corner with practiced ease. Without looking up, he reached behind him and grabbed 2 pairs of disposable chopsticks from an empty seat at the next table, handing one to Ma Xiaoshuai. Then he shouted at the sweaty owner. Hey, boss. Same as always. 100 skewers of kidneys, 100 skewers of tendon, and 3 cases of beer. The owner, whose booming voice carried halfway down the street, replied without looking up.
Gotcha, Wang Lao. Coming right up.
Ma Xiaoshuai glanced at the layer of grime on the table and frowned imperceptibly.
This is what you call a nice place?
I thought someone of your stature would at least go to a quiet, elegant tea house or something.
Tea house? That stuff's as bland as hell, what good is it? Huang Shuaifu blared as the owner huffed and puffed, carrying over 3 crates of ice-cold beer.
He snapped open 2 bottles with his teeth.
He pushed one, still steaming with condensation, toward Ma Xiaoshuai. Life's about gobbling meat and chugging beer, that's the way to go.
You're young and skilled, but you live like some ancient relic.
No spark of life in you at all.
Ma Xiaoshuai glanced at the sizzling skewers dripping with oil, then looked back at Huang Shuaifu. You're a cultivator, yet you're not picky about meat or vegetables. Wine and meat flow through your veins.
Hey, what do you take me for?
Huang Shuaifu downed half a bottle of beer in one gulp. He wiped his mouth boldly with the greasy sleeve of his hemp robe. I'm a Taoist priest, not one of those bald monks who suffocate themselves with strict rules.
Taoism follows nature, got that?
Eat when you're hungry, drink when you're thirsty. That's following your true nature, experiencing the mortal world. Your kind of asceticism, locking yourself away, is the lowest form of practice. As he spoke, he grabbed a handful of freshly roasted kidneys, not caring if they were hot. With grease dripping from his mouth, he mumbled to Ma Xiaoshuai.
What are you staring at? Eat. It'll go bad if it cools.
You just broke through, now's the time to solidify your cultivation and replenish your energy.
This is a major tonic. A powerful tonic?
The meager energy contained in such mundane food was, to his current foundation establishment demonic body,
barely enough to fill a tooth gap.
Forget 100 skewers, even 10,000. Wouldn't amount to 1/10,000th of the residue from that soul spike. But he said nothing more, merely picking up a skewer.
He ate it expressionlessly.
He knew full well that the old man had gone to such lengths to bring him here. Wasn't just to treat him to skewers.
After 3 rounds of wine and 5 courses of meat,
100 skewers of kidney and 100 skewers of tendon vanished at an astonishing pace. Empty bottles piled up beneath the table like a small mountain. The bustle of the street food stall became a silent backdrop to their shared silence. Until Huang Shuaifu finally set down the last skewer and empty bottle in his hands.
He let out a loud burp. His expression turned serious for the first time.
His aged eyes, shrouded in the haze of barbecue smoke, appeared strangely profound.
Young man, aren't you curious why I followed you all the way here from the Gobi Desert? Here it comes.
Ma Xiaoshuai set down his skewer and slowly wiped his hands with a napkin.
Go ahead. What do you need my help with? He cut straight to the chase, unwilling to beat around the bush. Huang Shuaifu nodded approvingly. He liked dealing with smart people, it saved time and effort.
In the eastern suburbs of Yuan City, near that abandoned industrial zone, Huang Shuaifu lowered his voice, an invisible force field silently radiating out from him. It blocked out the surrounding clamor, creating a pocket of absolute silence.
There's a fissure. A rift? Yes, a Terran accidental opening between this world and a strange realm. Chapter 130, Soul Fairy. Huang Shuaifu's choice of words was clever. You can think of it as a wound.
The power of the uncanny was too immense, exceeding the breaking point of a weak spot in the world, causing it to tear open. Now, this wound is constantly oozing pus outward, what you and I know all too well as the uncanny force.
He paused, observing Ma Xiaoshuai's reaction.
Seeing the boy listening quietly, he continued. This fissure is unique. It isn't a stable physical passageway, but rather an overlap at the level of fundamental rules. No physical entity, be it person or object, can pass through it directly.
There is only one way to enter or exit.
Huang Shuaifu's gaze sharpened like an eagle's.
Soul Fairy.
Only pure soul entities or beings like you and me, capable of astral projection, can breach that rift's rule barrier. Beyond it lies the lair of the uncanny. Beyond it lies our world.
Huang Shuaifu's expression grew profoundly grave. I've come to ask for your help. Join me in permanently sealing that fissure shut. Ma Xiaoshuai didn't respond immediately. He picked up the last unopened bottle of beer on the table. This time, he didn't use a bottle opener. With a light flick of his thumb, the cap shattered silently into dust. He downed the beer in one gulp, the icy liquid sliding down his throat. What's in it for me?
As the demon lord of 10,000 calamities, he never made a losing deal, nor would he ever speak of saving the world out of some abstract kindness.
Benefits?
Huang Shuaifu grinned like a fox that had schemed for 1,000 years.
The rift itself is a colossal advantage.
Think about it, a world's wound, constantly spilling forth the most primordial, bizarre power.
What does that mean for you?
He fixed his gaze intently on Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes, leaning forward slightly.
It's an undiluted treasure trove of energy. The most supreme cultivation resource you could ever imagine.
Huang Shuaifu's voice brimmed with irresistible temptation.
Isn't that exactly what your demonic arts crave most?
If you can swallow it whole, not only could you solidify your newly attained foundation establishment stage, but pushing further upward wouldn't be impossible.
What do you say? Is this reward substantial enough? Within the demonic pupils, 2 swirling black nebulae accelerated their rotation. This old man truly knew his 10,000 calamities demon art inside out. An undiluted treasure trove of energy, the wound of a world. As the 10,000 calamities demon lord, his very essence lay in devouring and refining. All energies in this world were but sustenance to his eyes. And this fissure was no different from a supreme banquet laid out before him. It was indeed a temptation he could not refuse. Just as Ma Xiaoshuai was about to speak to seal the deal, Huang Shuaifu's smile abruptly vanished. His usually cheerful, weathered face was now etched with solemnity. He let out a long sigh. But, young man, circumstances have changed. This deal you'll have no choice but to make it. Ma Xiaoshuai raised an eyebrow, the swirling nebula within his demonic eyes abruptly halting. What do you mean? Meaning we've got no choice. Huang Shuaifu shook his head with a bitter smile, picked up the bottle, and took a big swig. It seemed he was using alcohol to suppress the frustration in his heart. Originally, that fissure was expanding, but slowly like a glacier cracking apart at a glacial pace. My plan was to spend several months setting up a heavenly net-level ceiling formation to gradually wear it down. It was the most reliable approach, but far too time-consuming. His gaze fell back on Ma Xiaoshuai. But the commotion you caused at school tonight, it was too much. An S-grade anomaly's soul source detonating, what does that even mean? That's pure resentment potent enough to contaminate an entire town. Add to that you, a demonic cultivator, brazenly devouring that power and triggering an energy fluctuation by forcibly breaking through the foundation establishment stage. Master Huang's voice grew solemn. You brat, it's like you lit a flare in pitch black night. No, not a flare, a super sun bright enough to illuminate the entire city. The energy tidal wave you unleashed was 10,000 times more dazzling on the spiritual plane than a nuclear explosion. He stared at Ma Xiaoshuai, enunciating each word deliberately. That wound, which had been slowly oozing pus, was suddenly fed a massive dose of potent medicine by you. Now, it's transformed from a glacier slowly cracking apart into a supervolcano on the verge of eruption, entering an unstable phase of rapid expansion. We don't have time. Huang Shuaifu held up 3 fingers, his expression more grave than ever. 3 days at most. If we can't contain it within 3 days, it will spiral completely out of control. By then, the entire city of Yuan, its millions of inhabitants, will become the first land engulfed by its eruption, utterly transformed into a hellish wasteland. Ma Xiaoshuai's expression finally darkened. He never imagined that his impulsive attempt to break through would trigger such a severe chain reaction. And Huang Shuaifu's gaze swept past Ma Xiaoshuai's shoulder. It's not just this old dog of mine that smells that scent of flesh. Ma Xiaoshuai's heart lurched and he spun around abruptly. The instant his gaze shifted, a pair of eyes flashed to life without warning from the shadows at the end of the alley. Those eyes locked with his demonic gaze for a split second in midair. They were no ordinary, eerie eyes. With just one glance, Ma Xiaoshuai could tell. This was entirely different from the eeriness of Beijing. The next second, those crimson eyes and their owner vanished without a trace, as if they had never been there. The alley fell silent once more, broken only by the rustling of garbage bags stirred by the evening breeze. But Ma Xiaoshuai sensed clearly that the malevolent aura hadn't gone far. It had merely retreated back into the dark depths, biding its time for the perfect moment to strike. Looks like our dinner party has an uninvited guest wanting to join us. Huang Shuaifu picked up another bottle of beer. Now, kid, this isn't just about sealing the rift anymore. It's become a race for the key to the treasure vault. Ma Xiaoshuai's lips slowly curled upward. No one takes what's mine. His voice was icy. Without giving Huang Shuaifu a moment to react, he was already on his feet. Boom! A muffled explosion echoed through the air. The plastic stool he had been sitting on instantly turned to dust, swept away by an invisible blast wave. A faint, fading afterimage lingered where he had been. Chapter 131, Come Out. Ma Xiaoshuai himself, like a teleporting specter, instantly traversed over 10 meters. He materialized at the entrance of the pitch-black alleyway. He didn't even step inside the alley. Standing at the mouth, his demonic eyes, swirling with nebulae, locked onto the corner where that aura had last vanished. The overwhelming pressure of a foundation establishment cultivator descended without restraint. The air within the entire alley instantly solidified like iron, even the evening breeze halting in its tracks. Scattered trash bags on the ground were pinned down by an invisible force, unable to move an inch. Come out. Ma Xiaoshuai's voice echoed deep within the alley. He slowly raised his right hand toward the corner. His fingers spread wide, then without hesitation, he gently pressed downward. Yet, as his palm descended, the space in that corner began to collapse at a visible speed. As if an invisible giant hand was clenching that space tightly from another dimension. Hum. The low hum of space compression sent waves of pain through his eardrums. Any ordinary anomaly, or even that S-rank Beijing from before, would have been crushed into primordial particles along with the surrounding walls under the single palm strike. But the expected dull thud of flesh exploding never came. The palm strike, powerful enough to crush steel, landed squarely on empty air.
Where the palm force passed, chunks of plaster peeled off the walls and spiderweb-like cracks spread across the floor. Yet the target was nowhere to be seen. Only a fist-sized shadow struggled briefly at the epicenter of the strike. Then it completely disintegrated with a soft puff. It did not transform into energy, nor did it explode. Instead, like a punctured cheap balloon, it transformed into a thin, grayish-black membrane resembling dried human skin. It drifted and scattered in the gentle breeze stirred by the aftereffects, vanishing swiftly. A faint yet intensely pure trace of malevolent energy lingered upon it. Poof! Ma Xiaoshuai lowered his hand. The nebula within his demonic eyes resumed its tranquil flow. The art of cicada shedding? His brow furrowed slightly. He recognized this technique. In the cultivation world he had once dominated in his previous life, certain heretical cultists specializing in forbidden arts excelled at this life-saving technique of shedding one's skin like a golden cicada. By refining the flesh and souls of living beings, they crafted a shed capable of taking the place of the original body in battle. At critical moments, it could absorb a fatal strike, allowing the true body to escape unharmed. This was no mere trick. The uncanny was a conglomeration of resentment, a distortion of the rules. They either act on instinct or possess power sufficient to warp reality itself. But this technique, requiring advanced preparation and extreme reliance on skill, is entirely characteristic of human cultivators. Just as he pondered this, a faint, almost inaudible chuckle echoed from the shadows deeper within the alley. As if to say, "You're fast, but not fast enough." Then, along with the last flicker of breath, the laughter vanished without a trace. This time, it was truly gone. See? Huang Shuaifu had appeared behind him at some point, swaying slightly as he held a bottle of liquor. He extended two fingers, pinching a fragment of the fading human skin precisely from midair. The fragment was no larger than a fingernail, thin as a cicada's wing, with an eerie texture. This isn't like the dumb, mindless weirdos you've encountered before just howling and screaming. Huang Shuaifu placed the fragment on his fingertip and gently pinched it. SSS-rank. The fragment instantly disintegrated into a wisp of ash finer than incense dust, trickling through his fingers. This one's sharp as a tack. The old Taoist shook the beer bottle in his hand, the last drops clinking against the glass. He'd been watching us from the shadows for a while. He was hoping to take advantage of the chaos, see if he could get something for nothing. But it realized we're tough nuts to crack, especially you, kid. Huang Shuaifu shot a glance at Ma Xiaoshuai. It realized this rock wasn't just tough, it was poisonous. One bite and it'd probably shatter its teeth. So it didn't think twice and took off. Faster than a rabbit. Ma Xiaoshuai snorted coldly, turned, and walked back to the barbecue stall. He sat down, picked up an untouched skewer of grilled kidneys, and began chewing expressionlessly. But Huang Shuaifu knew the kid had already mentally added that fleeing creature to his kill list. A demon's dignity must not be challenged. Not even a fleeing gesture, not even a mocking chuckle. Huang Shuaifu plopped back down across from him, cracked open another beer, and took several big gulps, glug glug glug, oblivious to anyone else. "Don't get so worked up," he belched, releasing a rich, malty scent. "It will return. That fissure is a ticking time bomb we must seal. But what is it to you? To it? To the many other things lurking in the shadows?" Huang Shuaifu pointed the bottle toward the city center. "It's a ladder to higher realms. An open treasure trove where anyone can come and grab their share." His voice was hushed, yet his gaze was as sharp as a blade. "Now, it's no longer an observer nor a freeloader. It has become our competitor." Ma Xiaoshuai stuffed the last piece of grilled kidney into his mouth, the rich, fatty flavor exploding across his palate. "I want 70% of that fissure. This wasn't a negotiation, it was a declaration. Huang Shuaifu seemed to have anticipated this response. He grinned and agreed without hesitation. "Deal. You get to refine whatever weirdness is inside. If any rare treasures pop out, this old man wants just 30%. He acted like a shrewd merchant who'd scored a huge bargain, afraid Ma Xiaoshuai might change his mind. "Meet me tomorrow at 6 a.m. on the roof of the tallest cement silo in the abandoned industrial zone on the eastern outskirts." Huang Shuaifu raised his liquor bottle as if to clink glasses with Ma Xiaoshuai. But Ma Xiaoshuai had already risen, slapping several crumpled bills onto the table. He turned and walked away, not even sparing a single glance. He didn't need an ally, just a tool to guide him. Huang Shuaifu's smile slowly faded. He watched the solitary figure fade into the distant night. Like a demonic blade drawn from its scabbard, never to be sheathed again, sharp and relentless. The old Taoist's cloudy eyes churned with indescribable complexity. He reached out and picked up the bottle of beer on the table that Ma Xiaoshuai had never touched. The bottle still held the chill of its icy coldness. Gulp, gulp. He tilted his head back and violently downed the entire bottle of ice-cold liquid in one gulp. Foam dripped down his unkempt beard, but he paid it no mind. The empty bottle hit the table with a dull thud. The next morning, the sky over the eastern outskirts of Gen City was a dull, leaden gray. It hung over this long-forgotten, abandoned industrial zone. Rusted steel bars protruded from crumbling walls, while towering smokestacks stood silently, pointing toward the gloomy sky. Chapter 132, Preemptive Strike. The world was so quiet that only the wind whistled through the empty factory buildings, producing a wailing, ghostly sound. Ma Xiaoshuai's figure appeared like a ghostly apparition, silently materializing atop a pile of rubble. He looked up. He immediately spotted the agreed-upon location. Perched atop the tallest concrete silo, a figure stood, windblown. Morning mist swirled around him, yet it couldn't conceal that strikingly conspicuous, white Taoist robe. Ma Xiaoshuai's pupils contracted slightly. Gone was yesterday's greasy, booze-breath old man who looked like he'd been fished out of a sewer. In his place stood an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard, clad in a clean, immaculate Taoist robe. The morning breeze swept through, causing the wide sleeves of his robe to flutter and rustle in the wind, lending him an air of otherworldly grace and the demeanor of a reclusive sage. The contrast was simply too stark. Ma Xiaoshuai's toes lightly tapped the ground as his body shot upward. With several leaps, he landed lightly atop the silo, not making a sound. Hands tucked into his pockets, he surveyed Huang Shuaifu from head to toe, a mocking curve forming at the corners of his mouth. What? Did you bathe and change clothes specially today, knowing you'd be hitting the road, just to die with a bit more dignity? Huang Shuaifu slowly turned around, rolling his eyes at him in annoyance, his air of superiority instantly shattered. Pa! You're nothing but a filthy-mouthed brat. I didn't have time to change from yesterday's outfit. He snorted, glancing at Ma Xiaoshuai with a tone of seasoned wisdom. You think everyone walks around like you, wearing a coat of demonic aura? So dark and ugly, anyone would think you crawled out of a coal mine. Ma Xiaoshuai couldn't be bothered to spar with the old codger. His attention had long been drawn elsewhere. He fixed his gaze on the air dozens of meters ahead. There, nothing existed. Yet through his demonic vision, that patch of space twisted with an utterly bizarre distortion. It wasn't a physical fissure. It was a rupture in the fabric of reality itself. A power unimaginably vast had forcibly stitched together two utterly distinct worlds in this brutal manner. Ma Xiaoshuai could even see within the depths of those twisted folds, where countless chaotic forces clashed violently. Any physical substance that dared to approach would be instantly torn apart into its most fundamental particles. A rift is never a door. Huang Shuaifu's expression grew more serious than ever before. He dropped all traces of jest, his voice deepening. It's an unceasing cosmic scale storm. For us flesh and blood beings, attempting to cross it is no different than an ant trying to swim across the Pacific Ocean. He extended his withered fingers, pointing toward the twisted core. Watch closely. It's coming. The words had barely left his mouth. A pitch-black dot materialized without warning at the center of the warp space. Initially no larger than a pinhead, it rapidly expanded at a visible pace. Like a drop of living ink splashed into the clear water called reality, it spread out with brutal force. It was not a physical entity. Rather, it resembled a moving void, an absolute nothingness. It neither reflected nor refracted light, but instead swallowed all light that approached it, along with the space itself. A pure, two-dimensional black silhouette squeezed its way out of the three-dimensional world. This is the soul ferry connecting the two worlds. Huang Shuaifu's voice dropped even lower, tinged with reverence. Only it can safely carry our divine souls through this turbulent realm of chaotic laws. As the black shadow drew nearer, its outline gradually sharpened. Ma Xiaoshuai's demonic eyes narrowed slightly. It wasn't a boat at all. Nor was it the legendary ghost carriage of the underworld. It was a yellow bus, so old it looked like it could fall apart at any moment. The body was covered in rust, chunks of yellow paint peeling away to reveal the dark red primer beneath. The color was so deep it resembled dried, congealed blood. All the windows were a solid, opaque black, offering no glimpse inside. The most eerie feature was the electronic display at the front, where the route should have been shown. Now, it flickered with a jumble of chaotic, blood-red symbols. ZZZZZ. ZZZZZ. After a brief flicker, the crimson characters finally settled. They formed two simple Chinese characters. Terminus. This bus, long overdue for the scrapyard, now hovered silently mid-air. At that moment, Huang Shuaifu's weathered face suddenly tensed. Every wrinkle on his face radiated a sense of gravity. Almost in the same instant, Ma Xiaoshuai sensed it too. That aura. It was that guy from last night. The bizarre one who had slipped through his grasp using the cicada shedding technique. It's here too. Ma Xiaoshuai's voice betrayed no emotion, yet a crimson flame flickered deep within his pitch-black demonic eyes. His gaze, sharp as a blade, instantly locked onto a target 100 meters away. The deep shadows of another abandoned factory building. It's here. A shadow too swift for the naked eye erupted from the frozen darkness, silent yet lightning fast. Its target was as clear as could be, the suspended bus known as the Terminus. Its speed was extreme, leaving a faint black trail in the air. Clearly, it intended to seize the moment while the two were off balance, beating them to the bus. Nice try. You think you can just snatch my bus? Huang Shuai snorted coldly. Without any visible movement, his withered right hand, which had been tucked inside his sleeve, simply flickered. A thick stack of yellow talismans fluttered out. The vermilion-painted symbols on the talismans ignited spontaneously upon contact with the air, erupting into clusters of golden flames. Command! Golden light forms a fortress impregnable as a golden rampart.
Dozens of burning talismans swiftly intertwined and merged in midair.
In the blink of an eye, they formed a wall of golden light along the path the dark shadow charged toward, forming a towering, dazzling wall of golden energy several meters high. Upon the wall, countless mystical runes swirled and shifted, emitting an aura of supreme strength and pure yang energy.
The dark figure clearly hadn't anticipated the old man's lightning-fast reaction.
It had no time to change course and slammed headlong into the barrier.
Thud! A dull, thunderous crash echoed as it slammed into a thick, leather drum.
The shadow slammed into the light barrier, its form jolting violently. The entire silhouette rippled like water disturbed by a pebble, sending out concentric waves. Golden flames clashed violently with the black, eerie aura, producing a shrill, sizzling sound as sparks flew everywhere. The shadow was momentarily halted, emitting a silent shriek that made the entire space tremble.
Chapter 133, Boarding the Vehicle.
It gathered strength, preparing for an even fiercer assault. Huang Shuaifu held two fingers together, murmuring incantations to stabilize the light barrier. Ma Xiaoshuai stood arms crossed, watching the scene with keen interest, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. To him, this was merely an appetizer.
Yet, in the brief moment of standoff, an unexpected twist occurred that no one could have foreseen. Clatter!
From behind a pile of rusted, tangled scrap rebar, a figure scrambled out on all fours. It was a man, clad in a work uniform whose original color was long faded, his hair a tangled mess like a bird's nest, his face etched with terror. Clearly, the earlier deafening crash had startled him from his hiding place. Staggering to his feet, he seemed still disoriented, instinctively looking up. Then he saw it.
He saw the yellow bus suspended mid-air.
In a place like this, the sudden appearance of a vehicle that seemed operational meant everything to someone who had been tormented by fear for far too long. It meant the only chance to escape this hell.
The man's pupils contracted sharply in an instant, then dilated violently. A near-mad gleam erupted from his previously vacant eyes. Ah, ah!
A meaningless growl erupted from his throat, like a beast with its throat clamped shut. He scrambled forward, crawling and rolling, using both hands and feet. In a twisted, grotesque posture, he charged like a madman straight beneath the bus.
Bus! There's a bus! It's a bus! Take me away! Please, take me out of this hellhole!
His wails were shrill and desperate, echoing eerily over the silent ruins.
Ma Xiaoshuai's brow instantly furrowed into a deep crease. How could a living mortal be here? Something was terribly wrong. Through his demonic eyes, Ma Xiaoshuai clearly detected the faint life force emanating from the scavenger, undeniably that of a living being.
And the bus, the terminal, which had been silently suspended all this time, upon sensing the approach of this living presence, reacted.
Squeak! A bone-chilling screech of metal grinding echoed. The tightly sealed black door creaked open a crack. A surge of frigid air poured out from the opening. It was a deathly stillness capable of freezing souls, an absolute void born from the complete stripping away of life. White frost instantly crystallized in the air, and a thin layer of frosty mist even settled on the ground. The scavenger who had rushed beneath the vehicle saw the door opening for him. The look of madness on his face instantly transformed into wild ecstasy. He saw it. The door opened. The car was truly coming for him. Thank you. Thank you. He stammered his thanks incoherently, scrambling with hands and feet up steps that weren't even there. Struggling desperately to climb through that gateway to hope. Don't go up. Huang Shuaifu's weathered face turned deathly pale, whiter than the talisman paper in his hand. He could no longer confront the dark figure, letting out a horrified, piercing shout. You fool! That's not for the living. But it was too late. The scavenger's hand, that filthy, scarred hand, had just touched the metal edge of the door. In that very instant, the transformation occurred. Time seemed to slow to a crawl. Under Ma Xiaoshuai's demonic gaze, the scavenger's body deflated like a water balloon punctured in an instant. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it rapidly shriveled and withered. The moisture, flesh, vitality, every element that constituted a living being, drawn out by an invisible force, frantically sucked from his fingertips. His skin rapidly lost its luster, clinging tightly to his bones and tracing the terrifying outline of a skeleton. His eyeballs sunk in rapidly, becoming two pitch-black hollows. Ah, ugh! A shrill, inhuman scream squeezed from his mouth. But the scream lasted less than a second. Boom! His body, drained of all substance in an instant, suddenly exploded, turning into a cloud of grayish-white dust that filled the sky. The next instant, a powerful suction pulled from within the car door. The swirling ash, along with his unwilling soul, was sucked into the car door. All returned to stillness. As if the scavenger had never existed at all. Inside the door, a tall shadow flickered behind the pitch-black window, so swiftly it seemed an illusion. That thing is feeding. This is our only chance. Huang Shuaifu's eyes burned crimson as he fixed his gaze on the half-open car door. Let's go together. Before the words had fully left his mouth, his hands snapped together, forming an intricate spell seal. Break! The golden light barrier before the dark shadow groaned under the strain. The next instant, it shattered with a thunderous boom. Scattering golden sparks flew toward the blurred black silhouette. Sizzle. The golden light struck the shadow, emitting a series of piercing screeches. The shadow convulsed violently, temporarily pinned in place by the golden light. Opportunity. Ma Xiaoshuai needed no prompting from Master Huang. The moment the old Taoist shouted the first syllable, the demonic energy within him began to surge wildly. As a former titan of the demonic path, the instinct for battle was etched deep into his soul. Strike while the iron is hot, an immutable truth. After devouring the scavenger's soul, this bizarre bus would inevitably undergo a brief digestion phase, its most vulnerable moment. Now was the time. A demonic light flashed in Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes as he thrust his feet forward with explosive force. Boom! The spider web-like cracks on the sturdy concrete silo roof beneath his feet instantly exploded outward. His entire body shot upward like a black lightning bolt piercing the sky, enveloped in an overwhelming surge of demonic energy that knew no bounds. Though he started later, he arrived first. His speed reached its absolute limit, leaving faint afterimages trailing through the air. In an instant, he soared past Huang Shuaifu, who was still sustaining his spell, and charged straight toward the gaping gate to hell. Huang Shuaifu felt a gale force wind sweep past him. When he looked up, Ma Xiaoshuai's figure had already materialized before the vehicle's door. Madman! He cursed under his breath, yet dared not delay. He hastily withdrew his spell. Squeezing out the last shred of spiritual energy from his body, he staggered forward in pursuit. Without a moment's hesitation, Ma Xiaoshuai planted one foot firmly inside the carriage. The instant he stepped in, an overwhelming aura crashed into his face. Huang Shuaifu followed close behind, practically scrambling and crawling his way inside. The moment his feet touched the floor. Bang! The black metal door slammed shut behind them. The sound instantly severed the two worlds inside and out. All sounds from outside vanished. The world fell silent. Chapter 134, Standing Room Only. Inside the carriage, a deathly silence hung heavy. Only a few emergency lights on the ceiling flickered stubbornly. An indescribable stench filled the nostrils. The scene inside the carriage caused even Ma Xiaoshuai, a man who had seen mountains of corpses and seas of blood, who had personally wrought endless carnage, to suddenly narrow his crimson demonic eyes. The carriage was packed to capacity. Over a dozen rows of worn leather seats were packed with passengers. Each held a different posture, yet they all radiated an eerie uniformity. In the front row sat a gaunt old man clad in Qing dynasty official robes, his head adorned with a feathered cap. His robe had faded, yet the intricate cloud patterns remained faintly discernible. In the middle rows sat students in blue robes from the Republican era, glamorous women with big curls and cheongsams, and soldiers in World War II uniforms. Further back, young people in bell-bottom pants and floral shirts mingled with modern-day office workers in suits, their expressions weary. They came from different eras, different walks of life. Yet now they sat like meticulously displayed exhibits, all aboard this eerie bus. Yet without exception, they all sat rigidly in their seats, heads slightly bowed, as if asleep. A thin layer of white frost covered each person's skin, like frozen meat just taken out of a freezer. Not a single trace of life remained. They were sculptures. Cold sculptures frozen by time and death. In the driver's seat, a tall, burly figure sat with his back to them, equally motionless. He wore a tattered bus driver's uniform, his broad shoulders stretching the fabric taut. Even from behind, he radiated an oppressive aura that sent shivers down the spine. Huang Shuaifu leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. When he lifted his head and took in the scene inside the bus, the blood drained from his face. This is all. Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze fell beside the spot where they had boarded. In the small space by the door, a familiar figure stood frozen in an utterly contorted posture. It was the scavenger from earlier. He still maintained the posture of climbing upward. One hand stretched forward, the other dangled limply, legs bent. His face was frozen in the ecstasy and bewilderment of the instant before his life was drained. At that moment, a fine layer of white frost spread visibly across his body. Spreading upward from his feet, swiftly covering his shriveled body. Soon, he became indistinguishable from the other passengers in the car. He had become the newest exhibit. A twitch involuntarily flicked across Ma Xiaoshuai's lips. Interesting. This vehicle wasn't a means of transportation at all, it was a mobile specimen museum. Dedicated to collecting soul specimens from different eras. So, what was its power source? Where was its core? If only he could refine the entire vehicle. Just as these thoughts flashed through Ma Xiaoshuai's mind. Buzz. A deep rumble erupted unexpectedly within the cabin. The sound wasn't like the roar of a mechanical engine, but more like the satisfied gurgle of a slumbering ancient beast deep within its throat. The floor beneath his feet began to tremble slightly. The bus began to move. It moved without the slightest jolt, gliding so smoothly it seemed less like traversing ruins and more like sliding across a polished mirror. Ma Xiaoshuai instinctively turned his head toward the window. Outside, the familiar view of the abandoned factory began to blur. It transformed into a chaotic vortex of colors, like the starry night painted by Van Gogh in his madness. Bizarre and surreal, yet containing some inexplicable, terrifying order. They had already departed from the real world.
Huang Shuaifu slumped limply against the cold car door. His trembling hand wiped the beads of cold sweat from his forehead as his chest heaved violently. The teleportation technique he'd hastily cast had nearly drained his already meager magical reserves. He caught his breath. Thank goodness I made it. Wait, what about our physical bodies? Where did you hide them? At this critical moment, we can't afford any mishaps. Ma Xiaoshuai was meticulously dissecting the cold specimens inside the carriage, inch by inch. Hearing Huang Shuaifu's question, he didn't even turn around, merely uttering a few words indifferently. Stowed away in my lifebound artifact, the 10,000 souls banner. They won't get lost. The moment the words left his mouth, the temperature inside the carriage seemed to drop several degrees. Master Huang's cloudy eyes suddenly narrowed. 10,000 souls banner? He instinctively took half a step back. This kid, he really dares to refine anything. The very name of this artifact screamed unorthodox practices. 10,000 souls banner, 10,000 souls banner. How many living souls and fierce ghosts are sealed within? He had just handed over his physical body without hesitation. How was that any different from willingly offering his neck to the executioner's blade? A chill shot up Huang Shuaifu's spine from his tailbone to the crown of his head. His hand, hidden deep within the wide sleeves of his robe, had already clenched tightly around several treasured talismans. What if this brat harbors evil intentions and traps his very soul within it too? Then he would truly be lost, with no one to turn to for help. The already paper-thin alliance between them was instantly cast into shadow by this magical artifact. Huang Shuaifu began to bitterly regret his decision. What had possessed him? Why had he gotten involved with such an evil radiating fellow? Yet Ma Xiaoshuai seemed utterly oblivious to the old Taoist's turbulent inner turmoil. His attention was entirely captured by the scene unfolding deep within the carriage. He moved forward slowly, his leather shoes tapping against the metal floor. Huang Shuaifu hesitated for a moment before cautiously following. Confronting him now would be a dead end. Better to see what this kid was up to first. Deep within Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes, two faint crimson sparks flickered and vanished. The 10,000 Calamities demon art activated of its own accord. His demonic eyes pierced through the fog of illusion, revealing horrors utterly beyond the perception of righteous cultivators like Huang Shuaifu. Within his vision, the entire world transformed. Beneath each specimen, a thread composed of pure shadow stretched out. These threads were not tangible. One end of these shadow threads was deeply rooted in the floor, as if fused with the bus itself. The other end wound upward, piercing through clothing and flesh, connecting to the crown of each person's skull. The threads pulsed at an excruciatingly slow rhythm. With each pulse, a wisp of breath is drawn from those hollow shells. It flowed along the threads, slowly sinking deep into the floor of the bus. A maniacal curve involuntarily spread across Ma Xiaoshuai's lips. Interesting. Chapter 135, The Sparrow Takes the Magpie's Nest. These specimens were, in essence, the very fuel powering the entire soul ferry. Huang Shuaifu, following behind, naturally couldn't witness such eerie sights. He could only sense the growing weight of yin energy within the carriage. He halted, swiftly forming a finger seal with his right hand. Pressing two fingers together against his brow, he closed his eyes and murmured incantations. Moments later, he snapped his eyes open, his expression even more grim than before. Something's wrong. He whispered hoarsely. These things are all empty. Their souls have long since scattered, or rather, they were never here to begin with. Only vast, chaotic obsessions remain in this car, propping up these hollow shells. As he spoke, his gaze instinctively fell upon the scavenger who had just been collected. In the brief span of their conversation, the transformation had already been completed. The layer of icy white frost had solidified completely, forever sealing the last trace of ecstasy on his face. His skin had turned a lifeless, ashen gray. He had become the newest stroke in this eerie painting. At that very moment, Huang Shuaifu's eyelid twitched. He saw a wisp of black mist rising from the shadow beneath the scavenger's feet. Instead of dissipating, it slid silently along the metal floor. Huang Shuaifu's heart skipped a beat as his gaze locked onto that wisp of black mist. He recognized that black mist. It was the same one from the alley last night. How had it gotten inside? The black mist wound its way through the car. Finally, it flowed to the very front row of the carriage, at the feet of the specimen dressed in Qing dynasty official robes and wearing a feathered cap. Silently, it merged into the deeper shadows. Everything seemed to return to calm. Snap, crack. A faint, almost inaudible crack. Huang Shuaifu's pupils suddenly contracted to pinpricks. The source of the sound was none other than the Qing dynasty official costume specimen. Its neck, stiffened by untold centuries, was turning inch by inch at an unnatural angle that defied human anatomy. The bone-grinding sound sent shivers down the spine. That frost-covered face now stared directly at the two of them. The next instant, two crimson points of light erupted without warning from the depths of its eye sockets. Burning with seething malice, they instantly illuminated this dormant shell. No! Huang Shuaifu cried out in alarm, instinctively leaping backward. His hands had already formed a complex seal before his chest. How did it get up? Last night, he had clearly sealed off that area with the demon-suppressing seal. No matter how bizarre this creature was, it couldn't have silently breached the talisman barrier. And it had even boarded the vehicle before them. This doesn't make sense. Yet Ma Xiaoshuai beside him remained motionless. The carefree, mad grin on his face had vanished without a trace. So that's how it was. A well-played chess game. In an instant, Ma Xiaoshuai grasped the entire situation. That guy never intended to clash head-on with them over the boarding qualification from the start. Being blocked by the old Taoist's talismans outside, and even deliberately revealing his aura, had all been a ruse. A masterful feint. Its true objective was to exploit the moment when both his and Huang Shuaifu's attention were diverted. Using some unknown secret technique, it attached a fragment of its soul to that scavenger. The scavenger charged toward the bus and was swallowed whole. And that fragment of soul, seizing the opportunity while this ferry consumed its fuel, it hitched a ride and successfully infiltrated. What a cunning plan! Now, amidst this bus filled with empty rooms, it had chosen a vessel, usurping its nest. Ha 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 ha! A piercing laugh pierced deep into the minds of Ma Xiaoshuai and Huang Shuaifu. The Qing dynasty official, now possessed, rose abruptly with a jarring crack of bones. His Qing dynasty official's robe fluttered wildly, rustling without a breeze. Huang Shuaifu braced for battle, channeling his magical power to its peak. Golden light swirled at his fingertips, poised to hurl a thunder talisman at any moment. The creature merely raised its right hand slowly, fingers splayed, then lightly tapped the floorboards beneath its feet. Hum! The entire carriage resonated with a deep, muffled rumble. In an instant, the world turned upside down. Within Ma Xiaoshuai's demonic vision, the shadowy threads connecting each specimen. At that very moment, every single one ignited, transforming into countless chains blazing with pitch-black flames. Erupting from the depths of the floor, they instantly illuminated the entire interior of the carriage. A torrent of spiritual energy, centered on the Qing dynasty official, swept through the entire space with a thunderous roar. This was an indiscriminate mental barrage. Ugh! Huang Shuaifu bore the brunt of it, feeling as though his skull had been struck by an invisible sledgehammer. He grunted in pain as his protective robe billowed outward with a loud thud. A faint golden halo appeared, yet under the onslaught of the black torrent, flickering erratically like a candle in the wind. Countless screams and shrieks violently assaulted his mind. Huang Shuaifu felt the world spinning, darkness closing in before his eyes. The last trace of color drained from his face. He had to devote the vast majority of his mental energy to desperately clinging to clarity. Otherwise, his spirit would be instantly overwhelmed by this torrent of chaotic negative energy, reduced to a walking corpse like these specimens. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoshuai's situation was equally dire. The demon cultivation of 10,000 calamities he practiced was supremely tyrannical. It was inherently immune to any malevolent spirits or dark energies. But this torrent of mental energy transcended the realm of mere evil spirits. It felt more like a toxic contaminant at the very core of his mind. Ma Xiaoshuai felt as though his brain had been stuffed into a high-speed blender. Countless fragmented memories were forcibly poured into his consciousness. Even his demonic soul, renowned for its unyielding resilience. At this moment, he suffered a splitting headache, his temples throbbing violently as if they would explode. Deep within his eyes, the nebula formed by the 10,000 calamities demon art was now thrown into chaos. The nebula's rotational patterns became utterly chaotic. This was a sign that the cultivation technique's operation was being severely disrupted. Ma Xiaoshuai clenched his teeth, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He had underestimated the terror of this soul ferry. This was no ordinary vehicle. It was a spiritual contamination bomb fueled by the obsession of souls. And that usurper now held the remote control to this bomb. The monster's shrill mockery, spoken through the mouth of a Qing dynasty official, pierced straight into the souls of Ma Xiaoshuai and Huang Shuaifu. Sink into despair. Your souls will become the finest fuel for this soul ferry. Ha 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 ha. Countless negative emotions swirled together. The golden radiance of Huang Shuaifu's Taoist robe had dimmed to its absolute limit, his protective divine light flickering around him. His eyes were tightly shut, his jaw clenched so hard it creaked. Faint traces of blood seeped from his 7 orifices. Chapter 136, The Golden Lotus of Merit. The old Taoist could no longer spare a single thought to observe the outside world. All his mental energy was concentrated within the tiny space of his spiritual platform, desperately holding the final line of defense. Should it fall, his soul would shatter, plunging him into an abyss of eternal torment. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoshuai's situation was even more perilous. Damn it! How could this one perish here? The darkness before his eyes grew thicker, the piercing screech in his ears grew louder. His consciousness was being dragged inch by inch into the abyss. His demonic soul was on the verge of breaking free. At this critical moment, a sudden shift occurred. In the deepest, darkest, most chaotic corner of his soul's ocean, a faint golden light ignited without warning. The light was too faint. Like a stubborn firefly in the eternal night. This was precisely the merit power accumulated by Ma Xiaoshuai after crossing back through time, unintentionally gathered while slaying those bizarre entities. Compared to the colossal demonic energy surging within him, it was utterly insignificant. Ma Xiaoshuai had long since cast it aside. Yet now, under the assault of this deadly psychic poison, this forgotten water droplet was suddenly activated. Hum. A soft, chant-like hum resonated from the deepest recesses of his soul. The golden speck, no larger than a soybean, instantly radiated outward in concentric circles of golden ripples. The ripples were small, and their expansion was slow. Yet wherever they touched, miracles unfolded. The torrent of spiritual pollution, upon touching this thin layer of golden ripples, they offered not even a shred of resistance, emitting a faint hissing sound as they swiftly dissolved into nothingness. It swept away the decayed and withered. This was no longer a crushing disparity in power levels, but an absolute suppression at the very essence of existence. The golden ripples continued to spread, like a spring breeze caressing the frozen earth. Chaotic memory fragments were smoothed, and the shrill howls of madness were purified. The blender powerful enough to pulverize steel will seem to have its power cord yanked out at that very moment. Ma Xiaoshuai felt a thunderous roar echo within his mind. As if an invisible window had been violently flung open, brilliant sunlight instantly flooded the entire darkened room. His world suddenly brightened. His consciousness regained absolute clarity in an instant. Ma Xiaoshuai froze. He floated motionless within his own consciousness, watching everything unfold before him. What was going on? He instinctively turned his gaze inward toward his divine soul. The demonic energy nebula, which had been on the verge of collapse, had now regained its stability. Though still somewhat dim, its rotational patterns were now orderly and coherent. At the very center of the nebula, the source of the storm, the golden speck of light had vanished. In its place now sat a miniature golden lotus, slowly rotating. The lotus was no larger than a thumb, with 3 petals. Each petal was composed of the purest golden light, as if inscribed with the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. It radiated an aura of solemn majesty. Circles of golden ripples, purifying the world, continuously spread out from this tiny lotus, guarding his entire soul. The golden lotus of merit? Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes nearly popped out of his head. As a former titan of the demonic path, his knowledge was vast indeed. He recognized this object instantly. Merit power crystallizing into a golden lotus of merit. This was a sacred treasure of protection, said to be achievable only by the most virtuous monks who attained the status of bodhisattva or arhat in Buddhist lore. This treasure, impervious to all phenomena and repelling all evils, was the ultimate nemesis of all demonic and heretical forces. This thing repelled all phenomena and banished all evils, the ultimate nemesis of all demons and heretical paths. But why the hell is it appearing in the mind sea of a demonic cultivator like me? Ma Xiaoshuai was utterly bewildered. He looked down at his soul body, formed from pure demonic energy, then up at that utterly holy golden lotus of merit. An overwhelming sense of absurdity surged through him. This is completely off the rails. Could my past life really have been as a monk? Ma Xiaoshuai's mouth twitched as an absurd thought surged uncontrollably into his mind. And a particularly legendary monk at that. Like the kind who took 3 disciples, a monkey, a pig, and a blue-skinned, curly-haired giant on a grueling journey of 10,800 miles to the Western Paradise to retrieve sacred scriptures? How else could he explain this thing? That tiny golden lotus of merit, each time it spun ever so slightly, it sent out concentric ripples of pale gold, spreading outward with each breath. This force showed no sign of ceasing, spilling beyond the boundaries of his body and permeating outward. Beside Ma Xiaoshuai sat Huang Shuaifu, his life nearly extinguished like a lamp burning its last oil. The old Taoist sat cross-legged, his body swaying precariously, his face as pale as paper. His spirit was being crushed by an invisible storm, his consciousness already blurred. Just as he believed his end had come here today, preparing to crush his final protective talisman to perish alongside this demonic creature. A warm current surged abruptly from the side. It enveloped his shattered soul, instantly soothing every wound. The excruciating agony vanished. His nearly shattered Dao heart regained its stability in an instant, becoming even more refined than before. Ha! Huang Shuaifu's eyes snapped open. A flash of sharp brilliance flickered in his eyes. He instinctively turned his head toward the source of that power. The next second, his entire body froze. Beside him, Ma Xiaoshuai remained seated in the same cross-legged posture. But now, a visible golden radiance enveloped his entire body. The radiance was holy and solemn, making him appear like an enlightened monk, his countenance dignified and serene. Where was even a trace of that demonic aura from moments ago, the kind that preyed on the weak? Huang Shuaifu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. His right hand, hidden within the wide sleeves of his robe, instinctively clenched a jade-like purple talisman. The purple Shao Divine Thunder talisman. His last resort, his ultimate trump card. What on earth was going on? A demonic cultivator who practiced dark arts and forged the peerless weapon known as the 10,000 Souls banner. On his body. Actually radiating virtuous golden light? You've got to be kidding me. This is more absurd than seeing the sun rise in the west or the king of hell starting charity work.
Could it be some higher-level disguise?
But how then to explain the pure force that saved his life just now? That force was so pure it made him a righteous cultivator who'd devoted his entire life to the Tao feel utterly ashamed. Huang Shuaifu had lived nearly a century. For the first time, he felt his mind was insufficient. His worldview was being shattered by the absurd spectacle unfolding before him. Yet, even more intense than Huang Shuaifu's reaction was that of the monster lurking in the shadows. The instant golden light flared around Ma Xiaoshuai. A piercing shriek echoed throughout the entire carriage. Merit power? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You demon! You soul-devouring vermin! How could you possibly possess such a thing? Its hysterical screams, ironically, solved Huang Shuaifu's confusion. This thing, it truly was the power of merit. Chapter 137, One Evil, One Holy. Even this demonic creature recognized it. Strike while the iron is hot. Ma Xiaoshuai cared not a whit for merit or virtue, nor for Buddhist teachings. All he knew was that the monster that had just cornered him. Now, because of that broken lotus in his sea of consciousness, it had shown a weakness. Such a fleeting chance, how could he let it slip away? Though this sacred power made him feel utterly uncomfortable, clashing violently with his cultivation of the 10,000 Calamities demon art. But exploiting every possible advantage to obliterate his foe down to the last scrap was an instinct etched into his very bones. Move the hell, move! Ma Xiaoshuai roared inwardly, forcing down the primal revulsion welling up within him. He guided the newly stabilized demonic energy nebula, restarting its flow. The pitch-black demonic energy surged under his will. His gaze flashed like lightning, instantly locking onto the invisible threads within the carriage. These were the culprits. These were the conduits connecting every specimen, siphoning their spiritual energy to fuel the storm. Found it! Slash! Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes flashed with intensity. His fingers formed a blade-like slash as he abruptly cut through the air before him. Whoosh! A jet-black streak tore through the air, slashing out with brutal force. Upon closer inspection, the edges of that pure black demonic energy ribbon were strangely adorned with a faint, ever-rippling golden halo. One demonic, one Buddhist. One evil, one holy. Two utterly opposing forces were now forcibly fused together. The black-gold streak struck with pinpoint accuracy, severing the shadow thread closest to him. The shadow thread connecting a middle-aged man snapped instantly. The instant the thread snapped, the specimens that had risen within the carriage all tumbled back down. Simultaneously, the mental storm engulfing the entire carriage won even Huang Shuaifu struggled to withstand, visibly weakened by a fraction. Effective! A savage grin spread across Ma Xiaoshuai's lips. He lifted his head, his gaze sweeping across the entire carriage. The dense network of shadow threads, connecting every passenger like a spider's web, was now completely exposed to his eyes. So this is your lifeline. Now, the game is over. Rip! Another streak of black gold light sliced through the gloom. This time, Ma Xiaoshuai didn't dismantle them one by one. Instead, he pushed his demonic energy to its absolute limit. His arms became blurred after images, weaving an impenetrable web of death before him. Black gold blades crisscrossed, plowing through every inch of the carriage. Countless shadow threads connecting the passengers snapped cleanly the moment they touched the blade net. No! A shrill, inhuman scream erupted from the shell of the Qing dynasty official. It watched helplessly as the very source of its power was severed, strand by strand. The mental storm visibly weakened until it vanished entirely. The suffocating pressure within the carriage vanished completely. The specimens, once manipulated by threads to stand unsteadily, collapsed back into their seats with thuds, utterly still. Save me, save me! The rigid shell began to struggle of its own accord. It tried to escape Ma Xiaoshuai's range of attack. It commanded its body to stagger backward, only to discover its limbs utterly unresponsive. Huang Shuaifu's aqua blue chains now tightly bound its limbs, holding it firmly in place. The old Taoist's face turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Clearly, sustaining this high-grade talismanic spell was draining him, but he saw it clearly. This demonic fiend was saving someone. No matter what bizarre methods it employed, no matter how absurd the golden light of merit radiating from its body appeared, the outcome could not lie. Monstrous fiend! See where you can run now! Huang Shuaifu gritted his teeth and snarled, shifting the hand seals in his grasp. The aqua blue chains abruptly tightened, digging deep into the rigid body. Ma Xiaoshuai's movements showed no hesitation whatsoever. Like an emotionless killing machine, his icy gaze swept across the carriage, searching for the last few stragglers who had slipped through the net. SSSH. The last shadow thread connecting a girl in the corner was severed with pinpoint precision. With that, not a single thread remained in the entire carriage. The corpse of the Qing dynasty official trembled violently. As if all its strength had been drained, its head slumped limply downward. The entire world fell silent. Ma Xiaoshuai slowly lowered his right hand, which had been clenched into a blade-like finger. The sacred golden light that had enveloped his body retracted, sinking back into his flesh. The pure demonic energy, ever eager to devour its chosen victims, once again took hold. He exhaled a long, heavy breath, his face now bearing an indescribable look of disgust. It was as if he'd just been forced to bathe in holy water. Everything felt wrong. He turned his head, his icy gaze landing on the Qing dynasty official bound by water chains. Huang Shuaifu's heart tightened, and he instinctively took half a step back. Stepping between the corpse and Ma Xiaoshuai, he spoke cautiously. Young friend, this demonic creature has already been vanquished. Its true form is sealed by this humble Taoist. You must not commit further bloodshed. The old Taoist stammered, his own words lacking conviction. Asking a demonic fiend not to kill? Even he didn't believe his own words. Ma Xiaoshuai's lips curled into a mocking sneer as he sidestepped the old man and strode directly toward the corpse. Defeated? He extended a finger and gently tapped the shell's forehead. Old man, you've cultivated the Dao your entire life, and this is the best insight you can muster? The root of this thing isn't in this broken down body. The words had barely left his mouth. Bang! A muffled explosion. The Qing dynasty official's corpse, tightly bound by water chains, exploded without warning. It instantly collapsed, turning into a pile of black dust. Huang Shuaifu's pupils suddenly contracted. The mystic water prison he had set up had failed to offer even the slightest resistance. The corpse seemed to evaporate into thin air. Ha 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 ha! A cold, eerie laughter echoed from every corner of the carriage, piercing both their ears. Remarkable, truly remarkable. A demonic fiend possessing the power of merit. Truly, this has opened my eyes. Huang Shuaifu's face paled as he hastily pulled several talismans from his sleeve, his senses on high alert. Ma Xiaoshuai, however, remained as calm as ever. He even surveyed his surroundings with keen interest. Stop hiding like a stinking bug. I severed your lifeline. You're nothing but an empty shell now, all bluster and no substance. If you don't come out now, once I drag you out, your fate won't be as simple as being blown to ashes. Ma Xiaoshuai's voice was soft, yet it carried a bone-chilling coldness. The air hung with deathly silence. After a long pause, the voice spoke again. This time, however, it was saturated with unmasked greed. Hand over your merit power. Chapter 138, A Terrible Mistake. Give it to me. I can spare your life. I can even grant you eternal life. Make you my most perfect collection piece. The source of the voice was none other than the connecting passageway between this carriage and the next. That small, inconspicuous public address speaker. Idiot. Ma Xiaoshuai spat out the two words. The next instant, his entire body shot forward. His right hand had somehow grasped a pitch-black banner formed from pure demonic energy. The banner of 10,000 souls. Upon the banner, countless tortured faces writhed in agony. It radiated a terror that froze the soul. Found you. Ma Xiaoshuai grinned savagely as he brought the banner crashing down upon the tiny horn. Countless tortured, contorted faces flickered on the banner, wailing in silence. Yet along the banner's edge, a halo of sacred golden ripples swirled like an inlaid border, an eerie, ceaseless flow. One demonic, one sacred, clearly distinct, yet paradoxically coexisting. Boom! The expected shrill clang of metal shattering did not occur. Instead, the moment the banner of 10,000 souls struck the trumpet, it emitted a deep, resonant thud, like the tolling of a great bell. The golden ripples suddenly spread outward. The gentle light waves instantly enveloped the entire loudspeaker. Ah no! This is the fire of merit and karma. A piercing scream of utter terror erupted from the loudspeaker. The voice held not a trace of its former cold, sinister quality. Enveloped in golden light, the black broadcast speaker now resembled a strand of black mist compressed to its absolute limit. It writhed frantically, attempting to escape. But the moment it surfaced, it was instantly ignited by the seemingly gentle golden light. No flames. No sound. The black mist twisted, struggled, and dissolved within the silent golden glow. Finally, it transformed into an imperceptible wisp of blue smoke, utterly annihilated. Every last trace of its existence was utterly erased and purified by this realm. As the monster vanished, the purifying golden radiance did not cease. Instead, radiating outward from the horn, it instantly engulfed the entire carriage. Inside the carriage, the specimens sitting stiffly in their seats were bathed in this golden light. The white frost covering their bodies rapidly melted away at a visible pace. Miraculously, a glimmer of clarity returned to their once empty eyes. An elderly man in Qing dynasty official robes, a student in a Republican-era long gown, a woman in a seductively tailored cheapao. Souls from different eras in this moment seemed to abruptly awaken from an endless nightmare. Slowly, they turned their heads toward the source of the golden light, the man holding the demonic banner, his entire body shrouded in malevolent energy. Their eyes held a look of profound relief. Then, starting with the Qing dynasty elder, each of their bodies began to turn transparent, transforming into countless warm golden specks that danced through the sky. The specks rose upward, carrying their garments with them, returning to nothingness, completely dissipating within this strange space. In the blink of an eye, the entire carriage, except for Ma Xiaoshuai and Huang Shuaifu, was empty. Ma Xiaoshuai stood rooted to the spot, his body shrouded in demonic energy, starkly out of place amidst the lingering sacred light points that had yet to dissipate. As he gazed upon the complex expressions cast by those souls before their final dissolution, an overwhelming sense of irritation surged from the depths of his being.
Damn that lotus! He cursed silently, feeling utterly uneasy from head to toe. Oh no! Kid, you've caused a huge problem. Huang Shuaifu snapped out of the Buddha like light trance and let out a terrified shriek.
His face turned as white as paper as he pointed at the now empty carriage, his voice trembling. Ma Xiaoshuai shot him an impatient glance and stowed away the banner of 10,000 souls.
Old man, I saved your ass. You better get a grip on the situation. The situation is that we're about to lose our lives. Huang Shuaifu stamped his feet in frustration, his weathered face contorted into a bitter grimace. These specimens aren't just passengers. They're the fuel. The energy source keeping this soul ferry moving through the rule storm. Now you've purified all the fuel in one go. Huang Shuaifu hadn't finished speaking. Buzz. The entire bus shook violently. The steady roar of the engine abruptly ceased. The flashing emergency lights on the ceiling crackled, sparks flew, and then went completely dark. The entire world plunged into absolute darkness and deathly silence. The next second, a terrifying sensation of weightlessness washed over them. Squeak creak. The sound of metal twisting echoed from every corner of the bus. The cabin rolled violently, as if an invisible giant hand had crushed it like an aluminum can. The chaotic swirl of colors outside the window now seemed to come fully alive. No longer mere backdrop, they transformed into countless raging currents of energy, voraciously devouring this powerless little boat. Damn it! Ma Xiaoshuai cursed under his breath, instantly regaining his senses. His physical body remained stored within the 10,000 souls banner. What existed here now was his pure spirit. If he were torn apart within this storm of rules, it wouldn't be a simple death, it would be the complete annihilation of both body and soul, a fate beyond redemption. He grabbed the collar of Huang Shuaifu's robe, who was still screaming and panicking beside him. It felt light as a feather after all, the other was merely a soul. Demonic energy erupted with a thunderous roar. Jet black energy spread like ink, forming a thin protective barrier around him. Barely resisting the erosion of the external rules. Hold on tight, old man. Ma Xiaoshuai gave Huang Shuaifu no time to react, propelling him like a cannonball straight through the crumbling sidewall of the carriage. They burst out violently. Boom! The immense inertia hurled both men into the endless void. Or rather, they were hurled into the sea of despair known as the rule storm. Before them stretched a kaleidoscope of chaotic light bands, constantly forming and disintegrating, dazzling yet deadly. No sound reached their ears, yet a cosmic wail, potent enough to rend the soul. It raged madly within the depths of their souls. Huang Shuaifu's soul body flickered between light and shadow under this terrifying pressure. As if it might disintegrate at any moment. They were like two specks of dust swept into the eye of a typhoon. Powerless to resist, they plummeted and tumbled toward an unknown abyss. Amidst this chaotic descent, an unimaginably vast shadow silently enveloped them. It was a darkness that swallowed all light. Instinctively, the two were drawn by an irresistible gravitational pull. They lifted their heads. There, a colossal beast of unimaginable size beyond description by any known creature. Gliding slowly overhead. Its body seemed composed of endless pitch-black nebulae and countless stark, bleached bones. Each bone resembled a mountain range, each nebula as profound as the cosmos itself. Chapter 139, The Space Whale. Its two enormous eye sockets, like black holes, indifferently scanned them. Its gaze held no emotion whatsoever. Like humans paying no heed to two insignificant insects beneath their feet. Without pause, the cosmic whale waved its tail fin composed of stardust and vanished deeper into the storm. The fleeting glimpse unleashed a primal shock and terror born of life itself. Nearly shattered Huang Shuaifu's mind and collapsed his consciousness. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoshuai's pupils contracted briefly before locking onto the scene below with deadly focus. In the depths of this chaotic storm, they were not in an endless descent. Directly beneath them floated a vast, boundless dark purple crystal continent. The entire continent was translucent, refracting eerie light within. It hung silently at the boundary between life and death. At the very edge of that crystal landmass, Ma Xiaoshuai could vaguely make out shadowy figures moving about. They were not the only visitors to this realm of despair. A devastating storm of rules raged madly around their souls. It relentlessly gnawed at the protective barrier Ma Xiaoshuai had constructed with demonic energy. Black demonic energy churned violently across the shield's surface. Occasionally, tiny cracks would appear, only to be instantly filled by more demonic energy, emitting that strained, creaking sound. This sound did not travel through the air, but resonated directly within the core of their souls. Each sound represented a massive drain on Ma Xiaoshuai's reserves of demonic energy. Damn it, what a loss! Ma Xiaoshuai gritted his teeth, his divine soul's little face twisted with pain. This was all the hard-earned fortune he'd accumulated by devouring strange phenomena. Now it was being squandered as if it were worthless. Huang Shuaifu beside him, his soul body now so weakened it was nearly transparent. Like a flickering candle in the wind, it could extinguish completely at any moment.
The old Taoist's face bore nothing but pure terror, even the strength to scream had deserted him.
Endless descent.
The vast dark purple crystal continent rapidly expanded in his field of vision, every inch of its surface refracting eerie light. Colliding with it would surely reduce his soul to dust. Just as Ma Xiaoshuai prepared to ignite his primordial demonic energy for one final desperate attempt, a sudden change occurred.
A gentle gravitational pull emanated unexpectedly from the continent below.
It gently cradled their rapidly plummeting souls.
All impact force vanished into nothingness the instant it touched this force.
What had been a meteoric, earth-shattering descent just moments ago?
The next second, the two felt as light as floating feathers.
Drifting gently, they landed on the cold crystalline ground.
The moment his feet touched solid ground, Ma Xiaoshuai's taut nerves finally relaxed slightly.
He quickly scanned his surroundings.
This is inside the cleft? A bizarre realm? As far as the eye could see stretched an endless plain of dark purple crystals. The ground was smooth as a mirror, each crystal perfectly clear, sealing within it an eerie purple glow that made the entire land resemble a living gem.
Looking up, the sky remained a chaotic vortex of swirling colors. The storm of rules raged on in silent fury. Yet it seemed blocked by an invisible barrier. It could not penetrate this continent in the slightest.
Cough cough. A weak cough interrupted Ma Xiaoshuai's observation. He glanced sideways to see Huang Shuaifu's soul form slumped on the ground.
Even more dim than before. The old Taoist looked at Ma Xiaoshuai with an extremely complex expression. Ma Xiaoshuai had no interest in delving deeper.
Quickly retrieve the physical body.
Huang Shuaifu's voice was slightly urgent. In this cursed place, a soul is like rootless duckweed, it could be assimilated or scattered by the strange rules here at any moment. Without this body, I can't even unleash 30% of my abilities.
Oof. Ma Xiaoshuai snorted coldly. Now you know to beg me?
Despite his words, he knew Huang Shuaifu spoke the truth.
In his soul state, his demonic energy depleted at an alarming rate.
Without the support of a physical body, recovery was impossible. A thought flashed through his mind. The banner of 10,000 souls, shrouded in endless black mist, materialized in his hand.
Its surface fluttered without wind, rustling loudly. Ma Xiaoshuai flicked his arm, violently jerking the banner toward the ground.
Thud! Thud! Two dull thuds echoed as two slumbering bodies materialized on the cold crystal floor. Almost the instant the bodies materialized, Huang Shuaifu's weakened soul transformed into a streak of light, plunging violently into the body that belonged to him.
The next second,
the old Taoist, who had been lying motionless on the ground, suddenly snapped his eyes open. Two beams of sharp light erupted from those eyes. He leapt to his feet with agility utterly unbecoming of an old man. His back, which had been slightly hunched due to his weakened soul, now stood perfectly straight. He extended his hand, meticulously brushing away non-existent dust from his Taoist robe. He adjusted his slightly disheveled collar and hairpin. That ethereal, otherworldly presence instantly returned to his entire being. As if the panicked, weakened spirit from moments before had been nothing but an illusion.
Ma Xiaoshuai's spirit swiftly returned to his body.
As warm blood flowed through his veins once more,
an unprecedented sense of solidity enveloped him.
He flexed his limbs, feeling the surging power of his foundation establishment cultivation within him, before finally turning his gaze toward the completely renewed Huang Shuaifu. Ma Xiaoshuai eyed him up and down, his tone flippant. Old man, you sure know how to put on a show. Huang Shuaifu ignored his mockery, his eyes closed as he concentrated intently, carefully sensing the rules governing this realm. After a moment of silence, Ma Xiaoshuai spoke impatiently.
Cut the act, old man. Spit it out.
How do we shut this damn fissure?
Huang Shuaifu's eyelid twitched, clearly displeased with the old geezer label, though he ultimately held his tongue.
He slowly opened his eyes, his cloudy gaze once again deepening with profound insight. He brushed his sleeves and spoke deliberately. All things have their root, and storms have their eye. This chaotic storm of rules, seemingly disordered, actually possesses a core singularity. We call it the root of the rift, or the eye of the storm. Find it, seal it with magical power, and the external rule storm will lose its source. This rift will naturally close.
Ma Xiaoshuai raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying.
He didn't believe this old fox was that benevolent.
Huang Shuaifu remained composed, seemingly oblivious to Ma Xiaoshuai's skepticism.
Slowly, he drew an object from the wide sleeves of his robe. It was a bronze compass, no larger than the palm of a hand. The compass had an ancient, unadorned appearance, its edges engraved with intricate, esoteric runes and markings that resembled some ancient script. At its center, instead of a traditional magnetic needle, sat a white bone needle crafted from the fang of some unknown beast.
Chapter 140, The Dragon-Seeking Locator.
The needle's tip glowed with a faint, luminous light, radiating an uncanny spiritual energy.
This is the Dragon Seeker Locator. Huang Shuaifu held the compass, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face.
It's a rare artifact I acquired during my travels in ancient times, found within an ancient cave dwelling. It doesn't seek dragon veins or locate burial sites, it's only sensitive to fluctuations in primordial energy. No matter how chaotic the turbulent currents of rules may be, it can precisely pinpoint the singularity where primordial energy is most stable. He paused, a hint of pride in his voice. In other words, the location of the eye of the storm. Having spoken, he no longer looked at Ma Xiaoshuai, instead focusing all his attention on the compass in his hands. His left hand cradled the compass, while his right hand formed a sword finger. He murmured incantations, uttering a string of obscure, ancient syllables. As he chanted, threads of pure, crystalline magical energy, like golden silk, flowed from his fingertips, slowly seeping into the bronze compass. Hum. The compass emitted a deep, resonant hum. The intricate markings on its face lit up like stars, radiating outward in concentric circles of brilliant light. The central white bone needle trembled violently, humming like a furious beast poised to break free from its bonds. The bone needle began spinning at breakneck speed. 1 revolution, 2 revolutions, 3 revolutions. Its speed increased relentlessly until it became nothing but a blurred white shadow, sending out waves of invisible energy ripples that spread outward. Beads of sweat formed on Huang Shuaifu's forehead. Manipulating this artifact clearly took its toll. Ma Xiaoshuai watched coldly from the sidelines. He could sense a subtle, intricate power gathering within that small compass. This old codger really had a few tricks up his sleeve. However, just as both men believed the bone needle was about to stabilize and point them toward the eye of the storm, a sudden change occurred. Instead of gradually slowing down and pointing toward a specific direction as expected after reaching its maximum speed, the wildly spinning bone needle. Instead, snap! A sharp cracking sound rang out abruptly. The frantic white afterimage came to an abrupt halt. The bone needle, imbued with spirit and shaped like a beast's fang, pointed straight down at their feet. Then, every illuminated rune on the compass instantly dimmed. The entire compass grew lifeless, transforming into an ordinary piece of bronze. The confident expression of everything under control on Huang Shuaifu's face shattered with a crack. Impossible, impossible. He muttered to himself, snatching the compass and holding it close to his eyes, shaking it violently. The compass showed no reaction. Refusing to accept defeat, he once again formed the incantation seals, forcibly channeling the magical energy within his body in an attempt to reactivate it. Golden threads of magical energy surged through him once more. The result was exactly the same. The bronze compass remained as unyielding as stone, showing no response whatsoever to his magical power. The broken bone needle remained stubbornly fixed, pointing downward. This can't be. The Dragon Seeker has never failed. Never. Ma Xiaoshuai remained silent, merely watching his performance. Poof. A light chuckle. Ma Xiaoshuai crossed his arms, looking down at him from above. He lifted his foot and stomped heavily on the crystal floor, smooth as a mirror. Thud. A deep, muffled thud echoed through the deathly silent space. It brutally interrupted Huang Shuaifu's muttering. The old Taoist trembled violently, snapping his head up. Bloodshot eyes glared fixedly at Ma Xiaoshuai. Old fool, stop making a fool of yourself here. Ma Xiaoshuai's voice carried undisguised irritation. Maybe this piece of junk isn't broken at all. You're just too stupid to realize the needle points down there. You're talking nonsense. Huang Shuaifu instantly exploded with rage, leaping to his feet. He pointed an accusing finger at Ma Xiaoshuai's nose. The root of the fissure is a singularity of the rules and anchor point holding up this void space. It must hang suspended in the void. How could it possibly be buried beneath the physical continent? That defies the fundamental principles of the Tao. If that were true, this continent would have been torn to shreds by chaotic rule forces long ago. Ma Xiaoshuai didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. The ultimate truth? In his eyes, fists were the only ultimate truth. Power was the fundamental law governing all things in the world. He couldn't be bothered to argue any more pointless reasoning with this stubborn old fool. Within the crimson demonic pupils, 2 dark nebulae formed from the purest demonic energy began to slowly rotate, their depths so unfathomable they seemed capable of sucking in one's very soul. The 10,000 Calamities demon art roared into motion. In an instant, his entire world transformed. The seemingly solid, lifeless crystal plane before his eyes completely disintegrated within the vision of the technique's activation. The hard ground dissolved into a phantom void, while countless energy currents invisible to the naked eye, as if summoned by some supreme being, like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. From all directions, they slowly converged toward a single point. And at the distant horizon of that direction, it was not empty. There, a black fissure of unimaginable magnitude stretched across the sky. It stretched across the heavens and earth like a hideous, never-healing scar, bottomless and devouring all light and energy that approached. A chasm of the abyss. Found it. Ma Xiaoshuai uttered the 3 words coldly. Before the words had fully left his lips, he gave Huang Shuaifu no time to react. His figure flickered, appearing before the old Taoist like a ghostly apparition. Under Huang Shuaifu's stunned gaze, a hand shot out like lightning, gripping the back of his collar. You. Huang Shuaifu could only manage a single word. An irresistible force surged through the collar. Ma Xiaoshuai's form shot forward like a crimson arrow released from its bowstring, erupting with sudden fury. Dragging Huang Shuaifu along, he charged madly toward the colossal canyon that spanned the horizon. "You brat! What are you doing? Let go of me!" The wind howled madly in his ears as Huang Shuaifu stumbled, his feet faltering. His robe flapped wildly in the gale. He struggled desperately, only to find the hand gripping his collar held firm. He could only be dragged along helplessly. His feet scraped long trails across the crystal floor. He found himself hurtling toward the unknown abyss alongside Ma Xiaoshuai. Ma Xiaoshuai paid no heed. The wind whipped his cheeks like knives. The old man named Huang Shuaifu was like a worn-out rag doll in his hands, unable to do anything but futilely curse and shout. A burden. Ma Xiaoshuai's attention was nowhere near him. His crimson demonic eyes swept across the ground below. The crystal floor was smooth as a mirror, reflecting the gray, empty sky above. Yet upon this extreme smoothness, he saw something. Something Huang Shuaifu, that self-proclaimed expert Taoist priest, had completely overlooked. Extremely faint traces. Chapter 141, The Abyss Devourer. Like translucent trails left behind by some heavy object crawling across it. The trail had long since dried, fused into the crystal floor. Only under specific angles of light could one barely discern that section of crystal. A minuscule difference in refractive index compared to the surrounding area. Ma Xiaoshuai kept his discovery to himself, his footsteps quickening slightly. The old Taoist's wails were torn apart by the howling wind. When they finally reached the edge of the immense canyon stretching across the horizon, the wind's howl ceased eerily. Both men were stunned by the sight before them. Huang Shuaifu was terrified, while Ma Xiaoshuai's pupils ignited with flames of excitement. This canyon seemed like a wound carved into the earth by some ancient deity, using every ounce of its strength. Bottomless. Its walls were as steep as if carved by a blade, stretching into the inaccessible darkness beyond the limits of sight. At the bottom, thick, dark purple mist churned, radiating astonishing energy fluctuations. All the energy currents Ma Xiaoshuai had previously sensed through the 10,000 Calamities demon art converged here. Like a colossal waterfall spanning heaven and earth, they plunged madly into the abyss below. At that very moment, a sudden change occurred. The ground beneath his feet this entire crystal plane began to tremble violently. It groaned under the unbearable strain. The vast crystal plane they stood upon was not a fixed continent at all. This canyon was no geological formation at all. It was a gaping maw slowly opening wide. Rumble. The entire land was tilting. The angle between the crystal ground and the abyss grew steeper, carrying them. Sliding toward the abyss churning with purple toxic mist. No! No! Huang Shuaifu's face instantly turned as pale as paper. He frantically flicked his fingers in a series of magical gestures, bursts of golden light flaring from his hands as he tried to anchor himself to the ground. But before this world-shattering force, his spells were crushed the moment they flickered into existence. The entire continent accelerated its descent. As the two were about to plunge into the giant beast's throat along with the massive crystal slab beneath their feet, the downward slide suddenly halted. Roar! A terrifying roar, potent enough to shatter souls, erupted from the purple mist of the abyss below. The sound was filled with savage fury and agony. Immediately after, a crystalline claw cluster larger than mountains burst forth from the churning purple mist. Each joint of that claw gleamed like a crystalline mountain peak, radiating a bone-chilling cold. Crash! The claw clamped down on the edge of the land beneath their feet. The immense impact caused the entire crystal plane to emit a wail as if it were about to shatter. The fall halted. Ma Xiaoshuai and Huang Shuaifu were thrown to the ground by the force. Only by clutching the ground did they avoid being flung away. They found themselves trapped in the center of a battlefield where two unimaginably colossal beasts were locked in mortal combat. Beneath them lay a colossal creature in the midst of feeding. Beneath them, an even more terrifying presence had halted this gluttonous feast. Before the two could recover from their shock, a voice devoid of emotion pierced directly into their minds. Insignificant vermin, you have disturbed the abyssal devourer's meal. As punishment, you shall become its next meal's appetizer. That voice. Ma Xiaoshuai and Huang Shuaifu snapped their heads toward the source. On the opposite cliff face of the distant canyon, atop a towering crystal spire that pierced the clouds, a shadowy figure had materialized there, its form indistinct. The figure was cloaked in a wide, black hooded cape. Their face was indistinguishable, and it was impossible to tell whether they were male or female. They stood motionless, as if fused with the desolate space around them. Yet the malevolence radiating from them, as if commanding the entire world, was transmitted with crystal clarity. It seemed he was none other than the writer. The figure cloaked in black merely waved a hand with casual ease. Roar! Beneath the abyss, the crystalline claw larger than mountains clenched with terrifying force. Crack! The edge of the crystal plains shattered under that terrifying force. Countless crystal shards rained down like a torrential storm, plunging into the churning purple mist. A savage roar, brimming with unmasked killing intent, pierced the heavens once more. This time, the target was clear.
It was them. Run! Ma Xiaoshuai's pupils suddenly contracted. That overbearing malevolence made the demonic energy coursing through his entire body freeze solid. He grabbed the still-dazed Huang Shuaifu by the arm and spun around, heading back the way they came. Away from the abyss, he sprinted for his life once more. Without a moment's hesitation. Arrogance? That arrogance was built on overwhelming power. He understood the current situation better than anyone. Never mind the rider, just that beast below was far beyond what his meager chi cultivation realm could handle. A single sneeze could obliterate his very soul. Damn it! This bizarre realm was 100 times more dangerous than he'd ever imagined. The slightest misstep, and he'd be devoured as a snack by some inexplicable creature. You fool! You're going the wrong way. That's a dead end. Huang Shuaifu stumbled as he was yanked. His old face drained of color as he shouted desperately. Shut up! Ma Xiaoshuai didn't even turn his head, his voice grinding out between clenched teeth. A dead end? Better than dying now. Yet beneath his feet, an eerie sensation stirred. Not vibration. It was nothingness. His frantic footsteps suddenly stepped into thin air. The crystalline floor beneath his feet vanished like a rug pulled out from under him. Vanished without warning. A pitch-black hole appeared out of nowhere. The sensation of weightlessness instantly seized both of them. Ma Xiaoshuai instinctively clutched the old Taoist priest in his grasp. Together, they plummeted straight into the endless darkness. The wind's roar vanished from their ears, replaced by a deafening, oppressive silence. Thud! The sensation of falling didn't last long. They seemed to plunge into a pile of soft mud. Most of the force was absorbed. A scent mingled with the earthy stench of decaying plants. It seeped into his nostrils. Ma Xiaoshuai rolled to his feet instantly, his crimson demonic eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Cough! Spit! Spit! What the hell is this place? Huang Shuaifu scrambled to his feet beside him, hands and knees scraping the ground. He spat out several mouthfuls of sticky, dark red mud, his weathered face still frozen in terror. They found themselves in an underground cavern. Beneath their feet lay a layer of faintly writhing dark red moss. Or perhaps a fungal carpet? Huang Shuaifu instinctively looked up, his face instantly turning 3 shades paler. The opening through which they had fallen. At some point, it had been completely sealed shut by a layer of rapidly regenerating translucent crystal. Not even a sliver of a gap remained. We're done for. We're trapped. Chapter 142, The Encirclement. Ma Xiaoshuai paid no heed to his wails. His gaze fell upon the writhing, dark red fungal carpet beneath his feet. Here, there were those marks too. Exactly like the ones seen on the crystal plains outside, shallow indentations pressed into the fungal carpet as if some enormous creature had crawled over it. Trails stretched from where they had landed, stretching into the darkness deep within the cavern. The surroundings weren't entirely devoid of light. Embedded in the cave walls were fist-sized mineral deposits, flickering with a faint purple glow that cast shadowy patterns around them. It was precisely this faint light that made Ma Xiaoshuai and Huang Shuaifu's blood run cold in an instant. Without realizing it, they had fallen into the encirclement of a group of creatures. Those things vaguely resembled human forms. Their skin was a dull purple, gleaming with an oily sheen under the faint glow. Their ears were pointed and elongated, reminiscent of the goblins of legend. Most were bare-chested, revealing lean, muscular builds. Their lower bodies were covered only by tattered animal hides. The most deadly aspect was what they held in their hands. Spears fashioned from the leg bones of unknown beasts and polished obsidian. Dozens of razor-sharp spearheads glinted with cold, murderous intent under the purple light. At this moment, they were aimed squarely at the throats and hearts of Ma Xiaoshuai and Huang Shuaifu. The atmosphere was deathly still. Huang Shuaifu forgot to breathe, his body stiff as stone. Ma Xiaoshuai's crimson demonic eyes narrowed slightly. The 10,000 Calamities demon art within him had already begun to quietly stir. A bunch of uncivilized natives? Perfect subjects to test the mettle of this bizarre realm's creatures. He was already poised to snap the neck of the purplish-skinned monster closest to him. At that very moment. Roar! Above, beneath the solid crystal dome. The roar of the abyssal devourer echoed once more. This roar was more frenzied and deafening than any before. It was the frenzied, impotent rage of a predator whose prey had slipped through its jaws. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire cavern shook violently as chunks of dust and debris rained down from the ceiling. They crashed down around the group. That world-shattering pressure pierced through the thick crystal layer without hindrance. The purple-skinned people, who had been brimming with murderous intent moments before, instantly wore expressions of utter terror. This terror stemmed from their very souls, causing even the spears in their hands to tremble. The leader, a purple-skinned man with a spiral-shaped, eerie totem painted in white on his chest, seemed to be their chieftain. He whipped his head around, unleashing a rapid barrage of short, sharp syllables at his companions. It was unlike any language Ma Xiaoshuai had ever heard. Geely. Gula. The words had barely left his mouth. Swish. A scene unfolded that left even Ma Xiaoshuai stunned.
All the purple-skinned men wielding spears, as if receiving some sacred, unquestionable command. Their movements were perfectly synchronized. They did not kneel in worship. Instead, they instantly pressed their entire bodies flat against the ground. Their faces buried deep into the writhing, dark red fungal carpet, their hands clutching the back of their heads, not daring to breathe a single breath. It was a posture of complete surrender. The most abject posture, praying only not to be discovered. Huang Shuaifu witnessed this scene, and a flicker of understanding passed through his cloudy old eyes. Ignoring the mud caked on his body, he grabbed hold of Ma Xiaoshuai's shirt collar. He pulled him down with every ounce of strength. Quick! Do as they do. Get down! The old Taoist's voice was hushed to a whisper. Ma Xiaoshuai frowned. He, the mighty demon sovereign of 10,000 calamities, was being ordered to lie on the ground like these worthless dogs and chickens. Wagging his tail like a beggar before some beast? He hated this feeling. Yet the soul-chilling pressure emanating from above was undeniably real. He knew full well that with a single thought, it could reduce this cavern and everything within it to dust. A man of principle knows when to bend, my ass. Ma Xiaoshuai cursed inwardly, snorting coldly before reluctantly following Huang Shuaifu. With extreme reluctance, he crawled onto the sticky, slimy fungal carpet. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. A deathly silence filled the cave. Everyone lay motionless on the ground like corpses. Only the terrifying roar overhead continued to pound their eardrums and souls, blow after blow. Venting its fury. Who knows how long it lasted? Perhaps an incense stick's worth of time, perhaps an entire hour. The furious roar finally faded, thick with reluctance. Gradually receded, growing fainter and fainter. The tremors within the cavern subsided. The world fell back into deathly silence. The purple-skinned people sprawled motionless on the sticky fungal carpet like stiff corpses. Time flowed in this absolute stillness. Finally, one slightly bolder purple-skinned creature tremblingly lifted a sliver of his face from the fungal carpet, peering fearfully around with one eye. Safe. That voice had truly departed. As if responding to a signal, the others gradually lifted their heads, exchanging glances of mutual survival. The leader, whose chest bore a spiral totem, was the first to rise. He stiffly brushed the dark red mud from his body. His eyes, appearing exceptionally deep in the dim light, passed straight over Huang Shuaifu beside him. They fixed themselves firmly on Ma Xiaoshuai. Fellow Daoist, fellow Daoist. Huang Shuaifu scrambled to his feet, stumbling and crawling as he rose. He forced a smile that looked worse than crying. He gestured with his hands, pointing first at the sealed crystal above their heads, then at himself and Ma Xiaoshuai. He waved his hands repeatedly. Implied, we mean no harm, we just fell down by accident. Yet the purple-skinned leader seemed to ignore him entirely. His entire focus was fixed on Ma Xiaoshuai. He took a heavy step toward Ma Xiaoshuai. The surrounding purple-skinned men instantly tensed, gripping their bone spears tightly. The leader halted 3 paces away. He slowly raised a thick finger. First, he tapped the ancient and eerie spiral totem painted in white pigment on his own chest. An ancient and eerie spiral totem. His expression solemn. Then, that finger extended through the air, pointing at Ma Xiaoshuai. Finally, his arm swept sharply, pointing toward the darkness deeper within the cave that swallowed all light. Simultaneously, his body leaned forward slightly, forming a gesture of invitation. Huang Shuaifu's smile froze on his face. What was this? He couldn't make heads or tails of it. Ma Xiaoshuai merely watched coldly, a hint of amusement flickering in his crimson demonic eyes. He couldn't care less what this native intended to do. This was interesting. Seeing Ma Xiaoshuai unmoved, the purple-skinned chief repeated the gesture, lowering his posture even further. Chapter 143, Soul-Eating Purple Crystal. The surrounding purple-skinned warriors, armed with bone spears, grasped the meaning. They no longer pointed their spear tips at the two men, instead spreading out into a semi-enclosed formation. Plunging their spear shafts into the ground, they silently pointed the soul passageway toward the depths of the cave. This was not a request. It was an invitation impossible to refuse. Let's go. Ma Xiaoshuai curled his lip and took the first step forward. Huang Shuaifu opened his mouth but in the end could only sigh, following with a heavy heart. The two were escorted by a silent group of purple-skinned beings into the deep, dark void. The fungal carpet beneath their feet grew thicker, feeling like treading on the flesh and blood of some living creature. The purple crystals on the cave walls, flickering between light and shadow, grew denser and denser. The eerie purple glow stretched everyone's shadows long and thin, like ghostly apparitions. Huang Shuaifu's gaze was fixed intently on those crystals. The color drained from his weathered face at a visible pace, leaving him looking even more ghastly than before. He leaned close to Ma Xiaoshuai, his voice reduced to a mosquito's buzz. It's over. This time, it's truly over. Old man, is that all you can say? Ma Xiaoshuai sneered without turning his head. You know nothing. Huang Shuaifu grew frantic. Look at those stones. They're not ordinary crystals. They're soul-eroding purple crystals. This cursed thing constantly emits a energy that slowly drains the essence, vitality, and spirit from living beings. Staying here, even if nothing kills us, will turn into desiccated corpses before long.
This isn't a refuge at all, it's a natural tomb. Soul-eroding purple crystal? Ma Xiaoshuai raised an eyebrow. He could indeed sense a faint, chilling aura.
It was trying to seep into his body from all directions, making him feel slightly uneasy. Outwardly, he remained composed, even flashing a hint of a cold, dismissive smirk. But beneath the surface, the 10,000 Calamities demon art had already begun to quietly activate. The moment that cold, chaotic energy entered his meridians, it was immediately and ruthlessly sucked into the vortex formed by the demonic art. The energy was of poor quality, riddled with impurities, making its refinement an arduous task. But the demonic art was utterly domineering, accepting any energy without question. Though faint, strands of pure demonic essence slowly coalesced within his dantian. Better than nothing. The group advanced in silence. The cavern stretched deep into the darkness, seemingly without end. The glow emanating from the soul-eating purple crystal in Wang Shuaifu's mouth grew ever brighter. The mist was thick and viscous. Inhaling it felt like a cold hand gently caressing your internal organs. Master Huang's face took on the deathly pallor of a corpse. His teeth chattered, each step draining him of every ounce of strength, his entire body nearly collapsing onto Ma Xiaoshuai. Ma Xiaoshuai felt a surge of disgust and wanted to push him away, but ultimately held back. If this old man died, he'd be even more stuck in this hellhole alone. Finally, the purple-skinned leader ahead halted his steps. They had arrived at a vast cavern, far more open than any place they had encountered before. The cavern's dome stretched upward, its height impossible to gauge. Countless enormous soul-corroding purple crystals clustered together, forming a monstrous purple sun that illuminated every detail below with unnatural clarity. At the very center of the cavern, where all the purple-skinned creatures knelt in reverent worship, stood a colossal totem carved from the bones of an unknown giant beast in black rock. The totem's form was grotesque, radiating a primal, all-consuming hunger. A gaping maw large enough to swallow mountains, devoid of eyes, only endless spiraling patterns. Ma Xiaoshuai's pupils suddenly contracted in that instant. The Tao Tai. This totem was carved in the image of the ancient beast the Tao Tai. It was also the dominant spirit within his banner of 10,000 souls, suppressing countless malevolent spirits. No wonder these natives felt that peculiar sense of kinship toward him. Wasn't the aura clinging to him precisely that of this beast's master soul? Did they mistake him for a divine messenger? Ma Xiaoshuai sneered inwardly. What utter nonsense. A bunch of fools, actually worshipping my prisoner. The purple-skinned chieftain led his tribe in bowing heavily before the totem, murmuring incantations in that incomprehensible gibberish Ma Xiaoshuai couldn't make heads or tails of. Huang Shuaifu stood nearby, scratching his ears and cheeks in frustration, his face etched with anxiety. Not understanding a word, what difference was that from being blind and deaf? His eyes narrowed, as if he'd made up his mind. His right hand swiftly formed a seal within his sleeve. A barely perceptible golden light, like a wisp of smoke, instantly enveloped Ma Xiaoshuai and himself. The golden light flickered and vanished, so swiftly it seemed like an illusion. Ma Xiaoshuai felt a buzzing in his ears, as if a veil had been torn away. The strange syllables uttered by the purple-skinned leader burrowed into his ears, instantly transforming into words he could comprehend. Great spirit of our ancestors, devourer of darkness. Your servant senses your sacred presence. Guide us. Ma Xiaoshuai glanced at Huang Shuaifu beside him in astonishment. This old codger had such tricks up his sleeve? Huang Shuaifu gave him a sly wink with his cloudy old eyes, a smug curve spreading across his lips as if to say, small potatoes, don't get excited. Just then, the purple-skinned chieftain finished his prayer and slowly rose to his feet. His deep, piercing eyes, filled with scrutiny and reverence, locked onto Ma Xiaoshuai once more. Stranger. His deep voice echoed through the cavern. Why does the aura of our lord, the great Tao Ya, cling to your body? The surrounding purple-skinned warriors tightened their grip on their bone spears, and the air grew tense once more. They could bow in reverence to this aura, or tear him to shreds for its unknown origin. Ma Xiaoshuai curled his lip, about to deliver a taunt. Tell your master he's locked inside my banner, getting beaten daily. But a hand clamped down on his shoulder like lightning. It was Master Huang. The old Taoist stepped forward, shielding Ma Xiaoshuai. The timidity from moments ago vanished from his face. He straightened his back, adopting an air of profound mystery. How dare you? Master Huang's sharp rebuke carried an air of otherworldly authority. The one standing before you is the personal disciple of Lord Tao Tai, traveling the world. You lowly mortals, upon seeing his presence, should kneel in reverence at once. The words barely left his lips when he swiftly leaned close to Ma Xiaoshuai's ear, his voice urgent and barely audible to anyone else. Hold back. Don't forget the mission. If we want to get out, we need them. Just keep them distracted for now. Ma Xiaoshuai's brow knotted into a tight knot. A disciple of the Lord of Gluttony? That old fool dares to say such things. Ma Xiaoshuai snorted coldly, a surge of anger rising within him, but ultimately he held his ground. He stood rooted to the spot, arms crossed over his chest. With a gaze that seemed to look down on all living things, he coldly observed the group of purple-skinned men. This posture, in the eyes of the purple-skinned men, only served to validate Huang Shuaifu's words. It was the arrogance of a superior being.
Chapter 144, Prove It to Us.
The purple-skinned leader froze, his eyes flashing with bewilderment and doubt.
Huang Shuaifu seized the moment and began his performance. The purple-skinned leader's deep eyes darted back and forth between Ma Xiaoshuai and Huang Shuaifu.
The awe in his eyes faded slightly. Behind him, the purple-skinned warriors silently tightened their grip on their bone spears as their leader's gaze shifted.
Their formation shifted imperceptibly, subtly closing in to form an encircling circle.
Cold sweat instantly broke out on Huang Shuaifu's back. In his mind, he cursed every generation of these purple-skinned savages.
Why wouldn't these uncivilized savages play by the rules?
His speech would have intimidated any rival faction elsewhere, leaving them speechless. Sensing the tension, he cleared his throat, struggling to maintain his inscrutable expression. Just as he was about to spout more platitudes to gloss over the matter.
Our master. The bloodline of Lord Tao Tai.
The purple-skinned leader cut him off before he could finish, raising a hand to silence him.
Prove it to us. His gaze fixed intently on Ma Xiaoshuai.
With that, he slowly turned his body, extending his thick arm to point toward a shadowy corner of the cave. All eyes followed his gesture. There, a massive boulder stood. No, it was a crystal. A crystal several times larger than all the surrounding, soul-eating purple crystals combined. Unlike the other crystals that emitted a faint glow, this one resembled a black hole, sucking in all the light around it. Yet everyone could sense a malevolent aura, thick enough to be almost tangible, emanating from the crystal. The thick fungal carpet surrounding the crystal lay scorched and withered, as if drenched repeatedly in the most potent poison.
Not a living soul could be found, nor even a trace of vitality.
The leader's finger pointed straight at the massive purple crystal. His voice echoed through the cavernous chamber, carrying an ancient, grim resolve.
Devour it.
Only the descendants of our Lord can consume the toxic breath of the ancestors and live.
The poisonous breath of the ancestors.
At those 4 words, Huang Shuaifu's aged face drained of all color, turning paler than a corpse. He had nearly been drained dry by those small shards of soul-corroding purple crystal moments ago.
How terrifying a poison must this colossal beast before him be?
This wasn't proof, it was murder. His lips trembled as he opened his mouth to say, "Our master is unavailable today," or find some excuse to brush it off. But when he turned his head, he saw a faint curve lift the corner of Ma Xiaoshuai's mouth. Under Huang Shuaifu's horrified gaze, which nearly made him jump out of his skin. Under the gaze of all the purple-skinned people. Ma took a step forward. 1 step, 2 steps. He didn't walk fast, but each step felt like he was stomping on Huang Shuaifu's heart.
Don't go. You're crazy.
You'll die. Huang Shuaifu screamed inside his head. Ma Xiaoshuai came to a halt before the massive purple crystal. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his right hand and gently pressed it against the crystal.
Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The next instant, a scene unfolded that left every living creature speechless. Boom! An invisible roar exploded within everyone's mind. Within Ma Xiaoshuai's body, the 10,000 Calamities demon art surged with unprecedented ferocity. A colossal vortex coalesced explosively, centered on his palm. The ancestral venom breath, potent enough to instantly poison a colossal beast, released its ink deep purple radiance. This energy transformed into a torrent visible to the naked eye, surging madly into Ma Xiaoshuai's palm. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks began to appear on the massive purple crystal.
Its surface sheen visibly dimmed at a rapid pace. Finally, with a crisp pop, the massive crystal stone, once radiating boundless malevolence, completely disintegrated into harmless gray dust, scattered by the chilling wind sweeping through the cavern. Ma Xiaoshuai withdrew his hand, even clenching his fist with lingering satisfaction. He turned to face a group of petrified purple-skinned creatures. Burp! A loud belch echoed clearly through the deathly silent cavern. A hint of satisfaction even flickered across his face. The taste was just okay. But filling. All the purple-skinned people, including their leader, stared wide-eyed. Thud! The purple-skinned chieftain was the first to react. His knees buckled, and in an act of profound reverence, his entire body collapsed to the ground. His forehead slammed hard against the cold rock. His body trembled violently with fervor. The son of the gods. He mustered every ounce of strength to utter a cry brimming with boundless fervor. Clatter. As if on cue. Every purple-skinned warrior behind him dropped their bone spears, mimicking their leader's actions as they prostrated themselves, offering the most devout homage to Ma Xiaoshuai. Son of the gods. Son of the gods. The roaring, tidal wave of fervent cries surged through the cavernous cave, wave after wave of sound nearly shaking the rock ceiling loose. Huang Shuaifu stood nearby, his mouth agape, his cloudy old eyes bulging like copper bells. He glanced at the gray powder on the ground, then at Ma Xiaoshuai, who was being worshipped like a moon surrounded by stars. His mind went blank. This ing is acceptable? After being hailed as the divine son, the treatment of Ma Xiaoshuai and Huang Shuaifu changed overnight, becoming worlds apart. The purple-skinned warriors, who had been brimming with murderous intent moments before, now moved with the docility of a flock of lambs.
Led personally by their chieftain, they didn't even glance at Huang Shuai.
They surrounded Ma Xiaoshuai, passing through a settlement built from giant mushrooms and animal hides. Finally, they were led to a place deep within the cavern.
A section enclosed by a ring of massive skeletal remains. The sanctuary?
The chieftain introduced it respectfully, his eyes still burning with fervor.
This place was clearly the sacred core of the entire tribe.
The space was more expansive than any other part of the cave, and the chilling air felt noticeably less oppressive.
Instead, an ancient and desolate aura permeated the air. Illuminated by the glow of crystals. One could see ancient murals densely carved across the surfaces.
The style was crude, the lines simple, yet they radiated a powerful energy.
Huang Shuaifu's old eyes darted about.
Taking advantage of the purple-skinned people still immersed in their frenzy, he quietly edged closer to their leader. His face stretched into a fawning smile, like a blooming chrysanthemum.
Your Excellency, how majestic! With the Divine Sun's arrival, the nobility shall rise.
His opening words delivered a perfectly timed flattery. The leader, already in a state of extreme excitement, grew even more agitated upon hearing these words, his face glowing purple with fervor.
Chapter 145, The Remnant Runes.
He turned to look at Huang Shuaifu, his eyes now devoid of any trace of doubt, filled only with reverence for the divine servant.
You are the Divine Sun's attendant and our honored guest. Not at all, not at all. Huang Shuaifu waved his hand dismissively, seizing the moment to establish a connection.
We're family now, no need for formalities. Speaking of which, this old Taoist has traveled far and wide with our master, yet this is my first time visiting your precious land. Truly, a world apart. As he spoke, he casually scanned the surrounding murals.
Might the chieftain enlighten this country bumpkin? Where exactly are we?
And why would nobility reside in such a place? The chieftain answered nearly every question posed by the Divine Sun's servant. Paired with Huang Shuaifu's masterful linguistic artistry, it took only a few sentences to coax the leader into revealing secrets buried for countless generations, secrets he now recounted with pride.
We are the Bone Eaters, the most loyal subjects of our master, the tyrant.
The chieftain's chest puffed out proudly, his voice brimming with pride.
But our ancestors erred, incurring divine punishment. We've been trapped in this lightless realm for untold ages.
He pointed toward the profound darkness overhead, a flicker of hatred passing through his eyes. Above lies the domain of the abyssal devourers, those mindless monsters who constantly seek to tear open the rift and descend to devour us whole.
He stamped his foot again, pointing toward the even deeper darkness below.
Below lies the domain of the crystal cluster lord. That wretched thing pollutes our land with its crystals, corrupting our kin.
Huang Shuaifu listened with his heart pounding.
So this place was like a sandwich, and they were the meat in the middle, being squeezed dry. He swallowed hard and asked the most crucial question.
Then, have you never considered leaving?
At this question, the pride on the chief's face instantly turned to bitterness and anguish.
Leave?
He murmured, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. The only hope lies in the ancient prophecy of the sacred temple. The prophecy foretells that when the true son of the gods arrives, devouring all scattered eclipsing soul purple crystals and amassing sufficient power, he shall awaken the supreme divine might slumbering within the ancestral totem. The chieftain's breathing grew ragged, his gaze fixated with fervor on Ma Xiaoshuai, who was idly wandering nearby. Then, wielding the power of our ancestors, the divine child will lead us out of this cursed underground realm.
We shall return to our true homeland crystal heavenly origin.
Huang Shuaifu listened, utterly dumbfounded.
Devour all the soul-eating amethysts?
He glanced at the ubiquitous purple specks of light throughout the vast cavern, feeling his scalp tingle.
How long would that take?
Yet the central figure of it all, Ma Xiaoshuai, showed not the slightest interest in their grand ambitions. Hands tucked into his pockets, he strolled through the so-called sanctuary like an old man casually wandering his own backyard.
What prophecy? What breaking out? None of his damn business.
All he wanted to know now was whether there was anything else here besides those mediocre-tasting purple crystals. That could fill his stomach. His gaze fell upon the murals adorning the rock walls. The style of the murals could only be described with two words, crude. Simple lines sketched out the ancestors of the purple-skinned people. They were being hunted down by enormous, faceless monsters, fleeing frantically into the underground. Then, they discovered the colossal Taotai totem at the center. Subsequent scenes depicted their descendants thriving around the totem while battling monsters above and below. Generation after generation filled with blood and tears. Boring. Ma Xiaoshuai yawned, his gaze drifting aimlessly across the temple's center. The ferocious Taotai totem stood silently there. Carved from some unknown black rock, its surface was covered in the marks of time. Ma Xiaoshuai's footsteps abruptly halted. His gaze locked onto the massive pedestal beneath the totem.
There, nestled among the shadows, lay an inconspicuous rock.
On the side of that rock were some extremely faint carvings. Without careful inspection, one might mistake them for natural formations. But Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes were sharp as a hawk's. Those were no natural patterns. They were patterns. Runes. A symbol he knew all too well, yet one that seemed utterly bizarre in this place.
A Taoist suppression rune.
Though most traces had been worn smooth by time, the remaining strokes still held exquisite artistry and Taoist essence, far surpassing Huang Shuaifu's half-baked attempts by countless levels.
Ma Xiaoshuai's heart sank abruptly.
A massive question mark rose in his mind. The bone devourers, who called themselves the children of the Tao Tai, worshipped this totem brimming with demonic energy. But why would their sacred artifact bear such an exquisitely crafted Taoist suppression rune on its pedestal?
It made no sense whatsoever.
These savage, purple-skinned cannibals could never have carved such a thing.
This rune wasn't meant to protect, but to suppress.
In the split second of insight that flashed through Ma Xiaoshuai's mind, a sudden change occurred. The merit energy within his body seemed to be drawn by some force, creating a faint resonance with the remnant rune. A soft golden halo, one even Ma Xiaoshuai couldn't fully control, flared uncontrollably from his body before vanishing. Under Ma Xiaoshuai's slightly stunned gaze, the activated remnant rune unleashed a colossal tidal wave. Golden light no longer retracted, surging wildly from every bone and joint of Ma Xiaoshuai's body. It coalesced into a visible golden river of light. It poured entirely into the tiny engraved groove on the totem pedestal. A primordial hum, echoing from the dawn of time, reverberated throughout the entire sanctuary. The rune on the pedestal instantly blazed with radiant light. Immediately, countless intricate golden patterns radiated outward from the rune center. They rapidly climbed upward along the jagged black stone totem.
1 second. In a mere second,
the golden suppression rune had already spread across the entire, dozens of meters tall Tao Tai totem. The cold, demonic aura emanating from the totem emitted a mournful hissing sound as it rapidly dissolved under the golden rune's coverage.
Crack crackle. The totem began to violently tremble. Began to crack inch by inch, fissures spreading outward.
The stone skin engraved with the Tao Tai relief began to fall, crashing to the ground and shattering into pieces. A presence utterly opposite to the previous demonic energy erupted violently from within the totem.
The Divine Child.
The Divine Child has manifested.
The power of our ancestors. The power of our ancestors is descending. At first, the Bone Eaters were still immersed in the ecstasy of the prophecy coming true, erupting in deafening cheers.
But soon, their laughter faded. The cheers abruptly ceased.
No. Chapter 146, Imposter. No.
The tribal chieftain's face froze in fanatical terror, his purple skin turning deathly pale. He stared fixedly at the totem pole crumbling to pieces. His voice trembled.
This isn't the power of our ancestors. This can't be. What is this?
What have you done to our sacred relic?
He whipped his head around, his gaze demonic.
His eyes locked onto Ma Xiaoshuai.
Huang Shuaifu's heart skipped a beat. Oh no! He'd blown it. He instinctively took half a step back.
His mind was already racing with plans to survive this mob of crazies about to lose it. Ma Xiaoshuai, however, didn't even bother to lift an eyelid, his hands still tucked in his pockets. He watched the blind box opening spectacle unfold before him with keen interest.
A bunch of caged pigs actually think they're descendants of the mythical glutton? Ridiculous. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar. The final massive black rock shell crashed down from the totem's summit.
The true form hidden within for countless ages was finally revealed before all.
Where was the fearsome Tao Tai totem?
It was clearly a 9-story pagoda, no more than a few meters tall.
The pagoda was exquisitely carved and translucent, its body radiating a visible, sacred glow. Invisible wind chimes hung beneath each tier's eaves. Ethereal Taoist chants echoed through the air.
A weighty pressure, as if suppressing the ages, radiated from the pagoda's core, instantly enveloping the entire sanctuary.
Under this overwhelming pressure, the crude murals on the surrounding rock walls
were being erased from the rock by the very light of holiness. All the Bone Eaters, including their leader, all collapsed to their knees with a thud, bodies shaking like sieves, their very souls trembling under the suppressive force. The radiance of Dao's essence instantly enveloped the entire sanctuary. That light fell upon Ma Xiaoshuai and Huang Shuaifu, bringing only a warm, comforting sensation. Yet for the Bone Eaters, it was no different from the most vicious curse in existence.
Ah! Shrieks of agony echoed relentlessly throughout the cavern.
The purple-skinned warriors closest to the pagoda began to emit wisps of blue smoke from their bodies with a hissing sound. Their purple skin visibly dissolved in the holy light, exposing the withered, waxen flesh beneath. Their very foundations were uprooted and crushed to dust in that instant.
Liar! You're a demon! The tribal chief's eyes blazed crimson.
He glared at Ma Xiaoshuai, whose face bore no trace of guilt.
You destroyed our ancestors. You destroyed everything we had. Kill him. Kill them. The last shred of sanity was devoured by hatred.
Every Bone Eater still able to move flashed a madness of mutual destruction in their eyes. Screaming, they picked up the bone spears from the ground once more. They closed in from all sides, surrounding the two.
A misunderstanding. Chieftain, this is absolutely a colossal misunderstanding. Cold sweat instantly soaked through Huang Shuaifu's back robe.
Without a second thought, he threw himself in front of Ma Xiaoshuai, waving his hands frantically. A smile twisted across his face, more painful than crying. The divine son, he was merely cleansing the sacred relic of dust. Yes. Just dust. Look at this pagoda, it glows with golden radiance. Clearly a supreme treasure. How many times more splendid than that black, worthless stone? Yet, the response he received was a bone spear whistling through the air. Whoosh! The bone spear whizzed past Huang Shuaifu's neatly combed monk's topknot, embedding itself fiercely into the rock wall behind him. The rough spearhead hummed with its own resonance. A strand of severed hair drifted slowly to the ground. Huang Shuaifu shuddered in fright, his calves cramping. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the troublemaker beside him, still leisurely examining the pagoda. In his mind, he had already cursed Ma Xiaoshuai's ancestors 18 generations back. Just as the tension reached a breaking point, ready to erupt at any moment. The 9-story pagoda, stirred by the surging killing intent below, suddenly trembled. Hum! A golden ripple, several times more powerful than before, exploded outward from the pagoda's core. Thud! Thud! Wherever the ripples passed, the ferocious bone devourers all screamed in agony as they collapsed to their knees, writhing in pain on the ground. The purple aura on their bodies rapidly faded under the golden light, revealing skin as withered and dry as kindling beneath. Their entire bodies seemed drained of all moisture. Ma Xiaoshuai's pupils suddenly contracted. He finally understood. What Tao Ye's followers? What ancestral power? It was all bull. These so-called bone eaters were nothing but evil entities suppressed by this pagoda. Their very existence depended entirely on the demonic energy deliberately leaked by that Taoist totem shell. His little stunt had effectively ripped away their very means of survival. And he'd smashed their oxygen tank to boot. At that very moment, he noticed the tribal chieftain writhing in agony on the ground. As he rolled, an object wrapped in animal hide fell from his waist. It rolled clattering into the shadows nearby. It went unnoticed by everyone. It was a palm-sized bone fragment engraved with strange spiral patterns. Rumble! The pagoda's oppressive force intensified, causing the entire sanctuary to shake violently. Rocks rained down from the vaulted ceiling. Deep, bottomless fissures tore open in the floor. This place was about to collapse completely. Destroy it! Destroy that tower! The tribal chief summoned his last ounce of strength. His withered fingers trembled as they pointed toward the pagoda's base, uttering a hoarse command. That's the array's focal point. Destroy it, and everything can be restored. The last few strongest bone eaters. Biting back the excruciating pain of their bodies being purified, they raised their bone spears and charged toward the pagoda like madmen. They would rather be purified to death by this holy light than leave the root cause of their shattered faith standing. Fools! Ma Xiaoshuai snorted coldly, finally ceasing his spectating. He yanked the still-dazed Huang Shuaifu by the collar and growled lowly. Follow me if you don't want to die. Ha? Where? We're surrounded. Huang Shuaifu was on the verge of tears, surrounded by bloodthirsty monsters closing in from all sides. Ma Xiaoshuai paid him no mind. His form flickered as he moved with eerie agility. He effortlessly dodged the lunge of a bone eater. His target wasn't those madmen at all. Instead, he focused on the shadows beside the temple. He remembered clearly the bone fragment dropped by the leader moments ago had rolled in that direction. Thud! He kicked aside the scattered pebbles. The bone fragment, engraved with spiral patterns, was caught precisely in his hand. The instant it touched his skin, a peculiar warmth surged from the bone fragment into his palm. It resonated with the demonic energy within him, which had been perpetually agitated by the cultivation of the 10,000 Calamities demon art. A faint, almost imperceptible resonance emerged. Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes instantly changed. This thing is strange. That final frenzy was less an attack than a sacrifice. Chapter 147, The Taiji Diagram Seal. Using life as fuel and hatred as fire, it ignited itself, all to plunge toward that golden pagoda that had stolen everything from them. Yet such futile resistance only enraged the slumbering will within the pagoda. Hum. A near inaudible hum. The 9-tiered pagoda shed its former sanctity and gentleness. A visible golden halo rippled outward from the base, silent yet carrying the force to shatter everything in its path, engulfing the entire sanctuary. Wherever the halo passed, the hideous bone eaters' bodies crumbled like sand sculptures exposed to winds for eons. From head to toe, they disintegrated inch by inch. In the end, not a single trace of their existence remained. A gust of wind scattered them. The world fell into instant, deathly silence. Thud! Huang Shuaifu collapsed to the ground. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. His gaze was incredibly complex. He stared fixedly at the 9-story pagoda, now restored to its sacred radiance. His lips trembled. What a terrible sin! This is a colossal karmic debt. If he got entangled in this karma, wouldn't the heavenly tribulation be doubled in the future? Ma Xiaoshuai kept his hands in his pockets as he walked straight up to the pagoda. He cared nothing for karmic retribution. The pure Tao essence emanating from this artifact caused waves of rejection within the demonic energy coursing through his body. But the immense energy it contained. If he were to swallow it. He extended a finger, a thread of ink-black demonic energy coiling around it, tentatively reaching toward the pagoda. Sizzle! The moment the demonic energy touched the golden glow surrounding the pagoda, it was instantly purified and dissolved as if encountering its nemesis, unable to withstand even a single breath. A counterforce surged back through the energy, snapping his finger away. This is interesting. Ma Xiaoshuai's lips curled into a cold smile. Refusing the offer of respect invites punishment. He held nothing back, drawing a deep breath. Two utterly distinct forces surged within him simultaneously. One was the overwhelming demonic energy cultivated through the 10,000 Calamities demon art. The other was a majestic and righteous force of merit, radiant as the sun. One black, one gold, two utterly opposing forces. Ultimately, they coalesced into a slowly rotating Tai Chi symbol. Within the demonic lay the sacred, within the sacred lay the demonic. You insolent wretch, get in here this instant. Ma Xiaoshuai growled, pressing the eerie Tai Chi symbol. Slowly pressed it against the pagoda's body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The pagoda shook violently, the invisible wind chimes beneath its eaves swaying wildly. The ethereal sounds it emitted were no longer faint. It instinctively resisted the erosion of that pure demonic energy. Yet the immense power of merit emanating from Ma Xiaoshuai's palm held a fatal allure for it. Caught in this conflicting tug of love and hate, the pagoda's spirit fell into utter chaos. Finally, it emitted a reluctant hum. Whoosh! The entire pagoda transformed into a streak of light, abandoning all resistance. It shot itself into Ma Xiaoshuai's forehead. In an instant, within his sea of consciousness, a delicate, translucent 9-story pagoda rose and fell. An unimaginably vast torrent of information surged into his mind. At the very moment the pagoda was subdued, the sanctuary, now deprived of its restraint, emitted a final, mournful wail. Rumble! The entire subterranean cavern began to shake violently. From the vaulted ceiling, massive boulders weighing tons plummeted relentlessly. The ground split open into bottomless, pitch-black fissures. This place was collapsing completely. Holy crap! Think of something, quick! We're dead! We're dead! We're dead! We're all going to be buried alive. Ma Xiaoshuai remained unmoved, eyes still closed, unfazed by the cataclysmic chaos unfolding around him. From the vast flood of information, he had already learned the origins of this tower. The Linglong Tower of Prison Ceiling. Constructed by a great sage of the ancient Taoist sect. Constructed to imprison a malevolent entity known as the Earth Abyss Worm. As for those bone devourers, they were merely pitiful parasites nourished by the aura leaked from that fiend. Pitiful parasites nurtured by its presence. The instant before the sanctuary collapsed entirely, Ma Xiaoshuai suddenly snapped his eyes open. He yanked Huang Shuaifu to his feet, still wailing like a ghost. Guided by a sliver of insight from the pagoda's information stream, he slammed headlong into a seemingly impenetrable rock wall. Crash! The rock wall shattered instantly, revealing a deep, dark tunnel behind it. The moment the two rushed inside, an earth-shattering roar erupted behind them. The entire sanctuary, along with the cavern above, was completely buried beneath an endless avalanche of earth and rock. Dead silence filled the tunnel. Ma Xiaoshuai released Huang Shuaifu. He flipped his hand, retrieving the spiral bone fragment that had fallen from the leader's body. He channeled a thread of demonic energy into it to probe. The bone fragment offered no resistance, instantly glowing with a gentle light. Before the two men, a constantly shifting three-dimensional star map projected. At the center of the map was a massive, swirling black vortex. Huang Shuaifu took only a glance. His entire body felt drained of strength, his face turning deathly pale in an instant. Pointing at the black vortex, he gasped in shock. The Eye of the Abyss. Hiss. Huang Shuaifu sucked in a sharp breath. Ma Xiaoshuai glanced sideways at him, frowning at his ghost-stricken, dazed expression. This old Taoist priest always shooting his mouth off normally, but dropping the ball when it mattered most. Hey! No response. Old Huang. Still no response. Ma Xiaoshuai couldn't be bothered with further chatter. He swung his elbow back and delivered a precise jab to Huang Shuaifu's ribs with just the right amount of force. Ow! Huang Shuaifu jumped up suddenly, snapping back to his senses. Clutching his ribs, he glared at Ma Xiaoshuai, grimacing in pain. You little murderer! Before he could finish, his gaze darted back to the dark vortex in the distance. The playful expression vanished instantly from his face. He grabbed Ma Xiaoshuai's arm, his fingers turning slightly white from the grip. Lowering his voice, he spoke rapidly. That's the Eye of the Abyss. The Eye of the Storm we've been searching for. That damn thing is the absolute core sustaining this rift space. A singularity that ceaselessly devours and releases chaotic laws. Taoist texts describe it as a festering sore in the fabric of heaven and earth. Approach it, and you'll be assimilated into nothingness. Ma Xiaoshuai listened to this mystical rambling with a blank expression. He raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting past Huang Shuaifu's shoulder to fix on the void.
A few words escaped his lips. How do we shut it down? Huang Shuaifu's face instantly turned more grim than a cry, as if he'd swallowed a whole bitter melon. Shut it? Young master, do you think this is a light switch in your house? He was on the verge of tears. According to the oldest surviving fragments of Taoist texts, there's only one way to shut down the eye of the abyss. He extended his finger, tracing a complex diagram in the air. We must deploy the 9 palaces reversal grand array here, anchored by 9 sacred artifacts embodying the ultimate principles of heaven and earth, things like Tai golden essence, 9 heavens breath soil, yellow springs weak water. Then we reverse its devouring laws, forcing it to burst from its own excess and annihilate itself. Chapter 148, The Crystal Cluster Ulcer. Huang Shuaifu grew increasingly desperate as he spoke. Forget finding these legendary artifacts. Even if we did, the array requires absolute undisturbed casting. We might not even survive the next 49 seconds. However, Ma Xiaoshuai hadn't heard a word of his final words. His attention was entirely focused on the spiral bone fragment in his hand. Ever since he'd glimpsed the eye of the abyss, the bone fragment had been emitting a faint warmth, as if responding to something. This object was far more than just a map. A thought flashed through his mind, and he tentatively channeled a thread of pure demonic energy through his fingertips into the bone fragment. The glow on the bone fragment surged violently. The 3-dimensional star map reappeared in his palm, and the black vortex at its center suddenly spun several times faster, as if it had come to life. What are you doing? Huang Shuaifu, quick-eyed, witnessed the scene and was terrified out of his wits, lunging to snatch the bone fragment. Don't be reckless. This thing is a demonic artifact dug from the abyss. It's already tainted with that place's aura. And you dare use demonic energy to activate it? If you trigger some unknown restriction, we'll both die without knowing how. Ma Xiaoshuai flipped his wrist, easily dodging Huang Shuaifu's grasp, a cold smile curling his lips. An evil object? Before him, the demon sovereign of 10,000 calamities, could anything in this world be more unholy? Huang Shuaifu's warning was nothing but wind in his ears. The next instant, far from halting, he intensified the infusion of demonic energy. The 10,000 calamities demon art roared into motion. The colossal demonic energy was no longer a mere wisp, it surged like a black tidal wave unleashed, violently flooding into the bone fragment. Ma Xiaoshuai's body seemed to become a relay station, simultaneously devouring the chaotic energy from the spatial fissure and refining it into the purest demonic energy before channeling it into the bone fragment. A sudden transformation occurred. Under the onslaught of demonic energy, the suspended star map violently contracted and twisted. Finally, with a sharp whoosh, it transformed into a streak of light and vanished entirely into the bone fragment. Immediately afterward, the spiral patterns on the bone fragment's surface flared with an eerie crimson glow. An unmistakable sense of guidance instantly transmitted from the bone fragment into Ma Xiaoshuai's mind. It felt like a lighthouse suddenly lighting up in the darkness, pointing precisely toward the end of the deep, dark tunnel they were in, the direction of the eye of the abyss. This thing really is a navigation device. Let's go. Without another word, Ma Xiaoshuai grabbed the stunned Huang Shuaifu beside him and strode purposefully deeper into the tunnel. Hey! Where are we going? That's a dead end. It's the eye of the abyss, for crying out loud. Huang Shuaifu resisted with every fiber of his being, kicking back with all his might, trying to break free. Are you kidding me? The very thing the founding patriarchs of the Taoist sect warned us to avoid, and this kid's actually walking right into it? This wasn't just courting death, it was like he couldn't wait to die. But Ma Xiaoshuai's grip was like iron pincers, clamped tight around his arm. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't budge an inch. Huang Shuaifu could only be dragged along, stumbling and staggering, step by step toward that darkness that could swallow everything. Only one thought raced through his mind. He's lost his mind. This kid is absolutely, without a doubt, a complete lunatic. They had barely taken a few steps when Huang Shuaifu's shrieks abruptly ceased. Ma Xiaoshuai could feel the arm he was holding suddenly tense up. Wait! Huang Shuaifu's voice cracked. Somewhere in the tunnel, something had changed. Large patches of dark purple crystals began seeping from the rock walls. Their surfaces flowed with viscous light, each shift between brightness and shadow resembling a slow, deliberate breath. A bone-chilling malevolence seeped through the air into human pores. 100 times more overbearing than the soul-eating purple crystals encountered earlier in the temple. Don't touch the walls. Huang Shuaifu abruptly shook off Ma Xiaoshuai's hand and darted to the very center of the tunnel, keeping a safe distance from both rock walls. He stared intently at the ever-spreading crystal clusters. This isn't rock. It's a plague. His lips trembled as he forced the words through clenched teeth. Crystal cluster soars, they're alive. They're the nerve endings of the crystal cluster lord. Huang Shuaifu's gaze darted rapidly across the crystal clusters, as if searching for some pattern. They actively hunt not flesh, but souls. Once entangled by these things' tendrils, even a celestial immortal flying through the heavens would have their 3 souls and 7 spirits devoured alive, their skin peeled off layer by layer. Ma Xiaoshuai merely raised an eyebrow in disdain. Soul essence? His demonic soul had been tempered through countless calamities. Unbreakable, how could such a trifling thing shake it? He even felt a hint of curiosity, wondering how much cultivation this thing could grant him if refined.
With a flicker of thought, the vortex of the 10,000 tribulations demon art silently accelerated within his dantian. A thread of demonic energy extended, cautiously probing the energy field emanating from the nearest cluster of crystals. Yet, the instant contact was made, Ma Xiaoshuai's expression shifted slightly. The cold, sinister energy did not get swallowed and refined as easily as he had anticipated. Instead, it felt like a barbed steel needle. It tried to burrow back along his demonic energy. The 10,000 Calamities demon art could refine it, but the efficiency was appallingly low. For every mouthful swallowed, tenfold effort was required to digest it, a trade-off that simply wasn't worth it. See that? Huang Shuaifu, sharp-eyed, immediately noticed Ma Xiaoshuai's unusual state. I told you this thing is deeply unnatural. It's a curse at the level of fundamental rules, not just a simple energy entity. Ma Xiaoshuai snorted coldly and withdrew his demonic energy. He might be arrogant, but he wasn't stupid. If he couldn't devour it, he'd simply bypass it. The two exchanged no further words, moving one after the other. They moved cautiously along the tunnel's center line. Each step beneath their feet was taken with extreme caution. Fearing that one careless step, any part of their bodies might brush against the ever-advancing living ulcers on the rock walls. Those dark purple crystalline clusters seemed to have caught the scent of blood. Growing faster and faster, they spread like jagged teeth from the walls and ceiling. The once relatively spacious tunnel was being squeezed ever narrower. The atmosphere grew oppressively heavy. After an unknown duration of walking, the space ahead suddenly opened up. The end of the tunnel. Both of them stopped almost simultaneously. They stood frozen in place, stunned by the sight before them. It was an underground crystal cavern so vast it defied description. The vaulted ceiling soared beyond sight, its edges lost to the horizon. They felt like two ants lost in a giant's realm, laughably insignificant. Even more awe-inspiring were the cavern's viscera. Countless crystal pillars, thick as mountain ranges. From every direction, from the cavern's ceiling and floor, at an angle of profound mystery, converging toward the very center of the chamber. Their surfaces were etched with billions of intricate runes. Visible energy chains linked them together, forming a precise, colossal array. Chapter 149, The Old Nest. At the very heart of the array, guarded by all the crystal pillars, the black vortex that devoured all light, the eye of the abyss, rotated slowly. The two were utterly stunned by the miraculous sight before them. This vast subterranean crystal cavern resembled a precision instrument crafted to imprison deities. Countless crystal pillars, thick as mountain ranges, converged from all directions toward the spatial center. Runes swirled upon them, energy chains linking one to another. Together, they formed a colossal array sealing off heaven and earth. At the array's core, the black vortex that ceaselessly devoured everything, the eye of the abyss. It pulsed slowly. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadow of one of the thickest crystal pillars. Enveloped entirely in a wide cloak. With undisguised mockery. Who would have thought that in this age, humanity still harbors such audacious vermin daring to tread upon my sovereign's domain? This voice belonged to the mysterious figure who had piloted the Earth Abyss Devourer on the canyon cliff earlier. The mysterious figure who had commanded the Abyssal Devourer. Huang Shuaifu's face instantly drained of color. He grabbed Ma Xiaoshuai's arm and whispered urgently. It's the master of the Abyssal Devourer. This entire crystal cavern is likely that monstrosity's lair. Run! As if hearing his whisper, the mysterious messenger emitted a faint chuckle. Run? Within this king's domain, where could you possibly flee? However, your arrival is not entirely without value. Your flesh and soul shall serve as offerings, presented to my supreme king. Ma Xiaoshuai paid no heed to the messenger's ranting. His crimson demonic eyes narrowed as he scanned the surrounding array of crystal pillars, perfectly aligned with the cosmic principles of heaven and earth. He glanced at Huang Shuaifu beside him and suddenly spoke. Old man, you mentioned setting up some 9 palaces inversion array earlier, didn't you? I see the feng shui here is quite favorable. These ready-made array points will save you a lot of effort. Get started. I'll buy you some time. Huang Shuaifu froze at the words, then nearly leapt to his feet. Are you insane? Setting up an array in this place? Fighting the messenger of that demonic entity? That's courting death. Despite his words, when he met Ma Xiaoshuai's unwavering gaze, any lingering resistance in his heart instantly vanished. He knew there was no other choice but to trust this madman. Gritting his teeth, Huang Shuaifu fumbled frantically within his wide-sleeved robe, pulling out various compasses, command flags, cinnabar, and tortoise shells, all the while muttering complaints under his breath. What a loss! What a loss! You good for nothing are draining my entire fortune. He swiftly began measuring the ground's orientation. He intended to harness this natural formation to lay down his own array. Oh? Still thinking of resisting? The envoy seemed amused by their actions. What a laughable struggle. Very well, then. Let me show you the true power of my king in the depths of despair. The messenger raised a hand, and the crystal pillar beneath his feet flared with brilliant light. He chanted ancient syllables aloud.
Awaken, my mightiest servants, devourers of the abyss. Feast upon your appetizer. Boom! The ground violently split open. A colossal purple crystal claw thrust forth with unmatched ferocity. Following it, a colossal scorpion, its entire body composed of countless dark purple crystals, crawled out from beneath the earth. Its segmented carapace glinted with a chilling, heart-stopping cold light. Corrosive venom dripped from the poisonous hook at its tail. It seared the hard crystal ground, producing a hissing sound. Huang Shuaifu let out a startled yelp, hastening his formation casting even further. Ma Xiaoshuai, however, was not alarmed but delighted. He cracked his neck with a sharp crack. A bloodthirsty grin spread across his face. Slowly raising his right hand, the unremarkable red cord around his wrist suddenly glowed with a blood-red light. The light extended, transforming into a narrow tang sword. Red dust tang blade. Ma Xiaoshuai murmured softly, feeling the familiar vibration through the hilt. He pointed the blade at the ferocious purple crystal scorpion and arrogantly beckoned with a flick of his finger. Come on, let's see, is your shell harder, or is my blade harder? Before the words faded, he had already transformed into a crimson afterimage, charging headlong toward the colossal scorpion. Mid-charge, his foot hooked the ground with seemingly casual ease. A head-sized chunk of rock flew through the air with pinpoint accuracy. At a precise angle, it struck another inconspicuous crystal pillar in the distance. Clang! A faint clang echoed as the runic glow on the crystal pillar's surface. A barely perceptible disruption rippled through them. The energy flow throughout the entire massive array experienced an extremely brief pause. This detail was keenly detected by Huang Shuaifu, who was busily arranging the formation below. His hands, mid-motion in the formation, froze abruptly. This formation, something's wrong. At that very moment, Ma Xiaoshuai's red dust tang blade collided fiercely with the giant claw of the purple crystal scorpion. Clang! A shrill clang of clashing metal erupted, accompanied by a torrent of sparks. It reverberated throughout the crystal cavern. A terrifying shockwave of energy radiated outward from the man and the scorpion at its epicenter. The cloaked messenger stood atop a distant crystal pillar. He surveyed the scene from above, his laughter tinged with delight. Yet Huang Shuaifu, busy setting up his formation, found no room for laughter. He realized with horror that the immense energy unleashed by each collision between Ma Xiaoshuai and the giant scorpion wasn't entirely dissipating into the air. A thread of it was being silently absorbed by the vast crystal array. Then, through those energy chains, it flowed ceaselessly toward the eye of the abyss at the array's center. As the energy flowed in, the black vortex's rotation speed was indeed accelerating, albeit extremely slowly. Cold sweat instantly drenched Huang Shuaifu's back. They had lured the energy eruption, using it as bait to better feed the eye of the abyss. Stop! Stop it now! Huang Shuaifu shouted at the top of his lungs. We've been tricked. This formation is draining your power to feed that black hole. Hearing his cry, the cloaked messenger let out an even more maniacal laugh. Only now you realize? Too late. The messenger spread his arms wide, as if embracing his own masterpiece. Welcome to my king's banquet table. Struggle to your heart's content. Before his words faded, the giant purple crystal scorpion lashed its tail. Its massive claw, accompanied by a sonic boom tearing through the air, slammed viciously into Ma Xiaoshuai's chest. Thud! Ma Xiaoshuai flew backward like a cannonball, spitting blood mid-air. He slammed heavily into a crystal pillar. He felt as though his internal organs had shifted out of place, a wave of weakness washing over him. He distinctly felt the demonic energy he had just unleashed, along with the energy dissipated during the attack, being silently drawn away by this vast space, merging into that profound void. Chapter 150, Earthgrade Artifact. Ha, ha! Ma Xiaoshuai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and chuckled softly. Dining table? He slowly straightened his body, his crimson demonic eyes blazing with madness. Then let's see who truly becomes the dish on the table. Before the words faded, the 10,000 Calamities demon art surged into motion with unprecedented ferocity. A pitch-black vortex of energy abruptly coalesced around him. The suction force that had been pulling outward was violently reversed in that instant by a far more tyrannical force of devouring. What? The cloaked figure atop the crystal pillar froze in mid-spectator pose. He stared down in utter disbelief. That insignificant human was actually competing with the king behind him for sustenance. The vast crystal array began to hum. Energy chains flashed wildly, their flow becoming chaotic and disordered. The energy that had been flowing ceaselessly toward the eye of the abyss was now forcibly severed by Ma Xiaoshuai, surging madly into his body. The purple crystal scorpion seemed to sense the threat, or perhaps it had lost its energy supply. Its movements faltered for an instant. Perfect timing. Ma Xiaoshuai advanced instead of retreating, the demonic energy vortex within his dantian spinning wildly. It rapidly refined the surging, chaotic energy. But the sheer magnitude of this energy proved overwhelming. His meridians instantly throbbed with the agonizing sensation of being stretched to bursting. Not enough. Still not enough. A resolute glint flashed in Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes.
He slammed his palm onto the ground, and the banner of 10,000 souls saturated with countless vengeful spirits shot up in response.
Devour it. He violently channeled the immense energy his body couldn't fully contain into the banner of 10,000 souls. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The banner of 10,000 souls emitted a wail of strain. Countless tortured faces flickered in and out of view upon its surface. The entire banner trembled violently. Fine cracks began to appear on its surface.
This Xian grade artifact could not withstand such a terrifying infusion of energy.
It was about to burst apart and shatter. Ha 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 ha. Foolish. You seek your own demise.
The cloaked messenger burst into maniacal laughter once more at the sight.
Yet the next instant, his laughter abruptly ceased. For above the crystal cavern's towering, unseen dome, a dense mass of calamity clouds began gathering without warning.
Purple lightning serpents darted through the clouds, and a divine might that made all creation tremble thundered down.
A thunder tribulation? Within this fissure. How is this possible?
For the first time, the messenger's voice carried genuine terror.
Crack!
The first bolt of purple lightning, thick as an arm, tore through the void. It struck squarely upon the violently trembling banner of 10,000 souls. Far from shattering, the banner of 10,000 souls emitted a piercing hum as it was tempered by the lightning's brilliance. The cracks on its surface were repaired by a profound, eerie glow. Its aura surged upward at an astonishing rate. From the upper tier Xian grade, it surged toward the threshold of the Earth grade.
As the banner of 10,000 souls underwent its transformation, a surge of energy tempered by the thunder tribulation flowed back into Ma Xiaoshuai's body. Crack!
A faint crack echoed from the depths of his soul, shattering a formidable barrier within Ma Xiaoshuai's body. The shackles shattered instantly, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy surging through his body. His cultivation surged wildly, stabilizing at the mid-stage of foundation establishment.
No! This can't be!
The cloaked messenger lost all composure. He roared in fury and shock, no longer bothering to watch the spectacle. He pulled a cracked black bone talisman from his robe and crushed it in his fist.
King! Awaken!
Tear him apart!
Roar!
A roar 1,000 times more terrifying than that of the purple crystal scorpion. It erupted skyward from a fissure in the deepest part of the crystal cavern. The purple crystal scorpion, trembling in fear from the thunder tribulation, was instantly reduced to dust by the sheer force of the roar.
Crack! A second, even thicker bolt of tribulation lightning struck down.
The aura of the 10,000 souls banner finally completed its final transformation. It officially ascended into the ranks of Earth-grade lower-tier magical treasures. And at that very moment, with that primordial roar, the entire crystal cavern came fully alive. Mountain-like crystal pillars shattered one after another, the earth collapsing beneath them.
An unimaginably vast shadow slowly rose from beneath the earth. Two colossal eyes slowly opened in the darkness. They locked onto Ma Xiaoshuai, suspended mid-air. The Crystal Cluster Lord. It really is the Crystal Cluster Lord.
Wang Shuaifu collapsed to the ground. Watching the colossal creature crawl slowly out of the fissure. The blood drained from his face.
It's over. It's over. The ancient texts say this thing is the domain lord of this purple plane. The embodiment of the rules themselves. We're all going to be eaten.
It was a colossal lizard, its entire body composed of countless dark purple crystals. Each scale glinted with a cold, metallic sheen. Its body was so immense that the mere act of crawling out of the fissure
caused the entire space to groan in agony. Upon the colossal lizard's head, the cloaked messenger stood with haughty pride.
He spread his arms wide, merging with the terrifying aura emanating from the colossal lizard.
Behold the majesty of my king, vermin. Then become a part of his power. Ma Xiaoshuai felt the immense power surging within him.
He glanced at the banner of 10,000 souls in his hand. Finally, his gaze settled upon the colossal creature stirring to life. He grinned, revealing a dazzling smile.
Finally, something worthy.
Ma Xiaoshuai gripped the banner of 10,000 souls in his left hand. A flash of crimson light erupted from his right hand, and the narrow tang sword, red dust, was already in his grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, his entire body transformed into a crimson streak of light. He charged headlong toward the purple crystal giant lizard.
Clang!
The tang blade of red dust, enveloped in the colossal demonic energy of a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. It struck viciously against one of the giant lizard's outstretched claws.
Sparks erupted like dazzling fireworks, while the immense recoil sent a numbing shock through Ma Xiaoshuai's arm.
Yet the lizard's claw bore only a faint white mark.
Roar!
The lizard roared in pain, opening its gaping maw to spew forth a dark purple beam of energy. Wherever it passed, space itself warped. Ma Xiaoshuai spun sharply, swinging the 10,000 souls banner before him. The black banner's surface, formed by countless malevolent souls, created a shield that barely blocked the aftereffects of the beam. Yet his entire body was still sent flying backward by the blast.
Useless!
The cloaked messenger roared with maniacal laughter atop the giant lizard's head. Within the king's domain, the king is invincible. Meanwhile, Wang Shuaifu, who had been trembling in the corner,
suddenly seemed to notice something.
He stared intently at the slowly rotating eye of the abyss in the distance.
His expression darkened even further. "Kid! Stop fighting!"
He screamed at the top of his lungs, straining every fiber of his being.
"That black hole, it's shrinking. That damn thing is devouring the power of the entire rift to attack you. This place is collapsing. If we don't leave now, we'll never get out." Chapter 151, Return. Hearing Huang Shuaifu's roar, Ma Xiaoshuai flipped midair and stabilized his position. He glanced at the accelerating collapse of space. And that eye of the abyss, visibly shrinking. Instantly, he grasped their predicament. He couldn't win. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat him, it was that he didn't have time to fight. Engaging in a war of attrition against a domain lord who could command the power of an entire microcosm was tantamount to suicide. His gaze, in the blink of an eye, landed on the cloaked figure standing triumphantly atop the giant lizard's head. A bold thought formed in his mind. "Old man, give me a chance." Ma Xiaoshuai roared at Huang Shuaifu. The next second, he held nothing back. He poured every ounce of demonic energy within him into the banner of 10,000 souls and the red dust tang blade. His entire being seemed to transform into a black sun. He charged headlong toward the purple crystal giant lizard's right eye, which blazed with the light of destruction. "Foolish! To choose a head-on confrontation." The cloaked messenger sneered with disdain at the sight. His hands formed seals, channeling the lizard's entire power into its right eye, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to this arrogant insect. Yet, just as Ma Xiaoshuai was about to collide with that eye, his form abruptly pivoted upward at an angle defying all laws of physics. His true target had never been that eye. It was the messenger standing atop the giant lizard's head, who believed himself in control of everything. The cloaked messenger's pupils suddenly contracted. He never anticipated that Ma Xiaoshuai's target was himself. By the time he reacted and tried to command the giant lizard to defend, it was already too late. Ma Xiaoshuai's figure appeared before him in an instant. "The game is over." A cold voice rang in his ear. The red dust tang sword in Ma Xiaoshuai's hand. And the Wanhun banner, newly elevated to an Earth-grade magical artifact. In that instant, man and treasure became one, transforming into a crimson blade of light that tore through the heavens and earth. This strike did not target the messenger, nor did it target the giant lizard. Instead, it struck the invisible soul link between the two. Pop. A soft pop, like a bubble bursting. "Ah!" The cloaked messenger let out a piercing, inhuman scream. Black blood spurted from all 7 orifices. His entire body tumbled from the giant lizard's head. The purple crystal lizard, now out of control, stiffened abruptly. Its 2 blood-red eyes instantly filled with chaos and fury. It had lost control. "Now!" Ma Xiaoshuai struck with one decisive blow, not even glancing at the result. His figure flickered, appearing beside the terrified Huang Shuaifu. He grabbed him by the back of his collar. "Let's go!" He dragged Huang Shuaifu along, dashing toward the eye of the abyss as it closed completely. Behind them, the rampaging purple crystal lizard lashed out wildly at everything in its path, including its former master. Before the cloaked messenger could even touch the ground, it was crushed into pulp by the lizard's claw. As for the lizard itself, having lost the rules that bound it together, its massive crystalline body began shattering inch by inch. The entire world was crumbling apart. Just as the two were about to plunge into the pitch-black vortex, Ma Xiaoshuai instinctively glanced back. He saw, within the collapsing remains of the purple crystal giant lizard, a core the size of a fist was faintly visible. That was the very source of the domain lord's power. A flash of greed crossed his mind, but he immediately suppressed it. There was no time left. Boom! Gripping Huang Shuaifu, he plunged into the warped void a split second before the fissure closed completely. He plunged headfirst into that twisted void. A dizzying whirl of colors flashed before his eyes. Amidst the chaos of crossing dimensions, Ma Xiaoshuai's demonic soul suddenly trembled. He sensed a gaze. A gaze gently settled upon him. That gaze carried no emotion, merely a casual glance at roadside ants. Then, it vanished. Yet deep within Ma Xiaoshuai's soul, it left behind a cold imprint. In the night sky above Yuan City, a twisted ripple vanished silently. The next instant, 2 figures abruptly materialized from several meters above, crashing heavily to the ground. Thud! A pile of discarded tires absorbed most of the impact. Ma Xiaoshuai rolled once and landed steady on his feet. He brushed the dust off his clothes, his gaze darting around the familiar abandoned factory. He was back. He let out a long sigh of relief. But before he could finish exhaling, a tremor originating from the deepest recesses of his soul suddenly gripped him. Ma Xiaoshuai's expression changed instantly as he turned inward. The mid-foundation establishment demonic energy still surged through his meridians, powerful and vast. But deep within his sea of consciousness, atop his demonic soul, a cold, stark mark glared back at him. The mark radiated absolute stillness, as if it were the endpoint of all existence. He tentatively split off a sliver of demonic energy, cautiously reaching out to touch it. There was no resistance as he had imagined, no clash of energies.
The thread of demonic energy was instantly swallowed by the mark, vanishing without a trace. Immediately afterward, a chill so piercing it made his demonic soul writhe in agony surged back from the mark.
Ma Xiaoshuai's face darkened completely.
It was a sense of belonging. Like a lofty being casually stamping its mark upon something beneath it. This ant was now his property. An unnamed rage and irritation flared up from the depths of his heart.
He, the mighty demon sovereign of 10,000 calamities, was being treated like a pet? Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Huang Shuaifu's eyelids fluttering faintly beneath the tattered robe and the pile of tires beside him. Thud! Without hesitation, Ma Xiaoshuai delivered a kick to Huang Shuaifu's backside. Stop playing dead, old man. Ow! Huang Shuaifu sat up clutching his waist, yelping like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. His Taoist robe was torn to shreds. You damned brat! Did you try to break my old bones? The old Taoist plopped down on the ground, wailing and beating his chest in despair. It's ruined. My 8 treasures jade robe. Its spiritual radiance has dimmed. And my purple gold gourd it's cracked. This loss is beyond repair. My centuries of savings are gone. He wailed while stealing glances at Ma Xiaoshuai's reaction out of the corner of his eye. Just as Huang Shuaifu's noise was about to pierce the heavens, a jarring cell phone ringtone suddenly sounded. It sounded especially jarring in the abandoned factory. Ma Xiaoshuai's mind flashed, and he retrieved his phone from the storage space of the newly repaired 10,000 souls banner. 3 characters flashed on the screen. Yu Lu Yun. He swiped to answer. Yu Liu Yun's voice came through immediately, urgent and almost strained. Advisor. Advisor Ma. You finally answered. Did you get out of the rift? Ma Xiaoshuai replied indifferently. Wonderful. Wonderful. Yu Lu Yun sounded like he'd grabbed a lifeline. But something terrible has happened. Just now, when that rift you sealed collapsed, it triggered a massive energy tidal wave. The bizarre energy readings across the entire city of Yuan are skyrocketing. Chapter 152, Lost Contact. Get to the point. Ma Xiaoshuai had no interest in hearing his work report. Several suppressed anomalies have been activated by this energy surge. Yu Liu Yun's voice trembled slightly. The most troublesome one is at the central hospital in the western part of the city. Just now, the field team we sent to investigate lost contact inside. Ma Xiaoshuai hung up the call and tossed his phone carelessly back into the storage space of the 10,000 souls banner. The screen froze on the last words Yu Lu Yun had typed, Central Hospital. His gaze swept over Huang Shuaifu, who was still whimpering amidst the tire pile. West City's Central Hospital. Something's causing trouble there. People are trapped inside. Are you going? Huang Shuaifu's wailing abruptly ceased. He scrambled to his feet, brushing off his tattered Taoist robe. Instantly adopting the dignified demeanor of a sage, he declared with righteous indignation. Subduing demons and exorcising evil spirits is the sacred duty of righteous practitioners like us. How could this humble monk stand idly by? Poof. Ma Xiaoshuai let out an unabashed snort of derision. Uninterested in exposing his petty schemes, he grabbed Huang Shuaifu by the back of his collar. Then cut the nonsense. Before the words had fully left his mouth, demonic energy erupted beneath his feet. Carrying Huang Shuaifu's wailing curses, he transformed into a streak of light. He shot skyward toward the location Yu Lu Yun had just sent. Yuan City Central Hospital, Building B of the inpatient ward, a storage room. Deng Siki clutched her knees tightly. She curled beneath a metal rack piled high with discarded medical records and supplies. Her entire body trembled like a fallen leaf in the wind. Outside the metal door, a dragging sound echoed down the corridor. Someone, please save me. She buried her beautiful face deep between her legs. Tears fell silently. She tried to make her presence as small as possible. Suddenly, thump, thump, thump. A distinct knocking sounded at the door. Deng Siki froze, clamping her hand over her mouth so tightly she held her breath. Outside the door, a man's voice sounded, filled with righteousness and a hint of concern. Is anyone in there? We're the rescue team. Please respond if you hear us. A female voice followed immediately. We're clearing this floor of anomalies. If you're still alive, open the door immediately. We'll ensure your safety. Rescue. A glimmer of hope instantly flared in Deng Siki's eyes. Just as she opened her mouth to respond, a cold hand reached out from beside her. It clamped down on her mouth. In the darkness, a steady female voice whispered in her ear. Don't make a sound. Only then did Deng Siki remember there was someone else beside her. It was a patient visiting the neighboring ward. When the eerie outbreak began, both had fled in panic and taken shelter here together. Why? Deng Siki whispered hoarsely, her eyes filled with confusion as she looked at the other person. The sounds outside the door continued. Looks like this room's empty. Let's check the next one. Everyone stay alert. Footsteps and dragging sounds gradually faded into the distance. Only when the corridor fell completely silent did the woman release her grip. In the darkness, Deng Siki could only make out her calm silhouette. They're mimicking. The woman's voice held not a hint of emotion.
If they were a real rescue team, they would have already engaged the creatures outside. They wouldn't be patrolling the corridor so quietly. Besides, didn't you hear? Their footsteps and that dragging sound, the rhythm is exactly the same. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Deng Siki's back. Her mind had been clouded by the desperate urge to survive. She hadn't noticed this detail at all. Thank you. She stammered her thanks, trying to dispel the fear growing thicker in her chest. She introduced herself proactively. My name is Deng Siki. I'm a nurse here. Wang Xiaoshuai. The woman replied concisely, seemingly adjusting her casual attire. The movement produced a faint rustle of fabric. I'm a sheriff on leave visiting a friend. Don't worry, I'm here to protect you. Hearing the word sheriff, half the weight on Deng Siki's heart finally lifted. A sense of security welled up within her. Outside the hospital building, Ma Xiaoshuai and Huang Shuaifu landed. The entire hospital was shrouded in a layer of visible grayish-black mist, giving it an eerie and sinister appearance. Yu Luyun, leading a team of fully armed Paranormal Investigation Bureau agents, had been waiting behind the cordon for some time. His face was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Consultant Ma. Master Huang. You're finally here. Yu Luyun looked at them as if they were his saviors. The situation is dire. The entire building has become an isolated domain. All electronic devices have failed. Our first team has been out of contact for over half an hour. Master Huang pulled a palm-sized compass from his robe. The needle spun wildly like a madman. It emitted a buzzing hum. Such heavy resentment, such an eerie layout. This isn't natural formation, it's an artificially constructed ghost nurturing ground. Ma Xiaoshuai paid no heed to this. His crimson demonic eyes swept over the hospital building before him. His brow furrowed slightly. He could sense the chaotic energies within. Yet it was bound by a peculiar, unseen order. What troubled him even more was that the icy mark deep within his consciousness had stirred upon contact with this energy, producing an almost imperceptible ripple. Don't waste time outside. Ma Xiaoshuai impatiently strode toward the hospital entrance. Hey, kid, wait up. Wang Shuaifu grabbed him by the arm. This place is dangerous. At least let this old Taoist set up a simple protective array to cut off its retreat. Ma Xiaoshuai shook off his hand and walked on without looking back. By the time you finish your array, the people inside will be devoured down to the last bone. Huang Shuaifu fumed, his beard bristling and eyes bulging. But all he could do was stamp his foot, muttering curses as he followed. The moment the two stepped into the hospital building, one ahead and one behind, the main doors slammed shut behind them with a loud bang. The lobby was deathly quiet, bathed in bright light. The floor gleamed like new, not a speck of dust in sight. Something's wrong. This is way too strange. Huang Shuaifu pulled a handful of cinnabar from his robe and scattered it onto the floor. A bizarre scene unfolded. The cinnabar, which should have revealed evil spirits, darkened rapidly upon contact with the floor before dissolving into black powder. It seemed to be absorbed by the polished floor, leaving no trace behind. Just then, they spotted a figure at the far end of the corridor. A figure clad in a nurse's uniform slowly pushed a medical cart forward. The wheels of the cart emitted a shrill, grating sound. The sound echoed distinctly in the silent hall. Just as Ma Xiaoshuai was about to speak, Wang Shuaifu, his face ashen, grabbed his arm tightly. His voice was low, his teeth chattering. Don't make a sound. And don't look at her face. She's making her rounds. We need to find somewhere to hide. Chapter 153, Legs Gone Numb. Hide? A flash of savagery flickered in Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes. He despised this kind of supernatural nonsense the most. Ignoring Huang Shuaifu's warning, he strode straight toward the retreating figure. As he drew nearer, the nurse pushing the cart abruptly halted her movements. She slowly turned around. Her face bore no features. Only a smooth expanse of skin, clearly reflecting the stunned faces of Ma Xiaoshuai and Huang Shuaifu like a mirror. The next second, the faceless nurse raised a hand. She made a shu gesture toward them. Immediately, the entire corridor behind her began to twist like a rubber band. All the room numbers on the walls rapidly reversed, instantly changing from 1 to 444. At the end of the corridor, a pair of crimson double doors materialized out of thin air. A sign hung on the door, mortuary. Meanwhile, in the storage room, Deng Siki and Wang Xiaoshuai suddenly heard the creaking sound of wheels outside the door. The sound stopped right at their door. Click. The doorknob turned slowly from the outside. In the darkness, Wang Xiaoshuai's eyes instantly sharpened. She drew a peculiar silver pistol from beneath her loose-fitting sweatshirt. The gun's body was engraved with runes Deng Siki couldn't decipher. She aimed the muzzle at the door panel, then at Deng Siki, who was nearly fainting from fear. She mouthed silently. It's found us. I'll hold it off. You run. The door burst open from the outside, a dark figure sweeping in with a piercing wind. Bang! Wang Xiaoshuai pulled the trigger without hesitation. The specially enchanted bullet, trailing a silver tail of flame, tore through the darkness. Damn it! The curse echoed as the intruder's right hand moved like lightning. A black banner materialized out of thin air, blocking the shot.
With a clang, the bullet was deflected by the black banner, striking an iron rack nearby and erupting in a shower of sparks. Which bastard so reckless he shoots on sight? That voice. Wang Qingshue's hand gripping the gun froze stiffly. She stared in disbelief at the familiar figure at the doorway, calling out tentatively. Ma Xiaoshuai? Holy crap, Big Hammer? What the hell are you doing here? Ma Xiaoshuai retracted the 10,000 souls banner. As he made out the imposing figure in the darkness, his own expression turned stunned. Once he confirmed the other's identity, the taut string in Wang Qingshue's mind snapped instantly. She tossed the pistol aside, casting all thoughts of illusions and strangeness to the winds. She lunged forward in a single stride and clung tightly to Ma Xiaoshuai, as if she wanted to merge him into her own body. Is it really you? Her voice trembled slightly. Ma Xiaoshuai, nearly choked by her grip, patted her back soothingly. It's me. Loosen up, I can't breathe. You bastard. Instead of loosening her grip, Wang Qingxue tightened it even more, then punched his solid back. You leave a letter and vanish? Where the hell did you go? Ma Xiaoshuai inhaled the familiar scent of her shampoo. But his words remained as smooth as ever. Well, naturally I went traveling the world, seeing all the beautiful landscapes, and picking up girls along the way. Chasing girls, huh? Wang Qingxue abruptly pushed him away, taking a step back as a dangerous glint flashed in her beautiful eyes. Two slender fingers swiftly and precisely pinched the soft flesh at Ma Xiaoshuai's waist. A full 360-degree spin. Ouch. Trying to murder your own husband. Cut it out, we've got serious business to attend to. Ma Xiaoshuai sucked in a sharp breath from the pain. Ma, are you done flirting? Can you show some respect for your elders? I'm about to be swallowed by this damn crowd. Huang Shuifu's furious shout echoed from the hallway. Ma Xiaoshuai and Wang Qingxue snapped out of their daze and turned toward the corridor. There stood Huang Shuifu, flailing his compass wildly in sheer frustration. A faint glow flickered from the compass, forming a fragile barrier. It struggled to hold back the eerie black shadows seeping through the walls from all directions. These shadows, each with a different form, were relentlessly charging toward him. Sorry. Almost forgot about you, old bones. Ma Xiaoshuai grinned, waved his hand, and the banner of 10,000 souls shot skyward, swelling instantly. A dense, black barrier of demonic energy spread like a canopy. It blocked all the eerie forces outside, emitting a hissing, corrosive sound. With the immediate threat averted, Ma Xiaoshuai turned his gaze toward the storage room. Anyone still in there? Yes, someone's here. A voice trembling with tears came from the corner. My legs are numb. I can't stand up. Only then did Ma Xiaoshuai notice Deng Siki curled up beneath the metal shelving. He walked over and found the girl pale as a ghost, trembling all over. He crouched down and glanced at her legs, numb from being curled up for so long. Without hesitation, he grabbed her calf and pressed firmly on several acupressure points. So soft. There. Try moving them. Deng Siki felt a wave of warmth wash over her as the numbness quickly faded. But her cheeks instantly flushed scarlet, her heart pounding wildly. First time a boy touched my leg. Ma Xiaoshuai ignored her fluttering thoughts, stood up, and clapped his hands. Alright, this isn't a place to linger. I'll escort you down first. With a thought, the 10,000 souls banner shrank to about 3 feet in size and hovered steadily in midair. He lifted both of them, Wang Qingxue, still a bit dazed, and Deng Siki, her face flushed with embarrassment, onto the banner with one arm each. Once seated, Wang Qingxue looked down at him from above and said earnestly, "Come back alive. I've got a ton of questions for you, like what the heck is going on with your powers?" Ma Xiaoshuai scratched the back of his head. He recalled how he'd been lying to Wang Qingxue all along, pretending to be a powerless ordinary person. He couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. We'll talk about it later. Hold on tight, let's go. With a flick of his fingers, the 10,000 souls banner carried both of them, transforming into a black streak of light that sliced through the wall's obstruction. It smashed through the hospital building's window. Hearing the sound of the wind, he felt a chill run down his spine. After sending them off, the smile vanished instantly from Ma Xiaoshuai's face. He turned to Huang Shuifu, who stood nearby, still shaken. Old man, did you figure anything out? What the hell is this place? Huang Shuifu frowned, counting on his fingers before shaking his head. This isn't just a simple ghost rearing ground, it's more like a slaughterhouse. Everything in this building, whether human or ghost, is merely material. What you did just now, you've likely broken the rules here. Rules? Yes, the rules of the room patrol. Huang Shuifu pointed toward the end of the corridor, where a blood-red door had suddenly become starkly clear. Mortuary, the 3 blood-soaked characters seemed to drip with fresh blood. That faceless nurse's patrol maintains the silence of this place. With the rules broken, the real butcher is about to emerge. Chapter 154, The Plague Doctor. Before he could finish speaking, the entire building shook violently. Countless faces contorted in agony appeared on the walls. The ceiling lights began flickering wildly, their glow flickering erratically. A wave of resentment and deathly intent erupted from behind the mortuary door. Click, click.
On the crimson double doors, the massive lot began to unlock itself inch by inch. At the same moment, deep within Ma Xiaoshuai's consciousness, that icy mark suddenly began to throb violently without warning. A soul-deep yearning surged forth. Ma Xiaoshuai's expression changed. Could the butcher of this place be connected to that terrifying entity that left the mark on him? Related? Boom! The morgue doors burst open with a thunderous crash, spewing forth a thick, low-visibility gray mist. Wherever the mist passed, walls and floors began to be assimilated by a force of order. A layer of deathly gray settled over everything. From within the mist, a tall, slender figure emerged, striding out with an air of refined elegance. He wore a spotless white lab coat, gold-rimmed glasses, and possessed a handsome face. A faint, gentle smile even lingered at the corners of his mouth. He carried no weapon, only an old medical record book. He resembled an attending physician making his rounds. "Gentlemen, disturbing my patient's rest is not a good habit." He spoke with a smile, his voice warm and gentle. "We're done for." Huang Shuaifu's lips trembled as he forced out the words through gritted teeth. "It's the plague doctor. Recorded in ancient texts. An S-class anomaly that revels in spreading disease and despair." Ma Xiaoshuai's demonic eyes locked onto the man. He could sense the deathly stillness emanating from the man, resonating with the mark upon his own soul. The plague doctor's gaze swept past Huang Shuaifu and settled on Ma Xiaoshuai. A hint of curiosity flickered beneath his gentle smile. "Oh? You carry the aura of a king. How amusing. A pet marked by a king has wandered onto my dinner plate." He gently closed the medical record, producing a crisp snap. With that soft sound, Ma Xiaoshuai and Huang Shuaifu simultaneously felt the ground vanish beneath their feet. The ground beneath them had transformed into a viscous swamp. Countless pale, swollen arms reached up from the mire. They clamped down on their ankles, dragging them downward. Demon eyes, open. A crimson glow swirled within Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes, coalescing into two tiny vortexes, piercing through the illusions before him. In his vision, the viscous swamp and the pallid arms became transparent, revealing the pristine hospital floor tiles beneath. He sneered at Huang Shuaifu, who was fumbling frantically nearby. "Old man, don't panic, it's an illusion." Illusion? Huang Shuaifu's aged face flushed crimson. The truth-piercing talisman in his hand spontaneously combusted into ashes the moment it touched the swamp's aura. This only deepened his horror. "You call this an illusion? My illusion-piercing talisman didn't even last a breath. This demonic force has solidified into substance that can directly corrode one's soul. Don't be so cocky, kid. Think of a solution fast. Then let you experience it firsthand." The plague doctor standing nearby smiled. He pushed up his gold-rimmed spectacles. His words carried the weight of an unquestionable decree. The next instant, the solid ground beneath Ma Xiaoshuai's feet vanished abruptly. The force pulling him downward intensified tenfold. The illusion before his eyes instantly solidified into reality. Cold, foul-smelling mud engulfed his ankles, clinging to him like a vice. Damn it! Ma Xiaoshuai's heart sank as he realized his mistake. This bastard's ghostly realm could shift freely between illusion and reality. His demonic eyes had pierced through the illusion. But they couldn't guard against this sudden, unforeseen reality. Mud poured wildly into Ma Xiaoshuai's 7 orifices. "You bastard! Made me eat a mouthful of mud." The instant he was dragged into the swamp, a fierce glint flashed in Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes. He hesitated no longer. Boom! A colossal surge of demonic energy erupted from his body, forming a pitch-black shockwave. The viscous swamp vaporized instantly, while the pallid arms emitted piercing screeches as they were swept by the demonic energy. They dissolved into wisps of smoke. As Ma Xiaoshuai burst from the ground, he grabbed the collar of Huang Shuaifu, who was still struggling to stay afloat at the edge of the swamp. He yanked him out with one swift motion. "Apologize to me with your head." Ma Xiaoshuai wiped the mud from his face as the red dust-tang sword materialized in his grasp. Bloodlight swirled along its blade as he prepared to blur forward in a blur. The plague doctor remained unhurried. He shook his head lightly. TSK, why the rush? Young man, you're still too impulsive." He raised his slender finger and pointed at Ma Xiaoshuai's chest from a distance. Ma Xiaoshuai's charging momentum halted abruptly. A piercing, strange itch and icy chill radiated from his heart. He instinctively lowered his head and tore open the fabric at his chest. His smooth skin revealed nothing. But Huang Shuaifu beside him suddenly widened his eyes. Pointing at his chest, his voice trembled. "Young man, your chest. It's the death mark. A plague curse fueled by resentment and sown with death energy. When did you fall victim to it?" Hearing Huang Shuaifu's words, Ma Xiaoshuai focused his gaze once more. As his demonic eyes activated, he finally saw beneath his skin. At the location of his heart, a dense cluster of black spots was slowly spreading. With each expansion, the flow of demonic energy within his body grew increasingly sluggish. "You know my name, but you don't know my specialty?" The plague doctor spoke as if introducing his own artwork. "It's the plague, of course. From the moment you stepped into this building and breathed that first silent air, my children have already made themselves at home inside your bodies."
Ma Xiaoshuai's expression changed abruptly as everything clicked into place.
The gray mist that had surged forth when the morgue doors opened.
It was the vessel carrying billions of viruses.
He immediately activated the 10,000 Calamities demon art, attempting to purge these death spots with his overpowering demonic energy. Yet the next moment, he grunted hoarsely as a trickle of black blood seeped from his lips.
Upon contact with his demonic energy, as if fed the most potent nourishment, their spread accelerated violently. His demonic energy was becoming their sustenance. Don't waste your effort.
The plague doctor snapped shut the medical record in his hand with a soft click.
Enjoy it while you can.
This is my masterpiece, apocalyptic wither, forged by fusing dozens of end-of-the-world plagues and nourished for a decade by the despair and resentment of thousands of victims trapped within this building.
It thrives on consuming highly concentrated energy entities.
The stronger your power, the faster and more spectacularly it will make you wither away.
A wave of intense weakness and suffocation washed over Ma Xiaoshuai, making breathing difficult.
His demonic energy flowed with restricted force everywhere, his knees buckled. He found himself kneeling on the ground.
Chapter 155, No Responsibility for Burial. Just as his consciousness began to blur,
deep within his consciousness, the long-dormant golden lotus of merit suddenly trembled faintly. A circle of golden ripples, invisible to the naked eye, spread outward. The death omen spots within Ma Xiaoshuai's body, which had been voraciously devouring demonic energy and spreading unchecked.
Upon contact with this golden ripple, they reacted as if encountering a natural enemy.
The black spots emitted a silent, shrill screech. Twisting and struggling, they were gradually dissolved by that gentle yet overpowering force. The golden lotus absorbed the curses condensed from undeath energy as nourishment, devouring them without leaving a trace. Golden light rippled across the lotus petals, seeming to grow even more solid. Across from her, the plague doctor, who had maintained an elegant smile all along,
froze for the first time.
His eyes, which could pierce through life and death, were filled with utter disbelief.
His pride and joy, his masterpiece, final wither, his most perfect work of art was being devoured? That supremely pure and sacred power was utterly unnatural in this world corrupted by the uncanny. Impossible. This cannot be.
The plague doctor's voice wavered for the first time.
The mask of calmness was torn away, revealing the terror and greed beneath. What kind of power is this?
The answer came from Ma Xiaoshuai, who had risen to his feet once more.
Clatter.
The garments on his upper body shattered under an invisible blast of energy.
His muscular torso was exposed.
His once smooth skin was now covered in intricate, mysterious golden patterns.
Spreading outward from his heart, they resembled the markings of a deity.
He slowly raised his head. The crimson demonic light in his eyes faded, replaced by a faint, indifferent gold. Sacred, and impossible to look upon directly.
Old man, get out of here!
Ma Xiaoshuai barked over his shoulder at Huang Shuaifu behind him. If I accidentally chop you to bits when the fighting starts, don't expect me to bury your remains. Huang Shuaifu had long since been dumbfounded.
He stared blankly at the utterly different aura emanating from Ma Xiaoshuai. Just how many secrets was this kid hiding? Hearing Ma Xiaoshuai's words, Huang Shuaifu jolted awake.
A fawning smile spread across his weathered face. His feet, however, moved without hesitation.
He turned and sprinted toward the building exit.
Right away. You're busy. This old monk won't bother you with my decrepit bones. He sprinted faster than a rabbit, consumed by a single thought.
Joking aside, this little monster was scarier than any S-class anomaly right now. Whoever didn't run was a fool. The plague doctor paid no attention to the fleeing insect. All his attention was focused on Ma Xiaoshuai.
His gaze shifted from horror to fervor.
So that's it.
The king wasn't after your demonic energy at all, it was this power. If I just offer you up to the king, he'll surely...
Enough nonsense. Ma Xiaoshuai cut off his rambling with an icy voice.
He slowly raised his right hand, golden light gathering in his palm.
It coalesced into an ancient-looking golden longsword.
Upon its blade, there existed only an absolute will to sever everything.
Slaughtering you will be the perfect test of this thing's power.
Before the words had fully left his mouth, Ma Xiaoshuai's figure vanished from where he stood. No flashy maneuvers, only a golden streak of light moving at the speed of light. The plague doctor's pupils contracted sharply as he instinctively tried to retreat.
He tried to open his demonic eyes.
But before that golden blade's glare, his pride in his speed and abilities became a laughingstock.
Splatter! A flash of golden light.
An arm clad in a white lab coat shot skyward, spurting black blood.
Aya!
The plague doctor let out a shrill, inhuman scream, clutching his empty right shoulder.
Staggering backward, all traces of elegance vanished from his face. He glared at Ma Xiaoshuai, curses grinding between clenched teeth. You dare harm me. You're dead. No matter what you are, you'll end up as the king's meal.
Ma Xiaoshuai casually flicked his blade, the golden sword humming softly in his grasp. The black blood clinging to its edge shattered into mist. He glanced at the hysterical plague doctor. A sneer curled the corners of his mouth. Then let's see just how thick-skulled your so-called king really is.
How many of my blows he can withstand. Ma Xiaoshuai gripped the long blade forged from the power of the golden lotus of merit. With a swing of his arm, a crescent-shaped golden blade slashed toward the plague doctor. His entire body was engulfed by the golden blade's glow. Unabated, it pierced straight through the entire hospital building. Boom, rumble, rumble. The entire abandoned hospital building groaned in agony. Wherever the golden blade's light passed, whether reinforced concrete walls or twisted, grotesque flesh, all vaporized instantly, decomposed into molecules. The building's load-bearing structure was severed cleanly in two by that single stroke. Outside the hospital, Yu Luyun paced anxiously, glancing up at the rooftop every so often. Why no movement yet? Did that kid screw up? The investigators behind him were equally tense, holding their breath in anticipation. Just then, a blinding golden light erupted from the top-floor window, bright as daylight. Yu Luyun instinctively squinted. His mouth fell open, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The towering building, standing for decades, seemed to be seized by an invisible giant hand, gripped at its core, and then violently snapped in two. Accompanied by the bone-chilling screech of twisted metal and the crackling of shattering concrete, the entire structure began to slowly yet inexorably tilt to one side and collapse. Holy! Yu Luyun's mind went blank, a single thought spiraling wildly through his head. How much is this going to cost? Prime downtown Yuan City real estate, demolition and reconstruction, approval processes, financial reports, my bonus this year. He felt his heart bleeding. Dust billowed skyward as debris rained down like hailstones. Just as everyone assumed those inside were doomed, a figure slowly emerged from the swirling dust. No, it floated out. Ma Xiaoshuai was enveloped in a faint golden halo. All dust and debris was repelled by an invisible force the moment it approached within a foot of his body. His clothes were torn, yet he remained spotless. Like a deity. Xiaoshuai. Wang Xiaoshuai was the first to react. She rushed to Ma Xiaoshuai's side, reaching out to grasp him, yet hesitated slightly at the sight of that sacred golden glow. Are you hurt? The faint golden hue in Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes slowly faded, returning to its familiar crimson. He shook his head, and the halo faded away. He glanced at the hospital building, now reduced to a pile of rubble, then looked toward the distant figure of Yu Luyun, whose face was frozen in a dazed expression. I'm tired. I'm going back to sleep. His voice was soft, yet it reached Yu Luyun's ears with perfect clarity. Chapter 156, the S-Class Mysterious Energy Crystal. Yu Luyun's mouth twitched, his fists clenching so tightly they cracked. Sleep? You demolished the entire building, and now you tell me you're going back to sleep? Just as he was about to roar in fury, Ma Xiaoshuai had already lost interest in him. Grabbing Wang Qingshue's wrist, he shot skyward. In midair, he transformed into a streak of light, streaking toward his home. Leaving Yu Luyun alone, disheveled in the cold wind before the ruins. Back at the apartment, Ma Xiaoshuai released Wang Qingxue and casually formed a spell seal. Purify. A pale golden rune flashed across his body. All traces of dust and bloodstains vanished instantly, along with the lingering scent of gunpowder and death that clung to his body. After completing this, he felt drained of all energy, heading straight for the bedroom and collapsing onto the bed. The moment his head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep. Wang Qingxue followed him in, gazing at his sleeping profile, a thousand thoughts swirling in her mind. What was that golden power? What connection did it have to his special abilities? Why had he suddenly become so exhausted? But seeing the deep, unshakable weariness between his brows, Wang Qingxue swallowed all her questions. She quietly slipped off her shoes, lay down beside Ma Xiaoshuai, turned her body sideways, and watched him silently. The night passed without a word. The next morning, Ma Xiaoshuai opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was the sleeping face mere inches away. Long lashes cast faint shadows in the morning light, and her breathing was steady. The softest part of his heart seemed to stir. He leaned down and gently pressed a kiss to the girl's smooth forehead. The next second, his figure vanished from the bed without a trace. Yuan City, Paranormal Investigation Bureau, Underground Headquarters. Yu Luyun, dark circles heavy under his eyes, scribbled furiously at his desk. The desk was piled high with reports, applications, and situation briefs. Without exception, every title was related to yesterday's hospital building that had been unnaturally demolished. He gulped down a mouthful of iced coffee, his brain feeling like a lump of mush. Just then, the air before him twisted without warning. A figure materialized out of thin air. Put. Startled, Yu Luyun sprayed the coffee he'd just taken into his mouth, soaking the documents in front of him completely. Ma Xiaoshuai. He glared at the culprit standing before him, looking fresh-faced and unfazed as if nothing had happened yesterday, his beard trembling with rage. Are you trying to scare the hell out of me? Can't you use the door? Ma Xiaoshuai surveyed the coffee-soaked papers on the desk. Captain Yu, getting so worked up first thing in the morning isn't good for your liver. Yu Luyun's temples throbbed as veins bulged, his fingers gripping the coffee cup so tightly it creaked. He forced himself not to smash it directly into the other man's face, which was just begging to be punched. He knew he couldn't win. Damage my liver? Do you have any idea how many reports I wrote last night because of that building you demolished? Do you know how many procedures and how much money the reconstruction will require? Do you know about my bonus this year? Yeah, I know.
Ma Xiaoshuai waved his hand impatiently, showing no sign of restraint as he plopped down on the nearby stool.
So I'm here to bring you good news, right? Yu Luyun narrowed his eyes suspiciously, sizing him up from head to toe.
As if performing a magic trick, Ma Xiaoshuai pulled a palm-sized box from his coat pocket and tossed it toward Yu Luyun. The core of the plague doctor, an S-grade energy crystal from a bizarre artifact. Should be enough to cover your expenses, right? Yu Luyun fumbled to catch the box, its surface icy cold to the touch. He cautiously pried open a crack. An intense aura instantly filled the air, making the office feel several degrees colder. He snapped it shut with a sharp click, his expression visibly softening. His gaze toward Ma Xiaoshuai no longer held the same murderous intent. At least you've got a shred of conscience left, kid. Conscience? Ma Xiaoshuai snorted derisively, his laughter dripping with mockery. Captain Yu, I'm here for my payment. That fight last night left me sore all over and mentally drained. Surely the investigation bureau owes me some compensation? Yu Luyun's face darkened again just as he was about to retort. The office door suddenly burst open with a loud bang. A young investigator in uniform stumbled in, face drenched in sweat and terror. B. Bureau Chief. Trouble. East City. East City has another strange reaction. Yu Luyun's expression shifted abruptly as he leapt to his feet. What level? Uncertain at this time. The investigator gasped for breath, pointing at the tablet in his hands. But the energy fluctuation curve is almost identical to the one before last night's hospital incident. The air in the office instantly froze. Ma Xiaoshuai raised an eyebrow, a flicker of interest dancing in his crimson eyes. Interesting. Take me to see it. Yu Luyun glanced at Ma Xiaoshuai, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. Are you sure you don't need to rest? Last night you... Cut the crap. Ma Xiaoshuai had already leaped off the table and strode straight toward the exit. If we dawdle any longer, more people will die. The investigation bureau's black SUV sped through the narrow streets of the old city in the eastern part of town. The wheels ground over potholed pavement, thudding with each bump. Ma Xiaoshuai sat in the passenger seat, eyes closed, as if conserving his energy. In truth, his consciousness had long since descended into his sea of consciousness. Within his consciousness, the golden lotus of merit still floated serenely. It emitted a soft golden glow, nourishing his spirit. But beneath the golden lotus, a cold, malevolent black mark had also appeared. The mark stubbornly clung to its place. After slaying the plague doctor last night, this mark seemed to grow more active. Like a black heart, it pulsed faintly. We're here. The tense voice of the investigator in the driver's seat interrupted Ma Xiaoshuai's introspection. The car came to a halt in front of an old, dilapidated photo studio. Above the weathered doorway, the faded calligraphy spelling out Eternal Photo Studio hung crookedly. Inside the display window, dust-covered yellowed photographs lay scattered, the people within them smiling stiffly. Everything was as ordinary as could be. But through Ma Xiaoshuai's magic eyes, the entire photo studio was shrouded in a thick gray mist. That energy's texture. Identical to the ghostly presence in the hospital last night. When did you notice it? Ma Xiaoshuai pushed open the door and stepped out of the car, asking. Just this morning. Another investigator on perimeter watch immediately handed over a file. Nearby residents reported hearing strange camera shutter sounds coming from the photo studio last night. This morning, they discovered the owner was missing. Our team came for an initial investigation and found something was off inside. He swallowed hard, his eyes filled with lingering fear. Chapter 157, The Little Clone. Ma Xiaoshuai nodded and strode toward the photo studio's entrance. Just as he was about to step into the eerie gray mist, his phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket, emitting a shrill ringtone. The investigators nearby jumped in fright. Ma Xiaoshuai frowned and pulled out his phone. An unfamiliar number flashed on the screen. He glanced at the tightly shut shop door before casually swiping to answer. Hello? A woman's voice came through the phone, tinged with timidity. He recognized that voice. It was the young nurse he had rescued from the monster's clutches at the hospital yesterday. But in the next instant, the tone of that voice changed completely. Found you, Mr. Ma. It was like the pleased purr of a cat toying with its prey. Yesterday's encounter was quite enjoyable. You're truly an interesting toy. The hint of impatience on Ma Xiaoshuai's face vanished instantly. You're not dead yet. Dead? The voice on the other end giggled. It carried an indescribable madness. The one from yesterday? That was merely a little clone I made during my spare time. You weren't naive enough to think that was all of me, were you? I've fully integrated into this city. Every corner of it could become my new body. For example, this place, it's the second playground I've chosen for you. How about it? Interested in playing another game with me? Before the words had fully left his mouth. Squeak! The weathered door of the photo studio swung inward on its own, creaking slowly. Inside lay utter darkness. Only a photograph floated in midair, suspended precisely at the center of the doorway.
It emitted a faint glow.
In the photograph, Wang Qingshua's sleeping profile was bathed in morning light, her hair softly illuminated, serene and beautiful. It was the very scene he had witnessed this morning as he left. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying killing intent erupted from Ma Xiaoshuai. The air seemed to freeze solid. The investigators trailing behind him turned deathly pale. Breathing became difficult and they stumbled backward uncontrollably.
Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes instantly transformed into a deep, blood-red abyss.
You deserve to die.
Angry? Perfect.
I love seeing you self-important fools wear that look. The woman's voice on the phone was filled with delight.
Come in. The rules are simple: find me, kill me, and you win. Otherwise.
The voice paused, filled with a venomous chuckle. You, and the lovely lady in the photo, will become my eternal collection, trapped forever within this tiny space.
Beep. The call was abruptly cut off.
The photograph of Wang Qingshuai dissolved into specks of light, vanishing into thin air.
Ma Xiaoshuai's figure moved. He didn't even leave a word of explanation for the investigator behind him.
His entire form blurred into a black afterimage as he charged straight through the open door of the photo studio. The scene before him abruptly shifted. This was no cramped shop at all. It was a vast, distorted space. There was no sense of direction, no north, south, east, or west. Everything was covered and pieced together by photographs. Black and white, color, old, brand new. Countless faces stared back at him from the photographs. Some smiled, some wept, some screamed, some wore blank expressions.
The entire space was a vast cage formed by countless frozen moments.
Click, click, click. The faint clicks of shutters echoed from all directions. So dense it made his scalp tingle.
Ma Xiaoshuai stood at the center of this photographic hell.
Two flickering flames ignited within his crimson eyes.
Demon eyes, fully activated.
In an instant, the world before his eyes transformed completely.
The dazzling array of photographs faded into insignificance. They dissolved into countless threads of energy, some bright, some dim.
The vast majority were feeble and faint.
The last traces left behind by the trapped souls trapped within the photographs.
His gaze swept across the entire space like a sharp blade,
filtering out all useless noise.
What he sought was not these lowly minions, but the core that sustained this entire realm of darkness. What he sought was the venomous spider, hidden behind countless webs, spinning its deadly silk. Within his demonic eyes, the energy currents of the entire space were laid bare in minute detail.
The remnant souls trapped within the photographs.
Their energy threads were faint and scattered, like flickering candles in the wind. Yet deep within this dark wilderness woven from countless flickering candles, a single energy thread, thick and terrifying, stood like a pillar supporting the heavens, piercing through the very foundation of the entire space. All energy emanated from it and returned to it.
That's it. Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze followed the pitch-black energy pillar upward. Finally, it locked onto the very apex of this photographic hell.
There, suspended upside down, hung an old bellows camera. Its black wooden body was covered in leather.
The brass lens reflected a faint, cold glow in the darkness.
It resembled a lofty deity, coldly surveying the realm it had created. A realm composed of countless frozen despair.
Found it. A cruel curve tugged at Ma Xiaoshuai's lips as his body tensed to strike. Snap. A crisp snap of fingers.
A figure materialized without warning beside the old camera.
Materialized from thin air, slowly taking shape. It was a man.
He wore a well-tailored black suit, his hair combed immaculately. He even wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of scholarly refinement like a university professor or an elite lawyer from some prestigious firm.
He offered Ma Xiaoshuai a gentle smile.
Very sharp insight, Mr. Ma. I had assumed you'd waste more time on those poor souls. His voice was calm, a stark contrast to the frantic female screams heard over the phone. Ma Xiaoshuai froze, his bloodshot eyes fixing coldly on the man.
A clone? Or are you actually a man?
He didn't care whether the other was male or female. All he cared about was how to crush this creature before him into dust with the most brutal method possible.
Does it matter whether I'm male or female?
The man in the suit adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and spoke deliberately.
You may call me Time Gap. Of course, that's merely a code name.
I prefer to be known as the artist. He spread his arms wide, his face rapt as he surveyed this world composed entirely of photographs.
Don't you agree?
To freeze the most brilliant or the most desperate moment of life forever, what a marvelous thing that is.
Time stands still in that moment.
Joy, sorrow, anger, and happiness all become eternal. No more aging, no more sickness, no more betrayal, no more parting.
Only absolute, frozen beauty.
He looked at Ma Xiaoshuai, his eyes brimming with fervent admiration. Especially for someone as powerful as you, Mr. Ma. The vitality that erupts from your anger is simply the most perfect work of art I've ever seen. Chapter 158, True Radiance. I yearn to preserve you, to freeze your rage, your power, your killing intent forever within this space, making you my most prized possession. Ma Xiaoshuai snorted derisively, his mockery unmasked.
Artist? Collection?
You're nothing but trash hiding in the sewers, bullying others with a magical artifact.
Wrapping your incompetence and perversion in such lofty pretensions, don't you find that laughable? Artifact?
The man in the suit froze for a moment, then burst into laughter as if he'd heard the most absurd joke imaginable. He clutched his forehead, his body trembling slightly with laughter.
Ha ha ha. A magical artifact?
No, you've got it all wrong. He pointed to the old camera hanging above his head, his gaze filled with affection.
This isn't a magical artifact. It's a part of me. Just like your hands, your feet, your eyes.
The smile on his face gradually faded. The gaze behind the lenses grew deep and eerie.
As for trash,
soon, you'll understand that being frozen by me is your supreme honor.
The moment the words fell,
the vintage camera suspended at the top of the space abruptly trained its lens on Ma Xiaoshuai.
Without warning,
a blinding white light erupted with a thunderous flash.
Click.
The crisp sound of the shutter echoed throughout the entire space. In that instant, Ma Xiaoshuai felt as though an invisible mountain had collided head-on with him. An inexplicable, overwhelming force instantly enveloped his entire body. His body froze. From the tips of his fingers to the fluttering of his eyelids, everything came to a standstill. His mind still raced, his consciousness still roared within his mind's eye. But his body felt as though it had been filled with cement, utterly beyond his control.
Not even a single finger could move. Look.
The suited man's figure drifted slowly down from above, coming to rest before Ma Xiaoshuai. His face bore the unique, elegant smile of a victor. He extended a finger and tapped lightly on Ma Xiaoshuai's stiff shoulder. It made a hollow thud, as if tapping a statue. I told you, don't struggle. Under this flash of reality, all dynamic existence is forcibly frozen. The stronger your power, the more violently you struggle, the more complete the solidification becomes.
Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes rolled with difficulty. Was rage and murderous intent nearly spilling over? What utter humiliation!
He, the mighty demon sovereign of 10,000 calamities, who had dominated the cultivation world for centuries, a being forged through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Yet he was pinned down by this unheard-of, bizarre ability. This was neither a binding spell nor a soul attack. It was a force operating at a deeper level, bordering on the very fabric of rules.
It wasn't suppressing you, it was defining you.
The moment the flash ignited, it took the concept of Ma Xiaoshuai from a dynamic living entity into a static inanimate object. Soon, your consciousness will gradually stagnate.
Ultimately, like your body, it will become part of eternity.
The man in the suit savored the unmistakable rage etched across Ma Xiaoshuai's face. As if examining a priceless treasure.
Don't look at me like that. You should thank me.
I will craft you into my most perfect masterpiece, to be displayed at the very center of my collection room.
From this day forward, you shall be immortal.
With that, he turned and walked toward the vintage camera slowly descending from above.
Now, let us complete the final step of this work of art. By placing you inside the photograph.
The man in the suit stood with his back to Ma Xiaoshuai, his posture elegant as he picked through the void. Wherever his hand brushed, rows of diverse picture frames materialized in the air. Some were classical, some modern, some were gilded, others inlaid with jade. For a perfect work of art, the finishing touch is naturally selecting the most fitting home for it. He murmured to himself, critiquing each frame.
This one is too vulgar, it doesn't match your pure fury.
This one is too plain to bear the weight of your colossal power. He seemed completely immersed in his own world, treating Ma Xiaoshuai as an item awaiting disposal. In his view, once the right frame was chosen to house this sculpture, everything would be settled.
Who cares if it pierces heaven and earth?
Once inside this frame, it becomes an eternal prisoner. Yet he failed to see. Deep within the crimson eyes of the frozen Ma Xiaoshuai, something was quietly shifting.
The rage remained.
The killing intent remained. Yet beneath this boiling lava, a faint light barely perceptible began to glow. It was neither demonic energy nor virtuous power. It was something of a higher order. It was a trace of the power of the laws, the primordial essence of the world that had clung to him when he shattered the void and returned to this realm from the immortal cultivation realm. This thread of power remained incomprehensible to Ma Xiaoshuai, let alone usable. It lay dormant like a seed, buried deep within the recesses of his soul. But now, under the freeze law accompanying that true flash, this seed was forcibly awakened. It sensed the aura of its kindred. A power that also belonged to the realm of rules. Only, the other's rule was stillness. And its instinct was devour. Like a starving beast catching the scent of blood. That faint thread of law force instantly coalesced into an invisible vortex. That bizarre force that had redefined Ma Xiaoshuai from dynamic to static. Like a balloon pricked. It emitted a faint, almost inaudible wail. Then, it was swallowed whole by that tiny vortex. Swallowed clean. This one. The man in the suit finally settled on a dark ebony frame. It was carved with intricate and eerie vine patterns. He nodded with satisfaction and turned around. This deep, dark hue is just perfect for. His words abruptly halted. The elegant smile on his face froze instantly. He saw that Ma Xiaoshuai, who should have been as still as a statue, his eyes had actually moved. Those crimson pupils stared straight at him. filled with undisguised mockery and cruelty. Impossible. The color drained instantly from the man in the suit's face, his eyes behind the glasses widening in shock. Under the true flash, the rules are set and all must obey. How could you possibly? Bang. A faint sound. Ma Xiaoshuai's stiff neck slowly, inch by inch, began to turn. The sound of bones and muscles regaining control echoed. Rules? He grinned, revealing a mouthful of stark white teeth, his voice hoarse and grating. Who made the rules? Now, it's my turn. Chapter 159, To catch the thief, first catch the king. Before the words had fully left his mouth. Snap. The invisible bonds shackling him shattered like broken glass, exploding outward in a thunderous collapse. A violent shockwave radiated outward from him, sweeping across the entire room. The photographs suspended in midair scattered like fallen leaves in a gale, swirling wildly through the air. The shock on the suited man's face lasted only an instant. The next second, the horror on his face transformed into an unprecedented fervor. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. He clutched his forehead, laughing maniacally. Interesting. So very interesting. To actually shatter my reality. You're no ordinary psychic. Your body hides an even greater secret. He stared at Ma Xiaoshuai as if Columbus had discovered a new continent, his eyes burning so intensely they seemed to ignite the air. I've changed my mind. I won't turn you into a specimen. I'm going to dissect you. To see what kind of miracle lies hidden within your body. Dissect me? Ma Xiaoshuai scoffed, flexing his wrists until they popped like popcorn kernels. His gaze swept past the suited man before him. His gaze locked firmly on the vintage camera suspended in midair. You seem to have misunderstood one thing. Trash like you has no right to negotiate terms with the master. Boom! The ground shook violently. Ma Xiaoshuai vanished from his spot in an instant. He didn't charge at the man in the suit. Instead, he transformed into a crimson lightning bolt, tracing an unnatural trajectory. He plunged straight toward the camera itself. To catch the thief, first catch the king. To destroy the treasure, destroy its root. This principle, he understood better than anyone. You dare! The man in the suit's maniacal grin instantly twisted into fury. He hadn't expected that after breaking free, the other party wouldn't even bother with idle chatter. He went straight for his core. That camera was his lifeline. It was everything to him. He let out a shrill scream, his form dissolving into a cloud of black smoke as he retreated at an unprecedented speed. He tried to intercept Ma Xiaoshuai before it was too late. Stop right there! He roared, and the lens of that old camera erupted once more with a blinding white light. Click! The shutter clicked once more. But this time, Ma Xiaoshuai was ready. The instant the white light flared, the demonic energy within him surged violently. A layer of energy shield, black as ink, instantly enveloped his entire body. Simultaneously, that thread of law force stirred ever so slightly once more. The white light struck the shield like sunlight hitting a reef. It stirred only a faint ripple before dissipating. Frozen. Ineffective. Useless trash. Ma Xiaoshuai's figure showed no sign of slowing, carrying a frenzied momentum that threatened to crush everything in its path. In an instant, he charged toward the camera. No! The man in the suit let out a desperate howl. But it was too late. The brass lens reflected in Ma Xiaoshuai's bloodshot eyes. A cruel, savage grin twisted his lips. He raised his fist. Dark demonic energy surged wildly onto his fist, coalescing into a visible black orb of power. I told you. Trash belongs in the trash heap. One punch, unleashed. Boom! A thunderous, muffled explosion. That brass lens, along with the entire old-fashioned camera, was reduced to the most primitive dust under Ma Xiaoshuai's fist. Not even a trace remained. No! The man in the suit let out a wail that sounded inhuman. His entire body went limp as if his bones had been pulled out, collapsing to the ground. His source of power, his very essence. Gone. Snap, crackle. With the camera's annihilation, this bizarre space constructed from photographs also reached its end. The sky, the ground, the walls. Everything was covered in spiderweb like cracks. The photographs suspended in midair, deprived of their sustaining force, began to flake away, turning to dust. The entire world was crumbling. The man in the suit raised his head, his face twisted with maniacal venom. He pointed at Ma Xiaoshuai, screaming hysterically. Useless! What good does destroying it do you? This is my realm of reality. It's a part of me. If it ends, I end too. But you, all of you I've captured on film, none of you will ever leave. You'll all be buried with me. Ha 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 ha. Disappear with me. Amidst the maniacal laughter, the collapse of space accelerated sharply. Giant fragments of space plummeted like meteors. The entire world descended into apocalypse. Ma Xiaoshuai didn't even bother to glance at him. His gaze, amid the swirling photographs, locked precisely onto one. The face in the photograph belonged to Wang Qingshui. Buried alive? A sneer curled the corner of Ma Xiaoshuai's mouth. You think you're worthy? He didn't even raise a hand, merely a flicker of intent stirred within him. Deep within his soul, the newly awakened power of the law surged once more. A domineering force that inverted the very essence of rules. The photograph of Wang Qingshuo seemed to be pulled from the ruins of time by an invisible hand.
It ceased its fading, suspended motionless before Ma Xiaoshuai. Freeze frame? Ma Xiaoshuai murmured softly. Then I'll release it for you.
The words fell. The scene in the photograph came to life. It wasn't merely a transition from stillness to motion, the very rules that defined it as a photograph were forcibly erased. The photographic paper dissolved into specks of light, from which emerged a vivid figure. The terror in Wang Qingshue's eyes hadn't faded yet when her body slumped forward, limp. Ma Xiaoshuai instinctively reached out, catching her in his arms. It was a warm body, not a cold photograph. Her eyes remained tightly shut, she had already fainted.
No. This can't be. What? What are you?
The suit-clad man's maniacal laughter froze on his face.
Breaking the rules and creating them were two entirely different concepts. This man was no psychic at all. He was a monster.
Ma Xiaoshuai, cradling Wang Qingshuo, finally turned his gaze toward the man lying like a puddle of mud at his feet. His eyes held undisguised pity and contempt. I told you, trash has no right to negotiate terms.
You're right. Some people here truly can't leave. Ma Xiaoshuai paused, flashing a row of white teeth. But that person isn't me. It's you.
With that, he turned away, ignoring the desperate curses echoing behind him. Before him, the void on the brink of shattering suddenly rippled like a tranquil lake disturbed by a pebble. Ripples spread out in concentric circles. It was not a spatial fissure but a door. A door opened solely for him.
Ma Xiaoshuai, holding Wang Qingshuo in his arms, stepped forward.
The scene before them shifted instantly.
The clamor of collapsing structures faded away, replaced by the quiet of a nighttime street.
The cold air rushed into his nostrils, invigorating him.
He now stood at the entrance of that eerie photo studio. Behind him, the ancient two-story building was silently undergoing a transformation. Chapter 160, The Flame King Awakens. Cracks spread outward from within.
The entire structure resembled a weathered sand sculpture. Amid the final, isolated howl of the man in the suit trapped in another dimension, it shattered with a thunderous crash.
It dissolved into countless specks of light. Scattered by the wind, it vanished completely into the night.
The faint, sweet scent of Wang Qingshuo lingered on his nose. Ma Xiaoshuai glanced down at her pale, sleeping face, his brow furrowing imperceptibly. Buzz buzz. His phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket, the sound jarringly loud in the dead silence of the street corner. He held Wang Qingshuo more securely with one arm while reaching for his phone with the other.
An unfamiliar number.
He swiped to answer, saying nothing.
A brief silence fell on the other end too, broken only by the faint crackle of static.
After a few seconds, a voice tinged with laughter came through, light and airy, carrying a hint of mockery.
Impressive. Truly remarkable.
My photographer may be nothing more than a worthless little clone, but you're the first to crush it along with the real world so swiftly and completely.
Ma Xiaoshuai,
I'm growing more and more interested in you.
Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes instantly turned cold. Not that man in the suit. It was a higher entity. Or rather, the monster's true form? Who exactly are you?
His voice held not a trace of emotion.
Who I am doesn't matter.
The voice on the other end chuckled more cheerfully.
What matters is that I prepared a gift for you, a congratulatory present for your escape. You should remember the Flame King, right? Ma Xiaoshuai's pupils contracted slightly. The name rang a bell. Zhu Wushang had once harbored a fragment of its power within him.
Back then, you casually crushed that lowly pawn he sent out to scout the area.
He's furious. Coincidentally, his seal seems to have been weakening considerably lately. Good luck, my interesting Mr. Collection. I hope you'll still surprise me when we meet next. Click.
The call was abruptly ended. The night wind blew, swirling a few fallen leaves. Ma Xiaoshuai clutched his phone, his expression as still as water. That unknown entity had remained a detached spectator throughout, enjoying an amusing spectacle. His struggles were nothing more than a surprise in their eyes. And then there was that Flame King.
Trouble came one after another. Goo. Consultant.
Several investigators in black uniforms approached cautiously. Sent by Yuluyun to seal off the scene, the sight of that small building vanishing into thin air had utterly shattered their worldview.
Ma Xiaoshuai didn't even glance back at them. This is taken care of. Go back and tell Yuluyun to wait for me.
Before the words had fully left his mouth, his figure, along with Wang Qingshuo in his arms, vanished into thin air before the stunned eyes of several investigators. As if he had never been there at all.
The next instant,
Ma Xiaoshuai materialized in the living room of Wang Qingshuo's apartment. The familiar furnishings, the lingering scent of her presence in the air. He gently laid Wang Qingshuo on the soft sofa and covered her with a light blanket. Gazing at her defenseless sleeping face, that familiar irritation surfaced once more within Ma Xiaoshuai. This time, he had made it in time. But what about next time? He couldn't watch over her every moment. As a former titan of the demonic path, he understood better than anyone. A cultivator's greatest vulnerability was attachment.
Wang Xiaoshuai was the first thread of karma he had woven since returning to this world, and his most glaring weakness. He could choose to ignore it, but his enemies would not. This can't go on, he murmured to himself. Rather than passively waiting for the next crisis to strike, he would forge an impenetrable barrier of his own. He wasn't a savior, he just wanted to keep his own things. Be left in peace, free from constant unwanted attention. Ma Xiaoshuai drew a deep breath, a dark gleam flashing in his eyes. He extended a finger, using it as a brush to sketch in the void. Streams of pitch-black demonic energy flowed from his fingertips, silently merging into the apartment walls. This was no simple energy attachment, but a weaving of rules. A warning formation built upon his demonic energy. Should any creature harboring ill intent enter this room, no matter how it tried to conceal itself, Ma Xiaoshuai would sense it instantly. Even after completing all this, he still felt it wasn't enough. Early warning could only ensure his timely arrival. What if something delayed him? A thought flashed through Ma Xiaoshuai's mind as he retrieved a smooth, white jade pendant from his storage space. He held the jade pendant suspended in his palm, while his other hand formed a sword-like gesture. The 10,000 Calamities demon art surged violently within his body. The vast demonic energy of his mid-foundation establishment cultivation level violently compressed into the tiny jade pendant. The jade pendant emitted a strained hum as intricate crimson patterns emerged on its surface. Within it lay the sealed power of his full-strength strike, enough to instantly annihilate a late foundation establishment cultivator. He gently placed the jade pendant, radiating a dangerous aura, into Wang Xiaoshuai's pocket. The crimson patterns vanished instantly, restoring the pendant to its simple, unadorned appearance. Unless she faced mortal peril, this power would never be unleashed. Satisfied with his arrangement, Ma Xiaoshuai nodded approvingly. An alarm system plus a powerful landmine. It should be enough. At least, until he faced that Flame King. He wouldn't need to worry about it anymore. He cast one last glance at the girl sleeping soundly on the sofa. He turned, his figure merging into the night outside the window, vanishing without a trace. Gen City Paranormal Investigation Bureau, branch office. The conference room was thick with cigarette smoke, the air heavy and sticky like solidified glue. Yu Luyun and Huang Shui sat silently at opposite ends of the long table, their ashtrays overflowing with cigarette butts. The clock on the wall ticked steadily, each tick like a hammer striking the taut nerves of the two men. Without warning, the space twisted slightly, like an imperceptible ripple rising from scorching air. The next second, a figure materialized in the center of the conference room. It was Ma Xiaoshuai. He carried the chill of the late night, his gaze as cold as ice. Goo! Advisor. Yu Luyun sprang up from his chair with such force that it toppled over with a jarring clatter. Huang Shuifu also wore a look of shock, his mouth slightly agape, yet unable to utter a single word. Ma Xiaoshuai swept a glance over them before striding straight to the main seat and sitting down, as if he were the master of the place. That building is gone. His voice was quiet, yet it seemed to lower the temperature in the entire conference room. Yu Luyun didn't bother to pick up the chair, rushing to the table in a few strides. Leaning on the tabletop with both hands, he urgently demanded, "What exactly happened? Was that thing dealt with?" Chapter 161, hold this line. "It's been dealt with." Ma Xiaoshuai replied calmly, then shifted the subject. "But I received a call." He concisely relayed the mysterious entity's message, omitting the reference to the collection. The moment the words Flame King passed his lips, Yu Luyun's face instantly drained of color. Huang Shuifu sucked in a sharp breath, his body instinctively recoiling backward. As if the name itself carried scorching heat. The Flame King. Is his seal breaking? Yu Luyun's voice trembled not from fear, but from the helplessness one feels when facing a natural disaster. He slammed his fist on the table, as if making a resolute decision. "I'll mobilize every elite from Team 7 immediately. No, I'll request reinforcements from headquarters. Advisor, we're going with you. We must reinforce the seal before he emerges." His eyes burned with the fire of a desperate gamble. Ma Xiaoshuai's lips curved into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. "You're sending men? To their deaths? Or do you really believe your men who can barely handle minor anomalies can stand against something even I find troublesome?" The color drained completely from Yu Luyun's face. His lips trembled, yet no words came to refute the accusation. Ma Xiaoshuai's words extinguished every last shred of unrealistic hope within him. "Their objective is to lure me away." Ma Xiaoshuai's fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop, producing a steady, rhythmic thump-thump. "If I leave, what about Yuan City? You lot just hold the fort here." Yu Luyun slumped back into the chair beside him as if all his strength had been drained. He buried his hands in his hair, his face contorted with anguish. Yes, he had forgotten. The peace of Yuan City was maintained almost entirely by the unreasonable, forceful methods of the man before him. If he left, and something like that bizarre photo studio popped up again, who would handle it? Them? The result would only be countless casualty reports and a helpless closing statement. Then, what should we do? We can't just stand by and watch the Flame King emerge. Huang Shuifu exclaimed anxiously from the side.
Ma Xiaoshuai shot him a glance but said nothing, his gaze returning to Yu Luyun. Tell me where the Flame King is sealed. Yu Luyun lifted his head, his gaze complex as he looked at Ma Xiaoshuai. Ultimately, it dissolved into a long sigh. He pulled a file marked Top Secret from a drawer and handed it over. An unnamed island in the Bering Sea, in the northern hemisphere of Blue Star. The seal lies within the active volcano at the island's center. He paused before adding. The latest monitoring reports indicate the volcano remains stable, showing no signs of imminent eruption. Any unusual activity will be too late. Ma Xiaoshuai replied coldly, tossing the file folder onto the table without so much as a glance. Yu Luyun was rendered speechless. Just then, Ma Xiaoshuai snapped his fingers. Two streaks of light shot from his fingertips, hovering precisely before Yu Luyun and Huang Shuaifu. They were two jet-black jade pendants, their surfaces faintly swirling with demonic energy. They emitted an aura that made one's heart race. What are these? Yu Luyun asked instinctively. Something that can save your lives. Ma Xiaoshuai stood up. Crumble it at the critical moment. Yu Luyun and Huang Shuaifu exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. They clasped the jade pendant carefully in their hands. A cold, colossal force surged through their palms, as if they were holding a volcano ready to erupt at any moment. Even this faint, scattered aura was far more terrifying than any S-class artifact they had ever encountered. Was this the power of the advisor? Yu Luyun took a deep breath, as if making a decision. He drew a pure black card from his robe. Its surface bore no numbers or patterns. Only an ancient character for command was embroidered in dark gold thread. He solemnly pushed the card toward Ma Xiaoshuai. Advisor, this is the black card specially approved by higher-ups just moments ago. No spending limit, no usage restrictions. Every expense you incur anywhere in the world will be fully covered by our Paranormal Investigation Bureau. This is the only thing we can do for you. Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze lingered on the black card for a moment before he casually picked it up. To him, this thing was probably worth less than a stone by the roadside. But attitude matters. He accepted it. Wait for me to return. Before the words had fully left his lips, his figure had already begun to fade. The next second, he vanished without a trace before their eyes. Once again, only Yu Luyun and Huang Shuaifu remained in the conference room. Both stared silently at the jet-black jade pendant in their palms for a long while. Yuan City International Airport. The brightly lit hall buzzed with the clamor of voices. The sharp screech of wheels scraping the floor, the mechanical female voice from the PA system, men impatiently urging others along, and children's shrill cries blended into a cacophony of noise that pierced the ears. Ma Xiaoshuai, carrying a simple backpack, navigated through the crowd, his composure starkly at odds with the surrounding agitation and clamor. His face bore no expression, his eyes observing everything around him. As if observing a swarm of noisy ants. Anyone his gaze touched instinctively shuddered. As if something cold and unseen had latched onto them, yet they couldn't pinpoint the source. Approaching the first-class counter, a ground attendant greeted him with a professional smile. Good afternoon, sir. How may I assist you? Ma Xiaoshuai tossed the jet-black card onto the counter with a sharp clink. The next flight out. To the Bering Sea. The agent paused, her gaze fixed on the card. No bank logo. No card number. Only a gold-embossed character. What on earth was this? A prank? Sir, we don't accept. She was about to say we don't accept this type of card when Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze drifted over indifferently. The ground staff's voice trailed off abruptly, a cold sweat instantly breaking out on her back. The rest of her words died on her lips. Manager. She nearly screamed the word. A middle-aged man in a suit jogged over, his face wearing a look of displeasure. What's all the fuss about? When he spotted the black card on the counter, his displeasure instantly turned to terror. His legs buckled, and he nearly lost his balance. Trembling, he picked up the card, cradling it in both hands. He respectfully returned it to Ma Xiaoshuai, his back bent at a 90-degree angle. Sir, please wait a moment. I'll immediately arrange the highest priority flight for you. Minutes later, Ma Xiaoshuai held a specially made boarding pass devoid of any personal identification. Under the anxious gazes of the manager and a group of airport executives, he entered the VIP. Inside the first-class cabin, a faint scent of aromatherapy filled the air. Ma Xiaoshuai found his seat and sat down. Leaning against the window, he closed his eyes immediately. Before long, a faint commotion arose. Two women entered, one wearing sunglasses and a mask, completely wrapped up. The other carried several bags and appeared to be an assistant. The woman in sunglasses was none other than Su Shuai, the superstar who had recently become wildly popular. She took the seat next to Ma Xiaoshuai. Removing her sunglasses revealed a flawless face. The assistant settled the luggage and whispered instructions. Sister Shuai, rest first. I'll go get you a blanket. Su Shuai murmured a soft and instinctively glanced at her seatmate. A man. His profile was sculpted, with a high, straight nose and thin lips. Even seated, he radiated an aura that kept others at arm's length. He was exceptionally handsome. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Shuai's mind before she understood.
Anyone occupying this seat must be either wealthy or noble. Such an aura was hardly surprising. She instinctively smoothed her hair. She positioned herself to present what she considered her most flattering profile. She waited. Waiting for the man's stunned gaze, waiting for him to strike up a conversation with feigned composure. Waiting for him to find any excuse to ask for her contact information. She'd witnessed this routine countless times before. 1 second. 2 seconds. A minute passed. The man beside her didn't even flicker an eyelid, his breathing steady. Su Shuai's brow furrowed imperceptibly. What was going on? Could he not recognize me? Impossible. Her movie posters and advertisements were everywhere lately unless he was blind. Then, was he playing hard to get? A cold smile tugged at Su Shuai's lips as the fleeting admiration in her heart turned to displeasure. She'd seen this trick played out countless times before. She deliberately cleared her throat, a quiet sound, yet distinct enough in the silent cabin. The man remained unresponsive. Su Shuai's face flushed with embarrassment. She pulled a small mirror from her bag, pretending to touch up her makeup, but angled it toward the man beside her. Was he really asleep? No, his eyelashes occasionally fluttered slightly. He was faking it. A surge of inexplicable anger welled up inside Su Shuai. This man, how dare he ignore her completely? The more he acted like this, the more she wanted to conquer him. She beckoned to her assistant, her voice neither loud nor soft, just loud enough for those nearby to hear. Sisterly, get me a glass of Romani Conti, the 82 vintage. Her assistant looked troubled. Sister Shuai, they don't have that on the plane. Then have the captain figure it out. Su Shuai's voice took on a hint of petulance. Tell them money is no object. After speaking, she glanced sideways at the man beside her. Yet he remained as still as a meditating monk, not even his breathing rate flinched. As if her recent display of wealth had been nothing more than a ripple in the air. Su Shuai's fingers tightened around the mirror, turning slightly white from the pressure. For the first time, a look of defeat flashed across her exquisite face. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaoshuai's consciousness had already traversed mountains and rivers. A frigid sea breeze howled, and waves roared. A solitary black island stood in the middle of the sea. Beneath the dormant volcano at the island's heart. A violent force slowly stirred to life. Like a beating heart, each pulse causes the entire crust to tremble. Compared to this, the petty thoughts of the female creature beside me. Barely dust. Annoying. Boom. A deafening roar, accompanied by violent jolts, jolted everyone in the cabin out of their respective states. Su Shuai let out a startled cry as the mirror in her hand crashed to the floor, shattering into several pieces. A shrill alarm instantly blared. Before anyone could react, chaotic screams and cries erupted from the direction of economy class. Then, the curtain to first class was violently yanked open. A dozen burly men, each wearing black hoods that exposed only their eyes and mouths. They charged in, weapons gleaming in their hands. The leader of the hijackers was exceptionally burly. He kicked the cabin wall, sending a dull thud echoing through the cabin. Shut the up, all of you. Get down on your knees with your hands on your heads. His voice was hoarse, tinged with madness. Anyone who moves, I'll be the first to send you to the west. The first-class passengers were either wealthy or influential. Unaccustomed to such chaos, they immediately descended into pandemonium. Assistantly turned ashen-faced, instinctively shielding Su Shuai behind her. Sister Shuai, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. She trembled as she spoke, her teeth chattering. Su Shuai could no longer maintain the composure of a superstar. All color drained from her face, her body shaking like a sieve. She never imagined such a scene, something that only happened in movies. Would happen to her. The robbers roughly bound the passengers' wrists with zip ties, ransacking their belongings. Expensive watches, jewelry, and cash were ruthlessly stuffed into a large black bag. The leader's gaze swept over the trembling crowd. Finally, his gaze settled on Su Shuai's face. Despite her terrified expression, her face was simply too recognizable. Well, isn't this superstar Su Shuai? The leader let out a sinister chuckle, his eyes glinting with lecherous intent. Who'd have thought our luck would be this good today? Not only do we get the money, but we get a big star too. He advanced step by step, the air around him thickening with filth. The boys are gonna give you a wild ride today, guaranteed to be more thrilling than any movie you've ever made. As he spoke, he reached out with his rough, calloused hand, aiming to grab Su Shuai's hair. No! Su Shuai screamed in despair. Assistant Sister Lee mustered her courage to intervene, only to be kicked aside by one of the henchmen. Just as the leader's hand was about to touch Su Shuai, Ma Xiaoshuai, who had been resting with his eyes closed, imperceptibly furrowed his brow. So noisy. Without opening his eyes, he merely raised his right index finger, resting on the chair's backrest. His index finger lifted slightly. Bang! A dull thud. The over 6-foot-tall leader of the robbers was struck head-on as if by an invisible truck. His entire body flew backward in an unnatural posture. He slammed into the rear bulkhead, then tumbled to the floor. Lying on the floor, his chest caved in, blood mixed with fragments of internal organs gushing from his mouth. He twitched twice, then lay still. One hit kill. The entire cabin fell deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. The remaining hijackers stared at their leader's body, their faces frozen in disbelief. What had happened? Su Shuai's scream caught in her throat. Her eyes widened as she stared at the horribly mangled body just a few meters away, her mind going blank. Slowly, stiffly, she turned her head to look at the man beside her. He remained in the same position, leaning against the window with his eyes closed, as if none of this concerned him. Chapter 162, Playing Ghost. If not for the brief frown that had just crossed his brow, Su Shuai might have thought she was hallucinating. One of the robbers snapped to attention, raising his weapon and firing wildly at the ceiling. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Who did that? Get your ass out here. Another robber joined in, his voice thick with terror. Who's playing tricks here? Man up and show yourself. They glared around at the group of bound tycoons, their bravado masking their inner fear, trying to pinpoint the ambusher. But no matter how they looked, all they saw was a group of terrified lambs. There was no way anyone possessed such strength. Su Shuai's heart pounded wildly. Was it him? This man who had ignored her completely since boarding the plane? Who exactly was he? Playing hard to get? No, that was laughable. He clearly didn't give her the time of day. All those little schemes I had been plotting now seemed utterly ridiculous. Ma Xiaoshuai slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were cold, devoid of any emotion. His consciousness had been interrupted, and he was deeply displeased. His gaze swept past Su Shuai and settled on the bandits. Noisy. He uttered two words, his voice barely audible, yet they pierced like two ice picks, piercing the ears of every bandit. Those two words seemed imbued with a magical power that made words become law. The remaining dozen or so robbers felt a sudden, searing heat surge through the palms gripping their weapons. Ah! Piercing screams echoed in rapid succession. They looked down in horror to see the cold steel in their hands turning red-hot at a visible pace, warping, as if tossed into a furnace of 1,000 degrees. Drop it! Drop it now! Someone screamed in terror, trying to shake it loose. But it was too late. The red-hot steel seemed to come alive, transforming into agile crimson serpents. In an instant, they coiled around the men's bodies, binding them tightly together. Sizzle! The acrid smell of burning flesh mingled with the metallic stench, filling the cabin. The searing iron bars seared into their flesh, forcing the dozen men into a writhing, struggling iron ball. Having accomplished this, Ma Xiaoshuai couldn't be bothered to spare another glance. He adjusted his posture once more. Leaning against the porthole, he closed his eyes once more, as if he intended to continue sleeping. The entire first-class cabin fell silent, save for the agonized moans emanating from the human iron ball. The air felt thick and heavy. Su Shuai's body had stopped trembling. She stared intently at the man beside her. After an unknown length of time, the tightly sealed cockpit door finally opened. Several armed air marshals and shaken flight attendants cautiously peered out. When they saw the hellish scene before them, they all sucked in a sharp breath. What was that? The blood-soaked corpse of the leader. And a group of hijackers bound together with red-hot iron bars. Cold sweat beaded on the security guards' hands as they gripped their weapons. Was this a situation they could handle? Su Shuai took a deep breath, forcing herself to snap out of her paralysis. She undid the zip ties that hadn't been properly secured around her wrists. Slowly rising to her feet, she walked over to Ma Xiaoshuai's seat. Bending down, her voice was as light as a feather. Thank you. The only response was the steady, deep rhythm of his breathing. He seemed to be truly asleep. Su Shuai's lips parted, as if she wanted to say more. But looking at his stern profile, she dared not utter another word. She silently retreated to her seat, sat down, and dared not glance at him again. This man was unlike anyone she had ever encountered in her life. The plane made an emergency landing at the local airport. The shrill wail of sirens grew louder as a large contingent of armed security personnel stormed the cabin. They carried away the iron ball that still emitted faint moans. Passengers were taken away one by one for questioning as witnesses. Su Shuai, leveraging her status as a major celebrity, received some preferential treatment and left early with her assistant, Sister Lee. But she didn't go far, standing at the terminal exit, her gaze scanning the crowd. Soon, she spotted the figure. Ma Xiaoshuai emerged alone, without luggage, his expression detached. He stood under the terminal's eaves, gazing at the unfamiliar cityscape and road signs filled with utterly incomprehensible characters. For the first time, he frowned. Language barrier. Directly projecting his consciousness into the minds of these mortals wasn't impossible, but it would be too conspicuous. It could easily be mistaken for some cult or monster. Trouble. Just as he scratched his head in growing impatience, a black minivan glided silently to a stop before him. The window rolled down, revealing Su Shuai's exquisitely made-up face. Sir. Her voice carried a cautious, tentative tone. Are you in some kind of trouble? Ma Xiaoshuai glanced at her. Su Shuai's heart skipped a beat as she hurried to explain. I mean, no offense. I noticed you seem to be reading the road signs. The language here is quite niche. If you don't mind, I have a translator here who could give you a ride.
Ma Xiaoshuai looked at her.
This woman was sharp, she knew exactly what he needed. Where are you headed? He asked.
Su Shuai's heart leapt at his words. She hurriedly replied.
I'm heading to the Anak volcanic zone outside the city. I have a business event there. Anak volcano? Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes flickered. Wasn't that the active volcano sealing away the Flame King? What a coincidence. Seeing him silent, Su Shuai, fearing he might refuse, added quickly. My car can take you anywhere in this country. Ma Xiaoshuai opened the door and slid right in. How much?
Su Shuai froze for a moment before snapping back to reality, shaking her head vigorously.
It's free. Sir, you saved everyone on this plane, how could I possibly charge you?
She paused, gazing into Ma Xiaoshuai's deep, unfathomable eyes. Summoning her courage, she voiced her true thoughts. All I ask is that you protect my safety during my business activities. Is that okay? She was scared. In this world, there truly existed dangers that even guns couldn't solve. And the man before her was her greatest sense of security.
Ma Xiaoshuai considered it.
Since their destination was the same anyway, it would save him a lot of trouble.
Agreed.
The minivan was quiet, broken only by the faint hum of tires rolling over the pavement.
Ma Xiaoshuai leaned against the window, watching the foreign scenery rush by outside.
He suddenly spoke up.
What kind of business activity could there be at a volcano? Su Shuai answered immediately.
This is a world-renowned impoverished region.
The presence of Anak volcano makes the land here extremely barren.
Many children don't even have enough to eat.
She paused.
I'm here to attend a charity dinner to raise funds for the children in this area.
Chapter 163, Charity Dinner. Ma Xiaoshuai listened without showing much emotion, merely uttering a faint hum.
His silence made the atmosphere in the car feel even heavier. Su Shuai dared not utter another word, silently praying they'd reach their destination soon. The car finally came to a stop in front of a luxurious resort hotel built at the foot of a volcano. The opulent architecture stood in stark contrast to the impoverished area Su Shuai had described earlier. A middle-aged woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking sharp and efficient, was already waiting at the entrance. As soon as the car came to a stop, she rushed over.
It was Su Shuai's agent, Sisterly. Shuai, you scared me to death.
I just got word that the plane crashed.
Sisterly yanked open the car door and grabbed Su Shuai's arm.
She scanned her up and down, her eyes filled with anxiety.
I'm fine, Sisterly.
Su Shuai reassured her. Sister Li's gaze then fell on Ma Xiaoshuai, who was still sitting in the car.
Her brows instantly furrowed.
He was dressed in cheap, knockoff clothes, but he was actually quite handsome.
But that cold, aloof demeanor was unsettling. And who is this?
Su Shuai took a deep breath and introduced him solemnly.
Sisterly, this is Mr. Ma.
He was the one who took down the hijacker on the plane.
Him?
Sister Li's eyes instantly filled with scrutiny and doubt.
Just him? A greenhorn? She'd been in the entertainment industry for years, what kind of weirdos hadn't she seen?
She'd seen plenty of men like this, men who thought they could climb the ladder of success with just their looks or some bizarre story. But she didn't lose her temper on the spot.
Instead, she forced a professional smile at Ma Xiaoshuai. So it's you, Mr. Ma. Thank you so much. Shuai will definitely repay you.
Ma Xiaoshuai seemed not to hear her, stepping straight out of the car and heading toward the hotel lobby.
Su Shuai and Sisterly followed behind.
At the front desk, Ma Xiaoshuai ignored Sisterly, who was about to check in, and turned to face Su Shuai instead.
Book me the room next to yours.
Sister Li's footsteps halted abruptly, her expression changing instantly. Ma Xiaoshuai added another sentence, as if issuing an order.
As long as it's within 10 meters, I guarantee you'll be fine.
This statement ignited the powder keg in Sister Li's heart. She spun around abruptly, blocking Su Shuai's path. Eyes behind her glasses flashed with sharp intensity.
Mr. Ma, what do you mean by that?
Her voice was shrill and thin. We're grateful for your help and will reward you handsomely, but don't push your luck.
Do you think saving Shuai once gives you the right to cling to her?
If you want to be a kept man, take a good look at yourself and see if you're even worthy. Su Shuai's face drained of color in an instant. She recalled that ball fused from flesh and iron.
Sisterly. Stop it.
Su Shuai's voice suddenly rose sharply. Sister Li froze. She had never heard Su Shuai speak to her in such a tone.
Shuai, you. Do as he says. Su Shuai fixed her gaze on Sisterly, enunciating each word deliberately. Mr. Ma isn't the kind of person you think he is. Do it. Right now. Immediately.
Seeing the unwavering resolve in Su Shuai's eyes, Sisterly felt a jolt in her heart. She opened her mouth but swallowed the curse she'd been about to spit out. She shot Ma Xiaoshuai a vicious glare before reluctantly heading toward the front desk.
Book the 2 most expensive suites. Charge it to my card. She practically shouted the order. Ma Xiaoshuai didn't even lift an eyelid the entire time.
Taking the room keys, he turned silently toward the elevator. Su Shuai hurried after him, leaving Sister Lee stomping her feet in anger.
Ma Xiaoshuai entered his room.
The floor-to-ceiling windows faced the nearby Anak volcano, which perpetually emitted white smoke. He didn't glance at the luxurious furnishings inside the room, walking straight to the window. Then, he closed his eyes. In an instant, the entire world transformed before his senses. The hotel's steel and concrete structures dissolved into nothingness. An intangible force surged from his brow, instantly spanning kilometers. It boldly probed into the depths of Anak volcano. His divine consciousness pierced through layer upon layer of geological strata, ignoring the scorching magma. It probed toward the volcano's deepest core. There, within a sea of searing molten rock, an energy of destructive aura lay dormant. That energy was tightly bound by intricate and powerful chains of runes. Yet even so, the occasional wisp that escaped was enough to send shivers down the spines of mortals.
Ma Xiaoshuai's divine sense circled once around the periphery of that energy. Flame King.
A cold smile touched the corners of his lips.
Found it.
He slowly withdrew his divine sense and opened his eyes.
Knock knock knock. The knocking was neither loud nor soft, yet it echoed distinctly in the quiet corridor.
The cold smile in Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes hadn't fully faded when he pulled open the door.
Two people stood outside.
Su Shuai had changed into a pale blue off-the-shoulder gown, its hem adorned with delicate sequins. Her meticulous makeup enhanced her already striking features. Yet, within those beautiful eyes, a trace of unmistakable unease lingered. Behind her stood Sister Lee, her face a picture of displeasure. She stood with her arms crossed, her eyes brimming with disdain.
Mr. Ma.
Su Shuai's voice softened as she spotted him.
The charity dinner is about to begin. Would you like to join us?
No sooner had the words left her lips than Sister Lee snorted loudly through her nose behind her. Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze swept past Su Shuai and landed on Sister Lee, as if she were an inanimate object. Sister Lee's heart skipped a beat under his stare, but she quickly straightened her posture.
What kind of scene hadn't she seen in the entertainment industry? Was she going to be intimidated by some pretty boy?
Ma Xiaoshuai withdrew his gaze and nodded at Su Shuai.
I promised you.
His voice was flat, devoid of emotion. Su Shuai exhaled in relief, only to notice the cheap casual outfit Ma Xiaoshuai wore. Both he and the upcoming lavish banquet seemed utterly mismatched.
Then, what about your clothes? She cautiously reminded him. How about we go buy something now?
Buy? Sister Lee burst out laughing as if she'd heard the most ridiculous joke, her tone sharp and scathing.
Shuai, you're so naive. Some things money can't buy, like class. Understand? Even in an emperor's robe, he'd still be a beggar.
Taking him along would only embarrass us all.
Su Shuai's face darkened instantly. Sister Lee.
Ma Xiaoshuai, however, seemed oblivious to Sister Lee's scorn. He simply raised his hand and snapped his fingers sharply in the air.
Snap. A light sound.
A bizarre scene unfolded.
Ma Xiaoshuai's casual clothes seemed to come to life.
The fabric fibers began to rearrange themselves. The color rapidly deepened from grayish-white to an abyssal pitch black. The contours of his pants and jacket were swiftly stitched together in midair by an invisible hand.
Chapter 164, Lewandowski. The entire process took no more than a second.
A perfectly tailored, slim-fit suit of unparalleled quality, rivaling the finest luxury brands. It now fit him like a second skin. The fabric seemed to absorb light, not a single wrinkle in sight. It accentuated his tall, straight posture, making his demeanor even more icy. The air seemed to freeze. Su Shuai instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. Behind her, Sister Lee's face was frozen in utter stupor. Her eyes nearly popped out of her head.
What was that? Magic? Is this kid some kind of magician? Trying to pull off some cheap trick to fool people?
Sister Lee's mind was in turmoil. Her years of experience in the business were completely overturned in this moment.
Ma Xiaoshuai didn't even glance at their reactions.
He smoothed out the collar of his shirt, which had no wrinkles to begin with.
He strode toward the elevator. Let's go.
The two cold words drifted over. Su Shuai jolted awake, quickly lifting her skirt hem to follow. Only Sister Lee remained, still standing dumbstruck at the doorway. Her expression was as if she'd seen a ghost. Inside the elevator, the mirror reflected three starkly different faces. Ma Xiaoshuai wore a blank expression, his impeccable black suit making him look like a cold-hearted Grim Reaper.
Not someone heading to a charity dinner.
Su Shuai stood beside him, her fingers gripping the hem of her skirt slightly tighter. She stole glances at Ma Xiaoshuai from time to time. Li Jia, however, huddled in the far corner of the elevator, as far away from Ma Xiaoshuai as possible. Arms crossed, her eyes darting nervously, she dared not meet the man's gaze again. That scene had shattered her 20-plus years of experience navigating the world of fame and fortune.
A con artist? A magician? Ding! The elevator doors opened.
Luxurious crystal chandeliers, melodious classical music. This was the charity gala. A hunting ground cloaked in charity. A hunting ground where transactions were the true game. Sister Lee felt like a fish returning to water, instinctively straightening her posture. A professional smile returned to her face, though it felt a bit stiff. Just as she was about to pull Su Shuai over to greet a certain director, only to find Su Shuai glued to Ma Xiaoshuai's side, like a little sidekick. Sister Lee's expression darkened further, but the words on the tip of her tongue. Seeing Ma Xiaoshuai's icy profile, she forced herself to swallow her words. Forget it. Let her be. A young man in a white Armani suit noticed Su Shuai. His eyes lit up as he approached, champagne glass in hand. Handsome and impeccably groomed. The Patek Philippe on his wrist glinted under the lights. Shuai, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for ages. His voice was gentle, but the look he gave Su Shuai held an unmistakable possessiveness. His name was Lawan, the son of the hotel's owner. A typical rich kid. Upon seeing him, Su Shuai instinctively furrowed her brow. Young Master Lawan. Lai Wan's gaze completely ignored Ma Xiaoshuai standing beside Su Shuai. Shuai, after tonight, how about we grab a drink at the bar on the mountaintop? I just got my hands on a bottle of Romanée Conti. He leaned in close, almost pressing against Su Shuai. Su Shuai took an imperceptible step back, creating distance. Sorry, Master Lai Wan, I have plans tonight. Lewandowski's smile froze on his face. He'd been pursuing Su Shuai for months, showering her with cars and handbags, yet she'd always remained lukewarm. But never had she rejected him so decisively in front of others as she did today. His gaze finally settled on Ma Xiaoshuai. He took him in from head to toe. A black suit, no obvious brand, but well tailored. His face was somewhat cold, but nothing special. Lewandowski's eyes instantly turned contemptuous. Got something to say? What's the issue? Is it with you, bodyguard? His voice wasn't loud, but several people nearby heard it. They all shot her amused glances. Su Shuai's face paled. He's not a bodyguard. He's my friend. Friend? Lai Wan snorted as if he'd heard a joke. Shuai, when did your social circle become so pathetic? Someone who can't even afford a decent watch, does he even belong standing here? He pointed at Ma Xiaoshuai. Now, make him leave. Then, you come with me. Lewandowski's patience had run dry. He dropped the pretense, revealing his true colors. He gave a subtle signal to several burly men in black suits nearby. They immediately approached and surrounded the three. The air instantly thickened with tension. Su Shuai trembled with rage. Lewandowski. You dare. I dare? Lai Wan's laughter grew even more brazen. Here, there's nothing I won't do. Today, you'll submit whether you want to or not. He reached out to grab Su Shuai's wrist. Ma Xiaoshuai remained an outsider throughout. He merely watched quietly, his eyes utterly still, as if witnessing a childish farce. Only when Lawan's hand was about to touch Su Shuai's, he finally moved. No, he didn't even move. He merely lifted his eyelids. An invisible pressure instantly enveloped the bodyguards who had charged forward. Thud. A series of dull thuds echoed as they hit the ground. The burly bodyguards collapsed one after another, gasping for breath. Yet not a word could escape their lips. They hadn't even seen what had happened. The entire banquet hall fell silent in an instant. Everyone stared in stunned silence at the scene. Luwen's outstretched hand froze mid-air. What did you do to them? He pointed at Ma Xiaoshuai, his voice trembling. Ma Xiaoshuai didn't even glance at him, merely lowering his head to say to Su Shuai, disposed of? His voice was soft, as if he were asking, what's for dinner? Yet those three words sent a chill down both Su Shuai and Sister Lee's spines. Su Shuai knew exactly what dispose of meant. No, don't. Su Shuai shook her head frantically. She didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Lawan overheard their exchange. Dispose of me? Ha ha ha. Who do you think you are? He burst into maniacal laughter, pulling a phone from his pocket and dialing a number. Mr. Gao. Come to the banquet hall. Someone's crashing the party. Kill him. Now. Immediately. He roared into the phone. Hanging up, Lewandowski fixed Ma Xiaoshuai with a gaze that could kill. You're dead. Do you know who Mr. Gao is? He could kill a cow with a single glance. A piece of trash like you? He could crush you with one finger. Amid the crowd, a middle-aged man in a waiter's uniform, who had been quietly polishing glasses with his head down, set the glass he was holding aside. He was plain-looking, of average build, utterly unremarkable in a crowd. But now, he lifted his head and walked toward them step by step. His stride was steady, each step measured as if he were surveying the ground. A cold aura emanated from him, jarringly out of place in the banquet hall. The surrounding guests instinctively stepped back, parting to make way. Chapter 165, Mr. Gao. Sister Lee's pupils suddenly contracted. A psychic. She had once glimpsed such a person from afar at a private gathering. It existed beyond the ordinary world. Monsters only those at the pinnacle of power would dare to keep. This arrogant pretty boy is finished. The man known as Mr. Gao approached Lawan and bowed slightly.
Young master.
Only then did he lift his eyes to meet Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze. The instant their gazes met, the composure on his face cracked for the first time.
He couldn't fathom him.
The young man before him was like a black hole.
How could this be? A faint curve finally touched the corners of Ma Xiaoshuai's lips. Finally, someone who can fight. Mr. Gao's pupils instantly contracted to pinpricks.
Having served the Lai family for years, the dirty deeds he'd been involved in were enough to send an ordinary person to prison for life.
In the upper echelons of this country, who wouldn't address him with the respectful title Mr. Gao?
But today, a young man who seemed to have sprung out of nowhere was eyeing him up and down like he was a piece of merchandise.
Young master, step back.
Mr. Gao didn't turn around, but Lai Wan could feel the icy killing intent radiating from him. Lai Wan's face flushed with excitement as he obediently took a few steps back, his eyes fixed on Ma Xiaoshuai with pure malice. As if he could already see him torn to shreds. Mr. Gao raised his hand. There was no wind. Yet the air in the banquet hall thickened like viscous glue.
Everyone found breathing difficult, as if a boulder pressed against their chests.
Suddenly, the viscous air began to whirl at breakneck speed. Visibly, the rim of a stemmed glass was sliced cleanly by an invisible force, leaving a smooth, mirror-like edge. Guests nearby let out terrified screams, scrambling backward in panic.
Terrified of being swept up in the chaos.
Su Shui'er's face drained of color. She felt as though countless tiny needles were piercing her skin simultaneously. The pain made her gasp sharply.
Sister Li collapsed to the floor. How dare she scheme against such a monster? Just as the invisible wind blades were about to shred the three into mincemeat,
Ma Xiaoshuai raised his hand. A casual gesture, as if brushing dust off his clothes.
Hum. An invisible dome expanded outward from him as its center, enveloping him, Su Shui'er, and Sister Li within its embrace.
Outside, a deathly storm howled and swirled. Inside, not even a single strand of Su Shui'er's hair stirred.
Calm as a lake. This can't be possible.
Mr. Gao's eyes widened in disbelief, his face finally betraying utter horror. His wind-based ability excelled at slicing and cutting.
Not just a person, even a steel plate. He could reduce it to powder in seconds. Yet now, his prideful attack had been so effortlessly blocked by his opponent? Is that all? Ma Xiaoshuai finally looked Mr. Gao straight in the eye, a hint of disappointment in his gaze. I thought I'd get to stretch my legs a bit. He stepped forward, leaving the calm zone behind. He walked straight into the chaotic storm. Zzzzzzz.
A piercing sound rang out. Those razor-sharp wind blades, capable of slicing through gold and jade, collided with his body like a gentle breeze.
Not even his suit was torn.
Ma Xiaoshuai reached out and stirred the storm. Your energy control is too crude, the structure is loose, and there's no method to it.
Come, let me show you.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than his fingers snapped into a tight fist.
Disperse. Boom. The entire banquet hall shook violently.
The storm Mr. Gao had conjured instantly disintegrated, transforming into a raging whirlwind that swept outward in all directions. Tables and chairs flew through the air, cups and plates shattered, and the guests' screams were completely drowned out. Only Ma Xiaoshuai, along with Su Shui'er and Sister Li behind him, remained unscathed.
Put.
Mr. Gao, as if struck by a heavy blow, violently spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward through the air. He crashed into a long table, landing awkwardly on the floor. His face was frozen in utter disbelief. The opponent could actually directly control his psychic ability? This was beyond his comprehension. Useless. Lawan stared at the blood-spitting Mr. Gao sprawled on the floor. He cursed furiously. He roared at the hotel security guards surrounding them, who were already frozen in terror.
Are you all dead? Get him. Kill him. Whoever finishes him off gets 10 million from me.
A generous reward attracts brave souls. Several guards exchanged glances, drew batons from their waists, and charged forward with bloodshot eyes.
Ma Xiaoshuai didn't even glance at them.
His gaze remained fixed on Mr. Gao lying on the ground. The quality of psychics in this country really is subpar.
But you've piqued my interest a little.
His figure vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already standing on Mr. Gao's chest. The security guards who had charged forward seemed frozen in place. Each remained frozen in mid-stride, unable to move an inch.
Who are you? Mr. Gao coughed up blood, struggling to ask.
His heart was being crushed beneath a foot, each beat feeling like it would explode. He could feel that if the other person applied even a little more pressure, he would be crushed into a pulp.
Who am I?
Ma Xiaoshuai lowered his head, looking down at him.
A passing demon. He paused. A passing concerned citizen. Now, I give you a choice.
Submit to me, or die. The foot pressing against his chest felt like a mountain, making every breath a bone-crushing agony. He had served the Lai family because they offered him shelter, a place where this fugitive, unfit for the light of day, could live like a man above others.
It wasn't loyalty.
He was merely making a deal.
Now, a greater power had presented him with a new choice.
A choice with no room for negotiation. Before absolute power, dignity is the first thing crushed.
I submit. 3 words squeezed from between his bloodied teeth. After speaking, all strength seemed to drain from his body. Luan froze. The all-powerful Mr. Gao he had known had just knelt? Ah! A shrill scream burst from Luan's throat. He turned and scrambled toward the banquet hall entrance on all fours. Ma Xiaoshuai didn't even glance at him. He lifted his foot, shifting it away from Mr. Gao's chest. The security guards, frozen in place, collapsed simultaneously to the floor, gasping for breath. The entire banquet hall fell deathly silent. Only the shattered mess of cups and plates remained, along with a group of trembling high society individuals. Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze settled on Su Shuai. Are we still attending this banquet? Su Shuai snapped back to reality and shook her head frantically. She didn't want to stay in this place for another second. Ma Xiaoshuai strode toward the exit of the banquet hall. Mr. Gao, that is, Gao Shua, struggled to his feet from the floor. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he followed Ma Xiaoshuai in silence. Chapter 166, Vengeance for the Slightest Wrong. Back in the hotel room, Gao Shua stood respectfully to one side, head bowed, not daring to look at Ma Xiaoshuai seated on the sofa. The atmosphere in the room felt even more oppressive than the banquet hall. Tell me about yourself, Ma Xiaoshuai said, picking up the glass of water on the table and taking a sip. My name is Gao Shua. Gao Shua's voice was hoarse and dry. I escaped from the mainland. I used to work for an organization, but I crossed some line. I had no choice but to flee illegally to save my life. These past years, I've been under the control of the Lai family, handling their dirty work. Ma Xiaoshuai nodded. No wonder. Though Gao Shua's skills seemed crude to him. But in this world, he was still an A-grade expert. A man like that wouldn't stoop to being a bodyguard for scum like Lai Wan. How could he possibly stoop to serving as bodyguard for scum like Lewandowski? So you're saying you're from an official organization of psychics? Ma Xiaoshuai's knuckles tapped lightly against the sofa armrest, producing a dull thud. A fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on Gao Shua's forehead. Yes and no. Gao Shua struggled to organize his words. It's an underground private organization that handles certain abnormalities, but we ourselves are also abnormalities. A hint of self-mockery tinged his voice. We're not recognized. We're more like dogs bred by capital. Released to bite when needed, locked in cages when not. Ma Xiaoshuai said nothing, only shifting his gaze to the window. Below the hotel, the streetlights were fragmented by the swirling masses of people. Dozens of black sedans blocked the intersection, doors wide open. A dark mass of people wielded gleaming machetes and iron bars, surrounding the hotel so tightly not a drop of water could pass. At the forefront was none other than Luan, who had fled in a panic. He was pointing up at the hotel, yelling something at a burly thug beside him. He's got some guts. Ma Xiaoshuai's lips curved into a faint smile, its meaning unclear whether mockery or admiration. Gao Shua followed his gaze and his expression darkened instantly. Luan is the kind of man who holds grudges. His family is the biggest mafia in this area, with blood on their hands. I betrayed him. He won't let me off. These men are here to kill me. Gao Shua knew full well this was also aimed at Ma Xiaoshuai. Only Luan didn't have the guts to call out Ma Xiaoshuai's name directly. He could only use this traitor as an excuse. Oh? Ma Xiaoshuai withdrew his gaze and fixed it back on Gao Shua. So what do you plan to do about it? Gao Shua's heart sank. He knew the moment that would truly decide his fate had arrived. This was his chance to prove his loyalty. Sir. Gao Shua bowed his head, lowering his posture even further. Please give me a chance to clean up this trash. Ma Xiaoshuai smiled, rose to his feet, and walked to the window, looking down at the chaos below with an air of superiority. Go ahead. His voice was soft. Those down there were your former masters. Now, let's see how sincere you are. Well done. You'll be rewarded. Gao Shua's body jerked violently, then a wave of warmth surged through him. He wasn't stupid. This unfathomably powerful being was offering him a chance to ascend to a new level. Yes. Gao Shua hesitated no longer. He drew a sharp breath. An invisible current of wind instantly enveloped his body. The curtains in the room fluttered wildly. He took a single step forward, his form plunging directly from the window of a towering skyscraper. The gale cradled his body like a weightless feather, carrying him silently toward the ground. That traitor jumped. Levin's sharp-eyed subordinate pointed at the dark silhouette falling through the air and shouted. Luan shuddered in shock, but that was quickly replaced by overwhelming humiliation and rage. Get him. Kill him. Damn traitor. Whoever brings me his head gets 5 million. Luan roared like a madman, determined to reclaim the dignity he'd lost in the banquet hall with interest. The dark mass of people, like sharks sensing blood, howled and charged toward Gao Shua's landing spot. Gao Shua landed, standing within the encircling crowd. He didn't even glance at Luan. In his eyes, these so-called gangsters were nothing but ants waving pieces of metal. He raised his hand. A sharp, piercing hum filled the air. Dozens of translucent wind blades materialized before him, radiating a bone-chilling cold. Kill.
The frontline thugs had already closed in, their machetes raised high, faces twisted in savage fervor.
Gao Shuai gave a slight flick of his wrist. Looking for death. A deadly web of wind blades instantly swept forward. A series of dull thuds echoed, mingled with the sharp crack of breaking bones. The front row of thugs, unable even to utter a scream, were instantly sliced into countless fragments that splattered across the ground. The thugs behind them were petrified by this hellish spectacle. They tried to halt their advance, but were shoved forward by those behind them. They were involuntarily thrust into that invisible realm of death. The screams finally erupted, piercing the air with their sheer agony. It was a one-sided slaughter. Gao Shuai advanced at a measured pace. With each step he took, the wind blades before him surged forward, reaping one vibrant life after another. In less than a minute, the street fell silent. Except for Lawan, who stood frozen in terror, collapsed on the ground far away. Not a single survivor remained. The sickly sweet scent of blood filled the air, transforming the entire street into a crimson hellscape. Towering amidst the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, Gao Shua's clothes remained utterly spotless, not a single drop of blood staining them. He lifted his head, his gaze piercing the distance to the window above the hotel. By the window, Ma Xiaoshuai watched the scene below with an expressionless face, then nodded. Satisfactory. His fingertip lifted lightly, and a strand of black energy, darker than the night itself, gathered at his fingertip. He snapped his fingers. The black mist silently pierced through dozens of floors. In an instant, it vanished into the back of Gao Shua's head below. Gao Shua's body convulsed violently, his eyes widening in shock. He felt a domineering force burrow into his mind, penetrating deep into his soul. In that instant, it seized the core of his very existence. A single thought from the other would obliterate his soul, leaving not a trace behind. Terror exploded from his very marrow. But immediately after, an unprecedented, colossal force exploded within him along that black mist. His latent abilities surged like a catalyst-fueled inferno, exploding with unbridled fury. The bottleneck shattered like rotten wood. Another bottleneck shattered. Half a step to S-rank. Gao Shua felt the ceaseless power surging within him. It was an illusion powerful enough to make him feel he could shatter the earth beneath his feet. Chapter 167, Money for Life. Gao Shua instinctively raised his hand, gathering the wind. The wind blades, once formless and colorless at most tinged with a faint bluish hue, now transformed into a profound, pitch-black darkness. Their edges even glowed with a heart-stopping crimson light, radiating an aura of utter destruction. This was the reward? Not a shred of reluctance remained in Gao Shua's heart. He understood clearly that his life no longer belonged to himself. But as long as he remained loyal, this new master could grant him things he had never dared to dream of before. He lifted his head once more, his gaze fixed upon the window, now utterly transformed into the reverent devotion of a believer gazing upon a deity. Inside the hotel room, Ma Xiaoshuai withdrew his hand, as though he had merely performed an insignificant task. He turned and walked straight into the bedroom, collapsing onto the bed. Sleep. Early the next morning. Knock knock knock. The urgent knocking echoed. Ma Xiaoshuai opened his eyes. Outside the door, Su Shueier's voice trembled with suppressed excitement. Mr. Ma! Mr. Ma, are you awake? The door opened. Su Shuier stood at the doorway, her eyes bloodshot from a sleepless night. Yet her cheeks glowed with excitement. She held a thick stack of checks in her hands, as if cradling some priceless treasure. Look! These! Her voice trembled. This morning, when I opened the door, I found these stuffed into the crack, and there was an envelope left at the doorstep too. I counted them. Altogether, it's nearly $10 million. Su Shuier felt as if she were dreaming. She had never seen so much money in her entire life. At the fundraising dinner, she talked herself hoarse and only managed to raise a little over 100,000, only for Lawan to ruin it all. Now, without lifting a finger, this fortune had practically delivered itself to her doorstep. Oh! Ma Xiaoshuai's reaction was as flat as if he were listening to today's weather forecast. He had seen this coming. Last night's one-sided massacre downstairs, everyone in the banquet hall had seen it clearly through the windows. What did those fat cat tycoons fear most? Death. They knew the power of the Lawan family, and they had witnessed Gao Shua's strength. And what was the result? In a single confrontation, hundreds of people were reduced to scattered fragments of flesh. Fear is the best passport. This money isn't a donation. It's money to buy their lives, sincerity offered up. Take it. Ma Xiaoshuai said indifferently. Consider it a small token of their contribution to those impoverished children. Su Shuier nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with tears. Then, Mr. Ma, what should we do next? You? Ma Xiaoshuai glanced at her. You. Take your companions and buy tickets to return home today. Su Shuier froze. What about you? I still have some business to attend to. Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze seemed to pierce through the wall, fixed on some distant point.
He could sense a scorching energy slowly stirring within the earth's veins. The seal that had been placed there was growing weaker, inch by inch.
The Flame King would soon awaken. He spoke calmly to Su Shuai. This place will soon be unsafe. Remember, leave as quickly as possible. Don't look back.
Su Shuai opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something more, her eyes betraying an undeniable lingering attachment. Nearly $10 million, acquired overnight, all because of the man before her. Being with him, it felt like anything was possible.
Return home? Go back to that predictable, routine world? Suddenly, it all felt utterly dull. Mr. Ma, I.
Before she could finish, a tall figure appeared silently at the doorway, blocking the corridor light.
It was Gao Shuai. He stood there quietly, radiating an oppressive aura from within.
Made Su Shuai's heart skip a beat, forcing her to swallow the rest of her words.
Overnight, this man seemed like a completely different person.
The look he gave Ma Xiaoshuai was both respectful and fervent. Ma Xiaoshuai paid no heed to Su Shuai's subtle feelings and instructed Gao Shuai. Escort them to the airport and ensure they board safely. After that, go to Yuan City and wait for me.
Yes, master. Gao Shuai bowed in acknowledgement, without a hint of hesitation.
Ever since his power surged last night, he could sense it clearly. Something in the air of this island was growing increasingly volatile.
Growing increasingly unstable.
A searing energy, like molten lava beneath the earth, threatened to erupt at any moment.
He understood instantly.
Master, it seemed he had come for this very reason. His own strength was nothing but cannon fodder in the face of power of this magnitude. Su Shuai and her companion, standing before two men radiating entirely different auras. They dared not breathe a word, obediently following Gao Shuai as he departed.
Footsteps faded into the distance. Ma Xiaoshuai gazed at the empty doorway, his figure suddenly blurring.
The next instant, he transformed into a pure black light, more ethereal than a shadow. Shooting skyward, it instantly tore through the clouds. He shot toward the active volcano at the island's center, billowing white smoke.
At the volcano's peak, a colossal rune array was etched into the Earth's crust.
At that moment, the array's light flickered erratically, its surface covered in startling cracks.
As if it might shatter completely at any moment.
Scorching air currents mingled with the acrid stench of sulfur erupted from the fissures. Faintly, suppressed roars could be heard rising from beneath the array, like a millennia-imprisoned beast ramming against its cage.
Ma Xiaoshuai hovered above the formation, his expression unreadable.
He raised his hand, and pure demonic energy surged from his palm.
It transformed into countless black threads, precisely wrapping around the cracks, beginning to mend and reinforce the precarious seal. Roar! The furious roar from beneath the earth grew even more violent.
As if sensing the seal's strength and power, the impacts grew fiercer. The entire volcano hummed with a deep, resonant vibration.
Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes remained as still as a well, as he steadily increased the flow of demonic energy. He glanced toward the airport.
Only when he sensed that the plane carrying Gao Shuai and Su Shuai had taken off
and had completely departed the island's vicinity, he finally exhaled in relief.
At last, he could quietly deal with this trouble. He ceased his repairs, allowing the cracks in the ceiling array to widen once more. Rather than playing wallpaper repairman here, he might as well go inside. Crush that noisy creature inside once and for all.
A flash of black light. Ma Xiaoshuai's figure plunged directly into the bottomless entrance of the volcano. The volcano's entrance did not lead downward, but stretched straight ahead.
The moment he stepped inside, the world changed color.
No rocks. No sky. As far as the eye could see lay a sea of flowing magma.
The air contained no oxygen, only scorching currents hot enough to melt steel in an instant.
Each breath is torture for the lungs. Countless bizarre creatures swam through the molten rock. Some resemble lizards with crude limbs. Their entire bodies were formed from scalding molten rock.
Others were floating balls of fire, each bearing a single eye.
Their gaze brimming with malice. Chapter 168, Greetings. Ma Xiaoshuai's appearance was like a drop of ice water splashing into boiling oil. The entire world instantly erupted. The gaze of every fire elemental creature locked onto this unwelcome guest in unison.
Their eyes held no intelligence, only the most primal hatred and hunger.
Roar!
The nearest lava crocodile let out a thunderous roar. Sending a tidal wave of scorching heat surging forward, it lunged with its gaping maw.
Ma Xiaoshuai didn't even lift an eyelid.
He merely extended his right hand, fingers splayed. Threads of crimson energy materialized from his palm. A tang sword appeared in his hand, ancient in design, with a narrow blade gleaming with an eerie, blood-red light.
The feast had begun.
He silently murmured a phrase in his mind.
The next instant, the blade flashed.
That crimson glow, in this world bathed in orange-red light,
seemed particularly blinding and particularly cold.
The charging lava crocodile was sliced cleanly in two from head to tail, without a sound.
No screams. The light at the wound instantly dimmed, and the scorching magma body seemed to have been doused with strong acid. It emitted a hissing sound. It rapidly cooled and solidified, transforming into two pieces of pitch-black charcoal, sinking into the sea of magma. A single stroke.
The primal instincts of the surrounding flame creatures.
For the first time, they experienced an emotion called fear.
But fear could not overcome their instincts. After a brief pause, an even more frenzied assault ensued.
Ma Xiaoshuai's figure moved.
He strolled through this sea of molten lava as if taking a leisurely walk, though beneath his feet lay liquid hot enough to melt anything. Yet it felt as solid as the most stable ground beneath his feet. The crimson Tang sword in his hand transformed into a blood-red curtain of light, reaping lives. Wherever the blade's light passed, whether it was a molten lava crocodile or a flaming cyclops, they were all cleaved in two.
Their pride in their scorching heat
Proved as fragile as paper before the cold blade. Every severed body, without exception, all turned to charcoal and sank to the ocean floor. This was a one-sided slaughter.
As easy as slicing melons and vegetables. Before long, the sea of magma near the entrance was completely cleared. Ma Xiaoshuai casually flicked his blade in a flourish.
The crimson Tang's sword dissolved into a speck of light. He brushed imaginary dust from his hands and gazed into the depths of this fiery realm. A wicked smile curved his lips.
This greeting should be sincere enough. At the very heart of the flaming world,
a magnificent palace carved from eternally unmelting obsidian, suspended at the center of a sea of magma.
Upon the palace throne sat an immense figure.
Not a physical form, but a conglomeration of the purest, near-white flames.
Golden divine patterns swirled across his form, exuding an aura of supreme authority.
He was the Flame King. The instant Ma Xiaoshuai slew the final flame creature, the Flame King abruptly opened his eyes. Those eyes burned with the fury of the entire world.
This aura.
His voice thundered like a billion volcanoes erupting simultaneously. It echoed throughout the entire palace.
Repulsive. He would never forget.
Not long ago, he had expended his very essence. That sliver of power sent into the real world had been utterly annihilated.
Completely annihilated. Beneath the throne, a slightly smaller figure composed of blue flames stood bowed in attendance.
He was the Flame King's strategist. He sensed the Great King's fury, and he also sensed the uniqueness of the intruder.
Your Majesty, this one's aura is strange.
He ignores the divine fire of our realm.
He is likely no good. The strategist's voice remained composed. Should we take preemptive action and eliminate him before he gains strength?
The Flame King's massive head turned slightly, his gaze seemingly piercing through infinite space.
It settled upon Ma Xiaoshuai at the entrance.
After a moment, he let out a contemptuous snort. Nothing more than an ant that has luckily grasped a modicum of restraining power.
Not worthy of this king's personal attention.
His burning gaze shifted toward the palace guard. A towering, imposing commander stood out among them. That commander was entirely crimson, even his armor formed from solidified flames.
Scarlet Flame. The Flame King's voice carried authority. Go. Bring me the head of that insect.
The commander named Crimson Flame abruptly dropped to one knee, his voice booming like a bell.
As you command, my great king.
The military strategist's blue flame body swayed slightly.
He bowed his head, saying no more. He could sense it.
Was far from the simple threat the king had described. But the king's will was not to be questioned. Ma Xiaoshuai was walking deeper into this world of flames.
The sea of magma beneath his feet reflected his solitary shadow.
Just as he thought he could walk all the way to the Flame King, a sudden change occurred. A searing flame erupted from the depths ahead. It was a flame sphere compressed to its absolute limit. Where its tip pointed, space itself groaned under the strain, warping with a strained creak.
Ma Xiaoshuai's pupils contracted slightly.
Before he could even react, his body instinctively propelled him sideways.
Boom!
The flame sphere whizzed past the hem of his robe, plunging viciously into the sea of magma behind him.
The magma in that area was instantly purified. Its color grew dull. What a devastating attack! Ma Xiaoshuai steadied himself and looked ahead. A figure hovered midair. It was a woman, her figure gracefully curved. A form-fitting crimson soft armor accentuated her figure to perfection. Yet she exuded a heroic spirit. Her crimson hair, reaching down to her ankles, moved without a breeze. Her face bore an innate pride. So it was you who angered my father?
The woman's voice was crisp, yet carried a fiery intensity.
Father?
Ma Xiaoshuai appraised the woman before him, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
Are you the daughter of the Flame King? My name is Crimson Flame.
The woman lifted her chin.
And you dare challenge my father's authority?
The contempt in her eyes deepened. Not a trace of flame energy emanated from this man. Instead, he instinctively repulsed her.
That father would be enraged over such trash? Unbelievable. Ma Xiaoshuai smiled.
Ignoring her accusation, he asked casually, as if chatting idly.
Did your father send only you? Shi Yan frowned. To deal with you, one man is more than enough.
No, you've misunderstood.
Ma Xiaoshuai waved his finger. What I meant was, are you his only daughter? If I accidentally kill you later, won't he be left without an heir? You're asking for death. Shi Yan was instantly enraged.
As the most cherished daughter of the Flame King, the princess who reigns supreme in this world,
How could she ever endure such flippant insult? She raised her hand abruptly, grasping at the void. A flaming spear identical to the one she had just wielded took shape in her hand. Chapter 169, Primordial Divine Flame. I shall reduce you to ashes, and use your remains to adorn the gardens before my palace. Before the words had fully left her lips, she had already transformed into a crimson streak of light, striking straight for Ma Xiaoshuai's heart. Ma Xiaoshuai's smile remained unchanged. He didn't even bother to summon his crimson tang sword again. He merely extended his right hand and flicked his finger lightly toward the unstoppable crimson streak. A faint, crimson thread of blood flashed from his fingertip. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. The crimson flame felt his pride and joy, the blazing spear, as if it had collided with an invisible mountain. A force of boundless devouring intent surged madly along the spear's tip. The flame spear in her grasp began to extinguish inch by inch from the tip, turning into black ash. What? Shi Yan was utterly horrified. Her flames originated from the primordial divine fire of her father, the emperor. Nothing could resist its burn, nothing could withstand its melt. How could it be extinguished? This brief lapse in focus was a fatal opening in Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes. A shadow flickered. Ma Xiaoshuai appeared before crimson flame, their faces mere inches apart. He could even smell the peculiar floral scent emanating from her. Shi Yan's combat instincts snapped her back to reality. She instinctively tried to step back. Simultaneously, she summoned every ounce of strength to counterattack. But a hand had already clamped around her throat. Though that hand held no warmth whatsoever, Shi Yan felt as if her very soul were being frozen solid. The divine fire within her trembled as if encountering its natural enemy. Not a single spark could be summoned. All her pride shattered in that instant, crushed by that single hand. Go tell your father. Ma Xiaoshuai's voice rang in her ear. Stop sending out children to play house. I have no time to waste. Let him come out himself, to meet his end. With that, he flung his hand, as if discarding a piece of trash. Shi Yan flew backward uncontrollably, leaving a long trail across the magma sea. He finally slammed into a distant obsidian mountain, coming to a halt. She struggled to rise, only to discover her entire body was racked with tearing agony. That eerie, icy energy still raged within her, suppressing her divine flame. Shi Yan lay sprawled on the ground, utterly defeated. She raised her head, her gaze fixed intently on the man who remained suspended in midair. What exactly was he? Ma Xiaoshuai watched as crimson flame's disheveled figure fled, the crimson streak of light vanishing into the horizon of the magma world. He could sense it, a fury awakening from the very core of this world. Not the personal fury of moments past, but the roar of an entire world roused to wrath. Beneath his feet, the sea of magma began to boil, churning up wave after wave. Crashing against the black reefs, it produced deafening roars. The air's temperature surged, threatening to melt everything in its path. The all-consuming demonic energy surrounding Ma Xiaoshuai flowed naturally. It shielded him from the heat wave powerful enough to melt gold and iron. His divine sense caught a glimpse of light. A golden radiance more blinding than the sun, more scorching than a star. It was crushing down from the very center of the world, bearing straight toward his position. The curve of Ma Xiaoshuai's lips widened. The main event had finally arrived. The golden light moved with unimaginable speed. Yet it carried a majestic slowness and authority, as if reigning supreme over all. Moments later, the golden light halted before Ma Xiaoshuai. As the radiance faded, its true form was revealed. It was a throne. A throne formed entirely from the purest golden flames. Seated upon the throne sat an immense figure. None other than the Flame King. Simply sitting there, he seemed to be the very center of the entire world. All light and heat emanated from him. The sea of magma beneath him bowed in submission, growing docile. The Flame King's massive, fiery head was slightly bowed, his eyes blazing with golden flames, locked onto Ma Xiaoshuai. The source of that repulsive, enraging aura of devouring energy lay right before his eyes. Originally, the Flame King spoke, his voice sending waves of scorching heat rippling through the entire space. I intended to grant this worm a few more moments of life. But it seems you're in such a hurry to meet your end? Ma Xiaoshuai seemed oblivious to the overwhelming pressure that could crush mountains. He even reached up to scratch his ear. Your daughter said the same thing just now. He lifted his eyes, staring directly at the monarch upon the throne, his gaze brimming with unmasked defiance. Then she ran off crying. Did you send her out because you thought her crying face was pretty? Boom! The space around the Flame King shattered violently, torn apart by his raging fury. Black spatial fissures flickered into existence and vanished around him. You are courting death. Each word seemed to be ground out between his teeth, dripping with endless murderous intent. Ma Xiaoshuai's smile only grew brighter. Seems you don't care for the truth either. The demonic energy that had merely shielded him suddenly expanded outward. Ink black, it carried a desire to devour everything. It stood in stark contrast to the fiery glow that filled the sky of this world. Black and red collided violently in midair, obliterating each other. The entire lava cavern trembled violently under the clash of these two extreme forces.
The Flame King laughed in fury. He wasted no more words. For an insolent insect that knew not its place, the most absolute force crushing it into dust was the only fitting response. He slowly raised his massive hand, formed entirely of flame, with a gentle wave toward the sea of magma at his feet. Splash! As if obeying his sovereign's command, the entire sea of magma surged into a colossal wave that obscured the sky. The crest was no longer the usual dark red, but glowed with a blinding, white-hot radiance. Where the crest passed, even space itself sizzled and crackled. The terrifying heat caused the obsidian ground beneath Ma Xiaoshuai's feet began to show signs of melting. This was no longer mere magma. This was the Flame King's divine fire, a supreme strike fused with the primordial essence of the world, capable of incinerating all existence. Yet, faced with this world-shattering spectacle, Ma Xiaoshuai merely raised his right hand with a lazy gesture. Then, facing the blinding white wave crashing toward him, he spread his fingers wide. "Is that all?" The words fell. A pitch-black fissure silently tore open in the space between Ma Xiaoshuai's fingers. A chill wind, cold enough to freeze the soul, howled out from the fissure. It formed a bizarre contrast with the scorching air around it. A black banner silently extended. Its surface was as black as ink, seemingly devoid of any patterns. Yet it also seemed as though countless twisted, agonized faces were struggling within it. A single glance was enough to shatter one's very soul. The banner of 10,000 souls. The moment it appeared, the entire boiling sea of magma seemed to freeze for an instant. Chapter 170, Not Bad. That blindingly white, sky-obscuring tidal wave, carrying the terrifying might to incinerate all things. It crashed down before Ma Xiaoshuai. Yet, contrary to expectations, there was no earth-shattering collision. The black banner unfurled in the wind. That all-consuming darkness, like an endless maw, met the blinding white wave. Silence. Absolute silence. The wave, powerful enough to incinerate gods themselves, upon contact with the black banner. Like a pebble tossed into an abyss, it stirred not even a ripple. It was utterly swallowed by the darkness. Light and heat were utterly stripped away in that instant. The Flame King's golden pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpricks. What did he see? His primordial divine flame, devoured? After devouring the entire wave of molten lava, the banner of 10,000 souls gave a slight shake. A stream of pure, dark crimson energy flowed up the black banner pole. Like a serpent, it wound its way upward. It vanished into Ma Xiaoshuai's body. A satisfied crimson gleam flashed in Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes. He even extended his tongue to lick his lips, as if savoring a delicious dish. He lifted his head to gaze at the dazed Flame King seated upon the throne. A hint of appraisal tinged his smile. The flavor was decent. The heat was well controlled, but the seasoning was a bit too bold, too intense. Ma Xiaoshuai appraised him earnestly. As a cook, you're barely passable. Cook. Qualified. Boom. Uncontrollable rage erupted from within the Flame King. The flaming throne beneath him cracked under the strain, creaking as fissures spread across its surface. This was not merely the humiliation of having his attack nullified. It was the fury of a world sovereign whose very primal power was being devoured like food. His divine fire was the very foundation of this world, the supreme power. How could it be devoured? How could it become nourishment for another? What are you? The Flame King's voice carried a tremor he himself hadn't noticed. Ma Xiaoshuai, however, couldn't be bothered to answer him. He merely slung the banner of 10,000 souls over his shoulder, his carefree demeanor suggesting he was carrying not a peerless weapon of destruction, but merely a fire poker. This utter contempt completely ignited the Flame King's last shred of sanity. Roar! A roar that shook the entire world erupted. I shall grind your bones to dust. 9 dragons scorch heaven. With each word he roared, the once still sea of magma erupted into frenzied chaos once more. Boom! 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 9 unimaginably thick pillars of molten lava shot skyward. Mid-air, the pillars twisted, coiled, and transformed. Dragon heads, dragon bodies, dragon claws, dragon tails. Scales blazed with golden flames, dragon whiskers flickered with dancing sparks. In the blink of an eye, 9 colossal flame dragons, each larger than mountains, coiled between heaven and earth. Each dragon radiated a terrifying power capable of scorching mountains and boiling seas. They were not lifeless. Within those 9 enormous dragon eyes glowed with fury identical to that of the Flame King. 9 colossal dragon heads lowered in unison. A full 180 degrees, leaving no blind spot as they locked onto the tiny figure on the ground bearing the black banner. The breath expelled from those 9 heads, aflame with boundless fury, had already warped the space beyond recognition. The pressure was like mountains, the heat like oceans. Yet, Ma Xiaoshuai, bearing the black banner, showed not a trace of gravity on his face. He even gave a slight smirk. All flash and no substance. His free left hand suddenly moved. His fingers danced with lightning speed, leaving only after images as he instantly formed a complex and eerie magical seal. Tout yeah! A sharp command rang out. The banner of 10,000 souls slung over his shoulder stirred without wind. The darkness on its surface seemed to come alive, surging wildly. A hideous, terrifying specter burst forth from the banner. The apparition bore the form of a sheep's body with a human face, eyes beneath its armpits, tiger fangs, and human claws. Its gaping maw seemed poised to devour the heavens and earth. It was none other than the ancient beast, the Tao Tai. The Tao Tai specter let out a silent roar to the heavens. Its ravenous greed caused the 9 flaming dragons to falter in their movements. Then, the shadow twisted violently in midair. It transformed into a pure black beam of light, shooting like a meteor toward Ma Xiaoshuai's palm. The black light condensed and contracted. A long sword of ancient design appeared in his hand. Its blade was pitch black, reflecting not a single glimmer of light, as if it had absorbed all light within. At the edge of the blade, a faint, almost imperceptible dark red hue appeared, like dried bloodstains. Ma Xiaoshuai weighed the black blade in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. This kind of blade that draws blood with every strike feels more substantial. The next instant, he moved. His figure vanished from the spot. It struck the largest dragon head directly, unleashing a golden dragon breath powerful enough to melt divine iron. But it struck empty air. A dark shadow materialized ghost-like above its head. Ma Xiaoshuai gripped his blade with both hands, a savage thrill flashing in his eyes as he brought it down with brutal force upon the colossal dragon's neck. There was no earth-shattering roar. Only a thin black line flashed across. But the sound of a blade slicing through rotten flesh. The dragon's head, larger than a mountain, silently separated from its colossal body. The severed edge was smooth as glass, not a single spatter of magma escaping. All the flames and energy were utterly annihilated by the devouring force contained within that single strike. Mid-fall, the colossal dragon head dissolved into primordial fire elemental energy, vanishing without a trace. One strike, severing the dragon's head. The remaining 8 colossal dragons roared in unison with fury, charging madly toward Ma Xiaoshuai. Ma Xiaoshuai didn't even glance at them, fixing his gaze instead on the figure on the throne, who was nearly exploding with rage. A sneer of utter contempt curled his lips. Been king too long, haven't you? Forgotten how to even hold a blade? All you know is these flashy spells. Your blood must be freezing cold by now, huh? These words cut deeper than the blade itself. Every word stabbed viciously into the Flame King's royal pride. The Flame King let out a roar unlike any human voice, leaping violently from his throne. That colossal hand, engulfed in blazing flames, showed not a moment's hesitation. It plunged viciously into the sea of magma beneath him, the very source of the world's essence. Come out of me. Accompanied by his heart-wrenching roar, a speck of golden light ignited at the very core of the entire magma sea. The golden light grew ever brighter. Finally, a golden spark the size of a fist as if forged from pure solar essence was wrenched from the depths of the magma. The moment the spark emerged, all flames across the world dimmed, as if every ounce of light and heat had been sucked into it. The golden fire seed, held in the Flame King's hand. It began to elongate and transform, morphing into a colossal crimson sword of savage, domineering design. Chapter 171, Flaming Execution. Golden divine patterns covered the blade's surface. Each twist in turn sent ripples through the surrounding space. At that moment, 2 figures burst into the cave entrance, looking disheveled. It was none other than the Crimson Flame who had fled earlier. Alongside a figure composed entirely of blue flames. The moment they saw the crimson greatsword in the Flame King's grasp, the color drained from both their faces. Father! Shi Yan screamed in shock. The blue flame strategist trembled violently, his eyes filled with terror. Yan Ji! His voice was hoarse, tinged with a sob. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! He actually unleashed Yan Ji. That forbidden sword can only be forged by burning the very essence of the world. Your Majesty! The lament of the blue flame strategist was drowned out by the Flaming King's furious battle cry. Dignity, reason, the very survival of the world. In this moment, all were cast aside. Only one thought remained in his mind: to kill the man before him. The Flame King, wielding the flaming scepter, took a single step forward, causing the void beneath his feet to shatter inch by inch. He did not fly, but instead stomped heavily upon the nearest dragon's head. Boom! The massive dragon head suddenly sank, its fiery scales shattering instantly as if unable to bear his weight. Using the dragon's head as a springboard, the Flame King's form transformed into a crimson gold streak of light that tore through the heavens and earth, charging toward Ma Xiaoshuai. Behind him, the remaining 7 colossal dragons seemed to receive some command. They followed in his wake, forming a devastating wave of flames that threatened to obliterate the world. In that instant, the entire world seemed to emit its final wail in unison with his charge. Facing this ultimate strike that gambled away the very essence of the entire world, the playful expression on Ma Xiaoshuai's face finally faded slightly. Now that's more like it. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth as the veins on his right hand, gripping the Taodai black blade, bulged slightly. No retreat. No evasion. He chose the most direct and most ferocious path. Meeting the crimson gold streak of light head-on, he stepped forward as well. His black blade swept upward from below, carving a pitch-black trajectory that seemed to devour everything in its path. The next instant, blade met blade with a thunderous clash. No sound.
No explosion. Black and red, two utterly opposing forces of ultimate power, madly annihilated and devoured each other at the point of contact. The pitch-black blade sought to swallow the blazing inferno, consuming the world into utter nothingness. The crimson gold blade sought to incinerate the all-consuming darkness. Where they met, space shattered into an eerie, glass-like state. Immediately, an indescribable energy storm erupted, sweeping outward with the two combatants at its epicenter. No! The distant blue flame strategist could only utter a startled cry before being violently hurled away by the energy's aftershock. He and Crimson Flame were like two fallen leaves in the storm, helplessly hurled against the cave's stone walls. They couldn't even scream before being knocked senseless. The battlefield at the storm's epicenter was even more brutal. Roar! 7 fire dragons seized the moment Ma Xiaoshuai was pinned by the Flame King. They opened their massive jaws from all directions, unleashing dragon breath potent enough to melt anything, biting viciously at his body. Damn beasts, you're in the way. A flicker of impatience crossed Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes. The banner of 10,000 souls slung over his left shoulder suddenly erupted with a surge of black mist. The seemingly ordinary black cloth banner billowed in the wind, swelling into a vast, sky-darkening black canopy. In an instant, it enveloped Ma Xiaoshuai's figure. Seven dragon breaths, 8 fiery dragon's claws and fangs, slammed into the black canopy almost simultaneously. Yet, the expected cataclysmic scene failed to materialize. The flames, powerful enough to incinerate mountains and boil seas, emitted a series of teeth-aching hissing sounds upon contact with the profound darkness, rapidly melting away. Countless faces contorted in agony and wailing emerged upon the black canopy. They scrambled to open their mouths, frantically swallowing the fire dragon's power. Ma Xiaoshuai could even sense the 10,000 souls banner emitting waves of excited humming, as if feasting on an unparalleled banquet. Useless. The Flame King watched his power being so easily neutralized. His eyes turned blood red, and the flaming executioner greatsword in his hand blazed with an even more intense glow. It crushed Ma Xiaoshuai's black blade beneath its weight. In this king's world, you have only one path: death. Is that so? Ma Xiaoshuai held firm under immense pressure, a faint smile curling his lips once more. You can't even control your own dog, yet you dare call yourself a king? His gaze turned icy. 10,000 souls banner, devour them. The words fell. The sky-obscuring banner of 10,000 souls surged with even more violent black mist. Upon its surface, the countless faces twisted in agony and wailing began to merge. Ultimately, they coalesced into a monstrous, indescribably vast specter. The specter resembled a colossal beast, with twin horns protruding from its head and a maw that nearly consumed half its body. The Tao Tai. Roar! A roar unlike any sound of this world erupted from the shadow's maw. That gaping maw, vast enough to swallow the heavens, suddenly opened wide. An irresistible suction erupted from the bottomless darkness. The remaining 7 fire dragons froze in place, their massive bodies stiffening instantly. They let out terrified shrieks, desperately struggling to break free from the pull. Yet all was futile. Like dust swept up by a gale, they were helplessly dragged toward that colossal maw capable of swallowing the world. No! The Flame King watched helplessly as his proud creation swallowed whole by the monster as if they were mere snacks, his eyes bulging in fury. He tried to intervene, but Ma Xiaoshuai's black blade held him fast. The overwhelming force of ingestion rendered him utterly immobile. The shadow of the devouring beast swallowed all 7 dragons whole. Its enormous maw chewed a few times. It seemed still unsatisfied. Then, burp! A loud, unmistakably human-like burp echoed through the deathly silent throne hall. The shadow flickered, dissolving back into black mist that merged with the banner of 10,000 souls. The banner of 10,000 souls fluttered in the breeze, reverting to its form as a tattered cloth banner. It hung silently over Ma Xiaoshuai's shoulder, as if it had never devoured 7 apocalyptic fire dragons moments before. A carefree grin spread across Ma Xiaoshuai's face once more. Gazing at the man across from him, who was nearly driven mad with rage, he remarked lightly, "All right, now no one will disturb us." The Flame King's body began to shake violently, uncontrollably, from the intensity of his rage. The flaming executioner greatsword in his grasp emitted a wail of strain. Golden divine patterns swirled wildly across the crimson blade, began to crack with fine, intricate fissures. Everything he stood for had been crushed to dust before this man. You deserve to die." The Flame King ground out the words through clenched teeth, each syllable dripping with venom hot enough to scorch the world. Chapter 172, Burning World. The Flame King raised the flaming executioner's sword high above his head. The entire sea of magma, in that instant, boiled over completely. No, it evaporated. The magma representing the very essence of the world dried up at a visible pace. All energy, all primal essence, was frantically drained and channeled into that forbidden sword on the verge of shattering. Heaven, fire, burning realm. The thunderous roar, each syllable punctuated with fury, reverberated across the entire world, teetering on the brink of collapse. Boom! The sky split apart. The earth shattered. Gigantic spatial fissures spread outward, revealing the cold, lifeless void beyond. This world was wailing, heading toward destruction. Your Majesty! You must not! The blue flame strategist embedded in the wall by the energy shockwave. Spewing blue flames from his mouth, he let out a heart-wrenching wail. Your Majesty! Stop! Please stop! If this continues, this world, our home, will be utterly destroyed. His voice trembled with tears. As this world's strategist, he cherished this land deeply. He could accept defeat in battle, but he could not accept his homeland being destroyed by his own king's hand. Yet the Flame King could not hear. Or rather, he heard it, yet cared not at all. His eyes held only the faintly smiling face of Ma Xiaoshuai. That face was the greatest nightmare of his life. Destroy it! If only he could destroy that face, destroy that man. Even if it meant sacrificing the entire world, so be it. Ma Xiaoshuai watched the man across from him, burning his own world to bring him down with him, and smiled. That smile held the same unfathomable madness. It seems you're a madman too. He murmured softly, his voice carrying clearly to every corner of this dying world. Then let's see who is madder. The moment the words fell, the black knife in Ma Xiaoshuai's hand ceased to maintain its blade form. The blade completely dissolved, transforming into a pure, piercing black beam that reached the heavens. No temperature, no sound, only the will to devour everything. Devour the heavens. Boom! A black pillar of light erupted from the earth, surging upward to meet head on the apocalyptic pillar of flame forged from the very essence of the world. There was no stalemate. No struggle. Before that pillar of pure, pitch-black light, that heavenly fire incinerating the realm, capable of consuming all things, seemed to have encountered its natural enemy. The crimson gold flames, upon contact with the black radiance, emitted a despairing wail before being voraciously devoured. The black corruption spread upward along the pillar of flame with unstoppable force. Boom! Crack! The entire magma world groaned under the unbearable strain. The sky, that burning expanse, shattered like a piece of glass struck by an iron hammer. Spiderweb-like black cracks spread rapidly in all directions. Beyond the cracks lay a cold, deathly silent, and utterly hopeless void. The world was collapsing. The banner of 10,000 souls on Ma Xiaoshuai's shoulder emitted a hum of ecstatic delight at that moment. Upon its surface, the shadowy form of a monstrous maw reappeared, gaping greedily. It swallowed every ounce of energy and primordial essence scattered by the world's collapse. Streams of power, pure beyond imagination, surged through the banner of 10,000 souls, flowed ceaselessly into Ma Xiaoshuai's body, then poured into that black beam piercing the heavens. The power gained by the Flame King sacrificing his own world now became the finest nourishment for Ma Xiaodu. No! No! The blue flame strategist embedded in the stone wall, along with the trembling crimson flame. All that remained in their vision was pure, unadulterated black. A darkness that devoured even light itself. Their sight, hearing, perception, everything was utterly stripped away by that black radiance. Only emptiness remained in their minds. Home, gone. The world, gone too. And at the very heart of the storm, the Flame King endured an unimaginable impact. He watched helplessly as the attack he had staked everything on was effortlessly swallowed and shattered by his opponent. He could feel the connection between himself and this world being brutally severed by that black beam. Yah! The Flame King roared with a sound inhuman. The black beam had already spread along the pillar of flame, reaching the flaming slaughter greatsword he held aloft. Snap! The first crack appeared. Crack! 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 Then, countless cracks. That forbidden blade, which had accompanied him through countless years, symbolizing his supreme authority and power. Before the swallowing black light, it was as fragile as rotten wood. Boom! A crisp, thunderous explosion. The flaming executioner greatsword, along with the Flame King's arm, shattered into golden dust that scattered across the sky. The black beam drove straight through, mercilessly striking the Flame King's chest, now devoid of all vitality. The Flame King's body flew backward like a discarded pebble. He smashed through the throne, shattering the stone wall behind it. Finally, he was completely buried beneath a mountain of collapsing boulders. Life, utterly extinguished. The black beam pierced the heavens and earth, lingering for several breaths before slowly dissipating. Ma Xiaoshuai's figure reappeared. He stood motionless in the same spot, as if he had never moved. The black blade in his hand had somehow returned to its original state, not a single scratch visible on its surface. Only the banner of 10,000 souls on his shoulder seemed to have deepened in color. A faint, shimmering glow flickered across its surface, emanating an aura of profound satisfaction. The entire world lay in deathly silence. Only the earth beneath their feet continued to crumble, plummeting into the endless void. A world had thus met its end. In the crimson flame's eye, the reflection of Ma Xiaoshuai's figure was mirrored, along with the world crumbling inch by inch behind him. Hatred and despair intertwined, consuming it until reason was lost. For His Majesty! With a piercing roar, it transformed into a crimson streak of light. It charged recklessly toward Ma Xiaoshuai. Even if it meant death, it would drench him in blood. Yet, before it could cover half the distance,
A faint voice echoed from the ruins burying the Flame King.
Stop. As if gripped by an invisible giant hand, crimson flames froze mid-air. It abruptly halted mid-air, unable to move. With great effort, it twisted its head toward the ruins. Blue Flame's strategist ceased his wailing, his face contorting with disbelief. His Majesty is still alive? The next moment, a sudden change occurred. The massive throne, shattered and nearly crushed into the ground, suddenly erupted with a blinding crimson light. Strands upon strands, threads upon threads of crimson energy, pulsing like living creatures, flooded madly from every crack in the throne. Instead of dissipating, they coalesced into a crimson torrent. Roaring, it burrowed into the rubble pile that buried the Flame King. Boom! An aura far more terrifying than before surged skyward from beneath the ruins. This aura no longer belonged to the majesty of a god, but to the madness of a demon. Chapter 173, Breaking the Seal. No, this can't be. The Blue Flame strategist stared at the crimson torrent of energy, as if recalling some long-buried, terrifying legend. His entire body began to shake violently. His voice carried unprecedented terror and despair. That is the ancient flame demon sealed within the core of the flame execution. Legend says the first Flame King sacrificed himself to seal that infernal beast which sought to incinerate all worlds beneath the throne, restraining it with the sword of flaming doom. His Majesty, he wasn't defeated, he deliberately shattered the flaming doom to break the seal. He's actively absorbing the power of that flame demon. The strategist's cry sounded like the final dirge for this realm. Boom! The massive boulder pile burying the Flame King erupted violently. A figure slowly rose from the deep pit. No longer the Flame King clad in golden divine armor, radiating majestic dominance. His divine armor lay utterly shattered. His exposed body was covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Yet no golden divine blood flowed from those cracks. Instead, a crimson, murderous light that could incinerate everything shone through. His eyes had transformed into two swirling crimson vortexes. Within them lay only pure destruction and savagery. After absorbing that crimson torrent, surged at an unimaginable speed. Surpassing the peak, transcending the limits, he stepped into a brand new realm, one belonging solely to destruction. Ma Xiaoshuai narrowed his eyes. He watched the Flame King crawl out of the ruins, his aura completely transformed. The carefree grin on his face finally faded a little. Oh? Not quite finished yet? This is getting interesting. He gave the black Taotai blade in his hand a light flick. The Flame King, or rather, the monstrosity fused with the ancient fire demon, slowly raised its head. His face, cracked and scarred, twisted into a hideously grotesque grin. He didn't glance at his loyal strategist or Crimson Flame. His eyes held only Ma Xiaoshuai. You? His voice grew hoarse. Destroyed my world, my throne, my sword. In return. He spread his arms wide, and the crimson cracks covering his entire body suddenly blazed brightly. The entire collapsing world seemed to hit pause. Every falling fragment, every scattered burst of energy, every thread of time and space all froze in that instant. Then, beginning at his center, everything began to collapse inward with frenzied force. You shall remain here forever, becoming the first cornerstone of my new world. That hideous face rapidly expanded within Ma Xiaoshuai's pupils. Accompanying it was the terrifying pressure of the entire world collapsing inward. You want to use me as a foundation stone? Do you even have the strength to build this house? Instead of retreating, Ma Xiaoshuai advanced, his black Taotai blade held horizontally before his chest. The illusory beast engraved upon the blade seemed to come alive, opening its invisible maw. Boom! A fist encircled by crimson cracks collided heavily with the black blade. No earth-shattering explosion erupted. All the force was locked tight within the collapsing space. Only a bone-chillingly dull thud echoed. Bang! Ma Xiaoshuai's entire body shot out like a cannonball. He slammed into the ground beneath his feet, now reduced to molten lava. The impact pierced through the magma layer, driving him deep into the bedrock beneath. Scarlet magma instantly engulfed him. Damn it! Ma Xiaoshuai felt his internal organs shift out of place, his blade-wielding arm throbbing with bone-splitting agony. This guy's strength had grown even stronger. Having fused with that so-called ancient flame demon, he hadn't lost control despite his explosive power surge. Instead, it seemed to elevate him to a new level. He had channeled the very last vestiges of primordial power in this realm into his own being. Scorching magma pressed against him with frenzied intensity, its heat high enough to melt divine iron. Yet waves of icy demonic energy surged forth from the banner of 10,000 souls, forming a thin barrier around him, keeping the scorching heat at bay. Cowardly wretch! Is hiding like a rat all you know? The infernal demon's maniacal, contemptuous roar echoed from above. The entire sea of magma churned violently at the sound of his furious roar. Ma Xiaoshuai paid no heed. Using the force of the impact, his body enveloped in demonic energy, he slipped away like an elusive black fish. He continued diving deeper into the heart of the magma world. Escape? No. He had merely caught a whiff of an even more enticing scent. Right at the very bottom of this sea of magma. Trying to run?
Seeing Ma Xiaoshuai hadn't surfaced for a long time, the flame demon. He assumed the boy was scared and trying to burrow away. The savage glint in its eyes grew fiercer. There is no escape for you, neither above nor below. He roared, his massive form transforming into a crimson meteor as he plunged headfirst into the searing magma. Where he passed, the magma parted, forming a fleeting vacuum corridor. He would drag that rat out by his own hands and crush it to pieces. Yet, when he plunged to the very depths of the magma sea, he witnessed a sight that made his eyes bulge with fury. The rat hadn't fled at all. At the very core of this world lay a single, slowly pulsing nucleus. It was the very foundation of this realm, the last testament to its existence. And Ma Xiaoshuai, at that very moment, had one hand pressed firmly against that world core. Leaning against the core, his face wore an expression of profound bliss. Streams of world essence, pure to the extreme, was being devoured by him at an insane rate. His entire aura surged upward at an unimaginable speed. Crack. Foundation establishment peak. Just one step away from condensing the golden core. Ma Xiaoshuai slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging demonic energy roaring within him. He looked at the flame demon chasing him and grinned. Thanks for the hospitality. You thief. The flame demon stared at the world core, its light rapidly fading, then shifted its gaze to Ma Xiaoshuai's infuriatingly smug face. Fury erupted from every crack in its body, spewing blazing crimson flames. Boom crack. The magma world beneath Ma Xiaoshuai's feet, deprived of its final core support, could no longer maintain its form. Space shattered like glass crushed by an invisible giant hand. Spiderweb-like black fissures instantly spread across the entire world, radiating outward from the flame demon. Without warning. The next second, the entire world shattered completely. Scarlet magma, shattered rocks, distorted light. Everything was swept into the endless void turbulence, instantly reduced to nothingness. Ma Xiaoshuai's vision went black. Dead silence surrounded him. And a disorienting sensation of weightlessness, as if everything had flipped upside down. The void. They had been hurled from that dying satellite world into the boundless void. Thieves! A roar filled with boundless venom tore through the dead silence. Chapter 174, Devouring the Source. Not far away, the flame demon's body, covered in crimson cracks, glowed like an ominous blood-red star in the darkness. The void around him warped slightly under its frenzied aura. He locked onto Ma Xiaoshuai. I'll make sure you have no place to be buried. Before the words faded, he transformed into a crimson flame, hurtling straight toward his target. Wherever he passed, faint scorched marks were left upon the void itself. Ma Xiaoshuai's pupils contracted sharply. This bastard had condensed all his hatred for the entire world onto himself. The demonic energy within him surged wildly. His peak foundation establishment cultivation had sharpened his perception of danger to an extreme. He could see that within that crimson flame lay the primordial fire of the infernal demon enough to incinerate even a soul. Block it head-on? That would be suicide. Ma Xiaoshuai stamped the void beneath his feet, his form drifting sideways and backward. Simultaneously, the black knife of the Taoyes slashed out. Its blade bore no gleam, only a layer of darkness so dense it seemed indissoluble. Whoosh! A crimson flame streaked past Ma Xiaoshuai's body. A speck of crimson spatter landed on his arm. A piercing agony shot through him as his skin instantly charred black, the seared flesh sizzling like meat being roasted. What a tyrannical flame! Ma Xiaoshuai grunted, his gaze growing even colder. His slash landed squarely on the side of the flame demon. The Taotai specter etched upon the blade opened its massive maw and sank its teeth in with brutal force. Roar! The flame demon let out a pained roar. Where the black blade struck, a deep gash appeared, exposing bone. Instead of blood, pure crimson energy surged from the wound, violently sucked out by the black Taotai blade. But the flame demon paid no heed, grinding through the agony of his energy being devoured. With a sudden spin, his crack-ridden fist surged forward with an all-consuming fury. Smashed toward Ma Xiaoshuai's head once more. Madman! This was a fight where he traded injury for life. Ma Xiaoshuai had no doubt that if this fist connected, his head would explode like a watermelon. In the blink of an eye, he thrust the black glutton blade horizontally before him. Crash! The dull thud echoed only briefly through the void. Ma Xiaoshuai felt an overwhelming force surge through the blade, his arms groaning under the unbearable strain. His entire body was hurled backward once more, tumbling through the void countless times. Ha 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 ha! Run! Why aren't you running now? The flame demon watched the battered Ma Xiaoshuai, a maniacal grin spreading across his face. The wounds on his body seemed like mere badges of honor to him. He lunged forward once more, his assault like a raging storm, each punch faster than the last, each punch heavier than the last. Thud! 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 Ma Xiaoshuai could only block passively, each impact sending his blood surging violently. The scorched marks on his arms multiplied, the charred skin emitting a sickening stench. He was utterly overwhelmed. Is this the power you claim? The strength gained by devouring my entire world? The flame demon unleashed a furious assault while taunting him with the most vicious words. Nothing but a thieving rat. A despicable thief. Without my world core, what are you even worth?
Ma Xiaoshuai gritted his teeth, saying nothing. Yet between each parry, his gaze remained fixed.
The crimson cracks on the flame demon's body. These cracks were the source of the flame demon's power.
They were also proof of his fusion with the ancient flame demon. But why did absorbing the world core seem to weaken him? Not at all. No. A flash of insight struck Ma Xiaoshuai's mind. He has weakened. Not in terms of power, but his foundation. That world was the vessel containing the flame demon's power. Now that the vessel is shattered, his power is like water without roots. Though it appeared violent, it was dissipating with every passing moment. His frenzied attack stemmed not from hatred, but from fear. He fears that if this drags on, his power will be exhausted, and he'll collapse without even fighting. Realizing this, Ma Xiaoshuai's lips curled into a grim smile. Are you finished? He spoke suddenly, his voice quiet yet clear enough to reach the flame demon's ears. The flame demon's movements halted. Finished? Ma Xiaoshuai looked at him, a flicker of pity passing through his eyes. Now it's my turn. The moment the words fell, Ma Xiaoshuai ceased his defense. He let the flaming demon's fist, engulfed in blood-red flames, crash into his chest. Simultaneously, the black Taotai blade in his hand. Abandoning all defense, it plunged straight toward the heart of the flame demon. That brightest, most central scarlet glow. Mutual destruction? A flicker of astonishment crossed the flame demon's eyes, swiftly replaced by overwhelming ecstasy. This fool! Daring to challenge me to a contest of who has the tougher skin. Far from holding back, he pushed his power to its absolute limit. He would crush this thief's heart and soul to ashes with a single punch. SSSH. Put. Two sounds rang out almost simultaneously. The flame demon's fist slammed squarely into Ma Xiaoshuai's chest. Blood flames erupted instantly, leaving Ma Xiaoshuai's chest a mangled mess of flesh and blood. His entire body flew backward. Yet the smile on his face only grew brighter. For his black gluttony blade had also struck with pinpoint accuracy. Pierced the flame demon's heart. Ugh! The inferno demon's face froze in ecstatic horror. He looked down, staring in disbelief at the pitch-black dagger embedded in his chest. An irresistible devouring force erupted from the blade. It was devouring his very essence. You! The flame demon realized in horror that the primal, feral power within him, the very essence of the ancient flame demons, had found an outlet. It was now surging through the black gluttony blade, violently pouring into Ma Xiaoshuai's body. He tried to pull the blade free, only to find it felt as though it had grown into his flesh. Tastes good. Ma Xiaoshuai steadied himself nearby. The wound on his chest was healing at a visible pace under the influence of demonic energy and the newly infused power of the flame demon. He licked the blood from his lips, gazing at the horrified fire demon. He licked the blood from his lips, gazing at the horrified flame demon. He bared his gleaming white teeth. Now, it's my turn to eat my fill. The black gluttony blade acted like a bottomless black hole. The primordial energy within the flame demon surged back into Ma Xiaoshuai's body. No, no! The flame demon let out a horrified, distorted roar. He could feel his life force rapidly draining away. The crimson cracks covering its entire body were fading at a visible pace. His body was petrifying. Too noisy. Ma Xiaoshuai's voice was cold, devoid of any warmth. His hand gripping the knife handle twisted violently. Snap! It felt as though some core element within the flame demon had been utterly shattered. The flame demon's roar abruptly ceased, the last glimmer of life extinguished from its eyes. Ma Xiaoshuai pulled the black blade free without mercy. Chapter 175, The Last Spark. Put. A jet of pitch-black smoke erupted from the gaping hole in the flame demon's chest. Immediately after, the massive, oppressive body shattered inch by inch. First, its hard skin turned to grayish rock, then disintegrated into powder. Swept by the turbulent currents of the void, it vanished without a trace. The flame demon, once ruler of a world, left not even a trace of ashes behind. Ma Xiaoshuai hovered in place, closing his eyes. The wound on his chest had long since healed, leaving not even a trace of a scar. An unprecedented surge of power coursed through his very bones and flesh. It was the pure essence of fire itself. Transformed by the black gluttony blade, it had become energy he could absorb perfectly. The bottleneck of his foundation establishment peak trembled precariously under the surge of this power. He could sense that the path to the golden core realm seemed within reach. Above this void battlefield, at the edge of a shattered world's fault line, lava hung like frozen waterfalls suspended over the pitch-black abyss. Two figures stared intently at the chaotic energy center below. Father! Shi Yan's voice trembled. All color drained from her stunningly beautiful face, leaving only deathly pallor. She had witnessed it with her own eyes. She had witnessed that towering figure being swallowed whole by a black blade, reduced to dust in the end. That man now stood with eyes closed, reveling in everything that should have belonged to her father. Boundless hatred ignited within her chest. It's over. All is lost. Beside her, the blue flame strategist murmured, utterly distraught. His usually wise blue eyes now held only despair and terror. The world's core had been stolen, the flame demon king had fallen. Their home was gone. Their king was gone too. Your Highness. We must leave immediately.
Blue Flame strategist snapped back to his senses, grabbing Red Flame's arm urgently.
If we don't leave now, it will be too late. He could sense the aura emanating from the man below.
It was surging at a terrifying rate.
He was advancing.
Ma Xiaoshuai was charging toward the golden core stage in this void, completely unprotected.
What utter arrogance! I won't leave.
The crimson flame violently shook off his hand, its fiery red eyes locked onto Ma Xiaoshuai below.
I will avenge my father. Revenge? With what?
For the first time, Blue Flame's voice rang out with such severity.
If you charge down now, you'll only be delivering another snack to him. The king's very essence flows within him.
He's now more terrifying than the king was at his peak.
The king's final command was for you to survive. You are the last spark of our Yanma clan. Blue Flame's tone bordered on pleading.
Shi Yan's body shook violently, her nails digging deep into her palms, spilling scalding blood. She hated her own weakness. At that moment, Ma Xiaoshuai below suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze seemed to pierce through endless space, fixing directly upon them. Caught in that gaze, both Crimson Flame and the Blue Flame strategist froze. A chill emanating from the depths of their souls instantly froze all thought.
Run! That single word echoed relentlessly in their minds.
Blue Flame strategist hesitated no longer. Blue flame surged from his body, engulfing the still stunned Red Flame. Transforming into a streak of blue light, they shot into the depths of the void without looking back.
He dared not gamble.
He dared not gamble that the man wouldn't simply wipe them out on a whim, finding it too troublesome to deal with them.
Ma Xiaoshuai merely gave the fleeing blue streak a casual glance, choosing not to pursue. Just as the Blue Flame strategist had anticipated. Too weak. Too weak to spark even a shred of his interest.
He withdrew his gaze, once again feeling the surging power within him, ready to burst through the dam. A cruel, satisfied smile slowly curled the corners of his mouth.
Golden core. I'm coming.
The void was no longer silent. Within Ma Xiaoshuai's body, the raging primordial fire essence of the flame demon collided violently with his own cold, all-consuming demonic energy. Two utterly contrasting forces tore at each other with frenzied violence, using his meridians as a battlefield and his dantian as a meat grinder. Black-red beads of blood seeped from Ma Xiaoshuai's skin. Every inch of flesh screamed in agony, dissolving into a crimson mist within the void.
Ah! He couldn't suppress a hoarse, inhuman growl. Agony. Extreme agony.
100 times worse than having his chest pierced by the flame demon's fist. Yet the light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter, more and more frenzied.
This is it. The more frenzied, the more powerful. What he sought to forge was no ordinary 5 elements golden core, but a unique demon flame golden core. Condense. Ma Xiaoshuai's intent cut like a blade, forcibly compressing those two relentlessly tangled forces toward the center of his dantian. Boom! Within the chi sea of his dantian, it felt as though a star had detonated. Chaotic energy storms swept outward, obliterating the shattered remnants of the surrounding world inch by inch. At the very core of this energy tempest, a pill the size of a baby's fist slowly took shape. Pitch black as ink, its surface blazed with an eternal crimson flame that never died. Upon the pill, the faint silhouette of a ferocious beast, the Tao Tai, could be discerned. Its massive jaws gaped wide, as if poised to devour the heavens themselves. The golden pill was complete. The instant it materialized, an indescribable aura of terror swept out from Ma Xiaoshuai like a tsunami, engulfing all directions. This aura brimmed with a desire for destruction and devouring. Like a towering beacon suddenly ignited in the endless night, instantly drawing the gaze of every being lurking in the shadows. Great Xia, Kunlun ruins. Deep within the ever-present mists, an ancient Taoist temple floated atop a mountain peak. Upon meditation cushions, 3 elders with snow-white hair and beards simultaneously opened their eyes. Their gazes pierced through the temple doors, fixing upon the distant void battlefield. This aura. The elder on the left, clad in a Bagua Taoist robe, furrowed his brow as his fingers flicked rapidly through calculations. Yet the heavenly secrets remained shrouded in chaos. It's a golden core cultivator. The elder in the center spoke with steady voice, yet a hint of astonishment couldn't be concealed. In this age of decline, besides us few ancient relics, someone else has actually formed a golden core? Not from the orthodox Taoist lineage. The most wizened elder on the right spoke in a raspy voice, like 2 pieces of sandpaper grinding together. This is tyrannical, unnatural, brimming with intent to devour and destroy. A demonic fiend. A demonic fiend? The old man in the Bagua robe sneered coldly, a fleeting, imperceptible gleam flashing in his eyes. Whether demon or immortal isn't determined by mere aura. This world has been too still for too long. Such a variable stirring the winds of change might not be a bad thing. The elder in the center nodded slowly, his gaze deep and unfathomable. Send someone to investigate. Remember, do not approach lightly, and certainly do not provoke enmity. First, observe what exactly this entity is. Chapter 176, The Sacred Land. Elsewhere. A sacred land closer to the void battlefield.
Here, there was no sun or moon, only eternal light. A white cathedral of unimaginable grandeur floated silently above a sea of golden clouds. Beneath the stained glass windows at the cathedral's highest level, a man clad in an opulent white robe trimmed with gold, his features so strikingly beautiful they defy gender. He bent his head, carefully wiping a thick sacred text in his hands.
The moment Ma Xiaoshuai's golden core crystallized, his wiping motion halted.
He lifted his head, and within his golden pupils,
not a trace of human emotion, only divine majesty and cold detachment.
Filth. He uttered the two words, his voice echoing through the vast hall with the weight of judgment. A demon of the abyss has spawned new offspring in the mortal realm. Its essence defile the radiance of the Lord. He closed the sacred text, his voice suddenly rising to a commanding, resonant pitch. Where is the blade of the gods? Swish. 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 12 figures materialized silently within the hall. Clad in silver full-plate armor, their faces concealed, wings of pure light spread behind them. No trace of life emanated from them, only absolute devotion and icy killing intent.
The 12 angels. The strongest judgmental force of the Holy See.
Go. The man with golden eyes offered no further words, merely tilting his chin slightly toward the direction of Ma Xiaoshuai.
Purify that source of sin.
12 voices merged into a single, utterly monotone reply. In the next instant, 12 figures transformed into 12 golden meteors tearing through the darkness, vanishing from the hall in an instant. Only the man with golden eyes remained, picking up the sacred text once more and continuing to wipe it down as if nothing had happened.
Merely a newly born demonic fiend.
Under the Lord's radiance, it would ultimately turn to ashes.
In the void, Ma Xiaoshuai slowly opened his eyes, sensing the unprecedented power emanating from the demonic flame golden core within his body.
His dantian was no longer a sea of chi, but a star core blazing with crimson flames. With a single thought, the devouring demonic flames could erupt around his body, consuming all things and scorching the 8 corners of the world.
This feeling.
He clenched his fist, causing space itself to warp slightly between his fingers.
It's truly remarkable.
He sensed the prying gazes. Several came from distant places, carrying scrutiny and suspicion, as if observing a novel beast in a cage. 12 others were filled with undisguised malice and murderous intent. They were closing in on him at an astonishing speed.
Poof. Ma Xiaoshuai's lips curled into a cruel smile, revealing a row of white teeth. So soon, guests have come calling?
Far from evading them, he remained suspended in midair, waiting with leisurely composure. He was eager to test the true power of his one-of-a-kind golden core.
Hum.
The void trembled. 12 golden meteors shot toward him in an instant, surrounding Ma Xiaoshuai completely. There was no communication, no warning. The moment they appeared, the judgment began. The leading angel with wings of light raised a hand, gathering radiance in its palm. It solidified into a sacred spear of judgment, blazing with golden flames.
In the name of the Lord, purify.
A cold voice echoed. The holy spear, bearing the terrifying might to purify all evil in the world. It tore through the void, piercing straight toward Ma Xiaoshuai's forehead. This strike alone could vaporize an entire mountain range in an instant.
Facing this fatal strike,
not even a flicker of emotion crossed Ma Xiaoshuai's face. He merely raised his right hand and extended his index finger,
gently touching the exploding holy spear.
At his fingertip, a strand of crimson flame, darker than the deepest darkness, silently ignited.
Pop.
The judgment holy spear, capable of obliterating all, melted away the instant it touched that crimson flame.
Silently, it melted away.
Starting from the spearhead, the golden light was devoured by the demonic flame, then utterly extinguished.
The entire process took less than a second.
For the first time, the eyes hidden beneath the helmets of the 12 angels showed intense fluctuation.
What had they witnessed? The divine power of the Lord devoured? Is that all? Ma Xiaoshuai tilted his head, observing them. Didn't your Lord teach you not to stick your fingers into other people's business?
His figure vanished instantly from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already standing before the apostle who had attacked.
The apostle reacted with lightning speed, swinging a blade of light toward Ma Xiaoshuai's neck.
But Ma Xiaoshuai was faster. A hand ablaze with demonic flames clamped down on his throat.
My furnace is very hungry right now. Snap.
The light-forged armor shattered in Ma Xiaoshuai's grasp, as fragile as an eggshell.
He didn't even give the angel a chance to scream. The ravenous demonic flames erupted with a thunderous roar.
No! The remaining 11 angels roared in fury and rage, charging at him with maddened fury. But it was too late. The angel whose throat was seized, along with his armor and luminous wings, was instantly consumed by the dark crimson flames. Not even a speck of light remained. Ma Xiaoshuai licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with ravenous greed and satisfaction. He turned his head to face the remaining 11 spheres of light.
Don't rush. One at a time. Everyone gets their share. The remaining 11 Lightwing angels made no further futile individual attacks.
The light emanating from their bodies intensified 100-fold at the exact same moment.
Hum. The void groaned under the unbearable strain.
11 streams of pure light shed the constraints of human form.
Soaring skyward, they converged above Ma Xiaoshuai's head. It was a kind of sacrifice.
A ritual of self-immolation to summon a higher being.
Oh! Ma Xiaoshuai lifted his head, watching the scene with keen interest. He could sense a will immeasurably stronger than before, slowly awakening at the center of that light.
A majesty that judged all things. Like a deity high above, gazing down upon an ant that dared defy the heavens.
This is getting interesting. Ma Xiaoshuai's smile grew wider. Can't win, so you're calling for backup?
Too bad the backup you called seems to be yourselves.
The light coalesced to its peak. Then, it abruptly contracted. A brand new form materialized in the void.
It was an existence of unimaginable magnitude. Its body was composed of the purest holy light, radiating an intensity of light and heat that was almost unbearable to look upon. Behind it, 6 pairs 12 luminous wings in total slowly unfolded. Each feather seemed to contain the light of an entire world. It bore no distinct visage, only a gentle yet majestic radiance. Yet all who beheld it instinctively recognized the concepts of judgment and verdict within their hearts.
The 12-winged angel of judgment. Chapter 177, Judgment.
Summoned through the sacrifice of 11 apostles of light. Summon forth the divine incarnation closest to the Lord.
Sinner.
He spoke. The voice was no longer a single icy tone, but a layering of 11 distinct voices,
forming a majestic divine chorus. Each syllable carried purifying power, attempting to suppress and dispel Ma Xiaoshuai's demonic flames.
Your very existence is the greatest error in this world. Your soul shall be scorched by the holy flame for 10,000 years. Your traces shall be utterly erased from time and space.
Kneel, repent, and accept the Lord's judgment.
The majestic voice, imbued with the undeniable force of divine law, rippled through the void.
For any golden core cultivator present, this voice alone would be enough to shatter their Dao heart and destroy their cultivation entirely.
But Ma Xiaoshuai merely scratched his ear.
Finished?
He curled his lip, his face brimming with impatience. You shout your slogans loud enough, but I wonder if you, this merged body fellow, are just as all show and no substance as the last one.
Blasphemy. The 12-winged angel was thoroughly enraged.
He raised his right hand. A colossal sword formed from light materialized in its grasp. The blade was so immense its tip nearly pierced the very fabric of this void.
Golden holy flames flowed along its blade.
It radiated a terrifying aura potent enough to purify all impurities.
Die. No unnecessary movements. Just the simplest, most direct strike. Slashing down from above.
This strike seemed poised to cleave the entire void battlefield along with Ma Xiaoshuai clean in two.
Facing this earth-shattering strike, Ma Xiaoshuai finally dropped his carefree expression. He drew a deep breath. The demonic flame golden core within his body spun wildly.
Tao Tai.
He growled lowly, opening his mouth wide. Boom! Endless crimson demonic flames erupted from his mouth.
It was no longer a mere flame, but a sea of fire. But a colossal beast of flame, forged from the purest desire to devour. The beast had no fixed form, only a gaping maw that seemed capable of swallowing stars.
Roar!
The flame beast let out a silent roar, charging headlong toward the holy light sword that cleaved the heavens and split the earth.
Sizzle! 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 On one side stood the purifying divine light.
On the other, the devouring flames of the ravenous demon. Two diametrically opposed, extreme forces collided in the void, unleashing the most primal, savage clash and annihilation. With every inch the holy sword struck down, a portion of its radiance was devoured by the crimson flames. Meanwhile, the devouring demonic flames, purified by the holy fire, continuously evaporated and dissipated. The entire void battlefield split into two halves, one bathed in sacred daylight, the other engulfed in the crimson darkness of destruction.
Clearly divided, yet madly intertwined. Holy ground, the white cathedral.
The man with golden eyes paused once more as he wiped the sacred text. He slowly raised his head, his brow furrowing for the first time.
He sensed it. His divine blade, the 12-winged incarnation of judgment. No longer did it convey the unstoppable will of judgment.
Instead, it was a sense of stalemate. Even a hint of tainted pain.
The filth is resisting?
A flicker of disbelief crossed his golden pupils.
No, it's devouring?
He rose to his feet and stepped forward for the first time, approaching the stained glass window. His gaze pierced the endless void, settling upon that battlefield woven of light and fire.
An interesting insect.
He murmured, his voice tinged with icy fascination. To defy the master's radiance with such a filthy form. It seems the abyss has indeed spawned a rather fine sacrifice this time. The void battlefield.
Not enough. Not enough.
Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes blazed crimson, his expression frenzied. The relentless clash of power brought him a pressure long forgotten, but more than that, it stirred a hunger and excitement deep within his very soul. Your light tastes delicious.
Give me more. He laughed wildly as the ravenous demonic flames erupted from his entire body without restraint. The colossal flame beast's form swelled once more, its gaping maw opening wide.
In one gulp, it swallowed the tip of the holy light greatsword whole. Burp. The flame beast even let out a satisfied belch. You. For the first time, a tremor of disbelief and confusion rippled through the 12-winged angel's chorus of 11 voices. It could not comprehend. Why did such an evil force exist in this world? The Lord's radiance is infinite, supreme. How could it possibly be consumed as sustenance by a mere mortal demon? This defies reason. This violates every law of the world. In your eyes, I am demonic. Ma Xiaoshuai seemed to read his thoughts, grinning savagely. In my eyes, you're nothing but a glowing morsel of food. And I am starving. Before the words had fully left his mouth, his figure vanished. He severed his connection to the flaming colossus, leaving it to continue its battle with the holy light greatsword. His true form transformed into a shadow faster than a streak of light, circling around the terrifying energy storm's core. From an impossibly sharp angle, he instantly closed in on the colossal form of the 12-winged angel. Found you! The 12-winged angel reacted with lightning speed, the remaining half of the giant's sword instantly shifting into defense mode. Simultaneously, a blinding radiance erupted from its body, forming layers of luminous barriers. But Ma Xiaoshuai's target wasn't its body at all. It was the 12 enormous wings of light behind him. Your wings look far more appetizing. Ma Xiaoshuai's figure clung tenaciously to one of the wings. Despite the scorching holy light, the ravenous demonic flames in his hands still violently tore inward. Sizzle! A faint hiss. A dark crimson spot appeared on the wing, formed from the purest light, where the demonic flame had penetrated. The next second, that spot began to spread at a visible speed, spreading wildly. A shrill, distorted scream erupted from the 12-winged angel's mouth for the very first time. It was no longer the majestic chorus of the divine. Instead, it was the wailing of 11 souls defiled simultaneously. Their very essence was being devoured. Golden wings were swiftly overrun, rotting away. Their radiance was fading. No! No! The 12-winged angel struggled frantically, trying to sever the tainted wing. But it was too late. The devouring demonic flames had already spread from the base of the wing toward its very body. Don't move! Ma Xiaoshuai's voice rang in his ear. If you move around, the vegetables will spill. Useless! A cold voice rang out of nowhere. The sound instantly sliced through all the clamor on the battlefield. The clash of light and fire froze. The piercing wails of the devoured light wings abruptly ceased. Chapter 178, The Divine Priest. The void battlefield fell into an eerie, deathly silence. Ma Xiaoshuai's movements also halted. He snapped his head up, gazing behind the 12-winged angel. There, space twisted and folded in an unnatural way. As if an invisible hand, gripping this canvas and crumpling it. A man clad in pristine priestly robes emerged from within, walking slowly. His golden pupils held not a trace of impurity. He did not even glance at Ma Xiaoshuai. His gaze settled upon the 12-winged angel, tainted by demonic flames. His gaze was like that of one viewing a defiled work of art. Unable to even maintain your own form, you have brought shame upon the master's glory. The man with golden eyes spoke indifferently. He extended a single finger and lightly tapped the agonized 12-winged angel. Dissolve. One word. One law. The colossal 12-winged angel, fused from 11 golden armored warriors. The divine blade that had just been locked in a life and death struggle with Ma Xiaoshuai could not even utter a scream. Its body scattered like sand art blown away by the wind. From its luminous wings to its body to that twisted head formed from 11 souls. It disintegrated inch by inch, dissolving into the purest golden specks of light that vanished into nothingness. Along with the gluttonous demonic flames clinging to Ma Xiaoshuai, it too was dispersed. As if it had never existed. Ma Xiaoshuai's pupils suddenly contracted. He sensed no energy fluctuations whatsoever. Nor could he discern any traces of martial arts techniques. It was as though a divine decree. Words spoken, law followed. He said disperse, and so it dispersed. What a pity. Ma Xiaoshuai licked his lips, his eyes showing no trace of fear. Instead, a fiercer greed burned within him. I only ate half the wings. I hadn't even tasted the rest of the body before you destroyed it. He stared at the man with golden eyes. You owe me. Only then did the golden-eyed man truly turn his gaze toward Ma Xiaoshuai for the first time. He scrutinized the insect shrouded in dark crimson demonic flames, his brow furrowing imperceptibly. Filth. Pure filth. He spoke calmly, as if stating a fact. Unable to comprehend order, incapable of grasping sanctity, your mind is filled only with chaos, greed, and the primal urge to devour. Your very existence is a mistake. An error that must be erased. He raised his right hand, its palm not flawlessly white but carved from holy light. He made a wiping motion toward Ma Xiaoshuai, as if erasing a smudge from a mirror. Buzz. An indescribable, terrifying force descended in an instant. It was not an energy shockwave, nor the suppression of laws. It was a negation emanating from the very root of the world. You do not exist.
Your flames are false. Your memories are distorted. Everything about you will be corrected.
A frigid will surged directly into Ma Xiaoshuai's mind.
The ravenous demonic flames surrounding him began to destabilize.
Light and shadow flickered. His body even began to show signs of fading into nothingness.
Is this the power of a god?
It doesn't reason with you, nor does it clash with your energy. It erases you entirely from existence at the conceptual level.
Ha! Ha ha!
Ma Xiaoshuai lowered his head, his shoulders beginning to tremble.
Ha 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 ha!
He jerked his head up, and within his eyes, a crimson light that seemed almost tangible.
Correct me? Erase me?
When I was slaughtering my way through the immortal realm, your so-called master was still playing in the mud somewhere.
You think you can do that?
10,000 calamities demon art, the tyrant reigns supreme.
Devour. Boom! The demonic flame golden core within erupted with unprecedented power at that very moment. It no longer devoured tangible energy.
Instead, it began to voraciously devour that intangible force of negation.
You deny me?
Very well. I'll devour even your very essence of negation itself. This is the purest desire colliding with the coldest rule. Crack. A sharp crack. A minute fissure split open in the void before the man with golden eyes. Within his still, well-like golden pupils. Finally, for the very first time, a flicker of emotion called astonishment appeared.
This filthy mortal. He was actually devouring the master's authority? Not bad. Ma Xiaoshuai grinned, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth.
Compared to that flashy lightbulb earlier, this dish of yours finally has some bite to it.
Now, it's my turn.
Ma Xiaoshuai pointed the ravenous black blade in his hand directly at the man with golden pupils.
A black blade aura sliced through the void. It was no ordinary energy slash. Wherever the blade's aura passed, it left a pitch-black trail in space. Blasphemy.
For the first time, the golden-eyed man's voice carried anger. He no longer attempted to erase Ma Xiaoshuai with that authority that made words law.
Evidently, that power was merely an appetizer for this demonic fiend.
He raised his right hand, fingers splayed.
Sacred realm, judgment. Hum.
Centered on him, a domain composed purely of light instantly radiated outward in all directions.
This was not light. It was the embodiment of order, rule, and divinity.
Within this domain, all chaos and impurity would be purified into their most primordial particles. The black blade aura, the moment it plunged into this domain of light, its speed abruptly slowed.
The ravenous demonic flames composing the blade's aura, suppressed by this order,
emitted a strained, agonized howl.
A cold, cruel curve finally formed at the corner of the golden-eyed man's mouth. Under the Lord's radiance, all heresy shall ultimately.
His words trailed off.
Ma Xiaoshuai's figure had vanished from his original spot at some unknown moment.
When he reappeared, he had already stepped into the golden, sacred domain.
Seems you've got one thing wrong.
Ma Xiaoshuai's voice exploded in the golden-eyed man's ear. This thing isn't meant to suppress me. He spread his arms wide and closed his eyes.
An expression of utter bliss spread across his face. It's meant to feed me. Boom! The demonic flame golden core within him began to spin wildly.
The golden sanctuary formed by order and rules seemed to have found an outlet.
Endless golden light was pulled by an irresistible gravitational force, transforming into torrential streams of gold, flooding madly into Ma Xiaoshuai's body. What? The coldness on the golden-eyed man's face froze instantly, replaced by an emotion called absurdity. He watched helplessly as his prized sacred realm became nourishment for his opponent. This demonic fiend devoured not only energy but authority itself. He could even swallow the very rules that formed the foundation of the world? Chapter 179, Desecrating the Rules. No! Stop! You vile thief! For the first time, he felt panic. He tried to withdraw the power of the sacred domain, severing his connection to Ma Xiaoshuai. But it was too late. Ma Xiaoshuai had latched onto the source of his power. Burp! Ma Xiaoshuai belched, and the demonic flame aura surging from his body surged even higher. Those dark crimson flames now carried a faint golden glow. They looked even more eerie and ominous. The taste is definitely different. Kind of like a flavorless energy bar, but it fills you up. He opened his eyes, his crimson pupils fixed on the golden-eyed man with a hint of amusement. Got any other tricks? Bring 'em on.
You, what the hell are you?
The golden-eyed man's voice trembled, and he instinctively took half a step back.
The being before him had transcended the bounds of his understanding. Mortals could not possibly defy the rules.
Who am I? Ma Xiaoshuai, shouldering the black knife of the Taoye, strode toward him step by step. The void beneath his feet.
The demonic energy emanating from his body corroded the air around him, sizzling with each step.
I am your end. Your demise.
Fear.
Unprecedented terror gripped the golden-eyed man's heart.
He was no stranger to death. He had personally sown it countless times.
But when death's shadow loomed over his own head,
he realized that the icy despair it brought could not be dispelled by any divine power.
No. I serve the Lord. I possess divinity. I am immortal.
He roared shrilly, as if trying to convince himself. The Lord's radiance shall shield me. A pillar of blinding golden light erupted from the crown of his head. It sought to pierce this void battlefield, drawing upon the power of that distant divine realm. Your lord? Ma Xiaoshuai sneered, his figure blurring instantly. If he dares show his face, I'll devour him too. Thud. A dull thud of blade-piercing flesh. The golden-eyed man's roar abruptly ceased. He looked down in disbelief. His gaze fell upon his chest, now enveloped in holy light. A hand entwined in dark crimson demonic flames pierced through his body, protruding from his front chest. In the palm of that hand, a golden heart beat violently. That was the core of his power. Look! Ma Xiaoshuai's voice echoed behind him. Your divinity, your immortality, now, they're all mine. Ma Xiaoshuai held the golden heart as if it were a freshly picked fruit. Energy pulsed through his fingertips, pure, sacred, saturated with the essence of order. He opened his mouth, ready to taste the flavor of this divine heart. Impossible! A shrieking roar, inhuman in its ferocity, erupted from the golden-eyed man's throat. The sound carried utter madness. Since divinity cannot punish you. Golden blood no longer flowed from the gaping wound in his chest. Instead, thick, ink-black mist surged forth in waves. The black mist seemed alive, writhing frantically as it patched his wounds. Then I shall use Fallen to drag you into the abyss with me. His golden pupils were instantly stained pure black. The sacred radiance faded from his being. In its place came a stench of decay. His once perfect body began to crack, sinister crimson light seeping through the fissures. Ripping. 12 wings, black as night, dripping with dark blood. Tearing through the flesh on his back, they spread wide. Each feather seemed forged from the deepest despair. The fallen angel Lucifer. Oh! Ma Xiaoshuai paused his actions, watching the scene unfold before him with keen interest. He tossed the golden heart in his hand. Then, as casually as popping a candy bean into his mouth, he tossed it in. Crunch! The crisp sound was like chewing on a piece of rock candy. Why didn't I just do this sooner? Ma Xiaoshuai smacked his lips, seemingly wanting more. That last one was too bland, like drinking plain water. This one, just smelling it makes me hungry. You damn insect. What do you know? The self-proclaimed fallen angel Lucifer's voice grew hoarse, like countless vengeful spirits wailing in unison. I renounced the Lord's radiance, bore eternal sin, and transformed into the most foul existence. All this, to utterly annihilate you, this anomaly. He spread his arms wide, 12 black wings unleashing a raging tempest of darkness. It was neither energy nor law. It was pure evil and hatred. A power of corruption that could pollute everything, twist everything, and drag all creation into ruin. Come, let me see if your Taotai can still devour the entire hell. Boom! A black tidal wave surged forth. The void itself groaned under this force. As if doused in the most potent concentrated acid, it began to silently dissolve. Hell! Ma Xiaoshuai smiled. Shouldering the black knife of the Taotie, he advanced instead of retreating, charging headlong into the darkness. Sorry about that. I crawled out of hell myself back in the day. He opened his mouth. Not through his normal mouth and nose, but through his entire body. As if it had transformed into an invisible black hole. When that wave of corruption powerful enough to pollute the entire world surged toward him, it was like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. He swallowed it all in one gulp, leaving not a trace. Burp! Ma Xiaoshuai belched again, the dark crimson demonic flames surging even more violently across his body. That sliver of golden light he had just absorbed was instantly engulfed and swallowed by an even deeper darkness. His aura grew more chaotic, yet also more powerful. Tastes pretty good. Much more flavorful than that energy bar earlier. A bit spicy. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. His crimson pupils glowed with pure greed. Any more? Give me some more. I'm not full yet. The maniacal expression on Lucifer's face froze. His black pupils contracted violently. He paid the price of divinity, transforming into a demon. He had wielded his most potent authority, the power of Fallen. And the result? The other party merely found the flavor different and complained the portion was too small? A fear and absurdity deeper than when his heart had been ripped out seized his soul. This creature. What kind of monster is he? Why aren't you coming? Ma Xiaoshuai's figure drew closer with each step. With each step, the void beneath his feet collapsed further, corroded by demonic energy. The space behind him had already transformed into a chaotic void of constant birth and decay. Is this all your hell has to offer? Don't come any closer. Lucifer screamed, feeling a tremor rise from the depths of his soul for the first time. He frantically flapped his 12 black wings, whipping up an endless swirl of dark particles. They coalesced into a black spear, coiled with venom and curses, hurled viciously toward Ma Xiaoshuai. Chapter 180, The God. This was his first strike since his fall, channeling every ounce of his hatred. Yet, Ma Xiaoshuai merely extended his hand. Just as the black spear was about to touch him, he seized its tip. Sizzle. The corrupting power, potent enough to corrode all things, raged across his palm. Yet it couldn't even pierce his skin. Too weak.
Ma Xiaoshuai shook his head and tightened his grip. Snap!
The black spear shattered inch by inch, dissolving into the purest form of dark energy. It was completely absorbed by a small vortex in the palm of his hand.
Your power, your hatred, your corruption. Ma Xiaoshuai's figure instantly materialized before Lucifer. Close enough to see his own reflection in the other's pupils. To me, it's all just seasoning. Put.
The gluttonous black blade flashed upward in a single stroke. Lucifer's 12 black wings, just unfurled, were severed clean off at the roots.
Black feathers swirled through the air, only to be torn apart mid-flight. Only to be shredded into nothingness by the lingering blade energy. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the void. Lucifer plummeted from the sky like a plucked chicken. Ma Xiaoshuai grabbed him by the hair, dangling him mid-air.
His crimson eyes stared coldly down at him.
Now, surrender every last bit of your essence.
As the final value of your existence.
Ma Xiaoshuai opened his mouth. For the first time, the face of the fallen angel Lucifer revealed a resignation bordering on despair. However,
just as Ma Xiaoshuai was about to savor this feast of corruption,
a beam of pure golden light pierced the endless void.
The light did not originate from the heavens, but from a distant location. There, it seemed, stood a magnificent cathedral. The light emanated from deep within the cathedral, radiating from an indistinct divine statue. The golden light precisely enveloped Lucifer's shattered form.
For the first time, Ma Xiaoshuai's devouring action was interrupted.
He sensed a power utterly unlike any he had encountered before. A force imbued with the essence of order and judgment. It was snatching his spoils from his grasp.
Unable to slay even a single demonic creature. A voice utterly devoid of emotion, as if the very laws of the universe were pronouncing judgment.
The voice echoed through the void, piercing directly into Ma Xiaoshuai's mind.
Then your body shall be sacrificed.
The moment the words fell, Lucifer, enveloped in golden light, ceased his screams.
The thick, fallen black mist enveloping his body
melted away like spring snow under the scorching sun. From the stumps of his 12 severed black wings, no longer did black blood flow, but rather a sacred golden liquid. His cracked skin began to mend, restoring his original form, as flawless as if forged from divine metal. Even the pure black within his pupils gradually faded,
revealing once more that proud, sacred gold.
He had become that man with golden eyes once more. Only now, his face bore no trace of madness. Only a numb devotion remained. As if this sacrifice, treated like scrap metal destined for recycling,
was the highest honor imaginable.
He felt no discomfort at this outcome.
Hey!
Ma Xiaoshuai frowned, his hand gripping the other's hair, sensing the repulsive force of that golden light. His prize was being pulled away by a force, transformed into the purest energy, flowing back up the pillar of light.
The duck that was almost in his mouth was about to fly away? Or was it being reclaimed by its original owner? Did I agree to this?
Ma Xiaoshuai's voice was quiet, yet tinged with irritation at being interrupted during his meal.
He clenched his fist, and the dark crimson demonic flames surged from his palm.
It coalesced into a greedy vortex, defiantly clashing against the golden pillar of energy, attempting to reclaim it. Far from letting go, he intensified his devouring force.
He was going to seize it.
For the first time, that majestic voice carried a hint of something akin to surprise. Like a deity high above, noticing for the first time an audacious insect daring to challenge beneath its feet. The golden pillar of light suddenly blazed several times brighter. It was no longer light, but the pure, divine authority.
The embodiment of order.
What it sought to purify was not merely the fallen Lucifer, but also Ma Xiaoshuai, who dared to lay hands upon the divine creation.
ZZZZT.
Ma Xiaoshuai's hand gripping the golden-eyed man's erupted in a shrill, annihilating roar as demonic energy and holy light collided violently. The void itself rippled with layers of distortion under the clash of these two ultimate forces.
Interesting.
Ma Xiaoshuai grinned, his crimson pupils burning with ever-intensifying greed.
The main course has delivered itself to my doorstep?
He was no longer content with snatching at the crumbs of this fading feast. His gaze followed the golden pillar of light, stretching toward its distant terminus.
That majestic cathedral. The deity statue towering above. This scent is more potent than the last two combined. Ma Xiaoshuai yanked violently. Pop. To the golden-eyed man's stunned gaze, Ma Xiaoshuai forcibly tore away from his disintegrating body. A large chunk of flesh wrapped in holy light and demonic energy. Then, right before the golden pillar of light, he shoved it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. Not bad texture. Chewier than energy bars. He smacked his lips, offering his verdict.
The void fell into a deathly silence. That booming voice fell silent,
as if unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before it. The next second, an indescribable, resplendent divine might
crashed down from the source of the pillar of light.
In the void, the chaotic expanse once corrupted by demonic energy. In the instant this divine might descended, it was forcibly corrected. All chaos and darkness were defined as errors that must be purged.
And Ma Xiaoshuai stood as the most unwelcome stain upon this pristine expanse.
Blasphemy. The majestic voice resounded once more. You deserve to die. Before the words had fully faded, from the source of the pillar of light deep within the distant cathedral, a colossal sword, forged from the purest essence of light, slowly took shape. Sacred runes flowed along its blade, chanting hymns of judgment. Its tip pointed directly at Ma Xiaoshuai. It was not merely a sword. It was the embodiment of the authority of judgment. Ma Xiaoshuai lifted his head, his crimson pupils reflecting the colossal blade that spanned the heavens. He could feel his very existence being erased at its core by that overwhelming force. The exact same playbook as those bastards. God? Ma Xiaoshuai grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. You think you're worthy? He didn't even glance at the sword of judgment about to strike down. His gaze remained fixed, unwavering, on the end of the pillar of light. That was where the main course of the feast lay. A mere appetizer dares to make a fuss before me? The ravenous black blade in Ma Xiaoshuai's hand emitted a hungry hum. Chapter 181, Roadside. The dark crimson patterns along the blade pulsed like greedy veins, throbbing with frenzied intensity. Facing the blazing sword that could judge all things, he swung his blade in a backhand strike, ruthlessly cleaving toward the golden pillar of light connecting to the divine statue. His intent was not defense, but to sever this dog chain. How dare you? For the first time, the divine voice carried fury. How dare a lowly demonic creature disregard its judgment and instead attack its divine conduit? Such audacity! Such contempt! The great sword of light surged forward with blinding speed, its will to purify all things driving it as it crashed down with thunderous force. Yet the black knife of the Taotie was faster still. That streak of utter darkness surged like a black lightning bolt swimming against the current. Later launched, yet arrived first. SSS-rank. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Only a bone-chilling sound, like fabric being torn apart. That thick golden pillar of light, under the edge of the ravenous black blade, was forcibly cleaved in two. The black blade scar, like an unhealing wound, was branded into the void. At the wound's edges, the golden divine energy was being steadily devoured by the lingering darkness clinging to the blade's mark. The energy conduit connecting the divine statue was severed. The colossal sword of light that had descended upon Ma Xiaoshuai's head dimmed rapidly the moment it lost its source of energy. The chanting verses resonating along its blade abruptly ceased. How is this possible? For the first time, that majestic voice was filled with disbelief and horror. Its judgment, its authority, its connection to the mortal realm. Severed in one stroke? Severed by a creature it deemed a monster in a manner it could not comprehend? Ma Xiaoshuai didn't even bother to look up at the giant sword fading away. He merely reached out, just before the colossal blade collapsed entirely. Then, with a crack like breaking sugarcane, he snapped it clean in two. Then, like snapping sugarcane, he cracked it in two with a sharp snap. Fragments of light scattered in all directions. Ma Xiaoshuai gripped the remaining half of the blade. Without a second glance, he shoved it straight into his mouth. Crunch! Crunch! The crisp chewing sounds echoed eerily in the dead silence of the void. Mixed energies, with a hint of self-righteous arrogance. He swallowed it down, offering a scathing critique. Disgusting. Having spoken, he lifted his crimson eyes, burning with greedy flames. He gazed toward the severed end of the light pillar. There, where the link had been forcibly severed, surged waves of divine power trembling with fury. Ma Xiaoshuai smiled. Now, it's my turn. A mere roadside pest dares to challenge the demon sovereign. The moment the words left his lips, his figure flickered. He actively followed the fading trail of the light pillar. He charged upstream toward the distant church. He intended to follow the network cable to strike his target. St. John's Cathedral. The faint light of dawn streamed through the massive stained glass windows, bathing the praying congregation in its glow. The atmosphere was solemn. Just moments ago, they had felt God's response, his resplendent divine power, like the embrace of the Heavenly Father, warm yet majestic. Yet in the next instant, the pillar of light connecting them to the divine realm was forcibly severed by a malevolent force. The link between God and humanity was severed. The white-haired cardinal stood before the altar, holding his staff aloft. His voice trembled slightly, yet he still attempted to calm the restless crowd. Silence. Believers. This is God's trial upon us. The final test. That vile demon dared defy the divine majesty. Its fate is sealed, it shall be utterly purified by the holy flames. The radiance of God shall surely. His words trailed off, his voice catching in his throat. Outside the church, the sky darkened without warning. No, it wasn't nightfall. A black fissure, devouring all light. It swept down from the distant horizon with brutal force. Its target was this very church, bathed in sacred light for 1,000 years. Everyone lifted their heads. Their pupils reflected the ever-expanding black lightning bolt. What was it? The devil's vengeance? The bishop's lips trembled. He tried to call upon God's name once more, but found himself utterly voiceless. A fear born from the depths of his soul gripped his throat. Whoosh! No explosion. No roar. Only a faint sound, like a sharp blade slicing through canvas. That black crack flashed across the dome of the church. Everything froze for an instant.
Then, before the horrified stares of thousands of worshippers, a smooth, mirror-like black incision appeared in the center of St. John's Cathedral. From the cross atop the dome to the foundation stones below, the entire majestic structure was cleaved in two. Rumble. After a momentary pause, the upper half of the cathedral began to slide slowly downward. The enormous stained glass windows shattered into fragments, and the frescoes depicting miracles crumbled to dust. The sacred statue, worshipped day and night by the faithful, split cleanly at the brow. Its half-face, etched with sorrow, crashed thunderously to the ground. Holy light, faith, glory. In that instant, all were severed and crushed. Ah! The deathly silence was shattered by piercing screams. Panic spread, prayers turned to wails, and the faithful scattered in flight. They scrambled to dodge falling boulders and beams. The once sacred sanctuary instantly transformed into a living hell. The cardinal was knocked to the ground by the blast wave. Ignoring the dust covering his body and his wounds, he struggled to his feet, staring in disbelief at the apocalyptic scene before him. The statue, cleaved in two, seemed to mock his earlier solemn vows in utter silence. Where was God? Where was the divine light? Where was divine judgment? Nothing at all. No. No. This can't be. The bishop collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down his weathered face. He reached out with trembling hands, as if grasping for something, only to clasp cold emptiness. God. He let out a blood-curdling cry like a cuckoo's wail. Have you forsaken us? The desperate question echoed over the ruins. The surviving believers halted in their tracks, staring blankly at the half-broken statue. They stared at the severed church. The same look of bewilderment and collapse spread across every face. Faith had collapsed. And 10,000 meters above, Ma Xiaoshuai floated within the clouds, his crimson pupils coldly observing the chaos he had wrought below. His brow furrowed slightly. That's it? He extended his tongue, licking his lips. Only a faint trace of the sacred energy lingered in the air after dissipating. He traced his fingers along the cable. And what did he find? Just an empty shell, crumbling at the slightest touch. So weak. A hint of undisguised disappointment flickered in Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes. He hadn't come to crush a bunch of ants. He had come to hunt. His prey had escaped, and that rankled him. The cries and wails rising from below sounded to him like nothing more than meaningless noise. Chapter 182, Demon Fetus. The emotions of these weaklings held no value whatsoever. He withdrew the black knife of the devourer, and the aura that had devoured heaven and earth instantly retracted. His gaze shifted toward the distant horizon. I hope you won't disappoint me again. His figure flickered, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the horizon. Only the severed church remained. Great Xia, Kunlun ruins. Above the sea of clouds, a bronze celestial hall stretching beyond sight hovered atop a solitary peak rising 10,000 fathoms high. Within the hall, no pillars or beams existed, only a vast expanse of primordial chaos. Several indistinct figures sat or lay scattered within the chaotic currents. Before them, a water mirror-like scene clearly reflected the St. John's Cathedral, cleaved in two by a single stroke, and the wailing crowd amidst the ruins. As Ma Xiaoshuai departed, the water mirror's image gradually blurred. What a domineering blade intent! An aged voice sounded, devoid of emotion. Devouring all things, severing life itself. It's the divine power of that gluttonous beast. Another voice chimed in, tinged with amusement. Those western birds have hit a brick wall. Silence. After a long pause, a hesitant voice finally spoke. This youth, his malevolence runs too deep. If left unchecked, it may spell trouble for the great Xia. Should we intervene, to rein him in somewhat? The words had barely left his lips when a cold snort exploded through the chaos. Rein him in? You go. This old man's game is not yet finished. A figure seated cross-legged plucked a black stone and placed it lightly upon the invisible board. Clack. The sound was faint, yet it made the proposer stiffen. Poof. Another lazy voice echoed, brimming with undisguised mockery. Brother Wang, you're mistaken. How can this be called excessive aggression? This is called settling scores on the spot. They were making perfect progress with their breakthrough, but those winged ones had to go and provoke them, dropping some damn judgment from above. Now they've come knocking, tearing the place apart. Isn't that just what they deserve? They lit the fire themselves, and now it's burning them. Should they blame the wind for being too strong? The voice paused, its tone growing even more sarcastic. Besides, they're tearing down Western churches, not our great Xia's Taoist temples. Why are you so worked up? The one who had first suggested it gasped, unable to speak for a long moment. I was just worried. Worried? The lazy voice cut him off. What you should be worried about is whether that old codger backing those bastards will fly into a rage and come looking for trouble. After all, this gluttonous beast escaped from our territory. A long silence descended once more into the chaos. Only the sound of a chess piece landing echoed on. Ma Xiaoshuai's figure passed through an invisible membrane. The scene before him shifted instantly. No longer blue skies and white clouds, but a pure, boundless void. No up, down, left, or right. No light, no sound.
This was the crevice between reality and another dimension.
His return here was not without purpose. After severing the church and devouring the remnants of its sacred energy, something long dormant deep within his mind had been awakened.
It was a mark. A searing mark, branded like a red-hot iron.
Now, this mark radiated an unprecedented intensity of heat, pulsing like a beating heart deep within his soul.
Each beat pointed in one direction.
Toward an unknown realm he himself had never touched.
Is that where it is? Ma Xiaoshuai's crimson pupils fixed on a point in the void. There was nothing there.
Yet in his perception, a door stood there.
A door leading to somewhere. He could feel the mark yearning.
Longing for what lay beyond the door. That feeling was more intense than devouring sacred energy.
Without a moment's hesitation, Ma Xiaoshuai fixed his gaze on the direction the mark pointed. His form transformed into a black line tearing through the void. He charged headlong into the absolute darkness. He had to see
what lay hidden behind that door.
A rift tore open in the void.
Ma Xiaoshuai stepped through the rift, his feet meeting solid ground beneath him. Before him lay a boundless black hall.
Dead silence. Absolute stillness. No wind rustled, no echoes reverberated.
It seemed as though even light and sound had been swallowed whole by the black rock, leaving not a trace behind. At the very center of the chamber, directly ahead, stood a colossal throne constructed from some kind of skeletal remains.
Upon the throne, a figure leaned lazily against the backrest. He wore a suit of pitch-black armor, its design archaic yet pulsing with an eerie glow that sent shivers down the spine. Beneath the armor lay a human form.
He wore no helmet, revealing an unremarkable face. Only his eyes were black, two bottomless whirlpools that seemed capable of sucking in a person's very soul. The figure regarded Ma Xiaoshuai, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly in a faint, almost imperceptible smile. His voice echoed directly within Ma Xiaoshuai's mind, carrying an authority that brooked no argument.
Demon fetus, you finally arrived. Ma Xiaoshuai's crimson pupils abruptly contracted to pinpricks.
The veins on his hand gripping the black knife of the Taotia bulged violently.
The searing mark within his mind ignited with intense heat the moment he heard that voice, as if cheering? No. More like terror. Who are you? Ma Xiaoshuai's voice was hoarse, each word squeezed out through gritted teeth.
The man in black armor smiled. He didn't answer, merely shifting into a more comfortable position. His fingers tapped lightly against the skeletal armrest.
This seat has been empty for a long time. I've grown rather impatient waiting.
His gaze shifted from Ma Xiaoshuai to the black Taotai blade in his hand.
Not bad.
It's starting to resemble a weapon rather than a mere murderous tool.
Seems the seed I planted is sprouting rather smoothly. Seeds? A tidal wave of emotion surged within Ma Xiaoshuai. He understood instantly.
The mark in his mind that had guided him here.
That devouring instinct, that black blade named Taotai.
All originated from the man before him.
A guide?
Bull. This felt more like a master summoning his own dog. A savagery unlike any he'd ever known erupted from the depths of Ma Xiaoshuai's soul, instantly shattering his reason. He was no one's creation.
And certainly not anyone's pawn. So it was you who dragged me to this hellhole? Ma Xiaoshuai grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, his smile cruel. You're the one who left the mark on me?
The man in black armor watched him with keen interest.
You could say that. That mark is both a qualification and a key.
Only the strongest souls can awaken it and find the path to this place.
You are the first among countless demon fetuses to stand before me. You should consider yourself honored. Chapter 183, The New Lord of the Taotia.
Ma Xiaoshuai laughed, his laughter sounding particularly jarring in the deathly silent hall.
So you expect me to kneel and thank you? Thank you for treating me like a lab rat? Thank you for watching me walk step by step to this place like you were showing off a monkey? The smile finally faded from the black-armored man's face.
His gaze turned as cold as a glacier frozen for 10,000 years.
It seems you still haven't grasped your situation. You think cutting down a church and killing a few ants makes you invincible? He rose slowly to his feet. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying pressure descended like the collapse of heaven and earth. The entire black hall trembled faintly under its weight. Ma Xiaoshuai felt as though an entire starry sky had crashed down upon him. His bones groaned under the unbearable strain, his legs buckling as he nearly collapsed to his knees. Only by plunging his black gluttony blade into the hard ground did he manage to steady himself. A mouthful of blood spilled from the corner of his lips. The black-armored man looked down at him. The Taotai was born from chaos, devouring all things. But a newborn Taotai is merely an embryo. It requires a sufficiently powerful soul as its sheath to grow steadily, ultimately gaining the power to shake the world. And you, he declared, are the sheath I have chosen. He pointed at Ma Xiaoshuai. Everything you are will become nourishment for the Taotai. Until the day you and it become one blade and wielder united ascending to this supreme throne. Then, you shall become the new Lord of the Taotai. Ma Xiaoshuai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, flames burning in his crimson pupils. You mean, you want me to become you? The black-armored man seemed pleased with his understanding and nodded. I was the previous one. And now, I am weary.
I need a worthy successor to take over this void and everything the throne represents. Ma Xiaoshuai stared intently at him.
What if I refuse?
The man in black armor's face once again twisted into that repulsive grin.
You cannot refuse. The seed has been planted. The Taotia has acknowledged you as its master. Your fate was sealed from the very beginning. You have only one path.
Either become the new king who rules over all. He paused, his tone icy. Or be consumed by the Taotai, your soul devoured until nothing remains but a hollow shell driven solely by slaughter.
You have no choice. Dead silence.
A suffocating silence enveloped the entire hall.
After a long while, Ma Xiaoshuai suddenly smiled.
He slowly drew the black Taotai blade from the ground, its tip pointing diagonally downward. The violent aura emanating from his body miraculously subsided in that instant.
You're wrong.
He lifted his gaze, meeting the man on the throne directly, speaking each word deliberately.
There has always been only one path. And that is the path I choose to walk. You are not me, and I will never become you. If you like this throne, sit on it until you die. As for this blade. Ma Xiaoshuai raised the Taotai black blade.
His crimson pupils shimmered in perfect harmony with the blade's dark red patterns.
It is mine. No one can take it from me. The Lord of the Taotai laughed. The laughter echoed distinctly throughout the grand hall.
Well then. His figure vanished from the throne. When he reappeared, he stood before Ma Xiaoshuai. Without a trace of transition.
As if he had always belonged there. This body of yours belongs to me now.
An ordinary human hand floated lightly toward Ma Xiaoshuai's head.
Ma Xiaoshuai's body, however, felt as though it were being crushed by billions of tons of seawater, utterly immobilized. Was this the gap? No.
Blood surged in Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes.
The 10,000 Calamities demon art within him roared with unwillingness. Roar!
The silent roar shook his very soul. His restrained body forced out a sliver of strength. The ravenous black blade, driven by a will to tear everything apart, swept upward from below, striking viciously toward the wrist of that hand. This was his most powerful strike.
Yet. Clang. A faint clang.
Like a jade bead falling onto a plate.
The blade of the black glutton was firmly pinched between two fingers. Index and middle fingers. As calm as a breeze. Ma Xiaoshuai's pupils dilated in shock.
He strained with every ounce of strength to pull the blade back, but the black knife seemed welded in place, not budging an inch.
Look. It's not pure enough. It senses my essence. It hesitates, it fears. It dares not harm its source. What kind of weapon is a blade that hesitates? Before the words had fully left his mouth, the Lord of the Taotai twisted his finger lightly. Snap. An irresistible force surged through him, shattering Ma Xiaoshuai's palm. Blood gushed forth, and he could no longer hold the blade's hilt. The black Taotai blade flew from his grasp.
The man casually seized it in his hand. He kicked Ma Xiaoshuai squarely in the stomach.
Thud. Ma Xiaoshuai flew backward, slamming into a massive black stone pillar 100 meters away. Put.
He opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs.
Countless bones throughout his body snapped.
His vision began to blur.
The Lord of the Taotia, wielding the Taotia black blade, approached him step by step.
The footsteps were deliberate and measured, each one feeling like a stomp on Ma Xiaoshuai's heart.
A good scabbard must first be sufficiently resilient. Second, it must be sufficiently empty.
He stood before Ma Xiaoshuai, looking down on him with the condescension of a man observing a dying insect. Your laughable will, your self-important pride, they are all impurities. They must be purged clean. He raised the black Taotai blade in his hand, its tip aimed squarely at Ma Xiaoshuai's forehead. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll just let your body welcome its true master. The blade's edge radiated bone-chilling cold.
Ma Xiaoshuai could feel the Taotai black blade humming. This man could push the blade's innate power to its absolute limit. Facing death, Ma Xiaoshuai's mind remained crystal clear. Why? A surge of resentment welled up from the deepest recesses of his soul. He stared intently at that face. The demonic energy within him began to devour. Before he died, he would tear a chunk of flesh from this arrogant creature. The energy within the entire hall instantly spiraled into chaos. A colossal force, unimaginably vast, was forcibly drawn toward Ma Xiaoshuai by his frenzied act. It was a force beyond his endurance. His skin cracked inch by inch, veins bursting one by one, transforming him into a blood-soaked mess in an instant. For the first time, a look of astonishment flashed across the face of the Lord of the Taotia. This madman. He was devouring the control authority. He doesn't know when to quit. The Lord of the Taotia's eyes turned cold as his blade-wielding hand slammed downward. But it was too late. The violent power forcibly ripped from him exploded within Ma Xiaoshuai's body, unleashing a devastating shockwave. Chapter 184, Kill him. Boom. The Lord of the Taotia was forced back a step by this chaotic force, born of the same origin. That single step.
The black knife of the Tao Tai, which he had held firmly in his grasp, emitted a mournful wail. It wrenched itself from his grasp, transforming into a jet-black streak of light that instantly pierced Ma Xiaoshuai's body. He became its sheath. Ma Xiaoshuai let out a heart-wrenching howl, yet he hesitated not a moment. Before his body collapsed completely, he summoned his last ounce of will. With one hand, he tore fiercely at the void before him. Rip! A pitch-black rift appeared out of nowhere. Without even glancing back at the Lord of Gluttony, he plunged headfirst into it. The rift closed instantly. The deathly silent black hole returned to stillness. As if nothing had ever happened. The Lord of the Taodia stood rooted to the spot, glancing down at his own palm, now numb from the shock. He smiled. Interesting. Truly fascinating. Run. Run freely, my scabbard. When you become strong enough, sharp enough, I'll come for you myself, to reclaim you. Kunlun ruins. Perpetual snow, reflecting the sky's light, cold as blades. Winds swept across the mountain peaks. A vast square of white marble lay barren, devoid of even a blade of grass. In the center of the plaza lay a blood-soaked figure. Ma Xiaoshuai. His limbs twisted, not a single inch of skin intact. A dark crimson aura mingled with the stench of blood, polluting the air of this once pure land. 3 figures materialized beside him, as if they had stood there since time immemorial. To the left, a man clad in a faded blue Taoist robe held a whisk in his hand, radiating an ethereal, otherworldly aura. To the right, a monk clad in grey robes, barefoot, his face gaunt. Hands pressed together in prayer, eyes lowered, he murmured incantations. The figure in the center wore sleek black martial attire, bearing an ancient-looking long sword on his back. Though unsheathed, its edge already sliced through the surrounding air. Kill him. The black-clad swordsman spoke first, his voice as cold as the blizzard swirling around them. This boy radiates overwhelming demonic energy, mixed with a devouring intent that makes even my heart tremble. He is no good. Spare him, and he will surely become a great calamity. His name was Jian Wuchen, the guardian of Kunlun sword sect. In his world, there was only black and white, no shades of gray. In his eyes, Ma Xiaoshuai was the deepest black. Ba. The grey-robed monk opened his eyes, yet they held no trace of compassion. Sword layman, your bloodshed is too heavy, it harms the harmony of heaven and earth. Master Koju, we both know that letting such a demonic fiend roam free is the greatest injustice to all living beings under heaven. Jian Wuchen stood his ground. The karma he carries has already defiled Kunlun's spiritual veins. The green-robed Taoist beside them chuckled, flicking his whisk. Why rush to judgment, sirs? Qing Xuanzi, an elder of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion, excelled at navigating risks and seizing opportunities. His gaze flickered with sharp calculation as he studied the half-dead Ma Xiaoshuai lying on the ground. This youth's ability to tear through the void and arrive here is itself a colossal stroke of fortune. Though his body is shattered, it resembles a crucible, bearing several overpowering forces none of us have ever witnessed. So what? Jian Wuchen snorted coldly. Those not of our kind harbor different hearts. Such uncontrollable power is an original sin. That's not entirely accurate. Qing Xuanzi remarked slowly. A piece of celestial meteorite in mortal hands, it becomes a deadly weapon in ours, it can be forged into a divine blade. This boy might just be the key. A key? Jian Wuchen's brow furrowed deeper. Master Koju spoke again, his voice soft yet clear enough to cut through the howling wind and snow. He can bring this era to an end. At these words, even Qing Xuanzi, who had been calculating his gains all along, froze in surprise. Jian Wuchen scoffed. End? Master, are you suggesting using the demonic energy within him to destroy the abnormalities outside in a mutual annihilation? That's like drinking poison to quench thirst. Only from the mud can the lotus that purifies the world bloom. Master Koju spoke with unwavering calm. I trust only the sword in my hand. Killing intent surged in Jian Wuchen's eyes. Since you cannot bring yourselves to act, I shall take it upon myself to execute divine justice and sever this Solomon karmic bond. Before the words had fully left his mouth. Clang! A faint ring echoed. Before the blade left its scabbard, a tangible sword intent had already transformed into an invisible blade, slicing toward Ma Xiaoshuai's neck on the ground. This strike aimed not only at the flesh, but at the very soul. Master Koju sighed. Why bother? He extended his withered right hand, pinching his index and middle fingers together. He pointed toward the intangible sword intent, piercing the air. No golden light. No chanting of Buddha's name. Hum. Jian Wuchen's sword intent, powerful enough to cleave mountains, dissipated into thin air 3 inches from Ma Xiaoshuai's throat. Jian Wuchen's face paled as he stumbled back 3 steps. Each step left spiderweb-like cracks on the white marble floor. He stared fixedly at Master Koju's unremarkable finger, his eyes filled with utter horror. You're one finger zen. Master Koju withdrew his finger and clasped his palms together once more. This monk only seeks to save lives, not take them. Qing Xuanzi, watching from the side, felt his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He hurriedly stepped in to smooth things over. Gentlemen, calm your anger. Calm your anger. In the pure land of Kunlun, harmony is paramount. Harmony is paramount. His mind was racing with calculations.
This old monk Kuju spoke of compassion, yet his power was terrifyingly domineering.
Best not to get too deeply entangled in this mess, better to just watch the show unfold. Jian Wuchen drew a deep breath, forcing down the surging blood in his veins, yet his gaze grew colder still.
Very well. Master Kuju, I'll grant you this favor today. But let me make this clear.
He pointed at Ma Xiaoshuai lying on the ground, enunciating each word deliberately. Should this boy cause even the slightest trouble in Kunlun, I will personally erase him along with your Golden Mountain Temple from Kunlun's very existence. With that, his figure flickered, transforming into a black sword light that vanished into the horizon.
Qing Xuanzi gave a dry chuckle.
The sword sect master still has that temper.
Master, what about this child? Master Kuju ignored him, walking straight to Ma Xiaoshuai's side and crouching down.
He extended his hand, gently placing it on Ma Xiaoshuai's scorched forehead. A calm, warm energy slowly flowed into Ma Xiaoshuai's body, temporarily sustaining the life force that threatened to vanish at any moment. Qing Xuanzi watched the scene unfold, his eyes flickering with unreadable thoughts.
After a long moment, Master Kuju rose to his feet.
Gazing toward the distant sky shrouded in an endless, eerie aura, he murmured softly. The variable has arrived. He is the one who can bring an end to this era of strangeness. The smile on Qing Xuanzi's face grew stiff. This mess was deeper than he had imagined. Ma Xiaoshuai was both the key and a hot potato.
The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion must not get too deeply entangled in this mess. Master, your compassion is admirable. My deepest respect.
Qing Xuanzi bowed his hands in respect, yet his feet were already quietly retreating. There are still mundane matters to attend to at the pavilion.
I shall take my leave now. Chapter 185, The Great Restoration Elixir.
Before his words had fully faded, he dissolved into a wisp of green smoke, vanishing without a trace, fleeing faster than Jian Wuchen himself.
Master Kuju didn't even glance at him.
He bent down, his gaunt hand resting on Ma Xiaoshuai's shoulder. Space warped slightly.
In the next instant, both men vanished from the white marble plaza. Jinshan Temple.
Far from the gilded splendor one might imagine, only ancient blue stone paths remained, alongside temple pillars weathered by time, their wood grain exposed. The air carried a faint, lingering scent of sandalwood, mingled with a weighty aura that seemed to suppress all things.
Master Kuju laid Ma Xiaoshuai flat on a wooden bed in a meditation room.
The bed was nothing more than a simple hard-boarded cot. An elderly monk clad in grey robes hurried inside. When he recognized the face of the person on the bed, he froze in place.
Master. Grand Master?
The old monk's voice trembled.
This can't be. Layman Ma? How could he?
The visitor was none other than Master Dewey, the abbot of Jinshan Temple.
He was also a nominal S-class investigator for the Paranormal Investigation Bureau.
He had seen Ma Xiaoshuai before in the files of S-level paranormal incidents, during several brief encounters. In his eyes, Ma Xiaoshuai was a promising young talent.
But now, how could this junior have been dragged back by the Grandmaster? And the aura emanating from him.
Half was demonic energy refined to its purest essence, the other half a devouring force so terrifying it made even him tremble. These two forces were violently tearing apart his body, already on the brink of collapse.
Go fetch the Great Restoration Pill. Master Kuju's voice was flat, yet carried an authority that brooked no argument. Grandmaster. Dewey cried out in shock. The Great Restoration Pill is the treasured artifact of our Golden Mountain Temple. It takes 300 years to refine just 3 pills in the furnace, and each one. His words trailed off, cut short by a single glance from Master Kuju. That gaze was as still as an ancient well, yet Dewey felt as though he had been seen through and through. This man holds the fate of the world in his hands. Master Kuju spoke only these 8 words. Dewey's heart clenched violently. The survival of the realm? By him alone? Dewey couldn't comprehend it, but he dared not ask further. At Golden Mountain Temple, the Patriarch's decision was law. Yes, disciple obeys. Dewey pressed his palms together in prayer, bowed deeply, then turned and hurried away.
His mind was in turmoil. The great elixir of return was a sacred medicine capable of reviving the dead and restoring flesh to bones. When used on an arhat, it could aid in achieving a golden body.
Yet now, it was to be used on a mysterious key imbued with demonic energy? Grandmaster, this gamble is far too great.
Moments later, Dewey hurried back, clutching an ancient-looking box of purple sandalwood.
He opened the box.
No radiant halos shone forth, nor did any exotic fragrance waft from it. Only a single pill, the size of a longan, uniformly waxen yellow, and utterly unremarkable, lay quietly within.
Master Kuju pinched the pill between his fingers, not even glancing at it before shoving it directly into Ma Xiaoshuai's mouth.
The pill melted the moment it touched his tongue.
Boom!
A colossal, boundless surge of pure, vital life energy exploded within Ma Xiaoshuai's body. This force sought to mend his shattered meridians and rebuild his fractured bones. But the ravenous black blade coiled within him sensed the threat.
Hum! The black blade vibrated. A domineering force of devouring energy burst forth from the depths of Ma Xiaoshuai's dantian.
It did not repair, only devour. It sought to devour the Dehuan Dan's potency, along with Ma Xiaoshuai's flesh, blood, and very soul, consuming it all to become its own. Two diametrically opposed forces collided in the most primal clash within Ma Xiaoshuai's tiny crucible. Gah! The unconscious Ma Xiaoshuai suddenly arched his body, letting out a piercing, inhuman wail. One patch of his skin glowed translucent as jade, radiating vibrant vitality. Immediately after, another patch rapidly darkened to ink black, revealing eerie, monstrous patterns. Life and death, Buddha and demon, a tug of war raged within him. Dewey watched from the side, his eyelids twitching violently. His heart leapt into his throat. Grandmaster, what are we to do? If this continued, Ma Xiaoshuai wouldn't be saved. He'd be torn apart by these two forces. Master Kuju merely watched silently, his gaze utterly unruffled. Without destruction, there can be no creation. He extended his withered, bony finger and gently tapped it against Ma Xiaoshuai's forehead. Whether you live or die depends on your own destiny. And whether the people of this world possess that destiny. The fingertip touched the brow. The instant Master Kuju's withered finger touched the center of Ma Xiaoshuai's forehead, a speck of golden light materialized out of thin air. The light was warm and gentle, radiating a compassion that seemed to suppress the weight of eons. The golden light swiftly spread across Ma Xiaoshuai's charred skin, outlining a budding lotus flower. Dewey's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He stumbled backward in shock, his feet giving way beneath him. The golden lotus of merit? The voice was not loud, yet it thundered through the meditation chamber like a bolt of lightning. Dewey was utterly dumbfounded. The golden lotus of merit. It was a legendary treasure, one that could only be formed deep within the divine soul of a great Buddha who had accumulated immeasurable merit and saved countless sentient beings. A treasure that could only be forged deep within the soul. The very foundation for attaining Buddhahood and becoming a patriarch. In the 10,000 years of Jinshan Temple's lineage, only its founding patriarch had ever cultivated such a thing. Our venerable patriarch spent his entire life merely touching its threshold. But now, this object, recorded only in ancient scriptures, has appeared on a young upstart radiating demonic energy? How could this be possible? It defies all logic. He must be seeing things. Yet there it was, the golden lotus, slowly rotating before his eyes. It seemed to become the very center of the entire universe. The overwhelming potency of the Great Restoration Pill, which had been raging wildly within Ma Xiaoshuai's body, instantly became utterly docile, drawn entirely toward the golden lotus. The overwhelmingly domineering, gluttonous devouring force, upon contact with the golden lotus's radiance. It emitted a shrill, piercing screech and retreated frantically, as if encountering the most terrifying natural enemy in existence. It craved to devour everything, yet dared not touch this power of merit and virtue in the slightest. Merit was the reward of cosmic order, the crystallization of all beings' aspirations, transcending every other force. The golden lotus did not destroy the demonic energy or the devouring force. It merely hovered silently, its golden light cascading down. Like an impenetrable dam, it contained the raging flood. Then, it began to draw upon the Dehuan Dan's boundless vitality, transforming it into the purest golden energy. Strand by strand, it started to mend Ma Xiaoshuai's body, riddled with countless wounds. Even more terrifying, the demonic energy touched by the golden light began to undergo a strange transformation. It grew less frenzied, as if tamed. The tug of war between life and death abruptly ceased. The confrontation between Buddha and demon vanished. An eerie equilibrium took root within this youthful body. Forced into existence, with the golden lotus of merit at its core. The starkly contrasting black and white skin on Ma Xiaoshuai's body began to merge. Chapter 186, The 10,000 Calamities Arhat Body. Faint golden patterns linked the pitch-black demonic markings with the crystalline jade hues, weaving an arcane and eerie diagram. His inhuman wails gradually subsided, transforming into heavy, powerful breaths. Dewey stared blankly at the unfolding scene, his heart pounding wildly as his mind went blank. He recalled his master's words from earlier. This man holds the fate of the world in his hands. Before, he had thought his master was gambling. Now he understood his master was creating an unprecedented miracle. Using the Golden Mountain Temple's most precious treasure, the Great Restoration Pill, to nourish a golden lotus of merit blossoming upon demonic soil. If successful, what would be forged would no longer be a simple golden-bodied arhat, but a being, a monstrous entity embodying both Buddha and demon, bearing boundless merit. Dewey S. Adams' apple jerked violently. He looked at Master Kuju, his eyes filled with unprecedented awe and fervor. The Grandmaster's realm had surpassed his wildest imagination. Master Kuju slowly withdrew his finger. Finally revealed the faintest hint of a smile. Destruction precedes creation, only through breaking can new things be born. It seems the lives of all beings under heaven are not yet destined to end. He turned to face Dewey, who stood utterly frozen in place. From this day forward, Jinshan Temple is sealed off. Until he awakens, no one is permitted to set foot within the rear mountain Zen monastery. Those who disobey shall have their cultivation stripped and be expelled from the mountain gates. Dewey's heart sank, and he immediately bowed deeply with palms pressed together. This disciple obeys the decree. From this moment onward, the fate of Jinshan Temple was now inextricably bound to the unconscious youth lying upon the bed. Before Master Kuja's words had fully faded, boom! A deafening explosion erupted from within Ma Xiaoshuai's body. The meditation bed before Dewey, along with the surrounding blue stone floor, instantly crumbled to dust. Ma Xiaoshuai's body slowly rose into the air. Beneath him, the golden lotus of merit that had been imprinted upon his skin now solidified into tangible form. A lotus pedestal composed of the purest golden radiance materialized out of thin air, steadying him. Countless golden rays poured forth like cascading waterfalls, washing over his body. The confined Taotai demonic energy let out a roar of resentment at that moment. It twisted into pitch-black chains, coiling upward in reverse. Golden light and black mist no longer stood in stark opposition. They intertwined wildly. The gold lost its purity. The black no longer held its dominance. An eerie aura, suspended between the sacred and the ominous. It surged skyward, instantly tearing through the roof of the meditation hall. Centered on this rear mountain monastery, this aura unleashed a colossal tidal wave, instantly engulfing the entire Jinshan temple. Inside the sutra hall, a gray-robed monk responsible for cleaning idly wiped down the bookshelves. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss in the temple today. The abbot and several elders hurried about as if something momentous had occurred. Just then, that immense aura swept over him. The gray-robed monk felt an overwhelming compassion, vast as an abyss, pressing down upon him. It made him want to prostrate himself and worship and weep bitterly. He repented for stealing a chicken drumstick yesterday. Yet in the next instant, he sensed an all-consuming malevolence that threatened to devour the heavens and earth. It froze him to the bone, making him want to kill his fellow disciples right then and there. Put. Two diametrically opposed thoughts clashed violently within his mind. The gray-robed monk spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed unconscious. The same scene played out simultaneously in every corner of Jinshan Temple. Disciples of lesser cultivation lost their minds instantly, descending into madness. Even the venerable elders, masters of profound cultivation, paled visibly. They sat cross-legged on the ground, straining every ounce of strength to resist the corrosive grip of this bizarre aura. They stared in horror toward the rear mountain. There, half the sky was bathed in a golden light that seemed to illuminate the entire world. The other half was drenched in a pitch-black darkness that seemed to devour all things. Gold and black swirled above, forming a slowly rotating magical array. Was this Buddhist magic? Or demonic arts? What on earth happened at Golden Mountain Temple? The Zen courtyard on the rear mountain. Feeling the aura he himself had conjured, Master Kuju's monk's robe fluttered and rustled without a breeze. For the first time, his usually serene face revealed an expression blending shock and fervor. Using merit as the furnace, demonic energy as the fuel, refining Buddha and demon into an elixir. He murmured to himself, his voice trembling. The speculations in ancient texts were true. This is the 10,000 calamities Arhat body. Dewey knelt trembling on the ground, his body shaking like a sieve. He dared not lift his head, dared not gaze upon a monster suspended midair. That was no longer a being comprehensible to mortal minds. It was a god. And a demon. At that very moment, the colossal aura that had engulfed heaven and earth suddenly reversed its course. All the golden light, all the black mist, vanished entirely into Ma Xiaoshuai's body. The sky cleared once more. It seemed as though everything that had just occurred was merely an illusion. The solidified golden lotus of merit dissolved back into scattered points of light, vanishing without a trace. Ma Xiaoshuai's body gently descended back to the ground, his feet landing on the stone dust reduced to powder. The strange patterns on his body vanished, his skin returning to its normal color. Yet it now possessed a crystalline translucency, faintly radiating a precious glow. All was calm once more. Dewey trembled as he slowly raised his head. His gaze met Ma Xiaoshuai's newly opened eyes. The left eye, pure golden hue, seemed to contain 3,000 worlds within it, brimming with boundless compassion and mercy. The right eye, pitch black as ink, connected to the depths of the Avicii hell, brimming with utter destruction and greed. One Buddha, one demon. Coexisting within a single body. Dewey felt his very soul being sucked into those two eyes. He opened his mouth. Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze shifted away from Dewey. He slowly rotated his neck, the joints cracking like jade stones colliding. Where is this? His voice was calm, yet carried a peculiar double tone. Startled by the sound, Dewey snapped back to attention, instinctively clasping his hands together. Layman, this is Jinshan Temple. Golden Mountain Temple? Ma Xiaoshuai's brow furrowed slightly. He remembered being nearly killed by that all-consuming force. How had he ended up in a temple? His gaze fell upon the venerable monk standing not far away, whose aura was as deep and steadfast as a mountain. This monk was powerful. An instinctive judgment surfaced in his mind. He could sense the tsunami-like surge within the other's body. And who are you? He could sense that everything happening within his own body was inextricably linked to this old monk. Master Kuju pressed his palms together and bowed slightly. A flicker of emotion finally stirred across his previously impassive face. Amit Bab Buddha.
The benefactor has finally awakened. I am Koju, the abbot of Jinshan Temple.
Ma Xiaoshuai looked down at his hands. His skin was fair, his knuckles distinct, seemingly unchanged from before.
Chapter 187, The Vessel.
The moment Ma Xiaoshuai thought about it, he could sense a power lurking deep within his flesh and blood.
What have you done to me?
He snapped his head up, his left eye swirling with golden light while his right eye churned with inky darkness.
An invisible pressure erupted with a thunderous force. Dewey grunted, sent flying backward, and slammed heavily into the courtyard wall.
He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed unconscious on the spot. Master Kuju's monk's robe billowed as the dust beneath his feet was blown away by the force of his strike, revealing a perfectly clear patch of ground. He looked at Ma Xiaoshuai, his eyes holding not a trace of surprise, but rather a hint of admiration.
This monk saved your life. Saved my life? Ma Xiaoshuai laughed, though the smile held an undeniable hint of wickedness. You call turning me into this half-human, half-ghost state saving me? He could clearly sense that his body was no longer purely human.
It was more like a vessel.
A vessel, housing both gods and demons. Destruction precedes creation, ruin gives birth to renewal. Master Kuju's voice resonated with the solemnity of a temple bell.
That sounds better than it tastes. A fierce glint flashed in Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes. Before his words had fully left his mouth, his right hand had already formed a fist.
The ravenous demonic energy permeating the courtyard seemed to receive a command from its sovereign.
It surged wildly, coalescing in the palm of his hand.
Hum.
A pitch-black blade materialized out of thin air. The blade bore no edge, only twisted patterns.
Like countless gaping, greedy mouths. Emitting a silent growl.
Old monk, try blocking this blade of mine. Ma Xiaoshuai swung his arm with a powerful thrust, a strike of the purest form. A visible black blade aura instantly tore through the air, carrying a domineering force that seemed poised to cleave heaven and earth in two.
It descended toward Master Kuju's head.
Where the blade energy passed, stone dust on the ground was instantly obliterated. Not a single trace remained.
Facing this world-shattering strike, Master Kuju's face
still bore that same expression of profound compassion for all beings.
He did not even move.
Only a soft murmur escaped his lips.
Amitba.
The voice was not loud, yet it seemed to echo throughout the heavens and earth.
Boom.
A golden Buddha apparition, towering several zhang high, surged skyward from behind him.
The Buddha's golden form, majestic and serene, gazed downward with lowered brows. As if seated here since time immemorial.
Facing the all-consuming black blade energy, the golden Buddha slowly raised both hands. The overwhelmingly tyrannical black blade energy struck the Buddha's golden palms and instantly dissipated into nothingness.
Only an invisible shockwave rumbled outward.
The already crumbling courtyard walls were reduced to dust under this force.
Ma Xiaoshuai's pupils contracted sharply.
He sensed that his blade energy hadn't been blocked, but rather purified. Those golden palms acted like a bottomless vortex, dissolving every trace of the savagery and greed contained within the blade energy. This was absolute suppression at the level of power. Lay down your blade, layman, and attain enlightenment at once. Master Kuju's voice rang out once more, carrying an extraordinary power of persuasion. The power within you should not be used for slaughter.
Lay it down? Ma Xiaoshuai laughed, the inky darkness in his right eye churning even more violently.
This blade was forged for slaughter.
You turned me into this monstrous form, and now you preach Buddhism to me? Old monk, what are you trying to pull?
The veins on his hand gripping the black Taotai blade bulged.
What was this old monk scheming for? Was it just to find someone to persuade him toward goodness? What a ridiculous notion. Master Kuju gazed into Ma Xiaoshuai's furious eyes and sighed softly. This monk understands, layman. You harbor resentment and confusion within your heart.
But my actions are not for myself, but for all sentient beings under heaven, for our Buddhist faith, seeking a true path to enlightenment. His voice suddenly grew loud and clear. The world knows only that Buddhist teachings save all beings while demonic energies destroy the world. Yet they fail to see that both share the same origin. Both are ultimate truths of heaven and earth.
Why can they not coexist? Why can they not unite?
This monk has spent a lifetime poring over ancient texts and finally discovered this method. Using supreme merit as the foundation and overwhelming demonic energy as the crucible, one can forge this unprecedented, unmatched golden body of the Arhat of 10,000 calamities. His gaze fixed intently upon Ma Xiaoshuai, as if beholding the most perfect work of art he had ever encountered.
Layman, you are not a monster. You are hope. The future of Buddhism. Ma Xiaoshuai listened to this madness, feeling nothing but nausea. What bull hope? All he knew was that the two colossal deities within his body could tear him apart at any moment. Why should I bear the burden of your hope, your future? Ma Xiaoshuai's voice turned icy. Master Kuju shook his head.
Layman Ma, before you entered Jinshan Temple, you were consumed by the demonic energy of the Taotai. You were destined to be devoured and reduced to ashes. It was this monk who granted you a new life. A new life, one that wields the power of gods and demons, overlooking all living beings.
Enough!
At that moment, a furious shout echoed from beyond the courtyard.
Several powerful auras approached rapidly, instantly filling the Zen courtyard. Leading the group were 3 elderly monks clad in crimson robes. They were the heads of the Discipline Hall, the Prajna Hall, and the Arhat Hall of Jinshan Temple. The chief of the Prajna Hall and the chief of the Arhat Hall. Their status was second only to the abbot, Kuju. At this moment, shock and fury were etched upon the faces of all 3 chiefs. Their gazes fixed intently on Ma Xiaoshuai, whose aura blended divine and demonic energies in the courtyard. Then they glanced at Dui, who lay unconscious on the ground. Abbot Xiannan, the most fiery-tempered of the disciplined monastery's chief monks, pointed at Ma Xiaoshuai and demanded harshly, "What on earth is going on here? Why would you harbor such a demonic creature within the sacred grounds of our Buddhist sanctuary?" They had witnessed it all clearly from outside. The sky-piercing demonic energy, the eerie Buddha light all emanated from this very place. They had assumed a demonic invader had breached the sanctuary. Yet the culprit turned out to be their own abbot. Junior brother, choose your words carefully. Master Kuju withdrew his golden form, his expression returning to calm as he spoke softly. This lay devotee Ma is no demonic being, but an honored guest of our Golden Mountain Temple. Distinguished guest? The head monk of the Prajna Hall, Xuani, sneered coldly. He had always been at odds with Kuju. An honored guest worthy of the abbot's personal intervention? I'd be curious to know what sort of guest requires the use of such forbidden arts. Master Kuju's gaze slowly swept across the faces of his 3 junior brothers. My fellow disciples, your arrival is most timely. Today, you shall witness with your own eyes the greatest upheaval our Buddhist order has seen in 10,000 years. He extended his hand, pointing at Ma Xiaoshuai. From this day forward, Ma Xiaoshuai shall serve as our Buddhist emissary. His monastic name shall be. Kuju's gaze shifted between the compassionate golden light in Ma Xiaoshuai's left eye and the greedy blackness in his right. He paused. Greed Buddha. Greed Buddha? Ma Xiaoshuai looked as though he'd heard the most laughable joke in the world, the curve of his lips stretching wider and wider. Screw your greed Buddha. Chapter 188, Peril Looms. He spat directly onto the ground, his voice brimming with furious rage. I'm a demon. Not some damn Buddha. Boom. The moment the words fell, the abyssal darkness within his right eye surged violently. Like a rising tide of ink, it instantly swallowed the last glimmer of golden compassion in his left eye. The ravenous demonic energy within him, which had just been suppressed by Master Kuju, rising with tenfold fury compared to before, surged skyward. Black flames coalesced behind him into a twisted demonic shadow. It emitted a silent roar. That aura now carried a will that commanded the world. The entire Golden Mountain Temple was enveloped by this will, dimming the sky's light. The chirping of birds, the rustling of leaves, and the buzzing of insects in the mountains fell utterly silent in that instant. Wicked creature. Xiannan, the chief of the Discipline Hall, glared with eyes wide open, his beard and hair standing on end. His crimson monk's robe fluttered without wind as an unparalleled, fierce aura of Buddhist power surged forth. He sought to resist this demonic might. Yet his protective Buddha light flickered like a candle in the wind, teetering on the brink of extinction within this sea of demonic energy. Senior brother. Xuanyan's gaze, like 2 blades, sliced toward Master Kuju. Look at what you've done. Unless this demon is vanquished, the 1,000-year legacy of our Golden Mountain Temple hangs by a thread. Xuanji, the chief monk of the Prajna Hall, remained far more composed. He merely fixed his gaze on Kuju, his eyes as cold as 10,000-year-old ice. Abbot, is this your great transformation? Cultivating a demonic fiend beyond your own control, condemning the entire Golden Mountain Temple to perish alongside your madness? The face of the chief monk of the Arhat Hall darkened to an extreme. He had already silently clenched the prayer beads in his hand. His muscles bulged taut, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Facing the interrogation of his 3 junior brothers, Master Kuju's face remained utterly unruffled. His gaze fixed on the frenzied Ma Xiaoshuai, the fervor in his eyes only intensified. Jade uncarved cannot become an ornament. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud. Yet every word reached each ear with crystal clarity. Without unleashing the demons within, the Buddha nature cannot manifest. This is merely the path he must tread to attain the golden body of an arhat beyond countless eons. You're mad. Absolutely mad. Xuanyan trembled with rage. At that very moment, a sword's cry, clear and piercing like a dragon's roar, rang out from the western horizon. Immediately after, a voice as cold as ice, seemingly defying the distance of space, exploded directly within everyone's mind. You old bald-headed monk, Kuju. Is this the variable you claimed could avert the impending catastrophe? Before the words had fully faded, a blinding white streak of light already tore through the thick demonic aura shrouding Jinshan Temple. That streak of light seemed capable of slicing through all things in the world. Wherever it passed, whether churning demonic energy or the temple's shattered ruins, everything was cleaved in two, the edges smooth as polished mirrors. Swish! The beam landed precisely at the very center of the Zen courtyard, between Master Kuju and Ma Xiaoshuai. It plowed a bottomless gash into the ground. As the light faded, a young Taoist monk bearing an ancient sword revealed himself.
His features were handsome, yet his brows were like swords, and his gaze cut sharper than any blade.
It was Jian Wuchen.
Jian Wuchen's gaze lingered briefly on Dui, who lay unconscious on the ground. Then it swept over the three enraged red-robed monks. His gaze held an unmistakable, unmasked intent to kill.
Kuju, do you remember how you pledged?
Master Kuju looked at Jian Wuchen, his face finally breaking into a faint, helpless smile. Jian Layman, you've arrived sooner than this monk anticipated.
If I hadn't hurried.
Jian Wuchen snorted coldly, pointing his finger at Ma Xiaoshuai, whose demonic aura surged like a raging torrent. I was afraid I'd arrived too late, that not even someone to collect your corpse for this Golden Mountain Temple would be found.
His gaze never left Ma Xiaoshuai.
For he could sense that within that humanoid demonic entity, beyond the overwhelming demonic energy,
a force of supreme yang energy also lurked within. These two diametrically opposed forces
had been forcibly fused together.
It was the most insane act imaginable. Ma Xiaoshuai's pure black pupils shifted toward this unwelcome newcomer. From this Taoist priest, he sensed a dangerous aura. Old monk, did you summon this helper? Ma Xiaoshuai's voice was hoarse.
The twisted patterns on the blade of the black Taotai knife in his hand began to slowly writhe.
Master Kuju shook his head and looked at Ma Xiaoshuai.
He pressed his palms together, that expression returning to his face.
Amitba.
It seems today we shall bear witness to what it truly means.
Buddha and demon is one, eternal and indestructible.
Before his words had fully faded, Master Kuju had already closed his eyes. He no longer looked at anyone, his lips moving as obscure sutras flowed from his mouth.
Om, ma, ni, pa, mi, hum. Each syllable seemed imbued with supreme Zen wisdom, resonating through the air.
Immediately, golden swastika seals began to emerge from his body. As if coming to life, they drifted toward Ma Xiaoshuai, whose aura was thick with demonic energy.
Playing tricks.
Jian Wuchen's eyes flashed with coldness. He had no interest in watching this old monk's performance.
In his view, Kuju had completely lost his mind. Using Buddhist teachings to convert a fully formed demonic tyrant? It was sheer folly.
The only solution was to slay it before it utterly destroyed Jinshan Temple.
Clang!
The ancient sword at his back slid from its scabbard, transforming into a dazzling rainbow that pierced the heavens. The sword's aura was icy cold as it pierced straight toward Ma Xiaoshuai's forehead. This strike was swift to the extreme, and ruthless to the extreme.
Sword layman, stop! Master Kuju's eyes snapped open, yet his chanting of sutras continued unabated. Exorcising demons and upholding the way is our sacred duty. Kuju, if you remain stubbornly deluded, do not blame me for showing no mercy beneath my blade. I shall cut you down as well.
Jian Wuchen's voice carried not a shred of emotion.
Well said. The head of the discipline hall, Xiannan, roared in agreement.
He had been holding back for far too long.
Such demons deserve to be slain by all. Abbot, you are being foolish.
His palm, as large as a fan, swept through the air, conjuring a mighty golden palm print from nothingness. With demon-subduing might, it followed the sword's glow, striking toward Ma Xiaoshuai. One aimed to sever his spirit. One aimed to shatter his body. Two great masters joined forces, determined to utterly annihilate this greedy Buddha. Yet, just as the sword light and palm strike were about to descend, a figure stepped before them. It was Xuanji, the chief of the Prajna Hall.
Xuanji, what are you doing? Xuanyan roared in fury, utterly stunned at the first to step forward to block them.
Was this junior monk who had always opposed the abbot?
The tip of Jian Wuchen's sword halted mere inches from Xuanji's brow.
The fierce sword chi made his monk's robe flutter wildly. Xuanji ignored Xiannan, fixing Jian Wuchen with a cold stare.
Sword master, this is an internal matter of our Golden Mountain Temple.
His tone was flat, yet his eyes held a trace of scorn. Since the abbot claims this great upheaval was entirely his doing, let him clean up this mess himself.
Chapter 189, Guilt.
I'll be damned if I don't see how he plans to resolve this.
At these words, Xuanyan instantly understood. Xianji wasn't trying to save this demonic fiend.
He intended to watch the abbot fail, to witness Jinshan Temple plunge into utter ruin.
To prove just how foolish the abbot's decision had been.
You're going to destroy Jinshan Temple.
Xuanyan's lips trembled with fury.
It is not I who will destroy Jinshan Temple.
Xuanji's gaze shifted meaningfully toward Kujiao, who continued chanting sutras.
The blame lies with whoever nurtured this demonic fiend.
He was not only stoking the flames but also pinning all responsibility squarely on Kuju.
In the brief moment of their standoff, golden Buddhist seals bearing the swastika symbol stamped themselves onto Ma Xiaoshuai's body, one after another.
Get out of my way!
Ma Xiaoshuai roared like a wild beast, the ravenous demonic energy within him surging wildly. He sought to shatter these Buddhist seals. The black demonic energy collided violently with the golden Buddhist seals, emitting a sizzling, scorching sound.
Inch by inch, Ma Xiaoshuai's skin cracked open, black demonic blood mingling with golden Buddha light seeping out. The scene was utterly grotesque. His body had become a battlefield. A battlefield between Buddha and demon. Indescribable agony turned Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes completely crimson. The ravenous black blade in his grasp swung wildly, its blade energy crisscrossing the air,
slashing the ground of the entire Zen courtyard into shreds.
Master Kuju's face began to turn pale.
Maintaining such an intense level of scripture-based blessings
was an immense drain on his strength. Yet he persisted. He watched Ma Xiaoshuai writhing in agony. Destruction precedes creation, death precedes rebirth. The Buddha is the demon, and the demon is the Buddha.
As the chanting in his mouth quickened, more golden Buddha seals merged into Ma Xiaoshuai's body. A wondrous transformation unfolded. The raging, chaotic demonic energy of the Taoya seemed shackled by chains. That overwhelming killing intent began to slowly subside. Deep within Ma Xiaoshuai's pitch-black pupils, a faint golden light flickered once more. Like a sun stubbornly rising from an endless sea of ink. Black and gold, the two forces no longer merely clashed and devoured each other. Instead, within his body, they began to form a strange equilibrium. Boom! A wholly new aura erupted from Ma Xiaoshuai's body. This aura carried both the compassionate solemnity of the Buddhist path and the greedy tyranny of the demonic way. Sacred and profane, fused together in perfect harmony. Ma Xiaoshuai's roar ceased. He slowly raised his head, the pain fading completely from his youthful face. Golden light swirled around him, as if he could see through 3 lifetimes of karma, radiating a compassion that seemed to look down upon all beings. He stood there silently, yet everyone present, including Jianwuchen, felt a chill run down their spines. This was no longer human. This was a monster beyond comprehension. Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze swept slowly across the standoff between Xianji, Xiannan, and Jianwuchen. Finally, it settled upon the ancient sword. Jianwuchen still pointed at him. He smiled. His lips parted, revealing a row of white teeth, his smile pure. Your sword. He extended his left hand, pinching his index and middle fingers together. He gently tapped the ancient sword, radiating sword energy. Too noisy. Clang. A crisp sound, like gold striking jade, rang out. Jianwuchen's expression changed drastically. He felt an indescribable, eerie force surge from the sword's tip. In an instant, it shattered his impenetrable sword aura. Snap. A sharp crack. The ancient sword in Jianwuchen's hand, a high-grade magical artifact that had accompanied him for decades in slaying demons and exorcising evil. A distinct crack appeared on the blade. His hand gripping the hilt trembled. Ma Xiaoshuai withdrew his fingers. The suffocating pressure he had unleashed retreated entirely back into his body. The lacerations across his body began to heal at a visible pace, his skin becoming smooth and flawless once more, leaving not a single trace behind. The golden light and demonic energy vanished completely. He reverted to the somewhat delicate-looking young man he once was. Only his eyes remained, deep and unfathomable, as if nothing could be contained within them. He no longer saw Wuchen. His gaze settled upon the old monk. You saved my life. I owe you a favor. As long as it doesn't go against my will, I'll lend you a hand once. Having said this, he did not wait for Master Kuju's reply. At that moment, a knowing smile flickered across Master Kuju's face. He had succeeded. This mad monk had truly created an incomprehensible monster. And this monster owed him a favor. Ma Xiaoshuai spun around, transforming into a streak of light as he shot skyward. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the horizon. It was time to return to Yuan City. It was also time to go home. Within the Zen courtyard, deathly silence reigned. Only the wind whistled mournfully through the crumbling walls and ruins. Put. Jianwuchen could no longer suppress the surging blood in his chest, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. He hadn't been wounded by Ma Xiaoshuai, he'd been enraged. He stared down at the glaring crack on his sword's blade. The murderous intent in his eyes nearly solidified into tangible form. Ku. Ju. He spat out each syllable, his voice strained through gritted teeth. You deserve to die. Before the words faded, his remaining sword energy erupted with a thunderous roar. Man and sword became one, transforming once more into a streak of light. This time, however, its target was the abbot of Jinshan Temple Kuju. Master Sword, please calm your anger. Xuanyan's face paled as he darted forward to shield Kuju. A palm strike unleashed, transforming his formidable Buddhist power into a barrier. He released a demonic fiend, a crime deserving death. Get out of my way. Jianwuchen appeared like a madman. Amitba. Master Kuju pressed his palms together in prayer. Facing this fatal strike, his expression remained utterly unruffled. Abbot. Xuanyan was sweating profusely with anxiety, utterly baffled by the abbot's intentions. At that moment, a cold voice rang out. Let him kill. It was Xianji. He stood by with his arms crossed, a cruel smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The sword master is carrying out heaven's will, purging the scourge from our Buddhist order. This is a virtuous deed. Brother Xiannan, why must you obstruct it? You. Xiannan trembled with rage. Xuanji didn't even glance at him, his gaze fixed on Kuju, filled with satisfaction. Abbot brother, do you see? This is the great upheaval you desired. An uncontrollable monster, a sword master utterly enraged, and Jinshan Temple on the brink of collapse. You nurtured this demon, allowing him to destroy the Sword Master's sacred blade before all our fellow practitioners, tarnishing Jinshan Temple's century-old reputation.
You are the greatest sinner of Jinshan Temple.
His voice suddenly rose, echoing throughout the entire rear mountain. The monks who had been watching from the sidelines all paled at his words. Their gazes toward Kuju instantly shifted. This was precisely the effect Xuanji had sought.
Chapter 190, United Against This Fiend. Jian Wuchen's eyes locked onto Kuju.
His chest heaved violently, but in the end, he let out a cold, bone-chilling snort.
Well done, Jinshan Temple. He no longer looked at Kuju, his gaze brimming with utter contempt.
His gaze swept across all the monks present. Every monk whose gaze met his instinctively lowered their head.
This demon was born from your Golden Mountain Temple.
The righteous paths of the world shall hold you accountable for this debt. From this day forward, I, Jian Wuchen, shall personally proclaim to the world our united pursuit of this demon. At that time, if there is even the slightest hint of harboring. He paused. Then Jinshan Temple will have no reason to exist. With that, he made no further delay. The flying sword beneath his feet emitted a wail of strain, carrying him away as a streak of light that shot skyward.
He must return to tend to his wounds.
And he would repay the humiliation of this day 100-fold, 1,000-fold, to that monster named Ma Xiaoshuai.
With Jian Wuchen's departure, the tense atmosphere suddenly relaxed. Yet within the Zen courtyard, the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie.
All eyes converged upon the figure seated in meditation.
Master Kuju. The man who had once stood as towering as a Buddha in their hearts. Senior brother, do you have anything else to say? Xuanji stepped forward.
The sword master has departed, but his final words were heard loud and clear by all brothers present.
The world shall unite against him.
Can you bear the weight of these 4 words?
Can Jinshan Temple bear it? Xuan Nan's lips trembled as he tried to defend the abbot.
Yet not a single word escaped his lips. The truth stood before them.
That monster, neither fully Buddha nor fully demon,
had been enlightened by the abbot himself. That shattered sacred sword, it was the symbol of Jinshan Temple's century-long reputation.
Master Kuju finally stirred.
He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Xuanji. Xuanji, if you desire the abbot's seat, take it. But this Golden Mountain Temple, I fear it will soon be lost. With that, he closed his eyes once more.
The old monk entered deep meditation, utterly silent. The smugness on Xuanji's face froze instantly. He had defeated Kuju, driven away Jian Wuchen, and seized control of the temple's authority. Yet the pressure from the entire cultivation world still loomed. This abbot's seat now felt more like a scorching furnace. At the same moment, thousands of meters above Yuan City,
a figure materialized out of thin air, none other than Ma Xiaoshuai. The gale-force winds billowed his robes, yet he seemed oblivious.
He gazed down at the city below.
Under the night sky, countless lights twinkled like stars, outlining the city's silhouette. Yet to his eyes, the entire city of Yuan was shrouded in a thin, invisible layer of black mist.
That black mist was formed by the convergence of countless tiny resentments.
They bred in dark corners and grew stronger within people's nightmares. It had thickened more than double since he left. The entire city resembled a vast, fermenting breeding ground of the bizarre.
Poof! Ma Xiaoshuai let out a cold snort of unclear meaning.
This was his territory. How could he tolerate these lowly creatures running wild here? He slowly raised his right hand. In the palm of his hand, a small banner shrouded in black mist flickered in and out of view. The banner of 10,000 souls.
Perfect. The banner is empty, you shall fill it.
His gaze was cold and indifferent. He spread his fingers and pressed down lightly toward the city below.
Hum. An invisible ripple spread outward from his palm like ripples on water. In an instant, it enveloped the entire city of Yuan.
An immense, imperceptible formation silently took shape.
The moment the formation activated,
in a shadowy, abandoned factory somewhere within Yuan City,
an invisible, eerie presence prepared to seek its first sacrifice. Suddenly, an irresistible, immense suction force erupted from nowhere.
Before it could even utter a scream, it was torn to shreds in an instant. Transformed into a wisp of pure soul energy, it pierced through space and vanished into the small banner suspended high above.
The same scene played out simultaneously in every dark corner of Gen City.
All anomalies, beneath this grand formation, became the finest nourishment.
Ma Xiaoshuai could distinctly feel waves of delightful vibrations emanating from the banner of 10,000 souls.
It thirsted for more souls.
Don't rush. Ma Xiaoshuai's lips curved into a faint smile. The best is yet to come.
He tucked away the banner of 10,000 souls, his figure flickering and vanishing into the night sky. The banner's tremors gradually subsided, yet a deeper, more profound hunger emanated from its depths. It seeped directly into Ma Xiaoshuai's consciousness. These ordinary oddities were merely appetizers. Just as he prepared to return to the surface, his divine sense suddenly jolted. The black mist he had just purged from Yuan City rippled violently in concentric waves. A black vortex formed from the eerie aura. Ma Xiaoshuai's pupils instantly contracted to pinpoints. His home. His figure vanished instantly from 1,000 meters above. The next second, he materialized before his own security door. The motion-activated lights in the hallway hadn't even flickered on. Utter silence reigned. Yet within Ma Xiaoshuai's perception, the entire space was warped by an invisible force. The door was no longer a door, nor were the walls mere walls. They had become the entrance to a vast nest. His expression remained impassive as he reached out and grasped the doorknob. Click! The door opened. The living room light was on, casting a warm yellow glow. Yet it couldn't dispel the cold, damp atmosphere within the room. A man sat on the sofa. He looked young, barely in his 20s, wearing a clean white shirt. His features were ordinary, the kind you'd never pick out in a crowd. He sat with one leg crossed over the other, holding an apple in his hand. He was slowly and deliberately peeling it with a small knife. The spiral peel dangled down, hesitating to break free. He heard the door open but didn't look up. Ma Xiaoshuai closed the door, shutting out the outside world. He looked at the man. Who are you? The man paused in peeling the apple. He looked up and flashed Ma Xiaoshuai a smile, his teeth gleaming white. Forgotten already? The hospital. The photo studio. His tone was light, as if catching up with an old friend. You eliminated both of my clones, didn't you? As the words fell, the apple in his hand crumbled to dust with a sharp crack, crushed by an invisible force. Juice dripped through his fingers, landing on the floor with a sizzling, corrosive sound. A faint smile touched Ma Xiaoshuai's face. So it was you. He flexed his wrist, causing a series of crisp cracking sounds to emanate from his knuckles. This place is too cramped. Let's find somewhere else to talk. The young man's smile grew even brighter. He stood up, casually wiping his juice-stained hands on his white shirt. A stain remained, but he didn't seem to care. Sure thing. No sooner had he spoken. The space beneath their feet rippled. The next instant, they simultaneously materialized on the outskirts of Yuan City. In a desolate, abandoned quarry. The night wind howled, whipping up a storm of dust. Chapter 191, The Phantom Mask. Two figures stood facing each other across 100 meters. The young man stared at Ma Xiaoshuai, a playful smile playing on his lips. I never thought you'd make it back alive from the Flame King. Looks like you've grown considerably stronger. His gaze swept over Ma Xiaoshuai like a spotlight, scrutinizing him from head to toe as if appraising a piece of merchandise. Ma Xiaoshuai twisted his lips into a grin, revealing a row of white teeth. If I can twist off his head, I can twist off yours too. Nothing too difficult. The young man's smile instantly widened. Ha 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 ha. The laughter echoed through the empty quarry, sharp and piercing. Flame King? A mere Flame King? What does he amount to? He straightened up, his eyes brimming with contempt and pity. Ignorant brat, you have no idea what you're up against. The Abyss has 7 great holy lords. The Flame King is merely the weakest and most undeserving of them all. 7 holy lords? The Abyss? Ma Xiaoshuai's heart stirred slightly, but his face remained utterly unruffled. He found it all just noisy. Weakest or strongest, it matters not. He stepped forward, crushing the pebbles beneath his feet into powder with an invisible surge of energy. In my eyes, they're all the same. The smile on the young man's face finally faded. He sensed it. The unmasked killing intent emanating from Ma Xiaoshuai. You, how could you be this strong? For the first time, the young man's expression turned grave. He had assumed Ma Xiaoshuai was merely a human who'd stumbled into some powerful force by sheer luck. But now it was clear that was not the case at all. This guy's essence was purer than the demons dwelling in the abyss. You'll find out soon enough. Ma Xiaoshuai's figure left a faint afterimage in his original spot. The next instant, he materialized before the young man. A fist stripped of all flourish, carrying a gale powerful enough to tear through the air, slammed straight toward the man's face. The young man's pupils contracted sharply. Too fast. He had no time for any extra movements. He could only hastily cross his arms in front of his face. Boom! A deafening roar. The young man was struck as if hit by a speeding train. His entire body flew backward, his feet plowing 2 deep furrows into the ground. He finally came to a halt when he slammed into a massive boulder 100 meters away. Crack! The boulder was covered in spiderweb like cracks. Cough, cough, cough. The young man coughed up a mouthful of black blood. The blood dripped onto the ground, corroding the sand into small pits. His arms, raised to shield himself, twisted unnaturally. Broken. He lifted his head. Impossible. He was an apostle under the Holy Emperor. The void face tasked with spreading terror and illusions across the mortal realm. Even facing the Flame King, he could hold his own with ease. Yet before this human, he couldn't even withstand a single punch. You talk too much. Ma Xiaoshuai stared at him coldly, as if looking at a corpse. I have no interest in your origins, nor in knowing what holy lords dwell in the abyss. All I know is you've defiled my home and dared to lay a hand on my people. Therefore, you must die. Before the words had fully left his mouth, behind Ma Xiaoshuai, a small banner, swirling with black mist, silently materialized. The banner of 10,000 souls. Without a breath of wind, the banner's surface stirred, emitting heart-wrenching wails. It was the howling and yearning of countless souls. The moment Su Mian saw the banner of 10,000 souls, the shock on his face turned into utter terror. He sensed that this banner was the nemesis of all soul entities. The aura emanating from you. Who exactly are you? Su Mian was terrified. For the first time, he sensed death drawing near. Without hesitation, he turned to flee into the shadows. This was his life-saving ability. Wherever shadows existed, he could teleport instantly. But the moment he moved, Ma Xiaoshuai's voice echoed eerily. Did I say you could leave? Buzz. The 10,000 souls banner blazed with intense black light. An invisible net instantly enveloped the entire quarry. Space was sealed off. Su Mian's figure was violently forced out of the shadows, stumbling and crashing to the ground. All color drained from his face. A domain. You can actually activate a domain. Who the hell are you? No such being could possibly exist in the human world. Ma Xiaoshuai didn't answer him. He merely raised his right hand, clenched it toward the masked figure, and squeezed gently. Ah! The phantom mask let out a scream unlike any human voice. His body, as if seized by an invisible giant hand, began to twist and shatter inch by inch. Strands of black energy escaped uncontrollably from his body. They rushed headlong toward the banner of 10,000 souls suspended midair. That was his primordial soul energy. No! Stop! I am an apostle of the illusory Holy Emperor. Kill me, and the Holy Emperor will not spare you. The entire abyss will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Ma Xiaoshuai paid no heed. The sensation of pleasure emanating from the banner of 10,000 souls grew ever more intense. Devouring the soul of a Holy Lord's apostle nourished it. Far surpassed devouring the entire Source City's strangeness before. The illusory Holy Lord? A cruel curve lifted at the corner of Ma Xiaoshuai's mouth. Let him come. I happen to be short a few gatekeepers. The distorted face of the Phantom Lord was filled with venomous hatred. You wish to devour me? Fine, very well. Then let my soul be the sacrifice for your death. His remaining body violently exploded, transforming into a mass of the purest black energy. Instead of surging toward the banner of 10,000 souls, it coalesced in midair into an eerie rune. The rune glowed, like an eye-opening. In the name of my void face, let my soul be your beacon. Hail the master's pet, the deep sea watcher, the Kraken. His voice echoed from the deepest depths of hell, reverberating through every corner of the quarry. At that moment, the banner of 10,000 souls behind Ma Xiaoshuai. An ancient, monstrous rune on its surface suddenly flared to life. It depicted a colossal maw, as if capable of devouring the heavens and earth. The Tao Ye. The banner of 10,000 souls emitted a roar of utter greed. It sensed the cluster of soul energy offerings, and more keenly, the impending feast behind those sacrifices. Boom! The ground of the entire quarry shook violently. A thick, salty stench filled the air, as if one had been plunged into the depths of an ancient ocean untouched for millennia. Before Ma Xiaoshuai, space was torn open by a brutal force, revealing a pitch-black fissure. A tentacle burst forth from the rift. Thicker than a tree trunk that took two men to embrace, its surface was covered in suction cups the size of millstones. At the center of each sucker, rows of sharp, keratinous teeth formed a ring. The tentacle slammed heavily onto the ground. Crash! The earth cracked open, sending shards of rock flying skyward. Then came the second, the third. Countless tentacles surged from the fissures, like a living forest of demons. Finally, a head so enormous it defied description slowly forced its way out of the fissure. Chapter 192, Kraken. Upon that head sat a single eye. A single eye larger than a heavy-duty truck. Devoid of any emotion a living creature should possess, it held only an abyssal, deathly stillness. It reflected Ma Xiaoshuai's figure. And the soul banner trembling with excitement behind him. The last vestiges of the phantom's consciousness dissipated into the air. Ha 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 ha. The Holy Emperor has seen you. Await the feast he has prepared for you in the endless hell of illusions. The pet of the illusory Holy Lord, the Kraken. It was not merely a pet, but the Holy Lord's eyes projected into the mortal realm. What it saw, the Holy Lord saw. Ma Xiaoshuai was now completely exposed within the sight of an abyssal Holy Lord. Yet, not a trace of tension appeared on Ma Xiaoshuai's face. He studied the colossal creature before him with keen interest. Its massive form nearly filled the entire quarry. Its exhaled breath carried the putrid stench of the ocean, corroding the surrounding rocks until they hissed and crackled. An oppressive aura suffocating enough to shatter the minds of any ordinary transcendent being on the spot. But Ma Xiaoshuai only thought this was kind of interesting. Pet? He tilted his head, staring at the massive single eye as if addressing someone on the other end of a screen. What terrible taste. Behind him, the banner of 10,000 souls surged with black mist, its taut-eye patterns seeming to come alive. That ravenous maw opened wide toward the Kraken. It let out a roar. For the first time, a flicker of disturbance rippled across the Kraken's enormous single eye. It sensed a threat. From that small banner. It was the soul-level suppression of a natural enemy.
Its master, the Phantom Saint Emperor, saw the banner through its eye. A will transcending dimensions descended. The Kraken's single eye instantly turned savage. It received its command. Destroy everything before it. Roar! A roar unlike any known creature erupted from within the Kraken. It was not a vibration of vocal cords, but a tremor of the soul. The entire quarry space rippled from the sheer force of that roar. Dozens of tentacles transformed into a swarm of whipping shadows, obscuring the sky and piercing the air with shrill screeches. They crashed down with savage fury toward Ma Xiaoshuai's position. Each strike carried the force of a heavy aerial bomb. It aimed to erase him along with the very ground beneath his feet from existence. Ma Xiaoshuai gazed upon the apocalyptic onslaught. A faint smile touched his lips. He did not retreat. He didn't even glance at the falling tentacles. His gaze remained fixed on the Kraken's enormous single eye. Let him see clearly. How chopped up his guard dog and fed it to the flag. The next instant, Ma Xiaoshuai's figure appeared midair, hovering above the swarm of tentacles. His feet touched nothing, yet he walked as if on solid ground. The banner of 10,000 souls hovered behind him. A faint glow flickered, and a surge of black mist poured forth, coiling and wrapping around his right arm. The black mist solidified. It transformed into a long, pitch-black blade. Etched upon its blade was a miniature Taotai pattern. The black Taotai blade. Slash. Ma Xiaoshuai uttered a single word. He swung it downward with casual ease. A pure black blade aura swept silently through the air. A series of dull thuds echoed as blades sliced into soft flesh. The dozens of violent tentacles crashing toward the ground froze rigid in unison. Immediately after, the tips of all the tentacles were cleanly severed from the same plane. The severed edges were smooth as mirrors. The severed sections, stripped of all strength, crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The quarry was blanketed in a rain of flesh and blood. For the first time, a flicker of astonishment flickered in the Kraken's enormous single eye. Through its eye, the Phantom Saint King, far away in the abyss, also witnessed this strike. Yet, in the next instant, the severed surface of the Kraken's tentacle began to writhe violently. Countless flesh buds proliferated wildly. In the blink of an eye, brand new tentacles had regrown, perfectly intact. This is interesting. Ma Xiaoshuai watched the scene unfold, a hint of genuine interest finally flickering across his face. He could sense that with each regeneration, was consuming a vast amount of life energy. And this energy did not originate from within the creature itself, but from the other side of the rift, that boundless abyss. The Phantom Saint Emperor was endlessly transfusing blood into his pet. Roar! The regenerated Kraken erupted in fury. Its mission was to destroy, yet it had been humiliated in the very first round, bringing shame upon its master behind the scenes. This time, hundreds of tentacles erupted simultaneously from its body. The sky and earth were filled with the shadows of tentacles, sealing off every possible escape route. Fine nourishment. Ma Xiaoshuai charged forward instead of retreating. Gripping the black glutton blade, his figure transformed into a black lightning bolt amidst the tentacles' frenzied dance. Clang! Clang! Splash! The blade's edge clashed relentlessly with the tentacles. Each strike left a deep gash upon the tentacles. Black blade energy clung to the wounds, greedily devouring the Kraken's flesh and vitality, halting its regeneration. Yet the energy support from the abyss was too immense. The rate of consumption caused by the blade energy couldn't keep pace with the opponent's regeneration. Often, before old wounds could widen, fresh flesh would already fill them anew. Ma Xiaoshuai's figure seemed so insignificant amidst the storm of relentless attacks. He was about to be completely engulfed and torn apart by this terrifying forest of tentacles. Witnessing this scene, the Phantom Holy Emperor emitted a silent, cold laugh. An ant remains an ant. Even with sharp teeth, they cannot shake the giant elephant. Yet he failed to notice. With every swing of Ma Xiaoshuai's blade, every collision with the tentacles, the Taota's gaping maw on the banner behind him glowed brighter. That maw grew ever more vivid. As if it were gathering something. Found it. After severing yet another attacking tentacle, Ma Xiaoshuai's form abruptly soared upward, breaking free from the fray. His gaze locked firmly onto the Kraken's massive head, as large as a hill. He addressed that single eye as if chatting with someone through a screen. You've been feeding me energy all this time. Must be exhausting, huh? Now, it's time for me to collect some interest. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the banner of 10,000 souls behind him suddenly blazed with intense black light. The Taotai pattern on the banner's surface, that ravenous maw, widened in a sudden, violent gape. Hum! A terrifying suction force erupted in an instant. This force targeted the energy continuously flowing through the spatial fissure. Far away in the abyssal demon hall, the Phantom Holy Emperor trembled violently. He sensed that the portion of his power he had extended out had been savagely bitten. For the first time, the Kraken's movements showed a noticeable lag. Its regeneration rate instantly slowed. Chapter 193, Acceptance. The wounds carved by the black knife of the Taoye, stripped of the energy-suppressing blade qi. They began to voraciously devour flesh and blood. Gaping, hideous wounds spread across the Kraken's body, black mist billowing from them. Roar! The Kraken let out a confused roar. It couldn't understand why its master's power had been severed. Do you understand now? Ma Xiaoshuai's voice, clear and distinct, transmitted through the Kraken's senses into the will of the Phantom Holy Emperor. Your power is also a form of soul. And my banner, it feasts most voraciously on souls. Especially, those of the Holy Emperor caliber like you. The taste must be exquisite. You! A surge of furious will blazed from the Kraken's single eye. He dared to attempt to devour the power of a Holy Emperor in reverse. I'll kill you. The Phantom Holy Emperor's voice was no longer a silent will, but a furious roar carrying a mental shockwave that exploded directly within Ma Xiaoshuai's mind. Kraken's enormous single eye instantly turned blood red. It abandoned all flashy attacks, gathering every tentacle together. Coalescing into a terrifying drillhead larger than any mountain peak. It launched a collision toward Ma Xiaoshuai. It aimed to crush him and the banner of 10,000 souls behind him into dust. The smile on Ma Xiaoshuai's face grew even broader. Now we're talking. He raised the black Taodai blade in his hand, its tip aimed squarely at the oncoming colossal drill. Along with your dog and your claws. I'll take it all. Behind him, the banner of 10,000 souls roared with a thunderous, earth-shaking roar. The gaping maw of the devouring beast echoed the black blade in his hand. One man, one blade, one banner. He charged head-on toward the mountain peak hurtling toward him. Boom! Blade tip and drill bit collided fiercely midair. Only a deafening hum pierced the air. Centered on the point of impact, space itself shattered into a spiderweb of pitch-black cracks. A terrifying shockwave, visible as ripples, spread wildly in all directions. Gen's city. Countless people were struck by the deafening hum, blood streaming from their 7 orifices as they collapsed to the ground. Just as the devastating shockwave reached the city's edge, an invisible light barrier suddenly ignited. Upon the barrier, countless mystical runes swirled and shifted, seamlessly enveloping the entire city within its embrace. The shockwave crashed against the barrier, sending towering waves of energy surging outward, yet it could not penetrate even a fraction of an inch. The formation held firm. Above the quarry, Ma Xiaoshuai's body trembled slightly under the force of the recoil. The black gold tattoos covering his exposed skin suddenly glowed. Those markings seemed to come alive, crawling wildly across his body. Like hungry black dragons, they drew upon some indescribable power from the void. The 10,000 calamities are hot body. An even more tyrannical force surged madly through his arms into the black devourer blade. Roar! Kraken let out the most agonizing, wretched roar of his existence. Its massive drill, formed from hundreds of tentacles, began to shatter inch by inch from its tip. The black blade's aura sliced through like a knife through butter. No! Within the abyssal demon hall, the Phantom Saint Emperor roared in disbelief. He watched helplessly as that black blade devoured the power he had infused into Kraken's body like a raging storm, reducing both the colossal creature and its very flesh to nothingness. Get out of my sight! Ma Xiaoshuai's arm jerked violently. Boom! The colossal, hill-like remains of the Kraken. Like a baseball flung with all one's might, it shot backward. Its trajectory led straight toward the spatial rift it had torn open upon arrival. The rift twisted violently under the impact, threatening to close. Trying to escape? Ma Xiaoshuai's lips curled into a cold smile. My nourishment, no matter how far you flee, you'll still be mine. Without a glance at the quarry below, now reduced to ruins, he shifted his form and transformed into a streak of black light. Following the colossal form of the Kraken, he plunged headfirst into the spatial fissure that was about to close. In the next instant, the rift vanished completely. Dead silence descended upon the world. Passing through the spatial rift felt like being tossed into a high-speed spinning washing machine. The world spun wildly. When his vision finally cleared, Ma Xiaoshuai found himself in a completely different world. The sky was an eerie dark purple, dotted with countless floating fragments of land. No sun, no moon, only immense chasms stretching into the distance. They emitted a faint, blood-red glow, the sole source of light in this world. Beneath his feet lay not solid ground, but a massive rock suspended in the void. This was the abyss. The Kraken's colossal form lay nearby, its mangled body dragging itself. It raced madly toward a single direction in a desperate flight. Its terror was almost tangible, leaving a distinct, foul-smelling trail in its wake. It was calling out to its master for help. Ma Xiaoshuai hovered in place, not immediately pursuing. Instead, he surveyed this entirely new world with keen interest. He drew a deep breath of the air here. He could sense this world brimming with chaotic soul energy. For the banner of 10,000 souls behind him, this place was nothing short of paradise. Its gaping maw had already begun to open and close uncontrollably, emitting a hungry hum. Don't rush it. Ma Xiaoshuai soothed his weapon. Let's pay the host a visit first. Let's drag that holy lord hiding in its shell out into the open. Then we'll feed you your fill. His gaze sharpened, locking onto the Kraken's escape route. There, in the depths of the abyss, lay a fissure where the bloodlight was thickest. The lair of the Phantom Holy Lord. His form flickered and vanished from the spot.
When he reappeared, he had already closed half the distance to the Kraken.
The colossal beast, fleeing for its life.
Sensing the relentless aura of death closing in behind it, it fled even faster. In its enormous single eye, a look of utter despair flickered.
This human, this monster. How dare he? How dare he pursue me into the abyss?
This was the domain of His Majesty the Holy Emperor. As the dying beast writhed below, not a trace of pity flickered in Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes. He plummeted from the heights, his form like a pitch-black meteor. The black blade in his hand, the Taotai, dragged a trail of black flames that tore through the void. He aimed straight for the Kraken's single eye, still losing pus and blood, and brought the blade down. This strike would utterly extinguish its last vestige of life. But, just as the blade's tip was about to touch the Kraken's eyeball, the black blade aura, powerful enough to cleave mountains, vanished into thin air. As if someone had used an invisible eraser to forcibly wipe it from existence. Ma Xiaoshuai's pupils contracted sharply. Every muscle in his body tensed instantly, halting his descent abruptly as he hung suspended midair.
Chapter 194, Creation.
A searing, tearing pain shot through the web of his knife-gripping hand. The force that recoiled back was a kind of nothingness. As if his full force strike had struck nothing but a void of air. Despair faded from the Kraken's single eye. Its massive body slumped to the ground, emitting a low, whimpering growl like that of a puppy in one direction. Ma Xiaoshuai followed its gaze and slowly raised his head. In the thickest crimson glow of the void ahead, a blurred human figure slowly coalesced. The figure lacked a distinct form, seemingly composed of countless twisted shards of light. Its outline shifted constantly. The only distinct feature was a pair of indifferent eyes at the figure's center. Those eyes belonged to no living being.
The Phantom Saint.
A bug that dared to invade the garden, defiling my pet. His voice did not travel through the air, nor through the mind. It resonated directly within Ma Xiaoshuai's consciousness. As if the thought had sprung from Ma Xiaoshuai's own mind.
Your blade is too loud. The Phantom Holy Emperor's voice sounded again.
Ma Xiaoshuai glanced down at the black Taotai blade in his hand. On the blade, the face of the Taotai glared toward the direction of the Phantom Holy Lord, emitting a silent roar.
It's just hungry. Ma Xiaoshuai grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth.
It always barks a few times when it sees its master. Behind him, the banner of 10,000 souls churned with black mist, its Taotai maw flickering in and out of view, echoing the black blade across the distance.
Master?
For the first time, a flicker of emotion rippled across the Phantom Saint Emperor's indifferent eyes.
You vile thief. Devouring a mere scrap of my power has given you the delusion that you too are a master? Your power is plunder, is devouring the basest brute force. And I.
The Phantom Holy Lord's voice carried an arrogance that looked down upon all beings.
I am creation. The instant his words fell,
the massive floating rock beneath Ma Xiaoshuai's feet began to dissolve without warning.
Ma Xiaoshuai's body suddenly lost its foothold. In this world, I am the law. The Phantom Saint Emperor's voice echoed like a divine decree.
I decree, this place shall become nothingness. It wasn't just the rock beneath his feet. Centered on Ma Xiaoshuai, the surrounding space began to fade away in vast swathes. The floating landmasses were being erased. The world was transforming into absolute darkness and void. This was an exile more terrifying than death. Roar! The Kraken let out a gloating roar. Its colossal form had long since retreated to a safe zone. With its single eye, it watched Ma Xiaoshuai, who was about to be erased from the world, with mocking amusement. Yet, not a trace of panic crossed Ma Xiaoshuai's face. He merely stared at the Phantom Holy Emperor with a look reserved for fools.
Creation? Laws? Did you ask this fellow behind me if he agrees? He grabbed the pole of the banner of 10,000 souls behind him with a backhand. Boom!
That colossal, sky-obscuring maw of the devouring beast was no longer a phantom. It had solidified into tangible substance.
It snapped open, sucking viciously at the void being erased. Wah-ah! An indescribable gulp echoed throughout the entire abyss. The so-called law was swallowed whole by the banner of 10,000 souls. The world returned to its original state. The monstrous maw belched contentedly, and the black mist on the banner seemed to thicken further. Burp! The taste, not great. Ma Xiaoshuai patted the banner's surface as if critiquing a dish. Tastes like someone who hasn't woken up yet. The Phantom Holy Emperor's indifferent eyes locked onto the banner of 10,000 souls behind Ma Xiaoshuai. Could it be that his own law had been devoured by this thing? What kind of demonic artifact is this? Evil object? Ma Xiaoshuai laughed. He thrust the banner of 10,000 souls forward before him. In the void, the banner fluttered fiercely. This is the tool to slaughter you. Ma Xiaoshuai raised the banner of 10,000 souls above his head. Its black surface stirred without wind, the gaping maw of the Taotai stretching into a savage grin. You claim your power is creation? Then this evil artifact of mine is specifically designed to devour creators like you. Before the words faded, Ma Xiaoshuai's hand gripping the pole swung down with a thunderous strike. Crash! The banner did not strike anyone, but plunged into the void itself. Spreading like a spider web, dark fissures radiated outward from the pole's center. This time, what was being erased was no longer the rock of the abyss, but the abyss's own light and laws. The crimson glow seeping from the fissures dimmed and extinguished as if drenched in thick ink. The phantom body of the illusory Holy Emperor, composed of light and shadow, flickered violently for the first time. You. His voice, which had once resounded with divine authority, now carried a hint of discord. Shoo. Ma Xiaoshuai raised a finger to his lips. On my turf, you follow my rules. Rule number 1, when the host speaks, the guest listens quietly. The smile at the corner of his mouth widened. Welcome. My soul-devouring netherworld. Black fissures completely devoured everything around them, as a brand new world descended upon the space with absolute, tyrannical dominance. No bloodlight, no rock, no void. Beneath their feet lay a ground compressed from tortured souls, writhing with twisted faces, emitting silent wails. Above, a colossal black vortex swirled, its center the gaping maw of the devouring beast from the banner of 10,000 souls. The air thickened with a foul stench, a mixture of rust and stale tears. Countless pale arms reached up from the ground, grasping at the air, yet dared not come within an inch of Ma Xiaoshuai. Their target was the figure formed by that beam of light. The phantom Holy Lord. What the hell is this thing? Within this domain, his connection to his own world had been severed. His cherished laws were nothing but a joke here. He said, "Let there be light." Only endless darkness and ghostly shadows surrounded him. He commanded, "Let this place be nothingness." Yet the countless spectral arms beneath his feet only clutched tighter. His creation had failed. Ghostly things? Ma Xiaoshuai shook his head, like an enthusiastic host introducing his home to a guest. They're all pitiful souls abandoned by gods like you. They're starving, lonely souls. So I gathered them together and gave them a home. He spread his arms wide, as if embracing the entire world. Now they see a light, like moths drawn to a flame. What do you think they'll do? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a bold soul arm lunged out, grabbing the very edge of the phantom Holy Emperor's light. ZZZZT. A small fragment was torn away from the light. Chapter 195, I am the law, I am the order. The soul arm shoved the fragment into a mouth that screamed in silence. The entire soul trembled with satisfaction, its color seeming to solidify slightly. This scene ignited the fuse. Roar! Countless souls went mad. Like sharks spotting blood, they surged forward relentlessly, pouncing upon the illusory Holy Lord. How dare you! The phantom Holy Emperor roared in fury, his light and shadow form erupting in a blinding radiance. He attempted to blast these filthy things away. Yet the moment the light left his form, it was swallowed whole by the surrounding, thicker darkness. His power, within this demonic realm, had become the most delicious sustenance for the souls. Impossible, impossible. I am the law, I am the order. For the first time, his voice carried a hint of desperation. Your order is too hypocritical. Ma Xiaoshuai's voice echoed eerily in his ear. My chaos is the only truth. He glanced at the kraken, the colossal beast not far away, now frozen in terror. It lay prostrate on the ground formed from souls, its massive body trembling like a fallen leaf in the wind. It dared not utter a sound, fearful of attracting the attention of those terrifying tentacles. Look, your pet seems to like my new home. Ma Xiaoshuai grinned at the kraken. Since it's a guest, I suppose I should offer some hospitality. Let's use your pet as an appetizer. He snapped his fingers. Dinner's served. Instantly, hundreds of soul arms closest to the kraken seemed to receive a command. They abruptly changed direction, snatching hold of the kraken's body. Arg! A piercing scream tore through the ghostly realm's deathly silence. The kraken's massive form was tightly bound by countless spectral arms. Those pallid fingers dug into its flesh like iron claws. Its once proud, resilient skin now felt as thin as paper. Rip! A thick tentacle snapped clean off, instantly devoured by dozens of twisted mouths. Not even the sound of chewing could be heard as it vanished without a trace. The kraken thrashed wildly, churning up waves of souls, yet it couldn't break free an inch. With every convulsive struggle, more arms coiled around it, dragging it deeper into the ground. Its single eye fixed intently on the phantom Saint Emperor. How dare you! The phantom saint's voice erupted in fury. This wasn't just killing his pet, it was slapping him in the face. Boom! An indescribable golden light erupted from his body of light and shadow. The divine punishment of order, crushing all heresy to dust. Law, divine retribution. The golden light surged forth like a tsunami. The hundreds of spectral arms bearing the brunt of the assault vaporized like smoke the instant they touched the golden light, unable even to utter a scream. Wherever the golden light passed, the demonic darkness was temporarily driven back. A fleeting vacuum zone was exposed. The pressure on Kraken suddenly lessened, and it was about to exert force to escape. Yet in the next instant, something far more terrifying occurred. The receding darkness, like starving wolves sensing blood, surged back with frenzied speed. The vacated spaces left by the evaporated souls were instantly filled by more souls. Their target was no longer the Kraken, but that golden light radiating supreme deliciousness. Tisk! Ma Xiaoshuai let out a disgruntled smack of his lips. Guests being too enthusiastic isn't exactly a blessing. Look, they're getting even more excited.
The Phantom Holy Emperor watched helplessly as the divine retribution law he unleashed was swallowed by the endless darkness, leaving not even a ripple behind. After devouring the golden light of the law, the soul's forms grew even more solid. Roar! The Kraken's wail abruptly ceased. In that split second when the Phantom Holy Emperor was distracted, thousands upon thousands of spectral arms surged forward, completely engulfing it. Its massive form struggled only to release a few bubbles before falling utterly silent. All returned to stillness. As if the colossal beast of the abyss had never existed.
The Phantom Saint King's ethereal form flickered violently.
He could feel the tenuous mental link between himself and the Kraken being severed. A hollow sensation rose from the depths of his consciousness. Then came an endless chill. All the souls within the ghostly realm, having devoured their appetizer, turned their gaze toward him in unison.
Those silent, snarling faces, those pallid arms reaching toward the void.
All eyes now focused on the sole source of light in this darkness.
What? Ma Xiaoshuai's voice drifted over, tinged with a malicious mockery.
Your pets have finished eating.
Now it's your turn. My children are very hungry.
The Phantom Holy Emperor glared intently at Ma Xiaoshuai, his divine voice carrying a hollowed-out authority.
You demonic fiend! How dare you keep so many vengeful spirits? Do you not fear retribution from the way of heaven? Heaven's retribution? Ma Xiaoshuai reacted as if he'd heard the most laughable joke.
He reached out, lightly stroking the pole of the banner of 10,000 souls. The heavenly way you speak of, does it refer to beings like you, who casually erase entire worlds and regard all living things as worthless? If so, what if I defy it? Ma Xiaoshuai lifted his eyes, his gaze suddenly sharpening. Your heaven's wrath tastes rather good.
They seem to enjoy it. I wonder how much my little darling would grow if I fed it all of you.
He raised the banner of 10,000 souls. The gaping maw of the devouring beast slowly opened.
A terrifying suction force emanated from the vortex's center. It locked onto the Phantom Saint Emperor with deadly precision. Now, it's time for the main course. No! The phantom form of the illusory Holy Lord let out a terrified roar. The gaping maw of the devouring beast upon the banner of 10,000 souls seemed to become the sole truth in existence. An irresistible suction force locked him in place. His phantom form was twisted and distorted as countless specks of light peeled away from his body. They flew uncontrollably toward that dark maw. Those specks of light were the very source of his power. He watched helplessly as his divine essence was sucked away like dust. Countless souls formed an impenetrable wall around him, cutting off all escape routes. He would die. Torn apart, just like his pet Kraken. You'll die a miserable death. His curse echoed hollowly in the ghostly realm, fading without even a whisper of an echo. Noisy! Ma Xiaoshuai sneered, amplifying the power of the 10,000 souls banner. The suction surged violently. The phantom form of the illusory Holy Lord was violently yanked toward the gaping maw of the devouring beast. Order is eternity. Just as he was about to be swallowed whole, the Phantom Holy Emperor let out a resolute roar. His phantom form ceased resisting the pull and instead detonated of its own accord. Chapter 196: Annihilation of Body and Soul. Boom! No sound, no shockwave. Only a blinding white light engulfed the entire ghost realm in an instant. Everything, utterly everything, vanished within that blinding white light. Ma Xiaoshuai found himself standing in a void of pure white space. Within this light, a will emanated. A majestic voice echoed through the void. The sinner, Ma Xiaoshuai. You have nurtured vengeful spirits, disrupted the balance of yin and yang, and disturbed the natural order. Your crimes are unforgivable. I, in the name of the law, sentence you. Total annihilation of body and soul. As the words fell, blinding light from all directions instantly solidified into tangible force, like mountains weighing billions of tons, crushing toward Ma Xiaoshuai, seeking to erase him from existence itself. Yet, facing this judgment akin to divine retribution, Ma Xiaoshuai didn't even lift an eyelid. He merely observed this pure white world with a hint of curiosity. He reached out, as if to touch the oppressive wall of light bearing down upon him. An illusion? He murmured softly. What a boring trick. His eyes, at some unknown moment, had turned into bottomless, pitch-black voids. Two faint crimson glows ignited deep within his pupils, like the hellfire burning in the depths of the underworld. Demon eyes, open. Under the gaze of those eyes, the entire pure white world instantly cracked with fissures. The sacred radiance, the solemn judgment, the majestic voice of the law all shattered like a broken mirror, revealing the chaotic truth lurking behind its surface. Crack! The pure white space shattered in response. The surrounding scenery reverted to that dark, ghostly realm. Countless souls still stretched out their arms, and the monstrous maws on the banner of 10,000 souls still emitted terrifying suction. Nothing had changed. The only change was the illusory Holy Emperor, about to be sucked into the banner. His light and shadow form had now dimmed to its absolute limit, like a flickering candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Creating that fleeting law illusion had nearly drained his last reserves of power. How could you possibly?
His pride, the illusionary law, was potent enough to ensnare even deities of equal standing, leaving them trapped and helpless. Yet before this mortal, it couldn't even last a single breath. Your illusion is too fake. Ma Xiaoshuai's voice echoed as if from the depths of hell, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. A world so pristine it couldn't hold a speck of dust? An order that only knew judgment and annihilation? He snorted derisively, his eyes brimming with contempt. You don't even believe in it yourself, yet you expect to deceive me? Ma Xiaoshuai's demonic eyes fixed on him relentlessly. Let me show you what reality truly is. He raised his hand and pointed lightly toward the phantom holy emperor. Consume it. 3 simple words. Yet they felt like a final decree issued to the entire demonic realm. Roar! In that instant, all the souls erupted into complete chaos. No longer absorbing the light in tiny, scattered threads, they transformed into bolts of black lightning, violently crashing toward that dim, shadowy glow. No! No! The phantom holy emperor let out the last piercing scream of his life. The light was utterly engulfed by darkness. Without even a struggle, the once exalted god was devoured by countless hungry mouths, becoming the purest nourishment for the banner of 10,000 souls. The ravenous maw belched contentedly, its vortex slowly subsiding until it vanished entirely within the banner. The entire ghostly realm fell into deathly silence. Moments later, atop the 10,000 souls banner's pole, a golden light suddenly flared in the skull's eyes. The light flickered and vanished, leaving the skull's eyes hollow once more. Ma Xiaoshuai weighed the 10,000 souls banner in his hand, sensing it had grown significantly heavier. He lazily waved his hand. In an instant, the entire ghostly realm, along with its countless souls, was sucked into the black banner. The darkness receded. Light returned. Ma Xiaoshuai found himself standing in the living room of his apartment in Yuan City. Outside the window, the city's neon lights shimmered, while the sounds of traffic and crowds beyond the glass seemed strangely distant and unreal. It felt as though the heart-stopping battle against the god had been nothing more than a dream. Yet a lingering, ominous aura hung in the air. It was the scent left behind by the hollow. Filthy thing. Ma Xiaoshuai frowned, a flicker of disgust crossing his eyes. He didn't even bother raising his hand, a mere thought sufficed. Deep within his pupils, demonic energy flickered. SSSSH. A barely audible hiss cut through the air. The ominous aura belonging to the void face evaporated instantly, leaving not a trace behind. The air in the entire room felt purified. At that very moment. Thud. Thud thud. The urgent, forceful knocking shattered the silence within the house. Ma Xiaoshuai? Ma Xiaoshuai, are you home? Wang Qingshue's voice came from outside the door, tinged with uncontrollable anxiety and a slight tremor. I just heard movement inside your place. Are you okay? Open the door quickly. Ma Xiaoshuai raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. He walked to the door and pulled it open. Outside, Wang Qingxue stood in a cartoon pajama set, her hair slightly disheveled, clutching her phone tightly. The screen was still lit. When she saw the door open and Ma Xiaoshuai standing safely behind it, she froze in place. Her pretty face, etched with panic, shifted instantly as she recognized him. The next second, without a word, Wang Qingxue threw herself forward and clung tightly to him. Her arms wrapped around him tightly, her grip surprisingly strong. Ma Xiaoshuai could distinctly feel the body trembling slightly within his embrace. He froze, feeling the warmth against his chest. His raised hand hung in midair, unsure where to place it. You scared the life out of me. Wang Qingxue's muffled voice came from within his embrace, tinged with tears. With all that noise just now, I thought something had happened to you. I called you but you didn't answer. Her words came out jumbled and incoherent. Ma Xiaoshuai remained silent for a moment before finally lowering his hand. He gently patted her back. I'm fine. His voice was flat, yet it held a strange, soothing power. Wang Qingxue didn't let go. Instead, she held him tighter. A fly got in. It's a bit noisy. Ma Xiaoshuai glanced at the ceiling and offered a casual explanation. I already swatted it. He lowered his gaze to the woman still sobbing in his arms, his eyes resting on the soft crown of her head. It's okay now. He murmured softly. Come inside first. Standing at the door like that, what kind of sight is that? Wang Qingxue finally released her grip, her cheeks flushed crimson as she took a half step back, her eyes still darting over him as if checking if he was missing any parts. Ma Xiaoshuai closed the door, blocking out the hallway light. Only a floor lamp illuminated the living room, casting a dim, yellow glow. He turned to face the woman before him. The neckline of her nightgown had shifted slightly during their embrace, revealing a sliver of collarbone that glowed like porcelain in the lamplight. Chapter 197, The Seal. Have you seen enough? Wang Qingxue felt slightly uncomfortable under his gaze and tucked her hair behind her ear. Ma Xiaoshuai said nothing. His gaze seemed to pierce through her skin, seeing something deeper. Earlier, when she had embraced him, he had sensed a profoundly discordant anomaly. A force lay dormant within the deepest recesses of her being. This force clashed with her own aura, like a shackle forced upon her. It sealed something away, yet also protected something. Interesting. Ma Xiaoshuai's thoughts stirred.
A wisp of demonic energy slipped silently from his fingertips. It drifted through the air, reaching toward Wang Qingshue's body. Yet, just as that thread of demonic energy was about to touch Wang Qingshue's skin, buzz! An invisible wave suddenly rippled out from within Wang Qingxue. The wave carried an absolute will of rejection.
The strand of demonic energy Ma Xiaoshuai had extended didn't even have a chance to struggle. It was instantly purified by this wave, as if it had never existed. Ma Xiaoshuai's pupils abruptly contracted.
Bounced back?
His once invincible 10,000 Calamities demon she failed to make even a ripple.
This power.
He snapped his head up, his gaze piercing through the ceiling and out into the night beyond the apartment. The night sky, mottled and chaotic under the neon lights.
Something was coming. At the same moment. 1,000 meters above Gen City. Above the clouds, beneath the moonlight.
A figure stood suspended in the void, a long sword hanging at his waist, its tassel gently swaying in the night breeze.
Jian Wuchen. His expression was colder than the moonlight above. His gaze, sharp as lightning, locked onto an unremarkable apartment building within the city below.
Just moments ago, a surge of demonic energy collided with a sacred phantom force, both obliterating in the clash. He recognized that phantom force had belonged to the Phantom Saint Lord, one of the 12 Saint Lords of the Void.
As for that demonic energy,
overbearing, unholy, brimming with a destructive desire to devour everything.
Such a demonic entity must not be spared. Brother Sword, what is so urgent that you've invoked the highest level Heavenly Sword decree?
A voice echoed as an elderly man clad in a Bagua Taoist robe descended upon the clouds. Holding a whisk in hand, he exuded an ethereal, otherworldly aura, though a hint of displeasure lingered between his brows. He was Tianyi Daoist master of Qingcheng Mountain.
Master Tianyi, you've arrived.
Jian Wuchen did not turn around, his voice cold and sharp.
Did you not sense it?
Just moments ago, beneath this city, a holy lord fell.
What? Master Tianyi's expression changed drastically.
The 7 holy lords of the abyss, they were beings of equal standing to the masters of their reclusive sects.
And that's not all.
Jian Wuchen's voice grew colder still. The one who slew the holy lord was a great demon unlike any seen before. The purity and ferocity of its demonic energy far surpassed anything we have ever witnessed in our lifetimes. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Whoosh! 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 Streams of light shot through the night sky from all directions, hovering amidst the clouds. The wrathful Vajra of Golden Light Temple, wielding a demon-subduing mace, radiated majestic sanctity. Abbess Jingxin of Putua Hermitage in the South Sea stood upon a lotus pedestal, her face radiating compassion. The great immortal from the northeast Chumadang rode a fierce white-striped tiger, its demonic aura piercing the heavens, yet its gaze was profoundly solemn. Within moments, the skies above Yuan City had gathered the pinnacle masters from over a dozen major and minor sects of the hidden righteous path across China. Each wore solemn expressions, the atmosphere oppressive enough to take one's breath away. They had all been summoned by the Heavenly Sword Order and were en route. They had all sensed that fleeting, terrifying demonic aura.
Amitabha.
The abbot of Golden Light Temple pressed his palms together in prayer. Sword layman, the abbot has been imprisoned. If this demon is allowed to grow stronger, it may spell disaster for all living beings.
Oomph. What utter nonsense about a calamity for the common folk.
A sinister voice rang out as the Taoist master of the Outriders Hall sneered coldly.
That Su Mian wasn't exactly a saint either. If he's dead, he's dead. Jian Wuchen, you summoned us all here surely not just to avenge Su Mian?
At these words, suspicion flickered in many eyes. Though the Righteous Path and the Phantom Mask were sworn enemies, they tacitly maintained a fragile equilibrium. Today's spectacle was far too grand.
Avenge Su Mian?
Jian Wuchen let out a cold laugh, turning to survey the crowd. Gentlemen, your thinking is far too simplistic. He paused, then his voice suddenly rose, sharp as clashing metal. That demonic fiend can devour a holy lord.
Have you considered what that signifies? It means he can devour us too.
Devour our cultivation, our treasures, everything we hold dear. If we do not unite to eliminate him today, tomorrow he will come knocking at each of our mountain gates, devouring our 1,000-year foundations to fuel his own growth. His words sent a chill through the crowd, turning every face pale.
Indeed, a demon capable of devouring a holy lord. This was no longer a simple battle between good and evil. This was a fight for survival. No one wished to become the next illusory holy lord.
Seeing the murderous intent ignite in their eyes, Jian Wuchen snorted coldly within. This was precisely the effect he sought. All that talk of righteousness for the masses was hollow. Only a tangible threat could truly unite this pack of self-serving old foxes. His goal was not merely to slay the demonic fiend. He sought to command the entire righteous path, becoming the first to carry forward the legacy.
And slaying this demon was his ultimate pledge of loyalty.
Jian Wuchen extended his hand, pointing toward the apartment building below, its dim yellow lights glowing.
Everyone, the demon is below. Deploy the heavenly guardian demon subduing formation. Today, we act as heaven's agents, vowing to utterly annihilate this demon body and soul. This is so noisy.
Ma Xiaoshuai frowned, glancing up at the ceiling as if observing a swarm of noisy mosquitoes. Wang Qingshuai remained dazed, having heard nothing, seen nothing.
You? She started to ask something. Ma Xiaoshuai had already turned away, his fingers tracing a few casual strokes through the air. No light. No sound. Yet Wang Qingshuai felt the air in the entire room freeze for an instant before returning to normal. An inexplicable sense of security enveloped her, shielding her from everything outside. Stay here. Ma Xiaoshuai dropped the command, his tone brooking no argument. Don't go out. Don't look. Don't listen. With that, he seemed to dissolve into the shadows, vanishing from the living room as if he'd never been there. Wang Qingshuai stood frozen in place, reaching out to touch the air before her. It felt like an invisible wall, warm yet resilient. Above the clouds, the heavenly guardian demon subduing formation had taken shape. Dozens of righteous cultivators stood at different points, their magical energies intertwining to form an invisible net that completely sealed off the entire apartment building below. Golden light, Taoist essence, compassionate Buddhist teachings, fierce sword intent, and even airy demonic energy. At this moment, they twisted and merged into one, coalescing into a colossal, all-encompassing might that suppressed everything. Chapter 198, The Purge. Everyone, heed my command. Jian Wuchen stood at the erase focal point, his hand forming a sword seal, radiating confidence and vigor. He was about to issue the command, activating the Great Formation to reduce the demonic fiend below along with the entire building to dust. Hey, you lot! Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? Having a party on my roof? A lazy voice suddenly echoed in their ears, completely out of nowhere. Everyone, including Jian Wuchen, froze in place. They snapped their heads up. There stood a young man dressed in a plain t-shirt and jeans. He had appeared above them at some unknown moment. He was examining the heavenly guardian demon subduing formation they had set up with keen interest. He looked as though he'd simply strolled over. Is it you who slew the illusory Holy Lord? The wrathful guardian of Golden Light Temple was the first to react. His roar boomed like a temple bell, shaking the clouds. The demon subduing staff in his hand blazed with golden light, pointing distantly at Ma Xiaoshuai. His eyes were filled with wariness and murderous intent. The illusory Holy Lord? Ma Xiaoshuai pondered for a moment before suddenly understanding. Oh, you mean that androgynous creature? He scratched his ear, looking perfectly nonchalant. He tried to kill me, so I just took care of him. Problem with that? The room fell deathly silent at his words. Casually, killed? That was a holy sovereign. An existence equal to their sect leader, one who looked down upon all beings. Yet from this demon's mouth, it sounded as effortless as crushing an ant? Arrogant. Arrogance pushed to the absolute limit. Demon! Cease your insolence. Master Tiany's beard and hair stood on end as he roared in fury. You slaughter the innocent, unleashing demonic flames that rage across the heavens. We righteous practitioners will surely bring you to justice today. Stop. Ma Xiaoshuai raised his hand to cut him off. He scanned the room. Finally, his gaze settled on Jian Wuchen. Last time I didn't beat you, and you still dare to show your face? Jian Wuchen's heart sank. Oomph. Jian Wuchen drew his sword, its tip pointing at Ma Xiaoshuai as he coldly declared. Demon spawn, you are surrounded. This is the heavenly guardian demon subduing formation, no escape to heaven, no passage to earth. Today, you shall perish body and soul. Oh, the heavenly gang subduing demons formation. Sounds pretty formidable. Ma Xiaoshuai nodded, then extended a single finger. He lightly tapped the vast net woven from countless strands of energy beneath his feet. A faint crackling sound echoed. The heavenly gang subduing demons formation, which had gathered the combined magical power of dozens of top-tier righteous cultivators. The golden net, reputed to suppress all things, began to crack from the spot where his finger touched it. Instantly, spider-web-like cracks spread across it. Then, before the horrified stares of all present, it shattered with a thunderous crash. It dissolved into a sky filled with sparkling points of light, vanishing into the night breeze. Put! The dozens of masters who had set the formation were all struck as if by a heavy blow. They spat out mouthfuls of blood on the spot, their vital energy instantly waning. Each of them stared fixedly at the young man in the sky as if they had seen a ghost. One finger. A single finger had shattered their most powerful combined formation? What the hell, what kind of monster is this? See? It's broken. Ma Xiaoshuai withdrew his finger, shrugged his shoulders, and wore an innocent expression. Anything else on the agenda? If not, I'm heading back to bed. Are you defying the way of heaven? Jian Wuchen's hand gripping the sword trembled slightly. He had anticipated this demonic fiend's strength, but never imagined it would reach such heights. This was beyond his comprehension. Devouring a holy lord. He could actually devour a holy lord. The fear welling up from the depths of his soul made Jian Wuchen want to turn and flee immediately. But he couldn't. Behind him stood the entire righteous path of Huaxia. If he fled today, his Dao heart would shatter and his authority would be utterly destroyed. The way of heaven? Ma Xiaoshuai doubled over with laughter. You talk to me about the way of heaven? His laughter abruptly ceased. You bunch of worthless scoundrels, do you really think you represent the way of heaven? If heaven had eyes, it would strike down you hypocrites first. Before he finished speaking, a long sword as black as ink materialized in his hand. No radiance flowed across its blade, only profound darkness. A monstrous beast's headguard roared silently. The Black Tao Tai blade. The moment this blade appeared, every present cultivator felt their own magical treasures emit a wail of terror. Enough. Ma Xiaoshuai pointed the blade's tip at Jian Wuchen, his lazy tone returning. The party's over. It's time for you to hit the road. The shadow of death settled over every heart. Where could they run? Even the mightiest heavenly guardian demon subduing formation had been reduced to dust with a single finger. Their meager abilities weren't even enough to fill a tooth gap. Jian Wuchen's face turned deathly pale, his sword-gripping hand trembling so violently he could barely hold the blade. He stared at the black blade, at the young man who regarded them as nothing. Every shred of pride within him was crushed into dust at that moment. He couldn't die like this. He still had a trump card. Stop. Jian Wuchen roared with every ounce of strength, his voice cracking. You can't kill us. Ma Xiaoshuai tilted his head, as if observing a mere clown. Give me a reason. Wang Shui. Jian Wuchen fixed Ma Xiaoshuai with a death stare, the three words grinding out between clenched teeth. Sure enough, Ma Xiaoshuai's expression shifted. It was the extreme danger of someone whose sore spot had been touched. You dare mention her name? A bone-chilling intent to kill made the surrounding air grow colder. We know her. Jian Wuchen threw caution to the wind, speaking at breakneck speed. We even know she's no ordinary person. You want to kill us? Fine. But don't you want to know what's sealed within her? She's not possessed by some strange entity. She is the Heavenly Dao body. She is the incarnation sent by the Heavenly Dao to confront this era of the strange entity's revival. These words exploded through the night sky. Not only Ma Xiaoshuai, but even the righteous masters behind Jian Wuchen wore expressions of utter shock. Clearly, this secret was known only to a handful of sect leaders. The celestial Dao body? Ma Xiaoshuai narrowed his eyes, yet the black blade in his hand remained utterly still. Keep spinning your lies. I'm not making this up. Jian Wuchen saw a glimmer of hope and cried out urgently. Do you think we're here just to kill you, some demon? It's for her. Jian Wuchen pointed toward the apartment building below. His voice carried an eerie fervor. That seal was set by our major sects united. To suppress the Heavenly Dao power awakening within her. Without our seal, in another year, no more than a year, she would be completely assimilated by the Heavenly Dao. Her soul would be extinguished, and she would become its earthly spokesperson. A monster devoid of emotion, existing only to enforce the laws of heaven and earth. You think you're protecting her? No. By killing us, you've destroyed the last remnants of her humanity with your own hands. Chapter 199, Soul Searching. Then she will personally erase you, the anomaly. For your very existence is the greatest provocation to the way of heaven. Jian Wuchen roared the words in one breath, gasping for air. His eyes bloodshot, he fixed his gaze on Ma Xiaoshuai, awaiting his judgment. Above the clouds, a deathly silence hung heavy. Every gaze converged upon the young man wielding the blade. For the first time, they realized their very survival was now bound to that demonic fiend they'd long sought to eliminate and to that mortal woman. Ma Xiaoshuai fell silent. He slowly lowered the black Tao Tai blade in his hand, its dark aura seeming to recede slightly. His gaze pierced through the clouds, seemingly settling upon the apartment building below, specifically the room he had shielded with his barrier. Was Jian Wuchen telling the truth? With his divine perception, he had never sensed any so-called seal within Wang Qingshue's body. But that very fact spoke volumes. An enchantment capable of evading his perception could not be ordinary. Seeing Ma Xiaoshuai's silence, Jian Wuchen felt his heart settle. He knew he was safe for now. He even felt a fleeting illusion of turning the tables. Ma Xiaoshuai, we mean you no harm. Jian Wuchen's tone softened, tinged with a hint of compassionate concern. The Heavenly Dao physique concerns all living beings under heaven. We merely wish to. Shut up. Ma Xiaoshuai lifted his eyes, cutting him off. The previous icy glint in those eyes had vanished, replaced by an unfathomable calm. Using a woman to threaten me. He murmured, as if stating a simple fact. Your so-called righteous path, your methods remain as revolting as ever. Jian Wuchen's expression stiffened. Before he could retort, Ma Xiaoshuai's figure vanished from where he stood. In the next instant, he materialized before the weakest Taoist elder present. The elder saw only a blur before a hand clamped around his throat. You. The elder was utterly horrified. His entire body's magical power was being suppressed by an irresistible force, leaving him completely immobilized. Release elderly. Demon. How dare you? The remaining elders were both shocked and enraged. Their magical artifacts flashed brightly once more, yet none dared to charge forward first. The hand gripping his throat was an impassable boundary of death. Ma Xiaoshuai paid no heed to their shouts. He didn't even glance at the elder in his grasp, his face purple and swollen as he struggled desperately. His gaze remained calmly fixed on Jian Wuchen. Threaten me, and be prepared to pay the price. I never negotiate with the dead. As the words fell, the fingers pinching the elder's throat suddenly glowed with a sinister black light. The black light, like a living thing, instantly burrowed into the elder's crown. Ah! A piercing scream, inhuman in its horror, rent the night sky. The elder's body convulsed violently, his eyes rolled back, and black blood slowly seeped from his 7 orifices. Soul-searching technique. Jian Wuchen gasped in shock, all color draining from his face. You actually know this forbidden technique? The other righteous cultivators were utterly terrified, staggering backward in horror. The look they gave Ma Xiaoshuai was more fearful than if they were staring at a demon crawling out of hell itself. The soul-searching technique was one of the most vicious secret arts in the demonic path. It directly extracts the living soul to probe memories, leaving the victim utterly annihilated, devoid of even the chance for reincarnation. Such cruelty defied the very laws of heaven. Ma Xiaoshuai's face remained utterly expressionless. A torrent of fragmented memories surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Ancient sect texts, secret discussions among sect masters, the hidden grand formation laid upon Wang Xiaoshuai. Scene after scene, detail after detail, crystal clear. Jian Wuchen had not lied. Put. A soft thud. Ma Xiaoshuai released his grip, and the elder fell straight down from the clouds, lifeless. He shook his hand. Seems you were telling the truth. He lifted his gaze to Jian Wuchen, a storm brewing within his calm eyes. Jian Wuchen's heart clenched violently. He had witnessed a fellow practitioner brutally slaughtered in the most cruel manner, soul and spirit utterly annihilated. His heart felt both a shared sorrow for the fallen and a strange, twisted sense of relief. He had bet correctly. Ma Xiaoshuai truly cared about that woman. We naturally have no reason to deceive you. Jian Wuchen forced down the fear in his heart. He attempted to regain control of the situation, his voice regaining a semblance of composure. The Heavenly Dao physique is of paramount importance. We would never resort to such desperate measures unless absolutely necessary. If you agree to cooperate, we can guarantee. Cooperate? Ma Xiaoshuai burst out laughing as if he'd heard the most absurd joke imaginable. You want to kill me, yet you expect me to cooperate? Jian Wuchen's expression darkened. I'm talking about you lot. Ma Xiaoshuai's smile vanished. All of you are my people. What does that mean? All the righteous martial artists present froze in shock. The next second, they understood. The ferocious beast-headed guard on Ma Xiaoshuai's black Taotai blade suddenly blazed crimson. An irresistible, terrifying suction force erupted from the blade. No! My magical power. He's devouring our power. Shrieks of terror echoed in rapid succession. Everyone, including Jian Wuchen, realized with horror that the magical power within their bodies was surging uncontrollably toward that eerie black blade. They tried to flee, but their legs refused to obey. They could only watch helplessly as their cultivation was devoured and drained away, bit, by that blade. This sensation was 10,000 times more agonizing than being killed outright. Demon! You demon! Stop! Stop this at once! In the span of mere breaths, dozens of masters who could have founded sects in the mortal realm. One by one, their aura withered, their cultivation plummeted, and they lost their footing on the clouds, tumbling toward the ground. Thud! 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 Dull thuds echoed as they crashed onto the park lawn below. Only Jian Wuchen, possessing the highest cultivation, struggled to hold on. But his sword-wielding arm had begun to wither, and his once jet-black hair turned gray at a visible pace. Now, tell me. Ma Xiaoshuai's figure appeared before him like a ghostly apparition, the tip of his black Taotai blade pressed against his forehead. The devouring force surged violently. Put! Jian Wuchen could no longer hold on. He spat out a mouthful of vital blood, his entire body aging decades in an instant. Is there any way to make the Heavenly Dao energy within her vanish completely? Jian Wuchen's pupils contracted to pinpricks. He stared at the man before him, who looked more demonic than any devil. Destroy the Heavenly Dao body? How could he even dare to think of such a thing? That was the very manifestation of the Heavenly Dao's will, one of the cornerstones sustaining this world's balance. Forcibly destroying it, the consequences were beyond anyone's imagination. Chapter 200, Am I the Heavenly Dao? Divine retribution? The collapse of the world? Both are possible. Madman, you're a madman. Jian Wuchen's voice was hoarse, filled with the final terror and incomprehension of a dying man. Defying the way of heaven leads only to death. Since ancient times, none have ever stood against the way of heaven, unless you are the way of heaven itself. He practically roared out that final sentence. It was less a threat than a desperate cry of despair. Yet, at that very moment, Ma Xiaoshuai's movements halted. The blade pressed against Jian Wuchen's forehead quietly relented, its devouring force fading. I am the way of heaven? Those 5 words exploded in his mind. He had always thought only of how to resist, how to erase. He had never considered replacing it. The 10,000 Calamities demon arc refined all forces in the world for its own use. Theoretically, even the power of the Dao itself was not beyond refinement. If he were to refine and devour all traces of the Wei's essence within Wang Xiaoshuai's body, then what exactly would I become?
The storm brewing in Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes quietly subsided.
This is interesting.
This notion was far more intriguing than mere slaughter.
Put. He withdrew the ravenous black blade.
Jian Wuchen collapsed to the ground as if granted a reprieve, his body unable to bear his weight any longer. He gasped for breath in ragged heaves, his eyes filled with the dazed disorientation of someone who'd narrowly escaped death. That terrifying devouring force had vanished. He had survived. Not far away, the Taoist masters, their cultivation drained dry, thrown about until they were dazed and confused, also sensed the change. Struggling to lift their heads, they stared at the demonic figure sheathing his blade, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. He wasn't going to kill them? Why? Ma Xiaoshuai looked down from above at Jian Wuchen, who lay collapsed on the ground. You're right. He suddenly spoke. Killing you lot would be a bit of a hassle. Jian Wuchen froze, unable to grasp his meaning.
That seal still needs you to maintain it, doesn't it?
Ma Xiaoshuai's voice was flat, yet it sent a chill through every heart present.
From this day forward, your lives belong to me. Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze swept over every person present.
Periodically, I will invite you here to reinforce the seal for her. Anyone who dares to refuse or play tricks. He didn't finish the sentence, but the icy intent to kill hung heavier than any threat. Of course, you may also choose to flee. A cruel curve lifted the corners of Ma Xiaoshuai's mouth. But I guarantee, no matter where you run, you'll die 10,000 times more miserably than that elder just now. Fear. Boundless terror gripped every heart. They had become slaves to this demonic tyrant. Not only must they obey his commands, but they must also personally help him protect the very hostage they had intended to use against him. What utter irony! What utter humiliation! Yet no one dared to defy him. Their cultivation had been shattered, their spiritual resolve crushed. They couldn't even defeat an ordinary supernatural being now. What could they possibly use to fight this demonic tyrant? Get lost. Ma Xiaoshuai waved his hand impatiently, as if shooing away a swarm of flies. A group of pillars of righteousness now scrambled away as if granted a royal pardon, stumbling and clutching each other for support. They fled in utter disarray from this nightmare realm they would never forget. Watching their retreating figures vanish into the night, the smile vanished from Ma Xiaoshuai's face. He turned slowly, his gaze returning to the quiet apartment building. I am the way of heaven. He murmured the words, his eyes growing increasingly profound. The next instant, his figure vanished from where he stood. In Wang Qingshue's room, Ma Xiaoshuai appeared silently. She slept deeply, her breath steady, her fair cheeks radiating a serene calm under the moonlight. She remained utterly unaware that just moments ago, above the rooftop clouds, a confrontation had unfolded that could upend the entire cultivation world. Ma Xiaoshuai approached the bedside and watched her quietly. His fingers gently traced the space between her eyebrows. There, he had set up a barrier using his own demonic energy. It served to conceal the faint, elusive aura emanating from her. But now, he knew it was far from enough. The way of heaven. He reached out, as if to touch her cheek. But his hand froze mid-air. He feared the lingering demonic energy and murderous intent still unchecked within him might disturb her dream. After a long while, he withdrew his hand and walked over to the window. He pulled out a cigarette and lit it. The crimson flame flickered in the darkness. Amidst the swirling smoke, his gaze hardened into unwavering resolve. Whether you're the way of heaven or some other entity, since you've set your sights on my people, then prepare to be devoured by me. The ember from the cigarette tip flickered between his fingers before turning to ash. Ma Xiaoshuai flicked it with a flick of his finger. The cigarette but traced a parabolic arc, landing precisely in the trash can below. Just as he turned to leave, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Buzz buzz. The shrill vibration echoed through the silent night like an annoying fly. The name Yu Luyun flashed on the screen. Ma Xiaoshuai frowned slightly. He let the phone vibrate, his gaze piercing through the glass to rest once more on Wang Qingshue's sleeping profile. This peacock of a guy, why now, of all times? The phone persisted in its ringing. Ma Xiaoshuai finally swiped to answer, his voice devoid of emotion. Speak. My master Ma. My esteemed advisor. You finally picked up. On the other end, Yu Luyun's voice was as exaggerated as ever. Big news. Guess what? I finally dug up those sneaky blood soul cult bastards. Yu Luyun's voice practically begged for praise. Blood soul cult? Ma Xiaoshuai ran the name through his mind and recalled it. A cult organization marked as high risk, notorious for its brutal human sacrifices. He remained silent. On the other end, Yu Luyun, not getting the expected reaction, stumbled slightly. Hello? Advisor Ma? Are you there? The blood soul cult. That rat we've been chasing for so long. So? Ma Xiaoshuai's voice was flat. You're the one who dug it up, not me. You want me to applaud you? Yu Luyun was so flustered he couldn't speak for half a minute. He could picture the man on the other end of the line, his face etched with impatience. He cleared his throat, suppressing his irritation, and adopted a stern, businesslike tone. Ahem. Here's the situation. Based on intelligence we intercepted, this group of lunatics is in Linjiang City tonight. It seems they're planning some sort of soul ascension ceremony. Our team is already on the ground, but given how bizarre this organization is, I'd like you to go as an advisor and oversee things.
No time.
Ma Xiaoshuai spat out the two words, crisp and decisive.
Oversee?
A bunch of ordinary people who need awakened ones to handle even the weird stuff. What right did they have to ask him to oversee things? He had more important matters to attend to.
Chapter 201, Eradicating the Blood Soul Cult. No, Master Ma. Yu Luyun grew desperate. This operation is crucial. Wiping out the Blood Soul Cult is a major achievement. You'll get your share of the rewards and merit points. I've no interest in playing house. Ma Xiaoshuai's fingertips tapped lightly against the cold windowsill. Your rewards wouldn't even cover my breakfast. The words were arrogant, yet undeniably true. Yu Luyun felt his blood pressure rising. Communicating with this guy was pure torture. He knew exactly what kind of person he was dealing with, yet the Paranormal Investigation Bureau couldn't afford to lose his combat prowess. He took a deep breath, his mind racing. If incentives didn't work, then pressure was the only option, or perhaps finding common ground. Mr. Ma, this time is different. Yu Luyun's voice grew solemn. We suspect the ritual they're performing is connected to the Way of Heaven. The words Heavenly Way made Ma Xiaoshuai's fingers, tapping on the windowsill, freeze. His eyes narrowed slightly. Explain. Yu Luyun sensed the shift in tone and felt a surge of satisfaction, knowing he'd made the right gamble. This blood soul cult, they worship neither demonic gods nor supernatural entities.
According to intelligence risking their lives to relay, they call themselves proxies of Heaven's Way. They believe the resurgence of the uncanny is Heaven's Way purging the mortal realm. And they, in turn, must align with Heaven's will by sacrificing special soul vessels to receive Heaven's Way's blessing.
Ma Xiaoshuai remained silent, listening intently.
These so-called soul vessels, based on our analysis, likely refer to individuals born with exceptionally strong spiritual intuition or bearing unique destinies. The blood soul cult possesses a secret ritual capable of stripping these souls along with their inherent qualities and sacrificing them to some nebulous, intangible entity.
Separate traits?
Something flickered deep within Ma Xiaoshuai's pupils. He thought of that aura within her, an aura of the Dao so formidable even the Taoist sects feared it. He contemplated devouring it, refining it. But first, he had to extract that power from Wang Qingshua's body intact. It must not harm her, nor allow that power to run wild. The difficulty of this task was akin to performing delicate surgery inside a barrel of explosives. He could forcefully devour it using demonic arts himself, but doing so would inevitably reduce Wang Qingshua, the vessel, to a dried-up husk.
And now, this blood soul cult seemed to possess some method of separation? Even if their method was crude. But as long as there's a glimmer of insight, a direction. Location. Ma Xiaoshuai's voice cut in again, interrupting Yu Luyun's explanation. Ha? Yu Luyun froze for a moment. I said, the location. Oh, right. Linjiang City, 3rd Road, Blue Sky Chemical Plant. Yu Luyun quickly gave the address. Shall I send a car to pick you up right away? No need. The call was abruptly hung up. Yu Luyun stared blankly at the busy tone for a few seconds before letting out a helpless, bitter smile. Done. Though the process was circuitous, he'd finally managed to persuade the old gentleman. Inside the room, Ma Xiaoshuai tucked his phone away, casting one last glance at Wang Qingshue on the bed. Bathed in moonlight, the girl's sleeping face looked serene. In his eyes, that icy coldness that kept others at arm's length quietly melted away a little. Heaven's enforcer? Stripping away soul traits? How intriguing. Whether you're real or fake. I want your technology. In the next instant, his figure vanished like a wisp of smoke, blending into the night beyond the window. The night wind howled. Ma Xiaoshuai's form hovered mid-air above Linjiang City, his consciousness spreading like mercury across the ground. The clamor of mortals and the lights of passing vehicles held no meaning in his eyes. What he sought was that surge of frenzied energy. Soon, he found it. On the outskirts of the city, a chemical plant. Chimneys pierced the night sky, black and gaping. To ordinary eyes, this place appeared desolate. But to Ma Xiaoshuai's senses, the place radiated a faint, eerie aura, mingled with the vital energy of dozens of living beings. Slowly churned by a twisted formation. And lurking on the periphery was another group of people. Though their energy was stronger than ordinary people's, it still seemed feeble to him. The elite of the Paranormal Investigation Bureau? A sneer twisted at the corner of Ma Xiaoshuai's mouth. A bunch of awakened beings not even reaching class A dared to meddle with a cult involving soul-binding secrets? Ignorance truly knows no fear. His figure flickered, landing silently atop the chemical plant's tallest reactor tower. Like an owl blending into the night, he coldly surveyed the farce about to unfold below. Attention all units. Repeat, attention all units. The target structure is now enveloped in a psychic contamination field. Do not enter without authorization. Sniper team. Can you lock onto the altar's core area? Reporting to the captain.
Vision obstructed, severe negative energy interference, unable to lock on. Inside the temporary command vehicle outside the chemical plant. A woman in combat fatigues, her hair cut short and sharp. Her gaze sharp as she growled into the communicator. Her name was Li Qing, captain of Team 3 of the Lingyi Investigation Bureau in Linjiang City, a Class B psychic awakened individual. At this moment, fine beads of sweat had already formed on her smooth forehead. The situation was proving far more than anticipated. Those lunatics from the Blood Soul cult had actually used dozens of ordinary lives as fuel to sustain a colossal sacrificial ritual array. Not only did the array block most physical detection methods, but the mental corruption it emitted caused all approaching team members to feel dizzy and nauseous, drastically reducing their combat effectiveness. "Captain, team leader Yu is calling again," the communications officer whispered beside him. Li Qing snatched the communicator, his tone sharp. "Yu Liu Yun, you better have some good news for me." Yu Liu Yun's usual exaggerated tone came through the line. "Oh, Captain Li, no need to get so worked up." "Good news? Of course I have some. The powerful outside help I requested for you should be arriving nearby any minute now." "Reinforcements?" Li Qing frowned. "My people are already in position. We don't need some shady consultant." She couldn't stand these parachuted in connections reaping the rewards. "He's no such thing." Yu Liu Yun's tone grew peculiar. "In any case, you'll just have to cooperate with him. Remember, whatever he does, don't question it. Don't obstruct him." "What do you mean?" "I mean exactly that." Yu Liu Yun lowered his voice. "He alone is more effective than your entire third squad." Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly cut off. Li Qing gripped the communicator, veins bulging on the back of his hand. Arrogant. She refused to believe anyone in the entire Paranormal Investigation Bureau would dare make such a bold claim. Just then, a team member's terrified voice crackled over the channel. "Captain! Someone just walked right in." Chapter 202, The Priest. Li Qing's pupils contracted sharply as he snapped his head up toward the surveillance screen. On the screen, a young man in casual attire, hands tucked into his pockets. He strolled leisurely through the gates of the chemical plant. The psychic contamination field that had put every team member on high alert seemed to have no effect on him whatsoever. "Who is he? Is he one of us?" Li Qing demanded sharply. "No. No identity information found. He just appeared out of nowhere." "Stop him." Before Li Qing could finish her command, she witnessed a scene that would haunt her for the rest of her life. Two grotesquely deformed guardian bloodhounds, conjured by the Blood Soul cult using arcane rituals, lunged out of the shadows. These two monstrous creatures had instantly torn apart the reconnaissance drone dispatched by the task force earlier. Yet, when confronted by the man strolling casually, they couldn't even get within 3 paces of him. The man merely shot them an impatient glance. He didn't even lift a hand. The next instant, the two vicious bloodhounds seemed to be seized by an invisible giant hand. They let out a short, pitiful whimper before exploding into 2 clouds of blood mist with a loud bang. A breeze scattered them. Dead silence fell over the entire command vehicle. Everyone stared wide-eyed as the man strolled leisurely into the depths of the factory. This. The communications officer's voice trembled. Li Qing's face flushed alternately pale and crimson. She recalled Yu Liu Yun's final words. "He alone is more effective than your entire third squad." It wasn't arrogance after all. It was the truth. Ma Xiaoshuai couldn't care less about the shock of the ants behind him. He couldn't be bothered to disperse the drifting scent of blood with his demonic energy. These methods of the Blood Soul cult seemed slightly crude to him. But the direction was correct. Using living souls as bait to manipulate certain rules and achieve sacrificial purposes. This approach bore a striking resemblance to certain sacrificial rituals practiced in the demonic arts. Following the strongest surge of energy, he arrived before a massive factory building. Heavy iron doors stood sealed shut, their surfaces engraved with densely packed runes that constantly pulsed with a crimson glow. A demonic sealing array, weakened countless times over. Ridiculous. Ma Xiaoshuai shook his head, extending a single finger to lightly tap the iron door. The blood-red runes recoiled as if encountering their nemesis, retreating frantically until they finally extinguished entirely. Creak. The heavy iron door swung open automatically. A fervent chanting surged toward them. At the center of the factory floor lay a massive pool of blood. Above it stood a man clad in a dark crimson robe and wearing a bone mask. He held aloft a white bone staff, chanting in an eerie, ancient tone. He was the priest of the Blood Soul cult. Before him, a young girl was bound to a stone pillar, her eyes tightly shut and her face deathly pale. Above her head, a wisp of faint golden vital energy was being forcibly torn from her body by an unknown force. Her body trembled violently from the excruciating pain. The extracted essence of destiny flowed through the priest's staff, flowing into a constantly spinning crimson vortex above his head. Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze locked onto the bone staff. And the priest's clumsy yet effective technique. So that's how it was. using the living soul of a special constitution as the key, and the resentment of countless ordinary people as the lever.
To pry open a sliver of the cosmic order and forcibly extract it.
Though inefficient, causing immense damage to the vessel and riddled with impurities. But, this path, it works. With the foundational logic of this technique in hand, using his demonic arts to refine and optimize it. Perfectly stripping the heavenly Dao essence from Wang Qingshua's body would no longer be mere empty talk.
Ha! Ha ha ha! Uncontrollable laughter echoed through the empty factory floor, abruptly shattering the solemn and eerie ritual.
The blood soul cult priest whipped his head around. A pair of vicious eyes peered out from beneath the mask.
Who dares intrude upon our sacred rites? Dozens of cultists wielding sharp blades immediately closed in, their eyes filled with hostility.
Ma Xiaoshuai paid no attention to these minions. His gaze remained fixed on the priest.
This method of stripping away soul traits is quite interesting. Now, it is mine.
The body beneath the crimson priest's mask convulsed violently.
Yours?
A hoarse laugh echoed through the factory, tinged with a haughty contempt.
Another fool who doesn't know his place. How dare you covet the Holy Order's power?
The white bone staff in his hand slammed down, sending the blood pool churning and the stench of blood thickening.
With this mortal body of yours, whose psychic fluctuations are so feeble they're laughable. The priest's voice brimmed with frenzied incitement. Believers, show him the fate of those who blaspheme my God. Let his flesh and blood add another stroke of glory to the sacred scriptures. Roar! Dozens of cultists around him instantly turned feral, eyes bloodshot like beasts injected with stimulants.
Wielding a variety of sharp blades, they surged toward Ma Xiaoshuai from all directions. Fear was absent from their faces, only fanatical devotion burned within. In their eyes, Ma Xiaoshuai was already a dead man. Yet Ma Xiaoshuai didn't even lift an eyelid. His attention remained fixed on the clumsy yet effective ritual unfolding before him. As if this horde of charging madmen were nothing more than bothersome flies. Until the blade of the first cultist, less than a foot from his throat, did he impatiently utter two words? Noisy. He extended a single finger, pointing it lightly into the void. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. All the charging cultists, their movements, the feral expressions on their faces froze mid-air. The next second, an invisible force seized their throats. Ugh! Dozens of burly men were lifted one by one as if by an invisible giant hand. Their feet left the ground, bodies rising uncontrollably. The blades in their hands clattered to the ground as their hands clutched desperately at their own throats. Their legs kicked wildly in the air as their faces turned from crimson to purple, eyes bulging and bloodshot. They hung like strings of cured meat suspended mid-air, struggling helplessly, unable to utter a sound. The red-robed priest's fanatical posture froze. The white bone staff he held aloft trembled slightly. Even his bone mask couldn't mask the terror in his voice. What kind of power is this? What are you? Mind control? Telekinesis? Neither. He sensed no familiar psychic fluctuations. It was a law. As if this man were the very god of this space. His words became law. Ma Xiaoshuai finally tore his gaze away from the ritual and fixed it on the priest. His gaze was as cold and indifferent as if he were looking at a stone. The item? A mocking curve lifted at the corner of Ma Xiaoshuai's mouth. You don't even have the right to stand before me and ask my name. Chapter 203, Consuming My Divine Form. He strode forward, strolling casually toward the priest and the enormous blood pool. Each step felt like crushing the priest's heart beneath his feet. Now, hand over that soul-stripping trick of yours, and that bone club in your hand, every last bit of it. I can make your death a little less painful. Dare to blaspheme my divinity. Die. Mad, venomous hatred flared from beneath the crimson priest's mask. With the flesh and blood of my devout followers, I shall ignite my divine form. Sacrifice. The white bone staff in his hand shot upward. The dozens of cultists suspended mid-air by an invisible force. Their expressions instantly turned blank. Their bodies deflated like punctured water balloons. Blood did not flow downward, but instead transformed into crimson threads, surging upward against the current, madly rushing into the priest's body. Not just blood. Their skin, muscles, bones. Everything was shriveling at a visible pace. Within mere breaths, a burly man transformed from a living being into a desiccated corpse suspended in midair. Then, with a sharp crack, he crumbled into dust, scattering through the air. One after another. This gruesome and eerie scene produced not a single scream. Only a bone-chilling sound of flesh being drained filled the air. Dozens of lives became fuel for the priest's power within mere seconds. The crimson-robed priest's aura surged at a terrifying rate. The pool of blood beneath his feet boiled violently, bubbles bursting one after another as the thick, pungent stench nearly solidified. His gaunt frame swelled as if inflated. His dark crimson robe stretched taut over bulging muscles. Beneath the bone mask, his eyes had completely turned blood red, devoid of any trace of human emotion. Ha 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 ha. Feeling the unprecedented power surging within him, the priest erupted in a maniacal laugh. Do you see it now, mortal? This is the power of the gods. Do you regret it now? Are you afraid?
Convinced he now wielded absolute power, he looked down upon the man who had remained utterly calm throughout. Yet Ma Xiaoshuai merely tilted his head slightly. In his eyes, there was even a hint of disappointment. Is this your trump card? Pooling the power of a bunch of useless fools into another useless fool? He shook his head, his tone as dismissive as if critiquing a poorly cooked dish. Too many impurities. The energy is chaotic. The conversion efficiency is pitifully low. Your so-called divine power isn't even worthy of tickling this mortal body of mine. You. The priest's maniacal laughter abruptly halted. He felt his divine might being trampled underfoot like trash. You're asking for death. The priest roared, raising his blood-red bone staff toward Ma Xiaoshuai. At the staff's tip, an energy sphere composed of thick blood and resentment. It rapidly took shape, emitting a piercing shriek. Turn into blood for me. Boom! The crimson energy sphere hurtled forward like a miniature cannonball, trailing a long, fiery tail. It tore through the air, slamming viciously toward Ma Xiaoshuai's face. Ma Xiaoshuai remained rooted to the spot, not even flinching. He even extended a finger with apparent interest. Just as the crimson energy sphere was about to touch his nose, he gently tapped it. No earth-shattering explosion. No blinding flash of clashing energies. That energy sphere, containing the lives of dozens of people and the full power of the priests, like a soap bubble, gently popped by a single finger. Pop. A soft pop. Then, it was gone. The raging energy dissipated into thin air, not even stirring a whisper of wind. The entire factory fell silent once more. The priest's raised staff froze completely. The fury in his blood-red eyes faded. Impossible, impossible. His voice trembled, barely coherent. You're not human, you're a demon. Only now do you realize? A cruel smile finally curled the corners of Ma Xiaoshuai's mouth. Too bad. It's too late. His figure flickered and vanished from the spot in an instant. The next second, he materialized before the priest. One hand casually clamped around the priest's thick, swollen neck. Snap. The priest's formidable physique, strong enough to withstand bullets. The sound of shattered vertebrae rang out clearly. The priest didn't even manage a scream. His surging power deflated like a punctured balloon. Swiftly drained from his body. Ma Xiaoshuai's other hand reached directly for the white bone staff. The moment it touched the bone staff, an astonishing heat suddenly erupted. The hand gripping the priest's throat sensed something amiss. The priest's body was melting in a bizarre manner. Both his flesh and soul were converging toward Ma Xiaoshuai's palm. Ma Xiaoshuai frowned and released his grip. The priest's massive frame collapsed to the ground, yet he remained alive. He struggled to lift his head. The blood-red glow had transformed into a mad, black flame. Too late, far too late, all of you, will die. At that very moment. Boom! The rusted iron door of the abandoned factory was kicked open from the outside. Several figures clad in black tactical gear charged in, forming a combat formation. Their firearms glowed with a faint blue aura of psychic energy. Leading the group was a woman with a sharp, cropped haircut and eyes as piercing as an eagle's. They were clearly prepared for a fierce battle, yet the moment they burst in, everyone froze in shock at the sight before them. This did not resemble a battlefield. It resembled the aftermath of an evil ritual. Scattered across the floor were dozens of human-shaped imprints reduced to ash, while a vast pool of blood still emitted an eerie heat. Beside the pool, a slender young man stood impassively, observing the writhing mass of rotting flesh on the ground. The young man himself was spotless, not a single speck of blood on him. Yet beneath his feet lay hell itself. Li Qing, the woman with short hair, felt her pupils suddenly contract. Her gaze locked onto Ma Xiaoshuai. This seemingly harmless young man radiated an even more dangerous aura. Freeze! Drop your weapon. State your identity. Several team members immediately aimed their guns at Ma Xiaoshuai, barking the orders. Ma Xiaoshuai slowly turned his head and glanced at them. Weapons? He spread his hands, indicating he was empty-handed. Then his gaze settled on Li Qing, the leader. Who are you? What are you doing here? This abrupt reversal of roles sent a surge of anger flaring up in Li Qing's chest. This man was either insane or... She suppressed her inner judgment and spoke coldly. Linjiang City Paranormal Investigation Bureau, 7th Squad Captain, Li Qing. We received a report of an illegal cult gathering here. Now, answer my questions immediately. Chapter 204, Lord of the Blood Soul. Supernatural Investigation Bureau? Ma Xiaoshuai raised an eyebrow at the name. Oh, Yu Liuyun's people, ha! That flamboyant Yu Liuyun, how did he end up recruiting such people? Since they're his people. Ma Xiaoshuai waved his hand impatiently. Then you have no business here. Wait outside. Don't bother me. You. A young team member behind Li Qing turned beet red with rage and started to step forward to argue. Shut up. Li Qing hissed, cutting him off. She fixed her gaze on Ma Xiaoshuai, speaking each word deliberately. This area is now under our control. Regardless of who you are or what position you hold, you must cooperate with our operations. Now, step back behind the perimeter immediately. Ma Xiaoshuai smiled. It was the kind of smile one gives to a fool. Take over? With just a few sticks in your hands? What did you?
Before Li Qing could finish his sentence, a sudden change occurred. The priest, lying like a pool of sludge on the ground, suddenly emitted a maniacal laugh unlike any human voice.
Ha ha ha. Come all. Come. Become the sacrifice for my master's arrival.
His fingers bent at impossible angles, swiftly etching patterns into the ground. Not with his nails, but with his own flesh and blood.
A crimson rune, 100 times more intricate than any before, instantly took shape. No!
He's sacrificing himself. Li Qing's expression darkened instantly as he raised his gun.
Fire!
Stop him!
Bang! 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 Several bullets imbued with magic-piercing spiritual energy flew with pinpoint accuracy toward the priest's head.
Yet, within a foot of his body,
as if sinking into quicksand, their velocity plummeted.
Finally, they fell powerlessly to the ground. The crimson mark erupted in a blinding flash. The priest's body, along with the pool of blood beneath him, were being devoured by that mark at a visible speed. His entire being transformed into streams of the purest flesh and blood energy,
flooding madly into the mark's center.
With my very being, I humbly welcome my lord. Lord of blood souls. Descend. These were his final words left in this world. The next instant, the entire abandoned factory trembled violently. The crimson rune transformed into a living entity.
It began to frantically absorb everything around it.
The floor at the factory's center began to sink inward, revealing a vortex slowly opening, a vortex composed of pure darkness and bloodlight. An indescribable, terrifying pressure spread out from the vortex. It was a crushing force emanating from the very essence of life itself. Li Qing and her team felt as if an invisible mountain had crushed their souls, making even the slightest movement of a finger an impossible luxury. Their faces turned as pale as paper, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Was this the god worshipped by the cultists? This was far beyond anything they could handle. Yet amidst this suffocating pressure, one figure remained standing tall and straight. Ma Xiaoshuai not only felt no discomfort but narrowed his eyes slightly.
Oh? So I actually rolled a big one.
He licked his lips and murmured to himself. This scent, far more delicious than that pile of trash earlier. At the center of the blood-red vortex,
a hand emerged from the darkness.
Entirely composed of viscous bloodlight, its fingers splayed wide enough to crush the factory building effortlessly. Within the giant hand, a scythe was clutched.
An equally massive blood-red scythe, its blade dripping with an eerie glow.
A single glance was enough to make Li Qing and her team feel as though their very souls were being torn apart. Ugh! A young team member could bear it no longer, her eyes rolling back as she nearly fainted. The others fared little better in the face of this calamity. Li Qing bit her tongue hard, the sharp pain forcing her to cling to a sliver of clarity.
Her hands trembled uncontrollably.
Yet her legs felt as if they were filled with lead, utterly unable to move.
This was S-Class, no, this was absolutely beyond S-Class calamity. That bastard Yu Luyun, the intel, never mentioned anything like this. This wasn't merely a failed mission anymore. Today, every single one of them would likely die here.
Behind that colossal hand, a massive figure slowly rose from the vortex. It was a humanoid form congealed from countless wailing souls and boiling blood. It possessed no facial features, only a constantly swirling crimson vortex where a face should be. Faces would occasionally appear on its body, only to be instantly swallowed by the crimson light. The Blood Soul Lord.
It had descended. The terrifying pressure surged several levels higher in an instant.
The air within the entire space seemed to be sucked dry. The Blood Soul Lord's gaze swept across the arena. It locked onto the soul figure still standing.
Ma Xiaoshuai.
The vortex-like face of the Blood Soul Lord turned toward Ma Xiaoshuai, emitting a soul-shaking hum.
A living, delicious soul. Devour him. This thought instantly consumed the Blood Soul Lord's entire will. Fine ingredients. Knows to look at the main course first. Instead of retreating, Ma Xiaoshuai stepped forward. Boom!
The ground beneath his feet cracked inch by inch, unable to withstand the aura he inadvertently released. The terrifying pressure emanating from the Blood Soul Lord felt like a gentle spring breeze before him.
You!
Li Qing's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him.
This man, he remained unscathed under such overwhelming pressure? Who exactly was this man? Just looks a bit off.
Probably made from a bunch of soul scraps and blood filth.
Tastes probably not great. Ma Xiaoshuai continued his critical assessment. Still, it's better than nothing. Arrogant, mortal.
The Blood Soul Lord was utterly enraged. It raised its massive crimson scythe. You shall become the most glorious part of me. The scythe sliced through the air, trailing a crimson streak that tore through space. It swung down toward Ma Xiaoshuai.
Before the blow even landed,
the entire factory's steel structure groaned, fracturing and warping.
Faced with this overwhelming force, couldn't even lift their eyelids.
They could only feel the shadow of death completely enveloping them.
It's over. That was Li Qing's final thought. Yet the anticipated destruction never came. With great effort, she opened her eyes just a crack and witnessed a scene she would never forget for the rest of her life. Ma Xiaoshuai, that seemingly ordinary young man, simply pinched the blood-red scythe capable of cleaving mountains between two fingers. Too slow. The pressure on his fingertips intensified. Snap. Snap. Cracks began to appear on the scythe, forged from pure energy and countless souls. Impossible. The Blood Soul Lord roared in disbelief. My power. Chapter 205, Return to Yuan City. Your power? Ma Xiaoshuai laughed. In my presence, you dare speak of power? He clenched his fingers with sudden force. Boom! The massive crimson scythe shattered with a thunderous crash. It dissolved into a sky full of sparkling points, vanishing into the air. The moment the scythe shattered, Ma Xiaoshuai vanished from his spot. The next second, he materialized before the Blood Soul Lord's vortex-like face and unleashed a punch. The Blood Soul Lord's massive form jolted to a sudden halt. Its vortex-like face contorted violently, emitting a shrill, piercing scream. Ah! My soul! Where Ma Xiaoshuai's fist struck, a black hole began to expand rapidly. The Blood Soul Lord's body, composed entirely of bloodlight, was being violently sucked into the void, beyond its control. Trying to run now? Ma Xiaoshuai's lips curled into a grin, revealing rows of gleaming white teeth. Too late. He spread his fingers, and the black hole instantly expanded several times over. No! The Blood Soul Lord let out a final, agonized howl. Its massive body was completely swallowed by the black hole in mere breaths. Not even a trace of bloodlight remained. The oppressive aura surrounding it vanished into thin air. Ma Xiaoshuai withdrew his hand, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Taste was mediocre. With that, he turned to face Li Qing and the others, now completely petrified. Do you have any business? The instinct to survive made Li Qing shake his head vigorously. And no, nothing else. Senior. She didn't even know how to address Ma Xiaoshuai, resorting to formal speech. Ma Xiaoshuai didn't spare them another glance. Though this guy's scent wasn't pleasant, the haul was beyond expectations. Within those soul fragments lay the method to strip away the aura. Wang Qingshui could be saved. Poof. This era, ruined by the bazaar, shall end by my own hand. As for the so-called Heavenly Dao, it can just go to hell. Before the words faded, Ma Xiaoshuai's figure blurred in place, as if he had merged into the very fabric of space. Only a faint spatial ripple lingered in the air. Only when that faint, almost imperceptible sense of pressure vanished completely. Li Qing's deputy finally seemed to come back to life, gasping for breath in ragged heaves. A sudden realization struck him. His expression changed, and he turned to Li Qing with urgency. Captain! That tricky case in Linjiang City. Could we ask this nobleman? Li Qing's body trembled violently. Yes. That S-class incident in Linjiang City, one that even headquarters couldn't handle, classified as off-limits. If this being was willing to intervene, perhaps. But when she lifted her head again, Ma Xiaoshuai was nowhere to be seen. In the empty factory hall, only the sound of their heartbeats remained. Yuan City, inside a luxury apartment. Space twisted, and Ma Xiaoshuai materialized out of thin air. His brow instantly furrowed into a knot. The entire room was permeated with an odor that made him intensely uncomfortable. His gaze instantly locked onto the sofa in the living room. Wang Qingshui was curled up there, her body trembling uncontrollably. Beneath her skin, it seemed as though countless golden tadpoles were wriggling about, forming sacred patterns. Damn it! Ma Xiaoshuai cursed under his breath. This aura, it wasn't Wang Qingshui's at all. It was the aura of the Heavenly Dao. That bastard actually tried to turn Wang Qingshui into its vessel while he was away? He lunged toward the sofa in a single stride, his eyes blazing with cold fury. This wasn't salvation, it was possession. So much for the way of heaven. You think you can turn my people into your puppets? Did you even ask me? Without hesitation, Ma Xiaoshuai formed a seal with one hand, chanting incantations. 10,000 demons as foundation, the netherworld as lock seal. Ink-black demonic energy erupted from him like a torrent. On the floor, a vast black formation composed of runes materialized out of thin air. It rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire living room. The golden aura emanating from Wang Qingshui, as if encountering a natural enemy, were instantly shattered by the black formation. Ugh! Wang Qingshui let out a pained groan. The golden patterns beneath her skin glowed with blinding intensity, as if mounting a final resistance. A vast well emanated from the golden light, piercing straight toward Ma Xiaoshuai's soul. It seemed to warn him, mortal, dare not gaze upon the divine. Get the hell out of here! Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes blazed with demonic fury. The full might of his golden core-level demonic cultivation surged forth without restraint. He extended two fingers, their tips wrapped in pure black demonic energy. He touched them precisely to Wang Qingshui's forehead. There, at the core of the golden patterns. You dare touch what belongs to me? That speck of pitch-black demonic energy fell like a drop of ink into clear water. No, it was a red-hot branding iron pressed against flesh. Sizzle! The golden patterns emitted a piercing shriek. The skin between Wang Qingshue's eyebrows instantly charred black as that vast willpower lashed back in fury. It tried to shake Ma Xiaoshuai's fingers loose to tear his soul to shreds. But this force collided with Ma Xiaoshuai's demonic energy like ice meeting the scorching sun, instantly melting away. Still dare to resist? The scorn in Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes deepened. The demonic energy at his fingertips surged violently, coalescing into a miniature black rune that he forced down. Hum! The rune pierced through her skin, sinking deep into Wang Qingshue's body. Like a black lock, it sealed away all the rebellious golden energy within her body. The golden tadpoles that had been writhing beneath her skin seemed frozen in place, their glow rapidly fading. Wang Qingshue's agonized moans gradually subsided, her body ceasing to tremble. Her breathing evened out, and she fell into a deep sleep. It was resolved. For now. Ma Xiaoshuai withdrew his finger, staring at the black mark between her brows that had already faded away. This was merely a seal. To completely remove it, he would need to teach her a cultivation technique capable of refining this power. Just then. Boom! A deafening thunderclap. It exploded without warning over the entire city. The sky outside the window darkened as if night had fallen in an instant. Countless purple-black lightning serpents writhed within the thick, dark clouds, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Ma Xiaoshuai walked to the window, observing the violent spectacle outside, and snorted derisively. Fuming with rage? They say Heaven's way is merciless, treating all things as straw dogs. And you call yourself Heaven's way? He sensed the growing fury of destructive intent within the clouds. To destroy an entire city for selfish desires? Your petty ambitions aren't even worthy of contempt from us demonic cultivators. He could leave with Wang Qingshuai right now. The world was vast. This so-called heavenly way could not touch him. But this city, the whereabouts of his parents remained unknown. Until he found them, nothing could happen here. Very well. Ma Xiaoshuai vanished from the window. The next moment, he appeared atop the apartment building. Gusts of wind whipped at the hem of his robe. Facing the sea of thunder, he slowly ascended into the sky. Chapter 206, Confronting the Heavenly Way. Today, I'll show you what rules truly mean. His hands swiftly formed seals, and dark magical arrays emerged around him. In an instant, they expanded, spreading out in all directions. The formations formed an endless black net, enveloping the entire sky above Yuan City. On the ground, countless people poured out of buildings, looking up at the sky in terror. What is that? It's getting dark. There's thunder. No, wait. Look up. What's that glowing thing up there? Soon, someone zoomed in as far as their phone camera would allow. Beneath the vast black net, a tiny human figure hovered in midair. Though the image was blurry, the human outline was clearly visible. A person. It's a human. He's flying in the sky. My goodness. Is he a deity? What deity? Haven't you seen this celestial phenomenon? This must be an immortal undergoing tribulation. Panic and excitement intertwined, plunging the entire city into unprecedented chaos. Meanwhile, at the Source City branch of the Paranormal Investigation Bureau. Beep. 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 A piercing alarm echoed throughout the entire building. Red warning lights flashed frantically, casting a blood-red glow across every face. Alert! Alert! Detected an incalculable energy reaction. Level classification SSS class. Repeat. Level classification SSS class. Activate maximum level evacuation protocol. Yu Luyun was busy processing documents. The sudden alarm startled him so much he jumped straight out of his chair. SSS level? You've got to be kidding me. How could an incident of this magnitude possibly occur in Yuan City? He stormed out of the office like a madman. He ran to the corridor where he had come from and looked up at the sky through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows. At that single glance, he froze solid in place. That black magic formation covering the entire sky. The tiny figure flickering within the thunderclouds. Yu Luyun's mouth gaped open wider and wider as the documents in his hands scattered across the floor. His subordinates beside him were already pale with fear. What kind of monster is that? Yu Luyun's Adam's apple rolled painfully as he forced out the words. That's not a monster. It's... He recalled that young man, arrogant beyond measure. A wave of utter absurdity washed over him. Old man Ma. Is he planning to take on the heavens themselves? Beneath the vast black net that covered the entire sky, countless bolts of thunder seemed to find an outlet. Countless purple-black lightning serpents gathered frantically. The thunderous roar vanished eerily in that instant. Instead, an oppressive weight descended. As if the weight of the entire sky had been crushed onto Ma Xiaoshuai's heart. At the very center of the dark clouds, lightning coalesced, forcibly squeezing out a blurred human silhouette. The figure was composed entirely of raging lightning, its features indistinguishable. Only a will that seemed to look down upon all living beings could be sensed. A voice devoid of any emotion sounded directly within the depths of Ma Xiaoshuai's soul. Why do you hinder my descent?
The voice was vast and boundless, carrying the weight of judgment. Should I descend, all the strange phenomena in this world shall be purged clean. Hovering mid-air before the thunder-formed figure, Ma Xiaoshuai showed not a shred of reverence. He merely sneered, his laughter dripping with scorn.
What about Wang Xingshuai?
The thunderous figure's movements faltered for an imperceptibly brief moment.
That was her fate. The voice remained icy, yet now carried an air of self-evident certainty.
She was born as the perfect vessel to contain my essence. Sacrificing her to save all living beings is a great act of merit.
Merit?
Ma Xiaoshuai burst into laughter as if he'd heard the most absurd joke in the world, his shoulders shaking with mirth.
Bull. His laughter abruptly froze, his gaze turning as icy as a millennia-old glacier in the abyss. Killing one is killing, saving all is killing. I've killed more souls than you've ever seen, and I never deny it. But,
his voice rose sharply. Whoever dares touch those close to me forget about you, you cowardly lurker. Even if the very Heavenly Dao itself stood before me, I'd knock it flat on its ass. The lightning surging around the thunderous figure grew wildly turbulent, mirroring the fury of his will.
Do you not care that in this twisted era, more people will die because of you? Dead people?
Ma Xiaoshuai snorted coldly. I'll end this era myself. I don't need trash like you sacrificing others' lives as offerings.
Arrogant.
A flicker of emotion finally surfaced in the thunderous voice, the rage of an insect daring to defy its master. Then let this sovereign see what qualifies you to utter such words. Before the words faded, the entire sea of thunderclouds erupted in fury. A purple-black thunderbolt thicker than a water barrel, like a wrathful dragon of apocalyptic fury, tore through the sky and crashed down toward Ma Xiaoshuai. Its speed surpassed sound, surpassed the limits of human vision. Yet Ma Xiaoshuai stood rooted to the spot, not moving an inch. He slowly raised his right hand and clenched it in the void. The space before his palm abruptly warped. A pitch-black long blade materialized silently. Its blade bore no patterns, no sheen, it resembled an absolute black hole. One glance, and your very soul is drawn in.
The black glutton blade.
Ma Xiaoshuai gripped the hilt, and a presence far more ferocious than the thunder in the sky surged from him. He raised his eyes to meet the thunderbolt crashing down upon him, a maniacal grin spreading across his lips.
Isn't cultivating immortality all about defying the heavens?
Today, I'll beat you so badly your own mother wouldn't recognize you. As the words fell, the blade collided head-on with the thunder dragon. The purplish-black thunderbolt, potent enough to vaporize steel into nothingness, upon touching the ravenous black blade. Like water plunging into a black hole, it was swallowed up without a sound.
Not even a single spark of electricity was left behind. Burp. Ma Xiaoshuai even let out a satisfied burp.
He twisted the blade, pointing it toward the thunderous figure in the sky.
Is that all you've got? Not even enough to scrape my grandfather's back. The madness on his face sent shivers down the spine like a demon god from the abyss. Ground level, Yuan City. Countless phone screens captured the scene in crystal clear detail. The crowd, boisterous just a second ago, now fell silent as if collectively choked, not a sound escaping their lips. Every pair of eyes widened, staring at the infinitely magnified figure on their phone screens. He actually swallowed the thick lightning bolt? After a brief, deathly silence, an even more frenzied outburst erupted. Holy! What did I just see? Am I seeing things? That lightning bolt, gone? Just like that? That man, he split the lightning bolt. No! He absorbed it. A young man, his face flushed with excitement, grabbed his friend's shoulders and shook him wildly. A god! This must be a god. Chapter 207, SS Class Restricted Zone. Supernatural Investigation Bureau. The massive surveillance screen displayed satellite footage at maximum resolution. Yu Liuyun's pupils contracted to pinpricks. Every drop of blood in his body seemed to freeze solid in that instant. Every single subordinate beside him stood frozen, mouths agape, expressions blank as if collectively struck by a petrification spell. SSS level alert? No. This ING thing was beyond any classification system. This was myth. It was a living, breathing myth unfolding right before their eyes. See, Captain. A young investigator's voice trembled, choked with tears. What should we do now? What should we do? Yu Luyun wanted to know what to do too. Faced with an entity that could devour celestial thunderbolts like snacks, what could he possibly do? Send someone to make contact? What could he say? Mr. Ma, for the sake of world peace, please put away your divine powers? Yu Luyun had no doubt that if he dared to say such a thing, he'd be smacked into the ground in the next second, buried so deep he'd never be dug out. All he could do now was stand there and pray. Praying that this living ancestor merely wished to spar with the heavens, rather than preparing to tear the entire city of Yuan apart. Above the sky, the lightning-clad figure's aura flickered with electric light at an unprecedented frequency. Clearly, Ma Xiaoshuai's utterly scornful words had thoroughly enraged it. You are courting death. For the first time, the vast voice trembled violently, filled with rage cold enough to freeze the soul. Rumble. The entire sea of thunderclouds boiled over in that instant. No longer a single bolt of lightning.
But thousands upon thousands, countless thunder serpents, madly darting and converging within the clouds. The sky, in that instant, lit up as bright as day. The blinding purple light caused everyone on the ground to instinctively shut their eyes. A destructive aura enveloped the entire city of Yuan. As if the final judgment had arrived prematurely. In the name of heaven's will, judgment. 10,000 thunderbolts celestial prison. The thunderous figure raised its arm high and brought it crashing down. In an instant, the entire sea of thunderclouds poured down upon Ma Xiaoshuai. It was no longer thunder. It was an ocean of thunder, a waterfall of destruction. Facing this earth-shattering assault, Ma Xiaoshuai's smile only grew brighter. Now we're talking. He gripped the hilt of the black devourer blade with both hands, raising it high above his head. The demonic energy within him surged madly into the blade. The once plain, pitch-black blade began to emit a heart-stopping, ominous glow. Space itself began to warp and collapse around the blade's edge. A visible black vortex rapidly coalesced, its center anchored by the blade. This blade of mine has severed immortals, slaughtered Buddhas, and annihilated gods. Today, I shall consecrate this blade with your false heavenly way. Ma Xiaoshuai's voice was not loud, yet it penetrated clearly into the thunderous figure's consciousness. Demons descent, devouring heaven. With a single stroke, he slashed horizontally through the cascading sea of thunder. Only a constantly expanding black sun surged against the torrent. Wherever that black sun passed, space obliterated, light devoured, sound erased. Whether it was the raging thunder or the churning dark clouds, the moment they touched the black sun, they were utterly consumed. The ocean of thunder collided with a black hole that devoured all. The entire world lost its sound and color in that instant. Only the ever-expanding black sun remained, and before it, retreating in defeat, the thunderous ocean steadily shrinking. Impossible, impossible. For the first time, a feeling called fear stirred within the thunderous figure's will. What the hell, are you? Your father. Ma Xiaoshuai sneered coldly, increasing his magical energy output. The black sun surged violently. Boom! The deafening roar, delayed for an eternity, finally crashed down upon the earth. The entire sky's thunderclouds were utterly swallowed by that black sun. The dark clouds dispersed, the lightning faded. That colossal form forged from thunder and lightning shattered into pieces under the black sun's impact, letting out a roar of unwillingness. I will return. Your very existence is a desecration of this world. One day. Shut up. Ma Xiaoshuai waved his hand impatiently. The black knife of gluttony emitted a faint hum as the dark sun instantly accelerated. It completely devoured the last remnants of the thunderous figure's will. The sky cleared once more. Warm sunlight once again bathed the earth, as if the apocalyptic scene moments before had been nothing but an illusion. Ma Xiaoshuai sheathed the black knife of the Taoye, hovering midair as he curled his lip. Is that it? Not even enough to fill a tooth gap. With that, his figure flickered and vanished from the 10,000-meter altitude. Left behind on the ground were countless gaping mouths, faces frozen in utter shock. And within the Paranormal Investigation Bureau, Yu Luyun collapsed onto the floor. Only one thought remained in his mind. Heaven seems to be changing. Every investigator behind Yu Luyun remained frozen, their heads still tilted skyward. The entire command center was deathly silent. Only the screen showed the sky, now clear and bright, bearing witness to what had just transpired. Buzz buzz. The shrill vibration of a phone shattered the silence. Yu Luyun jolted upright, nearly leaping from his chair. Fumbling frantically for his phone, the name flashing on the screen made his pupils contract. Li Cheng, the captain of the Lingyi Investigation Bureau in Linjiang City. He took a deep breath, swiped to answer, and forced his voice to sound steady. Hello, Captain Li. A cool, efficient female voice came through the line. Captain Yu, make it quick. We detected the disturbance over Yuan City earlier too. Yu Luyun's Adam's apple bobbed as his throat went dry. We don't care about the process. We only care about the outcome. The sky has cleared. Therefore, I'd like to invite that gentleman to make a trip to Linjiang. Yu Luyun's heart lurched. Invite? He makes it sound so easy. That's a living ancestor capable of piercing holes in the heavens, someone you can just invite at will? He dared not imagine what would have happened if he'd been present just now, whether he'd have been crushed into dust by that overwhelming pressure. Captain Li, about this matter. Captain Yu. Li Qing cut him off immediately. The flesh incubator in Linjiang City has spiraled out of control. The S-level restricted zone is evolving into an SS-level threat. Before long, the entire city of Linjiang will become its nourishment. You should understand what this means. Yu Luyun's breath caught. The flesh incubator. That top secret zone. An S-class forbidden zone requiring authorization even to mention. He knew exactly what it was. A living, grotesque entity formed from countless layers of flesh and resentment. A city tumor that kept growing and devouring. That gentleman can even devour the heavens. Li Qing's voice carried a tremor. A bed of flesh and blood should be no trouble for him. Chapter 208, spit it out already. Cold sweat instantly drenched Yu Luyun's back.
Using an uncontrollable demon god to confront an uncontrollable abomination? That's like drinking poison to quench thirst. I can't guarantee it. Yu Liuyun's voice was hoarse. I can only ask on your behalf. That's enough.
Li Qing hung up the phone cleanly. Yu Liyun gripped the phone, his palm drenched in cold sweat. He glanced at the number labeled Living Ancestor on the screen. Call or not? If he did, and the other party grew impatient, what if they slapped him to death? But if he didn't, the lives of tens of millions in Linjiang City hung by a thread. Damn it! Yu Liyun cursed under his breath, struggling to his feet before pacing to the floor to ceiling window and lighting a cigarette. Amidst the swirling smoke, his gaze was heavier than ever before. Yuan City, South District, Old Wan's beef noodle shop. It was peak dining hour. The small shop was bustling with noise, the air thick with the rich aroma of bone broth mingled with cilantro. Ma Xiaoshuai sat alone at a corner table, facing a mountain of extra-large beef noodles piled high before him. Slurping noodles, he ate until sweat beaded on his forehead, his expression utterly content. A stark contrast to his earlier demeanor as a demon god devouring thunderclouds at 10,000 meters. Burp. After gulping down the last drop of broth, Ma Xiaoshuai let out a satisfied burp and reached for his wallet to pay. His phone vibrated in his pocket. It was Yu Liyun. Ma Xiaoshuai frowned, answered casually, and sounded impatient. Who is it? Spit it out. On the other end, Yu Liyun's carefully prepared polite words instantly choked back. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice now utterly deferential. It's me, Yu Liyun. Oh. Ma Xiaoshuai scratched his ear. What is it? I'm busy. Yu Liyun listened to the clamor of voices on the other end of the line, momentarily unable to process it. Busy? You nearly punched a hole through the sky just now, and now you're busy with what? Rebuilding the cosmic order? It's like this, senior. Yu Liyun adopted an extremely humble tone. An SS-level restricted zone has appeared in Linjiang City. The situation is extremely critical, so… SS level? Ma Xiaoshuai's voice betrayed no emotion. Ha! Sounds kinda cool. Yu Liyun's brain froze. That's a terrifying restricted zone capable of devouring an entire city, and in your mouth it becomes atomic? Before he could figure out how to respond, the voice on the other end spoke again, still carrying that same impatient tone. Send me the address. Ha! Yu Liyun froze. He prepared a whole speech, ready to appeal to reason and emotion. Like the lives of tens of millions, like the greater good of the nation. But before a single word could escape his lips. Senior, what exactly are you suggesting? What's with the hesitation? Ma Xiaoshuai's voice dripped with impatience. If you don't hurry, that'll get cold. How are you supposed to eat it then? With that, the phone was slammed shut. Yu Liyun clutched the buzzing phone, frozen in place. Eat? He was going to eat an SS-level restricted zone? The investigators behind him cautiously studied the expression on their bureau chief's face. Be boss? Hurry! Yu Liyun roared suddenly, startling everyone into a shudder. Send the highest level access permissions and location data for Linjiang City's flesh incubator to the living ancestor immediately. Inside the beef noodle shop, Ma Xiaoshuai tossed his phone back into his pocket. He pulled out a few crumpled bills from his pocket and slapped them on the table. Amidst the owner's cry of, "Hey, young man, that's not enough," his figure had already blurred into an imperceptible afterimage. He vanished into the bustling street corner. His phone buzzed once location data from Yu Liyun. I said I'd end this era, can't exactly be a slacker forever. Ma Xiaoshuai muttered to himself, his gaze sweeping over the red dot on the map displayed on his phone screen. The next second, his figure vanished from where he stood. Linjiang City, outside the restricted zone perimeter. A sickly sweet scent of blood hung heavy in the air. The sky hung heavy like dusk, thick clouds pressing low over the city. Beneath the clouds, a structure twisted together from countless pieces of flesh and bone slowly writhed. Its surface was covered in a dense network of holes. With each wriggle, viscous dark red fluid oozed from the holes. It emitted an even more intense aura of resentment. This was the S-Class restricted zone, the flesh incubator on the verge of evolving into an SS-Class threat. Around the cordon, every member of the Paranormal Investigation Bureau was deathly pale. Cold sweat drenched their clothes. Merely standing here, their sanity was being steadily eroded by that immense malevolence. Li Qing stood at the very front, her expression as still as water. Her usually neat, short hair was now drenched in sweat, clinging to her temples. She could sense its vitality growing exponentially. Just as despair gripped them all. A figure materialized before her without warning. The surrounding investigators instantly went on high alert, a dozen specially modified firearms snapping into position, all aimed squarely at the newcomer. Everyone, drop your weapons. Li Qing barked the order, her heart pounding wildly. But her gaze remained fixed on the youth before her. It was him. The man who had single-handedly devoured the thundercloud divine punishment in Yuan City. Hello, Senior Ma. Li Qing took a deep breath, about to introduce herself. But Ma Xiaoshuai impatiently waved his hand, cutting her off. His gaze swept past everyone, settling on the massive, writhing mass of flesh in the distance. His brow furrowed slightly.
Senior Ma? How utterly mundane.
He withdrew his gaze and gave Li Qing a once-over.
Call me Brother Ma. Li Qing choked, all her prepared formalities stuck in her throat.
The team members behind her exchanged bewildered glances.
Little Brother Ma? Could this gentleman, who looked younger than most of them, really handle an SS-level restricted zone? Ma Xiaoshuai couldn't care less about their thoughts.
He pointed at the distant flesh and blood cradle with obvious disgust.
That pile of rotten flesh is what you call an SS-level restricted zone? Looks pretty disgusting. What's the deal?
Li Qing quickly composed himself.
Yes, Brother Ma.
She forced herself to utter the title. We call it the flesh incubator. It's a living restricted zone that feeds on the vitality and negative emotions of living beings. According to our monitoring, it's about to mature soon. Once it does, the entire city of Linjiang will be devoured in an instant. Ma Xiaoshuai nodded, seemingly satisfied with the answer. He scratched his ear. All right. He waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away flies. Everyone stay back. Don't get hurt later. The young investigators behind Li Qing all moved toward the distance. Only Li Qing remained still, her gaze fixed on Ma Xiaoshuai.
Chapter 209, The 10,000 Calamities Demon Binding Array.
He extended a single finger and drew a light arc toward the writhing mass of flesh in the forbidden zone. Strands of black thread, darker than the night itself, materialized out of thin air, shooting toward the flesh cradle from all directions. The black threads intertwined, forming a colossal net in the sky. Silent and weightless, the net descended, enveloping the entire forbidden zone and the sky above it. The 10,000 Calamities Demon Binding Array. Ma Xiaoshuai murmured under his breath. The moment the formation descended, the sickeningly sweet, blood-soaked stench that threatened to shatter one's sanity vanished into thin air. All investigators outside the blockade felt a sudden weight lift from their shoulders, as if they had struggled to surface from deep water, gasping for breath. The look in their eyes as they turned to Ma Xiaoshuai had transformed into pure awe. This was divine intervention. Ma Xiaoshuai paid no heed to their reactions, lifting his foot to step into the formation. Wait. Li Qing's voice trembled slightly, yet remained unwaveringly firm. Brother Ma, I'll go in with you. The air froze instantly. All eyes turned to Li Qing, as if they were looking at a madman. He's lost his mind. Captain Li must be out of his mind. That's an SS-level restricted zone. Even if this little Ma can suppress it, going in is a suicide mission. Ma Xiaoshuai halted, turned, and stared at her in astonishment. I can't guarantee I'll be able to protect you. The subtext was clear, whether you live or die is none of my concern. Li Qing's gaze held not a shred of retreat. I don't need your protection. Before communications were cut off, we confirmed that 38 students remain trapped inside the Linjiang Grand Theater at the core of the restricted zone. There are still survivors inside? For the first time, a look resembling trouble flashed across Ma Xiaoshuai's face. It wasn't the 38 lives that moved him, but rather the unexpected complication that left him feeling irritated. Li Qing mistook his silence for hesitation. She straightened her back. You deal with the flesh cradle. I'll go save the people. It wasn't a request, it was a declaration. She was prepared to trade her own life for the 38 students' chance at survival. Ma Xiaoshuai suddenly snorted derisively. He extended a finger and gently tapped toward Li Qing. A thread of energy shot from his fingertip, instantly piercing Li Qing's forehead. Li Qing's body trembled as an icy chill instantly coursed through her entire being. The suffocating pressure from the Forbidden Zone's aura vanished completely. This strand of energy will protect you from being suppressed by the filth inside. Ma Xiaoshuai's hand darted into his pocket as if searching for something. He pulled out a seemingly ordinary jade pendant and tossed it over casually. Just a little trinket I had lying around. It can create a protective barrier. Li Qing caught it instinctively, its surface warm and smooth against her palm. Intricate patterns she couldn't decipher were engraved upon it. This was no mere trinket. This was a life-saving artifact. Once I'm done with this, I'll come find you. Ma Xiaoshuai spoke, then without another glance at her, turned and strode away. His figure walked straight into the giant net and vanished. Li Qing clutched the warm jade pendant, feeling the unprecedented surge of power coursing through her body. She spun around abruptly, her gaze locking onto the stunned deputy captain behind her. Old Wang. You take command here. Push the cordon back another 5 kilometers. Without my orders, no one is to approach the array perimeter. Captain. You. Before the deputy captain could finish, Li Qing charged forward without hesitation. Left behind were a group of investigators staring at each other in bewilderment. The moment her foot crossed the array's threshold, the world before her eyes shifted color. The cloying, sweet stench of blood vanished. In its place came an ancient, putrid stench. As if an entire city's worth of corpses had been piled into a sealed chamber and left to ferment for a century. The ground beneath their feet was not solid. It was some warm, elastic substance. Each step caused a slight sinking, as if treading on the tongue coating of a living creature. The surrounding walls were writhing flesh. dark red fascia twisted together, covered in a layer of mucus, still pulsing rhythmically.
Like an immense, colossal heart. Ma Xiaoshuai's frown deepened. This is disgusting.
His revulsion stemmed purely from a top-tier demon cultivator's visceral disgust toward such crudely crafted demonic entities.
This thing was utterly devoid of any aesthetic appeal.
Just then, a massive pus-filled boil suddenly bulged on the flesh wall before him.
Then it burst with a pop. Foul-smelling yellow fluid splattered everywhere.
A humanoid monster, assembled from countless pallid arms and twisted vertebrae,
struggled out through the rupture.
It had no head where its chest should have been, was a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth.
It let out a silent roar.
It was a terror that struck directly at the soul.
Any grade A agent of the Paranormal Investigation Bureau
would likely have lost their composure by now, reduced to lambs awaiting slaughter.
Ma Xiaoshuai didn't even bat an eyelid.
He continued to survey the surrounding structure, attempting to locate the energy core of this incubator.
The skull-armed monster roared, scrambling on all fours.
Like a monstrous spider, it lunged toward him with blinding speed, stirring a foul wind in its wake. Only when its gaping maw, bristling with razor-sharp teeth, came within half a meter of his head
did Ma Xiaoshuai finally let out an impatient click of his tongue. Damn noise.
Without even turning, he casually waved his hand backward. A dark mass of demonic energy surged from his palm, instantly transforming into a ghostly claw.
It clamped down precisely on the monster's neck. Snap. A crisp cracking sound. The seemingly ferocious creature couldn't even struggle.
Under the claw's tearing grip, it shattered into pieces, reverting to pools of rotting flesh. It fell to the ground, only to be slowly absorbed by the living-like surface beneath. Not a trace remained. Trash molded from resentment and shattered souls.
Ma Xiaoshuai finally reached his conclusion.
The core of this thing must lie in collecting and transforming these negative energies. For him, it was practically a gift from heaven.
The only complication.
He recalled Li Qing's face etched with responsibility and sacrifice, and the 38 students she had mentioned.
Save people? Idiot. Ma Xiaoshuai's lips curled into a sneer.
In his eyes, the weak deserved to be weeded out. So-called rescue was nothing more than a pastime for the strong when bored, or a one-sided fantasy for the weak.
But, since he'd already given that woman a little something, pulling her out of the water wouldn't be out of the question. Provided it didn't interrupt his enjoyment of this fight.
He was about to head toward the source of the densest energy.
The entire space suddenly shook violently.
The ground beneath his feet began to writhe violently, while veins on the walls bulged one by one.
The pulsing frequency accelerated tenfold. A powerful will awoke. It locked onto Ma Xiaoshuai. Chapter 210, Fragments. Ma Xiaoshuai finally halted his steps, gazing intently into the depths of this space for the first time.
He sensed that this flesh cradle was mobilizing all its power,
preparing to digest him, the intruder, completely.
Blurred human faces emerged from the flesh walls all around him,
silently gaping, as if wailing in agony. Cracks split open in the floor, spewing viscous blood plasma from within. The entire forbidden zone came alive.
And it was all coming for him alone.
This is getting interesting. Ma Xiaoshuai didn't tense up, he smiled instead.
He extended his hand, and a black banner materialized in his grasp. The banner of 10,000 souls. As the banner materialized, the wailing, distorted faces conjured by the forbidden zone instantly recoiled into the flesh walls as if they'd seen a ghost.
Ma Xiaoshuai gently waved the banner. In that instant, 10,000 ghosts wailed in unison.
Amidst the wails, the writhing flesh seemed to find its anchor.
It converged madly toward a single point. Tendons stretched, bones reshaped.
A featureless humanoid creature, composed entirely of dark red muscle,
slowly rose from the pile of flesh. Its surface was abnormally smooth, devoid of skin, only twisted muscle fibers.
Its aura far surpassed that of the previous bone-armed monster.
It surpassed any S-class anomaly documented in the Paranormal Investigation Bureau's archives.
But Ma Xiaoshuai merely held the banner of 10,000 souls lazily, as if it were a tattered old flag. At that moment, a voice devoid of any emotion sounded directly within his mind.
Why, does your body carry the aura of my master? Ma Xiaoshuai raised an eyebrow. Master? This piece of junk actually has a master? Who is your master? Ma Xiaoshuai's voice carried a hint of amusement. The faceless humanoid seemed to fall into some kind of logical confusion. Its sole programming was to eliminate all intruders. Yet the intruder before it carried an aura that made its very soul submit. Kill? Or not? Its body trembled slightly, the flesh fibers composing its form constantly breaking down and reassembling. Command, eliminate, intruder. Signature, confirmed, same origin. Fragmented thoughts flickered through Ma Xiaoshuai's mind like a malfunctioning machine. Stupid thing. Ma Xiaoshuai lost his patience. He'd figured it out, this thing was nothing more than a high-tech guard dog, not exactly the sharpest tool in the shed. Instead of wasting words on it, he might as well just take it apart. Find the answers in its parts. Since you can't figure it out, I'll give you a hand.
No sooner had Ma Xiaoshuai spoken than the 10,000 souls banner in his hand stirred without a breath of wind.
A jet of black mist, dense as solid matter, shot forth from the banner's surface.
It transformed into a chain, lashing directly toward the faceless creature.
Roar!
The flesh around its chest cavity ripped open violently. A gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth formed, unleashing a roar that shook the very soul. Instinct overrode confusion. It hesitated no longer.
A thick arm shot upward, meeting the black chain head-on. Clang!
The chain collided with the arm, producing a metallic clang. The faceless creature stumbled back half a step, a faint white mark appearing on its arm. It shook its hand, and the white mark was instantly smoothed over by surging flesh, restored to perfection.
Interesting. Impressive regenerative abilities. Ma Xiaoshuai's lips curled upward. This thing was proving more resilient than he'd anticipated. The faceless creature seemed enraged. The flesh beneath its feet suddenly bulged upward. It transformed into dozens of sharp tentacles, piercing toward Ma Xiaoshuai from all directions. Simultaneously, it charged forward, its gaping maw aimed squarely at Ma Xiaoshuai's head, intent on swallowing him whole. Trivial tricks. Ma Xiaoshuai stood rooted to the spot, not moving an inch. He let the flesh tentacles and the faceless creature's body close in. Just as the razor-sharp teeth were about to touch his body. The banner of 10,000 souls trembled lightly. A black protective barrier, formed from countless wailing ghostly faces, instantly unfolded. All the tentacles collided with the shield, instantly reacting as if doused in concentrated acid. They emitted a hissing sound, melting away while emitting black smoke. The faceless creature's head slammed completely through the shield. Its flesh, as tough as diamond, rapidly riddled with holes under the demonic energy of the banner of 10,000 souls. Still don't understand? Ma Xiaoshuai's voice seemed to echo from the depths of hell. The so-called master you worship isn't even worthy to tie my shoelaces. His power stems from me. And I far surpass him. As he spoke, he formed a seal with one hand. The black mist on the banner of 10,000 souls surged violently, coalescing into a colossal ghostly hand. It seized the entire body of the faceless creature. Let me see what kind of creature your master truly is. The ghostly hand clenched violently. Snap, snap. The faceless creature couldn't even utter a cry of agony. Its entire body was crushed into a blurry mass of flesh by the ghost hand's immense force. But Ma Xiaoshuai's hand didn't stop there. The 10,000 Calamities demon art activated. A tyrannical suction force surged from the ghost hand. The flesh ball shriveled at a visible pace. Every ounce of energy composing it was forcibly extracted, distilled into its purest essence. Through the 10,000 souls banner, it surged into Ma Xiaoshuai's body. Ma Xiaoshuai closed his eyes, savoring the sensation. This power was saturated with resentment, yet at its core lay a faint, familiar essence. It was the foundational essence of the 10,000 Calamities demon art. Though crude and misguided, the root was undeniably correct. So that's how it is. Ma Xiaoshuai opened his eyes, a flash of understanding crossing them. A worthless fool who stumbled upon a fragment of the 10,000 Calamities demon art, thinking he could sacrifice an entire city's population to forge himself into some formidable being? Instead, he forged himself into a monstrous energy core, a grotesque hybrid unable to even maintain human form. Now he's trapped here, clinging to existence through these lowly creations? He laughed, a laugh dripping with utter contempt. This was nothing short of a disgrace to the demonic path. Yet for him, it was the most welcome news imaginable. A demonic fiend who cultivated the same source technique and forged himself into an energy conglomerate. Wasn't this the perfect tonic prepared just for him? Devouring him might even propel him straight to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. As for the lives of those 38 students, Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze fixed on the deepest recesses of the flesh and blood incubator. Through his earlier devouring, he had pinpointed the location of that master. A bloodthirsty grin spread across his face. I hope you can hold on a little longer. With that, he hoisted the banner of 10,000 souls and stepped forward. His figure vanished instantly from where he stood. He sped toward the core of the restricted zone, the so-called Lingjiang Grand Theater. Elsewhere, Li Qing's combat boots crushed the writhing flesh beneath his feet. Each step sank deep, only to be pushed back up by an unseen force. The sweet, metallic stench in the air seeped into her nostrils, stinging her nerves. Chapter 211, The Riverside Grand Theater. Unlike Ma Xiaoshuai's leisurely stroll, Li Qing's every step was filled with vigilance. Her gaze darted around the room, hunting for the slightest abnormal flicker. In her eyes, rescue depended solely on her own efforts. 38 young lives now lay trapped in the deepest depths of this hellish abyss. This was the oath she had sworn when she joined the Paranormal Investigation Bureau. Rip. The ground ahead split open without warning. A pale arm shot out from the fissure, lunging for her ankle. Li Qing's eyes narrowed sharply, her reaction blindingly fast. Instead of retreating, she lunged forward. A sliding tackle narrowly evaded the ghostly hand. As her body slid along the slick surface, twisting her waist to draw a gleaming silver dagger from her tactical vest. The blade was engraved with intricate runes. Thud. Blade met flesh.
A flash of silver light, and the arm was severed cleanly. A jet of black mist spurted from the wound. The severed limb twitched on the ground a few times before swiftly dissolving into a pool of black liquid. It seeped into the writhing flesh beneath his feet. Li Qing did not glance back once. Her sole objective remained fixed: the Linjiang Grand Theater. The surrounding flesh tentacles seemed to lose interest in her. Or perhaps, they were intimidated by the aura emanating from the silver blade at her waist. They retreated back beneath the earth. Minutes later, the magnificent edifice, shrouded in a haze of blood mist, finally came into view. Surprisingly, the entrance to the Grand Theater was unusually clean. Not a single trace of blood stained the white marble steps, starkly contrasting with the swamp of flesh and blood outside. It seemed like a deliberately preserved sanctuary. Li Qing's military boots clicked sharply against the stone steps. She pushed open the heavy carved wooden doors and stepped inside. The interior of the hall was clean to an almost eerie degree. The mirror-like marble floor reflected the enormous crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling. Posters of world-renowned plays adorned the walls. Not a trace of bloodshed lingered in the air, only a deathly silence. This place and the outside world were two entirely different realms. Li Qing gripped the dagger in his hand tighter, his gaze sharpening with heightened alertness. Something was off. It was too clean. It felt like a meticulously laid trap, waiting for its prey to walk right in. Without hesitation, she followed the building blueprints she'd obtained earlier. She sprinted toward the spiral staircase leading to the second-floor viewing gallery. The corridor stretched on. Photos of past outstanding performers hung on the walls on both sides. They all smiled, yet their smiles carried a hint of stiffness. Li Qing moved swiftly, yet the entrance to the spiral staircase remained ahead, neither near nor far. She ran for nearly a minute, yet the surroundings remained unchanged. Li Qing abruptly stopped, a fine sheen of cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. She glanced back. The carved wooden door of the entrance stood not far behind her, the distance exactly the same as when she had first entered. Ghostly wall? Li Qing's brows knitted tightly. Refusing to believe in superstition, she changed direction and sprinted toward the passage leading to the underground dressing room. The result was the same. No matter which way she ran, it felt like she was treading water in place. She could never reach her destination, nor escape this initial corridor. This space was warped. Li Qing took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Her right hand gripped the rune dagger tightly, while her left hand instinctively reached toward her chest. There hung a cold jade pendant. That bastard Ma Xiaoshuai. The thought flashed through her mind before she swiftly suppressed it. No, I must rely on myself. But time waits for no one. 38 students. Anxious turmoil raged within her, clashing fiercely with her pride as an investigator. Ultimately, the instinct for survival and the duty to save others overwhelmed everything else. She hesitated no longer, clutching the cold jade pendant in her hand. A faint wisp of black mist seeped out from the pendant, drifting along her fingertips. The mist did not attack her, but instead swirled gently before her eyes. Buzz. Li Qing felt as if a sledgehammer had struck her mind. The world before her eyes began to violently distort. The smooth marble floor transformed into a vast carpet stitched together from countless human faces. The expressions on those faces were filled with agony and despair. The smiling actor photos on the walls began to ooze. They dissolved into pools of pus and blood dripping from their frames. The ornate crystal chandelier overhead? They were clearly strings of eyeballs strung together, all turning in unison to stare at her. The so-called sanctuary instantly transformed into a far more terrifying hell. And that corridor she could never escape? It wasn't a corridor at all. The walls on either side were slowly writhing, fleshy membranes. Li Qing felt a wave of nausea, but more than that, a bone-chilling coldness. It dawned on her, from the moment she stepped through the gate, she had already been consumed inside. The icy touch of the jade pendant on her left hand kept her lucid. Those wisps of black mist revealed the true nature of this world before her eyes. She saw it. At the end of the flesh and blood walls, there was no longer a false staircase entrance. Instead, a fissure opened and closed ceaselessly. From the depths of the fissure came faint, muffled sobs. Without a moment's hesitation. The moment she recognized the fissure, Li Qing moved. His military boots crushed the carpet woven from human faces beneath his feet. The icy chill radiating from the jade pendant in her left hand sharpened her mind. Help, help me! A faint cry for help echoed from the depths of the fissure. It was the students' voices. Hang on. I'm coming, she shouted. The flesh walls seemed to sense her intent. Buzz. The entire corridor began to tremble violently. Countless closed eyelids on the walls suddenly snapped open, revealing cloudy eyeballs beneath. Above, the crystal chandeliers formed by rows of eyeballs simultaneously shifted direction, their ghastly beams of light converging upon her. Put. 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 Countless flesh and blood tentacles stabbed toward her from all directions. With a shrill screech that tore through the air, sealing off every path forward. Li Qing's eyes narrowed. Retreat? Behind her lay the souls of the desperate, swallowed whole. Before her lay 38 young lives awaiting rescue.
There was no retreat. Her body suddenly crouched low as she slid forward in a sliding tackle. The rune-inscribed dagger in her hand traced a silver semicircle before her. Wherever the silver light passed, the resilient tentacles were severed effortlessly. Black mist spewed forth, accompanied by shrill screams. Yet more tentacles surged forth from the severed stumps, relentlessly advancing. Li Qing's movements showed no hesitation. Like an icebreaker plowing through raging storms, she advanced resolutely toward that fissure of life. Yet she could feel her stamina rapidly draining. Every swing of her blade, every evasive dodge, came with immense mental strain. Chapter 212, The Bait. What weighed even heavier on her heart was the icy chill emanating from the jade pendant on her left hand, which seemed to be gradually fading. Was this thing Ma Xiaoshuai gave her time limited? The thought made her heart clench. If the jade pendant lost its power, she would be plunged back into that endless corridor illusion. Become fresh nourishment within this monster's body. She had to move faster. Just as she sliced through two crossing tentacles blocking her path. Just one step away from the fissure. A figure appeared without warning between her and the fissure. The figure stood with their back to her, dressed in casual attire that clashed starkly with the bloody, terrifying surroundings. He even had his hands in his pockets. Ma Xiaoshuai. Li Qing's pupils suddenly contracted, and her footsteps halted abruptly. You. Shu. Ma Xiaoshuai didn't even turn his head, merely raising a finger and shaking it gently. Don't make a sound. You'll scare it. It? Li Qing frowned, gripping his dagger tighter. The students are inside. Students? Ma Xiaoshuai glanced at Li Qing, his gaze lingering briefly on the jade pendant in her hand. Listen, Captain Li, you don't seriously believe what you saw is the truth, do you? What do you mean? Li Qing's heart sank, a bad feeling creeping over her. Ma Xiaoshuai didn't answer her. Instead, he lifted his chin. He nodded toward the fissure that kept opening and closing. Listen for yourself. Li Qing froze, instinctively straining to listen. The faint sobbing she'd heard before seemed clearer now. But something fell off. The sound was too uniform. Help! Save me! It hurts so much. Someone, please save us. Over 30 distinct voices, yet each using the exact same intonation, repeating the same words over and over. Like a pre-programmed tape recorder. Li Qing's face instantly drained of color. What is this? What else could it be? Ma Xiaoshuai shrugged, looking utterly nonchalant. Just bait. We used the cries you champions of justice find most irresistible to lure you here, and then. He pointed deeper into the fissure. There, a colossal, flesh and blood monstrosity loomed, shrouded in shadow. Countless thick veins connected the heart to the surrounding walls of flesh. With each beat, the entire chamber trembled. The 38 students were encased in translucent mucus. They hung suspended before the heart. Their eyes were tightly closed, their expressions serene, as if they had fallen into a deep sleep. And those cries for help? They emanated from the enormous heart itself. See? Ma Xiaoshuai's tone carried a hint of amusement. It's using those students as shields while mimicking their cries for help, waiting for hot-headed fools like you to walk right into its trap. Once you charge in to save them, it'll be time for its feast. Li Qing felt a chill run through her body. She stared intently at Ma Xiaoshuai. You knew all along? Of course. Ma Xiaoshuai yawned. Why else would I come in? Did you really think I was here on vacation? Then why didn't you say anything sooner? She thought back to how she'd fought tooth and nail just moments ago, nearly exhausting herself. Only to stumble into a meticulously laid trap. A wave of humiliation washed over her. Why should I have said anything? Ma Xiaoshuai stared at her with an expression that said she was an idiot. First, we're not close. Second, you didn't ask. You barged in all fired up, yelling I have to save them. I had to give you a chance to prove yourself, didn't I? You. Li Qing trembled with rage. Her fingers tightened around the dagger until they turned white. Ma Xiaoshuai, however, paid no heed to her fury. His gaze fixed on the center. TSK, truly a masterpiece. Merging one's cultivation with the earth's veins of this building, then feeding on the 7 emotions and 6 desires of humanity. Too bad you chose the wrong path. But it doesn't matter. Now, it all belongs to me. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he moved. He paid no heed to the 38 students blocking his path. Gripping the banner of 10,000 souls that had appeared in his hand at some unknown moment, he charged straight toward that heart. You're insane. The students are still there. Li Qing screamed in alarm. Ma Xiaoshuai's attack would inevitably harm the students being used as human shields. They won't die. Ma Xiaoshuai's voice carried from afar, tinged with impatience. Just a little shock. At most, they'll be unconscious for a few days. Besides, even if a few really die, what does it matter to me? You bastard. Li Qing cursed furiously, no longer caring about anything else. He immediately gave chase. She couldn't let this madman run wild.
Yet the massive, flesh and blood heart seemed to have been provoked by Ma Xiaoshuai's unmasked malice.
Hum. A deep, thunderous roar, like the beating of a war drum. A crimson shockwave erupted from the heart's surface, sweeping toward the two.
The crimson halo spread at a speed far exceeding Li Qing's reaction limit. Their vision was drenched in crimson. The scent of death washed over them.
It's over. The thought barely formed.
A vast, pitch-black banner unfolded silently before her. Upon its surface, countless faces contorted in agony flickered in and out of view, emitting soundless wails.
Boom! A crimson shockwave slammed into the banner of 10,000 souls.
The energy, powerful enough to pulverize steel, was swallowed whole by the black banner. The distorted faces on the banner grew even more hideous. Li Qing stared blankly at the figure blocking his path. This guy hadn't even shifted his stance. She had thought Ma Xiaoshuai was an arrogant madman. Now she realized just how utterly wrong she had been. This was the indifference born of absolute power. The bloodlight dissipated. Ma Xiaoshuai tucked away the banner of 10,000 souls, still slouching lazily with his hands in his pockets. His gaze swept past the unconscious students, locking firmly onto the massive, pulsating heart.
Pop! A faint sound. A crack opened on the heart's surface.
A pale, bare little foot emerged from the bloody, mangled fissure.
It landed on the sticky, slimy floor.
Then, a little girl in a white dress emerged from the heart. She appeared to be no more than 7 or 8 years old, her hair tied in 2 pigtails. Her skin was as white as snow, her eyes large and dark, yet utterly lifeless. Her immaculate appearance stood in stark contrast to the surrounding blood and filth.
Li Qing's throat went dry. A human girl emerging from the heart of a monster?
This was far more unsettling than the tentacles and eyeballs she had seen moments before.
The girl didn't look at Li Qing. Her gaze fell directly on Ma Xiaoshuai.
She tilted her head, a flicker of confusion seeming to pass through her empty eyes.
On you.
The girl spoke, her voice carrying an odd intonation unbecoming of a child.
Has the same scent as me. Chapter 213, where did it come from? Li Qing froze. The same scent? What did that mean? Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze instantly sharpened like a blade.
He fixed his gaze on the little girl.
Others couldn't sense it.
But he, as the sole legitimate heir to the 10,000 Calamities demon art, could sense it clearly. Within that girl's body lay a force of the same origin.
Where did you get your 10,000 Calamities demon art?
Li Qing was utterly baffled.
10,000 Calamities demon art? What the heck is that? Facing Ma Xiaoshuai's questioning, the little girl shook her head blankly. Her adorable little face showed no hint of emotion. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't know? Ma Xiaoshuai smiled. No problem. I'll make you remember. Or.
He shifted his tone, the heat in his eyes almost tangible.
I'll personally take it out of your body.
For the first time, a flicker of life flickered in the little girl's empty eyes.
It was fear. Seems you're not completely clueless after all.
Ma Xiaoshuai was pleased with this reaction.
As if he'd found an interesting toy.
He cut to the chase, the banner of 10,000 souls vanishing from his hand. In its place appeared a long, pitch-black blade.
Hum.
The blade trembled slightly, emitting a faint hum. The next instant, Ma Xiaoshuai vanished from his spot. Li Qing saw only a blur before his eyes as several black slashes of blade-like crisscrossed through the slime hanging from the students. All the flesh and blood conduits connecting the students snapped cleanly. 38 bodies, encased in slime, plummeted toward the ground like dumplings.
Li Qing's heart clenched and she instinctively lunged forward.
But before she could move, a gentle force caught the students, setting them down softly on a relatively clean patch of ground nearby. They remained unconscious, yet their breathing was steady, as if they were merely asleep. Li Qing froze in place. She stared at the retreating figure sheathing his blade, her mind going blank. This madman who had just moments ago shouted, "Even if they die, it's none of my business," had used such precise technique.
He'd saved everyone without a single scratch? What are you standing there for? Ma Xiaoshuai sneered without turning his head. Waiting for the monster to snatch them back as snacks?
Li Qing snapped back to reality, her face alternating between pale and flushed. Gritting her teeth, she sprinted to the students, pulled a jade pendant carved with intricate patterns from her pocket, and crushed it in her fist.
Snap!
A soft white light surged from the shards, forming a protective barrier. It enveloped all the unconscious students within its embrace. Only after completing this did she rise to her feet, her gaze darting warily across the field. At that moment, Ma Xiaoshuai was advancing step by step toward the lone little girl standing before the bloody heart.
Little one, though the 10,000 Calamities demon art within you is incomplete, its foundation is remarkably pure. Which old codger poured his entire legacy into you?
He spoke as if interrogating.
The black blade pointed its tip diagonally toward the ground. It left a shallow scorched mark on the sticky, bloody flesh. The little girl did not answer.
She stood silently, her dark eyes fixed intently on Ma Xiaoshuai. The giant heart behind her beat faster and faster, more and more violently.
Thump! 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 The entire space trembled in sync with the heartbeat. The flesh on the walls began to writhe. One by one, tortured human faces emerged, screaming silently. Seems you'd rather have it your way. Ma Xiaoshuai halted his steps, shaking his head with a hint of regret. Then you'll have to drink the punishment wine. The little girl suddenly opened her mouth. But the sound that came out wasn't hers. Roar! An invisible sonic wave transformed into a tangible shockwave, crashing down upon Ma Xiaoshuai. This force was several times more terrifying than the blood-red halo before. Even the white protective barrier shielding the students began flickering violently, as if it might shatter at any moment.
Li Qing's face drained of color.
Was this the true power of this monster? Yet Ma Xiaoshuai didn't even blink.
He merely raised the black long sword in his hand. With a casual flick of his wrist, he swung it forward.
No earth-shattering roar. No dazzling light effects.
The sonic wave powerful enough to tear through steel upon contact with the black blade's edge.
It was silently swallowed whole.
A strange rune flashed briefly on the black blade.
Ma Xiaoshuai even smacked his lips in satisfaction. Tastes good, though a bit impure.
The little girl's body trembled violently. Why could this man devour her power? That power had been forged by merging the earth veins of the entire school building, devouring countless negative emotions. The very roar of resentment she had forged.
Surprised?
Ma Xiaoshuai seemed to read her mind.
Because everything you take pride in is nothing more than leftovers from my games. Now, the game is over. With that, he held nothing back. His figure blurred into a black afterimage, lunging straight at the little girl. That black blur flashed across Li Qing's pupils in an instant.
Ma Xiaoshuai had already materialized before the little girl. His right hand clamped down firmly on the girl's head. With a tight squeeze, black demonic energy seeped through his fingers into the girl's 7 orifices. Soul search.
Ah!
The little girl's body convulsed violently. Her once expressionless little face was now contorted beyond recognition.
Fragmented scenes flooded into Ma Xiaoshuai's mind.
A dim basement, the pungent stench of blood.
A gaunt old man pressed his hand against a petri dish.
Inside the dish lay a curled-up infant.
Cough, cough. Heaven's ways are unjust, robbing me of my path. I devoted my entire life's work to forging the 10,000 Calamities demon fetus using demonic arts as its seed, feeding it on. When you emerge, you shall transform this realm into a demonic domain and avenge me. Madness flickered in the old man's eyes as his flesh visibly withered away, transforming into purest energy that surged ceaselessly into the infant's body.
The scene shifted. A school building, filled with countless students in uniforms.
A girl walked among them, invisible to all. Every negative emotion that stirred within the students' hearts becomes invisible sustenance, greedily absorbed by her. Her power grows at an astonishing rate. So that's how it is. The heat in Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes gradually cooled. A failed experiment, using herself as nourishment to cultivate an incomplete creation?
He murmured under his breath. This old man was clearly also a practitioner of the 10,000 Calamities demon art, having obtained its fragmentary text from somewhere. Pity he took the wrong path. The 10,000 Calamities demon art emphasized embracing all rivers, refining all things, and asserting supreme dominance. Not like him, turning himself into a pile of fertilizer to nourish a sapling destined to grow crooked.
What a disgrace to the demonic path. Chapter 214, Found. You. The little girl finally managed to force out a single word. The power within her, stimulated by the soul-searching technique, instinctively launched a frenzied counterattack. Roar! The colossal heart behind her, as if sensing its host's agony, suddenly contracted before swelling violently. Thump! 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 The heartbeat pounded like war drums, causing the entire flesh and blood space to tremble violently. Large chunks of flesh peeled away from the walls, revealing the pitch-black void beneath. Countless blood vessels connected to the heart seemed to come alive. They transformed into crimson whips, lashing out at Ma Xiaoshuai in a relentless, overwhelming barrage. Stop this at once. This place is collapsing. Li Qing stared at the violently flickering, crack-riddled white light barrier and screamed in terror. She couldn't comprehend it. What on earth was this man doing? He could have killed that monster with a single strike. Why insist on this utterly cruel method? Ma Xiaoshuai paid no heed to her screams. He didn't even lift an eyelid. Facing the blood-red whip lashing through the sky, he merely lifted his left hand, the one gripping the girl's head, with a gentle motion. Hum. An invisible black vortex abruptly expanded, centered on his palm. The violent crimson lashes dissolved silently the moment they neared the vortex, transforming into the purest energy and being completely devoured by Ma Xiaoshuai. Burp. Ma Xiaoshuai even let out a satisfied burp. After all this time, that's all you've got? His words carried disdain, yet a flicker of satisfaction crossed his eyes. Though these impure energies offered no benefit to his cultivation, they were more than sufficient to replenish his recent expenditure. The soul search continued. What he sought was not merely the origins of this 10,000 Calamities demon embryo.
He also sought the fragmentary knowledge of the 10,000 Calamities demon art that the old man possessed. Though his own cultivation method was orthodox, perhaps he could gain some intriguing insights from this heretical path. The little girl's body began to collapse. Her skin cracked inch by inch as black demonic energy, finding an outlet, surged wildly from within her body. Yet it was all swallowed up by the vortex in Ma Xiaoshuai's palm. The last glimmer of light in her pitch-black eyes faded completely.
Found it. Ma Xiaoshuai murmured. And now you die.
The moment the words fell, his fingers tightened around the girl's head.
Snap. A crisp sound.
The little girl's skull shattered under his brutal grip. Red and white splattered across his hand. Ma Xiaoshuai flicked his hand in disgust. Roar! A wail unlike any human cry erupted from that massive heart. Having lost its host, it too met its end. Thud! The final heartbeat sounded as dull as a dusk drum. The next instant, the colossal heart that had sustained the entire space exploded with a thunderous roar. Countless fragments of flesh and blood scattered wildly. The entire flesh and blood space, deprived of its final support, began to collapse. Everything before his eyes receded like a tide. From a hell of flesh and blood, it transformed back into the corridor of the Grand Theater. But now it lay in utter ruin. Cracks crisscrossed the walls, while fluorescent tubes flickered erratically on the ceiling, emitting a crackling hum of electricity. It's over. Li Qing slumped to the floor, staring blankly at the restored surroundings as her mind went blank. The light shield before her had dimmed to its faintest glow the instant her heart exploded. Finally, with a sharp crack, it shattered into specks of light and dissipated into the air. The unconscious students remained sprawled on the floor, unaware of everything that had just transpired. They were saved. They were all saved. The moment this thought arose, Li Qing's gaze instinctively turned toward the man standing nearby. He stood in the center of the corridor, not a speck of dust on him. As if the man who had just crushed the monster's skull with his bare hands wasn't him. Head bowed, he seemed lost in reflection. You? Li Qing's lips trembled. Ma Xiaoshuai seemed to only now notice her presence, slowly opening his eyes. His eyes were as black as ink, deep and unfathomable. Thank you for saving us. Regardless, he had saved everyone's lives, that was undeniable. Saved you? Don't misunderstand. He began walking toward Li Qing, step by step. His leather shoes clicked sharply on the cracked floor tiles, tap, tap, tap. She instinctively shifted backward, her back pressed tightly against the cold wall, with nowhere left to retreat. I'm just here to retrieve what belongs to me. Ma Xiaoshuai halted before her, towering over her with a condescending gaze. As for whether you live or die. He paused. What's it to me? Li Qing's breath caught. A bone-chilling coldness washed over her. This man, he meant every word. Tap. The sound of leather shoes echoed once more. Ma Xiaoshuai brushed past her and walked deeper into the corridor. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. A lazy voice drifted from behind. Li Qing whipped her head around, but the corridor was empty. There was no trace of Ma Xiaoshuai. As if he had never been there at all. Only those words lingered in the air. Since the person's been saved, I'll be on my way. Yuan City, luxury apartment complex. Space warped slightly as Ma Xiaoshuai materialized out of thin air. The living room lights were on. The sound of splashing water echoed from the bathroom. Wang Xiaoshuai crouched on the floor, staring blankly at the faucet she'd wrenched from the wall. Water gushed from the gaping hole in the wall, pooling into a small lake at her feet. She had only intended to wash her face, but somehow, with one forceful twist, it had ended up like this. Soft footsteps approached from behind. Wang Xiaoshuai turned and saw Ma Xiaoshuai. Her mouth opened. Am I turning into a monster? Her voice trembled with tears. Ma Xiaoshuai said nothing, merely raising his hand to press lightly against the gap in the wall. The gushing water stopped abruptly. He walked over to Wang Xiaoshuai. This isn't a monster. He gazed into Wang Xiaoshuai's frightened eyes, gently tucking a damp strand of hair behind her ear. You just haven't mastered perfect control over the energy within you. Before he finished speaking, he formed his fingers like a sword and traced a pattern in the air before Wang Xiaoshuai. Several golden runes flashed and vanished, sinking into her body. Wang Xiaoshuai felt the chaotic force within her body instantly grow docile. Ma Xiaoshuai effortlessly lifted her from the cold floor and carried her toward the bedroom. He laid her on the soft, large bed and wrapped her in a blanket. You now possess the power of a cultivator within you. Though it's a bit chaotic, it's ultimately a good thing. He sat on the edge of the bed, his voice unusually gentle. Trust me, I'll help you find a way to control this power. Wang Xiaoshuai stared at him blankly before nodding. Chapter 215, Journey to Kunlun Ruins. Ma Xiaoshuai's mind, however, was racing. Countless orthodox cultivation techniques flashed through his mind, only to be dismissed one by one. Those methods emphasized gradual progression and solidifying one's foundation. For someone like Wang Xiaoshuai, whose power had been forcibly instilled and whose foundation was unstable, they were nothing short of drinking poison to quench thirst. One misstep could sever her meridians. It seemed the only option left was to resort to demonic arts. Steal it. Those ancient, hidden sects always possess one or two foundational cultivation techniques suited for organizing chaotic spiritual energy. To them, it might be merely foundational, but for me, it's just right. Ma Xiaoshuai glanced at Wang Xingshui, whose eyes alone peeked out from beneath the quilt, and suddenly spoke.
Want to go on a trip? Wang Xingshui froze for a moment. She happened to be on annual leave and didn't have to work. So she obediently nodded. For the trip to Kunlun ruins, Ma Xiaoshuai didn't opt for any magical shortcuts like shrinking the earth to an inch. Instead, he booked 2 high-speed rail tickets to a remote western city and rented an SUV. Sitting in the passenger seat, Wang Xingshui watched the barren Gobi Desert rush past the window, her feelings tangled. Are we really going on a vacation? She murmured softly. Ma Xiaoshuai gripped the steering wheel with one hand while propping the window open with the other, his gaze distant. Of course. We're going to grab some local specialties. The car finally came to a stop at the entrance of a long-abandoned scenic area. A weathered stone tablet stood crookedly. The characters Kunlun Sacred Mountain were blurred beyond recognition. The air was thin and dry, carrying the unique biting chill of the plateau. Ma Xiaoshuai hauled a silver suitcase from the trunk. The wheels of the suitcase rolled over the gravel with a jarring clatter, sounding utterly out of place. Pulling the suitcase with one hand and holding Wang Qingshue's hand with the other, they walked toward the stone monument as if no one else existed. Just as they were about to pass the monument. Halt! A sharp command rang out from nowhere. 2 figures materialized like ghostly apparitions from the thin air. They wore white Taoist robes embroidered with cloud patterns at the hems, black cloth boots on their feet, their faces stern, eyes scrutinizing. The younger disciple, Zhao Qian, fixed his piercing gaze on Ma Xiaoshuai, his brow furrowed. A mortal? And lugging such a ridiculous trunk? When his gaze shifted to Wang Qingshui, his expression changed instantly. Evil aura. The older disciple, Sun Li, also sensed it. He stepped forward, his expression grave. Junior brother, this girl's aura is chaotic and turbulent. It's clear someone forcibly infused her with spiritual energy, destroying her foundation. She's not far from becoming a destructive demonic creature. A flicker of disgust crossed Zhao Qian's eyes. You are correct, senior brother. Such a failed experiment must not be allowed to set foot in Kunlun ruins. Otherwise, if she contaminates the spiritual veins, neither of us will escape blame, even if we die 10,000 times. In their eyes, Wang Qingshui was like a filthy bomb ready to explode at any moment. And Ma Xiaoshuai, who brought her along, was a mere mortal who didn't know his place, daring to bring this calamity into the sacred land. Sun Li looked at Ma Xiaoshuai. Esteemed Taoist, this woman has succumbed to demonic corruption. Entrust her to us. Our Jade Void sect will purify her, preventing her from wreaking havoc upon the mortal realm. The so-called purification was nothing more than draining every ounce of power from her body. To turn her into a useless shell, or even erase her entirely. Ma Xiaoshuai finally halted his steps. He lifted his eyelids, glancing at the 2 men. His gaze treated them like 2 stones blocking his path. I'm going to the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion. He couldn't be bothered to explain Wang Qingshue's situation. Zhao Qian snorted as if he'd heard the most ridiculous joke imaginable. The Hall of Heavenly Secrets? You? A mere mortal, burdened with a woman on the brink of becoming a demonic fiend, dares to speak of going there? I advise you to hand this girl over immediately and then get the hell off this mountain. The rules of Kunlun ruins are not something you can break. Ma Xiaoshuai's gaze turned cold. Rules? He pulled Wang Qingshui forward and continued walking. I am the rule. How dare you? Zhao Qian erupted in fury. He could not tolerate a mere mortal so blatantly challenging the authority of Kunlun ruins. He formed his fingers into a sword, conjuring a blue blade of light from thin air. It sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. It slashed toward the hand linking Ma Xiaoshuai and Wang Qingshui. He intended to forcibly separate them. Wang Qingshui turned deathly pale with fear, instinctively closing her eyes. Yet the expected searing pain never came. Snap. A faint sound. The blade of light, sharp enough to cleave steel, shattered instantly half a foot from Ma Xiaoshuai, dissolving into scattered points of spiritual light. Zhao Qian froze. Sun Li's pupils suddenly contracted. Ma Xiaoshuai's stride didn't falter for an instant. He didn't even glance back. Noisy. He uttered the 2 words indifferently. The next instant, an indescribable, terrifying pressure crashed down. Pitch-black demonic energy spread silently from beneath his feet, draining the color from the gravel ground wherever it touched. Zhao Qian and Sun Li both drained of color. They felt as though they had been targeted by a primordial beast awakened from the depths of ancient times. Those unseen eyes held utter indifference. Souls trembled, Dao hearts shattered. Thud. Their legs gave way, and they collapsed to their knees, unable to control themselves. They didn't even have the courage to lift their heads. The pride and disdain they had felt moments before now transformed into fear that seeped deep into their bones. Ma Xiaoshuai pulled his suitcase, holding Wang Qingshui's hand. They brushed past the 2, walking past the stone monument. As their figures vanished into the void behind the monument, that terrifying pressure finally receded like a tide. Zhao Qian suddenly collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, their backs drenched in cold sweat. Brother! Brother Zhao! What? What was that thing? Zhao Qian's voice trembled. Sun Li's lips quivered, unable to form a single word. He knew only this: in that instant, he felt that if he uttered one more word, his very soul would be utterly devoured by that pitch-black demonic energy. Passing through the stone steel, the scene before them suddenly opened up. Gone was the desolate Gobi Desert. Pure spiritual energy, almost liquid in its concentration, washed over him, causing Wang Qingshua's entire body to tremble. The chaotic force surging within her body grew noticeably calmer. Before her eyes lay a celestial mountain floating amidst a sea of clouds. Waterfalls cascaded down its slopes like inverted rivers of silver, while flocks of cranes occasionally soared overhead. Their cries rang out, clear and resonant. In the distance, jade palaces and crystal towers appeared and disappeared amidst the mist, radiating an otherworldly aura. This is Kunlun Su? Wang Qingxue was so stunned by the sight before her that she could not speak. Just a backyard enclosed by an array formation. Ma Xiaoshuai's assessment remained as sharp as ever. His gaze swept across the mountains, searching for the entrance to the Tianji Pavilion. The orthodox cultivation techniques were simply too demanding for Wang Qingshue's current body to endure. Only the Tianji Pavilion's so-called Tianji disc, reputed to be able to divine all things, might be able to tailor the most suitable cultivation technique for her. Chapter 216, Ma Lingling. To refine and unify the chaotic energies within her body. This was the true purpose of his visit. Just then, a light, ethereal female voice drifted from nearby. My friends, you seem unfamiliar. May I ask which immortal sect you represent, and what brings you to Kunlun ruins? Ma Xiaoshuai turned to look. A young girl dressed in a pale yellow gown stood before them, her smile radiant. She appeared to be no more than 17 or 18, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, her demeanor ethereal and otherworldly. A perfectly measured smile played at the corners of her lips. She curtsied gracefully to Ma Xiaoshuai and Wang Qingxue. This humble maiden is Ma Lingling, a disciple of the 36th generation of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion. Seeing that you two appear unfamiliar, may I ask what brings you to our pavilion? Her voice rang out clear as a nightingale's song, yet her bright eyes quietly appraised the pair. When her gaze swept over the silver suitcase in Ma Xiaoshuai's hand, a fleeting, barely perceptible hint of disdain flickered deep within her eyes. A mundane object. Then, upon seeing the chaotic, jumbled spiritual energy emanating from Wang Qingxue, her beautiful brows furrowed slightly. A mortal from who knows where, bringing with her a massive problem. Ma Xiaoshuai didn't even bother to lift an eyelid, speaking directly in a tone that sounded like he was instructing a servant. Lend me your heavenly mechanism disc. The air seemed to freeze for an instant. Ma Lingling's smile froze on her face. She wondered if she'd misheard. Borrow the heavenly mechanism disc? It sounded like the most ridiculous joke of the century. Her lips twitched, and she nearly lost her composure. My friend, are you joking? Ma Lingling's tone turned icy, the carefully maintained politeness of moments before vanishing entirely, replaced by a condescending scrutiny. The Heavenly Mechanism Disc is the supreme treasure of our Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, personally guarded by my master, the immortal King Swansea. It divines the way of heaven and establishes the foundations of the universe. How could it be lent out casually? Forget lending it out, even our sect elders aren't allowed near it unless it's a matter of utmost urgency. Her voice rose sharply, brimming with the pride and unquestioning authority of a disciple from a prestigious sect. Who exactly are you? Speaking so boldly, don't you fear the wind might twist your tongue? In her eyes, the man before her was either a madman or someone deliberately looking for trouble. A mere mortal venturing into the heart of Kunlun ruins, demanding to borrow the sect's most sacred treasure? Absolutely preposterous. Wang Qingxue nervously gripped Ma Xiaoshuai's sleeve. She could sense the hostility radiating from the girl named Ma Lingling. She knew the request was unreasonable and whispered, Ma Xiaoshuai, maybe we should think of another way? Ma Xiaoshuai seemed not to hear her. He finally looked directly at Ma Lingling, a mocking curve forming at the corners of his mouth. I'm not discussing this with you. I'm here to take something. All you need to do is show me the way. As for your master, King Swansea, whether he agrees or not doesn't matter. Ma Lingling trembled with rage, her fair face flushing crimson. She had grown up in Kunlun ruins. Had she ever encountered such an arrogant and insolent fellow? How dare you? Ma Lingling snapped, this is the domain of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion, not a place for you to run wild. I see you're nothing but a demonic heretic come to disrupt Kunlun ruins. Since you seek death, don't blame me for upholding heaven's justice. Before her words faded, her hands formed intricate seals. As her fingers danced, faint golden runes materialized before her. The runes rapidly coalesced into a vast golden net, descending like a trap to ensnare Ma Xiaoshuai. Heavenly net. Seize him. This net, woven from pure spiritual energy, was specifically designed to capture demons and evil spirits. Once ensnared within it, even those with heaven-defying cultivation would be immobilized, unable to move an inch. This was the most fundamental yet practical enemy trapping spell of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion. A smug, cold smile spread across Ma Lingling's face.
She could already envision this reckless fool trapped within the golden net, kneeling on the ground in a pitiful state, begging for mercy.
Yet Ma Xiaoshuai didn't even flinch.
He merely raised his hand and flicked his finger lightly toward the rapidly descending golden net.
Clink.
A soft sound, like a jade bead falling onto a plate. The seemingly impenetrable golden net trembled violently mid-air, then shattered inch by inch. It dissolved into a shower of golden sparks, scattering across the sky.
Like a dazzling fireworks display. What?
Ma Lingling's smile froze on her face, her eyes nearly popping out of her head.
That was the heavenly net. Even a Foundation establishment cultivator couldn't break through it so effortlessly. Who the hell was he?
Ma Xiaoshuai withdrew his hand, frowning impatiently.
This is so noisy. Looks like you're not planning to show the way.
He pulled his suitcase and strode purposefully toward the main peak shrouded in distant mist.
If you won't lead the way, I'll find it myself.
Stop. Ma Lingling, both shocked and furious, instinctively reached out to stop him again. But at that very moment, a bone-chilling intent to kill instantly locked onto her. That intent was so pure, so terrifying, like a chill wind blowing from the depths of hell itself. It sent a wave of icy coldness coursing through her from head to toe. Her body froze solid, her hand frozen mid-gesture, unable to move an inch. Cold sweat instantly soaked her back. She stared in terror at the retreating figure pulling a suitcase. That figure appeared utterly ordinary, yet in her perception, it had transformed into an ancient demon god overlooking all living beings. Indifferent, icy cold, utterly devoid of emotion. She had no doubt that if she moved even an inch, the next instant would see her soul and spirit utterly annihilated, vanishing completely from this world. This was the first time in her life she had ever felt the threat of death. So close, so real. Ma Xiaoshuai walked past her, holding Wang Qingshue's hand, oblivious to her presence. The wheels of his suitcase rolled across the jade-paved ground with a jarring, discordant clatter. Only when their figures faded into the distance. That terrifying killing intent that had locked onto her finally began to dissipate.
Ma Lingling's legs buckled beneath her.
She collapsed onto the ground, pale as a sheet, her chest heaving violently as she gasped for breath, drawing in the pure spiritual energy of this place. Staring at the receding figure, her eyes held nothing but endless dread.
Who exactly was he? Kunlun Ruins. When did such a monster arrive here?
Mist swirled along the mountain paths of Kunlun Ruins, the spiritual energy so thick it seemed poised to condense into droplets. The jade-paved ground shone like a mirror, reflecting the sky's light and clouds, until the clatter-clatter of wheels shattered the millennia-old silence. Wang Qingxue followed closely behind Ma Xiaoshuai, her heart pounding wildly in her chest.
Xiaoshuai. Are we making too big a scene by barging in like this?
The icy killing intent emanating from him had subsided.
Chapter 217, Warning Signs.
Ma Xiaoshuai didn't pause his stride or glance back.
Not really. What? Wang Qingxue hadn't processed it yet. I said, the situation hasn't escalated enough. Ma Xiaoshuai's tone was flat and emotionless. Too little commotion. The old man won't come out on his own. The old man he referred to was obvious. Wang Qingxue was momentarily speechless. Just then. Dong.
A distant, deep toll of a bell echoed from the main peak shrouded in mist, reverberating throughout the entire Kunlun Ruins. Such a toll could not be produced by ordinary metal. Immediately followed by a second, then a third. 3 tolls signaled the highest level alert from the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. It meant a powerful enemy had invaded. Whoosh! Streams of light sliced through the air, hovering mid-sky. These were the Tianji Pavilion's patrol disciples, each standing atop a flying sword. Dressed uniformly in blue Taoist robes, their expressions solemn. Their gazes locked simultaneously upon the 2 uninvited guests on the mountain path. Who dares intrude upon the Tianji Pavilion and injure the master's disciple? A thunderous shout split the air as a stern-faced middle-aged Taoist descended from the heavens. He landed 10 zhang ahead of Ma Xiaoshuai, blocking their path. His name was Li Xianfeng, chief of the enforcement hall of the Tianji Pavilion. His cultivation having reached the late foundation establishment stage. Within the sect, his status was second only to the few elders. His gaze swept over Ma Lingling, slumped motionless in the distance, and his expression darkened instantly. Turning to Ma Xiaoshuai, he detected not a trace of spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from him. Was this the pair who had breached the mountain gates, injured disciples, and triggered the incessant alarm bells? Li Xuanfeng's eyes brimmed with contempt and bewilderment. He felt the prestige of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion had been trampled into the dirt. A mortal and a worthless fool, who gave you the audacity? Li Xuanfeng's voice was as cold as ice. Sever your own legs. Kneel before the main peak to beg forgiveness from the pavilion master, perhaps then your lives might be spared. In his eyes, this was already a tremendous act of mercy. Ma Xiaoshuai finally halted his steps. He lifted his eyes to the middle-aged Taoist blocking his path, his brow furrowing even deeper. Another one. He spat out the 4 words impatiently. You're so noisy. Li Xianfeng almost thought he'd misheard. As the esteemed chief enforcer, when had he ever endured such humiliation? You're asking for death.
Rage instantly overwhelmed his reason.
Li Xianfeng formed his fingers into a sword-like point,
and a condensed,
azure sword chi materialized out of thin air. With a piercing shriek that tore through the air, it shot straight toward Ma Xiaoshuai's forehead.
This strike, that azure yuan sword chi, unleashed in his fury, possessed the power to pierce steel plates in an instant.
The disciples watching from above already wore cruel,
cold smiles.
They seemed to already witness the madman's bloody demise.
Yet Ma Xiaoshuai remained rooted to the spot.
As the sword energy neared its target,
whoosh! A gentle breeze blew from his mouth. That piercingly fierce Qingyuan sword energy,
like a wisp of smoke in a fierce wind,
couldn't even last an instant.
It simply vanished abruptly.
Dead silence hung over the land. Clatter.
Only the wheels of the suitcase rolled softly,
emitting a faint sound. Everyone froze in place.
The disciples suspended in midair froze with mocking smiles frozen on their faces,
eyes wide as saucers. Li Xianfeng was struck as if by lightning, frozen in place, his mind a blank. Blowing away my Qingyuan sword chi? How could that be possible? I told you, I'm annoyed. Ma Xiaoshuai pulled his suitcase, stepped forward, and continued walking. He walked past Li Xianfeng,
who stood frozen in shock.
Don't let this happen again.
The flat tone reached Li Xuanfeng's ears. A chill ran through Li Xuanfeng's body, fear surging straight to the top of his head.
He tried to strike again, but he found himself unable to move. A powerful force held him firmly in place.
He could only watch helplessly as that figure ascended step by step up the white jade staircase leading to the main peak.
Gulp! Someone swallowed hard, though it was unclear who. The entire Kunlun ruins fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The alarm bells rang ever more urgently,
echoing through the mountain ranges of Kunlun ruins. More streaks of light shot skyward from caves and dwellings across the landscape,
swiftly converging upon the midpoint of the mountain path.
The leading auras were exceptionally potent,
clearly belonging to elders of the Tianji Pavilion who had been in seclusion for years.
They saw Ma Lingling slumped on the mountain path and Li Xianfeng,
the chief of the law enforcement hall,
frozen stiff in place.
The expressions of the Tianji Pavilion masters darkened instantly. How many years had it been since the establishment of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion? Who had ever dared to venture into the mountains alone, treating the pavilion's authority as nothing? Yet that man did not even glance their way.
Maintaining his leisurely pace, he led the girl beside him step by step up the white jade staircase.
Clunk, clunk.
The sound of wheels became the sole melody echoing through this realm,
crushing everyone's dignity and understanding. Form the formation. A hoarse, furious roar echoed down from the clouds. An old Taoist, his beard and hair entirely white, stood with a whisk in hand, his face ashen.
He was the transmission elder.
His status surpassed even Li Xuanfeng's. Activate the 9 palaces 8 trigrams formation. I'll see what kind of demon dares to run amok in our heavenly mechanism pavilion. At his command, the entire main peak seemed to come alive.
Complex golden runes ignited along the jade-paved mountain path.
They interwove into a web,
enveloping the entire path.
The air instantly thickened, an irresistible pressure squeezing in from all directions. Above, the skies darkened.
The illusory form of the 8 trigrams slowly materialized,
casting an aura that suppressed all.
This was the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion's mountain defending formation, said to easily trap and slay even great cultivators at the Golden Core stage.
Ugh! Wang Xiaoshuai let out a muffled groan, her fair face turning deathly pale in an instant. She was merely an ordinary person, how could she withstand such overwhelming spiritual pressure?
She felt her bones creaking and groaning, her internal organs straining to burst from her body.
Just as she was about to faint,
a fleeting golden light flashed deep within her body.
Ma Xiaoshuai's footsteps halted.
He turned his head and glanced at Wang Xiaoshuai.
With his free hand, he casually flicked her forehead. Pop! A soft pop.
Wang Xiaoshuai felt a sudden lightness wash over her. The terrifying pressure that had nearly crushed her vanished without a trace in an instant, as if everything that had happened before had been nothing but an illusion.
She gasped for breath. Meanwhile,
Ma Xiaoshuai had already turned his gaze back toward the radiant mountain defending formation.
His face betrayed unmistakable annoyance. Damn it, so noisy. He raised his foot. Then, under the horrified stares of all the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion disciples and elders, he stomped his foot down onto a glowing golden talisman node embedded in the ground. Snap! A crisp, eerily sharp cracking sound echoed. That rune node dimmed. Then, like dominoes toppling in sequence. Snap! 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 Centered on his landing point, a dense chorus of shattering sounds merged into one continuous roar. Chapter 218, The Old Man. The runes, woven from pure spiritual energy, snapped like spider webs, their light fading rapidly. The ethereal Bagua formation in the sky shook violently, emitting a reluctant wail before shattering with a thunderous crash. It dissolved into a sky filled with scattered points of light. In the blink of an eye, the mountain defending array powerful enough to trap and kill a golden core cultivator, Was broken? Put high above. The senior cultivator overseeing the array was struck as if by a heavy hammer. He violently coughed up a mouthful of blood, his aura instantly withering. Behind him, dozens of core disciples stood pale-faced and unsteady on their feet. The array had been brutally dismantled at its very foundation. Every single one of those who had maintained the formation suffered severe backlash. Impossible. Impossible. The transmission elder stared at the figure continuing to ascend. His eyes filled with unprecedented bewilderment. That was the mountain defending formation. He merely stepped on it? How did he locate the array's core node? No, that wasn't even the most crucial node. How did he dismantle the entire array structure with such a simple method? This was beyond his comprehension. This wasn't magic. This was a crushing victory at the level of the rules themselves. Clunk, clunk. The sound of wheels rolled once more, steady and deliberate, step by step, heading toward the Hall of Heavenly Mechanics atop the main peak. Wherever it passed, the disciples of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion, suspended mid-air, instinctively maneuvered their flying swords to the sides, clearing a path. No one dared to obstruct it. No one dared to intervene. They merely watched as the man pulling the suitcase and the girl he held by the hand ascended the final steps, coming to stand before the gates of the Hall of Heavenly Mechanics. There, the doors remained tightly shut. Beyond them lay the true heart of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, and the old man they longed to see, yet who had always evaded them. Creak! The bronze door, heavy as 10,000 jin, slowly swung inward without a hand to push it. The dull scraping sound drowned out everyone's heartbeats. Beyond the threshold lay a void as deep as an abyss. A figure emerged, walking slowly from within. The figure wore a simple blue Taoist robe, with snow-white hair and beard, a gaunt face, and held a white jade whisk in hand. As he walked, he seemed to merge with some primordial rhythm of the universe. Each step resonated with the surrounding spiritual energy, creating a subtle harmony. With an ethereal demeanor and transcendent aura, this was none other than King Xuanzi, the current head of the Tianji Pavilion. At his appearance, all disciples of the Tianji Pavilion present, including the gravely wounded transmission elder, seemed to find their anchor, bowing in unison. Welcome, Master. Their voices carried both the relief of having survived a catastrophe and profound reverence. King Xuanzi did not look at them. His gaze remained fixed on Ma Xiaoshuai from start to finish. At first glance, those eyes were as still as an ancient well, deep as the starry sky. Yet, upon prolonged observation, one could discern the swirling shadows of countless runes and hexagrams within, as if all things in the world were merely sets of data to be deduced within his gaze. Sir, impressive skill. King Xuanzi spoke, his voice echoing across the entire mountaintop. To breach our Tianji Pavilion's mountain gate, law enforcement hall, and protective array single-handedly since our sect's founding, you are the first to achieve such a feat. As he spoke, he imperceptibly released his divine sense, enveloping Ma Xiaoshuai. He intended to probe the depths of this young man. Who in heaven could possess such earth-shattering cultivation? Yet the moment his divine sense touched the space within 3 feet of Ma Xiaoshuai, it vanished without a trace. King Xuanzi's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. The composure on his face finally cracked. Unfathomable. Even exhausting his entire lifetime of cultivation, he could not fathom the slightest aspect of his opponent. May I inquire what brings you to my Tianji Pavilion? King Xuanzi's tone retained the authority of a superior, yet it now carried an added weight of gravity. You sent disciples to block my path. Ma Xiaoshuai finally spoke, his voice tinged with irritation at being interrupted by trivial matters. He pointed down the mountain path toward Li Xianfeng. He even tried to attack those by my side. He gestured toward Wang Qingxue beside him. King Xuanzi's gaze swept over Li Xianfeng, then lingered on Wang Qingxue, his brow furrowing slightly. A mortal? All this commotion over a mere mortal? Thoughts raced through his mind. When he spoke again, his voice had turned cold. Even if my disciples have erred, our sect's rules will handle it. Your actions are overly domineering. Where does that leave the righteous path's regulations? This is an open provocation against the authority of the entire righteous alliance. He invoked his powerful backing, attempting to overwhelm his opponent with righteous indignation. As his words fell, an even more colossal aura surged from his body. Linked to the very earth veins of Kunlun ruins, it coalesced into pressure as vast as mountains and seas, bearing down directly upon Ma Xiaoshuai. It was a warning, and a final ultimatum. Yet Ma Xiaoshuai merely lifted an eyelid, seemingly finding even a single extra word a waste of time. I've come to borrow something. I'll leave once I'm done. King Xuanzi froze. Borrow something? The heavenly mechanism disc. Ma Xiaoshuai uttered the 3 words. It was earth-shattering. A deathly silence fell over the entire hall of heavenly secrets. Every disciple of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion thought they had misheard. What was the Heavenly Mechanism Disc? It was the sect's most treasured artifact,
The very foundation upon which they divined the heavens and sought fortune while avoiding misfortune. The very lifeblood of the entire sect.
Borrow the heavenly mechanism disc? How was that any different from outright theft?
How dare you? Qing Xuanzi could no longer maintain his ethereal, sage-like facade. Rage boiled over. Rage surged across his gaunt face, his white beard quivering without a breeze. You insolent upstart! The heavenly mechanism disc is the very foundation of our sect's establishment.
How dare you? A rogue of unknown origin. Covet it. It seems today, I must act in the name of heaven. I shall seal you here as a warning to others. Before his words faded, he pointed his fingers like swords toward Ma Xiaoshuai from afar. Heavenly mechanism finger. There was no earth-shattering roar, nor dazzling radiance. It was just an ordinary finger. Yet within Ma Xiaoshuai's perception, the laws of heaven and earth around him were violently warped in that instant. Cause and effect, destiny, fortune, countless profound and mysterious forces were stirred, weaving themselves into a net of fatal certainty. This finger locked onto not his physical form, but his very fate. There was no evasion, no defense. This is interesting. A hint of interest finally flickered across Ma Xiaoshuai's face. He remained motionless, merely stirring the 10,000 calamities demon art within him. An aura of utter destruction and devouring power, pure to the extreme, coalesced at his fingertips. Pop. He flicked it out casually. Two utterly distinct forces, both standing at the pinnacle of their respective rules, collided silently in midair and annihilated each other. Qing Xuanzi grunted, his form swaying slightly, his eyes filled with utter horror. Chapter 219, The Ancestral Master's Spirit. His pride and joy, the finger of heavenly mechanics capable of altering the fate of golden core cultivators. Had it been so easily shattered? The technique the opponent used seemed to be an even more overpowering form of Dao. Utterly stubborn. Qing Xuanzi roared in fury,
knowing this day would end in nothing but disaster. His palms snapped together as he chanted incantations, his aura surging relentlessly, unleashing the full foundation of the heavenly mechanics pavilion. We humbly summon the spirits of our ancestral masters throughout the ages. Boom! The ancestral shrine at the rear of the hall of heavenly mechanics erupted in a blinding golden light. Vast, ancient auras, shadowy figures radiating overwhelming pressure, soared skyward from the shrine, hovering behind Qing Xuanzi. There were over a dozen of them. Each shadowy figure represented a peerless powerhouse who had once presided over the heavenly mechanism pavilion. Their achievements rivaling the very workings of creation. Their combined power dimmed the entire sky, causing clouds to roll backward and thunder to roar. A terrifying pressure far surpassing the golden core realm, even touching upon higher realms, descended like the heavens collapsing, enveloping the entire main peak. On the mountain path, the weaker disciples could barely stand firm under this crushing pressure. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. This was the heavenly mechanism pavilion's true trump card, the ultimate force they would only unleash when facing annihilation. And today, to deal with a single man, King Xuanzi had directly unveiled this trump card, facing the dozen ancestral figures whose auras crushed the heavens and earth. Ma Xiaoshuai stepped forward, the aura emanating from him shifted. A primal hunger, born of chaos, devouring all things. Behind him, a blurred demonic shadow flickered into existence. That shadow appeared for but an instant, yet it caused the dozen or so ancestral figures, whose overwhelming pressure covered the heavens, to tremble in unison. Their golden light dimmed instantly. It was fear born from the very source of life. No, this can't be. Qing Xuanzi screamed, all color draining from his face. He could sense the ancestral spirits trembling, wailing. They weren't enraged, they were terrified, playing tricks with ghosts and spirits. Ma Xiaoshuai spat out the words impatiently. He raised his right hand and made a light fist toward the vast, sacred, and solemn illusory figures. Disperse. One word. The command was obeyed. The dozen or so ancestral specters, crystallized with the millennial-old fortune and heritage of the heavenly mechanics pavilion, burst like soap bubbles pricked by a needle. Without even a wail of sorrow, they shattered before the horrified eyes of all the disciples. They shattered into countless fragments, scattering into a sky filled with points of light. Yet those specks did not vanish into the void. Instead, they coalesced into countless tiny streams of light, surging uncontrollably toward Ma Xiaoshuai's palm. He swallowed them. Put. Qing Xuanzi was struck as if by lightning, violently spitting out a mouthful of blood. His entire body instantly wilted. His hair and beard turned from white to gray, and wrinkles crawled across his once lean face, as if he had aged decades in an instant. His vital energy was bound to the ancestral spirit's essence. With the spirit devoured, his own primordial life force was drained away. His Dao foundation destroyed. My Dao. Qing Xuanzi's eyes glazed over as he murmured to himself. His entire body collapsed to the ground, stripped of every trace of his once austere, otherworldly demeanor. The sex heritage he had once prided himself on, the glory he had guarded his entire life, proved worth less than paper. It was more like a gift delivered to their doorstep. A deathly silence hung over the entire Tianji Hall. Every disciple of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion stood dumbfounded. What had they just witnessed? The ancestral spirit that had protected their sect for 1,000 years, had it been devoured like a snack? Their pavilion master, the revered pillar of Kunlun ruins, reduced to a cripple with a single strike? Many disciples, their spiritual resolve shattered, rolled their eyes and collapsed unconscious. The rest collapsed to the ground, their faces ashen, unable to muster even the courage to flee. Ma Xiaoshuai didn't spare Qing Xuanzi another glance. They were mere ants, crushed underfoot, and that was that. His gaze shifted toward the ancestral hall where golden light had erupted. He could sense the aura of the heavenly mechanism disk emanating from within. He strode forward, ignoring the scattered bodies of Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion disciples strewn across the ground, heading straight for the shrine. Each step he took felt like crushing everyone's hearts beneath his feet. Stop! Stop! The severely wounded transmission elder struggled to rise, yet not a shred of strength remained in him. He could only watch helplessly as that demon approached the sect's forbidden grounds. Ma Xiaoshuai arrived at the shrine's entrance. The ancient wooden door pulsed with swirling runes, radiating a formidable barrier force. This was the final barrier of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion. Ma Xiaoshuai didn't even bother to look. He kicked it open with a single blow. Boom! Wood chips flew everywhere. The entire shrine's protective barriers, along with that door, instantly crumbled to dust. The interior of the shrine was laid bare before everyone's eyes. At the center altar, there were no spirit tablets, no incense, only a simple stone slab floated silently in the air. The stone slab was engraved with intricate, esoteric patterns, as if encompassing the celestial constellations and the ultimate truths of the universe. It was the heavenly mechanism disk. It seemed to sense the demonic energy emanating from Ma Xiaoshuai, an energy diametrically opposed to its own. The surface began spinning rapidly, emitting a soft yet resilient white light, attempting to repel Ma Xiaoshuai. Noisy. Ma Xiaoshuai stepped into the ancestral hall and reached out to grab the heavenly mechanism disk. The heavenly mechanism disk blazed with intense light, unleashing a surge of righteous energy that crashed toward Ma Xiaoshuai. This force was potent enough to instantly purify any evil spirit below the golden core realm. Yet the moment it touched Ma Xiaoshuai's palm, it vanished without a trace, like a stone sinking into the sea. Without hesitation, his hand pressed firmly onto the surface of the heavenly mechanism disk. Snap! A faint, crisp sound, as if something had cracked. The divine light of the heavenly mechanism disk dimmed abruptly. Its spinning disk halted abruptly, emitting a series of mournful whines. Its spirit essence, faced with Ma Xiaoshuai's pure, devouring demonic intent, had no chance to resist and was instantly crippled. Let me see. Ignoring the heavenly mechanism disk's lament, Ma Xiaoshuai's other hand traced a finger across its surface. A thread of demonic energy surged from his fingertip, brutally invading the disk's core. He was forcing a divination. The ancient stone disk erupted with unprecedented resistance. Countless runes on its surface flashed wildly, desperately trying to expel that all-consuming demonic energy. Within the ancestral hall, light flickered erratically. Sacred white light and tyrannical black mist violently intertwined and collided, the resulting shockwaves tearing cracks into the altar table and surrounding walls. Ma Xiaoshuai frowned. He couldn't care less about heavenly retribution or the forbidden secrets of the cosmos. He knew only that Wang Qingshui needed a cultivation technique. Therefore, the heavenly secrets disk must grant him one. With this thought, he pressed his palm harder against the heavenly mechanism disk. More demonic energy surged into it like a floodgate opening, rushing in with brutal force. Find it for me. Crack, 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 crack. A series of sharp cracking sounds echoed from within the heavenly mechanism disk. The disk's rotation spun completely out of control at that moment. It was no longer calculating the heavenly secrets, but being forcibly searched by an external force. Chapter 220, the Taiyin Huane Sutra. The patterns that once represented stellar trajectories and the threads of fate now lay utterly chaotic, transformed into a swirling vortex of confusion. Countless streams of jumbled information churned within the vortex, fragments of the destinies of kings, nobles, generals, and ministers, remnants of peerless martial arts techniques, shards of ancient secrets. None of these caught Ma Xiaoshuai's interest. His divine sense pierced the chaos like the sharpest needle, pinpointing a faint resonance with Wang Qingshui's constitution. Then, he yanked it out with a violent tug. Boom! From the vortex of chaos, an ancient scripture, bound by countless black chains and radiating a cold, moonlit glow, was forcibly dragged out. The Taiyin Huana Sutra. This was no orthodox cultivation technique from a renowned sect. It was more akin to an ancient method for combing through, guiding, and even harnessing the forces of calamity and darkness. Its core principle, surprisingly, shared a subtle yet profound similarity with the devouring and refining essence of the 10,000 Calamities demon art. The instant Ma Xiaoshuai imprinted this technique upon his mind, the heavenly mechanism disc emitted a wail of unbearable strain. A visible crack spread from the center of the stone disc, extending all the way to its edge. The profound spiritual glow upon its surface faded completely, leaving it as lifeless as an ordinary stone. Simultaneously, the karma imbued with resplendent heavenly might materialized out of thin air, stamping toward Ma Xiaoshuai's brow. This was the inevitable backlash for forcibly twisting the heavenly mechanism. Yet, the instant that karmic force touched Ma Xiaoshuai, the demonic shadow behind him flickered and vanished once more. The terrifying karmic force, potent enough to shatter any cultivator's foundation, was swallowed whole by the demonic shadow, which even let out a satisfied belch. For the 10,000 Calamities demon art, such highly concentrated negative energy was actually a rare tonic. Is that all? Ma Xiaoshuai curled his lip, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. He glanced at the heavenly mechanism disc, now utterly ruined and devoid of any spiritual essence. He casually brushed it aside. All traces of the forced divination, along with the very existence of the Lunar Calamity Purification Sutra, were utterly erased. Only after completing this did he turn and stroll leisurely out of the ancestral hall. Outside the shrine, all the surviving disciples of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion saw the stone disc, now dull and lifeless. It was their sect's most treasured artifact. It was also the sacred artifact of divination coveted by countless cultivators across Kunlun ruins. And now, it was ruined? The senior master who had been struggling to hold on stared fixedly at the crack. A sweet taste rose in his throat, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. This time, he could hold on no longer. His head lolled to the side as he fell into a deep, unconscious stupor. Hope was utterly shattered. Behind him lay the deathly silent hall of heavenly mechanics, its floor littered with cultivators whose Dao hearts lay shattered. No one dared to stop him, nor did anyone dare to lift their gaze to meet his back. That figure had become a nightmare that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. Ma Xiaoshuai found Wang Xingshui, whom he had casually placed in a corner by the mountain gate. She remained unconscious, her breathing steady, only her brow slightly furrowed, as if she were having a troubled dream. Ma Xiaoshuai scooped her up in his arms, his movements not exactly gentle, but steady. He did not look back once. This so-called sacred site of Kunlun ruins, in his eyes, it was no different from a slightly larger anthill. The moment he stepped out of the Tianji Pavilion gates with Wang Xingshui in his arms, the protective mountain array enveloping the entire range, that spiritual light barrier that had stood for millennia, flashed violently several times, then shattered like broken glass. It disintegrated inch by inch, dissolving into countless specks of light that scattered in the wind. The ancestral master's spirit had been swallowed, the sect's treasured artifact destroyed, and the pavilion master reduced to a cripple. The very foundation sustaining the array had collapsed entirely. From this day forward, the Tianji Pavilion is sealed. News of the collapse of the Tianji Pavilion's protective mountain array instantly swept across the entire Kunlun ruins. Kunlun ruins is not merely a geographical location, but a vast, hidden society concealed beneath the modern world. A vast, secretive society composed of countless immortal cultivation sects and noble families. They claim descent from immortals, viewing mortals as mere ants. They dwell aloof, untouched by worldly affairs. The Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion stood as the foremost authority among these immortals. Now, that leadership had been severed. Kunlun ruins, Wanjian Mountain. Atop a sword-like peak piercing the heavens, a white-haired elder abruptly opened his eyes, gazing toward the direction of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion. His eyes brimmed with horror. The heavenly mechanism, obscured? He snapped his fingers to divine, only to find the once crystal-clear patterns of heaven's will, now a chaotic mess, as if thoroughly muddied by an impenetrable ink. The fate star of Pavilion Master King Swansea is dim as dust. What demonic fiend has emerged to commit such an earth-shattering act? Someone, go investigate immediately. I must know what has transpired at the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Kunlun ruins, Yomi Valley. Within a gloomy cave dwelling, black mist swirled. A man clad in a blood-red robe toyed with a pallid skull in his hand. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, he let out a chilling laugh. That stubborn old King Swansea has met his end? Ha 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 ha. Splendid. That Ma Xiaoshuai fellow. Interesting. To dare trample the Tianji Pavilion's reputation into the dirt regardless of whether he's friend or foe. He deserves a toast from this lord. Issue the order, have our men keep their eyes peeled. Don't provoke this demonic force. Better yet, uncover his origins. See if there's any chance to make him serve me. Kunlun ruins, the Li family of immortality. Within an antique study, a seemingly refined middle-aged man slowly polished an ancient jade rui scepter. His movements were deliberate and unhurried, as if the outside world held no concern for him. With the fall of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion,
The skies over Kunlun ruins are about to shift. He spoke indifferently, his voice betraying no emotion. Master, should we? A servant inquired respectfully. There's no rush. The middle-aged man set down his jade scepter. The first bird to poke its head out gets shot. There will always be those who think themselves clever enough to step forward first. Our Li family need only watch. Send men to the mortal world to keep watch. I want to know every detail about this Ma Xiaoshuai, his objectives, his capabilities, his weaknesses. An uncontrollable variable is far more dangerous than a predictable enemy. For a moment, dark currents surged throughout Kunlun ruins. Countless gazes turned toward the figure walking back toward the city. Yet Ma Xiaoshuai, the instigator of it all, remained utterly unconcerned. Inside a private business class compartment aboard the high-speed train back to the city, Wang Qingshuo slowly regained consciousness. She rubbed her throbbing temples, her memory frozen at the moment before she lost consciousness, tortured by that icy, malevolent force. Where am I? As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Ma Xiaoshuai sitting with his legs crossed, idly watching the scenery rush by outside the window. Awake? Slept like a pig. Ma Xiaoshuai didn't even turn his head. Where is the heavenly mechanism pavilion? Wang Qingshuo sat up, warily scanning her surroundings. The modern scenery outside the window left her feeling a bit dazed. Oh, that place. Ma Xiaoshuai turned his head, his expression matter of fact. It's been demolished. Torn down? Wang Qingshuo's lips twitched. Could this guy be a bit more reliable with his words? Literally. Ma Xiaoshuai shrugged. It'll be gone from now on. Wang Qingshuo stared at his carefree expression, momentarily at a loss for words. She could feel that bitterly cold energy within her, the very force that had once made her suffer unbearably. Though it still lingered within her, it had grown far more docile. It no longer raged wildly as before. What did you do? She couldn't help but ask. I found you a toy. Ma Xiaoshuai extended a finger and tapped it directly on Wang Qingshuo's forehead. He gave her no time to react. Buzz. A profound and obscure scripture transformed into a torrent of information, forcefully surging into her mind. The Sutra of the Great Yin's Purification of Calamity. Wang Qingshuo felt as though her brain would burst. Countless pieces of knowledge that weren't hers filled her mind. Don't try to memorize it with your brain, that thing's useless. Ma Xiaoshuai's voice rang in her ear, tinged with impatience. Use your body to feel it, to accept it. It is the same essence as the cold energy within you. Wang Qingshuo forced herself to ignore the throbbing headache and followed his instructions, ceasing to analyze the meaning of the scriptures. Instead, she emptied her mind and focused on feeling. It was strange. The moment she stopped thinking, the scriptures flooding her mind seemed to come alive. They transformed into tiny runes, flowing along her meridians toward the cold, dark energy coiled within her. Previously, that cold energy had been poisonous to her. But now, guided by the Great Yin Purification Sutra, it found an outlet. Strands of icy energy began to flow slowly along the scripture's pathways. The bone-piercing chill gradually transformed into a crisp, refreshing coolness. For the first time, the uncontrollable destructive energy was drawn into a manageable cycle. Wang Qingshuo slowly opened her eyes and spread her palm. With a thought, a visible wisp of white frost condensed in her palm, forming a tiny ice flower, crystal clear and radiating a chill. It no longer caused her pain. Instead, it brought a sense of control, as if it were part of her very bloodline. Chapter 221, The Grand Finale. Wang Qingshuo was stunned. She stared at the ice flower in her palm, then looked up at Ma Xiaoshuai. To resolve her predicament, this guy had actually gone and taken down a sect that sounded incredibly formidable? How does it feel? Ma Xiaoshuai yawned, seemingly unfazed by the outcome. Not bad. Wang Qingshuo let the ice blossoms in her palm melt away, forcing her voice to sound calm. But her slightly trembling fingertips betrayed her inner turmoil. Practice this way from now on. Ma Xiaoshuai leaned back into his chair. What's inside you isn't a disease, nor a curse, it's a power. You just didn't have the manual before. Now you do. Wang Qingshuo stared at him. What's the cost? She wasn't stupid. A technique powerful enough to solve her problem. Something that made Ma Xiaoshuai make a special trip couldn't possibly be cheap junk. Oh, the price. Ha? Ma Xiaoshuai pondered for a moment, then flashed a wicked grin. Probably the incense offerings of an entire sect. The train entered the city. Neon lights outside the window cast shifting patterns of light and shadow across Ma Xiaoshuai's face. Wang Qingshuo was about to ask more when the train emitted a faint breaking sound. Arrival. Suddenly, Ma Xiaoshuai sat bolt upright. His gaze pierced through the window, fixed on the platform. Something's wrong. What is it? Wang Qingshuo followed his gaze. The world outside the window made her stiffen. The high-speed train pulled slowly into the platform, where crowds should have thronged. There was now an eerie, deathly stillness. The platform was packed with people, dense and packed. yet utterly silent. Every single one of them held the same posture, heads bowed slightly, eyes vacant as they stared at the ground. An intangible aura enveloped the entire station. Within Wang Xiaoshuai, the Taiyin energy spontaneously activated. A crisp chill spread through her body, shielding her from the oppressive aura seeping in. She realized with horror that without this force shielding her, her own mind might have been instantly assimilated by that atmosphere, becoming just like the people outside. Nobody move. Ma Xiaoshuai stood up and walked toward the train car door, but the automatic door showed no response. The entire train seemed frozen in this eerie, deathly silence. Playing tricks. Ma Xiaoshuai snorted coldly and kicked the door with all his might. Boom! The door, made of special alloy, flew outward and slammed heavily against a platform pillar. The deafening crash failed to disturb a single soul on the platform. They remained frozen in their positions. Ma Xiaoshuai stepped off the train, followed closely by Wang Xiaoshuai. The moment their feet touched the platform, the mental pressure intensified several-fold. Countless voices whispered in their ears. This is interesting. Ma Xiaoshuai scanned his surroundings. Such a thick atmosphere of negativity. What exactly is this? Wang Xingshua's voice was slightly hoarse. A thing that thinks itself a god has descended. Ma Xiaoshuai slowly raised his gaze toward the city sky. The once clear sky had turned murky gray at some unknown point. The city's outline distorted. Skyscrapers bending into eerie curves. The entire world was being slowly enveloped by an invisible gray canvas. A colossal will descended upon the city. It had no tangible form. Yet it was everywhere. Give up. Struggle is futile. Submersion is your final destiny. Unite with me, and you shall find eternal peace. The voice echoed directly within each person's mind. Wang Qingxue felt a sharp pain pierce her brain. She immediately channeled all her strength into the Taiyin Huan Jing, causing a layer of frost to condense in her palms, barely managing to steady her mind. Eternal peace? Isn't that just utter death? He looked up at the sky. Perfect. I happen to enjoy devouring others everything too. Perfect timing. I just took down some worthless fool who called himself Heaven's Way. And I was wondering where to channel all this pent-up energy. You've come at just the right moment. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a torrent of demonic energy erupted from Ma Xiaoshuai's body. Black energy surged skyward like a black waterfall rushing against the current. It tore open a gap in the gray sky. Behind him, the banner of 10,000 souls stirred without wind, flapping wildly. Countless wretched soul shadows struggled on its surface, radiating boundless venom and hatred. A mere bizarre entity unable to even solidify its form dares to act so insolently before this sovereign. Ma Xiaoshuai roared with maniacal laughter, his voice dripping with contempt and arrogance. Your power, your domain, everything you possess, shall become nourishment for this sovereign. He spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the entire world. 10,000 Calamities demon art, activated at full power. A colossal black vortex erupted, swirling violently around Ma Xiaoshuai. The gray, deathly stillness that had enveloped the entire city seemed to find an outlet, surging madly toward the black vortex. For the first time, the cold will of the Lord of the Uncanny stirred. Arrogant insect, you shall pay for your ignorance. The gray in the sky grew even denser. Countless faces of despair emerged from the gray canopy, all gazing at Ma Xiaoshuai. It was the collective consciousness of countless souls assimilated by the Lord of the Uncanny. Price? The smile on Ma Xiaoshuai's face grew more savage. Throughout my cultivation journey, these two words are the ones I've heard most often. Come, let me see if your price is substantial enough. He stomped his foot violently. Boom! Black demonic energy radiated outward in all directions from his center. Every area touched by the energy instantly devoured and purified the gray aura of death. The wax-like figures on the platform trembled violently as the energy swept over them, their eyes regaining their spark. They looked around in confusion, utterly unaware of what had just transpired. Wang Qingxue watched the scene in utter shock. Ma Xiaoshuai's demonic energy had accidentally broken the spirit master's mental control. Did you see that? Ma Xiaoshuai's voice reached her ears. To counter one extreme, you need another, even stronger extreme. Your power is too pure, like a cup of clear water, only capable of self-defense. But my power is like ink. Like concentrated acid, it can contaminate everything and corrode everything. The Lord of the Uncanny in the sky erupted in fury. The very fabric of the world began violently trembling. Visible spatial fissures spreading across the city sky. The fundamental laws of this world could no longer withstand the clash of wills between these two colossal entities. Since you crave destruction, I shall grant your wish. A force beyond all limits crashed down from the gray sky. It was the sovereign of the Uncanny burning his very essence to unleash his ultimate strike. It aimed to erase Ma Xiaoshuai and this entire city from existence. Wang Qingshue's face drained of color. Before this force, she felt as insignificant as a speck of dust. The Taiyin energy within her surged wildly,
Yet it could only form a thin layer of frost around her, one that threatened to shatter at any moment. Finally willing to go all out. Ha! Ma Xiaoshuai's eyes blazed with intensity. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, soaring skyward. 10,000 souls as the furnace, heaven and earth as the cauldron forge. The 10,000 souls banner in his hand suddenly swelled, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun. It enveloped the overwhelming gray energy, pressing down, trapping it entirely within. Simultaneously, the golden core within his body spun wildly, unleashing a force far surpassing the golden core realm. Crack! Space shattered completely, revealing the chaotic void beyond. After devouring the immense primordial power of the Lord of the Uncanny, had reached the very limit this world could bear. His aura surged relentlessly, shattering an invisible barrier in an instant. An aura carrying the essence of immortality and indestructibility emanated from him. Ha 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 ha, thank you for the hospitality. Ma Xiaoshuai let out a long, piercing cry. Amidst the collapsing space, he grabbed the teetering Wang Xiaoshuai. Hold on tight. Before Wang Xiaoshuai could react, she was yanked into the shattered void. Where are we going? She screamed amidst the raging spatial turbulence. Ma Xiaoshuai wrapped one arm around her while keeping the other behind his back. His robes billowed wildly in the void turbulence, making him resemble a true demon god. He glanced back at the rapidly collapsing portal to the world, a familiar smile curling his lips. Home.